Chapter 1 Best Gift. He's a genius. A true, quintessential super genius. If I were to liken him to someone, I could only think of Miller. Not Thomas Miller, mind you, but Gerd Miller. And what's more, he possesses a face as handsome as that of David Beckham. Can you imagine that? A David Beckham who scores goals at will. Listening to the incessant noise from the other end of the call and the increasingly frantic tone of Foreman, Alexander Schmidt initially perceived it as a joke. But as Foreman, the chief scout from Chen 1860, repeatedly emphasized the authenticity of his claims, Schmidt realized it was time to take this seriously. Let's start with the positives. His physicality is impressive. It's almost unheard of for an Asian player. His positioning is mature, practically instinctual, and his shooting precision is damn it. Was that offside? Is the referee blind? It was evident that Foreman was calling from the match venue. In other words, the young player had managed to win over Schmidt's chief scout in less than a single match. This piqued Schmidt's interest in the so-called super genius. With the impending winter transfer window and an almost non-existent selection of strikers, Schmidt was all too willing to make subtle adjustments to the recruitment plans he had already laid out. On the other end, Foreman sighed in relief. "You've made a wise decision, boss, but we must act quickly because I just spotted that damned Hamel. Oh, you don't need to remember his name, just know he's my rival. You must understand that talent is impossible to conceal, and behind every genius, there are always seekers. If he is truly as good as you claim, why haven't we heard his name until now? By the way, what's his name? Chulin? That's what the lovely lady next to me says. But if I recall correctly, in Chinese pronunciation, it should be Lin Chu. Lin is the surname. Chu is the given name, with no pause in between. All right, Lin Chu Il, remember this name. Now, Foreman, tell me what you witnessed. It's a pretty standard scout story. I swear you've probably heard 100 of these scripts already. As the 2012-2013 season nears its halfway point, I've been searching high and low for players for my beloved team, but regrettably, I hadn't stumbled upon any surprises until today. Can you imagine? Right at my doorstep in Heidenheim, Germany, I finally uncovered what I had been seeking. Heidenheim's youth team was engaged in a match against the Karlsruher youth team U22 or U19. Whatever, the boys looked quite young in any case. And then I spotted him, Heidenheim's number 11. Perhaps I should elaborate on his performance. Positioning like Thomas Miller and shooting like Gerd Miller? As Foreman spoke, he lowered his phone and joined the surrounding crowd in jubilant cheers. On the field, Lin Chu, adorned in Heidenheim's number 11 jersey, ran to the sidelines, bending his legs slightly and mimicking the gesture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow as a celebration. It was merely a youth game, yet it attracted over 100 spectators, which is quite remarkable considering that is about 1/5 of the entire population of Heidenheim. Most of the audience consisted of young women, who seemed as if they had been shot by arrows that didn't exist in Lin Chu's hands, emitting shrill screams. What could have been an ordinary match transformed into a mini-fan event. As the game resumed and the stands settled down a bit, Foreman picked up the phone once more. Schmidt's voice came through. "I don't know, but clearly the audience, players, and coaches were all astonished. This is indeed quite out of the ordinary. There might be something we're unaware of. Oh, I seem to have missed something. When I arrived, the match had just begun, and the boys' performance in the first half was, well, average. I didn't even notice him at first. But I must say, he was quite brave, blocking an opponent's thunderous shot with his body, and more precisely, he was hit in the head by the ball just before halftime and seemed to pass out. When he returned to the field, he was transformed. Are you telling me a fantastical story?" Schmidt replied, his tone dripping with disbelief. "No, the fact is just as I said. What if he ate something he shouldn't have? If such a thing existed, Heidenheim wouldn't be in the 3rd division, they'd be battling Bayern for the Bundesliga title. So, what's the reason then? Perhaps only he knows." In reality, only Lin Chu himself was aware of what had transpired. After being struck on the head by the ball, he finally heard that sound, ding. Football card system binding successful. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Congratulations. You've obtained the Fan Z star card. Congratulations. You've obtained the Li Jinyu star card. Congratulations. You've obtained the Wu Lei star card. Attribute interface has been generated. Name, Lin Chu. Height, 1.81 m. Weight, 78 kg. Status, healthy. Training points, 0. Achievement points, 0. Star cards, Fan Z White, Li Jinyu White, Wu Lei White. 2. Physical attributes. 1. Strength, none. C2. Speed, none. B3. Agility, none b4. Jumping, none c5. Stamina, none c6. Injury resistance, none b3. Technical skills, 1. Positioning, none d2. Dribbling, none d3. Ball control, none d4. Header, none e5. Finishing, none d6. Long-range shooting, none e7. Short pass, none e8. Long pass, none f9. Defense, none f10. Goalkeeping, none f11. Free kick, none d4. Talent, 1. Ball sense, none c2. Vision, none d3. Scoring instinct, none b4. Leadership, none e5. Teamwork, none d. Overall evaluation. You might as well find a factory to tighten screws. Football isn't for you. Each attribute can be equipped with a star card, and equipping a star card lets one possess that player's capabilities in that area. For instance, with the Fan Z card in his possession, if he equips it to the speed attribute, he acquires Fan Z's speed. Ordinary stars white, top stars blue, superstars purple, legendary players orange, kings of an era gold. Though the starter gift pack yielded only 3 white cards, in the context of the German Youth League, he was akin to a great white shark, completely dominant. Chapter 2. I stand before you, and you gaze at me, trying to discern how much I resemble my former self. Fan Zi, the esteemed Asian Footballer of the Year and former captain of the Chinese national team, now retired, seems to have taken on the role of a coach for a domestic club. Li Jinyu, another prominent figure in Chinese football, is renowned for his exceptional goal-scoring prowess as a forward. As for Wu Lei, I apologize, but as a member of the Heidenheim youth team for 6.5 years, Lin Chu has yet to hear of this prodigy. Nevertheless, he can certainly comprehend the attributes on the star player card. Wu Lei's attributes are rather mediocre, save for his speed, positioning, and goal-scoring instinct, which are outstanding. Speed, A. Positioning, A. Instinct, A. When these 3 attributes are combined, this individual appears to be an exceptionally formidable speedster or opportunist. However, ironically, his shooting skill is merely rated C, a peculiar contrast. Yet, since the star player card only grants the host enhanced capabilities in certain areas, once Lin Chu allocated Wu Lei's card to positioning, his prowess surged significantly. Strength, Fan Zi, A. Shots inside the box, Li Jinyu, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. These are the transformations that the system has bestowed upon Lin Chu. Armed with these 3 cards, he wreaked havoc on the field, netting 5 goals and becoming the standout player of the match. Compared to the past when he relied solely on his handsome visage to win over the crowd, this sensation is 1,000 times more exhilarating. It's unfathomable to consider that 3 white cards could yield such extraordinary results. What would happen if one day this attribute interface were filled with golden cards? Would he represent Earth in the Cosmic League? Alas, acquiring these cards is no easy feat. They must be purchased with points. Points primarily originate from 2 sources, training points and achievement points. By training diligently, one can earn a certain number of training points, which convert to card points at a ratio of 1 to 2, meaning 1 training point can be exchanged for 2 card points. The second source comes from achievement points, which can be earned through goals, assists, records, awards, and the like, at a 1-to-1 ratio. The cost of white cards is 100, blue cards 200, purple cards 300, orange cards 500, and the exorbitantly priced gold cards a staggering 1,000. While they may seem expensive, they are indeed not cheap. Lin Chu scored 5 goals, earning 5 achievement points, yet he remains far from being able to exchange for even the cheapest white card. The score on the field has transformed to 0-5, devoid of suspense, yet the home team's fans continue to chant Lin Chu's name, hoping he can score once more. They are currently participating in the German U19 Youth Football League, featuring youth teams from various German clubs, representing the pinnacle of youth football in Germany and serving as a stepping stone for many young men into professional leagues. Among the 100 or so spectators, aside from a few scouts looking to place bets, the majority are friends and family of the players or football enthusiasts with nothing better to do. Perhaps due to frequently attending their children's matches, these spectators have come to know one another. Lin Chu's mother, Mia, and sister, Lin Yin, are also present on the sidelines, naturally becoming the center of attention. The two have exchanged glances countless times today, seemingly unable to believe that the person on the field is their own child, brother. Lin Yin nods, indicating it's time to take a closer look. Perhaps he has already shown, on the sidelines, the head coach of Karlsruhe is visibly displeased, continuously gesturing for the defenders to be more aggressive. Don't let that kid score again. From teammates to opponents, everyone is watching Lin Chu as if he were an alien. It's not their first encounter. Everyone is well aware of one another. Lin Chu, 5 goals and a half. What does that even mean? Over the course of a half season, the top scorer for Heidenheim has only managed to net 7 goals, while Lin Chu himself had only scored 4 before this match. Now, less than a half, he has surpassed his own season tally. Everyone shakes their heads, marveling at the sheer luck of the Chinese. Yet, some remain inspired. If Lin Chu can do it, so can I. But the reality is they cannot. At the very least, Karlsruhe has struggled for quite some time without breaching Heidenheim's defense, only to find themselves counterattacked yet again. The ball swiftly advances into Karlsruhe's penalty area. Heidenheim's number 9 faces pressure from Karlsruhe's number 4, yet does not retreat. Instead, he suddenly changes direction, attempting to push past the defender. He knows this approach is unwise, but spurred by the thought of if Lin Chu can do it, so can I, he decides to give it a shot. He is promptly taught a lesson. Number 4 aggressively collides with him, sending him tumbling, while the ball rolls away. Number 9 looks pleadingly at the referee, but receives no acknowledgement. Before number 4 can revel in his triumph, he hears teammates and fans shouting, "Be careful, he's coming. Stop him." He turns to see that familiar figure. "You again?" Lin Chu rushes in the moment number 4 disrupts the play. Now, he is a VIP on Karlsruhe's blacklist, and they certainly won't allow him an easy opportunity. Number 3 and number 6 immediately close in on him. However, Lin Chu deftly sidesteps number 3 and positions himself, blocking number 6 behind him. Number 6 disregards any notion of red cards or penalties and shoves him forcefully from behind. Though Lin Chu sways slightly from the push, his center of gravity remains remarkably stable. Barely affected. The goalkeeper curses under his breath and rushes out, yet Lin Chu hesitates not for an instant, swiftly swinging his right leg to strike the ball towards the far corner. The ball crosses the goal line, 6-0. Many spectators were focused on Lin Chu during this attack, thus witnessing the entire process, a calm observation, a rapid initiation, precise positioning, and a decisive strike. There's a touch of luck involved, yet the displayed skill is equally awe-inspiring. Vollmann is increasingly convinced of his assessment. With a robust physique, intelligent positioning, and composed shooting, he should not be here. He requires a grander stage. Vollmann's heart races with excitement. On the other end of the phone, Schmidt hears the familiar cheers and tentatively asks, "Another goal?" He wonders why he is reluctant to end the call. Vollmann must shout to ensure Schmidt hears him. "Yes, another one. Damn it. You owe me for my phone bill." Schmidt ignores the issue of the bill. Is it him again? Lin Chu? Yes, Lin Chu, 40 minutes, 6 goals. It's like Tyson bullying children. Lin Chu runs towards the sidelines, head held high, eyes closed, arms outstretched, facing Mia and Lin Yan. "I stand before you. Take a good look at me. Is there any trace of who I once was?" Chapter 3. In Mia and Lin Yan's eyes, every strand of Lin Chu's hair and every pore remains exactly as it was before. Yet the aura he now emanates is that of a completely different individual. Mia beams with pride, giving him a thumbs up, while Lin Yan raises her hands high and gives him a solid clap. Lin Chu, with an air of arrogance, tilts his head. "How about that?" Lin Yan can't help but tap his forehead. Impressive. After Lin Chu scored his 6th goal, the match quickly drew to a close. Naturally, Karlsruhe was eager to leave, departing the field as swiftly as if fleeing. The Heidenheim team, led by their captain, approached the stands to thank the fans for their support. As the spectators gradually departed, Lin Chu's teammates encircled him at the center circle, expressing their congratulations. "You were phenomenal today, brother. You're 3rd on the scoring list, right? Trust me, the first team will call for you soon." Lin Chu graciously accepted the accolades. Once his teammates dispersed, the youth team's coach, Jurlich, approached him. Confronted with this student who had just shone brilliantly in the match, Jurlich's face radiated joy, though his astonishment was no less than anyone else's. He was well aware of Lin Chu's capabilities. He had speed and looks, talent and charm, and as for shooting, well, that too was accompanied by good looks. The only 2 aspects that stood out were his dribbling skills and agility. Yet these were merely relative to his other abilities, and, when compared to true prodigies, were rather mediocre. Go score 6 goals and a half. One could only attribute it to sheer luck. However, seasoned as he was. Gerlich could see that none of Lin Chu's 6 goals were mere flukes. The qualities he displayed had reached, if not surpassed, the standards of the first team. Chu, he addressed Lin Chu, refraining from calling him by his surname like most foreigners. I must say, you've amazed me, but I hope you don't wake up one day and revert to your former self. Do you understand what I mean? I do, boss. While I may not comprehend why, I can feel that I am no longer the person I once was. Perhaps I know why. Gerlich, embodying the wisdom of experience, patted Lin Chu's shoulder with vigor, confidence. That is what you have always lacked. Remember this feeling and believe that you can become a great scorer. This is a quality every forward should possess, and now, I finally see that attribute within you. Lin Chu silently awarded high marks for his explanation and nodded. I relish this feeling. I want to score. Many, many goals. This is my current state. Lin Chu turned his head in the direction of his gaze and caught sight of a bald man striding towards him. Foreman burst into a hearty laugh, then opened his arms to give Gerlich a big hug. Congratulations, brother. What a brilliant match, a magnificent victory. Thank you, Lin Chu replied with a smile, although Christmas doesn't really concern me. I wish you a Merry Christmas, Dotto. And you too, sir. Wait. Foreman caught a glimpse of Hamel approaching briskly and hastily stopped Lin Chu. Perhaps I should formally introduce myself. Before he could finish, Gerlich interjected, Foreman, a scoundrel and miser. A scout from Munich 1860, I must warn you. Chu won't join your team. Even if he were to go to Munich, it would only be Bayern Munich, not some wretched Munich 1860. Munich boasts 2 teams, Bayern Munich and Munich 1860. Much like the 2 Milanese clubs, both Munich teams share a stadium. However, unlike the Milanese rivals, the fates of the Munich clubs are starkly different. In the realm of football. When Milan is mentioned, everyone thinks of AC Milan and Inter Milan, but when Munich is brought up, people predominantly recognize Bayern Munich, with few aware of Munich 1860, except for the gamblers, of course. Bayern is the undisputed giant of German football, reigning supreme in the Bundesliga, while Munich 1860 currently languishes in 10th place in the 2. Bundesliga. It's an awkward position, neither here nor there. Yet Foreman appeared unfazed, graciously gesturing for Gerlich to continue. Yes, I concede Lin Chu possesses the potential to join Bayern Munich, but potential is merely potential. If you wish, I could even help you get in touch with Bayern's scouts right now. I firmly believe that with Chu's current abilities, he could certainly join Bayern's youth team. However, the main striker position at Munich 1860 versus Bayern Munich's youth team, well, one is likely a starter, the other a substitute. Which will you choose? As soon as he finished speaking, Gerlich couldn't help but smirk. Here we go again. You think the main striker position at Munich 1860 is just handed out like that? What a charlatan. From the other side, a voice suddenly chimed in. Perhaps there is another option, such as a starting position with St. Pauli? Damn it. Gerlich muttered under his breath. These scouts truly have a nose for opportunity. Just as Foreman was about to respond, Gerlich quickly interjected, Gentlemen, have you forgotten that Chu is still a player for Heidenheim? Hamel immediately exchanged glances with Foreman, unable to suppress his laughter. All right, we understand the rules. All necessary procedures will be followed. Rest assured, but before that, Hamel turned to Lin Chu. I, representing St. Pauli, formally invite you to a trial. Foreman quickly added, the forward position at Munich 1860 is waiting for you. We are genuinely in need of strikers. Every team desires an excellent striker, Hamel interjected. Here's a friendly tip. You might want to check the current 2. Bundesliga standings, as it will aid you in making the right choice. St. Pauli is also a 2. Bundesliga team. So if Hamel says this, their ranking must be significantly higher than Munich 1860. Hamel nodded affirmatively. That is correct. Foreman pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I'll await your good news. Lin Chu tossed the match ball in his hand, bid farewell to the 3, and then walked towards Mia and Lin Yin, who were waiting for him at the sidelines. Mia glanced past him at Foreman and Hamel, asking, Who are those 2? Friends of the coach. I'm not familiar with them either, Lin Chu replied. Lin Yin also cast a glance at Foreman and Hamel before turning her attention back to Lin Chu. Be cautious. The way those 2 look at you is rather unsettling. You're overthinking it. Lin Chu handed the football in his hand to her. Here, a Christmas gift. Quite generous, wouldn't you say? According to the unwritten rules, a player who scores a hat trick can take home the match ball as a reward for their achievement. However, this was Lin Chu's first time receiving such an accolade, making this ball extraordinarily significant to him. Lin Yin naturally did not hesitate to accept it, What's yours is mine. No problem at all. After sending them to the parking lot to retrieve the car, Lin Chu finally left the stadium and entered the players' tunnel. Gerlich watched his departing figure, suddenly struck by a strong premonition. Chapter 4. Even while braving thorns and thistles, losing fine clothes and gallant steeds, Heidenheim is situated in one of the most economically prosperous regions of Germany, Baden-Württemberg. However, compared to larger cities within the state, such as Stuttgart and Karlsruhe, Heidenheim is undeniably a small town, with a mere population of around 50,000 and an area of only 107 square kilometers. Its most renowned establishment is the industrial giant Voith Group, which has evolved from a locksmith workshop founded in 1867 into an international behemoth with over 250 branches worldwide, holding significant sway in the fields of paper machines, energy, transportation, and industrial services, and even operating in China. Lin He initially joined Voith's Chinese branch and, during a business trip to headquarters in his youth, encountered his current wife. After forming a bond, he transferred to stay. And now, 20 years have flown by as they have settled in Heidenheim. Now in middle age, with a beautiful and virtuous wife and 2 children, he enjoys a measure of financial comfort, not too extravagant yet sufficient. By all accounts, his life seems to have reached a small semblance of fulfillment. Yet recently, Lin He has been troubled by his son, who is anything but a source of peace. The boy is sensible, physically and intellectually normal, yet has chosen the path of football. In Germany, football can be a legitimate career, provided one possesses the talent. Clearly, Lin Chu does not fit that mold. Lin He himself is a football fan. If Lin Chu truly had that potential, he would support his son in courageously pursuing his dreams. However, the reality is that Lin Chu lacks the requisite talent. On the contrary, he excels academically, a veritable scholar, and could easily secure admission to one of Germany's top 5 universities if he focused on his studies. Thus, a significant rift has emerged between father and son and as he pondered how to broach the subject. Lin Chu and the others entered the room. At first glance, he noticed the football in Lin Yan's hands, furrowing his brow. Why did you buy another ball? Isn't there already a surplus at home? Lin Yan smiled mysteriously. My brother gave it to me as a Christmas gift. Lin He couldn't help but scoff. You really have no standards. Mia immediately took offense at his sardonic tone. This one has a different significance. Lin He shook his head, assuming it was some special commemorative edition, and chose not to argue with them. Instead, he waved his hand. Now that everyone's here, let us have a serious discussion about Xiao Chu. We can't waste any more time. Mia and Lin Yan exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Chu, fully aware of the underlying message. The 3 took their seats around the table. Lin He faced Lin Chu, while Mia and Lin Yan sat on either side of them. This arrangement made both Lin He and Lin Chu feel supported by their respective allies, thus they were content with the setup. Lin He felt as though he and his 2 guards were ready to interrogate Lin Chu, while Lin Chu sensed that his mother and sister were joining forces against the tyrant. Everyone knew well what Lin He intended to discuss. After a long-awaited opening, Lin He finally spoke. It's time to accept reality. Son, I do not oppose your pursuit of football. I understand that choosing a career in football won't leave you starving. However, the current situation is that you have better options. You must take responsibility for your future. One cannot rely solely on passion to dictate their life choices. As the adage goes, dreams cannot be a substitute for food. Lin Chu was not impatient. In fact, he recognized that his father was completely correct. And he understood the kindness and concern behind his father's words. The harsh reality is that he is not cut out for football. Effort can compensate for many things, but it cannot bridge the gap created by a lack of talent. But now, things are different. He has a system, as Lu Sun aptly put it. A handsome lad with a system can challenge even the divine. This matches his destiny, and not even Jesus could stop him. He declared it resolutely. Dad, I've made my decision. I want to play football. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Lin He shook his head in disappointment. Are you really not going to reconsider? Some decisions, once made, last a lifetime. Just as he finished, Mia reached out and patted his hand. You don't understand. Our son is doing exceptionally well, on the field. Her comment caused Lin He to chuckle involuntarily. Lin Chu? Exceptional on the field. This silly daughter-in-law really. Yet, to his surprise, his usually astute daughter seemed to have lost her wits this time. That's right. A Chu is indeed very impressive now. Look, Lin Yan showcased the football in her hands. It's a match ball. Do you understand what that means? Lin He paused for a moment before comprehending. uncertainly asking, a hat trick? Really a hat trick? Well, who doesn't enjoy a hearty meal during the new year? Lin He thought to himself, yet he heard Lin Yan's voice. It was 6 goals. Lin He was taken aback. What? It was in the first half, Lin Yan muttered. Lin He suddenly turned to Lin Chu, his eyes seemingly ablaze with the words, really? Lin Chu nodded affirmatively. What match? Lin He harbored suspicions that the youth team was merely engaging in a charity match against a kindergarten team. The opponent, Daqing U19, was a formidable contender. Lin He glanced at him, then at Mia and Lin Yin. Both nodded affirmatively, with Lin Yin thoughtfully adding, the opponent is Karlsruhe, currently 3rd in the standings. Lin He regarded his son across the way as one might gaze upon Godzilla, incredulous at how they managed to score. Was it 6 penalty kicks? How could it have happened so casually? Lin Chu, unable to contain himself, stood up, leaned forward, and pressed his hands heavily on his father's shoulders, exclaiming, Dad, trust me, I can do it. Sensing the gravity of his son's conviction, Lin He's tone turned unusually earnest. No regrets? Lin Chu replied with unwavering determination. No regrets. Yet, despite this, Lin He remained hesitant. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Mia and Lin Yin, who had just witnessed Lin Chu's pinnacle moment, were uncertain whether his decision was the right one. Nonetheless, an image suddenly surfaced in their minds, Lin Chu celebrating a goal right before them. They had never seen such a version of Lin Chu, confident, radiant, and brimming with passion. At that moment, gazing into Lin Chu's resolute eyes, Lin Yin recalled a phrase she had encountered before. Youth and love never age. Even amidst thorns and the loss of spirited steeds, she resolved to support her brother. Let him go, Dad. Trust him. He truly can. Finally, Lin He relented. Before this season concludes, if you can make it into Heidenheim's first team. His words were abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of the doorbell. Lin Yin quickly rose to answer the door, revealing a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Oh, are you that uncle from earlier? Indeed I am, he replied with a smile. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Foreman. I apologize for the intrusion. I wish to discuss some matters with you. Is this a convenient time? Chapter 5. Feeling terrifyingly strong, Lin Yin graciously invited Foreman inside, who exchanged pleasantries with the others in the room before extending his hand to Lin He. After a light handshake, Foreman introduced himself. Good day, Mr. Lin He. My name is Foreman, a scout from Munich 1860. I have come specifically to invite your son, Lin Chu, to join our team. Before he could finish, Lin He recognized the implication. Oh, a fraud. Mia, knowing her partner well, quickly interjected before he could offend anyone. Mr. Foreman is a friend of Coach Gerlich. Lin He was familiar with his son's head coach. If Foreman truly was a friend of Gerlich, he might not be a fraud. Foreman produced a business card and handed it over. Lin He accepted it, examining it with skepticism before inviting Foreman to take a seat. Mia inquired, Mr. Foreman, would you prefer coffee or tea? We have authentic Chinese tea. I have tried pu'er and longjing. I must say, they left a profound impression. He replied, his demeanor becoming more solemn as he prepared to embrace the Eastern tea ceremony. However, Mia responded, no, it's chrysanthemum tea. 1 cup for me, please. Thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Foreman transitioned to the main topic. Mr. Lin, congratulations, your son, Lin Chu, is a prodigy. Lin He nearly spat out his chrysanthemum tea. My son. A prodigy? Yet, observing the serious expressions of the 4 others in the room, he felt bewildered. He glanced at his wife and daughter, perplexed by their unwavering belief in this assertion. His gaze fixed on his son, especially Lin Chu. Don't you have any self-awareness? Not even a blush? Lin Chu understood his father's look and decided to add some weight to the matter. Mr. Foreman, I appreciate your invitation, but as you can see, I am still a player for Heidenheim, and Coach Gerlich has promised to recommend me for the first team after the winter break. I understand. Foreman placed his cup down. But you must realize that Heidenheim and Munich 1860 are not comparable. But my parents are here, and I love everything about this place. Is it close to home? This was indeed a compelling reason, but I believe you should consider your father's opinion. Foreman turned his gaze toward Lin He. As a father myself, I understand that when choosing between Heidenheim and Munich 1860, every father will make the right choice. In my opinion, Lin He's response came with fervor. If he can make it to Heidenheim's first team before the season ends, even as a water boy, I would allow him to pursue a career in professional football. But now you tell me that Munich 1860 the one in the second division, is inviting my son to join? His mind raced, quickly arriving at what he deemed a reasonable conclusion. I apologize, Mr. Foreman, but you must be referring to the youth team of Munich 1860. No, I am speaking of the first team. I believe Lin Chu possesses the capability to compete in the second division. Of course, my word is not final. After all, I am merely a scout. However, I have consulted with our head coach, and my scouting report will reach him tomorrow. We will arrange a trial as a formality, but I see no significant issues. Lin will undoubtedly become one of us. Lin, he finally grasped that this was no mere dream. Regaining his composure, he stated, "We will consider this seriously, Mr. Foreman. Thank you for your invitation, but if possible, I would prefer a formal invitation from the club." "Certainly, there will be one," Foreman replied hastily. "By the way, I am also from Heidenheim." "Is that so? That simplifies matters." Foreman recounted his scouting story once more to Lin. "I'll be honest, I was already on break, and encountering Lin Chu was a delightful surprise." At this point, Lin he was nearly convinced that his son had indeed caught the attention of Munich 1860. After Foreman's departure, the four of them returned to the table, resuming their previous positions, though the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Lin Yin remarked, "It must be Munich. I can watch you play every week." Mia added, "Actually, if you could make it to the second division, Hoffenheim wouldn't be so bad either." Lin he hesitated. "You were still considering options?" Yet he timidly expressed his thoughts. St. Pauli could also be worth a try. They are fourth in the second division and have a chance to reach the Bundesliga. Before he could finish, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Lin he felt a bit embarrassed, but in front of his family. There was no need for pretense. He swiftly changed the subject. "What happened? Suddenly so impressive." "It's just one match." He paused, searching for the right words, but the three of them naturally grasped his meaning. Mia and Lin Yin shared similar concerns. Although Lin Chu's 6 goals in one half were undeniably extraordinary, no one could guarantee that it reflected his true abilities, especially considering his previous performances had been subpar. One match could not define everything. In this regard, Foreman's audacity was indeed commendable. To make a phone call to the head coach after witnessing Lin Chu play just once, and then to come directly to their home was quite audacious. Perhaps for a scout, discovering a super talent from one's hometown was a uniquely gratifying experience. Lin he shook his head. 6 goals. It's no small feat. Is it a matter of mentality? Realizing that this line of reasoning was unconvincing, Lin Chu sought another excuse. "I now feel terrifyingly strong. If you had scored 1 or 2, I would attribute it to mentality, but 6 goals. What kind of mindset allows someone with an average of less than 0? 3 goals per game to score 6 in half a match? It's something that science cannot explain. It must be metaphysical." Lin Chu, and Lin Yin stared at her in silence. For some reason, Mia, who had grown up in a capitalist country, was always fascinated by the mysterious aspects of Eastern philosophy, often having books like The Last Taoist and detailed explanation of the diagram of pushing back on her bedside. A typical case of admiration for the East while dismissing the West. Chapter 6. Giving myself an explanation since matters regarding the system could not be disclosed. Lin Chu's sudden surge in strength was a question that could never have a definitive answer. The others simply needed to accept this reality. Of course, aside from Lin Chu, they too were uncertain if this was indeed the case, if it weren't for Mia and Lin Yin being generally reliable. And Foreman appearing to be a sensible individual, Lin he might have thought this was all a misunderstanding. As for the trial, both St. Pauli and Munich would undoubtedly require a visit. Decisions would be made after comparing the two options. The team was on break, yet Lin Chu did not rest. The very next day, he arrived at the training ground to engage in extra practice, primarily to decipher the system if a certain attribute lacked an equipment card. It was not restricted, allowing for immediate application. Moreover, he focused on understanding the mechanism for acquiring training points. This system was quite flexible. It was not merely a matter of how long one trained to receive a specific number of training points, but rather related to the intensity, volume, and effectiveness of the training. There was a complex algorithm involved, which Lin Chu could not fully comprehend at the moment. However, after training for over 10 days, with consistent training durations, he had earned a maximum of 3 training points in one day, while on the least productive day, he earned none at all. After this period, he accumulated a total of 15 training points, which could be exchanged for 30 attributes. This was significantly faster than achievement points. Lin he thoroughly researched both Munich 1860 and St. Pauli. In the German second division, there are a total of 18 teams. with Munich 1860 currently placed 10th, signifying a position in the lower mid-table. The team underwent a change in head coach in mid-November, indicating that their new manager has only just completed a month in office. The foundations are not yet solid, and a trusted confidant is urgently needed. As for the forward position, the current top scorer within the squad is their captain, Benjamin Lott, who has managed to score only 5 goals. The remaining forwards are either sidelined for the season or lack sufficient capability, thus presenting Lin Chu with a genuine opportunity should he succeed in the trial. On the other hand, St. Pauli finds itself in a relatively better situation. Their overall strength is quite formidable, and their performance this season has been commendable, marking them as one of the favorites for promotion. Should Lin Chu truly become part of their ranks, he might even find himself competing in the Bundesliga next season. Consequently, this Christmas was spent by the family in a state of anticipation, wishing for time to pass swiftly. Fu Erman has maintained contact with Lin He, seemingly anxious about the possibility of him slipping away. Hamel has also been quite proactive. While he hasn't visited in person like Fu Erman, he has made 2 phone calls in quick succession, indicating that he has submitted the scout report and is awaiting the head coach's approval. The days devoid of pretense always seem to fly by. And before long, the Christmas holiday has concluded, with teams gradually returning from their breaks to embark on the second half of the season. Given the eagerness from both sides, they anticipated receiving news from Munich first, only to be surprised when Hamel called unexpectedly. A trial has been arranged for tomorrow morning. There was a hint of frustration in Hamel's tone, directed towards the insufferable Fuzek. He has not taken my scout report seriously at all. This trial is impromptu. We must act swiftly. Lin He suppressed his own displeasure, assuring Mr. Hamel that they would arrive punctually, but candidly remarked that such an approach lacked professionalism. Why apologies, Mr. Lin? Hamel himself was seething with anger. Had it not been for his persistent reminders, the St. Pauli head coach would have scarcely glanced at his scout report. Through his relentless persuasion, the other party begrudgingly agreed to allow Lin Chu to have a trial. Lin Chu and Lin He hurriedly made their way to the St. Pauli club in Hamburg, located over 600 kilometers away. Naturally, the fastest option would be to fly. The father and son both harbored a premonition that this trip to St. Pauli might not be particularly pleasant. Yet, having arrived, they felt it necessary to approach the situation earnestly. Hamel personally met them at the airport, repeatedly offering apologies along the way. Lin He, being astute, could easily discern the underlying issues. In essence, the scout was still quite optimistic about Lin Chu. However, the club did not seem to regard him with the same seriousness, treating this trial more as a means to placate Hamel. Upon arrival, it became evident that the head coach of St. Pauli had not even bothered to attend, delegating the responsibility to an assistant coach to oversee the trial. This individual bore a countenance reflective of racial prejudice. Surveying Lin Chu with a condescending gaze, physically somewhat frail, he barely met the height requirements. Let us see what you've got, but my time is precious. You have only 20 minutes. Both Lin He and Lin Chu remained silent. As long-term residents abroad, they were all too familiar with such disdainful looks and expressions. Hamel could hardly contain himself. Anton Fink, mind your attitude. They've just traveled over 600 kilometers to be here. And this child hasn't even had a moment to rest, and you only give him 20 minutes? What do you mean by sending the youth team? You send a youth team to evaluate a player I'm interested in? Anton Fink regarded him as if he were an imbecile. What is the problem? He from the Heidenheim youth team. Do you expect him to play against our first team? He'd be in tears. Not a problem, Lin Chu said, placing a reassuring hand on Hamel's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. The sooner we get this done, the better. By the way, where is the locker room? My apologies, Chu. Hamel shook his head. Follow me, I'll show you. Neither of them cast another glance at Fink as they proceeded towards the locker room. Hamel wished to offer further explanations, but Lin Chu interjected, no need for more words. Hamel, that I'm neither a fool nor blind. We're well aware of what has transpired. This isn't your fault. On the contrary, you've done well, so I don't blame you. Given the current situation, St. Pauli doesn't seem to be the right fit for me, but I will still complete this trial. Not only to honor my promise to you, but also to provide myself with closure. Ha! Thank you, Chu. Teach them a lesson. Let them realize what they've missed. Also, I need to think about how to draft my resignation letter. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Chu, an unspoken understanding passing between them. What lay ahead was straightforward. to deliver a resounding performance and depart. Chapter 7. You are too slow. Lin Chu did not don the trial attire of St. Pauli but instead emerged wearing his own Heidenheim jersey, number 11. Adjustments had also been made on the system side. He retained the star card of Fanzi for strength attributes and kept Li Jinyu for shooting. But he placed Wu Lei's card in the speed category. He was no fool. The temporary teammates from St. Pauli would not be providing him with any assists. If he continued to place Wu Lei's card in positioning, his opportunities would be severely limited. By placing it in speed, his impact would be significantly enhanced. Coupled with an A grade in physicality and shooting, dealing with this group of youth players would be akin to child's play. Like Fink, the young players from the St. Pauli youth team regarded Lin Chu with an air of superiority. Technically, this was not a trial but merely a training session for the youth team, with Lin Chu included to experience the prowess of St. Pauli's youth squad. Nothing more. They gazed at the jersey Lin Chu wore, their lips curling in disdain. Heidenheim? What is that? Fink shook his head, not commenting on Lin Chu's choice. Simply dividing the team into two groups. Group A donned vests that symbolized the starters, while Group B wore St. Pauli's training attire, with Lin Chu standing amidst them, resembling a husky that had inadvertently wandered into a pack of wolves. Lin He stood on the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest, his hands tightly clenched. Unlike Mia, Lin Yin, Fu Ermin, and Hamel, he had never witnessed Lin Chu in peak form. Thus, he was quite anxious that Lin Chu might be humiliated instead. However, out of trust for his son, he straightened his back and stood firm. Regardless of whether today would bring glory or disgrace, they would face it together. The match commenced, with Group B taking the first kick. Everything transpired as Lin Chu had anticipated. His teammates showed no intention of passing the ball to him. Lin Chu refrained from forcing his way into their offensive structure, instead choosing to leisurely drift outside their tactical framework. Group B swiftly maneuvered the ball into the opponent's penalty area, and the number 7 winger took a shot, which the goalkeeper easily collected. The others paid it no mind and made light of his technique. Everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves, as if engaged in a delightful game. Group A soon mounted an offensive. The ball was passed to the edge of the penalty area, where the number 9 took a long-range shot. The ball struck a defender and was cleared to midfield. The midfield of Group B made a determined effort, sending the ball back to the number 7. The number 7, quick but somewhat clumsy, was unprepared for a teammate's header and awkwardly attempted to control the ball with his chest, inadvertently sending it 2 meters away. His teammates erupted in laughter, while Fink cursed silently, feeling his own pride wounded. The number 7, feeling embarrassed, was about to charge forward to reclaim the ball when suddenly, a figure dashed in like the wind, snatching the ball away. The colors of the jersey and the number on the back pierced his eyes painfully. Heidenheim. Number 11. Lin He lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest. Unlike others, his focus had remained intently on Lin Chu. The moment Lin Chu launched into action, he felt as though he were witnessing a cheetah on the hunt. Lin Chu's ball control was not delicate. In fact, it was rather audacious. He effectively charged forward, akin to a sprinter, pursuing the ball. Yet, the defenders from Group A were forced to yield before his advance. Is that Kak's spirit possessing him? Stop him! Cover! Cover! Lin Chu drove the ball into the left side of the penalty area, effortlessly bypassing one defender. The number 7 stood there, dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure. You've got to be kidding. You even stole your teammate's ball? The number 4 from Group A immediately lunged towards Lin Chu. He extended his right foot as far as it could go, managing only to graze the ball with his toe, allowing it to continue rolling towards the goal under Lin Chu's command. The goalkeeper, cursing, rushed out to intercept the ball rolling towards him, while Lin Chu sprinted with all his might after it. Meanwhile, another defender was racing in from the side to assist. 3 players converged from different directions towards the ball. In terms of proximity, the goalkeeper should have been the first to seize the ball since it was rolling directly towards him. However, the aura emanating from Lin Chu at that moment instilled a powerful premonition. This ball would definitely go in. Lin Chu himself harbored a strong conviction that this shot was destined to score. The goalkeeper bent down, extending his hand towards the ball. On the sidelines, Fink, Hamel, and Lin He involuntarily clenched their teeth. No. Don't score. Don't score. Don't score. Yes, score, score, scored in the midst of their curses and blessings. Just as the goalkeeper's fingertips were about to make contact with the ball, Lin Chu's toe simultaneously prodded the ball from behind. The ball accelerated forward, grazing the goalkeeper's fingertips as it slipped past him into the net. 0-1. After scoring, Lin Chu immediately retracted his foot to evade the goalkeeper and dashed towards the sidelines. The goalkeeper and the approaching defender exchanged glances as a light, airy voice drifted into their ears. "You are too slow." Lin He remained with his mouth slightly agape until Lin Chu dashed in front of him, prompting him to swiftly open his arms and embrace him. Lin Chu released his grip and grinned. "How's that? Impressive." Lin He couldn't help but reach out, playfully ruffling Lin Chu's hair as he used to do in their childhood. "Keep going, crush them. Don't worry, there are still a full 20 minutes left." They conversed in Chinese, a language incomprehensible to Fink and Hameir, who, however, reacted in stark contrast. Fink immediately began admonishing the 18 players to muster their spirits, while Hameir approached Lin Chu, exchanging a high-five with him. "Well done. They are simply inadequate." This remark finally registered with Fink, who shot a fierce glare in their direction. "Ha ha ha," Hameir chuckled, stepping between them. "I wholeheartedly agree." As he spoke, he nudged Lin Chu back towards the field. "Go on, just like before, showcase your talents." The match resumed, and a team's focus on Lin Chu reached its zenith. Yet, it was all in vain. In terms of strength, Lin Chu could easily send their strongest player flying without exerting his full force. In terms of speed, only the number 7 player could barely keep pace, but he was on Lin Chu's side. Before the first half concluded, Lin Chu utilized his speed to tear through the opposing defense. Scoring with a sharp angle shot. As the second half commenced, B team's players intensified their support for Lin Chu, allowing him to thrive further on the front line, netting 2 more goals with ease. 20 minutes in, the score stood at 0-4, averaging a goal every 5 minutes. It was evident to all that Lin Chu was delivering a resounding dimensionality reduction attack against this group of peers. Fink's expression fluctuated between gloom and exasperation as he suppressed his disgust and turned to Lin He. "I will contact the head coach immediately to arrange another trial." Lin He offered a gentle smile and replied, "Come now, sir. Let me teach you a phrase in Chinese. Repeat after me. 我是人爱马ji bai." Chapter 8. What are you best at? Scoring, perhaps. After bidding farewell to Hameir, Lin He and Lin Chu made their way to Munich. Directly arriving at the training base of Munich 1860, Fuhrmann awaited them at the entrance. The financial situation of Munich 1860 was far from optimistic, as evidenced by the dilapidated facilities at the Cormair training base. Consequently, the team's transfer budget for this winter break was quite limited. In fact, aside from promoting 2 young players from the youth team and acquiring 27-year-old midfielder Marin Tomasov from Croatia, Munich 1860 had no new signings during this winter window. Thus, head coach Schmidt placed significant importance on the super genius that Fuhrmann had mentioned. Upon first seeing Lin Chu, he immediately concurred with Fuhrmann's assessment. The boy possessed a strikingly handsome face. It is well known that aesthetic appreciation varies greatly between East and West. Yet Lin Chu was one of the rare individuals who harmoniously embodied the beauty of both. His features bore the rugged lines of a European with the delicate restraint of an Asian, and his demeanor radiated a sunny disposition that easily garnered the affection of others. Turning his gaze to Lin He, it became clear where Lin Chu's remarkable appearance had originated. Schmidt was a decisive man. After exchanging handshakes with both, he stated, "Welcome to Munich for your trial. Now, shall we begin?" Although his words resembled those of Fink, Lin He and Lin Chu felt no hint of disrespect. Rather, they detected a subtle eagerness. Lin Chu promptly replied, "I am ready at any time." Soon, a club staff member guided him to change into training gear, and the assistant coach led him through warm-up exercises. Schmidt also summoned the players of 1860. "Gentlemen, we will conduct a scrimmage. I need you to treat it as a genuine match." They responded affirmatively, casting curious glances at Lin Chu. It was evident that this scrimmage had been arranged with him in mind. Spectators who had come to watch the team's training began to murmur among themselves. "Another trial player? Has he turned 18? I saw Fuhrmann. He must be the one he brought, a Chinese player? Well, I hope he stays. I have a fondness for Chinese players. How can you be so sure he is Chinese and not from an island nation or elsewhere? It's hard to explain, but I'm certain he hails from China. I remember we had a Chinese player before, didn't we? Yes, Xiao Jiai. I loved his free kicks." Schmidt quickly organized the teams. He did not group the 3 new signings together, nor did he divide them by starters and substitutes. Instead, he mixed the teams to form 2 balanced 4-4-2 formations. One group donned white training kits, while the other wore red vests. Lin Chu found himself placed in the red team. This squad included the newly signed Croatian midfielder Marin Tomasov and the team captain, Benjamin Loth. Loth and Lin Chu formed a dual forward partnership. He curiously regarded the exceedingly youthful Lin Chu and, after exchanging a friendly fist bump, encouraged him, "Don't be nervous. Just showcase what you excel at." "By the way, what do you excel at?" "What do I excel at?" Lin Chu pondered. It must be scoring. It is well known that the three core attributes of a goal-scoring machine are positioning, goal-scoring instincts, and shooting skills. Currently, Lin Chu had already surpassed the standard in two of these areas. Of course, if he could enhance his ball control and speed, it would be perfect, but such improvements take time. He believed that the strengths he possessed were already sufficient to earn him a position at Munich 1860. Loth was taken aback by Lin Chu's lack of modesty. However, he did not find it off-putting. Instead, he appreciated Lin Chu's confidence. Although Loth was the team's primary striker and top scorer, he wasn't particularly prolific. He played a relatively rare supporting forward role and preferred partners who exhibited confidence and aggressiveness. The two forwards on the opposing white team were different. They were also young, having just been promoted from Munich 1860's youth team, indicating the team's current dire need for forwards. They had initially assumed their only competition was each other, but quickly set aside their rivalry to focus on eliminating Lin Chu first. As the assistant coach blew the whistle, the match officially commenced. The white team took the first kick. Lin Chu and Loth immediately applied pressure, initiating a high press against their opponents. A defender from the white team received the ball and cleared it with a powerful kick. Some veteran players frowned in dissatisfaction, while fewer men on the sidelines nodded approvingly. Lin Chu was not the type of forward who could resolve every problem on his own. His ability to carry the ball forward was not his strong suit. His advantages lay in his agile positioning and precise shooting. If he, like other trialists, were to hastily pursue the ball without regard, even if he secured it, he would merely expose his shortcomings to others. Instead, it was wiser to remain near the penalty area, awaiting opportunities to showcase his best attributes. Nearly 10 minutes passed in this manner. Marin delivered a precise diagonal pass to Loth, who was making a forward run through the center. Loth, unperturbed by the looming pressure from the white team's defensive midfielder, skillfully controlled the ball, evading the defender before suddenly delivering a through ball. "Aren't you the one who excels at scoring? Show me what you've got." This unexpected pass caught everyone off guard, including the players on the field and even the spectators such as Schmidt, Feuermann, and Lin He. Lin Chu was slightly delayed in his response, a consequence of his less-than-sharp goal-scoring instincts. However, he quickly recalibrated, identifying the most efficient route for his run. First, he made a diagonal run, using his body to shield himself from the approaching defender before sprinting towards the ball. The defender, sensing impending disaster, ramped up the intensity, shouldering Lin Chu from the side and behind. 17-year-old Lin Chu appeared almost slight in comparison to the robust defender, leading everyone to anticipate a scene of utter domination. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Chu merely swayed slightly before quickly regaining his balance and accelerating to catch up with the ball, a clear chance. "Oh!" Schmidt couldn't help but turn his head, astonished as he glanced at Feuermann. Feuermann shrugged, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he remarked, "I noted in my report that his physicality is quite commendable." Commendable? It's far beyond commendable. The goalkeeper had already rushed out, arms outstretched in an attempt to intercept Lin Chu. All eyes were riveted on him, and the spectators on the sidelines, who had almost forgotten his presence, now gasped in astonishment. Where did he come from? Has come on become so gentle? He can't even push a child down? Lin Chu glanced up at the goalkeeper, lifted his foot, and struck decisively, confidently, and without hesitation. Initially, the goalkeeper believed it was a feint, but to his surprise, Lin Chu struck with such simplicity and directness that he was caught off guard, hastily attempting to save, but it was too late. Chapter 9. A natural scorer, the ball sailed past the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the white team's net. 1-0. Unadorned, succinct, and efficient. Lin Chu turned and pointed at Loth, who had provided the assist. Loth, equally astonished to have unexpectedly received an assist, quickly ran over to high-five him. "Well done." "Thank you," Lin Chu replied with a smile. "Your pass was excellent as well. Keep it up." Loth encouraged, "Next, you need to show them that this goal was not mere luck, but a testament to your skill. I understand that, while I have always believed that luck is a component of skill, I do not relish the thought of entrusting my fate to chance." Lin Chu clenched his fist, waved at his father on the sidelines, and then exchanged high fives with his teammates, accepting their congratulations. He gave him a thumbs up, finally allowing his anxious heart to settle. Whispers of the fans filled the air. If I recall correctly, was this not his first touch of the ball? Luck, perhaps? Lauder had practically placed the ball on a silver platter for him. I could have scored too. After 10 minutes of absence, he appears and scores. What does that even mean? He curled his lip in disdain. This is what we call a return to simplicity, an artistry in its most unadorned form. One could say that Lin Chu's goal was rather ordinary, neither miraculous nor ethereal, yet it showcased a solid foundation of skills, which coaches tend to prefer, as it appears more reliable and stable. Naturally, the white team was indignant at conceding an unexpected goal, particularly Come On, who felt a profound sense of humiliation for failing to overpower Lin Chu. A key center-back for 1860, renowned for his fierce defending. Losing a physical contest to a mere child was simply unacceptable. Once the match resumed, he immediately intensified his marking of Lin Chu. There would be no second chance. Asian boy. Come On positioned himself between Lin Chu and the penalty area, shadowing his every move. I admit I underestimated you, and I recognize your eligibility to be part of our team, but I swear you shall not score again today. Lin Chu cast him an amused glance. Care for a wager? Speak. I don't have a driver's license, so you'll have to chauffeur me to and from work every day. Come On was taken aback. You want me to be your driver? Yes, provided I can still score against you under your defense. You shall be my chauffeur for an entire season, free of charge. Both seemed to have forgotten this was merely a trial, tacitly agreeing that Lin Chu had already become a member of Munich 1860. Very well, I accept, but if you lose, you must wash my socks for an entire season. It's a deal. With the stakes set, both players engaged with renewed vigor, colliding repeatedly. The senior team and the youth squad are fundamentally different. A-level strength only allowed Lin Chu a slight edge in physical confrontations with Come On. Coupled with Come On's wealth of defensive experience and support from other defenders, after scoring once, Lin Chu soon fell back into silence. Lauder continuously sought to create opportunities for Lin Chu. On one hand, this was due to his inherently amiable nature, and on the other, he naturally hoped the team could gain a true asset rather than a few misfits. The others began to show interest in Lin Chu and actively sought to create chances for him. Foreman could only shake his head in disbelief. This kid, even before formally joining, already possesses the potential to be the darling of the team. In the 18th minute, Marlon delivered a lofted pass from midfield. Lin Chu held off Come On to control the ball and, after a 1-2 with Lauder, struck a low shot that skidded past the goal. In the 23rd minute, Marlon took a corner kick. Lin Chu lost out to Come On in the aerial duel, failing to get a shot off. The ball was headed back into the penalty area by Come On, and Lauder seized the opportunity, assisting the red team in extending their lead to 2-0 in the second half. Lin Chu continued to entangle himself with Come On, who grew increasingly alarmed. Lin Chu was not the traditional muscle-bound type, yet his physique was remarkably sturdy, repeatedly besting Come On in their physical confrontations, leaving him sore all over. On the sidelines, Foreman discerned a pattern. Lin Chu was setting traps for Come On. He identified Lin Chu's attributes: robust physique, agile positioning, and exquisite shooting skills, with his strength being the most easily overlooked. Lin Chu's build was deceptively misleading. Due to his age and ethnicity, he appeared smaller than those around him, creating the illusion that anyone could easily overpower him. Yet now, Lin Chu repeatedly collided with Come On, the strongest player on the field, and emerged victorious in direct confrontations, delivering a striking contrast that left everyone forgetting that his most dangerous weapon was his elusive movement. Come On, engrossed in their physical battles, naively believed Lin Chu would continue to engage him head-on until the match's end. But Lin Chu decided to change the game. In the 57th minute, Lauder once again delivered a diagonal pass to Lin Chu. Just as Come On assumed Lin Chu would engage in another manly contest, Lin Chu unexpectedly executed a feigned run and turned. Come On was left bewildered, easily shaken off in the wind. Lin Chu slid the ball into the penalty area for another clear chance. The goalkeeper cursed Come On in his mind, reluctantly rushing out once more. Lin Chu prepared to push the ball toward the right corner of the goal, having learned from his previous encounter. The goalkeeper made a decisive move, not hesitating for even half a second. Yet he missed completely. Lin Chu deftly nudged the ball and gently pushed it into the empty net. A brace. Lauder was the first to rush over. He realized he was beginning to like this kid. Lin, he clenched his right fist, giving it a gentle shake. Striker. Schmidt's voice suddenly rang out. Your son is a natural-born striker. His positioning is astute. He exudes confidence and composure in front of goal, and his shooting is remarkably steady. No father dislikes hearing praise for his child. Yet Lin, he managed to remain calm, smiling as he replied, Thank you for your kind words. First and foremost, I must acknowledge that Lin Chu is not perfect, but as a forward, he is already quite exceptional. Most importantly, he possesses a heart full of ambition, and I believe he will not disappoint those who believe in him. Yes, at 17, an enviable age filled with boundless possibilities. I can now confirm that he is the player I need. We can discuss his future now. Munich 1860 is a great club, and if possible, I hope Lin Chu's future can be intertwined with this team, but I seek a more tangible commitment, such as guaranteed playing time. Chapter 10. One who dares to give, one who dares to wear with Lin Chu's brace and Lauder's goal. The red team triumphed with a score of 3-0. Of course, the score was inconsequential. What mattered was the strength and potential Lin Chu displayed during the trial, AS Foreman noted in the scouting report. Lin Chu's strengths and weaknesses were clearly defined. He had various shortcomings, but all were overshadowed by his exceptional talent. He could score goals. In the realm of football, scoring is paramount. Coincidentally, Munich 1860 was precisely in need of a decisive forward. Although not all teammates recognized his abilities, at the very least, Schmidt had determined to include him in his plans for the second half of the season. The father and son were soon invited to the head coach's office. We will offer Lin a professional contract, Schmidt stated directly. We have witnessed his attributes, and Munich 1860 possesses numerous excellent passers who can provide Lin with an endless stream of scoring opportunities. Thus, I believe this will be a win-win-win deal. Munich 1860 acquires the player they desire, Heidenheim receives a transfer fee, and Lin will step onto the stage of the Bundesliga, showcasing his talents. Although he already had an inkling of the answer, hearing Schmidt articulate it brought forth a wave of emotions within Lin. I too hope this proves to be a mutually beneficial choice. Lin Chu will have the opportunity to showcase his talent and space for growth here, while Munich 1860 gains a prolific scorer with boundless potential. However, there is one thing I should mention. We have just come from St. Pauli, where they also expressed interest in my son. Schmidt shook his head. Let us put aside any unnecessary negotiation tactics, Mr. Lin He. We can be more sincere with one another. St. Pauli is a fine club, but they do not have a position for Lin Chu. Munich 1860 is your best option, and we all know it to AS for the terms, worry not. Munich 1860 will not disappoint those who choose him. We will soon issue a formal offer to Heidenheim, and as for you, it is time to find a suitable agent. Lin He was most concerned about securing ample playing time. As long as this consensus could be reached, everything else would be manageable. Lin Chu was only bound by a youth training contract, which held minimal constraints. Essentially, as long as he agreed, Heidenheim would have little recourse to keep him. Thus, both parties reached a basic consensus. With about a week remaining until the winter break concluded, I need Lin to join us as soon as possible for formal training with the team. So our time is limited, Lin He remarked with a smile. I can hardly wait to see him don the 1860 jersey, so then. Schmidt finally turned to Lin Chu, who had remained silent. What number would you like to wear, child? First, as you can see, number 11 is already taken. If you wish to have it, you may negotiate with Lauder, but even if he consents to relinquish it, you won't be able to wear it until next season. Thank you, but actually, 11 is not my favorite. If possible, I would like to wear number 9, as I have noticed there is no one wearing that number in the team. Yes, number 9 originally belonged to Wood, but he has transferred to Borussia Mönchengladbach. Now number 9 is yours. We all know what this number signifies, and I hope you will not let it down. Lin He looked at Lin Chu in astonishment. This matter had not been discussed among them. He never expected that this young man would actually dare to ask. Even more astonishing was that Schmidt would indeed grant such a request. There are unspoken rules on the field. Unless one is a prodigy of renowned fame, coveted jersey numbers such as 5, 7, 9, and 10 are generally not bestowed upon a novice like Lin Chu. The moment you don the number 9 jersey, the expectations from everyone are singular. Score, score, and score again. In this respect, Schmidt certainly harbored high hopes for Lin Chu, instilling in him a sense of urgency. He must elevate his game swiftly. From the perspective of a striker, he still harbored numerous deficiencies. The most critical flaw, a lack of ball sense. It is widely acknowledged that ball sense is the foundation of all technical skills. With it, even if all other technical attributes are nullified, one can still cultivate their abilities through sheer practice. However, a C-grade ball sense undoubtedly constrains his other capabilities. Additionally, there were the matters of positioning and speed in front of the goal. His current B-grade instincts and speed are not subpar, but merely sufficient, neither a hindrance nor an advantage. The remaining aspects are heading, long-range shooting, and free kicks. While these can be addressed later, they are essential for anyone aspiring to excel as a classic center forward. After bidding farewell to Schmidt and expressing gratitude to Foreman, the father and son embarked on their journey home. The distance between Munich and Heidenheim was now considerably shorter, just over 100 kilometers. Given Germany's high-speed roads, which lack speed limits, they could reach home in less than an hour. This convenience was one reason Mia favored Munich 1860. It was close to home, and Lin Yin was studying at university in Munich. Allowing the siblings to look out for one another, he teased a cliffhanger over the phone, merely stating that the trial at St. Pauli had not gone smoothly, omitting any mention of Munich 1860. Thus, the mother and daughter anxiously awaited news at home, their eyes lighting up expectantly as soon as they entered. However, upon seeing the somber expressions on the father and son's faces, their hearts sank. The trial must have failed. Mia took the luggage from Lin Chu and reassured him, "It's all right. Heidenheim is in a promising position this year, and being a local team suits your growth better." Lin Yin added, "We definitely need to visit Munich and Allianz Arena, but let's not dwell on Munich 1860 for now. Let's make a name for ourselves in Heidenheim first, and then we can head straight to Bayern." As the fans would say, Achu will surely be the Prince of Heidenheim by then. He initially intended to maintain an air of mystery, but found it increasingly difficult to suppress a smile. He quickly wrapped up the act before his facade crumbled, echoing, "That's precisely my thought. Munich 1860 is rather beneath our aspirations. It's better to establish your value in Heidenheim first, then make your move to a prestigious club." However, this pause carried weight, causing Mia and Lin Yin to instinctively fear that something had gone awry in Heidenheim, prompting immediate concern. But Munich 1860 wouldn't allow that. "Huh? What do you mean?" He finally let a broad smile break across his face. Schmidt was eager for Achu to report for duty tomorrow, and he had even bestowed the number 9 jersey upon him. Mia paused, momentarily bewildered as she processed who Schmidt was, while Lin Yin joyfully rushed over and playfully pinched Lin Chu's cheeks, exclaiming, "I knew it. My brother is the best." Chapter 11. Our future Lin Chu resigned himself to his sister's affectionate teasing, while he animatedly recounted the experience of the trial at the Kailmeyer training base. Upon hearing that Lin Chu had scored twice, both Mia and Lin Yin finally felt at ease. The lavish meal Mia had prepared did not go to waste. The following events unfolded smoothly. The next day, Lin Chu completed the paperwork to suspend his studies, and Munich 1860 sent a fax to Heidenheim, officially seeking to acquire Lin Chu. The staff at Heidenheim struggled for some time to recall who Lin Chu was, eventually locating his name on the youth team roster. Gerlich had just recommended Lin Chu to the Heidenheim head coach, who was still deliberating whether to allow the young lad to trial with the first team when the general manager's call came through. That settled it. No more worries. After some back and forth over the transfer fee, they finally agreed on a sum of 100,000 euros. Gerlich wore a dejected expression but still extended his best wishes. The intensity of the second division is far beyond that of the youth league. However, the coach will likely only field you during less critical moments, so you must seize every opportunity to adapt quickly. If you can secure a regular rotation before turning 18, then there is hope for your future. Lin Chu nodded with a smile, affirming, "Understood. You cannot control the ball alone. You need your teammates' cooperation to create scoring opportunities, so cultivate good relationships with them. Know when to be humble, and once your stats improve, everything will fall into place." This was perhaps the finest blessing he had received. With everything in order, Lin Chu did not rush to find an agent but returned to Munich. His wife and daughter were in the car, and he drove with utmost caution. The journey of over 130 kilometers took more than an hour, which Lin Chu found rather contemptible. Upon arriving at Kailmeyer, they were greeted not only by Foreman and Schmidt, but also by the team's sporting director, Duncan. "Welcome to Munich 1860. Duncan shook hands with all 4 of them. "We actually have a deep-rooted connection with China. Nearly a decade ago, we had a Chinese player whose free kick skills were exceptional." "Yes, I know. Xiao Jia-yi," He interjected. "He had a promising start here, but unfortunately, injuries ruined everything. Indeed, injuries are always a player's greatest adversary." However, Rest assured that we now have a highly capable medical team dedicated to safeguarding our players. Let us hope so. Following the routine medical examinations, both parties happily signed the contract, a 3-year deal. With a buyout clause of €5 million and an annual salary of €300,000, far below the average salary of $450,000 in the second division. For Lin Chu, this contract was already quite generous, and there was little room for negotiation. His primary focus now was on rapidly improving rather than quibbling over monetary matters. There was no press conference, no fan meet and greet, only a photograph on the official website of him holding up the number 9 jersey of Munich 1860, accompanied by a brief introduction. The future of Munich 1860.it is said that brevity in news signifies great significance. Yet to everyone, this seemed merely a trivial matter. The club's future was nothing more than a common, exaggerated expression for young players. Even for Duncan, who oversaw the entire affair, it was simply an ordinary transaction, at most. A minor episode during this winter break, with no one foreseeing the monumental implications this seemingly insignificant event would precipitate. As Lin Chu was still a minor, he had to choose between living with a host family or in the player dormitory. He opted without hesitation for the latter. Mia meticulously cleaned the modest dormitory again and again, anxiously offering a plethora of reminders, while Lin He, after a prolonged silence, finally managed to utter, "Just focus on playing well. We'll come to see you next week." Regarding the impending solo living experience, Lin Chu felt neither fear nor trepidation. Rather, a touch of excitement. However, when his parents and sister finally departed, leaving the once crowded and cramped dormitory solely to him, an indescribable sense of loneliness began to creep over him, and no matter how grand the pretense, he was still just a child, and of course, this child was resilient. After a night's rest, Lin Chu emerged from the dormitory, undeterred, ready to embark on his first day as a player. The dormitory was primarily designated for young players, and the other 2 forwards who had recently transitioned from the youth team to the first team had already moved out. Lin Chu was now the only first-team player residing in the dormitory. The youth team players had already learned of his presence on the player website, and their gazes were tinged with complexity. Though they were of similar ages, their circumstances were worlds apart. Undoubtedly, there was a sense of envy. Some younger players even contemplated the opportunity to measure themselves against Lin Chu. However, when news broke that Lin Chu had scored twice while enduring Carmen's defensive pressure during the first-team trial, all were silenced. In competitive sports, merit reigns supreme. Regardless of age, strength earns respect. Although the youth and first teams shared a dining hall, they were divided into 2 distinct areas, mere meters apart, yet akin to 2 separate worlds. During his time in Heidenheim, Lin Chu, like the other young players, had gazed longingly at this side, yearning for the day he could dine here. Little did he know that before he could savor the nutritional meals of Heidenheim's first team, he would first partake in those of Munich 1860, such as the capriciousness of fate. The first team players found a lasting impression in this young lad. Some greeted him warmly, and louder waved him over, gesturing for Lin Chu to sit beside him. Lin Chu, eager to comply, carried his tray to the adjacent seat, greeting, "Hello, Captain." "Hello," Louder replied, swallowing his food before extending his hand. "Welcome to Munich." "Thank you." Lin Chu shook his hand in return. "Your trial performance was impressive. However, I must kindly remind you that there is no comparison between formal matches and training. Playing under the scrutiny and cheers of tens of thousands is no easy feat. Many actions that one can ordinarily execute with ease may transform into a series of laughable blunders under such an environment and pressure, so one must be mentally prepared to withstand the psychological disparity. However, I firmly believe you are capable of this. After all, you are our future." The introductory phrase on the Louder official website was somewhat humorous, yet Lin Chu nodded solemnly in agreement. "Rest assured, I truly can." Chapter 12. The unexpected debut. Aside from Louder, the veteran members of the first team exhibited a certain enthusiasm towards this new addition. Naturally, this did not apply to those in competition for the same position. During his inaugural training session with Munich 1860, Schmidt did not allow him to immediately train with the teammates, but instead arranged a series of tests and training exercises for him alone. The coaching staff swiftly compiled a detailed player report based on the test results, encompassing various aspects of both physical and technical abilities. As Lin Chu examined the data, he was astonished to find it remarkably similar to the attributes displayed on the system interface. Deepening his understanding of modern professional football, with this report in hand, the coaching staff began to implement targeted training for him. It must be said that this approach was far more reliable than his previous aimless practice. Although he could not perceive immediate progress, it at least offered the reassurance that he was on the right path. The system evidently endorsed this training regimen, as Lin Chu earned 3 training points on his first day, followed by a remarkable 5 on the second day. Regrettably, his progress slipped to 2 on the third day. By the end of 5 days, his training points had accumulated to 27, supplemented by 6 achievement points. Allowing him to exchange for 60 points, he was one step closer to his first lottery draw. The first match of 2013 arrived swiftly on February 14th. During the 20th round of the 2. Bundesliga, he faced Kaiserslautern away. Lin Chu initially believed he would have no part in this match, but to his surprise, Schmidt included him in the matchday squad. Although the team lost 0-1, he remained on the bench for the full 90 minutes. Yet this still unlocked a new achievement for him. Unfortunately, the system did not reward him for this, which he deemed disappointing. Despite not stepping onto the field, a palpable anticipation filled the AI. It seemed Lin Chu's debut might come sooner than anyone had anticipated. His inclusion in the squad was a strong signal, yet no one expected the day would arrive so swiftly. On February 19th, 2013, a Saturday, just 10 days after officially joining Munich 1860, Lin Chu found himself once again on the matchday roster. In the 21st round of the 2. Bundesliga, they faced Duisburg at home. Not only did Lin Yin arrive early at the venue, but Lin He and Mia also made the journey from Heidenheim. Allianz Arena, one of Germany's most renowned stadiums, had become a hallmark of German football. However, when people mentioned Allianz Arena, many only recognized it as the home ground of Bayern Munich, with few aware that it was jointly constructed by Munich 1860 and Bayern. Serving as the home ground for Munich 1860 as well, the stadium was filled to its 75,000 capacity, but the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Duisburg, playing away, managed to breach Munich 1860's defense early on with a free kick. In response, the trailing Munich 1860 launched a relentless assault on Duisburg's goal. Yet despite 11 attempts in the first half, they failed to score. In the second half, Duisburg, typically focused on counterattacks, surprisingly pushed forward aggressively, nearly extending their lead, which prompted Munich 1860 to temper their offensive efforts. Schmidt paced anxiously along the sidelines, ultimately shifting his gaze towards the substitutes bench at this juncture. All he could do was unleash a surprise player onto the field. The substitute players instinctively straightened up, hoping to be called upon, yet doubt crept in, casting a shadow over their hopes. Only Lin Chu understood that his moment had finally arrived. The forwards of Munich 1860 were woefully ineffective in seizing opportunities. Schmidt had to take action, having been in charge for 2 months, and with a winter break intervening, he had only overseen 4 matches, with a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses. Frankly, this record was far from impressive. Should they fail to win this match, Munich 1860's ranking could very well slip further down the table. Kamara shoots. Alas, it goes wide. Munich 1860's attack once again yields no results. How could such a shot miss the target? A substitute from Munich 1860 has risen to warm up. Excuse me, who is this? Ah, found him. Lin Chu, a young player who had just transferred from Heidenheim to Munich 1860 this winter. My goodness, he isn't even 18 yet. This is a minor, and this is his first professional match. He is poised to become the youngest player in the history of the 2. Bundesliga. Schmidt must be frantic. What Munich 1860 needs now is a goal-scoring hero, not a child who has yet to play a single professional match. Amidst the commentators' frantic critiques, Schmidt hurriedly offered Lin Chu his final instructions. Listen, Lin, many may think I've lost my mind, but you and I both know I haven't. We are aware of your capabilities, and I can confidently tell you that your opportunity has arrived. Go tell Lauder to retreat outside the box, and you, my number 9, need to position yourself at the forefront of the team, operating as close to the goal as possible. Your sole task is to do what you excel at. You know what that is, right? I know, Lin Chu inhaled deeply. It's to kick that damned football into their net. Exactly, go dazzle the world, kid. Wow. Your lines are a bit cringeworthy, boss. Lin Chu adjusted his shin guards, yet he found it endearing. Whatever Schmidt said afterwards became inaudible to Lin Chu. His mind felt chaotic, even the fans' cheer seemed distant. His body felt light, as if he were in a dreamlike state. The 4th official inspected his gear and then raised the substitution board. Off goes number 18, and on comes number 9. Lin Chu took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. The sunlight was vibrant, the breeze fragrant, and the air seemed infused with the scent of dreams coming to fruition. Sparse applause echoed from the stands. Lin He, Mia, and Lin Yin looked on in astonishment. They had never imagined Lin Chu would experience his debut so swiftly. Typically, one would expect him to make his professional debut in a less significant match such as the DFB Pokal or during garbage time when the outcome was already decided, rather than entering the fray when the team was trailing and desperately in need of a goal. Schmidt surely is taking a considerable gamble. The three instinctively clenched their fists. Come on, Lin Chu. Chapter 13. The first lottery draw. Congratulations. Host, for unlocking the achievement. First appearance, earning 30 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for becoming the youngest player to appear in the 2. Bundesliga, earning 20 achievement points. The sudden system notification startled Lin Chu. 50 achievement points in one go? What the heck? Lin Chu hastily exchanged the achievement points for credits. Adding to his existing 60, his credit skyrocketed to 110. Without hesitation, he initiated his first lottery draw. 100 credits were deducted, and a radiant spinning wheel appeared before him. The pointer halted at the 12 o'clock position, with white cards arranged around the wheel's perimeter. White card, top-tier star, lottery draw. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Stop. The pointer slowed and ultimately rested at around the 3 o'clock position. A white card flew out, hovering before him. Lin Chu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Another Chinese player, yet compared to the previous three, he was much more familiar with this gentleman. It was Yang Chen, the pinnacle of Chinese players in Germany. Like Wu Lei and Li Jinyu, Yang Chen possessed mostly average attributes, yet he also had some remarkably distinctive traits. Shooting inside the box, A. Long shots, A. Lin Chu felt a rush of excitement as the attribute panel updated once more. Strength, Fanzi, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. Goal-scoring instinct, Li Jinyu, A. Shooting inside the box, Yang Chen, A. Overall evaluation. Tell me, aside from scoring, what else can you do? Very well, aside from scoring, I can do nothing. But being able to score is sufficient. 4 white cards were enough for Lin Chu to undergo a transformation and firmly establish his presence in the 2. Bundesliga. The substituted Kamara also approached the sidelines, yet he ignored Lin Chu's outstretched hand, brushing past him as he left the pitch. Lin Chu remained unfazed, merely walking onto the field with a stoic expression. He swiftly approached Louder. Captain, the coach wants you to drop back outside the box to strengthen the connection with the 2 flanks. Never mind, just pass to me more often. Louder regarded him with an expression that seemed to see through everything. Are you sure that's what the boss said? Lin Chu, with unwavering certainty, replied, absolutely. The Duisburg coach and players were left bewildered. Who is this kid? How did he end up on the pitch? The home fans reacted similarly to the players. Fortunately, those following the club's official website remembered this name and quickly began to inform those around them. A Chinese player? Are you kidding me? That damn Schmidt, at the most critical moment for a goal. He actually substituted in a child. Let us speak solely of China. No matter how dire the circumstances, it cannot possibly descend to a level worse than that of Kamala. Even a pig would outperform him. How can he appear more handsome than in the photographs? There are no television stations in the country broadcasting matches from the 2nd division in Germany. Even if they did, no one would watch. Yet, a considerable number of avid gamblers managed to catch the match through online streams. The moment Lin Chu stepped onto the field, astonishment enveloped everyone. What on earth is happening? When did our nation have a player venture to Germany? Goodness! His looks could almost rival those of the handsome legend himself. Where did this fellow spring from, and why is there no news about him? In the studio of Germany's 2nd channel, the renowned commentator Bella Reddy swiftly scanned through the materials on the desk and emphasized, he is merely 17 years and 5 months old. Hailing from the youth training camp of Heidenheim, this is not only his debut for Munich 1860, but also his first professional match. I can only say, welcome to the 2nd division. As Lin Chu entered the pitch, Duisburg center-back Marcus Ballmann immediately approached him. Is there no one else on your team? Why send out a little kid? Hey, buddy, have you weaned yet? Well, I have, Lin Chu replied, positioning himself just inside the penalty area. However, if it's your wife's, I might just give it a try. Ballmann paused, his temper flaring instantly. Just typical trash talk. He wouldn't fall for it so easily. Yet, ironically, his wife had just given birth, and he was only too aware of the situation. Instinctively, he reached out to push Lin Chu, but thankfully, his experience prevailed, and he overcame the urge. Still, His glare remained sharp as a knife directed at Lin Chu. "You will regret this, I swear. I will break your legs. You had better pray that your team doctor is not a veterinarian in disguise." Lin Chu could not help but chuckle. "You'd better hope your team doctor is indeed a veterinarian. Perhaps he can give you a look afterward." Ballman's head spun several times before he grasped the meaning of Lin's words. He was not furious, but rather realized that verbal jabs would not work against this kid, so he resolved to increase the intensity. Ballman immediately closed in, using his shoulder to shove Lin Chu out of the penalty area. To his astonishment, he felt as though he had encountered a solid wall. He incredulously assessed Lin Chu's physique. Not thin, yet certainly not muscular. How could he possess such strength? Unconvinced, he pushed harder, but not only did Lin Chu remain unmoved, he actually managed to shove Ballman back 2 steps. Others around them looked on in utter confusion. "What are you two doing?" Duisburg's captain, Bajic, admonished them. "The ball is in play. Focus." The ball was thrown onto the field, and Munich 1860's midfielder Maximilian Niku received it, immediately passing it towards the flank. Munich 1860 employed a 4-4-2 formation, with a diamond set up in midfield. Right midfielder Daniel Borovka seized the ball and surged down the right flank. Central midfielder Stuppelkamp was about to assist, but Lauder was quicker, already darting into the penalty area. Borovka faced an opposing defender and was about to make a direct run when Lauder called for the ball, and with a shout from the sidelines urging Schmidt to pass quickly, he reluctantly delivered a short pass. Lauder received the ball, turned, and positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, preparing to shoot. This position was not ideal for a direct strike, yet if he could execute a curling shot, it could pose a significant threat. Bajic charged forward. Captain against captain, both sets of fans felt the tension rise. Munich 1860 orchestrated their attack down the flank, and Lauder received Borovka's pass on the right side of the penalty area. Could Lauder score with Bajic closing in? Lauder did not kick the ball towards Bajic. Instead, he deftly flicked it outward with the outside of his right foot and then gently caressed it with the inside of his foot. The ball traced an arc, heading towards the center of the 6-yard box. Everyone was perplexed. What was that pass for? There's no one there to, Chapter 14. A dream debut as the ball soared into the 6-yard box. Another defender leapt high but failed to make contact. Only then did Ballman realize that Lin Chu had already dashed forward, and he hurriedly gave chase. Alas, his speed was no match for Lin Chu's, who had already gained a head start and left Ballman in his dust. With no other option, Ballman resorted to using his hands. He reached out, grasping Lin Chu's shoulder, and yanked back forcefully. Lin Chu immediately felt the tug on his shoulder. Yet rather than falling backward, he surged forward with great force. Ballman nearly toppled over from the sudden strength, quickly letting go and watching in despair as Lin Chu sprinted away. Lauder feigned a shot but delivered a curved ball into the center of the 6-yard box. Lin Chu evaded Ballman's defense. Ballman had grabbed hold of Lin's shoulder. Rather unsportsmanlike foul. Lin broke free from the tackle. His physique was far sturdier than it appeared. The commentator's pace of speech could not keep up with the unfolding drama. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chu had already reached the ball's landing spot. There was no one around. The entire Duisburg squad felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. Given the current circumstances, Lin Chu had ample time to control the ball, even dribble past the goalkeeper before slotting it home. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Chu leapt into the air. His left leg bent slightly backward while his right leg extended forward. And he struck the ball with the instep of his right foot, sending it crashing into the lower half of the ball. Bang! Ballman watched in disbelief as Lin Chu leapt and struck the ball midair. He could only hope for the goalkeeper to react, but the goalkeeper, equally bewildered, barely moved, extending his hand in a futile attempt to intercept as the ball whizzed past him, not even grazing it. The ball sailed over the goal line, crashing into the net, igniting a frenzy in the Allianz Arena. Lin Chu, the incredible Lin Chu. He scored on his very first shot. It is noteworthy that prior to this moment, Munich 1860 had spent over an hour trying to breach Duisburg's defenses, yet Lin Chu managed to score within a mere minute of his entry onto the field. Congratulations to Schmidt. His gamble had paid off. Ballman was far too complacent, failing to effectively disrupt Lin Chu's efforts right away. Of course, no one had anticipated Lin Chu's extraordinary strength. Even Ballman's foul tactics could not halt him. Does anyone feel that Lin Chu's shooting motion seems somewhat familiar? If you do, take a look at the logo of the German Football Professional League, and it will all become clear. Lin Chu's shooting posture mirrored that of the silhouette on the logos of both the Bundesliga and the second division, capturing the essence of strength and elegance in a single frame, just as Lin Chu had just done. Schmidt stood in stunned silence. He had witnessed the entire sequence of events, yet could not resist glancing at his assistant coach. Did it go in? Yes, it did, Alexander. That kid, Lin Chu, executed a shot reminiscent of the league's logo. It was as if Schmidt finally believed what he had seen, his face breaking into a beaming smile. Laughing heartily, I knew he could do it. Yes, you knew. Lin Chu quickly sprang to his feet, racing towards the sidelines with his arms raised high, gazing up at the stands. The afternoon sun beamed down from the sky behind him, casting a radiant glow as if he were enveloped in divine light. Photographers captured the moment effortlessly, the scene frozen in time. The once boisterous crowd quieted, as if afraid that their cheers might shatter this scene of overwhelming beauty. Lin He, brimming with pride, pointed at Lin Chu, his excitement overflowing as he exclaimed, My son! This is my son. Mia and Lin Yin, more reserved, covered their mouths tightly, tears glistening in their eyes, their faces blooming with joy. Lauder dashed towards Lin Chu, leaping onto his back, exclaiming, Amazing, Lin! Other teammates rushed over, encircling them, repeatedly patting Lin Chu's shoulder or ruffling his hair. Scoring in one's debut match, what incredible luck! Not just a debut match, but the very first touch of the ball. Surely, this must be a record for the top 5 leagues, to be precise. It was his first match, first touch, first shot, and he scored. Could there be a more fantastical debut? Lin Chu's prowess was incongruous with his age, capable of making a significant impact while opponents remained unfamiliar and dismissive of him. Thus, his teammates were not surprised by his goal, but rather by the speed and manner in which it was executed. It was astonishingly swift. Substituted in at the 75th minute, he scored at the 76th, directly mirroring the league logo. Just as Lin Chu was about to boast to his teammates, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for becoming the youngest goal scorer in the history of the second division, earning 30 achievement points. Coupled with the remaining points, his total instantly soared to 40. Not a bad deal. Wait, should a goal also count as achievement points? Lin Chu hurriedly opened the system interface for a glance. Achievement points, 41. This meant that a single goal awarded 1 achievement point. Originally, I believe that the level of competition in the second division of German football was superior to that of the youth leagues, and thus the achievement points gained from scoring would be considerably higher. It appears I was mistaken. As the level of competition rises, so too does his prowess, and in terms of the difficulty of scoring, there is hardly a significant difference. Therefore, it can be reluctantly accepted. Now, attention has shifted to Lin Chu, allowing everyone to witness the entire process clearly. Almost at the moment Lauder executed the pass, Lin Chu reacted, initiating his sprint without hesitation. Initially, observers did not fully appreciate his quickness, but in stark contrast to the immobile Ballman, it became evident just how sharp his instincts were. Subsequently, as Ballman made a frantic attempt to pull him back, Lin Chu adeptly shrugged him off, leaped into the air, and executed a perfect shot into the net, all in one fluid motion. Sharp, composed, robust, and audacious. Every fan of Munich 1860 was enveloped in immense delight. Even Schmidt, who had high hopes for Lin Chu, was taken aback by the youngster's explosive performance. The others were no exception. Duncan, in a fit of excitement, nearly seized Foreman and planted a kiss on his cheek. 100,000 euros. Lin Chu cost merely 100,000 euros. But what did they gain? A super prospect, a burgeoning star, a true idol. He watched Lin Chu on the field with rapt attention. In that moment, Lin Chu shone as if he were glowing. Chapter 15. What it means to be a practical player. The coach of Duisburg shouted a few choice words from the sidelines before also opting to make substitutions. Duisburg replaced a midfielder with a forward, indicating their unwillingness to settle for a draw. Munich 1860 needed to be cautious. While Lin Chu's goal was spectacular, it undeniably had an element of luck, and they had to curb Duisburg's offensive momentum. Otherwise, Lin Chu's goal would be rendered meaningless. Duisburg, currently just one position below Munich 1860, found themselves in a precarious situation, hovering just above the relegation zone, yet unwilling to concede the 3 points that seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Munich 1860's morale surged, and they immediately intensified their offensive efforts upon the resumption of play. Lin Chu remained stationed at the forefront of his team. Although he was not merely standing still in the penalty area, He constantly shifted positions, leading Ballman in circles. As the match approached the 82nd minute, whether it was a clearance or a pass, the football was suddenly kicked out amidst the chaos, soaring across most of the field and landing near the edge of Duisburg's penalty area. The desire for attack was palpable from both sides, and the ball was once again pushed into Duisburg's territory, and Lin Chu was back in action. The home crowd erupted in excitement. Ballman felt a tingle of apprehension. The ball was struck with considerable force, high and far, demanding exceptional touch and stopping skills from the receiving player. Unfortunately, Lin Chu's abilities in these areas were rather average. Consequently, when the ball landed on the top of his foot, it rolled forward more than a meter before he managed to control it. At that moment, Bajic came charging towards him, with Ballman quickly closing in from behind, effectively sandwiching him. Lin Chu chose to disregard Bajic, glanced at the upper right corner of the goal, and took a shot. Bajic was startled and leaped to block, only to realize he had been fooled. Lin Chu did indeed shoot, but not towards the upper right corner. Instead, he aimed between his own legs. Fortuitously, Bajic, almost as if cooperating intentionally, jumped up, allowing the ball to slip past him, a low, driven shot. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, his left foot made a narrow connection with the ball, grazing the post before going out of bounds. Lin Chu's clever shot deceived Bajic, but not the goalkeeper, just a fraction away. The young substitute Lin Chu had been quite lively, exhibiting a remarkably astute and mature playing style, far beyond that of a novice. Had Schmidt deployed him earlier, who knows, perhaps the score would not have remained 1-1. Ballman hurriedly chased after the ball, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing it roll out of bounds. Exchanging a glance with Bajic that said it all, this moment was, strictly speaking, his fault. In contrast to Lin Chu, he appeared utterly inept. Lauder rushed in and patted Lin Chu on the back, saying, "Well done. That was brilliant." Lin Chu retorted, "Was it still impressive despite missing?" "Of course," Lauder encouraged, "who can guarantee that every shot will find the net? It was simply a matter of a little misfortune. You performed admirably." This was not mere flattery. He was genuinely taken aback by Lin Chu's display. Lin Chu's performance in training was indeed astonishing, but the reality of competitive matches is markedly different, especially for someone with no practical experience. To excel at even half of one's potential during their debut is already commendable. Yet, this lad proved to be an exception, surpassing even his training performance, a true practitioner of the game. Schmidt made a second substitution, bringing on Croatian midfielder Marin Tomasov with a singular directive: get the ball to Lin Chu. He acknowledged the gamble involved, but Lin Chu's every performance indicated that this was a risk worth taking. Shortly after Marin entered the field, his teammates executed a corner kick aimed directly at Lin Chu. Lin Chu leaped determinately but failed to make contact, as Ballman managed to head the ball away. This marked the first instance of Ballman gaining the upper hand in their encounters, and he felt an urge to sing in triumph. However, the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The ball he had headed away fell perfectly at Marin's feet. Schmidt could hardly contain himself. "What the hell? Am I that brilliant? 2 substitutions, 2 goals? Who else can do that?" The home crowd erupted in cheers. But to everyone's shock, the unfortunate Marin squandered the golden opportunity. The 1860 fans, who had already begun celebrating, were left speechless. Marin, aged 27, and Lin Chu, merely 17, were separated by a decade, with Marin's experience vastly overshadowing Lin Chu's. Yet, in the face of opportunity, their performances could not have been more divergent. The contrast was stark. Marin appeared almost foolish in comparison. In disbelief, he clutched his head and kicked the grass in frustration. Both were substitutes who had just entered the game and received chances. Yet their outcomes were worlds apart. After narrowly escaping a setback, Duisburg finally grew cautious, playing with trepidation. Without support from his teammates, Lin Chu found himself at a disadvantage in the attack. The Duisburg players finally exhaled in relief. So, it turned out he was merely an opportunist. If there exists a hierarchy among forwards, the opportunistic goal poachers would certainly occupy the lowest tiers. After all, the impression that even my grandmother could score that is too strong, inherently providing defenders with a false sense of security that as long as they remain vigilant, he would have no chance. Although Ballman, who had suffered twice, dared not entertain such thoughts, as time slipped away and the match approached its conclusion, Lin Chu found himself without a single opportunity to receive the ball, causing him to inadvertently lower his guard. As expected, This lapse in concentration led to complications. Chapter 16. The talented oddball. The match had reached the 88th minute, and the score remained 1-1. Even with stoppage time, there were barely 10 minutes left for both teams. Schmidt summoned another forward to the sidelines, seeming ready to shift to a 4-3-3 formation. It must be said that Schmidt was somewhat unfortunate. Upon taking charge of the team, he immediately faced a crisis with no forwards available. Although a winter break came after just 2 matches, the club's investment in new signings was woefully insufficient. Although they had just added 3 players to the forward line, all were novices. The only difference was that Ola Kamara and Daniel Yais were homegrown talents, while Lin Chu had been acquired from outside. It must be noted that Lin Chu had indeed provided significant surprises during trials and training, yet such surprises were merely hopeful for the future. He never imagined this lad would be so formidable. A debut marked by a goal. This was truly the making of a golden boy. As he diligently relayed tactical instructions to the soon-to-enter Yais, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers. Looking up, he felt as if he had been jolted by electricity, his entire body tingling. Lauder received a diagonal pass 3 meters from the left edge of the penalty arc and immediately looked towards the goal. Lin Chu had just begun his run when Ballman and Bajic swiftly moved to intercept. This time, they did not attempt to sandwich him but stood side by side between him and the goal, leaving him no room to sprint. It seemed Lauder was oblivious to Lin Chu's predicament, as he quickly pushed the ball forward. Just when everyone thought he was about to pass to Lin Chu, the ball did not soar in his direction but instead rolled gently to the right side of the penalty arc. Feigning a pass, Lauder executed a no-look pass. Newly entered Marin, leveraging his physical advantage, swiftly evaded his marker and reached the ball without pause. He did not hesitate, powerfully striking the ball with the inside of his right foot. This lad was a straightforward character, still mindful of the coach's instruction. Get the ball to Lin Chu. Facing the direct interception from the 2 central defenders, Lin Chu chose not to confront them head-on but instead used his shoulder to nudge Ballman. Positioning himself to receive the ball, Borman faced the impending challenge with trepidation. His legs slightly bent and arms crossed over his chest as he forcefully pushed against Lin Chu's shoulder. To his astonishment, just as the football was about to reach his feet, Lin Chu suddenly stepped forward twice towards the ball. Borman missed his mark, stumbling awkwardly. Upon witnessing Borman's misfortune, Bake hurriedly ran towards Lin Chu. However, Lin Chu unexpectedly sidestepped, delicately flicking the ball with the inside of his right foot. After executing the move, he spun half a circle on the spot, falling to the ground. The prowess of his A-class shooting was no mere jest. The football traced a splendid arc, deftly slipping between Borman and Bake. The goalkeeper stood there in a daze, utterly unresponsive. The ball sailed once more into the Duisburg goal. 2-1 goal. Another one. Beyond description, a miracle was born. The wondrous number 9, the astonishing Lin Chu, summoned to action in the 75th minute. He scored 2 goals within a mere 15 minutes, transforming into the superhero of Munich 1860 and shining as the brightest star of the Allianz Arena. A miraculous turnaround, made in China. Lin Chu sprang to his feet, arms outstretched, soaring like a glider across the Allianz Arena, only to lose his way and inexplicably end up at the sidelines. Schmidt, mistaking his intentions, eagerly extended his hand. Lin Chu quickly ran over, reciprocating with a hearty high five. Ouch! Schmidt maintained his smile, yet inwardly berated the young lad for his reckless exuberance. That truly stung. Ultimately, Lin Chu was pursued by his teammates, each eager to cling to him in a jubilant display of camaraderie. The Duisburg goalkeeper, along with Borman and Bake, exchanged glances filled with bitter disbelief. Did he really dare to strike and succeed? From 0 to 1-1-2. While not extraordinary on the field, the fact that both goals were scored by the same player, who was only substituted in the 75th minute for his professional debut, transcended mere wonder. In the stands, Lin He, Mia, and Lin Yin felt as though they were in a dream, while Vollmann similarly felt a lightness in his being. Despite his enthusiastic declarations of Lin Chu as a super talent, he understood that Lin Chu was not akin to the traditional notion of a prodigy. His skills were highly specialized, almost exclusively geared towards scoring. Take, for instance, the recent goal. If one were to envision a typical young prodigy, they would expect a clever maneuver around Borman and Bake, followed by evading the goalkeeper and then effortlessly pushing the ball into an open net. An archetype of genius. Yet Lin Chu? He simply positioned himself, evaded the defender's grasp and shot. It appeared entirely based on luck, yet it remarkably paid off. He shook his head, marveling at Lin Chu's audacity while lamenting his own foresight. Indeed, I have discovered a gem. How impressive! The referee signaled for 5 minutes of stoppage time, during which Duisburg relentlessly bombarded Munich 1860's goal, yet regrettably failed to convert their dominance into points. Lin Chu was well looked after. Even as Duisburg focused on equalizing, they did not dare to loosen their grip on him. Unable to find an opportunity in the penalty area, Lin Chu withdrew to collaborate with Lott. Duisburg dared not allow him to touch the ball. Bormann shadowed him closely while other players provided constant support, determined to prevent him from seizing any chance, even at the risk of fouling. Lin Chu, astonished by the star treatment he received in his first match, remained uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The stoppage time swiftly elapsed, and amidst the anxious anticipation of the home crowd, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Beep, beep, beep. The match concluded, thanks to the remarkable brace by the young Chinese talent Lin Chu. Munich 1860 completed a comeback after conceding an initial goal, securing a hard-fought victory. With a robust physique, keen instincts, agile positioning, and precise shooting, this is Lin Chu, the supernova of Munich 1860. Chapter 17. The illusion of genius, merely a cheat through the extraordinary performance of their super substitute, Munich 1860 narrowly secured their 7th victory of the season. With a record of 21 matches, 7 wins, 7 draws, and 7 losses, Munich 1860 climbed to 9th place in the league. Although they occupied the 9th position, the gap between Munich 1860 and the teams above them was not significant. A glance at the entire second division standings reveals that aside from the top 2 teams, Hertha Berlin and Eintracht Braunschweig, who enjoy a clear and insurmountable advantage, the point differentials between teams ranked 3rd to 10th are minimal. The disparity between Munich 1860 and 3rd place Augsburg is a mere 15 points, and with 13 rounds remaining in the league, it is by no means impossible for Munich 1860 to vie for a promotion playoff spot. However, it remains a formidable challenge. After all, Schmidt has been in charge of the team for some time, and thus far, this veteran coach, who has languished in the lower leagues of German football for much of his life, has not yet demonstrated the potential of a savior. This situation is not unprecedented. The world of football has seen many so-called prodigies who ultimately fell short of their promised point 5 days later. Munich 1860 is set to face Bochum away, and barring unforeseen circumstances, Lin Chu will undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities by the head coach, with hopes that he can withstand the pressure and continue to deliver explosive performances. We will conclude our broadcast of today's match here. Thank you all for tuning in. In the realm of football, a distinct hierarchy of disdain exists. If players from Brazil, Argentina, and several European football powerhouses sit atop this hierarchy, Asian players undoubtedly occupy the lowest tier. Among them, Chinese players, perhaps, find themselves at the very bottom. Although Lin Chu has gradually earned the recognition of his teammates, a solitary goal or a few standout performances are insufficient to win over the hearts of fans and media alike. As Lott led the team in acknowledging the crowd, Lin Chu remained stationary before the section where his parents were seated. Lin He, Mia, and Lin Yin descended from the stands, embracing him tightly at the sidelines. Lin He patted him on the chest twice. Though his heart surged with emotion, he uttered not a word. Mia kissed his forehead, proclaiming, "You are our pride, my child." Lin Yin, grinning, bumped fists with him, teasing, with 13 rounds remaining, "Shall we aim for the top scorer? Thank you for holding me in such high regard." Little did Lin Chu know, Lin Yin was not jesting but earnestly calculating. Currently, the leading scorer had only netted 10 goals. Having scored 2 in his debut as a substitute, what was impossible? Upon hearing this, Lin Chu suddenly realized that perhaps claiming the Golden Boot in the league was not as unattainable as he had once thought. In recent seasons, the top scorers in the second division have typically accumulated around a dozen goals, with the highest tally being 23 in the 2009 to 2010 season and the lowest at just 15. Lin Chu mused that if he could secure stable playing time in the near future, and perhaps receive a couple of white cards to enhance his abilities dramatically, netting 10 goals in 13 matches seemed feasible. Of course, joining the league mid-season and clinching the Golden Boot in one's debut season was exceedingly fantastical. Aside from Lin Yin and Lin Chu engaging in earnest speculation about the possibilities, even Lin He and Mia refrained from indulging in such fanciful thoughts, let alone others. The two clasped hands firmly. Schmidt's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum. "I knew you could do it." but I never anticipated you would excel to such an extent, truly. 1,000 times better than I imagined. That's quite an exaggeration, boss, Lin Shu chuckled. Even if your initial hope was merely for me to equalize, that would constitute at most a twofold success. No, 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 football encompasses far more than just scoring. You must understand that you are far more exceptional than you perceive. Naturally, this is contingent upon maintaining consistency and not squandering your talent. You are a clever child. You should comprehend my message. The world is not devoid of prodigies, yet the superstars in the football realm are few and far between. Not every prodigy realizes their potential, illusions of talent, merely a cheat. Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates greeted him with applause. Whether for his debut goal or his pivotal role in the comeback, he merited such recognition. Lot enveloped him in a hearty embrace. What did I tell you? You will succeed. Thank you, Captain, Lin Shu responded sincerely. Meeting you has been my fortune. As both players occupied the forward position, a natural rivalry existed between them. Yet Lot not only facilitated Lin Shu's integration into the team, but actively supported him. This exemplified the qualities of a competent leader and elder brother. But now, having you as our fortune, Lot laughed heartily, slapping Lin Shu's shoulder. Promise me, mate, do not halt your progress. He paused, echoing Schmidt's sentiments almost verbatim. Do not squander your talent. Lin Shu nodded earnestly. At the post-match press conference, Schmidt brimmed with enthusiasm. Naturally, Lin Shu became the focal point of discussions from all quarters. The venerable coach did not shy away from attributing the lion's share of the credit to Lin Shu. It is evident that the substitution made in the 75th minute was pivotal to the match. That young lad did not betray my trust, and he delivered the utmost surprise. Moreover, I firmly believe that this is merely the beginning. Lauder also generously expressed his admiration for Lin Shu. From the very first day he joined the team, I recognized that he was different from the rest. His training is relentless, his talent exceptional, and he approaches every training session with utmost seriousness, exhibiting an almost fanatical dedication to scoring goals. He is destined for success here. Immense success. Duisburg's head coach chuckled wryly, remarking, "What more can I say? Our performance was not lacking. In fact, prior to that lad's entrance, we were the ones in command. Yet, that substitution truly altered everything. Frankly, I still cannot fathom where I faltered." Chapter 18. Room for improvement of 0. 5 points. Lin Shu found himself cornered by Carmen at the locker room entrance. During his trial, they had made a wager. Should Lin Shu score a second goal, Carmen would serve as his driver for an entire season. Conversely, if he failed to score, Lin Shu would wash Carmen's socks for the same duration. The outcome was evident, as Lin Shu had decisively conquered Carmen, netting twice, winning over the coaching staff and the bet. Yet, thereafter, Carmen withdrew into a shell, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Shu, residing in the players' dormitory, had almost forgotten about the wager until Carmen suddenly resurfaced. He initially assumed the towering figure, standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, was about to cause trouble. To his surprise, Carmen tossed the car keys into the air and grinned. "So, when will you need the car, boss?" The others, anticipating some excitement, began to jeer Carmen. Lin Shu, however, was not one to hold back. Replying, "I haven't decided yet. I will inform you when the need arises." Carmen flashed a middle finger at the jeering crowd before turning his attention back to Lin Shu. "I await your summons." His demeanor encapsulated the sentiments of a significant portion of the locker room. It was clear that the team had largely acknowledged Lin Shu's prowess and believed he could genuinely become an integral part of the squad, not merely as a backup but as a true contributor. The following day, Lin Shu finally had the opportunity to explore Munich. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and sporting a more mature hairstyle, he strolled through the streets of Munich with his family. They had presumed that in a city dominated by Bayern fans, few would recognize him, a mere rookie from Munich 1860. However, they were mistaken. Munich 1860, established on May 17, 1860, was the original representative of the city when Germany initiated professional leagues in 1963, securing its place while its local rival, Bayern Munich, was left out. While times have changed and Bayern now reigns supreme, a substantial following still remains for 1860. Bayern supporters tend to populate the northern and central regions of the city, mainly consisting of the petite bourgeoisie, whereas 1860 fans are predominantly found in the west, comprising local workers and students. As they walked, passers-by frequently cast glances in their direction. Initially, they foolishly attributed this to their family's striking appearance. But once individuals began greeting Lin Chu and requesting autographs, they realized that Lin Chu had garnered some local fame that in truth, many had not witnessed the match, but media coverage following the game had introduced Lin Chu to the public consciousness. The most renowned football media outlets in Germany are undoubtedly Bild and Kicker. Similar to the grading systems prevalent across various domains in Germany, these two media outlets employ unique scoring methods, not the conventional 10-point scale, but rather a 5 or 6-point system with scoring inverted. A score of 1 is the highest, while Bild's lowest score is 5, and Kicker's is 6. Bild is known for its somewhat arbitrary scoring, liberally bestowing perfect scores, while Kicker maintains a more rigorous approach, even incorporating a 0.5-point option. Thus, while Bild unreservedly awarded Lin Chu a score of 1, Kicker cautiously assigned him a score of 1.5, leaving room for improvement of 0.5 points. Nevertheless, even so, amidst teammates receiving various scores of 4, 5, and 6, Lin Chu's 1.5 stood out prominently. Bild proclaimed, "From today onwards, Munich boasts two Müllers. One is Thomas Müller of Bayern Munich, and the other is the Chinese Müller of Munich 1860. Kicker stated. The number 9 of Munich 1860 has emerged as the biggest surprise of this round in the Bundesliga. He exhibited remarkable composure in front of goal and displayed great confidence in his shooting abilities. We have ample reason to believe he will enjoy a bright future." Aside from Lin Chu, another player from Sandhausen, Lenning, also netted 2 goals, aiding his team to a resounding 4-1 victory over their opponents. However, compared to Lin Chu, whose introduction turned the tide of the match, Lenning's performance seemed somewhat lackluster, ultimately leading to Lin Chu being crowned the best player of the round in the best lineup. Both players appeared together in the forward position. Regarding Lin Chu's performance, all of this was merely to be expected. Yet ironically, Sandhausen's opponent this round was St. Pauli. St. Pauli's assistant coach, Fink, was now completely distressed. He gazed at the convoluted name on the best player and best lineup lists, fervently wishing he had misread it. But upon glimpsing Lin Chu's photograph, he understood he was in deep trouble. Others, of course, were unaware of the connections at play, but the crux of the matter was that St. Pauli's scout, Hamel, was well informed. He hurriedly dialed Hamel, hoping for a modicum of mercy, only to hear the sound of Hamel engaged in another call. Fink felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, this scoundrel wasn't he reporting to the head coach? His nerves heightened. He bombarded Hamel with a flurry of calls. Just as he was about to hurl his phone in frustration, the call finally connected. Remarkably, Hamel answered promptly. "Thank goodness, you finally picked up. You weren't just on the line with Wozzeck, were you?" No, I was calling Lin Chu, yes, the trial player you let go. I was calling to congratulate him." "Yes, wait." Fink stammered. "I should be congratulating him. He performed splendidly in the last match, but I didn't let him go. He actually passed the trial. He chose to withdraw." Before he could finish, a rough voice interrupted him. "But I certainly didn't authorize you to send youth players to trial. And you didn't inform me that the lad scored 4 goals during the trial. Even worse, you failed to retain him, compensating for your ludicrous and shameful blunder." Fink nearly had a heart attack. Hamel didn't bother calling Wozzeck, but instead stormed directly to confront him. "Apologies, boss, don't waste my time with apologies. You'd better pray that his performance in this match was just a fluke. Otherwise, we will all be in dire straits." Chapter 19. The Fox in the Box. Journalists possess a keen sense of smell, sharper than that of dogs. Should Lin Chu truly soar with Munich 1860, the fact that he had trialed with St. Pauli would inevitably come to light, and a mere article could render Wozzeck and Fink the laughingstock of the football world. Wozzeck even sought out the video of the match between Munich 1860 and Duisburg, of course, only reviewing the segment featuring Lin Chu's performance. To be honest, regarding Lin Chu, he was no different from Fink. He hadn't taken it to heart at all. Even when Hamel proudly approached him, brandishing Bild and Kicker, he remained perplexed. As for the present, gazing at the radiant Lin Chu on the screen, he could only muster excuses to console himself. Fortunately, he was merely an opportunist. Times have changed. The once popular archetype of a one-dimensional goalscorer has fallen out of favor. Modern football demands more from forwards. They must be able to hold the ball, support play, score, and even defend. This is the current norm. While players like Little P. Hernandez and Müller have emerged in recent years, reminiscent of the style of the bygone Inzaghi, Wozzeck believes that these players still rely heavily on their team's support. Given that one is backed by Manchester United and the other by Bayern Munich, resources far beyond what other clubs can offer. If it were Munich 1860, they couldn't possibly sustain such a fox in the box. Thus, he concluded, Lin Chu could never make it. Having convinced himself, Wozniak finally exhaled, quickly dismissing the matter from his mind to focus on the upcoming match. St. Pauli's situation was far from optimistic. The 22nd round of the two Bundesliga was swiftly approaching, with St. Pauli facing KLN at home. The club's higher-ups surely hoped for a victory, ideally by a considerable margin. However, contrary to their desires, just 3 minutes into the match, KLN was awarded a free kick just outside the penalty area on the right side. Clemens unexpectedly struck a curling shot with his right foot into the near corner, putting Cologne ahead by a goal in their away match. Shortly thereafter, St. Pauli's centre-back, Torrent, was dismissed for a second yellow after bringing down the advancing Royer near the touchline. In the first minute of stoppage time, another centre-back, Moore, was also shown a red card for a late challenge on the airborne Hector, receiving a second yellow as well. St. Pauli, now reduced to 9 men, could only succumb to the bitter taste of defeat, marking their third consecutive loss. Meanwhile, the screen was broadcasting a match from the Bundesliga, featuring Bochum at home against 1860 Munich. This particular match commenced significantly later than the St. Pauli versus Cologne fixture, and it was only in the 10th minute with the score still at 0-0. Fuzek was eager to see if Lin Chu had taken to the field when Bochum suddenly orchestrated a menacing attack. Midfielder Zatkovsky delivered a lofted pass from the edge of the penalty area, and forward Schadhauer, under defensive pressure from Barjoli, attempted a direct shot with his right foot from the fringe of the small box. But alas, he missed the ball entirely. Unexpectedly, the ball took a bounce and struck Schadhauer's right arm, deflecting into the net. This was a handball goal, yet the referee made no indication. Despite fervent protests from the 1860 players, the scoreboard reflected a 1-0 lead. Listening to the commentator's incessant lamentations about the blatant handball and the referee's absurdity, Fuzek felt a sense of relief. Good. I am not the only one feeling nauseated. His mood lightened, and he decided to continue watching the match. Soon, he spotted Lin Chu on the substitutes bench. Indeed, he remained a substitute, suggesting that Schmidt did not hold much trust in him. After all, he was merely a fox in the penalty area. Teams like 1860 Munich provide little room for such a player to flourish. A delightful moment occurred in the 17th minute, when Lauter broke through the offside trap and found himself through on goal, only to be pulled down from behind by Bochum defender Maltritz. However, referee Wingenbach not only refrained from issuing a red card to Maltritz, but instead penalized Lauter for simulation, showing him a yellow card right in the face. Fuzek could hardly contain his laughter. I told you. Today's referees are utterly foolish. The match continued. The trailing 1860 Munich launched fierce attacks but failed to equalize before halftime. At this point, Fuzek was losing interest. Yet Lin Chu, under Schmidt's instructions, approached the warm-up area, causing him to pause and reaching for the remote. Well, a few more minutes wouldn't hurt. The second half commenced. 1860 Munich immediately made a substitution. The young Chinese talent Lin Chu, who had come off the bench to help the team turn the tide in the previous match, was called upon once more. Could he save the team again? This was Lin Chu's opportunity to prove himself, and this time he had a full 45 minutes, though he should have started. Schmidt was still too conservative. Lin Chu replaced the 18-year-old Ola Kamara, who had been the top forward for the 1860 youth team but had failed to make an impact in his 3 consecutive starts for the first team. This time, he didn't dare to sulk. He extended his hand towards Lin Chu from a distance. Unfortunately, Lin Chu pretended not to see, busily adjusting his jersey without lifting his head. Ha ha ha, still a child at heart. In the last match, it was Lin Chu who had replaced Ola Kamara, who had been visibly displeased and ignored Lin Chu's outstretched hand. Now, the tables had turned, and it was Lin Chu who chose not to shake hands. He knew that if this yellow-skinned monkey scored again in this match, his chances of starting would vanish. Lauter was thrilled by Lin Chu's entrance, running over to him and whispering in his ear, "You should have come on earlier. That useless Kamara doesn't deserve to start." Lin Chu nodded earnestly, thinking to himself that it would not be long before the starting position would be his. Chapter 20. No, it's the penalty area Tiger. 1860 Munich continued with a 4-4-2 formation for this match. Goalkeeper: 1 Gabor Karali. Defenders: 2 Furtz, 15, Malik Fadi, 4, Kaman, 3, Wojtkowiak. Midfielders: 8 Maximilian Nico, 6, Dominik Starl, 7, Daniel Borovka, 10, Moritz Doppelkamp. Forwards: 11 Benjamin Lauter, 18, Ola Kamara. Aside from Kamara, who was replaced by Lin Chu. The other players were seasoned veterans who had been with 1860 Munich for many years. Lauder enjoyed partnering with Lin Chu. Although he himself was a forward, he preferred not to be at the forefront, but rather to lurk behind the leading striker, orchestrating plays. He loved scoring, yet his finishing was not quite up to par. Rather, his supporting play and finesse were commendable. Whereas Lin Chu was quite the opposite, lacking in ball retention and dribbling but excelling in positioning and finishing, making them an exceptional complementary duo in a certain sense. Each played their own game. Yet they could still collaborate effectively, which was quite remarkable. As the best player of the previous round, Lin Chu's attempt to quietly explode onto the scene was thwarted. As soon as he stepped onto the pitch, defenders were immediately assigned to mark him. He had just updated his arsenal in the last match, but the game had barely lasted 20 minutes before it concluded, leaving him unsatisfied. Now, he seemed to enter the fray almost immediately upon his arrival. He incessantly made off-the-ball runs in the attacking third, resembling an exuberant child. Yet whenever the ball was played forward from the midfield or defense, he was always the quickest to react. Following Lin Chu's introduction, 1860 Munich's threat in the attacking zone noticeably escalated. Forget Kamara. Even if Flandre had returned from injury, the effect would not have been as pronounced. Left midfielder Borovka quickly utilized his adept dribbling to tear apart Bochum's defense, advancing down the wing before delivering a cross. Once again, Lin Chu showcased his remarkable instinct in front of goal, making a timely run, yet the defender marking him was astute enough not to simply follow him. Instead, he preemptively obstructed Lin Chu's shooting angle, forcing him wide. Lin Chu managed to catch up to the ball, but the angle for a shot had nearly vanished. Rather than forcing a shot, he cleverly let the ball slip through his legs. The ball rolled past him, crossing in front of the goal. Lauder, who was making a parallel run on the opposite side, was caught off guard by the ball's arrival, hurriedly extending his foot in an attempt to connect, but ultimately, he was a moment too late, and the goalkeeper successfully deflected the ball out for a corner. Lin Chu's movement was remarkably agile, successfully deceiving the defender and allowing Lauder the opportunity, yet unfortunately, Lauder had also been fooled and failed to capitalize on the chance, costing 1860 Munich their best opportunity since the match began. 1860 Munich earned a corner, hoping to create a threat from the set piece. On the sidelines, Schmidt was visibly frustrated. Slapping his thigh, he believed that had Lin Chu and Lauder switched positions on that play, the ball would surely have found its way into the net. Lauder, disheartened, cradled his head in his hands and then shrugged apologetically at Lin Chu. Lin Chu waved dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern, before positioning himself at the near post to contest the corner. His height was not an advantage among the towering defenders, yet his physicality was commendable, allowing him to secure his position amidst the pushing of the defenders. Ironically, it was Lauder, who appeared robust, being shoved around by defenders, resembling someone struggling against a mighty wave. Nico, taking the corner, glanced towards the goal before delivering a curling ball. The football soared towards the near post, and Lin Chu leapt high, heading the ball. At the same moment, the defender leapt as well, and they both made contact with the ball nearly simultaneously. Under pressure from the defender, the ball lacked power and drifted towards the center of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even need to jump. He simply raised his hand and plucked the ball from the air, averting the danger. Fuzek, watching from his seat, felt as though he had discovered a new continent. Lightly applauding with his hands, he had identified Lin Chu's weaknesses, poor jumping ability and ineffectiveness in heading. With this realization, the sense of regret for missing out on a treasure lessened once more. Bochum swiftly initiated a counterattack. They pushed the ball down the flank towards the baseline of 1860 Munich, where the winger delivered a cross. However, 1860's goalkeeper Corrali made a precise judgment, advancing to intercept the ball with the strong palm. Coman cleared it with a header, and midfielder Moritz Stoppelkamp expertly controlled it with his chest before launching down the wing. Stoppelkamp, the midfield linchpin for 1860, possessed exceptional vision, refined technique, and remarkable dribbling skills. Lauder, knowing his tendencies, did not rush to provide support immediately after retreating from the box. Instead, he stationed himself at the edge of the penalty area. Stoppelkamp did not disappoint his trust. He deftly maneuvered past two defenders and, upon reaching a dangerous area, delivered a precise pass to Lauder. Lauder faced the goal, gently lifted the ball, traced a parabolic arc, heading towards the net. Lin Chu, ever alert, surged in, striking the ball fiercely, but but it struck a defender instead. The Bochum goalkeeper quickly rushed out, booting the ball back to midfield. Bochum narrowly escaped another disaster. This time, Lin Chu gave Lauter a thumbs up, acknowledging the beauty of his pass, admitting that the miss was his own fault. Lin Chu's ball handling had been commendable. His initial deliberate misdirection nearly assisted Lauter in scoring, and the subsequent 2 touches had also resulted in shots on goal, though they might not have been particularly remarkable. At the very least, they were neither detrimental nor lacking in effort. Yet, compared to his stunning debut in the last match, it felt somewhat lacking in comparison. A multitude of fervent fans from Huaxia, drawn by the allure of the live broadcast, found themselves disheartened. Where did all these prodigies come from? He was merely an ordinary striker. After all, their passionate hopes had ultimately been misplaced. Lin Chu exhibited remarkable vigor on the field, yet regrettably saw 2 consecutive shots thwarted by defensive players. His synergy with Lauter was palpable, but a stronger connection with other teammates was still necessary. Although Lin Chu failed to score on both attempts, Bochum swiftly sensed the looming threat and promptly fortified their defense. In response, Munich 1860 escalated their offensive efforts. Stoppelkamp, renowned for his dribbling prowess, deftly maneuvered past 3 opponents with a series of feints, advancing the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Just when it seemed he would continue his run, he unexpectedly delivered a precise diagonal pass. The ball traced a swift diagonal line, rolling rapidly from the flank into the 6-yard box. In that split second, Lin Chu sprang into action, charging towards the ball's trajectory. The 2 Bochum defenders, recognizing the imminent danger, positioned themselves swiftly to obstruct him, hastily converging to block Lin Chu's advance. However, their reactions were ultimately a beat too late. Just as the defenders were about to close the gap, Lin Chu surged through the sole remaining opening between them. A clear shot. At that moment, Wojciech could no longer remain seated. He leapt from the sofa as if electrified. This was no mere penalty area fox. He was a veritable tiger in the box. Chapter 21. A promising future. Stoppelkamp weaved through defenders, delivering a pass into the penalty area. Lin Chu eluded the grasp of 2 defenders, closing in on the ball. A golden opportunity. The Bochum goalkeeper wore a perplexed expression. He had clearly observed Stoppelkamp's pass and Lin Chu's movement, as well as the actions of his 2 teammates. The instant the defenders positioned themselves in front of Lin Chu, he understood that the ball was destined for him. He contemplated whether to kick it away immediately or to pick it up and play it slowly, when suddenly, Lin Chu burst forth from between the defenders. The goalkeeper dashed towards the ball, but as he reached a full meter away, Lin Chu had already positioned himself behind it. With his left foot planted beside the ball, he gently nudged it with the inside of his right foot. A remarkably simple push, yet aimed for the far corner. The goalkeeper barely had time to react as the ball brushed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. 1-1. Lin Chu? Once again Lin Chu, just 8 minutes after coming off the bench, with his 3rd shot, Lin Chu finally pierced Bochum's defenses. The miraculous young talent had once more rescued Munich 1860. Stoppelkamp, who naturally trusted Lin Chu enough to pass to him, was taken aback by how effortlessly he had secured an assist. He intended to rush towards Lin Chu to celebrate, only to find Lin Chu already in the goal, cradling the ball as he emerged. Lin Chu had scored in consecutive matches after coming off the bench, saving the day once more. This goal showcased his power and shooting technique to perfection. Faced with 2 defenders, he boldly charged forward, managing to break through and then accurately placed his shot. 3 goals in 2 matches. What astounding efficiency! While one could argue that the previous match was due to the opponent underestimating him, this time he scored despite the rigorous defense of Bochum. Surely this attests to his prowess. On the Munich 1860 bench, several substitute players exchanged knowing glances with Kamala. With this match, Kamala had started 3 games without scoring, while Lin Chu had come off the bench twice and already netted 3 goals. Such a comparison was indeed disheartening. Although Kamala celebrated alongside his teammates, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unlike Lin Chu, who had previously only played in the youth team, he had experienced several appearances for the first team and was not entirely a novice. Compared to the distinctly skilled Lin Chu, Kamala's abilities seemed more balanced, akin to a versatile forward, but in contrast to Lin Chu, he appeared lackluster. If only he could hope for Bochum's players to take Lin Chu down a peg. Right now, immediately. Meanwhile, Wojciech, who had just witnessed Lin Chu's goal from in front of the television, wished for someone to incapacitate Fink's lackey. Such a player had been delivered to them on a platter, and yet he had escaped. Surely this was merely a stroke of luck, right? Who was it that claimed it was just good fortune last time? Come here. 2 matches, 3 goals, all from the bench. This could hardly be dismissed as luck. In front of their computer screens, the Huaxia fans watching the live stream were in a frenzy. Following the 2002 World Cup, Chinese football had experienced a downward spiral, and during this desolate period, fans across the nation longed for a superstar to uplift their spirits. Lin Chu's sudden emergence was a timely boon for many. Have you figured it out yet, which country he hails from? No mix-ups now, he seems a bit mixed race. Despite playing in the German second division, he is only 17. There is much to anticipate. Lin Chu placed the ball at the center circle. Bochum, witnessing their grasp on 3 points slip to 1, sought to waste no time as the match resumed promptly. Both sides played boldly, making the game increasingly captivating. In terms of overall strength, Munich 1860 maintained an advantage, quickly asserting control on the pitch. With their wings capable of both penetrating and passing, they soon crafted another opportunity. The ball was passed once more to the left, where Borovka executed a skillful dribble. Borovka's speed was astonishing. By Lin Chu's estimation, Borovka's pace would easily register as an A, and even if he compared it to Wu Lei's card, it would struggle to match that speed. Unfortunately, Borovka's attempt to dribble past was thwarted by Bochum's defender, who collided heavily with him, sending him out of bounds. The ball was not successfully maneuvered. The referee's whistle sounded, and he approached the scene, issuing the second yellow card of the match. Borovka was brought down, and Munich 1860 earned a free kick on the left flank. Borovka took the free kick himself. Much like Stoppelkamp, he possessed a commendable free kick technique, prompting Bochum to treat this set piece with utmost seriousness. The goalkeeper incessantly directed his teammates, adjusting the wall's positioning. Lin Chu and Lauter were closely shadowed by defenders, who had even begun to subtly grasp their jerseys. The whistle blew as Borovka approached, curling a right-footed ball. The football successfully cleared the wall, sailing towards the right side of the goal. Judging by its trajectory, it appeared to be heading for the goal, yet the arc it traced seemed enigmatic, oscillating between a pass and a shot. That moment, both Lin Chu and Lauter surged forward. The defender tasked with marking Lin Chu felt his grip on the jersey slip, and by the time he pursued, he was already a half-step behind Lin Chu. Ultimately, the ball failed to result in a shot on goal, sliding past the net and towards the right side. The goalkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a shot, nor was anyone attempting to intercept. Wait! Before he could fully exhale, a figure suddenly emerged like a phantom. Lin Chu. At this point, the ball was already soaring towards the byline, on the verge of going out. Although Lauter had also made a run, creating a dual threat, he had consistently turned his head to watch Lin Chu. Realizing the ball was about to go out of play, he hit the brakes. With a resounding duong, the ball struck Lauter's forehead, ricocheting into the net. 1-2. Munich 1860 had turned the game around. Chapter 22. Plug and play. The goalkeeper stood ready in front of the net, prepared to dive for a save. Yet throughout the entire sequence, his head merely followed the ball's flight. He first glanced at Lin Chu, who was leaping to save, then at Lauter, who had inadvertently scored with a header, and finally at the ball lying in the goal. He understood what had transpired. What baffled him was how it had all occurred. What had begun as a poorly executed free kick had inexplicably transformed into a headed goal. Borovka's free kick had aimed directly at the goal but unfortunately veered off target. Lin Chu. A splendid set-piece collaboration. Or at least it should be considered as such. Regardless, thanks to the efforts of the 3 Munich 1860 players, they had finally reversed the scoreline. Lin Chu had once again emerged as the pivotal figure for Munich 1860. With 1 goal and 1 assist, his league tally rose to 3, while simultaneously opening his account for assists. It wasn't until Lauter came charging towards him, like a famished wolf, tackling him back to the ground after he had just risen, that Lin Chu realized the captain had indeed claimed the goal. Ha ha ha, what a splendid pass, my brother. Yes, your shot was quite exquisite as well. Who knows, he had merely kicked it haphazardly. Soon, other teammates rushed over, surrounding Lauter in exuberant celebration. Schmidt's right fist pounded repeatedly against his left palm, murmuring incantations. From the moment he decided to sign Lin Chu, the latter had been an integral part of his plan. Yet it required a process. Lin Chu needed to acclimate to the team's tactics, and the teammates had to adapt to Lin Chu's style, But who could have predicted that Lin Chu would seamlessly integrate without any need for adjustment? Effortlessly blending in, truly a plug-and-play talent. At that moment, Gerlich, who had just finished overseeing a youth league match with Heidenheim, was also watching the game via television broadcast. Observing the dazzling number 9 of Munich 1860 on the pitch, he found it difficult to reconcile the player before him with the Lin Chu he knew. Such talent, such prowess, had been buried under his own command for so many years. At that moment, Gerlich was filled with doubt, coupled with a sense of guilt, yet simultaneously, he felt a tinge of relief and regret, a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, the Chinese netizens watching the match via live stream could hardly contain their excitement. They began tirelessly gathering information about Lin Chu. Unfortunately, apart from a few scant words on the official website of Munich 1860, they could not uncover any further details about Lin Chu. However, one thing was certain. Lin Chu possessed half of his heritage from China, and he held Chinese nationality. In the online forum of Munich 1860, the number of posts surged dramatically. Some longtime forum members, who had not been closely following the matches, initially thought there had been a mix-up, mistaking it for Bayern's forum. But they soon realized that the discussions were indeed centered around Munich 1860. 30 years of fan reporting for 1860. From today onward, this is my new home. Call for Lin Chu. If he is not a starter in the next match, that dog of a coach should be sacked. 2 matches, 3 goals, 1 assist, 2 comebacks. Who else can do that? I have but one request. Do not join the national team. Do not join the national team. Do not join the national team. Lin Chu was unaware that he had caused quite a stir back in his hometown. Born in China, he spent most of his childhood there with his grandparents. Only truly moving here to live with his parents after the age of 7, he often traveled back, and influenced by Lin He felt a deep sense of belonging to his homeland. If he knew he had gained recognition there, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of joy. He and Lauter made a point to embrace Borovka, acknowledging their collective contribution to the goal. Borovka had earned and executed the free kick. Lin Chu provided the assist, and Lauter netted the goal. Each played an indispensable role. However, the earnest Lauter felt somewhat guilty, as his contribution to the goal merely involved a few forward steps and a slight stretch of his neck, resulting in the ball inexplicably finding the net. Compared to Borovka, who had been knocked down and made a pass, and Lin Chu, who had selflessly assisted, his task seemed far too effortless. Consequently, as the match resumed, Lauter vigorously sought to create opportunities for Lin Chu, evidently wishing to repay the favor with an assist. Yet Bochum had elevated their defensive efforts against Lin Chu to the highest level, and his chances dwindled. It wasn't until the 81st minute that Lin Chu managed to seize a diagonal pass from Lauter through a clever run, but alas, his low shot narrowly missed the goal. By the time the match concluded, neither side managed to score again, ending with a score of 1-2. Munich 1860 had secured back-to-back victories and unexpectedly climbed to 8th place on the league table. Their next match would present a true test, as their opponents would be the current second-place team, Braunschweig. As Lin Chu entered the locker room, he was once again met with applause from his teammates. Borovka shoved his shoes in front of Lin Chu, cleared his throat, and theatrically inquired, "Hello, super substitute. May I ask about your feelings regarding this match?" Lin Chu disdainfully pushed his shoes aside, replying, "Feelings? My feeling is that I finally understand why your free kicks veer so wildly, because your feet truly stink." "Impossible!" Borovka exclaimed, as he genuinely leaned in to sniff his own shoes, only to recoil in disgust. All right, they do smell a bit." Lauter approached Lin Chu and high-fived him. "No interviews from reporters?" "Yes, but I dodged them," Lin Chu replied, removing his jersey to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I don't particularly enjoy dealing with those people. But that's inevitable, especially as your performance improves. The number of reporters wanting to interview you will only increase. You must learn to adapt to it all." "All right, I'll do my best to try, but honestly, this is much harder than scoring a goal." Just as Kamara, who was about to take a shower, overheard this, he nearly exploded with rage. "Damn it, trying to act all high and mighty, huh?" He swallowed his disgust and sulked towards the shower, while Borovka nodded towards Kamara's retreating figure, not bothering to lower his voice as he told Lin Chu, "Trust me, if he starts again next match, the fans will tear Schmidt to shreds." Chapter 23, Star Creation. The 22nd round of the Second Bundesliga was fraught with controversy. 7 red cards appeared across 9 matches, one of which was issued to the wrong player. Munich 1860 nearly faced defeat away from home due to the referee's oversight in not calling a handball, but fortunately, the super substitute Lin Chu once again made his mark, providing one assist and scoring a goal to lead the team to a comeback in the second half. Bayern Munich conceded their first goal of 2013, but it did not hinder their relentless advance. After a triumphant 3-1 away victory against Arsenal, Bayern had one foot firmly planted in the Champions League quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the other team from Munich also narrowly triumphed over their opponents, securing their second victory in recent times. It became evident that there was only one protagonist in Munich, as even in the reports of the Munich Evening News, Munich 1860 could only be briefly mentioned after Bayern's headlines. Nevertheless, in the realm of the second Bundesliga, 1860 and Lin Chu had certainly attracted considerable attention in this round. Aside from the top two teams, Hertha Berlin and Braunschweig, who secured their 3 points without incident, the only team within the top 10 to emerge victorious was Munich 1860. Lin Chu, who had come off the bench to spearhead the comebacks in both matches, was once again named the best player of the match by the media. Kicker awarded him a score of 2, while Bild generously bestowed upon him the maximum score of 1. Both Lin Chu and Lauter were included in the official best 11 of the second Bundesliga, but in the contest for the best player, Lin Chu regrettably lost out to Braunschweig's forward, Kumbula, and was unable to defend his title. Domestic media also took notice of Lin Chu and quickly published related reports. However, like the netizens, their understanding of Lin Chu was quite limited. They only knew basic information such as his name and age. Nonetheless, major news portals had their own correspondents overseas, which allowed them to gather additional information swiftly. Yet, as the reporters reviewed the collected data, a sense of unreality washed over them. Before the winter break, Lin Chu was still a player for the regional league team Heidenheim, and a youth player at that. After the winter break, he had already joined the mid-tier second Bundesliga team Munich 1860. In his debut match, he made the roster, and in his second match, he made his first appearance, a meteoric rise, coupled with his subsequent 2 substitute appearances that produced 3 goals and 1 assist. The entire process could only be described with one word: absurd. Yet, it was precisely this extraordinary journey that warranted coverage. Thus, a star-making campaign centered around Lin Chu was fervently underway. The following day, Schmidt granted the team a day off, but Lin Chu still arrived at the gym bright and early. To his surprise, someone had arrived even earlier: Moritz Stoppelkamp, the team's central midfielder, or perhaps more aptly, an attacking midfielder. Munich 1860 had previously employed a 4-3-3 formation, but under Schmidt's leadership, it had shifted to a 4-4-2. Regardless of the formation, the team's midfield core remained unchanged: Stoppelkamp. Unlike the cheerful Borowka, Stoppelkamp exuded coldness, maintaining a frosty demeanor throughout the day, indifferent to everyone around him. Those who wore the number 10 jersey were no ordinary players. If we were to discuss talent, this fellow indeed fit the definition of genius. With exceptional ball control, refined techniques, and an outstanding overall vision, he was not only the dribbling king of 1860, but also the king of assists, a quintessential player capable of both dribbling and passing. Serving as the team's midfield orchestrator and offensive engine, Lin Chu's goal in the previous match had been assisted by him. Although Lin Chu knew the likelihood of being dismissed was high, he politely initiated a greeting, "Good morning." Stoppelkamp merely glanced at him, too apathetic to even nod. This fellow was perpetually aloof and proud, and Lin Chu could not be bothered to engage in a confrontation. After warming up, he intended to focus on strength training, only to be interrupted by Stoppelkamp's voice. "About that goal yesterday, how did you know I would pass like that?" "Huh?" Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look at Stoppelkamp, who remained focused on his own training, not even glancing in Lin Chu's direction, Lin Chu hesitantly replied, "Were you just speaking?" Stoppelkamp finally turned his head. "Is there anyone else here?" "Instinct?" "Yes, it was just a feeling that I should run there, and then I did." Lin Chu paused, adding, "By the way, I owe you thanks for actually making that pass. Otherwise, I would have felt quite embarrassed." Stoppelkamp's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately refrained from responding. In truth, he should also thank Lin Chu for making that run. Otherwise, his pass would have seemed rather foolish. In that moment, both players acted purely on instinct, without any conscious thought, and seamlessly executed their respective actions. Seeing Stoppelkamp's lack of response, Lin Chu assumed the conversation had concluded, only for Stoppelkamp to suddenly halt his activity, turn around, and extend his hand. Moritz Stoppelkamp. What was this? A meeting of like-minded individuals. With this thought in mind, Lin Chu extended his hand, shaking it firmly. Lin Chu. After releasing their hands, both returned to their respective training, devoid of further conversation. The following day, the team resumed their regular training. As the 23rd round of the Bundesliga approaches, the club places great emphasis on the upcoming matches. If they still harbor aspirations for promotion, it is imperative that they strive for victory in every game. And Eintracht Braunschweig undoubtedly stands as a formidable opponent. Although currently ranked second, the team is closely trailing behind the first-place Hertha Berlin, which ensures that they will approach each match with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, the assistant coach called out, "Lin." Lin Chu turned towards the voice, and a vest was thrown in his direction. "This is the starting vest." Lin Chu caught it and glanced at the assistant coach, who smiled and nodded affirmatively. Lot and Borovka immediately burst into laughter and rushed to his side, playfully patting him on the shoulder. "Congratulations. What did I say? It's your time to start." Chapter 24. He is exceptional, but it depends on the comparison. Eintracht Braunschweig has performed remarkably this year, with only one loss in 22 matches and 6 draws, amassing an impressive 51 points. Such a record would be outstanding in any season. Unfortunately, this year they have encountered the equally explosive Hertha Berlin. The two teams have been leading the league since the beginning of the season, alternating in the top spots and almost securing 2 promotion spots to the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, 1860 Munich is still striving for a playoff position. The disparity between the two teams is evident, and Schmidt, reflecting on the situation, realizes that his only advantage lies in Lin Chu. Undoubtedly, Lin Chu is the most significant discovery for 1860 Munich this winter. Although his potential has been revealed and he no longer serves as a surprise or secret weapon, his strength is undeniable, and the other teams in the Bundesliga currently possess limited knowledge of him, making him a crucial asset for 1860. Consequently, Schmidt has even formulated attacking strategies centered around Lin Chu. The midfield of 1860 Munich is quite impressive, featuring the visionary Stoppelkamp, who possesses the ability to both dribble and pass. The flanking players, Starl and Borovka, each bring their unique strengths, allowing for a dynamic offensive approach. Thus, this midfield lineup is undoubtedly of top-tier quality in the Bundesliga. The weakness of 1860 lies in the forwards' inability to capitalize on scoring opportunities. Currently, the team's leading scorer, Lot, despite ranking in the top 10 of the scoring chart, has only netted 6 goals, one of which was a penalty. Lin Chu has effectively compensated for this weakest link. With 3 playmakers in midfield and Lot providing support, Lin Chu's role as a sharp weapon can undoubtedly be maximized. If only he were just a tad faster. Schmidt mused regretfully. After training, Lin Chu immediately called home to share the good news with his parents. Starting with the groundwork laid by his previous 2 matches where he scored 3 goals, Lin Chu's inclusion in the starting lineup was widely anticipated, leaving little room for doubt. However, upon hearing those 2 words directly from his own lips, he couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed. Just 2 months ago, he was anxious about securing a spot in Heidenheim's first team, and now, 2 months later, he had become the starting center forward for 1860 Munich. It felt like a dream. This match day was not a weekend, yet they decided to take a day off to witness their son's first start in person. The day before the match, news of Lin Chu's trial at St. Pauli finally broke. The ever-resourceful reporters vividly depicted the scene at the time. St. Pauli's head coach, Mr. Fritsch, did not personally assess Lin Chu but rather sent his assistant, Anton Fink. How did Fink conduct the trial? He fielded St. Pauli's youth team and, as if out of charity, granted Lin Chu a mere 20 minutes. What could one achieve in 20 minutes? Lin Chu's answer was 4 goals. Feeling insulted, he subsequently made his way to Munich, leading to the emergence of the number 9 for 1860 Munich that we see today. Thanks to Lin Chu's 3 goals and 1 assist, 1860 Munich secured 2 consecutive victories, climbing 2 places in the rankings. While St. Pauli suffered consecutive defeats, dropping from 4th to 6th at this juncture, it is hard for St. Pauli's fans not to entertain peculiar thoughts, such as what might have been had Lin Chu joined their ranks. St. Pauli's match was scheduled a day earlier than 1860 Munich's, and their opponent was FSV Frankfurt. However, during the pre-match press conference, reporters showed more interest in their connection with Lin Chu. Fritsch had anticipated this day and could only assert, undoubtedly, Lin is a good player and has played 2 commendable matches, but we all know that he is only 17 years old. This is both his advantage and his disadvantage. At such a young age, he should be honing his skills in the youth team rather than entering the fiercely competitive Bundesliga prematurely. Excuse me, Are you suggesting that Lin Chu is only suited for youth leagues? No, no. I'm simply saying he is perhaps too eager. I do not deny his talent. The string of failures had caused the fans to lose faith in St. Pauli, yet in the face of adversity, the team astonishingly erupted with energy, triumphing 3-0 against their opponents. Even more to Fritzsch's delight, the young talent Kingsek, at just 21 years old, scored a brace and delivered an outstanding performance. Thus, in the post-match press conference, Fritzsch regained his composure. Yes, if given another chance, I would not choose Lin Chu, for I have found someone even better. Are you referring to Kingsek? Indeed, Kingsek is the player most suited for St. Pauli. But Kingsek is a player for Borussia Dortmund and is merely on loan to St. Pauli. That I am well aware. We will expedite discussions with Dortmund to facilitate this transfer. So, you have chosen to forego the easily obtainable Lin Chu in favor of a Borussia Dortmund player. Yes, you could interpret it that way. And I firmly believe my choice is correct. Lin Chu only learned of this the following day. In the locker room, Borowka placed the latest issue of the Munich Evening News before him. Teasing, so, you did trial at St. Pauli? Lin Chu picked it up and glanced at the article detailing his trial at St. Pauli and Fritzsch's comments about him. He casually replied, yes, that was before I came to Munich. Ha ha ha, Borowka chuckled, and then you were cut. Not quite, Lin Chu replied, flicking the Munich Evening News with his finger. Didn't it say? 20 minutes, I scored 4 goals, and then I just walked away. Lot also caught sight of the report and quickly chimed in. Thank you, St. Pauli. Thank you, Fritzsch. They will never know what they missed. Lin Chu closed the newspaper and returned it to Borowka. Kingsek? Quite impressive. He's decent, but it depends on whom you compare him to. Borowka casually tossed the Munich Evening News to Kamara. Compared to you, he's just a pile of rubbish. Chapter 25. The ball is here. The players are here on February 25, 2013, at the Allianz Arena. The venue, with a capacity of over 75,000, welcomed around 50,000 spectators today, which is considerable for a two-Bundesliga match. As per usual, Lin Chu, playing as the center forward, positioned himself at the back of his team, side by side with Braunschweig's star striker, Kumbula. Kumbula, the current leading scorer of the league with 11 goals, cast a curious glance at the young lad beside him and nodded amicably. After all, he is the youngest goal scorer in the Bundesliga and has left a bit of an impression. Braunschweig, with a record of 15 wins, 6 draws, and only 1 loss from 22 matches, currently ranks second in the standings. With Hertha Berlin having just defeated Kaiserslautern, Braunschweig is now trailing by 5 points, despite having played 1 match less. If they wish to contend for the league title, they must secure victory in today's match. Meanwhile, 1860 Munich stands at 8th place with 8 wins, 7 draws, and 7 losses from 22 matches. But they are not far behind the 3rd place. The star players of both teams are Kumbula, with 11 goals this season, and Lot, with 6 goals. However, it is worth noting that 1860 Munich has recently discovered an exceptionally talented scorer. With 2 matches yielding 3 goals, the young Lin Chu has captured the attention of the entire Bundesliga. This match marks his first start, granting him ample opportunity to showcase his talents, yet conversely, it means he will lose the physical advantage typically afforded to substitutes. Furthermore, Braunschweig is certain to intensify their marking of him, presenting the young player with the most stringent test of his nascent career. As he stepped out of the players' tunnel, a cacophony of cheers surged forth. Lin Chu vaguely heard his name being called. He opened the system interface, eager to see if there were any rewards for his first start, only to find that the system offered no notifications. Clearly, he had been overly hopeful. 1860 Munich continued with their 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper 1. Gabor Kiraly. Defenders 2. FLZ 15. Malik Fathi 4. Kaman 3. Wojkowiak. Midfielders 8. Maximilian Nico 6. Dominik Starl 10. Moritz Stoppelkamp 7. Daniel Borowka. Forwards 11. Benjamin Lot 9. Lin Chu. The team from Braunschweig has adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation. The goalkeeper is number 1, Marian Pikowicz. The defenders are number 3, Elman Bikaxi, number 4, Matthias Hin, number 5, Benjamin Kessel, and number 16, Emre Turan. The midfielders include number 8, Denise TR, number 6, Demir Francic, number 7, Bjorn Kluft, number 10, Mirko Boland, and number 13, Rafael Corte. The forward is number 12, Dominic Kambera. Munich 1860 initiates the kickoff. Lin Chu stands at the center circle, gently stretching his body. It is his first time taking a kickoff under the gaze of so many spectators, and he is inevitably a bit nervous. However, once the whistle blows and the match officially commences, that tension dissipates rapidly. The football is passed to the midfield, where defensive midfielder Niku receives the ball and distributes it to the flanks. Furs plays a ball towards Borovka, who then delivers a swift diagonal pass to Stupelkamp. As Stupelkamp gains possession, the opposing midfielder Boland immediately presses forward. Stupelkamp, unflustered, protects the ball and pivots effortlessly, evading Boland, then glances towards the right flank. Starl has made a quick run and is calling for the ball. Just as he intends to pass it, he suddenly notices a figure darting past in his peripheral vision. Without hesitation, he decides with his right foot. With a deft flick, the football soars into the air, landing within Braunschweig's penalty area after soaring 30 meters. Just as the spectators are left bewildered, Braunschweig's goalkeeper Pikowicz yells out in alarm. "Watch out for number 9. Almost instantaneously, as Stupelkamp delivers the pass, Lin Chu swiftly pivots and charges into the penalty area. Kessel, who is closely marking him, momentarily loses focus, allowing Lin Chu to surge ahead by a meter. As the ball descends, Lin Chu is the first to reach it, unleashing a stunning volley. Another central defender from Braunschweig, Matthias Hin, rushes in without hesitation, turning his back to meet the oncoming ball. Thud, thud. Two sounds ring out. One is the sound of Lin Chu striking the ball, and the other is the ball hitting Matthias Hin's back. Ignoring the pain from the impact, Matthias Hin quickly pivots to shield the ball and passes it back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper swiftly clears it with a long kick. Stupelkamp suddenly lofts a ball into the penalty area, and Lin Chu takes a spectacular volley. The football is blocked by a defender's body. Alas, Munich 1860 nearly achieved a dream start. Stupelkamp and Lin Chu exhibit a remarkable understanding. Lin Chu shakes his head and turns to Stupelkamp in the distance, giving a thumbs up, while several Braunschweig defenders look at him as if they have seen a ghost. This attack was as simple as child's play, yet it almost resulted in a goal. Braunschweig's coach Lieberknecht is compelled to shout from the sidelines, urging his players to maintain their focus. After being startled, Braunschweig plays cautiously, patiently organizing their offensive maneuvers from the midfield. Munich 1860, however, is emboldened, playing with great aggression. In the 6th minute, Niku and Furs collaborate to intercept the ball from Boland, immediately lofting it over the top to Starl. Starl cushions the ball with his chest and swiftly transitions it to the center. Stupelkamp receives Starl's pass, finding Lott, executing a beautiful 1-2. After 2 consecutive 1-2s with Lott and Starl, Stupelkamp has maneuvered the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Lin Chu immediately sprints toward the goal, but Matthias Hin and Kessel have him sandwiched between them, disrupting his run. Stupelkamp glances up, then unexpectedly makes a subtle push with his foot. The football does not soar towards Lin Chu but rolls towards the left flank. Borovka races in, delivering a long pass toward the goal. Lin Chu suddenly pauses, then accelerates again. In that moment of hesitation and sprint, Matthias Hin and Kessel lose their grip on him, and as they attempt to pursue, Lin Chu has already slipped past them. The ball arrives, and he is there. Chapter 26. What will you do without me? Stupelkamp distributes the ball to the left. Borovka crosses. Lin Chu, Borovka's cross is low, only about half a meter off the ground. Lin Chu merely needs to leap slightly, raising his right leg, and with the inside of his right foot, he gently nudges the ball, which obediently sails into the net. The goalkeeper makes an attempt to save it, but the ball finds its way into the goal ahead of him. 1-0.2 shots, 1 goal. Goal. Munich 1860 has taken the lead. Scoring the first goal for them is none other than the Chinese prodigy Lin Chu, who is making his first start. This marks his 4th goal in his 3rd match. Lin Chu has not disappointed his coach's trust, achieving a goal shortly after the match commenced. At this rate, he might even contend for the title of top scorer in the 2. Bundesliga this season. There are only 34 rounds in the 2. Bundesliga, and we are currently at the 23rd round, but the leading scorer Canberra has only netted 11 goals. That's roughly an average of 0.5 goals per match. While that's decent for a forward, it pales in comparison to Lin Chu's performance. Of course, as Lin Chu's career progresses, it is expected that defenses will pay more attention to him, and his efficiency may decline, but at least for now, Braunschweig seems neither to ignore nor underestimate him, yet his scoring rate remains impressively high. Lin Chu gestures for Stupelkamp and Borovka to come over and celebrate together. Borovka needs no invitation and is already rushing over. Stuppelkamp hesitates for a moment, but then joins in. Lin Chu stands in the middle, flanked by the two, as they run toward the stands to bask in the fans' cheers. Lin, 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 oh dear. What am I to do if I've fallen for him? Ha ha ha, poor Heidenheim. They must be crying in the restroom right now. How could such a player be relegated to the youth team? What on earth were they thinking? The atmosphere in the stadium has been ignited, and the excitement is mirrored back home. Although Lin Chu's name is still only circulating in a limited circle, as his performances improve, that circle will inevitably expand to encompass the entire domestic fanbase, and why goodness, this is astonishing. His positioning is exceptional. That number 10 is also impressive, with beautiful dribbling and clever passing. Cousin? What cousin? When did Munich 1860 acquire such a nickname? It's the Bayern fans being silly. Ignore them. The terms cousin and sister originated from the rivalry between Inter Milan and AC Milan, and have evolved to the point where two teams from the same city often refer to each other in such a manner, much like Manchester United and Manchester City, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, referring to one another as sister clubs. Bayern Munich and Munich 1860 share a similar relationship, with 1860 being the elder sister due to their earlier establishment. Today's commentary on German television is once again by Bellaretti. This fellow witnessed Lin Chu's debut in the Zweite Bundesliga and now observes his first start, making it impossible for him not to have a profound impression of Lin Chu. However, besides him, German television has also invited legendary football figure Kahn as a guest commentator. Kahn nods in acknowledgement, noting that aside from Lin Chu's positioning ability, his most outstanding feature is his anticipatory skills, often referred to as goal-scoring instinct. Does this remind you of Thomas Müller? Indeed, their attributes are quite similar. However, Lin's physicality seems slightly superior to Thomas's, but in terms of positioning and goal-scoring instinct, Thomas may still hold the edge. After the celebration, the players begin to walk back onto the pitch. Lin Chu glances at Stuppelkamp, thinking he would have passed it directly to him. Stuppelkamp rolls his eyes. Do I look like a fool? Given the situation, it was evident that Braunschweig had prioritized their defensive efforts on severing the connection between the two, had Stuppelkamp foolishly passed directly to Lin Chu. The difficulty of Lin Chu's shot would have increased several-fold. Lin Chu sighs, though it may not appear so. Your remarks are genuinely irksome. Stuppelkamp is momentarily taken aback. Me? Annoying? Whatever, I suppose. Just 7 minutes into the match, Braunschweig finds themselves a goal down, a turn of events no one anticipated. With the season already at its midpoint, Braunschweig has only lost one match, a feat primarily attributed to their formidable attacking prowess. But their defensive contributions have been equally significant. In 22 matches, they have conceded only 21 goals, ranking 4th in the Zweite Bundesliga. Such defensive capability, and Lin Chu has managed to score with just 2 shots. Defenders, stay focused. Do not push forward recklessly. Keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him touch the ball again. 2 defensive midfielders. Watch out for number 10. Get fired up. Victory is ours. Amidst the shouts from the Braunschweig players, the match resumes. Braunschweig, the stronger side, and Munich 1860, the weaker, yet it is the latter who has taken the lead, leading anyone to expect that Braunschweig would now launch a fierce offensive. However, as soon as the ball is back in play, it is Braunschweig who finds themselves on the back foot. The players from Braunschweig, intending to press forward, find Munich 1860 charging at them fiercely. What is going on? Has Munich 1860 made a mistake? They currently find themselves in the leading position, yet their performance exudes an air of being on the back foot, playing with remarkable vigor. Schmidt seems to have discerned something. This group of players has perhaps grown complacent. It is likely that the ease with which they scored has led them to develop an illusion of superiority over their opponents. Meanwhile, it appears that Brunswick is somewhat off their game today. Or perhaps they are inadequately prepared for this match, completely unprepared for the current turn of events. Here comes Borovka again. With a simple yet effective maneuver, he evaded the defense of the fullback and delivered a cross from the byline. Lin Chu makes a run to intercept. Unfortunately, the defender's vigilance thwarted Lin Chu's attempt to shoot. The onslaught continues from Munich 1860. This time, they attack down the right flank. Stahl cuts inside and strikes. The ball sails just over the crossbar, nearly finding its way in. The Brunswick manager instinctively senses trouble. Yet rather than hastily urging his players to intensify their offensive efforts, he calls his captain to the sidelines for a word of counsel. After his guidance, Brunswick surprisingly adopts a more defensive posture. It seems they are intimidated. Yet Schmidt understands that the real danger is approaching. He wishes to adjust his tactics like his counterpart, instructing his players to temper their offensive thrusts, solidify their defense, and gain control of the midfield before gradually resuming their attack. However, despite Lott's efforts to relay his directives, the players on the field continue to press forward with great fervor. It becomes evident that his grip on the team remains insufficient. The fans, however, are oblivious to such intricacies. They are simply aware that their team is currently dominating the second-place side, appearing poised to score at any moment, leading to an atmosphere of excitement as they seem to celebrate victory prematurely. Yet, Brunswick soon douses them with a cold splash of reality. The ball is headed away by a defender, and Brunswick launches a swift counterattack. Once again, it is a straightforward long ball, lofted into the right side of Munich 1860's penalty area. Court takes possession at the edge of the box, skillfully maneuvering past 1860's fullback Wojtkowiak before laying it across the goal. Kumbula arrives just in time to shoot. Stoppelkamp's shot is blocked, but Brunswick's counter comes swiftly. Kumbula, successfully evading the offside trap. 1-on-1, and he shoots. The entire stadium rises in anticipation. AS Court makes the pass. Goalkeeper Corrali rushes off his line towards the ball. Kumbula, having outpaced Fatty, reaches the ball first and aims for the far corner. Corrali makes a commendable prediction, immediately dropping to the ground and extending his right leg, managing to deflect the ball away. However, before the home fans can celebrate, Brunswick's midfielder Borland has surged forward, striking the ball with force, scoring on the rebound. Goal. Corrali may have thwarted Kumbula's initial attempt, but inadvertently directed the ball right into Borland's path, who capitalizes with a powerful shot into the net. Lin Chu had given Munich 1860 the lead, but just 20 minutes later, Brunswick equalizes, placing both teams back on equal footing. The fans of Munich 1860 are immediately disheartened. They had been in control, only to see their opponents score in the blink of an eye. Brunswick refrains from celebration. Kumbula quickly retrieves the ball from the net. Both teams show no intention to delay, and the match resumes promptly. Following this setback, Munich 1860 adopts a more cautious approach, refraining from committing too many players to the attack, while Brunswick grows increasingly assertive, swiftly turning the tide of the match. Brunswick intensifies their high pressing, prompting Munich 1860 to shift to a defensive counterattack. Kumbula is back. He unleashes a long-range shot. Unfortunately, he seems overly eager, striking the crossbar and sending the ball out of play. As the team is forced into a defensive stance, Lin Chu, stationed at the forefront, finds himself with little to do. Yet, he does not remain stagnant in the penalty area as a mere spectator. Instead, he engages in constant off-the-ball movement, darting back and forth, leading Kazel in circles. Although Brunswick plays with ferocity, the quality of their attack is lacking, and Munich 1860 resolutely withstands their advances. After weathering the storm, Munich 1860 suddenly finds their footing. This time, the attack is initiated not by Stoppelkamp, but by number 8, Niku. After successfully intercepting the ball, Niku carries it forward for over 20 meters before delivering a low pass. Kazel remains glued to him, applying relentless pressure from behind. Borovka and Stahl have surged in from the flanks to provide support, and just as Lin Chu prepares to lay the ball off to Borovka, Lott's voice suddenly rings out, "Behind you!" Lin Chu, understanding the message, lifts his right foot to let the ball slip past him. Kazel, swearing under his breath, quickly turns to chase the ball, but as Lin Chu lets it pass, he pivots and blocks Kazel's path with his body, sprinting towards the goal. The ball he allowed to roll past him finds its way to Lott. Lott faces tight marking from Matthias Hin and has little time to adjust. He receives the ball and gently nudges it toward the goal. Lin Chu swiftly brushes past him, racing to intercept the ball. Matthias Hin reacts quickly, abandoning Lott to grab Lin Chu's arm, attempting to pull him back forcefully. If Lin Chu gets past him, it would be a clear path to goal, and Hin's only aim is to slow him down, in hopes that the goalkeeper might clear the ball away. Such intentions are noble, but reality proves harsh. The moment Hin grasps Lin Chu, the latter forcefully swings his arm forward. Before Hin can exert any real force, Lin Chu has already broken free from his grasp. It is over. Brunswick's players are filled with despair. Only goalkeeper Petr Kovac remains unconvinced of fate's decree. He expends every ounce of energy, sprinting with extraordinary speed towards the approaching ball. Lin Chu has reached the ball and is poised to shoot when Petr Kovac lunges at him. If Lin Chu forces a shot now, it is highly likely that it will strike the defender, so he abruptly halts, using the outside of his right foot to redirect the ball, attempting to evade Petr. However, as he nudges the ball away, an overwhelming force surges through his foot, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Beep! Lin Chu tumbles to the ground, and the referee points decisively to the penalty spot. Lin Chu, in a one-on-one situation, has been brought down by the goalkeeper, and the referee unhesitatingly awards a penalty. The home fans erupt in excitement, yet they demand more, chanting towards the referee. Red card, send him off. Bastard, don't hurt our Lin Chu. The referee, whether influenced by the fervor of the crowd or having intended to do so all along, produces a yellow card immediately after awarding the penalty, showing it to Petr. A yellow card alongside a penalty. Lin Chu, having pushed himself up from the ground, is met by Lot, who leaps in front of him, shaking his shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "Have I ever told you that you are an absolute genius?" While it has been mentioned before, Lin Chu now has a question of his own, shrugging his shoulders in disbelief. Before I arrived, did you ever score a goal? Chapter 27. The jealousy of being the least among the best as the home fans celebrate and the away supporters boo. Brunswick's players quickly surround the referee. Petr clasps his hands in a gesture of supplication, repeatedly pleading with the referee to reconsider the decision, but the official remains resolute, pointing unyieldingly to the penalty spot. In the 40th minute of the first half, Lin Chu has created a penalty, granting Munich 1860 yet another opportunity to regain the lead. Lot places the ball on the penalty spot and backs away slowly. Lin Chu stands on the edge of the box, poised to rush in for a potential rebound, but Kazel is tightly glued to him, his hands even wrapped around Lin Chu's waist. Rather than reprimanding him for his overreaction, the teammates feel he has not done enough. Lin Chu stands upright, glancing at the referee. "Aren't you going to do something?" The referee shakes his head in exasperation, waving for Kazel to release his hold. "Are you playing rugby?" Reluctantly, Kazel lets go, but remains closely positioned beside Lin Chu, while Matthias Hen continues to apply pressure from the side, ensuring Lin Chu cannot break free. The whistle blows, Lot takes a run-up and shoots to the lower left corner. Petr misjudges the shot, diving to the right and missing entirely. 2-1. Munich 1860 regains the lead. The goal is scored. Lot has not squandered the penalty created by Lin Chu. Indeed, Lin Chu has proven to be Lot's lucky charm. In 3 matches, Lin Chu has provided him with an assist and now a penalty. It is worth noting that prior to Lin Chu's arrival, the captain of 1860 had only managed to score 5 goals. After scoring, Lot is the first to seek out Lin Chu. They raise their hands high for a celebratory slap before embracing tightly. Others gather around, either patting Lot on the shoulder or ruffling Lin Chu's hair. In this moment, they cannot help but imagine various scenarios, such as what might have transpired had Lin Chu joined the team earlier in the season. Following their setback, Brunswick intensifies their offensive efforts. Yet Munich 1860 pragmatically tightens their defense, denying them any opportunities, maintaining the score at 2-1 until the halftime whistle. As the players exit to the tunnel, fans chant Lin Chu's name, compelling him to pause and sign autographs for a few young admirers. "Lin, you are amazing. Tear them apart. Lin, lead us to the Bundesliga. Lin, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you like to have one? If you do, would you consider switching? If not, would you like to have an additional one?" Lin Chuluo fled in panicked in the home team's locker room. Schmidt appeared exceedingly exhilarated. "Everyone's performance was outstanding, exceeding my wildest expectations." Yet, this was still insufficient. Football is a 90-minute contest, and I do not wish for a reversal of fortune to unfold at the Allianz Arena. Nor do I believe you do. Additionally, I have good news to share. Berlin Union is trailing Bochum 0-3. Instantly, everyone perked up. Berlin Union currently ranks 7th, just 1 position above Munich 1860, but only 2 points ahead. With a 3-goal deficit, Berlin Union has essentially conceded this match. Not every team is AC Milan or Liverpool. Therefore, if 1860 can secure a victory against Brunswick, they will usurp Berlin Union's position, inching closer to the promotion playoff. Brunswick, of course, will not concede easily, as their gap with the top is merely a couple of victories. Although the top 2 teams gain direct promotion, who wishes to settle for second place? As the second half is about to commence, the players gradually exit the locker room. Schmidt stands by the door, exchanging high fives with each departing player. However, when it comes to Lin Chuluo, he pulls him aside. Once everyone has left, Schmidt turns to face Lin. He had numerous words to share, yet gazing at the exceedingly youthful visage before him, he momentarily forgets what he intended to say. Lin Chuluo chuckles. What's the matter? Is it so difficult to compliment me? Indeed, Schmidt found himself at a loss for words, smiling and shaking his head. Go on. Never cease your strides, I reiterate. Do not squander your talent. Yes, your talent is enviably exceptional, Schmidt muses, unsure whether he is addressing Lin or himself. That innate gift seemingly destined for scoring. Lin Chuluo can only respond, you are too early to be jealous, as long as the game doesn't crash. His current talent is merely at the most rudimentary level. Brunswick's players likely received a motivational boost during halftime, as they commenced the second half with an all-out offensive strategy. Lin Chuluo remains stationed at the forefront of 1860, yet does not merely stand idle within the penalty area. Instead, he actively roams between the penalty area and the midfield line. As for Lot, he appears to have forgotten he is a forward, tirelessly sprinting across the pitch with a stamina that is enviable. Brunswick's offensive onslaught is relentless, pressing 1860 with vigor, yet it seems that in this match, the more bold one is, the quicker they meet their demise. They charge forward with an air of confidence. As if scoring 2 or 3 goals against 1860 within 10 minutes is child's play, yet despite their fervor, they have failed to produce a single credible shot on goal. Conversely, a sporadic counterattack from 1860 poses a genuine threat. In the 52nd minute, Brunswick's left-back Emre Turan advances to assist, delivering a cross from the byline. Kambera rises to head the ball but misses it by a wide margin. In the 60th minute, Brunswick mounts another assault. Boland plays a through ball to Francic, who overtakes his marker, crossing the ball to the top of the penalty arc on the right side, where Doan arrives and unleashes a powerful shot. Coman lunges out, intercepting it with his foot, which deflects the ball high into the air, landing in the midfield of 1860. Niku leaps high to head the ball towards Stoppelkamp, who swiftly plays it forward to Lot. Faced with Turan's defense, Lot feigns a pass to Lin Chuluo, and when Turan attempts to intercept, he deftly nudges the ball aside. A brilliant feint. Just as Lot plays the ball forward and prepares to sprint, he is unexpectedly tripped, crashing to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle blows, and he approaches the scene, unceremoniously issuing Turan a yellow card. Munich 1860 earns a free kick in a dangerous position. Chapter 28. The birth of a superstar. The referee displays the second yellow card of the match, once again directed at a Brunswick player. Turan indeed acted a bit rashly, but this was an unavoidable measure. If Lot had gotten past him to join Lin Chuluo in tandem, Brunswick's defense might not withstand the onslaught. Borovka and Stoppelkamp both possess commendable free-kick skills, yet most free kicks are taken by Stoppelkamp, reserving only the left-sided free kicks for Borovka. Lin Chuluo and Lot position themselves in the penalty area, lurking behind the wall on either side, while Kaysel and Matthias Hen closely shadow them like bodyguards. Stoppelkamp places the ball, takes a deep breath, runs up, and strikes. Brunswick's defenders leap high, but the ball sails over the wall. Lin Chuluo and Lot immediately dart towards the goal, with Matthias Hen and Kaysel following suit. Peterkovic swiftly adjusts his position, leaping with all his might, extending his left hand to deflect the ball. With a thud, the ball strikes his gloves, deflecting upwards and crashing against the crossbar. Stoppelkamp's free kick directly targets the goal. The ball soared over the wall, but was thwarted by the goalkeeper, striking the crossbar. Such a pity. It was too straight. Lin Chuluo? The ball ricochets off the crossbar and rebounds in front of the goal. Lin Chuluo arrives just in time. He has no opportunity for adjustment, instinctively leaping forward, replicating the striking motion reminiscent of the Bundesliga 2 logo, and powerfully strikes the incoming ball with his right foot. Kaysel also leaps simultaneously, extending his foot, but his foot is directed towards Lin Chuluo. The ball is first struck forcefully by Lin Chuluo, then grazes Kaysel's shoe as it heads towards the goal. The resounding thud reverberates as the entire net shakes violently, and then the ball strikes the ground. Peterkovic quickly turns and secures the ball beneath his body. Yet Lin Chuluo and Lot simultaneously raise their hands high. Lot shouts, "The ball crossed the goal line." Lin Chuluo remains silent, instead glancing towards the referee. When Lin Chuluo took the shot, the referee had just entered the penalty area. From his angle, he could not ascertain whether the ball had crossed the line, but the assistant referee had a clear view. The ball is in. After receiving feedback from the assistant referee, The head referee confidently blows his whistle and points to the center spot. Lin Chuluo's follow-up shot. Interfered with, the ball hit the crossbar. The referee signals the goal stands valid. Lin Chuluo immediately sprints towards the sidelines, with Lot hastily following suit, while Brunswick's goalkeeper and defenders rush towards the referee. Protesting, the referee shakes his head repeatedly, indicating that they should refrain from causing a scene. The ball rebounded. Lin Chuluo's powerful strike was deflected by Kaysel, hitting the lower edge of the crossbar and bouncing onto the grass below. According to the slow-motion replay, at the moment the ball hit the ground, it had entirely crossed the goal line. Petr Kovac, being clever, discreetly shifted the ball beneath him, but he could not escape the keen eyes of the assistant referee. 3-1. Munich 1860 unexpectedly leads Brunswick by 2 goals. Schmidt, appearing to engage in absurd theatrics, initially held his head in despair when the ball first struck the crossbar, yet leapt in joy when Lin Chuluo followed up. Celebrating like a fool, however, when the ball struck the crossbar once more, he buried his head in his hands again. It was only when the goal whistle sounded that he once again raised his fists in triumph. Leaping high, as Lin Chuluo continued running, he suddenly crouched down, executing a sliding kneel. Lot mimicked him, sliding down beside him, and the two embraced tightly. Once again, a brace. During his debut in the Bundesliga 2, Lin Chuluo had already netted a brace. And today, in his first start, he has done so again. The match is not yet over. Could he possibly complete a hat trick? Lin Chuluo has already become the youngest player in the history of Bundesliga 2, as well as the youngest goal scorer. If he scores again in this match, he will become the youngest player to achieve a hat trick. Lin Chuluo certainly harbors aspirations for a hat trick, not merely for the honor, but also for the system's rewards. There are rewards for debuting in professional matches, for becoming the youngest player in Bundesliga 2, and for being the youngest goal scorer, so it stands to reason that there would also be a reward for becoming the youngest player to score a hat trick in Bundesliga 2. Right? His teammates swiftly gathered around him, celebrating exuberantly in the stands. The fans were thoroughly captivated, chanting his name with fervor. Lin Chuluo did not adopt a German name, so their calls were somewhat disjointed. Some shouted his full name. Others simply called Lin, while some repeatedly exclaimed Chuluo. Borovka pulled Lin Chuluo up, but he sought out Stoppelkamp, embracing him with open arms, suggesting, next time, in a situation like this, it's best to pass it directly to me. At least I could secure an assist. Stoppelkamp shot him a look of exasperation. Has no one told you that your remarks can be quite annoying? Oh? Lin Chuluo was quite adept at seizing the crux of the matter. Wasn't he? Stoppelkamp, already not one for many words, simply turned away, ignoring him. However, Lin Chuluo had no intention of letting him off the hook. If all goes as expected, the hat trick will indeed fall to this fellow's responsibility. The defender assigned to me, number 5, possesses considerable resilience and commendable aerial defense capabilities. However, he appears to struggle somewhat with half-height balls. Do you grasp my meaning? Stoppelkamp paused momentarily, offering a gentle nod. Bellaretti's expression in the studio suddenly transformed into something quite peculiar. Following this goal, Lin Chu's tally in the second division has now reached 5, making him the team's second highest scorer, mere weeks after joining Munich 1860. Congratulations to Munich 1860, congratulations to Schmidt, and congratulations to all the fans watching the match. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth and ascent of a superstar. Chapter 29. A half-height ball with approximately half an hour remaining in the match, Braunschweig certainly would not concede defeat without a fight. Yet their objective has subtly shifted from a comeback victory to securing a single point. Naturally, some individuals harbor an ominous premonition. This solitary point would not be easily attained. His physical stamina received a modest C rating in the system's attribute list, which is fairly reasonable. If he were to adopt a conservative style of play, enduring a full 90-minute match would pose no issue. Even in youth matches, a C-level stamina would suffice to see him through. However, in the high-intensity environment of the second division, fully exerting himself would likely see his stamina gauge turn red around the 70-minute mark. Stamina is primarily developed through training, yet it does require a degree of innate talent. An ordinary individual, despite a lifetime of training, could never hope to rival those primal athletes from African tribes who can outrun lions. Given Lin Chu's innate abilities, he could perhaps elevate his stamina to a B or a rating at best. Beyond that, one could only resort to extraordinary means. Initially, when he played defensively, Kaiserl found things considerably easier. However, rather than becoming complacent, he tightened his focus even further. Munich 1860 deliberately contracted their defensive line, seemingly content with the current score, adopting a very conservative approach. Consequently, Braunschweig felt emboldened, launching bolder attacks. Kumbera was somewhat reluctant to let a younger player steal his thunder, his desire to score palpable in the 64th minute, following a rapid midfield exchange. The ball found its way to him, and he audaciously attempted a shot despite being sandwiched between two defenders, sending the ball directly into the arms of Corrali. Libernecht shook his head, making the first substitution. Braunschweig opted for a personnel change, replacing the underwhelming Raphael Kott with number 9, Odimi. By substituting a forward for a midfielder, Braunschweig was clearly gearing up for one final push. Odimi, who joined Braunschweig only during the winter break, had just turned 22 and was still quite youthful. However, in comparison to Lin Chu, he possessed 2 years of professional experience. Both young, in their own estimation, both newly transitioned, and both wearing the number 9 jersey. Lin Chu had already secured a starting position and was the standout player on the pitch. This reality was a profound motivation for Odimi, who, upon entering the field, exhibited a level of urgency that surpassed even Kumbera's. Almost from the very first second, he sought to prove himself, charging directly into the encirclement of Niku and Furtz upon receiving a pass. Remarkably, he managed to break through. After a deft nutmeg, he left Niku and Furtz trailing behind. Odimi likely didn't anticipate the ease with which he would bypass the defenders. Upon entering the penalty area, he hesitated to shoot, allowing Coman an opportunity to provide cover. With the only shooting angle blocked, Odimi was compelled to attempt another breakthrough. He quickly feigned a leftward advance before swiftly redirecting the ball with the outside of his right foot. Coman, undistracted by his feint, waited until he changed direction before extending his foot, accurately poking the ball away. Fati and Kumbera surged toward the ball, yet it was the 1860 defender who reacted quicker, clearing it to the left flank where Borovka awaited. Borovka glanced ahead, deftly guiding the ball into Braunschweig's half before launching it skyward. Though his set pieces and long passes were commendable, his technical skills were somewhat rough, rivaling Lin Chu's own, yet he possessed remarkable speed. After a couple of quick accelerations, he carried the ball to the right side of Braunschweig's penalty area, launching a long pass. After lying low for quite some time, Lin Chu suddenly sprang into action, racing toward the ball's landing spot, launching himself forward to head it. Kaiserl was not slow to react either, sprinting alongside him and leaping forward in tandem. Lin Chu's speed faltered slightly, causing him to miss the ball, which grazed past his forehead, only to strike Kaiserl's head. Rather than feeling any joy, Kaiserl found himself in a state of despair. The ball hurtled toward the goal. Both sets of fans and coaches leapt to their feet in anticipation, but in a moment of sheer brilliance, Petarkovic executed the most outstanding save of the match. With a spectacular dive, he extended a single hand upward, deftly deflecting the ball over the crossbar. Borovka's cross found Lin Chu, who leapt to intercept but failed. Kaiserl managed to connect with the ball. An own goal, a magnificent save. Petarkovic became Kaiserl's savior, having nearly kept out a header on the goal line. Kaiserl quickly regained his feet and ran toward Petarkovic, expressing his gratitude with a high five. Lin Chu also rose, bracing himself with both hands. He was aware that he had been in position, but his speed had ultimately let him down. Otherwise, it would not have been Kaiserl taking the shot. Lin Chu was a mere centimeter away from a hat trick, yet time remained in the match. In truth, very little time was left. Lin Chu's tendencies were not lost on Schmidt, who recognized that his stamina was nearing its limit. Nonetheless, despite having sent Kamara to warm up, he opted to grant Lin Chu 5 more minutes. Others ventured into the penalty area, poised to contest the corner kick. Borovka took the corner, but the ball was cleared from the penalty area by the opposing defender, allowing Braunschweig to initiate a rapid counterattack. The ball advanced to the edge of the penalty area, with Kumbera and Odimi charging towards the goal from either side. But a midfield through ball was swiftly intercepted by Coman just as it reached the 6-yard box. Niku headed the ball, directing it to Stoppelkamp. Stoppelkamp controlled and maneuvered, shaking off his marker, before suddenly exchanging positions with Stahl, sprinting the ball down the right flank. While both possessed commendable free-kick skills, Stoppelkamp and Borovka were nearly polar opposites. The former was slow yet technically refined, embodying the essence of a classical playmaker. Thus, rather than competing with the defender in terms of speed, He opted to pass the ball to Stahl before making an off-the-ball run toward the left sideline. Stahl delivered a precise diagonal pass, returning the ball to him. The defender, Bichikchich, rushed forward to press, only to be effortlessly bypassed by a skillful nutmeg. Lin Chu concentrated all remaining energy into a full-throttle sprint toward the near post. Kaiserl, unwilling to lose sight of him for even a second, immediately followed suit. The eyes of everyone were fixed upon them. This time, it seemed as though the entire world knew that Stoppelkamp would pass to Lin Chu in the next moment. Given Stoppelkamp's perspective and his usual style, he would not deliver such an obvious cross. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not resist making the pass, a half-height ball. Chapter 30. Clear blue skies. It is rare for someone to deliver a half-height cross, as it complicates the receiver's ability to strike directly at goal. However, the defenders found themselves in an equally awkward position, as there seemed to be no suitable body part to utilize for a clearance. Kaiserl was somewhat flustered. The ball sped toward him, curving and spinning, its height reaching only to his knees. Even after his recent near-miss with an own goal, he still unhesitatingly extended his foot, attempting to block the ball. However, his interception was executed awkwardly, appearing sluggish. The ball had already zipped past him before his foot could make contact. It was over. In despair, Kaiserl turned his head. This pass was undeniably challenging, whether for clearance or reception. Yet Kaiserl could be 100% certain that the young prodigy beside him would not squander this opportunity. In a moment of resignation, Lin Chu slowed his pace, lifting his right foot to strike forward with force. The studs of his boot collided with the ball, producing a sensation entirely distinct from that of a typical shot. Petarkovich, having kept a close watch on Lin Chu, had already begun to position himself as Lin Chu made his move. However, he miscalculated the seamless connection between Lin Chu and Stoppelkamp this time. He executed his save with utmost urgency, yet the ball grazed past his fingertips, finding its way into the net. Goal. The ball is in again. Once more, it is Lin Chu. A hat trick. An astonishing hat trick. The exquisite interplay between Stoppelkamp and Lin Chu has led Munich 1860 to an unexpectedly commanding lead of 4-1. Braunschweig's once proud defense was rendered ineffectual in the face of 1860 and Lin Chu's prowess. After witnessing the ball enter the goal, Lin Chu immediately sprinted toward the sidelines. Though his gaze was directed toward the stands, his attention was primarily focused on the system notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations on achieving your first career hat trick, earning 20 achievement points. After redeeming Yang Chen's player card, he was left with only 10 points. Subsequently, the accolade for being the youngest scorer in the second division history granted him 30 achievement points, bringing his point balance to 4-0. As of now, 6 goals and 1 assist have been recorded, translating to 7 achievement points, which can be converted into 7 points, coupled with the 20 points awarded this time. The total points balance has surged to 89. This brings him one step closer to his 5th white card. Schmidt's anticipated 5 minutes, however, ultimately did not come to fruition. Lin Chu is to be substituted. In 3 matches, he has scored twice in one, provided 1 assist and 1 goal in another, and achieved a hat trick in the last. Moreover, it must not be overlooked that the additional goal scored by Munich 1860 in this match was also a penalty created by Lin Chu. This means that all the goals in the last 3 matches involving Munich 1860 have been linked to Lin Chu. While we rejoice at the emergence of a super striker for Munich 1860, we cannot help but worry. What will they do without Lin Chu? The fans of Munich 1860 are equally perplexed. How is it that after just 3 matches, we have developed a reliance on Lin Chu? Nevertheless, as they watch Lin Chu nonchalantly walking towards the sidelines, their admiration cannot be contained. The entire stadium erupts in applause, and even the players on the field momentarily pause, wearing proud smiles as if watching their own son receiving an award. Bidding farewell to Lin Chu, Kamara feels a great weight lifted from his heart. Even he, despite his usual foolishness, understands that Lin Chu is not to be trifled with. Schmidt, arms wide open, offers him a warm embrace. If I were to claim that I am not the least bit surprised, would that make me seem pretentious? Yet, I must admit I am slightly taken aback. The second-place team on the leaderboard does not appear as formidable as it seems. No, do not underestimate any opponent. Their seemingly lackluster performance is due to their insufficient regard for us, particularly for you, who has not been treated as the most dangerous predator. However, scoring will not be as effortless in the future. Defenders throughout the entire German second division will regard you as the most fearsome adversary, and all coaches will emphasize your threat to their players, demanding they do whatever it takes to thwart you. You are about to face a true test. If you surpass it, clear skies await. If not. While he is still ruminating over the appropriate words, Lin Chu cheerfully interjects. Rest assured, boss, my football career will always be filled with clear skies, provided I do not encounter that cursed national team. Just as Schmidt is about to caution him against being overly carefree, his attention is swiftly drawn back to the unfolding situation on the field. Braunschweig, undeterred, mounts another wave of attack, sending the ball into Munich 1860's penalty area. Kumbula misses the initial contact, but the following Odemi seizes the opportunity, executing a sliding shot that finds the back of Munich 1860's net. Goal! Braunschweig has finally breached Munich's defenses once more, bringing the score to 4-2. With approximately 20 minutes remaining, suspense lingers. Belleretti muses. Lin Chu has just been substituted, and Braunschweig has scored. I cannot shake the peculiar feeling that the moment this kid is absent. Munich 1860. Transforms. He initially intended to say it is not possible, but thinking better of it, he quickly rephrases. Kahn immediately takes over the conversation, acknowledging that Lin Chu's arrival has indeed brought a significant change to Munich 1860. Perhaps they can truly create a miracle. Let us speculate, perhaps next season, will we witness a Munich derby at the Allianz Arena? Ha ha ha, that would certainly be delightful, especially since Munich 1860 has been absent from the Bundesliga for nearly a decade. Belleretti adds, moreover, they do not necessarily need to wait until Munich 1860 secures promotion to the Bundesliga. They have an opportunity to meet Bayern Munich at Allianz Arena this season. Are you referring to the DFB Pokal? Yes, the DFB Pokal. Both Munich teams have reached the round of 16. If they can navigate through smoothly, the chances of meeting are quite substantial. Then we must look forward to it.as they converse enthusiastically. Braunschweig continues to launch relentless attacks, yet Munich 1860's defense holds firm until the match concludes. 4-2. Munich 1860 achieves a remarkable 3 consecutive victories, ascending 3 places to 7th in the second division. Chapter 31. The greatest fortune with the referee's whistle. Munich 1860 unexpectedly triumphs over Braunschweig 4-2 at home, concluding the season with 23 matches, 9 wins, 7 draws, and 7 losses, accumulating 34 points and ranking 7th. Still harboring hopes of contending for a playoff spot with 11 rounds remaining. Young Lin Chu has scored in 3 consecutive matches, achieving a remarkable total of 6 goals. He has not only surpassed his peers, but has also left many established forwards in the second division trailing in his wake. Fortunate Schmidt, who initially sought merely to secure a forward during the winter break to temporarily fill in for several injured players, has unexpectedly hit the jackpot. Congratulations are also in order for Lin Chu, who, after becoming the youngest player to debut and score in the second division, has now also become the youngest to execute a hat trick. According to the unwritten rules of the football world, players who score a hat trick are entitled to take the match ball home, and Lin Chu certainly does not hesitate to request it as soon as the match concludes. The referee hands him the ball. Smiling, keep it up. I have a feeling this will not be your first hat trick. Thank you. I hope so too. Lin Chu tucks the ball under his arm, tilting his head back to avoid several microphones nearly thrust into his face. Defiantly asserting, I believe Lauder can fully represent me. Lauder immediately interjects with a tinge of envy. No, I cannot represent you. I have never scored a hat trick. That is true, Lin Chu realizes, his face morphing into a cheeky grin. After all, it took me a full 3 matches to achieve my first hat trick. Do you think that just because there are reporters here, I will not dare to confront you? Just as Lauder finishes speaking, a particularly earnest journalist chimes in. In reality, it can only be counted as 2 matches, since you did not play the full duration in the previous 2. If calculated, it barely amounts to 1 match, so the statement of a full 3 matches is inaccurate. Lin Chu immediately turns to him. Which media outlet are you from? Bild. The young man replies, straightening up, I am an intern at Bild. Pelt. Very well, Pelt. Do you have any questions? Yes, indeed. I have many questions. Pelt suddenly becomes a bit nervous. First, did you ever imagine that you would score a hat trick on your first start? To speak honestly, Lin Chu did fantasize about scoring a hat trick when he first stepped onto the pitch. Now facing the camera, he can only feign sincerity. Of course not. Everyone knows that scoring a hat trick is a challenging feat. Before entering the game, I was solely focused on how to help the team win. As for personal statistics, those are secondary. Lauder shoots him a disdainful glance, yet Lin Chu maintains his serious demeanor. Naturally, for a forward, being able to contribute to a victory through 1s goals is indeed the most gratifying experience. All right, thank you. The second question, do you enjoy life at Munich 1860? The surrounding veteran journalists are on the verge of losing their minds. What kind of question is that? Can you even ask anything meaningful? I enjoy it. Munich 1860 has many talented individuals, and the conversations are delightful. I absolutely love it here. Pelt finally poses a question that everyone is eager to know. Will you join the German national team in the future? Apologies, I am Chinese. But you are not yet 18. You still have the opportunity to change your nationality, do you not? Yes, but the future is uncertain for everyone. I apologize. My coach is calling me. Wait, are you trying to leave just like that? Lin, wait, is your girlfriend from Heidenheim? Lin, could you talk about your salary? Lin, regarding St. Pauli. Lauder also learns a lesson, waving to Schmidt, who is now just a distant figure. The coach is also calling me, 88. After saying this, he immediately rushes to catch up with Lin Chu, entering the players' tunnel. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Chu has everyone sign the match ball. Just after finishing his shower, the assistant coach walks in and beckons him. Lin, boss has called for you to attend the press conference. Immediately, envious glances are cast in his direction. He has only been here for a few days. And now he is off to a press conference. This is definitely preferential treatment. However, considering Lin Chu's performance, well, if I were the coach, I would be inclined to treat him like a son as well. Even more infuriating is that this kid seems reluctant, as if being dragged to the gallows. It is maddening. As Lin Chu and Lauder enter the press hall, Braunschweig's coach, Lieberknecht, has already been besieged by reporters. After all, having lost only one match in half a season, conceding 21 goals, and yet inexplicably flopping here by conceding 4 goals, he certainly has some reflection to do. Lieberknecht gazed at Lin Chu, who had just walked in, and remarked, I must admit that I was ill-prepared for this match. I am aware that Munich 1860 has been in excellent form lately, boasting an exceptional finisher, yet I did not afford this enough attention. Naturally, that dubious penalty should not be overlooked as one of the reasons for our defeat. He struggled to think of a way to shift the blame onto the referee, but to his surprise, once Lin Chu arrived, the journalists lost interest in him, and their questions swiftly turned towards Lin. Lin, hello? I am a reporter from Kicker. Firstly, congratulations on your hat trick. This is only your 3rd match, yet you have already scored 6 goals. Do you attribute this to skill or luck? According to the character of our Chinese people, I should humbly attribute this to luck at this moment. But as you mentioned, 3 matches and 6 goals. What kind of extraordinary luck could yield such results? So I would say 80% skill and 20% luck. I am grateful he did not choose me. That is my greatest fortune. As soon as Lin Chu finished speaking, Schmidt chimed in wistfully from the side. Indeed, that is also my greatest fortune. May I ask what gave you the audacity to start Lin Chu in such an important match? After all, he is only 17 years old, while players of the same age are still competing in youth leagues. Rooney scored in the Premier League at 16, Owen participated in the World Cup as a starter at 17, and Ronaldo became the top scorer in the Eredivisie at 18. Therefore, age has never been a barrier. Talent is what truly matters. The reporter who posed the question suddenly wore a peculiar expression and inquired, so you believe Lin Chu is a genius like Rooney, Owen, or even Ronaldo? Why not? Schmidt replied with a similar gaze. You must understand that sitting before you is a prodigious forward who scored a hat trick in his first match representing the team. Do you think the standard of German football is inferior to that of England or the Netherlands? I do not. I never said that. Please do not misinterpret my words. As long as that is clear, next question. Schmidt was in high spirits, exuding a combative demeanor, and the reporters quickly ceased their trickier inquiries, leading to a successful conclusion of the press conference. The moment he got into the car, he triumphantly handed the match ball to his mother. Old Lin felt a twinge of jealousy. Is this what you give every time? Can't you bring something fresh? Lin Chu fastened his seatbelt and replied, How about a Bundesliga ball for you? Lin he paused, realizing the implication. This rascal has truly become too full of himself. As he thought this, Lin he couldn't help but feel a swell of anticipation. The youth team S ball went to his sister, the second division S ball to his mother, and the Bundesliga one is reserved for me. Let us see who is the most important. Feeling pleased, he couldn't resist whistling softly. Middle-aged men are quite easy to please. The next day, Lin Chu naturally found himself once again in the official best 11 of the TUD, Bundesliga, becoming the first player in Munich 1860's history to be named to the best 11 for 3 consecutive matches. In the best player voting, he also decisively triumphed over Kingsek. The biggest contender for promotion back to the Bundesliga, Hertha BSC, secured a crucial 1-0 victory at home against a 10-man Kaiserslautern in the 23rd round of the Bundesliga, maintaining their lead in the standings. Following this loss, Kaiserslautern found themselves 12 points adrift of the direct promotion zone, while Hertha's trajectory towards automatic promotion alongside Braunschweig appeared increasingly irreversible, leaving other teams to battle for the playoff positions. Currently, Bochum, Cologne, Kaiserslautern, St. Pauli, and Munich 1860 all have a chance at securing this spot. Beyond the fierce competition in the standings, the highlight of this round was undoubtedly the emergence of young players. Kingsek, a young striker loaned from Dortmund to St. Pauli, netted twice in a 3-0 victory over FSV Frankfurt, becoming the key contributor to his team's success. However, the most dazzling player of the round remained Lin Chu of Munich 1860. The young Chinese forward made his starting debut for the team, scoring a hat-trick and creating a penalty, helping his team secure a vital 3 points. Among the trio, the eldest, Odimi, is 22 years old, while the youngest, Lin Chu, is merely 17. Everything indicates that the youth have begun to usher in their era, poised to pin new legends. While Lin Chu shone brightly in the Bundesliga, domestic media finally experienced a surge of coverage regarding him. Fans suddenly felt as if Lin Chu's name had seemingly emerged overnight from some corner, inundating various sports sections. Though not dominating the front pages, he occupied remarkably significant spaces. Chinese prodigy dazzles on German soil, 3 matches, 6 goals, made in China, born striker, and other headlines flooded the eyes of fans. Among them, Xinhua sports coverage was particularly representative. On December 3, 2000, in the 17th round of the Bundesliga, Aachen faced St. Pauli and Hamburg. In that 90-minute match, Xia Hui scored 3 goals, becoming the first Chinese player to achieve a hat-trick abroad. 5 years later, on the same date, Antwerp triumphed 5-0 over Lommel United, with a spirited Dong Fangzhou scoring 3 goals, marking the second hat-trick by a Chinese player in foreign leagues. In 2006. It was again Antwerp, again Dong Fangzhou, and once more a hat-trick. At that time. Everyone believed that was merely the beginning for him, yet little did they know it marked his peak. Upon returning to Manchester United, Dong Fangzhou failed to deliver convincing performances, becoming a lamentable tale of lost potential. Now, finally, another Chinese player has achieved a hat-trick overseas. 17-year-old Lin Chu has showcased his extraordinary talent with 3 matches and 6 goals, proving that China is not devoid of football geniuses. Rather, it lacks the nurturing environment for their growth. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in a Beijing community, Xiao Jia gazed at the spirited young man on the webpage adorned in a familiar jersey. His heart awash with various sentiments. 10 years prior, he too had caught the eye of Munich 1860, subsequently transferring for €1 million, becoming the second Chinese player to compete in the German league after Yang Qian. At that time, Munich 1860 was still in the Bundesliga, but merely a season later, they faced relegation, and he followed 1860 for 2 seasons in the Bundesliga, yet could not achieve any remarkable feats. Now, a new young talent has donned that jersey and embarked on a new story. Chapter 33, Fertzek. I have been honest. Please spare me. Lin Chu's brilliance, of course, brought about Fertzek's anguish and frustration. A hat-trick. What a monster. He now somewhat regretted his earlier words. Although Lin Chu's performance in this match further solidified his belief that he was merely an opportunist, it must be said that this opportunist's ability to seize chances is truly terrifying. Forget it. Fertzek decided to let go of his obsession and no longer dwell on Lin Chu. Regardless of whether he is good or bad, he is now a player of another team. However, the media was not so easily dissuaded. As the car approached the training ground, reporters were already waiting with cameras in hand. Fertzek felt overwhelmed, raised the car window, and slammed on the gas, driving straight into the training facility, exuding an air of retreat. After the 23rd round of the Bundesliga, what commenced was not the 24th round, but the DFB Pokal. Currently, Munich 1860's trophy cabinet contains only 3 championship trophies, aside from the Bundesliga title of 1966. The other 2 are DFB Pokal trophies. Yet, those are distant memories. One was from 1942, the other from 1964. The closest of the 3 trophies now dates back 47 years. As in any previous season, the club's public motto remains the pursuit of all championships, including the DFB Pokal. However, A discerning eye would recognize that their starting lineup indicates that this so-called pursuit of all championships is merely lip service, with 7 substitutes and 5 youth team players. Does this look like a team contending for the championship? Nevertheless, to demonstrate that they are not merely going through the motions, Schmidt made a show of placing Stoppelkamp, Borovka, and Lin Chu on the bench. Who would have thought they would unleash a torrent of performance as the opposing Bochum struggled to cope? As the match reached the 70th minute, the score remained a stalemate. Schmidt observed, "All right, I gave you a chance. But if you cannot deliver, do not blame me." Thus, Lin Chu, Stoppelkamp, and Borovka all took to the field at the 75th minute. With Stoppelkamp as the nucleus, Borovka as the spearhead, and Lin Chu as the tip of the blade, the entire Munich 1860 team was suddenly revitalized, unleashing a terrifying fighting spirit. In the 78th minute, Stoppelkamp weaved past 2 defenders and made a central through pass. Lin Chu found himself one-on-one, but unfortunately was flagged offside. In the 83rd minute, Borovka delivered a cross from the wing, and Lin Chu's header was too straight, easily collected by the goalkeeper. 2 minutes later, Stoppelkamp executed a clever lob from the edge of the box. Lin Chu controlled the ball with his chest against the defender and unleashed a volley, breaking the deadlock. Bochum struggled in the closing moments, yet with a long-range shot soaring into the stands. The match concluded with a score of 1-0. In a thrilling display, Lin Chu continued to showcase his scoring prowess, netting 7 goals across 4 matches. However, his brilliance was soon overshadowed by Germany's golden boy, Ji Zhu, who marked this round with his inaugural hat-trick in his professional career. With formidable opponents such as Bayern, Dortmund, Mainz, and Stuttgart lurking in the German Cup, this sweet prize seemed a distant dream for 1860 Munich. Yet, now that they had reached the quarterfinals, aspirations began to bubble to the surface. What if luck were on their side? Following Dortmund's victory over Hannover 96, securing the last spot, the 8 teams for the German Cup quarterfinals were freshly unveiled. To everyone's surprise, 2 rather peculiar contenders had made their way into the mix. While 1860 Munich, despite its prolonged descent into the 2nd division, could still be considered a traditional power, the presence of Offenbach kickers, who had only a year ago been competing in amateur leagues, was perplexing. 1,860 harbored hopes of drawing this dark horse, but fate dealt them a different hand, as Wolfsburg claimed the favorable matchup. Instead, 1860 drew a mid-tier opponent, Stuttgart. Nevertheless, aside from their own supporters, few seemed to care about their fate. All eyes were fixated on the impending clash between Bayern and Dortmund, the champions of the previous season's German Cup and Bundesliga. These rivals were poised to engage in a fierce battle in the quarterfinals. Last season, Bayern had succumbed to Dortmund in the Cup final, paving the way for their opponent's double triumph. This season, the German giants were undoubtedly eager for revenge. Returning to league matters, 1860 Munich faced a relatively gentle schedule ahead, primarily against teams positioned in the lower echelons of the table. Lin Chu had firmly established himself as a key player. In their first match of March, 1860 experienced a 2-2 draw which halted their winning streak. Lin Chu opened the scoring for his team once again, with Borovka extending the lead. Yet Ingolstadt erupted unexpectedly, netting 2 goals within 5 minutes, transforming what seemed a certain 3 points into a mere 1. In a decisive encounter against relegation-threatened Sandhausen, 1860 delivered a resounding 5-0 victory. Goals from Lin Chu, Lott, Starl, Niku, and St. Perkamp showcased a multifaceted attacking display, culminating in the most exhilarating match of the season. Lin Chu, having scored in 6 consecutive games, emerged as the hottest prospect for 1860, drawing local Chinese fans to the stadium, as well as supporters from across Germany who became his devoted followers. As for St. Pauli, following a significant victory, they faced a crushing defeat, followed by a draw, resulting in a rapid decline to 7th place. Meanwhile, VLK, who had previously claimed that Kinsek was more suited to St. Pauli than Lin Chu, vanished into the defensive ranks, failing to make an impact in the last 2 matches. When confronted by reporters this time, VLK finally conceded. After unsuccessfully attempting to shift the blame onto his assistant coach, he rambled on before being succinctly summarized by the press. Has come clean, seeking mercy. As March drew to a close, 1860 Munich faced a formidable challenge. The current league leaders, Hertha Berlin, Chapter 34, aiming for the top. On March 25, 2013, in the 26th round of the 2nd division, at Berlin's Olympic Stadium, Hertha Berlin faced off against 1860 Munich. Having only lost one of their 25 matches and conceded fewer than 20 goals, Hertha Berlin's defensive prowess was formidable. Their attacking capabilities were equally daunting, leading the league with 56 goals, exhibiting dominance at both ends of the pitch. Unlike teams such as Braunschweig and Munich 1860, Hertha's attacking threats were diverse and evenly distributed, as evidenced by their two players on the scoring chart, neither of whom ranked particularly high. As the race for playoff spots reached a critical juncture. 1860 Munich knew they had to give their all in this match, while Hertha Berlin fielded their strongest lineup. In the dressing room, Bajrovka playfully placed a hand on Lin Chu's shoulder, murmuring, "Nervous, young man?" Lin Chu looked at him incredulously. "Why on earth would I be nervous? We're up against the leaders. We're here to take on the leaders." Not just Lin Chu, both teams displayed remarkable courage, with the match igniting into a heated contest right from the first minute. Hertha Berlin kicked off, executing a series of quick passes that brought the ball near the penalty area. Let's take a moment to review the starting lineups. Hertha Berlin adopted a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, 1 KLRFT. Defenders, 3, Lawan, Kobiashvili, 4, Hubnik, 5, Franz, 6, Jankel. Midfielders, 18 Yamair, C, 12, Doni, 10, Hadala. Forwards, 11, Alaji, 9, Ramos, 19, Lasoga. Notably, Ramos and Doni were key offensive players, ranking 5th and 10th in the scoring chart, respectively. 1860 Munich maintained their usual 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, 1 Gabor Karaly. Defenders, 2 Fultz, 15, Malik, 4, Kaman, 3, Wojtkowiak. Midfielders, 6 Dominik Starl, 8 Maximilian Niku, 10, Moritz St. Perkamp, 7, Daniel Bajrovka. Forwards, 11 Benjamin Lott, C, 9, Lin Chu. This lineup had secured an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 draw, particularly showcasing a formidable offensive prowess, especially with Lin Chu, who had scored in every match since his debut. The question remained whether Hertha Berlin could contain him today. Hertha Berlin launched an offensive, a spectacular save by Karaly. Barely a minute into the match, Hertha Berlin executed a threatening strike, but fortunately, 1860 Munich's goalkeeper was alert and rose to the occasion. Now, let us observe 1860's counterattack. Doni's diagonal pass. Alaji seized the first touch, striking with his right foot. Karaly reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball with his foot, leading to a pass from Kaman to Starl, initiating 1860 Munich's counterattack. As the commentator's voice rose, the fans of 1860 Munich were on edge, oscillating between concern for their team's defense and relief at narrowly escaping danger, quickly transitioning to anticipation for their own counter. However, this anticipation did not endure for long, as the counterattack faltered before it could fully unfold. Starr advanced with the ball and passed it to Stoppelkamp, but the intention behind the pass was too apparent, allowing Hadala to easily intercept it. Lott and Stoppelkamp immediately pressed forward, yet Hadala had already anticipated their move, distributing the ball to the flanking Jankel. Upon controlling the ball, Jankel swiftly surged into the penalty area from the right, causing a flurry of anxiety in front of the Munich 1860 goal. Watch Ramos. Be wary of number 11. Don't get caught offside. Keep up. Amid various exclamations, Jankel quickly delivered a cross before Wojtkowiak could intercept. The 3 forwards of Hertha Berlin had converged, while each of Munich's 3 defenders was tasked with marking one, resulting in a tense 3-on-3 situation in the box. The fastest, Alajai, managed to slip past Furtz, successfully evading the offside trap. However, when he received the ball, he found his shooting angle completely closed off and had to send a diagonal pass towards the goal instead. Karaly decisively rushed out, extending his foot just in time to clear the ball out of the box as Ramos prepared to shoot. Niku, turning to receive the ball, promptly cleared it with a powerful kick, temporarily alleviating the pressure on 1860. The ball found its way to Stoppelkamp's feet, and Munich 1860 quickly organized an offensive, soon bringing the tension back to Hertha Berlin. Franz forcefully collided with Lin Chu as he received the ball. Though this player was faster than Lin Chu, their physicality was fairly even, and the impact failed to disrupt Lin Chu's balance. Lin Chu delicately nudged the ball into the penalty area. Bajrovka surged in from the flank, unleashing a fierce shot at the ball. The counterattack from Munich 1860 came swiftly. Stoppelkamp sent a through ball to Lin Chu, who then diagonally passed to Bajrovka, who struck without stopping the ball. Kraft executed a spectacular save. Both goalkeepers were kept busy today, once again averting a crisis. Amidst the cheers of the home crowd, Kraft, having successfully saved, launched the ball forward with a powerful kick, reaching the midfield. Hertha Berlin's captain, Niemeyer, skillfully controlled the ball, feigned a pass to deceive Niku, and then lofted the ball to the edge of 1860's penalty area. Longny made another rapid advance, striking the descending ball with a powerful shot. The players on the Munich 1860 bench were already on their feet in shock, as Coman and Fatty lunged to block the ball with their bodies, but the ball sailed past them. In a critical moment, Corrali executed a side dive, deflecting the ball away with one hand. Hertha Berlin launched a counter. Longny's long-range effort. The miraculous Corrali, he managed to. Ramos? Corrali deflected the ball into the center of the penalty area. Just as Coman was about to clear it, Ramos charged in, executing a volley. The ball flew straight down the middle of the goal, but Corrali had just completed a save and was still on the ground, helplessly watching as the ball sailed into the net. Goal. Ramos's follow-up shot succeeded, and Hertha Berlin finally broke the deadlock. It had been a long time coming, with both teams having made 3 attempts on goal. The football finally bypassing the goalkeeper's grasp. 1-0, Hertha Berlin currently leads at home. Amidst the joyous shouts of the fans, the home players rushed to the sidelines in jubilant celebration. The Munich players stood with hands on their hips, gasping for breath. Lin Chu had been active today, but his imposing presence was noticeably diminished compared to previous matches. He nodded towards Franz, acknowledging the prowess of their defender. I know he's formidable, but no player can guarantee perfection at all times. Lot nodded in agreement. The difference is that we are forwards, allowed to err multiple times, while he is a defender and can afford only a single mistake. What you must do is seize the opportunity when he falters. Even if it's just once, and any difficulties you encounter with him should be seen as preparation for that singular chance. Understand what I mean? I thought I was no longer a novice. You are certainly not. Then can your next lesson be more advanced? I'm just worried you might get overwhelmed by him. Do I look like I could be overwhelmed? Not quite, but you do seem a bit punchable. As the two bantered, they walked into the center circle, awaiting the restart. Hertha Berlin celebrated for quite some time before the match resumed. Munich 1860 immediately launched a rapid offensive. Borovka initiated an attack from the left, but after facing defensive pressure, he quickly switched the ball across the pitch. The ball traversed nearly half the field before reaching Starr on the right. Starr controlled the ball, glanced towards Lot for support, and then deftly maneuvered to evade a defender's interception. The two flanks of 1860 connected seamlessly, with Starr skillfully cutting in, preparing to shoot. Just as Starr positioned himself to strike, the opposing defender Kobiesvili swiftly closed in to block. He refrained from forcing a shot, opting instead for a pass, gently nudging the ball into the penalty area. Lin Chu surged forward, stabilizing himself on his left foot before shooting with his right. Once again, Franz was right on his tail, rushing to intercept, extending his foot to block just in time, perfectly positioning himself in front of the ball. However, the ball did not escape. Lin Chu's right foot suddenly dropped. Stepping atop the ball before pulling back with force, the football rolled behind him. Lot followed up, pushing a shot towards the bottom corner. Their exchange was remarkably subtle and unexpected, a perfect display of synergy without any prior indication, leaving the defenders and goalkeeper of Hertha Berlin caught off guard. Yet infuriatingly, Lot misfired. In stark contrast to the reactions of the opposing fans, the ball skimmed the outside of the post, rolling out of play. Lin Chu turned around, speechless as he gazed at Lot. Lot's face flushed in embarrassment. He had just been instructing Lin Chu on seizing opportunities, yet now, faced with a golden chance, he had squandered it like a complete fool. Starr faked a shot, finding Lin Chu, who took aim. Lin Chu feigned again. A brilliant back heel. Lot's chance. A push towards the far corner. Too focused on the angle. The goalkeeper had no reaction. Lot could have struck more boldly, but he seemed overly confident in his technique, and Munich 1860 missed a golden opportunity to equalize. Franz looked at Lin Chu in surprise. He had meticulously studied Lin Chu's style before the match. Aside from being remarkably youthful, this Munich number 9 possessed two notable traits: positioning and shooting. With no flashy dribbling or unnecessary movements, he almost exclusively found opportunities through positioning, delivering lethal strikes. To deal with such a player, one must maintain 100 focus, never allowing him to slip from view, and block all shooting angles. Unexpectedly, Lin Chu was quite clever, managing to pass the ball in that situation. Fortunately, Lot was ineffective, having taken the lead and narrowly escaped a crisis. One would expect Hertha Berlin to stabilize their play, but as Kraft kicked the goal kick, they immediately launched an assault on Munich 1860. Hattala, possessing the ball in midfield, deftly faked past Stoppelkamp's defense, then skillfully nutmegged Niku, charging towards the 1860 defense. Beep. Hattala navigated through two Munich midfielders, advancing centrally. Hey. Niku pulled him down. A rather harsh foul. Indeed, a yellow card was issued. Hertha Berlin was awarded a free kick from the center, approximately 30 meters from goal, and all eyes were on how they would execute it. Niku made no protest, merely shooting Hattala a fierce glare before darkly walking away. Hattala smirked contemptuously, positioning the ball at the foul spot. At a distance of 30 meters, everyone expected him to pass to a teammate, but unexpectedly, he went for goal directly. Moreover, the quality of the shot was surprisingly high. The ball soared over the wall, heading towards the left side of the goal. Pauli, catching sight of the ball from the corner of his eye, instinctively dove and slapped it away with his right hand. With a thud, the ball was deflected towards Come On, rushing in to clear, was caught off guard as the ball came flying towards him, leaving him no time to react. It struck his shin and ricocheted away. He sighed inwardly, but in the next moment, with a bang, the ball struck the post, bouncing back towards him. Ramos had surged up from behind. Come On, without time to adjust, hastily nudged the ball aside. Fatty exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly sending the ball towards the flank. Fortunately, Furtz did not falter, receiving the ball and finally stabilizing the situation. Corrali's save was successful, and Come On narrowly avoided an own goal, thanks to the post saving him. Munich 1860 did not launch a quick counterattack this time. Instead, they patiently passed the ball around at the back before pushing up to midfield. Just as Niku gained possession in midfield, he was tripped by Niemeyer. This foul seemed somewhat retributive for Hattala, and the referee blew his whistle again, issuing a yellow card to Niemeyer. Niemeyer protested the decision, arguing with the referee for a while before Munich 1860 finally took the free kick. The distance of this ball surpasses that of Hertha Berlin's. Stoppelkamp deftly lofted the ball into the penalty area. Come On leapt high, attempting a header, but alas, the angle was too direct, allowing Kraft to comfortably seize the ball. Embracing the football, Kraft sprinted to the edge of the penalty area before launching it forward with a powerful single-handed throw. Hattala controlled the ball with his chest, then deftly brought it under his feet, only for Niku to surge forward aggressively, initiating a fierce, sliding tackle. Caught off guard, Hattala was brought down, ball and all. Yet this time the referee remained silent, inciting discontented boos from the home supporters. Stoppelkamp's free kick found Come On, but unfortunately, Come On's header failed to surpass the goalkeeper's fingertips, leading Munich 1860 to squander yet another scoring opportunity. The ball was passed by the goalkeeper to Hattala in midfield, who was then felled by Niku. Niku had made contact with the ball first, and the referee chose not to call a foul. Allowing Munich 1860 to press forward, Niku recovered quickly, passing the ball to Stoppelkamp. Lin Chu and Borovka charged towards the goal from both flanks, but Lin Chu suddenly halted midway, finally shaking off the ever-persistent Franz. Surrounded by defenders, Stoppelkamp intended to take a shot himself, but to his surprise, Lin Chu had outmaneuvered Franz's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a precise through ball, sending the ball directly to Lin Chu. Stoppelkamp surged forward, delivering a splendid pass to Lin Chu. Could this be the moment? Franz had already spun around to intercept, leaving Lin Chu no time to adjust as he swiftly fired a shot towards the left side of the goal. The attempt was rapid and stylish, yet it went awry. What was meant to be a strike towards the lower left corner transformed into a ground shot. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, the ball slipped through the gap between Franz's legs and continued to roll rapidly towards the goal. Kraft, deceived by Lin Chu's exaggerated shooting posture, leaped in an attempt to save, only to be caught off guard as the ball rolled along the ground towards him. Ironically, having already committed to diving left. A gap opened between his legs, just wide enough for the ball to pass. Chapter 36, Class A ball sense, Lin Chu shot, and the ball found the net, despite the angle being closed off. Lin Chu feigned a strike towards the upper left corner, tricking Franz before unleashing a perfectly executed ground shot that bypassed both the defender and Kraft, ultimately nestling into the net of Hertha Berlin. His keen instinct, precise shooting, and remarkable composure were evident. Kraft and Franz exchanged glances, sighing. Clearly, their attention to him had been insufficient. Franz shrugged, remarking that he had been cautious, yet Lin Chu proved to be more cunning than anticipated. Lot and Borovka approached Lin Chu, enthusiastically patting his shoulder. "How many is that now, brother? Do you realize what you're doing? You might just become the first player to claim the top scorer title after only half a season." Lin Chu turned to the excited Borovka. "Just 8. I still have a long way to go to be the top scorer, right?" Borovka chuckled mischievously. "Just 8? Ask your neighbor how many he has scored. Just tell me how many I need to secure it." Borovka replied, 18. "At least 20. Meanwhile, Lot shook his head. Kumbala is in fine form, and with 8 rounds remaining in the league, he should reach around 19 goals. You need to net at least 20 to ensure the golden boot." Before Lin Chu could respond, the chatty Borovka interjected, 8 games, 12 goals. "It's a bit challenging, but I believe in you." "Wrong," Lin Chu retorted. Running to the center circle to place the ball, "It's 8.5. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the system. Achievement points, 70. Training points, 15. 70 achievement points could be exchanged for 70 credits, and 15 training points could be converted to 30, totaling exactly 100 credits. It was time for another lottery. After redeeming Yang Chen's star card with his previous 100 credits, he was left with only 10, but later earned 30 achievement points for becoming the youngest scorer in the TUD Bundesliga, and 20 points for his first career hat trick. With this goal, his tally rose to 9, along with 1 assist, granting him an additional 10 achievement points. Altogether, he had exactly 70 achievement points, plus the training points, allowing him to draw a white card. Lin Chu immediately converted all his achievement and training points into credits, utilizing them for his second lottery. A dazzling, silver-spun roulette appeared before him. Lin Chu inhaled deeply, muttering, "Begin." The pointer in the roulette began to spin rapidly. "Stop." Following Lin Chu's command, the pointer slowed down and finally settled around the 4 o'clock position. A card flew out from the roulette and hovered before him. To his surprise, it featured yet another player from the Chinese national team, one he was familiar with, Chen Tao. Chinese football has its fair share of criticisms. Yet a handful of truly talented players emerge, and Chen Tao undoubtedly stands out as one of the most regrettable cases. Bursting onto the scene during the 2005 U-20 World Cup, he was ultimately selected for the best lineup. But alas, various misfortunes prevented him from realizing his potential. Ball sense, A. Dribbling, A. Short passing, A. Free kicks, 8.4 A's. Capable of both dribbling and passing, with a powerful free kick, Lin Chu even speculated that this might be Stoppelkamp's star card. Each attribute was one he coveted, but after a moment's consideration, he placed Chen Tao's card in the ball sense category. On the attribute list, beyond strength, positioning, goal-scoring instinct, and shooting, he finally acquired another A-rated attribute. And it was the most crucial, ball sense. Since gaining his powers, Lin Chu had finally experienced a profound transformation. With A-level ball sense, many actions that had previously existed only in his imagination could now manifest in reality. Just as he completed his upgrade, the match resumed. Even with a lead, Hertha Berlin showed no signs of retreating, especially after the score was equalized. AS Ramos set the ball in motion. They predictably continued their aggressive offensive. Not only did the 3 midfielders and 3 forwards surge forward, but even the 2 fullbacks took turns joining the fray, and at times, the center-backs crossed into the midfield, presenting a formidable attack. With a passer like Stoppelkamp and a speedster like Borovka, their counterattacks remained sharp, making it appear as though Hertha Berlin held the upper hand and could regain the lead at any moment. However, as the game progressed, it became evident that Munich 1860 posed the greater threat. Star carried the ball down the right side of the penalty area, with Lot moving in support and Borovka also approaching. Pass it! Pass it! With teammates on both flanks, he hesitated to take on another defender. After evading one more opponent, he finally released the ball under the anxious gazes of the fans. AS Lot took possession. Hubnik quickly closed in. He adjusted slightly and sent a diagonal pass towards Borovka. Borovka made a powerful thrust forward, then sprinted fiercely. Munich 1860 engaged in a rapid exchange of short passes within Hertha Berlin's penalty area, with Star passing to Lot, who found Borovka. Borovka outpaced Kobiasvili, breaking through. Chance. After a swift dash, Borovka brought the ball to the right side of the goal. The goalpost loomed to his right, and the goalkeeper had effectively covered the near post, leaving him with almost no space to shoot in a split second. He delicately flicked the ball towards the goal. Lin Chu and Franz charged forward simultaneously, leaping together to head the ball. with a resounding thud. Both struck the ball, which veered off course and out of bounds. The referee awarded a corner to Munich 1860. Lin Chu rubbed his head, which had collided with Franz, giving Borowka a thumbs up, yet Borowka grimaced. "You should practice your headers. Even my son heads the ball better than you." Lin Chu found himself at a loss for words. Borowka's strengths lay in speed and long passing, with Lin Chu's instinct and positioning. If his jumping and heading could also achieve a level, he would undoubtedly benefit immensely from Borowka's assists. Yet, the reality was that he had not upgraded those attributes, making it challenging to establish a seamless connection with Borowka as he did with Stoppelkamp. However, despite his harsh words, Borowka still sought Lin Chu out during the corner kick. Lin Chu again found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Franz. The ball was cleared by Franz and landed in the penalty area's center. Players from both sides rushed towards the ball's landing point. Coman leapt high amidst the crowd, heading the ball towards goal. The shot was well angled, yet its power and speed caught the Munich players off guard. Rising in anticipation, only to witness Kraft, seemingly in extraordinary form today, miraculously leap and palm the ball away. Yet, Hertha Berlin had no time to celebrate, as another twist awaited. Borowka's corner was taken, Franz headed the ball away, and Coman shot from the center of the penalty area. The miraculous Kraft deflected the ball towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu observed Coman's shot, saw Kraft's save, and then noticed the ball hurtling towards him. Franz muttered under his breath and swiftly charged forward, colliding forcefully. Lin Chu's body swayed slightly, yet he quickly regained his balance, stopping the ball with his chest. Without hesitation, Franz pressed forward, positioning himself between Lin Chu and the goal. This time, he was exceptionally cautious, deliberately keeping his legs close together to deny Lin Chu any chance of a nutmeg shot. However, as the ball descended, Lin Chu did not bring it to rest at his feet. Instead, he deftly flicked it upwards. The football soared above Franz's head, descending beside him. Lin Chu sprinted forward a couple of strides and unleashed a powerful strike at the falling ball. It was a move he had seldom employed before. A flick followed seamlessly by a volley he had practiced thousands of times, culminating in the third goal of the match. The football, akin to a mischievous child finally understanding, obediently followed his command for the very first time. Such was the sensation of a level ball control. This was the realm of genius. Lin Chu turned, arms outstretched as if to embrace the world, racing towards the sidelines. Franz stood frozen in place, gazing blankly at Lin Chu's retreating figure. Though Lin Chu had previously scored under his defense, it wasn't until this goal that he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an enigmatic quality in Lin Chu. The stadium fell silent, only to gradually erupt into a cacophony of cheers, culminating in a crescendo. The goal had been scored once more, and it was Lin Chu who did it again. He had deftly flicked the ball over Franz's head before delivering a powerful volley that allowed Munich 1860 to take the lead. His composure was remarkable. This goal was nothing short of a masterpiece. Others quickly converged upon Lin Chu, each vying for a moment of camaraderie. "All I can say is, wow, I am left speechless. I once thought that defender was formidable, but now he seems rather lackluster in comparison. This is simply astounding. Could it be another hat trick? The goalposts are sealed. Let no more goals slip through. I wish to document this loss. Since coming on as a substitute in the 21st round of the league, Lin Chu has now made 7 appearances for Munich 1860, scoring 10 goals, 9 in the second division and 1 in the German Cup. It is noteworthy that in 3 of those matches, he came off the bench. Let us revisit this goal. Undoubtedly, it will be hailed as the best goal of the round in the second division. A goal reminiscent of Ronaldinho. Lin Chu could have leapt and headed the ball into the net with relative ease. Yet he chose the most challenging, yet visually stunning, maneuver to execute this shot. Long last, Lin Chu extricated himself from the throng, and Rofka suddenly dashed in front of him, kneeling on one knee to grasp Lin Chu's right foot, placing it upon his knee and theatrically polishing it. Ha ha ha, Lin Chu had completely enamored his teammates as they assisted him in cleaning his shooting boots. The first half had yet to conclude, yet 3 goals had already graced the match. It promised to be an exhilarating goal fest. Although the first half was not over, time was indeed dwindling. Hertha Berlin continued their relentless assault, while Munich 1860 fortified their defenses, maintaining a scoreline of 1-2 until the halftime whistle. Previously, Lin Chu had been prolific in scoring yet often projected an impression of being a rough-around-the-edges player, even giving the illusion of merely scavenging opportunities. However, this flick followed by a volley was evidently not the hallmark of an unrefined forward. Khan, ever perceptive, sensed a remarkable transformation. Lin Chu seemed to be experimenting with a different style, a genius style. Bella. Reddy appeared somewhat perplexed. Undeniably, Lin was a talent. That much was clear. No, that is not what I meant. Khan searched for a more suitable phrasing for quite some time. Have you not noticed how his movements have become more fluid? Bella. Reddy clearly struggled to find common ground. Indeed, we all know that under the intense pressure from defenders, few can execute such technical maneuvers during a match, yet Lin Chu remained remarkably composed in front of goal. A feat only he could accomplish. Khan shook his head, relinquishing his efforts to enlighten. Though the way he regarded Lin Chu had shifted significantly in the locker room, Schmidt expressed his satisfaction with the players' performances. Yet it was evident that he harbored some trepidation, incessantly chattering away while the players attentively listened. Only Lin Chu, while appearing to be engaged, was busily juggling the ball with his feet. He sat there, eyes fixed on Schmidt, the football bouncing rhythmically between his feet. Initially, no one paid him any mind. After all, juggling was merely a fundamental skill for a professional player. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Although they could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy, there was an undeniable fluidity to this young man's movements, an inexplicable beauty and rhythm that filled the familiar gestures. As for Lin Chu himself, he was almost entranced by the exquisite sensation, utterly absorbed. Chapter 37. Uncertain strength, stronger against the strong. The second half commenced swiftly. Hertha Berlin continued their relentless pursuit, pressing fiercely against Munich 1860's defense. Within 10 minutes of the second half, they had already taken 4 shots on goal. Schmidt paced anxiously along the sidelines, making it seem as though they were the ones trailing. Hertha Berlin and Brunswick were the two most formidable teams in the second division this season, leading the pack by a considerable margin. If Munich 1860 could triumph today, they would be the only team to have simultaneously outmaneuvered both Hertha Berlin and Brunswick. As for Lin Chu, he had already become the sole player this season to breach the defenses of both Hertha Berlin and Brunswick. Yet, if he could net another goal, it would mark a hat trick against the top 2 teams in the standings. Hertha Berlin's current mission was not only to equalize, but also to subdue Lin Chu. One was the league leader, the other a rookie, yet this newcomer to the second division had already scored twice against the reigning champions. Given his current form, he could very well achieve a hat trick. This was something Hertha Berlin could not tolerate. Here they came again. Captain Neymar launched the ball forward, and Lonnie, without pausing, directly passed it to a teammate. Ramos received it, pivoted, and distributed it to the right flank where Ben Hadala awaited. Ben Hadala executed a series of feints to evade Niku, advancing towards Munich 1860's penalty area. Munich 1860 had fortified their box, a veritable fortress, yet Hadala initially attempted to breach it alone. Upon seeing the multitude of defenders, he hesitated, ultimately opting for a diagonal pass to the edge of the penalty arc. Watch out for Lonnie. Do not let him shoot from distance. Lonnie surged forward, drawing back his leg for a powerful strike. The football took flight, and the players of Munich 1860 scrambled to block it. Observing the densely packed defense, the Munich fans initially believed the shot would be easily thwarted. However, as the ball zipped through the throng, it fortuitously struck an unfortunate defender, resulting in a deflection that sped toward the left side of the goal. Corrali had no time to react, helplessly watching as the ball nestled into the net. Goal! Lonnie's long-range effort found the mark, leveling the score at 2-2. Both sides stood once again at the starting line. Munich 1860 had exercised great caution, yet they could not withstand the ferocious onslaught from Hertha Berlin. Lonnie's strike was powerful, but it had targeted the center of the goal. Had it not struck a defender, the goalkeeper would likely have made a straightforward save. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The ball ricocheted off Wojtkowiak's shin, leaving Corrali with no recourse. From 1-0 to 1-2 and now to 2-2, the match had been a roller coaster ride, and both sides were determined not to settle for a draw. Neither team desired a stalemate. And the game resumed without delay. Following Lin Chu's kickoff, Hertha Berlin immediately initiated a full-court press, momentarily throwing Munich 1860 into disarray. However, they quickly regained composure under the orchestrating presence of Stuppelkamp, launching a counterattack. In the 60th minute, Nika's long pass found Star, who executed a 1-2 with Stuppelkamp, guiding the ball to the right flank near the goal line before delivering a cross. Lin Chu, Lot and Borovka surged toward the goal, while three defenders from Hertha Berlin closely marked them, creating chaos in front of the net. The ball ultimately struck Lot's head, failing to result in a shot on target and instead sailing out of play. Yet, merely 3 minutes later, Munich 1860 returned with renewed vigor. Borovka once again exploited his speed to tear through Hertha Berlin's defense, delivering a diagonal pass into the box. The instant he released the ball, Lin Chu darted forward. Franz, glued to his side, swiftly closed in. Lin Chu gained a slight edge, a half step ahead, yet Franz rapidly made up the distance, both of them stretching out their feet to reach the ball. Perhaps due to the deeply ingrained impression that Lin Chu was not a player known for dribbling, even after being momentarily outmaneuvered, Franz did not anticipate any feints from him, assuming he was merely preparing to shoot, and thus only extended his foot to block Lin Chu's path to the goal. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chu did not strike the football directly upon contact. Instead, he deftly stepped on the ball with his right foot and pulled it back. Franz quickly slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. Indeed, possessing a sense for the ball alone is insufficient without the ability to dribble. These attributes are interdependent, though he has a solid foundation in ball control that allows him to perform various tricks. He still falls short compared to true dribbling experts. Nevertheless, this skill he displayed was enough to startle everyone. The ball rolled diagonally toward the right side of the goal. However, much to the dismay of the Munich 1860 fans, Stahl surprisingly did not follow up immediately to take a shot but hesitated at the moment Lin Chu made the pass. By the time he reacted, Jankel had already rushed in and narrowly cleared the ball from the penalty area. Clearly, Stahl was caught off guard by Lin Chu's audacious maneuver. The coaching and substitute benches of Munich 1860 were immediately filled with sighs of regret, and even Bella, ready in the studio, lamented, "What a pity! Stahl is practically committing a crime." Lin Chu had already laid claim to the best goal of the round, nearly securing the best assist as well, but the lack of synergy between him and Stahl cost them a golden opportunity to extend their lead. Stahl, frustrated, crouched down, cradling his head. This moment cannot be entirely blamed on him, as even if he had been paired with Stoperkamp or Lot, they would not have anticipated Lin Chu could execute such a pass in that situation, let alone in such a manner. Stoperkamp gazed at Lin Chu's retreating figure as if he had seen a ghost. He never doubted Lin Chu's talent, but only in terms of scoring. Positioning and shooting were tasks Lin Chu had always excelled at. Yet now, he was showcasing flair. Although this flair may have seemed somewhat unconventional, it was nonetheless impressive. He was indeed making progress. AT-17. Growth is to be expected, yet perhaps Lin Chu's playing style appeared too mature. His prowess giving the impression that he had already reached his peak, making it difficult for others to accept, especially since his evolution was not merely an enhancement of his existing skills but a complete shift in style, which was rather shocking. Schmidt shook his head repeatedly, unsure whether to lament Stahl's shortcomings or to marvel at Lin Chu's brilliance. Fans watching the live broadcast online were infuriated by Stahl's performance. What a disastrous teammate! Along with Lot, Lin Chu's potential assists vanished. If that assist had been executed, it would have been remarkable. Who claimed Lin Chu was merely a shooter? What about that nutmeg in this pass? Lin Chu stood up, expressionless, and lowered his gaze to adjust his socks. Franz wiped his face, feeling that this young man was quite uncanny, as if he had suddenly transformed. Liu Sukai was amused by the absurdity. Questioning if this was the excuse he had conjured for himself, Franz shook his head, insisting it was not an excuse. Liu Sukai interrupted, exasperated, "Then tell me, can anyone stop him? If not, I'll replace him with someone who can. Remember what you said." Liu Sukai pushed him into the field. "Don't let us become a laughingstock." As the match approached the 70th minute, Lin Chu began to show signs of fatigue. Though he was not completely out of breath, his technical movements were inevitably affected. Franz finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite his loud shouts, he felt somewhat anxious inside. He could not comprehend why. In terms of confrontation, he and Lin Chu were evenly matched. In speed, jumping ability, and physical endurance, he clearly had the upper hand. And in experience, Lin Chu was barely worthy of tying his shoelaces, yet he still found it impossible to defend against him. Stahl had performed exceptionally well today, but unexpectedly faltered at a critical moment. He hoped Stahl would elevate his game in the remaining minutes to make amends for his mistake. Lin Chu had not only scored 2 spectacular goals today, but had also provided 2 brilliant assists. Unfortunately, neither Lot nor Stahl could capitalize on the opportunities. If this continued, one would have to question whether Munich 1860 truly deserved such a talent. After a brief surge, Munich 1860 had to revert to a defensive counterattack. Regrettably, Lin Chu had noticeably reduced his running, which diminished their threat in the attacking third. Nonetheless, it was evident that the fans in Berlin had firmly etched this prodigy into their memories. Everyone could envision that Lin Chu would undoubtedly be the most sought-after player in the upcoming transfer window for the entire Bundesliga. Time ticked to the 75th minute when Schmidt called Daniel Jais to the sideline. He was the designated striker for Munich 1860 but had suffered a severe injury before the winter break. Sidelining him for over 2 months, a substitution was imminent. Jais was likely to replace Lin Chu. After all, being only 17, his body was not yet in peak condition, and Lin Chu's stamina could not support him for the full match. Lin Chu also noticed Jais on the sidelines, realizing he could now unleash his final burst of energy. If the match ended in a draw, Hertha Berlin's ranking would remain unaffected, but for Munich. Look at this play. Stoperkamp skillfully evaded a defender and suddenly made a lofted pass. An opportunity. Lot charged into the penalty area as Stoperkamp delivered the pass, along with Lin Chu and Borovka, launching a three-pronged assault on Hertha Berlin's goal. Lin Chu positioned centrally, Lot on the right, and Borovka on the left. The ball was aimed towards the center, but Lin Chu, obstructed by Franz, could not accelerate. Meanwhile, on the left, Borovka exploited his speed advantage, sprinting ahead, diagonally positioning himself to reach the ball. The goalkeeper had already rushed out, leaving him no time to adjust, so he could only take a hasty shot. The ball predictably struck the goalkeeper and deflected towards Lot. Borovka took a volley, but the ball hit the goalkeeper. Lot calmly slotted it home. The miraculous Jankel, a stunning goal-line clearance. Hertha Berlin narrowly escaped twice. The ball was cleared from the penalty area by Jankel, and Hattala regained possession. Stoperkamp successfully intercepted. Hattala immediately attempted to reclaim the ball, but Stoperkamp denied him the chance for revenge, swiftly making a diagonal pass to the right flank. Stahl received the ball side-on, surveying the goal. Stahl feigned a cross, and the advancing Nimmer fell for the ruse, extending his foot to block. The ball did not escape. Instead, Stahl deftly flicked it, executing a fake pass. Stahl elegantly maneuvered, cutting into the penalty area, shooting. Was that another feint? The previous was a fake pass. This time, it was a genuine pass disguised as a shot. With Stahl's incisive through ball, the ball sped towards Lin Chu. Franz immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Chu, using his body to block him from the goal, exerting force with his hands to push him away. Lin Chu received the ball with his back to the play, tapping it sideways before spinning around Franz to surge toward the goal. Lot lightly flicked the ball that he arced in a parabolic trajectory, landing right in front of Lin Chu. Franz, momentarily blank, instinctively reached out to push the ball forward. Lin Chu, taken by surprise, lunged forward but managed to direct the ball ahead. With a soft thud, his forehead met the ball perfectly. Kraft scrambled to intervene but failed to make contact. Chapter 38. The comeback of the town scholar. Lin Chu's header found the back of the net. Bellaretti exclaimed excitedly, his voice tinged with disbelief. Kahn remained somewhat composed, yet his eyes betrayed a lack of calm. He even entertained the thought of introducing Lin Chu to Bayern, but reconsidered, as there was already a player with a similar profile. Imler, on the team. The audience erupted in jubilant applause, unable to fathom the unfolding events. A hat trick. A Chinese player has truly achieved a hat trick. Bellaretti's voice grew increasingly fervent, noting that Lin Chu had played 7 matches to date, scoring twice in one match, contributing a goal and an assist in another, netting a goal in 3 matches, and executing 2 hat tricks, astonishingly against the top 2 teams in the standings. Was this mere coincidence? Certainly not. No. Kahn interjected firmly. This kid is a true big-game player. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he becomes. The more crucial the match, the better he performs. Bellaretti rolled his eyes in response. You, with your burly frame, have learned to steal the spotlight. However, he could only follow Kahn's lead, acknowledging that while Franz was one of the best defenders in the entire Bundesliga, he still could not thwart Lin Chu's goal scoring. From falling behind 0-1 to equalizing and then taking the lead twice, this was not merely a tactical victory, but a triumph of will and spirit. Just as Lin Chu, already panting heavily, suddenly sprang back to life. He quickly got up, raced toward the sidelines, leaped high, and raised his right fist. His teammates rushed in from behind, surrounding him to share in the joy of the goal. Applause erupted. Initially, only the away fans and neutral spectators clapped. But gradually, the applause grew louder until the entire Berlin Olympic Stadium resonated with enthusiastic cheers. The home fans were also captivated by Lin Chu's performance. Currently, there are no true super strikers in the two Bundesliga who can dominate the scoring charts. Even Kumbula, who tops the scoring list, has not achieved double digits in goals in previous seasons. In such circumstances, Lin Chu emerged with an overwhelming presence. Young, formidable, and undeniably handsome. Of course, the more significant aspect is that there exists no animosity between Hertha Berlin and Munich 1860. Moreover, even if Munich 1860 were to triumph, it would not threaten Hertha Berlin's dominance. Thus, the fans of Hertha Berlin graciously applauded Lin Chu, with some even emitting fervent cheers. Damn, I even believe he could secure the Golden Boot in this season's Bundesliga, which would be utterly terrifying. Scoring in 7 consecutive matches, including 2 hat-tricks against the top 2 teams. Where on earth did Munich find such a prodigy? Ha, if he continues to perform like this, Bayern will certainly take notice. However, for Lin, it matters little, as he would merely transition from one Munich team to another. Just donning a different jersey. Sign him up, and let us ascend to the Bundesliga together next season. Ha, I share the same sentiment. This lad undoubtedly possesses the prowess to compete in the Bundesliga. As for the current forwards in the team, their capabilities are questionable. The fans of Hertha Berlin are not jesting. They genuinely hope the team can secure Lin Chu by the end of the season. Despite their current standing at the top of the Bundesliga, if they avoid catastrophic missteps, clinching the championship seems almost guaranteed. Yet, they have been yo-yoing for 4 consecutive seasons, indicating that this squad would merely be a filler in the Bundesliga. Reinforcement is imperative, and what could be more advantageous than acquiring Lin Chu, a player who is not only talented but also possesses immense potential and charm. Schmidt remains oblivious to the fact that his prized asset is being coveted by others. As he continues to celebrate exuberantly with his assistant coaches, it is only when the match resumes and Hertha Berlin kicks off that he notices Yise's forlorn gaze. Yise, eyes wide in disbelief, exclaims, "What? Well, you see, the situation has changed. We need to adjust our substitution strategy." Schmidt swiftly enacted a substitution. The game-changer Lin Chu, along with Starl and Borovka, was replaced by a defender and 2 defensive midfielders. If feasible, Schmidt would have preferred to keep Lin Chu on the field, as his imposing presence would undoubtedly surpass Lott's. However, Lin Chu's stamina had dwindled to around 70 minutes, and his energy bar was already in the red. The fans once again honored Lin Chu with applause. Not only were the players of Munich 1860 enviously watching this scene, but even the players of Hertha Berlin felt a mix of emotions. To elicit applause from away fans is an achievement that any player could boast about for a lifetime, yet Lin Chu has only been in the game for a mere month and a half. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. Schmidt and Borovka exchanged high fives, but just as Lin Chu extended his hand for a similar gesture, the old man suddenly opened his arms and embraced him tightly. Lin Chu chuckled, and they shared a moment of silence, their grips tightening unconsciously. Ha, it is evident that Lin Chu shares a strong bond with his coach. In truth, his current success is largely attributable to 2 individuals, Chief Scout Vollmann of Munich 1860 and head coach Schmidt. It was Vollmann who discovered Lin Chu and fervently recommended him to Schmidt, who did not underestimate Lin Chu due to his age, but instead bestowed upon him immense trust. At this juncture, one cannot help but mention Furtzek. Ha, St. Pauli is in dire straits. Had they possessed Lin Chu, their results might have vastly improved. With Munich 1860 and Lin Chu's performances on the rise, the battle for the 3rd place in the Bundesliga and the Golden Boot has become rife with suspense, even more so than the championship itself. If Munich 1860 manages to secure promotion from a 10th place standing at the halfway mark, and Lin Chu clinches the top scorer title despite being a latecomer, then all present shall bear witness to a miraculous feat. Who would have imagined that a young player from the Heidenheim youth team, through a serendipitous encounter, could wield such influence over the league's dynamics? Lin Chu, a boy from a small town, is astonishing the entirety of Germany with his talent and prowess. Chapter 39. I really can't do it. After Lin Chu exited the field, Hertha Berlin could finally unleash their full offensive potential without reservation. The remaining 20 minutes of the match transformed into a showcase of their attacking prowess against Munich 1860's defensive masterclass. leaving spectators and players alike in awe. Borovka's thigh was nearly bruised from Lin Chu's relentless pursuit. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Congratulations to Munich 1860, as they secured this hard-fought 3 points, propelling them to 5th place on the leaderboard. Also, congratulations to Lin Chu, who, after becoming the youngest player to debut in the Bundesliga, the youngest scorer, and the youngest to achieve a hat-trick, has now become the fastest player to reach double digits in goals in the league. With a second hat-trick and 11 league goals, we firmly believe this is merely the beginning. Lin Chu rose, celebrated briefly with his teammates, and was about to join them in expressing gratitude to the traveling fans when he noticed Franz approaching him. Borovka initially thought this fellow was coming to stir trouble, ready to shield Lin Chu, but to his surprise, Franz removed his jersey and extended it towards Lin Chu. Well played. Hope to see you in the Bundesliga next time. Thank you, Lin Chu replied, accepting the jersey and handing over his own in return. You won't have to wait too long. That's good, Franz said, shaking his hand. Let me offer you a blessing. I hope you can clinch the top scorer title. Oh, damn it. A 17-year-old league golden boot? The world truly is mad. This marked Lin Chu's first jersey exchange with another player. Lin Chu took the match ball for the 3rd time. This time, he was too indifferent to solicit signatures from everyone. He merely wiped the ball casually and placed it in his bag. After freshening up, the assistant coach summoned him to attend the post-match press conference. Lin Chu was reluctant to go, but Lot and the assistant coach had already made arrangements, escorting him out from either side. At the press conference, Hertha Berlin's head coach El Schurz acknowledged the opponent's strength. Munich 1860 has undergone significant changes, possibly due to their new head coach. I must admit, they have identified players and tactics that suit them remarkably well. Why did we lose this match? No, it wasn't because the opponent was stronger, but rather due to the exceptional performance of a particular player, far exceeding our expectations. I believe you all know whom I am referring to. Lin Chu is indeed an outstanding forward, but beyond his technical abilities, what astonishes me more is his mentality. I cannot fathom how a 17-year-old player can remain so composed during a match. He is simply born to score. He generously lavished praise upon Lin Chu, while Schmidt across the table appeared as if he were receiving accolades himself, grinning with delight. Since you have praised Lin Chu, we are now good friends. I am not surprised by his remarkable performance today, even if it was a hat-trick. What caught me off guard was the manner in which he scored, particularly the second goal. I have never seen him bypass a defender in such a fashion before finding the net. In this respect, I share the same lack of understanding of Lin Chu as the opposing coach, but that is Lin. He always manages to surprise you in unexpected ways. The press conference had morphed into a celebration of Lin Chu's prowess. Yet given his recent achievements, such praise did not seem out of place. Once others had finished their accolades, Lin Chu, of course, could not indulge in self-praise and humbly attributed the success to his team. Thank you, coach. Thank you, teammates, that I scored the goals, but the credit belongs to everyone. I was merely fortunate enough to have the opportunity to deliver the final strike. The top scorer? Naturally, every forward aspires to be the top scorer. It is no easy feat, but I will strive for it. The goal? The Bundesliga. With 8 matches remaining, we are in 5th place, so there is definitely a chance. Which team do I most wish to face? Pauli, perhaps. St. Pauli, named by Lin Chu, was not faring well. Already in a dire situation, the news of Lin Chu's hat-trick had nearly shattered Furtzek. Meanwhile, in Munich, at the Munich 1860 club's official merchandise store, the atmosphere was bustling. Compared to the constant stream of customers at the Bayern store, Munich 1860's shop had consistently suffered from lackluster sales, even facing times when it was nearly deserted. However, following the match between Munich 1860 and Hertha Berlin, the store experienced an unprecedented surge of activity. Fans were even queuing at the entrance. Lin Chu's jerseys, one home and one away, were the hot commodities. Number 9, thank you. Are you out of your mind? Who wants Fred's jersey? It's obviously Chu's. Do you have signed jerseys of Lin Chu? I want one. No matter the price, none. Can I order one? Number 9 jersey, but I want Lin Chu's Chinese name on it. Initially taken aback, the staff at the store grew accustomed to such requests over the next few days, eventually becoming numb to it all. Unbeknownst to them, a journalist from China was capturing this scene with a camera, promptly sharing it on the Xintai Sports football channel with a somewhat sensational headline. The entirety of Munich is going crazy for Lin Chu. The article highlighted not only the frenzy surrounding the purchase of Lin Chu's jerseys, but also emphasized his recent hat-trick. In this era, the influence of portal websites remains remarkably potent. particularly that of Tencent and Xinhua, which serve as the primary conduits for football fans to engage with foreign leagues. Although constrained by the limited stature of the two, Bundesliga, Lin Chu's notoriety in his homeland is still confined to a small circle. However, as his performances continue to improve, an increasing number of individuals have become acquainted with his name, with many having already viewed his goal compilations multiple times. The methods by which opportunistic scorers find the net tend to be rather unremarkable, often evoking a sense of "I could do that too." Yet, following the release of his latest goal video, there has been an eruption of astonishment. After a prolonged absence from football, can anyone enlighten me as to whether this is genuine or merely another instance of media exaggeration? Is there truly no news? It's merely the 2. Bundesliga. What is all the fuss about? Just the 2. Bundesliga? It could easily overshadow the Chinese Super League by 1,000-fold. I concede. I truly could not replicate that goal. Chapter 40. My son possesses the spirit of a lion when mentioning Munich 1860. The predominant impression among most Chinese football fans is of the team that Xiao Jia once graced, and then there's little else to say. Subsequently, another football club known as Bayern Munich also emerged from Munich. Given that 1860 was established earlier and boasts a richer history, Bayern fans affectionately refer to 1860 as the elder sister, while the players of 1860 prefer to call themselves the Lions. This is not solely due to the lion depicted on their crest, but also because they perceive themselves to be as formidable as lions. Regrettably, after competing in the top league for a decade, Munich 1860 found itself relegated to the 2. Bundesliga after finishing second to last in the 2003-04 season, a fate that befell Xiao Jia shortly after his transfer. To add insult to injury, the 2005-2006 season saw the club embroiled in a severe financial crisis, facing the threat of demotion to the regional leagues. In a desperate measure, they sold 50% of their ownership of Allianz Arena to Bayern Munich for €11 million, which explains why both teams continue to share the same home ground to this day. After nearly a decade of competing in the 2. Bundesliga, Munich 1860 has yet to return to the Bundesliga, with many of its promising players lured away by larger clubs. Although a new owner injected capital in 2011, providing sufficient funds for the coach to acquire or loan suitable players, the team's performance remained lackluster. This season has been no exception, and indeed, it has been worse than previous years. Halfway through the league, the team has fallen into the lower half of the standings, and according to experience, they are virtually out of contention for promotion. Yet, within a mere 2 months, a dramatic transformation occurred, all stemming from an unexpected encounter. When Munich 1860 scout Vollmann first laid eyes on Lin Chu, he could hardly have imagined the tempest that would ensue from a child who at the time could not even secure a place in the Heidenheim first team. In his debut as a substitute, Lin scored twice, leading the team to a comeback and shattering a series of records for being the youngest in German professional football, netting 12 goals in 7 consecutive matches. Upon his arrival, Munich 1860's official website eagerly heralded Lin as our future, but it has become evident that Lin Chu is not only the future of 1860 but also its present. In just 7 matches, he surpassed team captain Lauter to become the leading scorer and has emerged as the foremost candidate for the Bundesliga Golden Boot this season. Securing the league's top scorer title at the halfway mark is a feat that legends such as Ronaldo and Gerd Müller never achieved. I am ecstatic. My Lions have finally glimpsed the dawn. Wishing the elder sister the best. We await your presence in the Bundesliga. I truly hope to witness Lin Chu represent my Lions in a Munich derby. How is he not in the national team yet? Lin Chu, please spare me. Thank you very much. What grievance do you hold? Just as he begins to shine, you wish to push him into the flames? If he is indeed that remarkable, he might as well acquire German nationality. At least he could play in the World Cup. Goodness, while I lament the misfortunes of the national team and their lack of competitiveness, urging someone to change nationality is a bit excessive. Wake up, don't delude yourselves. Perhaps he doesn't even speak Chinese. As Lin Chu's popularity ascended, he finally caught the attention of CCTV in the latest episode of World Football. His audacious lob over the defender and volleyed goal was ranked first in the top 10 spectacular goals. The young Chinese talent showcased his prowess abroad with a brilliantly imaginative lob that pierced the net of the league leaders. Moreover, Lin completed a hat-trick in that match, almost single-handedly securing 3 points for his team, marking the second time he has accomplished such a feat this season. It is safe to say that Lin Chu has effectively reserved his place as the best transfer of the season in the 2. Bundesliga. Munich 1860 could hardly have dreamed that the 100,000 euros they invested might yield their future Lion King. Initially, Lin He merely found amusement in the reports from Germany until he was informed by friends back home that his son was also making headlines domestically. The proud father was instantly filled with fervor, the most basic belief of the Chinese. Wealth and honor should return home. It is akin to wearing fine garments in the night. Old Lin wishes to proclaim to the world, yes? Indeed, you are not mistaken. My son truly possesses the spirit of a lion. Not only did this goal feature on World Football, but it also graced the front page of local Munich newspapers, even igniting a small storm throughout German football. If it were merely a spectacular goal, it would not have stirred such waves, but when combined with keywords such as debut season, 17 years old, hat-trick, and Chinese player, the ensuing attention is substantial. Vollmann has also enjoyed a bit of fame from this. He has happily participated in several interviews, recounting the story of his encounter with Lin Chu, which has been embellished to the point of resembling a cinematic script, with its bizarre beginning, convoluted journey, and perfect conclusion eliciting exclamations of astonishment from Lin Chu himself. Lin Chu was once again seamlessly selected for the best lineup of the two Bundesliga, earning the title of best player, while his second goal in the match was also deemed the best goal of the week. The discerning Kicker magazine finally awarded him the coveted score of 1. How rare is a score of 1 from Kicker? This season, Müller has not received a score of 1, Zhizou has not, Lewandowski has not, and Reyes has not either. Even the beloved Ribéry has only garnered 3 scores of 1. While the likely record breaker for the fewest goals conceded in Bundesliga history, Neuer, has only received it twice. In contrast, Lin Chu achieved a perfect score from Kicker in just his 7th professional match. There is no need to question the authority of Kicker. In Germany, this magazine's influence surpasses that of the German Football Association. It is no longer just Munich media. Many German outlets have transitioned from calling him a young talent to referring to him as the Magical Lin. Yet, at this moment, the Magical Lin is facing some minor challenges. Advertisements are knocking at his door. Chapter 41. 666. Never doubt the market's instinct for capital. Even when Lin Chu was merely beginning to emerge, local Chinese businesses were already approaching him for endorsements, viewing it as an investment in the future as well as recognizing Lin Chu's affordability. However, Lin Chu did not regard their trifling offers with any interest. Now, with his fame spreading throughout Munich and surrounding areas, numerous investors have come to realize the immense potential he embodies, leading to increasingly enticing endorsement and advertising proposals. It is time for Lin Chu to find a reliable agent. This is not out of an urgent desire to seize these commercial gains. Rather, Lin seeks an agent to help navigate through these opportunistic entities. No one understands his potential better than he does. The current so-called glory is merely a starting point. In this regard, the father and son share a common understanding. The difference lies in Lin Chu's ambition, as he is not content with the trifling profits at hand. He aspires for more enduring benefits, whereas Lin He is more idealistic, simply wishing for his son to remain untainted by the stench of commercialism at such a young age. Of course, the primary reason is that the family is relatively well off. While not affluent, they are certainly above average. It is quite common for family members to act as agents in the world of football. Although many prove to be unreliable, at least trust is not an issue. Lin Chu's ideal agent would be someone capable of freely entering the offices of major clubs and even exerting influence over the Ballon d'Or vote. Yet he has not yet reached a level that would attract such individuals to seek him out. However, it won't be long. With his father acting as a shield, Lin Chu's world has become considerably more tranquil. He is receptive to Lin He's counsel. Commercial endorsements and courting starlets should certainly take a back seat until he has achieved a few major milestones. Before he can truly stand on his own, his world should revolve solely around football. Schmidt wholeheartedly endorses the approach taken by the Lin family at present, both in terms of competitive form and performance. Munich 1860 is flourishing and holds promise for success, so he hopes all players will concentrate their efforts on the pitch and strive for greatness. Thus, aside from participating in mandatory commercial and charitable activities stipulated by the club, Lin Chu's life has become monotonous to the point of nausea. When not engaged in football, he is studying for his driving license. According to relevant German laws, one can actually begin enrolling in driving schools at the tender age of 16, subsequently applying for both theoretical and practical examinations within the following months. However, even if one passes these tests before reaching 18, it remains mandatory to have an adult accompany them while driving. until the age of 18 is attained, at which point independent driving is permitted. Who among men does not relish the thrill of driving? The dedicated chauffeur, come on, has finally commenced his duties, with the inaugural stop being the driving school. His vehicle of choice is a flamboyant red Ferrari California. It is often said that sports cars are a delight to drive but a discomfort to ride in. Lin Chu remains uncertain of this assertion, though he indeed feels rather uneasy seated in the passenger seat. Come on the other hand, drives with exuberance, as if his foot were glued to the accelerator, reluctant to release it once pressed down. Buddy, you've come to the right person. I will certainly make it happen for you. But why do you look so unwell? Do you not enjoy the sensation of soaring? In truth, Lin Chu began to regret his decision the moment the wheels started turning. Come on's driving is rather reckless. It's not that I dislike the feeling of flying. I simply have no desire to gamble with my life, nor do I appreciate others doing so with it. The more he expressed his trepidation, the more exhilarated Come on became. Ha ha ha, you Asians are simply too conservative. Driving should be done with such fervor. This is the essence of a man's life. Listen to me. Your world should not be confined to football. You must learn to seek out more joy. Currently, my greatest pleasure is playing football. Thank you very much. No. You will come to understand one day. There will come a time when your life consists solely of monotonous training and matches, and the sight of a football will make you feel nauseous. Come on shook his head. I know. You are just embarking on your professional career, filled with anticipation for the future, but that day will arrive. Let us discuss it when that day comes. I once thought like you, believing I could become a prominent figure in this industry. Premier League, Champions League, European Championship, World Cup, Ballon d'Or, FIFA World Player of the Year. But eventually, I realized I simply do not possess that caliber. Many do not. Of course, you are different from me. Your talent is superior, and your starting point is higher. Anyway, I cannot comprehend the world of geniuses. I hope you can be unlike me. Lin Chu smiled and remained silent. You lack the system, so of course you cannot understand. The destination soon arrived. Come on did not exaggerate. The driving school he recommended appeared quite reputable. With a warm-hearted owner, it was free, with personalized instruction guaranteed to ensure passing, at the cost of Lin Chu's photo being hung at the entrance of the school. Though the duration was merely 1 year, the driving school would undoubtedly reap significant profits. He did not anticipate that such a trivial matter could make headlines. During the 27th round of the second Bundesliga, the commentator even made a jest about it. A piece of gossip that everyone already knows. Lin Chu has just enrolled in a driving school. Ha ha ha, I wonder if he drives as slowly as he runs. No. To be precise, Lin does not run slowly. Certainly, he is not fast either, but relative to his attributes, it always gives the impression that he should be fast. Let's give others some leeway. If he were to possess speed, the defenders would. What a splendid goal. It's in. The 13th goal of the league. Lin Chu has surged to third place on the scoring chart, tied with Idrisu, but the distinction lies in the fact that Idrisu scored his 13 goals over 25 matches, whereas Lin Chu achieved this in merely 8 matches, to be precise, 7 matches in 5 minutes. With this victory, Munich 1860 stabilized its position at 5th on the leaderboard. In front of them, besides Hertha Berlin and Braunschweig, were Kaiserslautern and Cologne. With 7 rounds remaining in the league, Kaiserslautern and Cologne still had a match to play against one another, and a direct confrontation between Cologne and Munich 1860 was also on the horizon. Furthermore, teams like FSV Frankfurt and St. Pauli were also making formidable advances, thus everything remained uncertain. Lin Chu once again played a pivotal role. Now, everyone is curious as to who can halt his scoring spree. Is it St. Pauli, with whom he shares a special connection, or Stuttgart, whom Munich 1860 is about to face in the German Cup? Stuttgart, currently ranked 11th in the Bundesliga. This season, only 6 Bundesliga teams made it to the quarterfinals of the German Cup. And with the 2 biggest favorites, Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, having met earlier, the other 4 Bundesliga teams began to harbor thoughts that perhaps should not have crossed their minds. From the progression of the tournament, Mainz 05, Freiburg, and Wolfsburg had their fair share of luck, while Stuttgart had marched forward with relentless momentum, appearing quite formidable, with championship aspirations rivaling those of Bayern. Now, having drawn Munich 1860 in the quarterfinals, the entire team had begun to fantasize about the finals or even the championship. After all, they currently sat in mid-table in the league, with no hope of a European competition spot and no fear of relegation. Thus it seemed prudent to focus their primary energy on the German Cup. The focal point of this round of the German Cup was undoubtedly the clash between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. Including the Super Cup, the two sides were set to meet at least 4 times this season, and Dortmund had already suffered defeat in the Super Cup, trailing Bayern by a staggering 17 points in the league. Hence, this match was one they were determined to win. The match between 1860 and Stuttgart was scheduled for the following day, so Lin Chu and several teammates attended the live match. Although it was still the Allianz Arena, the atmosphere felt entirely different between Bayern's and 1860's Allianz. The same seats, the same pitch, the same 2 goals, but for some reason, everything appeared much more vibrant. Even the air was imbued with a distinct aroma. Perhaps this is what one refers to as the heritage of a prestigious club and the aura of a strong team. Lin Chu turned to observe a few of his companions. Their eyes alight with envy, even Lot, the captain, could not conceal his yearning. Joining a prestigious club is a dream held by every professional player, yet for them, it often remains just a dream. Only Lin Chu. Lot turned to meet Lin Chu's gaze. He said nothing, merely clenched his fist and struck Lin Chu's thigh twice with considerable force. It must be said. Lot felt a tinge of envy, if all goes according to plan. This young lad might indeed have the opportunity to join a club of Bayern's caliber. Lin Chu was well aware of his thoughts. Bayern, after all, is the archrival of 1860. He would likely never join them. But other prestigious clubs are merely a matter of time for him. Amidst the shouts of the fans, the match officially commenced. Both sides exhibited considerable intensity, launching aggressive attacks from the outset, yet Bayern, playing on home turf, held a clear advantage, consistently pressing Dortmund, though they could not convert their dominance into goals. As the first half neared its conclusion, neither side had managed to break the deadlock. A spectacular strike nestled into the top left corner of the net, making it 1-0. Borussia Dortmund unleashed a fierce counterattack in the second half, balancing the contest, but neither team could find the back of the net again. Thanks to Robben's goal, Bayern triumphed 1-0 over Dortmund, redeeming the disgrace of their 2-5 defeat in last season's final and successfully advancing to the semi-finals of this year's German Cup. With the league title out of reach, the Yellow and Blacks faced elimination from domestic cup competition against their archrivals, leaving their hopes for glory solely in the Champions League. Bayern, having already secured the German Super Cup title and displaying dominance in the league, now progressed to the semi-finals of the German Cup, with prospects looking exceptionally bright. Come on, everyone! Lot sighed heavily, envisioning a scenario where they reach the finals and triumph over Bayern Munich to seize the championship. What kind of look is that? The others naturally regarded him with expressions of concern for the mentally challenged. Only Lin Chu's eyes seemed to gleam with ambition, visibly bright with determination. Lot thought it might be his own doing and sighed inwardly. This young lad is too easily influenced. Having gathered their spirits, the team arrived in Stuttgart the following day, ready to engage in a fierce showdown. In yesterday's marquee match, Bayern Munich had eliminated Borussia Dortmund 1-0. While concurrently, another quarterfinal match had unfolded with even greater drama. Mainz scored 2 goals within the first 4 minutes, and Freiburg launched a desperate comeback, striking the crossbar or post 4 times, before miraculously and controversially equalizing with 2 goals in the final 10 minutes. Then clinching victory with a decisive strike from Daniel Caligiuri in extra time, winning 3-2 on the road and advancing to the semi-finals for the first time in history. Today, the season's biggest dark horse in the German Cup, Offenbach kickers from the 3rd division, would challenge Wolfsburg away, while Stuttgart was set to host Munich 1860. The Mercedes-Benz Arena, with a capacity of over 57,000, attracted only 20,000 spectators today. Clearly, the public was not interested in this match. Given the significant disparity in team strength in terms of live broadcast ratings, the match between Wolfsburg and Offenbach even garnered more viewers than this one. Although Munich 1860 had been on a remarkable run, remaining unbeaten with 7 wins and 1 draw in both the Bundesliga and German Cup, facing the formidable Stuttgart on their home ground, many believed their unbeaten streak was about to come to an end. The odds set by various bookmakers reflected this belief. Stuttgart was at 1.2, while 1860 stood at a staggering 4.1. Some bookmakers even offered odds on whether Lin Chu would continue his scoring streak, with the odds appearing more balanced, 1.9 for scoring and 2.0 for not scoring. The odds for Lin Chu to achieve yet another hat trick were as high as 66.6, a number considered quite auspicious in the eyes of the Chinese. Chapter 42, Number 9 versus Number 9, Huaxia against Neon. This match garnered little attention in Germany, yet it captured considerable interest across Asia. the presence of two Sakura players in the Stuttgart lineup heightened the stakes. As one was a forward and the other a defender, each perfectly aligned with Lin Chu's position. This set the stage for a direct and compelling confrontation, although no television station broadcasted the game. Numerous online streams were accessible, prompting many fans to eagerly time their viewing. As various promotions circulated, the audience continued to swell. In the realm of competitive sports, the level of engagement is often closely linked to the economic strength of the region. Stuttgart, renowned internationally as a city of automotive prowess, boasts substantial financial backing, thus maintaining a formidable presence in German football. Stuttgart's coach, Labadia, deployed a 4-4-2 diamond midfield formation, due to Molinaro's absence from flu and Quist's suspension from accumulated yellow cards. Stuttgart was compelled to substitute with young Rudiger and Sakai. The midfield was spearheaded by Captain Taschner and Vice-Captain Gentner, while the forward line featured Japanese striker Shinji Okazaki and Bundesliga star Ibisevic. The lineup included goalkeeper 1 Ulrich, defenders 24 Rudiger, 6 Niedermeyer, 2 Sakai, 3 Felipe Lopez, midfielders 20 Gentner, 5 Taschner, 7 Harnik, 16 Traore, forwards 9 Ibisevic, 31 Okazaki. Munich 1860 also fielded a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper 1 Karali, defenders 2 Effelkrug, 15 Malik Fathi, 4 Kaman, 3 Wojtkowiak, midfielders 6 Dominic Starr, 8 Maximilian Nico, 7 Daniel Borovka, 10 Moritz Stoppelkamp, forwards 11 Benjamin Lott, 9 Lin Chu. Stuttgart's leading goal scorers in the DFB Pokal are Harnik and Ibisevic, each boasting 4 goals, tied for second on the scoring chart. Munich 1860's standout performer in the cup has been midfielder Moritz Stoppelkamp, who has netted 3 goals. Among Stuttgart's lineup, Ibisevic warrants particular mention. Throughout his career, he has traversed several clubs, yet his rise to fame came with Hoffenheim during their miraculous ascent. Hoffenheim, a minuscule village with a mere 3,000 inhabitants, is nearly impossible to locate on a detailed German map. Yet, this unassuming team achieved a remarkable 3-tier rise within 3 years, culminating in a first-half championship in the 2008-2009 season as a newly promoted side. Anyone with even a passing interest in German football would recall the sensation that Hoffenheim created that season. Ibisevic was the team's star striker, momentarily topping the Bundesliga scoring charts with 18 goals. However, just as his name echoed across Europe, he tragically suffered an injury in a friendly match, sidelining him for the remainder of the season. Consequently, Hoffenheim, bereft of its leading scorer, gradually lost its dark horse status and ultimately missed out on European competition. In this regard, he shares a slight resemblance with Lin Chu. One rose to fame in a small locale, while the other hails from humble beginnings, both narratives tinged with an inspirational undertone. Ibisevic became an idol for many children in Heidenheim, and during his illustrious half-season, Lin Chu could not help but harbor dreams of leading an unheralded small team to glory in the Bundesliga, overpowering the giants of the league. At this moment, as Lin Chu observed Ibisevic, who stood at the tail end of his own team, he felt an uncanny sense of unreality, a surreal feeling akin to encountering a figure from television or posters, now transformed into a tangible opponent. Ibisevic noticed Lin Chu's gaze. He was certainly aware of the rising star from the second division, though his knowledge was limited. To convey camaraderie, he smiled and nodded, gesturing towards Okazaki in front of him, saying, "Hello, are you also from Japan?" To foreign eyes, Asians often appear similar. Many mistakenly believe that Japan and Korea are merely provinces of Huaxia. Thus, Ibisevic assumed Lin Chu and Okazaki would share a moment of camaraderie. Yet Lin Chu's brow furrowed in disbelief. The referee glanced at his watch, then signaled Taschner and Lott as he exited the players' tunnel. Cheers and screams erupted from the stands. Lin Chu's most formidable opponent thus far had been Hertha Berlin. That match also took place away from home, in the Olympiastadion, which boasts over 70,000 seats, drawing more than 50,000 spectators, a significantly larger venue and attendance than today. Yet, Lin Chu now felt a pressure greater than he had experienced in that encounter. The match commenced, with Munich 1860 taking the first kick. Stuttgart emerged victorious. Lin Chu scored. A perfect outcome. Number 9 against number 9. Huaxia versus Neon. Lott won the coin toss against Taschner, and Munich 1860 initiated the game. After Lin Chu passed the ball from the center circle, he dashed towards Stuttgart's penalty area. Sakai immediately closed in for tight defense. Both Lin Chu and Schmidt on the sidelines exchanged amused glances. In truth, Sakai was not Stuttgart's primary center back. He was only playing due to the absence of another defender. Niedermeyer, a stalwart of Stuttgart's defense, was the one originally tasked with marking Lin Chu. The coaching staff had prepared extensively for this matchup, only to find Sakai unexpectedly assigned to the task instead. The coaches, rather than panicking, felt a sense of relief. Whether this decision was Sakai's own initiative or part of Stuttgart's strategy, they were aware it was a monumental blunder. Star, with the ball on the flank, was immediately confronted by Felipe Lopez. The two engaged in a protracted tussle on the right, one attempting to maneuver past while the other sought to reclaim possession. Just as others prepared to lend support, Star suddenly launched a pass toward the penalty area. A.S. Niedermeyer prepared to intervene. He spotted a figure darting along a diagonal path. Alarmed, he shouted to Sakai, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow him." Sakai, taken aback, scrambled to catch up, but Lin Chu had already unleashed a powerful shot at the descending bolt. Star's cross found Lin Chu, who evaded his marker and executed a volley. Narrowly soaring over, Munich 1860 nearly secured a dream start, yet Lin Chu failed to keep the ball down. It appeared both teams were yet to find their rhythm. One hoped they would soon ignite, delivering an exhilarating contest. Contrary to the commentator's perspective, Lin Chu felt quite positive. It was not an attempt to deflect blame. Rather, he recognized that Star's earlier pass had indeed lacked precision, being slightly overhit. Furthermore, during that attack, Sakai's reaction was not sluggish. In normal circumstances, Lin Chu might not have even managed a shot, yet he had gained a crucial step ahead of Sakai, indicating that his current form was exceptional. Form is intangible, yet its existence is undeniable, and it significantly impacts players' performances. Stuttgart, shaken by the near miss, saw Niedermeyer and Gentner simultaneously admonish Sakai. "Keep an eye on your man." Sakai sheepishly raised his hand in acknowledgement of his error. He cast a wary glance at the Chinese player, who had begun to jog out of the penalty area. He swore he had not been distracted for even a fraction of a second. And while the Chinese player did not appear particularly quick off the mark, Lin Chu's reaction had somehow outpaced him just enough to seize that opportunity. There would not be another chance. Sakai gritted his teeth in determination up front. Okazaki let out a sigh of relief, glaring fiercely at Sakai as if wishing to bore holes in him from several meters away. For the other Stuttgart players, this was merely an ordinary DFB Pokal match, but for Okazaki, it held immense significance. Number 9 against number 9, Huaxia versus Neon. Every Asian understood the weight of this confrontation. The camera panned to both coaches, capturing Schmidt mirroring Lin Chu's posture, gazing skyward and exhaling. He believed that if Labadia was not completely blind, he would soon realize the magnitude of his miscalculation. If Lin Chu did not score before the opposition maximized their defensive focus on him, it would become increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Labadia was indeed startled by Lin Chu's presence. He had deemed himself sufficiently vigilant regarding Lin Chu, yet it was now evident that such vigilance fell significantly short. Additionally, he expressed dissatisfaction with Sakai's performance. This Japanese player had confidently assured him prior to the match that he could neutralize Lin Chu, only to find himself reduced to a fool after their first engagement. An unexpected occurrence, the assistant coach attempted to console him, suggesting, "Kids will be kids." He didn't capitalize on such a great opportunity. His mindset is still too hasty. Labadia did not concur with his viewpoint. However, he could only emit a muffled grunt before plopping down onto his seat in a huff, as if sulking to himself. Yet, in less than a minute, he sprang up once more from his chair. Tascher immediately moved to cover, but Lott suddenly changed direction, deftly slipping past him. Lott maneuvered the ball past Tascher, advancing down the center, and yet another opportunity arose for Munich 1860. Borovka, Stoplerkamp, and Lin Chu surged forward. This was a 5-on-4 opportunity, with Lott possessing numerous passing options. Lin Chu positioned himself at the forefront, but as he dashed into the penalty area, he was obstructed by Niedermeyer, and alongside him, Sakai was also pressuring him, creating an almost two-pronged attack. Fortunately, Stoplerkamp quickly rushed up, drawing Niedermeyer away. Lott glanced up and, in a sudden moment of inspiration, executed a diagonal pass towards the left flank. Lott shifted the play to the left side. Borovka took control of the ball, and it was time to unleash his speed. Rudiger closed in, but wait, he was fast too. Rudiger pursued relentlessly, adopting a peculiar gait reminiscent of Heine lifts. Borovka accelerated repeatedly, pushing his speed to the limit, yet he could not shake him off. Lot quickly realized his error in the pass and hurried to rectify it. Borovka had already approached the byline, intending to carelessly send the ball towards the goal in a desperate attempt. When he heard Lot's voice, "Behind you!" Simultaneously, Labadia had dashed from the coaching area to the sidelines, pointing at Lot and shouting, "Mark him! Someone's been left open!" No sooner had he spoken than Borovka deftly backheeled the ball behind him. Lot had to sprint forward a few steps to retrieve the ball, but Rudiger had already turned and lunged at him with his head down. He appeared intent on engaging Rudiger, yet his toes suddenly executed a subtle and forceful poke towards the side front. The ball rolled on a diagonal path into the penalty area. Both Stoppelkamp and Niedermeyer fell to the ground, stretching out their feet for a sliding tackle. The ball slipped past Stoppelkamp's toes but was intercepted by Niedermeyer. The ball immediately deflected, rolling towards the goal. Ulrich hurriedly charged out to clear, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a red figure rushing in his direction, accompanied by the shouts of his teammates. "Watch out for number 9. Stop him. Don't let him get the ball." Sakai internally lamented. He certainly understood the need to be wary of number 9, to restrain him and prevent him from gaining possession. Yet the problem was, he found himself incapable of doing so. He could keep pace, but Lin Chu cunningly positioned himself behind him, unwaveringly pursuing the ball regardless of Sakai's attempts to jostle and tug at him. Both Ulrich and Lin Chu extended their feet simultaneously. One aimed to clear, while the other sought to shoot. The clearance was executed with nearly all of Ulrich's strength, desperately trying to boot the ball away, while the shot was remarkably light, merely a gentle poke with the toes. Ultimately, Lin Chu was a fraction quicker, lightly tapping the ball at its center. The ball barely grazed past Ulrich's supporting foot as it rolled on. Under the watchful gaze of over 20,000 spectators, the ball crossed the goal line at a leisurely pace, entering Stuttgart's net point 0-1. A sharp pain shot through Lin Chu's leg, and he instantly toppled forward. Colliding with Ulrich, Borovka executed a backheel pass. Lot controlled the ball at his feet, and suddenly delivered a through ball. Niedermeyer made contact with the ball. Ulrich charged out, and Lin Chu made a diagonal run to shoot. Goal, Lin Chu. Once again, Lin Chu. It was still Lin Chu. Munich 1860 turned the tables, launching a fierce offensive right from the start, and after missing the first opportunity, Lin Chu finally seized the second. The match had only progressed to the wait. Lin Chu was down on the ground. He had been kicked by Ulrich. It seemed as if Lin Chu had indeed been struck by Ulrich, and according to the rules, Ulrich appeared not to have committed a foul. Stoppelkamp rushed over, roughly shoving Ulrich aside, then crouched beside Lin Chu, anxiously waving to the sidelines. The team doctor hurried onto the field, and Lin Chu was soon assisted off with the help of the doctor. Lin Chu limped to the medical area and sat down. The doctor carefully pulled down his sock. "How is it? How about here? Can you move your ankle?" "Don't worry, just a minor issue," as he spoke. He took out chlorothane, vigorously spraying the area where Lin Chu had been kicked. This substance was, in fact, a sports cold spray known for its potent pain-relieving and numbing effects, and Lin Chu immediately felt a significant alleviation of pain. He anxiously opened the system, glancing at his attribute interface name. Lin Chu, condition, minor injury. His heart finally settled. He had experienced such a state during training, and minor injury did not impede normal activity. Plus, he would recover swiftly. He then glanced further down, only to find the injury resistance. None, see, glaringly evident. Schmidt's mind went blank. He could hardly fathom how to proceed with the remaining matches without Lin Chu. The assistant, however, was quicker to recover, anxiously stating, "What should we do, boss? Do we need to substitute?" Schmidt, expressionless, replied, "First, call Yais over." The assistant rushed to the substitutes bench, beckoning Yais to prepare. The assistant coach, surprised, turned to see Lin Chu already standing at the sideline. Due to Lin Chu's injury, Munich 1860 had not celebrated much. At that moment, Ibisevic and Okazaki had placed the ball at the center circle, awaiting the restart. Only then did the players of 1860 manage to show a semblance of a smile. The fans watching the live broadcast also breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, that scared me to death. I thought he was really hurt. That keeper must have done it on purpose, scoring so quickly. Surely a hat trick is within reach?" Chapter 43. Congratulations on discovering treasure. At the moment Lin Chu was injured and left the field. I believe that if given the choice, the coaches and fans of Munich 1860 would have preferred not to have that goal. In exchange for a healthy Lin Chu, Fortunately, Lin Chu quickly recovered, which should have been the best outcome for them. This marked his 14th goal in his 9th match, the leader of the two. Bundesliga could not stop him, nor could the established powerhouse of the Bundesliga. Stuttgart did not commit any fatal errors in that defensive play, and it was evident that Lott intended to pass to Stoppelkamp. However, Stoppelkamp failed to shoot, and Niedermayer's timely clearance sent the ball back to the goalkeeper. Yet Lin Chu's instincts were simply too sharp. He seemed to possess foresight, dashing to intercept the ball's trajectory before the goalkeeper could clear it. Fans from both Japan and China initially thought that the so-called Asian Derby was merely a fabrication of the Chinese media, but under Stuttgart's formidable pressure, if Lin Chu managed even 1 or 2 shots throughout the match, it would have been commendable given his worth. However, to their astonishment, this fellow emerged as the standout performer of the match. Many fans only learned of Lin Chu's existence in recent days, tuning into this match without any expectations, only to witness such a scene within the first 5 minutes. Wait, I thought the media was just exaggerating. Turns out he really is that impressive. I suppose it's time to reveal my 30-year identity as a Munich fan. Ha ha ha, congratulations, you have discovered a treasure. Let me share a secret. When this guy plays against weaker teams, he usually scores just 1, but when facing stronger teams, he raises his game, often netting 2 or 3. So, you understand the significance of this match. Stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. It truly would be amazing to lead a charge into the Bundesliga. The match resumed, and unsurprisingly, the player tasked with marking Lin Chu was now Niedermayer. As for Sakai, Labadia did not chastise him too harshly. After all, he had not made any significant errors during that last play. It was simply a matter of lacking the requisite skill. 1 goal down? Stuttgart felt taken aback, but did not dwell on it too deeply. They quickly launched their first genuine offensive since the match began. Harnik and Traore executed consecutive 1-2s, advancing the ball into Munich 1860's half, where Traore delivered a penetrating diagonal pass into the right flank of the penalty area. Okazaki evaded Fatty's tight marking and, upon receiving the ball, immediately unleashed a shot. Amidst the roars of the home crowd, the ball soared toward the upper right corner of the goal. With speed and power, Okazaki believed he had scored. His right hand instinctively clenched into a fist, ready to celebrate. However, Corrali adjusted his footing and, with a spectacular leap, firmly grasped the ball in his arms. After falling behind, Stuttgart finally rallied. Okazaki had completed Stuttgart's first shot, and it was of high quality, yet the goalkeeper's stellar performance thwarted it. Corrali quickly distributed the ball, allowing Munich 1860 to counterattack. This time, they shifted to the left flank, looking for Borovka. His speed had always been a potent offensive weapon for 1860, and Lin Chu and Lott immediately surged forward, anticipating his pass, only for Borovka to halt once again before Rudiger. The young Stuttgart defender was not only physically robust but also remarkably quick to react. Borovka had intended to bulldoze through but was unexpectedly intercepted with precision. Stuttgart swiftly launched a rapid counterattack. However, this time they could not break the deadlock. The ball was intercepted by Niku just outside the penalty area, allowing St. Perkamp in midfield to seize possession. Both teams quickly transitioned between offense and defense. St. Perkamp dribbled through the center, deftly maneuvering past Gentner. He had the option to pass. St. Perkamp executed a diagonal pass to the right, targeting Starl. Firth then delivered a diagonal ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Lin Chu, with his back to the goal, was about to chest the ball when Niedermayer, surprisingly powerful, forcefully nudged him, causing Lin Chu to lose his balance instantly as the ball sailed past him. Sakai Takahiro finally positioned himself correctly, clearing the ball with a strong kick. Splendid. Niedermayer dominated the confrontation with Lin Chu, imparting a valuable lesson to the young Chinese forward. It became evident that as long as Stuttgart approached the game with seriousness, Munich 1860 stood no chance whatsoever. Witness Stuttgart's counterattack? Niedermayer shouted, and the fans in the stands erupted into frenzied applause and cheers, leaving Lin Chu bewildered, while some spectators outside could no longer contain themselves. It was clear that when faced with top-tier defenders, he faltered. Niedermayer, worth millions of euros, top-tier? I am truly astonished by some people's perceptions. Must one dribble past a multitude or score with every shot to gain your favor? This was my first time watching a match. Which pigeon can enlighten me on who the good and bad players are? Wasn't it taught in school? The handsome ones are the good guys, and the unattractive ones are the villains. Stuttgart's offensive efforts did not yield any threats either, but their form was evidently improving, becoming increasingly aggressive. Munich 1860 could only retreat into defense, occasionally launching sporadic counterattacks. In the 13th minute, the ball was lofted into midfield, where Taschner delivered a through ball to the left and Henneck cut inside to shoot, but the ball sailed just over the bar in the 15th minute. Traore struck from just outside the penalty area, providing Ibisevic with a clever through ball. The Bosnian forward decisively shot towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The home crowd could hardly contain their excitement, rising in anticipation, yet Corrali, as if under a spell, miraculously deflected the ball away. A corner was taken, and Taschner outmuscled Coman to head the ball towards goal. The header had ample power, but the angle was too direct, allowing Corrali to easily gather it. Aside from Lin Chu, who led the attack, Corrali was the standout performer for Munich 1860 today. One opened the scoring for the team, while the other ensured the goal remained intact. Corrali's powerful throw found Lin Chu, who received the ball in midfield. Lin Chu turned to receive the ball, glanced towards Stuttgart's goal, and suddenly struck. Niedmeyer, standing ready in front of him, was taken aback and quickly extended his foot to block. Yet the ball soared past before he could intervene. Players on both benches rose to their feet, with both coaches anxiously watching the ball as it headed towards Stuttgart's goal. Without realizing how he ended up in the center of the penalty area, Ulrich muttered a German expletive, hurriedly retreating towards the goal while keeping his eyes on the incoming ball. Lin Chu attempted a lob from midfield. No, it's not going in, yes going in. Amidst the contrasting murmurs of both sets of fans, Ulrich leaped high, managing to deflect the ball just before it hit the crossbar. What a close call! Niedmeyer cast a wary glance at Lin Chu. Just a moment of distraction, and you pull that on me, huh? Lin Chu clicked his tongue, advancing towards Stuttgart's penalty area. Others quickly joined him at the Stuttgart goal. The disparity in strength between the teams was evident. Munich 1860 was largely dominated by Stuttgart, hence they had to capitalize on set-piece opportunities. A few tall players positioned themselves at the front post, while Lin Chu slyly hid at the back post. Headers were not his forte, so St. Perkamp did not specifically aim for his position but instead directed the ball towards Coman. Just as Coman prepared to leap for a header, Rudiger suddenly emerged, snatching the ball ahead of him and directing it to Lopez. Lopez, without waiting for the ball to land, also headed the ball away from the penalty area. Traore held his position against Niku, delivering a diagonal pass to the rapidly advancing Henneck. Munich 1860's corner failed to pose a threat, and Stuttgart seized the chance to counterattack swiftly. Henneck carried the ball down the flank, shaking off Wojtkowiak, and rapidly approached Munich's half. Players from both teams raced towards Munich 1860's half, but they clearly could not keep pace with Henneck's speed. The lagging Fati faced a dilemma. With teammates unreliable, he had to either confront Henneck or continue shadowing Ibisevic. Time was of the essence. Henneck had already cut inside, forcing him to charge forward. Henneck, opting for teamwork, delivered a pass to Ibisevic. Ibisevic immediately turned, receiving the ball and darting towards the goal. At this point, the 1860 players sluggishly arrived at the edge of the penalty area, but it was evidently too late. Henneck passed to Ibisevic, and Stuttgart's number 9 found himself with a clear shot. Corrali came off his line. Could he once again save Munich 1860? Well, perhaps not. Ibisevic calmly slotted the ball home, piercing the net. 1-1. Ibisevic wasted no time capitalizing on the hard-earned opportunity, bringing Stuttgart level as they stood once again on equal footing. Besides the assisting Henneck and the scoring Ibisevic, Rudiger also made a significant contribution. This young player not only neutralized Munich 1860's attacking threat, but also became the catalyst for this offensive play. At just 20 years old, he had already established himself as a mainstay in a Bundesliga team's defense, with a promising future ahead. Ibisevic chose not to celebrate but instead ran to the goal to retrieve the ball, and the match resumed. The momentum had shifted noticeably. Stuttgart, buoyed by equalizing, surged forward, while Munich 1860 appeared deflated. Munich's flank attacker Bajrolka was nearly suffocated by Rudiger, while Henneck, the opposing flank's sharp weapon, became increasingly relentless. In the 28th minute, he wreaked havoc down the wing once more, dribbling past 3 defenders before cutting into the penalty area, feigning a shot to deceive Coman, and then laying the ball off to Shinji Okazaki. To play it safe, Okazaki steadied himself before shooting towards the bottom left corner, silently hoping this time it would find the net. However, The brief pause for control allowed Pauli to reposition himself, making a desperate dive to deflect the ball behind for a corner. Okazaki, frustrated, sank to the ground and pounded the grass in disappointment. Stuttgart's corner failed to produce a threat, yet Munich 1860 could not capitalize on the opportunity either, leading to a tense stalemate. The match quickly reached the 30th minute, with Stuttgart growing increasingly aggressive, particularly Hinek, who played with a wild fervor, repeatedly tearing through 1860's defense. With no options left, Munich 1860 resorted to repeated fouls to halt him. Munich 1860 struggled to mount any effective attacks, leaving Lin Chu isolated in the forward line. They now even questioned whether they could hold on to this draw. Hinek was at it again, passed again and again. Brought down. Niku's action was rather malicious. He should have received a card. Indeed, the referee brandished the first yellow card of the match, granting Stuttgart a well-placed free kick. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Yet Niku paid no mind, simply helping Hinek to his feet before departing expressionlessly. Hinek placed the ball at the foul spot, preparing to take the free kick himself. Lin Chu did not enter the penalty area but remained ready to counterattack. The whistle blew. Hinek took a deep breath, then charged forward, delivering the ball. The wall leapt high, but none could touch the ball that arced over Starless' head, suddenly descending towards the top right corner of the goal. Hinek struck directly. The ball sailed past the wall, and Pauli had almost no reaction. It was a goal, 2-1. In the 31st minute, Hinek scored from the free kick he had earned, helping Stuttgart to take the lead. With 1 assist and 1 goal, Stuttgart's number 7 shone brightly on the field. Stuttgart's players erupted into ecstatic celebration. The crowd loudly chanted Hinek's name. This marked Hinek's 5th goal in the DFB Pokal. He seemed born for this cup competition, having only netted 4 goals across more than 20 league matches. Chapter 44. A brace Stuttgart had equalized, and Munich 1860 found themselves with no option but to risk it all. Playing away with inferior strength and trailing by a goal, having initially taken the lead only to be overturned, Munich 1860's morale had plummeted. Stuttgart, relentless, mounted a more ferocious assault. In the 35th minute, Taschner successfully intercepted Starl, launching a long pass to Traore. After a wall pass with Okazaki, Traore delivered a diagonal ball towards the goal, but Ibasevic's attempt to score was thwarted by an offside called in the 41st minute. The audacious Borovka once again attempted to consume Rudiger whole, only to be thwarted by the latter's defensive prowess. Stuttgart launched a swift counterattack. Fortunately, Nihak's cut-in was promptly intercepted by Munich 1860's Tascher. After skillfully maneuvering the ball, suddenly delivered a precise through pass. Ibisevic feigned a shot before executing a genuine pass, allowing Traore to convert effortlessly, making it 3-1. Munich 1860 seemed on the brink of a death sentence. Not only did Munich 1860 fail to equalize before half-time, but they also conceded another goal just before the break. Unless a miracle occurs, it is highly likely that Munich 1860's journey in the DFB Pokal will come to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, reaching the quarterfinals is already a commendable achievement for them. Meanwhile, on another pitch, Offenbach kickers trailed Wolfsburg 0-3, placing both dark horses of this season's DFB Pokal in dire straits. Football matches are always unpredictable. Yet in the end, it ultimately comes down to skill. The players of Stuttgart are valued several times more than those of Munich 1860, making this outcome unsurprising. Inside the away team's dressing room, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive, as if everyone's breath had become heavier. Lin Chu sat silently in his spot, methodically removing his boots and placing them aside. It was merely a half-time deficit. Everyone had witnessed worse scenarios. Yet the immense pressure exerted by Stuttgart was undeniable. It was no wonder that even Hertha Berlin found themselves languishing at the bottom upon their Bundesliga ascent. Schmidt lingered at the entrance for quite some time before finally stepping inside. Like Lin Chu, this was the most challenging match he had encountered since joining Munich. Fortunately, they had mentally prepared for the formidable opponent beforehand, thus maintaining a relatively stable mindset, though he still outwardly exhibited signs of despair. As if the players had committed some unforgivable blunder. "Guys, you've truly disappointed me. I can accept a loss, but not this kind of defeat. Do you even comprehend how we performed in the last match?" It was utterly abysmal. After venting his frustrations, his tone softened slightly. "If my guess is correct, they will maintain their offensive momentum in the second half. while we shall not be engaging in any ridiculous defensive counterattacks. My only demand is this: attack, attack, and yet more attacking. Of course, they couldn't afford to neglect defense. Their two fullbacks must alternate going forward, with one remaining in their half-in midfield. Niku was instructed to enhance long-range shooting, while Stoppelkamp could work on his dribbling. The previously unnamed Borovka was substituted at the start of the second half, with Croatian midfielder Marlin, who had just joined during the winter break, taking his place. Lin Chu had quite a favorable impression of this fellow, as Marlin had assisted him during his trial period. Unlike Borovka, who thrived on speed to breach the opponent's defense, Marlin shared similarities with the right-sided Stahl, being a player of subtle technique and finesse. Coupled with the deceleration factor of Stoppelkamp in the center, Schmidt evidently intended to abandon the fast-paced offense in favor of short passes to penetrate the opposing defense. Once the tactical adjustments were complete, the second half commenced swiftly. With 4 goals already scored in the first half, a goal fest was assured. Upon the resumption of play, both sides adopted an aggressive approach. Stuttgart, leading the match, saw no necessity to adopt a defensive posture against a team like Munich 1860, while the latter found themselves cornered and had no choice but to fight back. Just 2 minutes into the second half, Stuttgart earned another free kick opportunity, still in the hands of Harnik. This player was a perfect amalgamation of Stahl and Borovka, possessing both speed and skill, capable of cutting inside to shoot. A veritable budget version of Robin, eliciting envy even from a spectator like Lin Chu. Harnik advanced quickly down the flank, and after being bypassed, Wojtkowiak was left with no choice but to foul him from behind. Fortunately, the referee showed leniency, issuing only a yellow card. Stuttgart was awarded another well-placed free kick, again taken by Harnik. Let us see if he can once more find the net against Munich, as the whistle blew. Harnik took a few steps back and delicately flicked the ball with his right foot. The football soared over the wall, but this time it did not head towards the goal. Rather, it descended towards the left side of the 6-yard box. Ibisevic leapt high, overpowering Fati to direct a header towards goal. The ball successfully cleared the wall, but Harnik did not shoot. Instead, he passed to Ibisevic. Ibisevic headed the ball. Oh dear, that was spot on. Such a shot poses almost no threat to the goalkeeper. Lin Chu shielded the ball and turned, shaking off Niedermeyer before unleashing a shot towards the upper right corner. Ulrich made a world-class save. The quality of that shot was remarkable, yet it was still thwarted by the goalkeeper, leaving Lin Chu to lament skyward once more. Niedermeyer silently let out a sigh of relief. He had been shadowing Lin Chu closely, scarcely leaving his side, but he hadn't anticipated that Lin Chu would withstand his challenge, expertly receiving the ball and immediately turning to shoot. Thankfully, Ulrich was up to the task. Otherwise, that shot would have undoubtedly found the back of the net. Beside them, Sakai also inexplicably exhaled in relief. See? It wouldn't matter who came on. It's not that I'm incapable, but rather that the opponent is simply too formidable. On the bench, Labadia was growing increasingly anxious. On one hand, Munich 1860's counterattack was utterly uninspired, even providing ample time for the defense to prepare. Yet, they had not anticipated how easily the opposing side would slice through their backline. On the other hand, Lin Chu's performance had once again exceeded his expectations. Lin Chu's characteristics were easily summarized. His most prominent skills were positioning and shooting, complemented by decent physicality and an excellent sense of goal-scoring opportunity. However, these were nearly all fundamental traits that every striker should possess. Lin Chu merely excelled in each aspect by a slight margin. How could he pose such a significant threat? Labadia shook his head, conveying his disbelief. Tascher, adorned with the captain's armband, heightened his vigilance, promptly shouting to remind his teammates to remain cautious. Traore and Tascher executed a series of wall passes to bypass Niku and Fultz, driving the ball into the rib area of Munich 1860's penalty box. Okazaki Shinji broke free from the box to receive the ball, astonishingly ignoring the open Ibisevic, opting instead to shoot from the periphery. Labadia felt his blood boil. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he was taken aback by the quality of the shot, which soared directly towards the bottom corner of the goal. His impending curse transformed into a cheer, only to revert back to anger, as just as the ball was about to cross the line, the seemingly hyperactive Crawley miraculously managed to deflect it with a single hand. Crawley had once again salvaged the team. Although there had been 4 goals scored on the pitch, it must be said that both goalkeepers were performing exceptionally well today, particularly Crawley. Without his spectacular displays, Munich 1860's goal would likely have been riddled with holes. After the successful save, Crawley immediately clutched the ball and dashed to the edge of the penalty area, forcefully launching the ball downfield. Remarkably, it landed at midfield, where Stoppelkamp controlled it, immediately distributing to Marlin, who was touching the ball for the first time since his winter break transfer, having joined at a transfer fee several times Lin Chu's. And under the pretense of being a star player, he should have focused on solidifying his position within the team first. Instead, Lin Chu had rapidly ascended the ranks, securing a starting position after merely 2 substitute appearances. While he was relegated to the bench even in domestic cup matches, faced with this hard-won opportunity, his desire to showcase himself reached its zenith, while Rudiger, having bested Borovka in several confrontations, had grown somewhat complacent. Directly pressing forward. Initially, Marlin assumed Rudiger was feigning a challenge. After deftly evading him, he hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing he had genuinely surpassed his opponent, he confidently advanced with the ball. Lin Chu and Lot hurriedly converged towards the goal, presuming Marlin would pass to them. However, to their surprise, he opted to shoot as he approached the penalty area. Lin Chu cursed under his breath, quickly ducking down as the ball whizzed just over his head towards the goal. This shot stunned not only Lin Chu and Lot, but also caught Ulrich off guard, who failed to make even the most basic of saves. AS Stuttgart's players collectively sensed impending doom. A resounding thud echoed as they were graced with a moment of divine intervention. Marlin received a pass from Stoppelkamp, effortlessly bypassed Rudiger, and approached the edge of the penalty area, unleashing a stunning shot. The crossbar denied Marlin's attempt. Wait, Lot! The ball ricocheted off the crossbar, fortuitously landing towards Lot. Sakai, cursing under his breath, immediately lunged to intercept, but it was too late. Lot raised his right foot, practically nudging the ball in with his knee. Momentarily stunned, Lot rushed into the goal to retrieve the ball, but Sakai protested to the referee, claiming Lot was offside. The score shifted from 3-1 to 3-2, and Stuttgart, previously feeling secure in their lead, suddenly sensed the encroaching threat. Labadia glanced at the substitutes bench, contemplating a change, yet after a moment's hesitation, he decided to hold off and observe further. After Ibisevic took the free kick, Stuttgart began to intensify their ball distribution in the midfield and defense, attempting to use possession to slow down Munich 1860's offensive onslaught. However, Munich 1860's forwards immediately amplified their high-pressing strategy. The tide of the match had turned, with Stuttgart now on the back foot as Munich 1860 pressed relentlessly. In the 54th minute, Stahl carried the ball in from the right side of the penalty area and swiftly made a cross in the face of Lopez's defense. Lin Chu swiftly advanced, but was pulled back by Niedermayer, failing to seize the first touch. However, Lot managed to follow up and gain possession, yet he had already lost the angle for a shot and could only take a desperate strike, sending the ball directly out of bounds. Was there no whistle for that? Lin Chu glanced towards the referee, exclaiming, "That was a foul." The referee shook his head, deeming it a reasonable challenge. Reasonable challenge? Lin Chu lifted his gaze at the referee, thrusting his chest forward in defiance. Is this how it is? In an instant, Niedermayer, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, clutching his face. Lin Chu and the referee exchanged eye rolls, with the latter regretting not issuing a red card to Niedermayer right then. The home crowd, indifferent to the nuances of the game, erupted in a cacophony of boos. While the referee gestured for Niedermayer to rise quickly, Lin Chu remarked, "Isn't that a dive?" The referee shook his head once more, surprisingly offering an explanation. During deadball situations, it does not count. Lin Chu, with a hint of sarcasm, cautioned, "You've seen his character. Keep your eyes peeled. You understand what I mean?" The referee raised an eyebrow but remained silent, issuing a final warning to the still reclining Niedermayer. "Are you sure you don't want to get up?" Niedermayer reluctantly stood, albeit with a sulky demeanor. Although the ball did not find the net, it served as a wake-up call for Stuttgart, who began to consciously bolster their defense. The match quickly approached the 60th minute. With Munich 1860 patiently orchestrating their play around Stuttgart's penalty area, yet they could not breach the opposing defense. Schmidt, anxious, gestured vigorously for his players to take long-range shots. Niku complied, taking a strike from the edge of the penalty arc. Though the goalkeeper parried the ball away, Munich 1860, as if discovering a new strategy, intensified their efforts from outside the box. At this point, the ball barely made it into the penalty area, prompting Lin Chu to withdraw further. Niedermeyer hurried to follow him out, but this time, instead of applying tight pressure, he focused on guarding the penalty area. With no one closely marking him, Lin Chu found himself with more opportunities. Stoppelkamp, seizing the moment, delivered a precise diagonal pass to him. Lin Chu struck. The shot was executed beautifully, with all his strength concentrated in his right leg, delivering a powerful blow to the ball. Niedermeyer, cursing under his breath, rushed over but was caught off guard and failed to evade. The ball thudded heavily against his chest, producing a resounding impact. Onlookers grimaced at the sight, while Niedermeyer cried out in pain, crouching down and clutching his chest. The ball ricocheted off, cleared by Tascher's powerful kick, while Lin Chu stood over Niedermeyer, looking down at him with disdain, declaring, "This is football, a man's sport. If you can't handle this, I suggest you take up ping pong. Though you seem a bit dim-witted for that, at least you won't get hurt from across a table, understand?" Niedermeyer, writhing in pain, was soon approached by Tascher, who intended to charge at Lin Chu, but was interrupted by the shouts of teammates. The ball was coming. Watch out. Stuttgart's defense was tight around the goal, prompting Munich 1860 to focus on long-range attempts. Niedermeyer blocked Lin Chu's shot with his body, appearing quite pained, given the earlier conflict between the two. It was hard not to draw some unsavory conclusions. Pauli? The ball, cleared by Tascher, soared into Munich 1860's half, landing directly in the penalty area. Ibisevic dashed forward to chase it, but Pauli had already abandoned his goal. Swiftly kicking the ball away, the ball landed in midfield, where Coman headed it powerfully, sending it back to the edge of Stuttgart's penalty area. Marin faced the goal, expertly controlling the ball with his chest. Just as he prepared to turn and take a volley, he caught sight of a figure darting past Tascher and into the penalty area. With no time to think, Marin instinctively flicked the ball with his foot. It arced gracefully, descending toward the center of the penalty area. Tascher, instinctively reaching out, grasped at nothing but air. Oh no. Sakai, who had been keeping a close eye on Lin Chu, rushed forward as he entered the penalty area. But Lin Chu, like an armored vehicle with full horsepower, was unstoppable. Sakai was shoved aside, and the ball fell perfectly at Lin Chu's feet. Lin Chu controlled it with his chest and executed a volley. Ulrich immediately dove for the save, but at such close range, all he could do was pray that Lin Chu would miss. Clearly, such prayers were futile. With a thunderous crack, the ball pierced Stuttgart's goal once more. Much to the despair of the home crowd, 3-3. Lin Chu scored his second goal, leveling the match for Munich 1860. Chapter 45. A fatal strike in the 60th minute. Munich 1860 equalized. The Stuttgart fans, who had fantasized about a resounding victory during halftime, were left dumbfounded, while the supporters of Munich 1860 could hardly believe their eyes. At the moment Lin Chu scored, joyous cheers erupted in bars throughout Munich. In the city, Bayern fans predominantly resided in the northern and central regions, primarily composed of the petite bourgeoisie, while 1860 supporters were mostly found in the west, consisting largely of local workers and students. This is not absolute, but generally, it can be seen that Bayern represents the affluent class, while 1860 is the team of the underprivileged. At this moment, in a fan bar in western Munich, all the patrons jumped up, loudly chanting Lin Chu's name. The generous owner even treated everyone to a beer, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. A toast to Lin Chu, a toast to Vollmann, a toast to Schmidt, to our Lions. Forever 1860. Ha ha ha, I told you, the damned Stuttgart, how could they possibly be our rivals? Yes, Lin will tear them apart. A hat trick. A hat trick. Lin Chu, go for another hat trick. At the bar, a middle-aged man, thoroughly intoxicated, raised his head, dazedly surveying his surroundings, finally recalling that he was still in the bar. He picked up his empty glass, muttering as he took a sip, only to find it completely devoid of liquid. He glanced up at the frenzied crowd. Hat trick? What hat trick? Whose hat trick? Of course, it was Lin's. The bartender filled his glass again, courtesy of the owner, in celebration of Lin's hat trick. Ha, that miser has his moments of generosity. On the television, the match had resumed, and the raucous crowd gradually quieted down. The mid-aged man, who had begun to snore, suddenly sprang up, shouting, "Whose hat trick are you talking about?" Everyone was startled, but upon realizing it was him, they settled down. Hey, York, have you drunk yourself silly? Don't fall asleep now. Are you not a fan of the Lions? Sleeping at a time like this? Throw him out. He's just annoying to look at. No, York was already sober. He fumbled around his person in a panic, finally retrieving a crumpled betting slip from his pocket. Hat trick? Lin. Number 9 Lin Chu scored a hat trick? Someone immediately grasped the situation. Damn, you didn't buy a bet on Lin's hat trick? Did you? So what? I bought one too. I believe in Lin. Hey York, how much did you bet? When York extended a trembling finger, 1,000 euros. What? Where did you get that much money? How dare you bet so much? Ha ha ha, I was drunk. Thank God. Thanks Satan. I nearly spent all the money I had on that ticket. Now tell me, did Lin really score a hat trick? His eyes were glued to the television, where he saw the score of 3-3, and combining that with what he had vaguely heard, he naturally assumed that all 3 goals for Munich 1860 were scored by Lin Chu, his face lighting up with joy. However, someone quickly doused his excitement with cold water. No, Lin only scored 2. Lot got the other one. What? Oh, damn Lot. Why did he have to steal Lin's goal? Damn it. I suddenly hope Lin doesn't score again. No. York is a good guy. He just has a tragic fate. I do hope Lin can bring him some luck. Poor York, he used to be a great guy. But that woman took everything away from him. I hope he can recover. Was the odds for Lin scoring a hat trick high? Not really. I remember it was only 66.6 to 1. Ha ha ha. I bet 100 euros. Go Lin Chu. Now everyone was more spirited. Although they were not the main characters, they all wished to witness the news of someone drunkenly buying the wrong ticket yet winning big. Moreover, everyone had already been captivated by Lin Chu, and all hoped he would score again, clinching the victory. Traditionally, Lin would only play for another 10 minutes at most. Could he score? Is Schmidt's head filled with nonsense? Why does he always substitute Lin early? Come on, have you seen how young Lin is? His stamina is only good enough for 70 minutes. Schmidt is right. It's not easy to come across a talent like him. We must protect him. God knows, when Lin Chu was injured and left the field earlier, I nearly wanted to leap through the television and take that idiot out. Initially, York was still inclined to listen to the discussions around him, but he soon found himself captivated by the increasingly intense match, his gaze fixed firmly on the television screen. Come on, mate, you can do it. God bless, score another one quickly. Trailing behind, equalizing, taking a 2-goal lead, and then once again being equalized, Stuttgart's 60 minutes were nothing short of thrilling, while their opponents, Munich 1860, were equally swept up in a tide of excitement. At this juncture in the match, no one wished to extend the play into extra time. Lin Chume's brace made him the pivotal figure in Munich 1860's equalizer, thus emerging as the principal threat. However, much to everyone's surprise, Lin Chume seemed to retreat into a more conservative style of play, adopting a vintage, measured approach. Those familiar with him recognized this as a tactic to conserve energy, preparing for a final push. Stuttgart's offensive surge resumed. Gentner successfully reclaimed possession and delivered a diagonal pass to the wing, where Harnik sent the ball into the penalty area. The football was threaded through the left side of the box by Harnik, as Okazaki Shinji and Fadi rushed forward, but the speed of the pass was too much. Neither could make contact, and the ball soared towards the far post. Ibisevic sprinted with determination, closely pursued by Coman, yet still found himself a half-step behind. It was over. On the sidelines, Schmidt was nearly brought to his knees. Corrali made a decisive advance, but could only manage to block the near post. The football was on the verge of rolling out of play, leaving Ibisevic with an acute angle for his shot. And with no time to adjust, he could only muster a powerful strike, propelled out of play by his own momentum. The ball skimmed along the grass, zipping between Corrali's legs, but he was unable to bend down in time to intercept it. Hastily extending his foot in a desperate attempt to deflect it back into the box, Coman rushed in, only for the football to ricochet off his knee, hurtling once more toward the goal. His heart sank. He never expected the ball to strike the crossbar with a resounding thud, ultimately sailing out of play. Ibisevic's shot from a tight angle was parried away by the goalkeeper's foot, and Coman narrowly avoided scoring an own goal, thanks to the crossbar's timely intervention. Munich 1860 had narrowly escaped disaster. All fans of 1860 were left shaken by this offensive onslaught. Stuttgart's corner kick failed to pose any significant threat. Yet they were rapidly building momentum, their fierce attacks leaving 1860 gasping for breath. Soon, 1860 found themselves pushed back into their own half, with Stuttgart's possession nearly 2 to 3 times greater. Lin Chume stood alone in the front line, aimlessly wandering like a headless fly. Schmidt summoned Yais to the sidelines for the first substitution. Yais was set to enter the fray. Was Lin Chume to be withdrawn? Wait, he replaced Star? Munich 1860 was now deploying 3 forwards. Schmidt was making a bold gamble. Even though the match was far from its final moments and the score was still level, he was eager to shift to an aggressively offensive 4-3-3 formation. Schmidt had little choice, for even if they played defensively, Lin Chume could only endure until the 80th minute. Without him, how could they secure victory? They had to seize the moment while Lin Chume still had the energy to fight. Casting aside all caution for a desperate attempt, he had always been a daring gambler. Star was swiftly substituted, and Yais dashed onto the pitch. However, he remained patient, awaiting his opportunity. Stuttgart's offensive onslaught continued, quickly advancing towards the Munich 1860 goal once more. Traore threaded a pass down the middle, and Ibisevic along with Okazaki Shinji launched a dual assault on goal, while Kaman and Fati desperately worked to halt their advance, granting Corrali a chance to clear the ball. The home crowd erupted in piercing boos, while Okazaki Shinji charged towards the referee, gesturing animatedly as if to say, "That guy just pulled me down. Why no red card?" The referee, cautious throughout the match, refrained from any excessive gestures, but under the immense pressure from the home supporters, it was conceivable that Stuttgart could indeed earn a penalty if such an incident were to repeat itself. Regardless, the immediate crisis for 1860 seemed temporarily averted, but not 2 minutes later, yet another heart-stopping moment unfolded on the pitch. Rudiger sent a long pass down the flank, Tassai headed it on, and Okazaki Shinji unleashed a volley. Everything transpired in an instant, with nearly all defensive players caught off guard, save for the crossbar. The crossbar at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium seemed to have taken sides today, having just aided Munich 1860 in fending off Kaman's near own goal. It was once again rejecting Stuttgart's assault. Okazaki Shinji, from such close range and with such a favorable angle, how could he strike the crossbar? This was nothing short of a crime. Okazaki Shinji cradled his head, crouching in despair, while Labadia, with a stern expression, summoned his assistant coach to the sidelines, prompting Stuttgart to make their first substitution. Off came Okazaki Shinji, replaced by the newly acquired Italian forward Makeda. That match marked Makeda's debut for Manchester United. And it was this very game that catapulted him into the limelight. Though his subsequent performances did not meet United's expectations, his talent and composure in high-pressure situations were undeniable. Why bringing him on now? Labadia seemed to harbor hopes of rekindling that classic moment. However, upon his entry, Stuttgart found themselves unable to create opportunities, while the previously subdued Munich 1860 suddenly launched a counterattack. Harnick's breakthrough attempt failed, and the ball was intercepted by Firth. Firth delivered a diagonal pass to Stoppelkamp, who then relayed it to Lott, who, after a brief pause, sent it to Marin on the left flank. Yais promptly surged forward, drawing away Sakai, but Lin Chume, who should have followed suit into the box, appeared to be caught off guard, leisurely jogging sideways, leaving Niedermeyer in a perplexing position, unsure whether to follow or not. Just as he was at a loss, Lott suddenly made a swift run from the midfield, charging into the penalty area. Lin Chume felt a pang of envy at Lott's endurance, yet as Lott entered the box, he too sprang forward. Niedermeyer cursed under his breath, hastily trying to keep up, but Lin Chume cleverly angled his run, crossing paths with Lott. Although Niedermeyer quickly realized and pursued Lin Chume, the latter had already created a gap. Munich 1860's offensive trio were now evenly matched with defenders in the box, yet Lin Chume found space. Marin delivered a diagonal pass. The ball rolled along a slant from the left flank to the right side of the 6-yard box, where Lin Chume arrived swiftly, planting his left foot for balance and preparing to strike with his right. Behind him, Niedermeyer acted without hesitation, sliding in from the side to challenge Lin Chume. However, the anticipated collision with the ball never materialized. Lin Chume deftly trapped the ball, opting to halt rather than shoot. Thanks to Chen Tao's intuitive sense of the ball, this sequence flowed naturally for him, without a hint of awkwardness. Unfortunately, Niedermeyer did not completely slide past. He remained in Lin Chume's path. Time was fleeting, and Lin Chume quickly laid the ball off. Lin Chume feigned a shot, cleverly passing to Yais in a brilliant 1-2 play. 1-on-1. The goalkeeper advanced, Lin Chume shot. The post? The post at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium finally remembered its allegiance. Oh, magnificent. Ulrich reacted swiftly, leaving Lin Chume with a narrow shooting angle. Yet Ulrich positioned himself tightly, denying Lin Chume any opportunity to score through the gap. Lin Chume remained composed, calmly placing the shot to the right of the goal. Ulrich lunged to intercept, though he failed to block the ball. He remained unflustered. From such an angle, even the finest shooting skills could only yield a hit on the post. His prediction proved accurate, as the ball indeed struck the post, and it was Lin Chume's intentional shot eye in that fleeting moment. Lin Chume circumvented Ulrich, gently nudging the ball as it rolled into the net. Much to the despair of the home crowd. Goal. Lin Chume executed a wall pass with the post, evading both the defender and the goalkeeper, ultimately slotting the ball into an empty net. Calm, clever, precise. This was Munich 1860's superstar striker and a burgeoning star in the second division. Chapter 46. A 28-fold return. Lin Chume. The audacious Lin Chume. He truly scored his third goal. In 9 matches, 3 hat-tricks. Many players go their entire careers without achieving a single hat-trick, yet Lin Chume accomplished 3 before even reaching adulthood. It is unfathomable to consider the number that will be etched into his scoring record upon his retirement. In less than half an hour of the second half, Munich 1860 netted 3 goals, bringing the score to 3-4, with Stuttgart trailing 1860 by 1 goal on their home turf, an outcome that no one had anticipated. Of course, the match was not over. Stuttgart still had time to equalize or even mount another comeback. From the perspective of a commentator, I should refrain from any biased remarks, but as an ordinary neutral fan, I fervently hope Munich 1860 secures victory in this match, not only because it embodies a classic underdog triumph, but also due to Lin Chume's performance, which deserves a grand victory as a fitting tribute. The moment the ball crossed the line, Lin Chume spun and dashed away. As he sprinted, he tore off his jersey, wildly waving it above his head before executing a near 10-meter sliding dive. He only rose to his feet just as he was about to slide off the field, fists clenched, unleashing a roar towards the stands. His tall, well-defined physique, the sharp contours of his muscular frame, and his exuberant expression stirred the passions of the 1860 fans. Ha ha ha, it seems we can always count on him. Well done, Lin. Score another. Make them submit. What a shame not to capture this moment. Victory. Into the finals. Facing Bayern. Falling behind them at the start is acceptable, but being 2 goals up at halftime only to be overturned is simply intolerable for anyone. The Stuttgart players found themselves engulfed in confusion. How did we fall behind again? Were we not playing well enough? Is the enemy too strong? Is the referee aiding them? It seems none of those explanations suffice. But how did the score inexplicably turn to 3-4? And to be fair, they had scored 3 goals. Their form wasn't too shabby, was it? The only explanation can only be that the defense was utterly abysmal. The midfielders cast reproachful glances at their defenders, particularly at the 2 center-backs, Niedermeyer and Sakai, where one could almost feel the chilling intensity of their teammates' gazes. They wished to explain, yet suddenly found themselves at a loss for reasonable justifications. What to explain? That kid is too monstrous? Or that they themselves are lacking? At that moment, Labadia managed to maintain his composure. Instead of shouting or lamenting, he swiftly summoned 2 substitutes to the sidelines. Seizing the moment to impart instructions, the Stuttgart players were caught in a haze of shock and disappointment, while their Munich counterparts erupted in shouts, cheers, and laughter. In the bar, York leaped onto the counter, raising his glass and proclaiming, "Today, all expenses are on me. Everyone drink to your heart's content. No one leaves until they're intoxicated. Cheers to York, cheers to Lin Chu, cheers to the Lions. Oh God, can we really face Bayern? Why not? Lin can make Neuer fly. I can hardly wait for the Allianz Arena, the Munich Derby. Let the current youth see who truly is the king of Munich. I've decided, from now on, I will bet on Lin delivering hat-tricks every match. Do you think the betting companies are fools? Trust me, such odds won't come again." On the field, teammates dashed towards Lin Chu, enveloping him in ecstatic celebration. Schmidt stood rooted, shouting a few times, then shook his head. "What happened to being out of stamina? You seem lively when celebrating." "Huh?" he thought to himself, yet he dutifully called the 2 substitutes over, saying, "All right, lads, I trust you know what to do next. If you can't hold this score, think about how you'll apologize to Lin." The jubilations of 1860 seemed endless, as if they wished to celebrate until the final whistle. The Stuttgart players urged them repeatedly, and finally, the 1860 players returned to the pitch under the referee's intervention. Lin Chu, who had celebrated by removing his jersey, received a yellow card, while the fourth official raised the substitution board. Out went numbers 9 and 11. In came 13 and 36. Schmidt replaced the goal scorers. Lin Chu and Lot, with defenders Barlow and Bylov, preparing to bolster the defense. Lot and Lin Chu slowly made their way to the sidelines, drawing jeers from the home fans, but the two remained unfazed, continuing to chat and laugh as they ambled off. Taschker and Gentner rushed over, half pushing, half leading them away. Schmidt enveloped them in hearty embraces. He had never envisioned winning this match, and even after Lin Chu had equalized, his greatest ambition was merely to drag the game into extra time and then to defend the score during a penalty shootout. Who would have thought, family, that this little monster would be so formidable? Delivering a hat trick as promised, the substitutes had already risen, welcoming their arrival with thunderous applause. Bylov handed a towel to Lin Chu. He had been clearly outplayed by Rudiger, their performances starkly contrasting, and now his mood had plummeted to a new low. Yet he forced a smile, saying, "Well done, mate, the Stuttgart girls are nearly swooning over you." Bylov sat beside him, reclining slightly. "I know." Lot sat on Bylov's other side, visibly displeased at being substituted. He wasn't like Lin Chu, who could run for 70 minutes and still perform. What if Stuttgart equalized and dragged the match into extra time? Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Hold on, brothers. Munich 1860 had substituted 2 defensive players, while Stuttgart brought on a forward and an attacking midfielder. It was clear to all that the 1860 defense was about to face a relentless barrage. On the substitutes bench, both teams could hardly remain seated, rushing to the sidelines, vociferously cheering for their teammates, while Lin Chu remained seated, adopting a lazy recline. He vowed that the next card he received would be for stamina. The feeling of being exhausted before the match even concluded was truly dreadful. On the field, as everyone anticipated, Stuttgart unleashed an all-out assault on the 1860 goal, in the 75th minute. Harnik feigned a shot on the left, deceiving Wojciechowicz, then suddenly cut in towards the center before lofting a cross into the box. Ibisevic leaped to contest, but Corrali was quicker, snatching the ball from above his head. In the 78th minute, Traore, after receiving a pass, was brought down by Nico, granting Stuttgart a free kick just 5 meters outside the penalty area. Harnik aimed for goal again, but his shot struck the wall, cleared by Coman's large boot. In the 81st minute, Ibisevic's shot was blocked. In the 86th minute, Taschker's long-range effort soared high. Time slipped away, with the regular match time quickly concluding, and the referee signaled for 5 minutes of stoppage time. Everyone in the stadium stood, anxiously observing the unfolding events. Lin Chu also approached the sidelines, awaiting the final whistle. Stuttgart continued their frantic offensive maneuvers. Yet Munich 1860 tightly sealed off the penalty area. As the match reached the 97th minute, Schmidt incessantly whispered to the fourth official, "Time's up. The stoppage has exceeded 5 minutes. The match is over." The Munich fans inside and outside the stadium cursed repeatedly, yet the referee granted Stuttgart one last opportunity for an attack. Harnik cut in, evading the pressure from Stoppelkamp, and shot from outside the box. The ball soared high, grazing the crossbar before bouncing out of play, shattering Stuttgart's final hopes. Corrali took the goal kick, and as the ball reached its apex, the referee finally blew his whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The match concluded. With Lott's goal and Lin Chu's hat trick, Munich 1860 astonishingly triumphed over Stuttgart away from home. The match was a roller coaster, with Stuttgart at one point clearly in the lead, and by halftime, they seemed poised to step into the semi-finals of the DFB Cup. But Lin Chu shattered all of that. Thanks to his 3 golden goals, Munich 1860 successfully advanced to the DFB Cup semi-finals after many years. The reward for the first round of the DFB Cup was 175,500, and thereafter, the prize money nearly doubled with each round. According to the latest data, each of the 4 semi-final teams would receive 2.808 million. However, I must earnestly inform everyone that Lin Chu's transfer fee was merely 100,000. It is worth noting that in the round of 16, it was Lin Chu's solitary goal that propelled Munich 1860 into the quarterfinals, and today, in the quarterfinals, it was again his hat trick that helped 1860 overcome Stuttgart and reach the Final Four. To claim that 1860 is solely reliant on him for their position may not be entirely fair to the other players, yet it is undeniable that Lin Chu played a decisive role in their advancement. One could say that without him, there would be no DFB Cup semifinals for Munich 1860. Chapter 47. 17 is indeed the age of complaints, although it remains uncertain whether Munich 1860 will secure a playoff spot. And even if they do, whether they can triumph over the Bundesliga's bottom three this season is still unknown. The mere profit from the DFB Cup has already made this transaction the envy of other teams, especially for Heidenheim and St. Pauli, who are likely weeping in despair. On another pitch, the season's biggest dark horse, Offenbach Kickers, failed to create another miracle, losing at home to Wolfsburg. Thus, the results of the 2012 to 2013 DFB Cup semifinals are now known. Bayern Munich, Freiburg, Wolfsburg, and Munich 1860. According to the original DFB Cup format, professional teams were not required to participate in the first round, but on October 23, 1999, the German Football Association decided that starting from the 2000 to 2001 season, all professional teams would compete on equal footing with amateur teams, beginning from the first round, with amateur teams enjoying home advantage. This approach persisted until the semifinals, where the home team was determined by a draw. Consequently, a rather peculiar mentality emerged. Freiburg and Wolfsburg both aspire to grace the Allianz Arena, yet simultaneously wish to avoid it. Each team yearns for a draw against Munich 1860, while dreading an encounter with the Bayern behemoth. However, the draw is still a week away, and the semifinals are not set to commence until mid-April. Before that, Munich 1860 has two matches to contend with in the 28th and 29th rounds of the Bundesliga. Interestingly, their opponent in the 29th round happens to be St. Pauli. Lin Chu approached the referee with a request to take the match ball, and as he was about to head towards the players' tunnel, he spotted Ibisevic approaching with a jersey in hand. He quickly removed his own and exchanged it with Ibisevic. Ibisevic extended his hand for a shake, complimenting Lin on his performance, expressing hope to see him in the Bundesliga next season. "Thank you." Lin Chu initially considered tossing the jersey over his shoulder, but found it too odorous and opted to hold it in his hands instead, assuring, "I will do my utmost." He had a premonition that if they truly ascended to the Bundesliga, next season's scoring charts would be quite lively. Lin chuckled, "You all are not quiet now either." Ibisevic chose not to engage with this remark, merely shaking his head in a complex manner. While he currently holds a commendable position on the scoring list, it pales in comparison to the towering figures of Lewandowski and Kiesling, whose dominance in the race for the Bundesliga Golden Boot seemed almost assured, leaving little opportunity for others. The gap in goals between the second and third places was nearly 10. How could anyone compete? Ibisevic mused that perhaps only a natural scorer like Lin Chu could pose a genuine threat to those two titans. Lin Chu certainly harbored aspirations for the Bundesliga scoring charts. Although the Premier League and La Liga are currently more competitive, drawing many aspiring talents, he nonetheless wished to conquer the Bundesliga first before embarking on grander adventures. "Lin, congratulations on your hat trick. Did you ever imagine achieving such a feat before the match?" "I secretly hoped for it. We noticed an altercation between you and Niedermeyer during the game. Could you elaborate on what transpired?" "While I was making a run, he discreetly tugged on my jersey. I appealed to the referee, but evidently, he paid no heed. Yet we saw Niedermeyer on the ground in the penalty area. Are you suggesting the referee was unfair?" "I never claimed such." Lauder, overwhelmed by the situation, quickly apologized to the reporters and whisked the young prodigy away. In the locker room, the players jubilantly celebrated this hard-won victory. Though merely a semifinal in a less prestigious domestic cup, the formidable opponent and the tumultuous nature of the match rendered this victory exceedingly valuable. At the post-match press conference, Labadia had yet to recover from the blow, appearing somewhat unable to cope with defeat. Stuttgart has historically claimed the German Cup 3 times, the most recent being in 1997, under the leadership of the current German national team coach LW. With Dortmund eliminated early, they had anticipated a final showdown with Bayern, only to be thwarted by Bayern's sister team. The fans felt a profound sense of frustration. It was akin to preparing for the college entrance exam only to flunk the intermediate test. Anyone would feel disheartened. Therefore, it was understandable that Labadia was somewhat beside himself. "Our luck was dreadful. We had 5 times as many shots as our opponent. Moreover, we came close several times, but the crossbar and posts thwarted our efforts. Additionally, I have reservations about the opponent's style of play. You can defend, but you cannot defend for the entirety of the match. If every team parks a bus in front of the goal, there would be no point in continuing the games." Schmidt, infuriated, retorted with a wry smile. "Defend for the entire match? Has the opposing coach forgotten the score? We scored 4 goals. Did a bus drive those 4 goals in? How was I unaware of Munich's bus being so formidable?" Labadia was left speechless, forced to salvage his pride, conceding, "Yes, you scored 4 goals, but we all know how those goals came about. We did not lose to Munich. We merely succumbed to their number 9. We admit our research on him was insufficient." Schmidt interjected, perplexed, "Excuse me, if I heard correctly, you referred to the number 9 as Lin Chu. Isn't he a player from Munich 1860? I recall personally recruiting him." The press conference was effectively derailed. Although the match days for the Bundesliga and TUD Bundesliga typically do not coincide, they were closely aligned this time, leading to heightened focus on the Bundesliga.in this round. Both leagues participated in the German Cup, consolidating attention. Lin Chu's star shone brightly this week. Bayern Munich overcame their most significant hurdle of the season. In Wednesday night's German Cup quarter-final clash, Bayern Munich triumphed 1-0 over Dortmund, erasing the humiliation of last season's 2-5 final defeat. Yet, the most thrilling encounter in this quarter-final was not this match, but rather 2 other epic battles. First was the Bundesliga clash between Mainz 05 and Freiburg. Mainz surged to a 2-goal lead within the first 4 minutes and maintained that advantage until the 80th minute, only for Freiburg to net 2 goals in quick succession, equalizing before the end of regular time. In extra time, Daniel Caligiuri delivered the decisive blow, as Freiburg completed a stunning 3-2 comeback away from home, marking a historic first for the club by reaching the semi-finals. Another classic showdown featured Stuttgart against Munich 1860. Youngster Lin Chu opened the scoring for Munich 1860, securing a dream start, yet Stuttgart struck back with 3 goals before half-time, seizing the lead. Just when everyone believed Stuttgart would easily claim victory, the resilient Munich 1860 mounted a fierce counterattack in the second half. Captain Lauter scored the team's second goal, leveling the score at 3-2, and Lin Chu followed up with 2 more goals, completing his hat-trick and leading the team to triumph over the formidable Stuttgart, securing a place in the semi-finals. Undoubtedly, Lin Chu emerged as the best player in German football this week. In addition to scoring 12 goals in 7 matches in the TUD Bundesliga, he has netted 4 goals in 2 German Cup matches, rising to the top of both the TUD Bundesliga and German Cup scoring charts. This young talent from the small town of Heidenheim seems to have been born to score, creating one miracle after another. A player from a small club, yet almost single-handedly taking down established Bundesliga powerhouses, serves as an inspiring example. Although not a German citizen, he possesses half-German blood and has been trained in the German football youth system since childhood. With 9 matches, 16 goals, and 2 assists, his talent is off the charts. Coupled with his handsome visage, one could say Lin Chu possesses all the attributes necessary to achieve fame in German football. While the media has yet to fully capitalize on his potential, positioning him as a rising star of German football, this match has ensured that Lin Chu's name resonates throughout Germany for the first time. Given the current standings, the challenges ahead are formidable. As April arrives, the 28th round of the TUD Bundesliga sees 6 teams vying for promotion fiercely competing against one another. Hertha Berlin decisively defeated their closest rivals, Brunswick, 3-0 at home, making their return to the Bundesliga as champions seem inevitable, with Brazilian midfielder Rani contributing 2 goals and an assist. The Red Devils, Kaiserslautern, triumphed 3-0 over the Goats of Cologne, ending their 15-match unbeaten streak while seizing 3rd place in the league. Cameroonian striker Idrissa netted 2 goals, emerging as the standout performer. Meanwhile, 5th-placed Munich 1860 drew 1-1 away against 7th-placed Cottbus, causing both teams to drop 1 position in the standings, resulting in a mutually detrimental outcome. Meanwhile, FSV Frankfurt capitalized on their victory over bottom-placed Regensburg to ascend to 5th place, gaining a 1-point lead over Munich 1860. The current standings are as follows. 1st place, Hertha Berlin, far ahead. 2nd place, Brunswick has effectively locked in their position. 3rd place, Kaiserslautern, is just 1 victory away from 4th. 4th place, Cologne, is closely pursued from behind. 5th place, FSV Frankfurt, leads by just 1 point over 6th place. 6th place, Munich 1860, boasts a record of 12 wins, 9 draws and 7 losses from 28 matches, totaling 45 points. 7th place, St. Pauli, still holds hope if they can secure a victory against 1860 in the next round. 8th place, Cottbus. The top 2 positions are clearly out of reach. But securing 3rd place is not entirely impossible. The situation remains tight between 3rd and 8th places, and who ultimately claims that playoff spot will depend on the upcoming crucial matches. Notably, Munich 1860's ability to emerge unscathed from their match against Cottbus was once again reliant on Lin Chu's goal. Since joining, Lin Chu has scored in 10 consecutive matches, with 8 of those in the Bundesliga, just one match away from tying the record for the longest consecutive scoring streak in the league. Currently, this record is held by 3 players: Heinz Trottner from the 1982-1983 season with Kassel, Theo Gries from the 1992-93 season with Hertha Berlin, and Martin Driller from the 1999-2000 season with Nuremberg. All 3 managed to score in 8 consecutive matches in the Bundesliga, a record that has stood for 13 years. Following the league matches, the focus shifts to the draw for the German Cup semi-finals. Former F1 and current DTM driver Timo Glock, as a special guest, drew 4 teams for 2 matchups. He first selected Bayern Munich. According to the rules, Bayern will play at home, meaning the first match will take place at the Allianz Arena. However, if he immediately draws Munich 1860, this rule would become somewhat moot, as it is well known that the Allianz Arena is also the home ground of 1860. Fortunately, the unfortunate draw did not befall them. The fortunate team drawn was Wolfsburg. The Wolves will visit the Allianz Arena on April 16th to contest a place in the DFB Pokal final against the Southern Giants. Given the circumstances, Bayern has a significant advantage in reaching the final, especially after eliminating the reigning champions Dortmund, making their chances even more apparent as the most successful team in DFB Pokal history. And with the league title nearly secured this season, Bayern will undoubtedly strive to seize the opportunity to claim the domestic cup. Wolfsburg, who reached the DFB Pokal final only once in 1995 but lost 0-3 to Gladbach, faces considerable pressure, with their hopes appearing quite dim. Thus, the remaining match will see Munich 1860 face Freiburg. Timo Glock reached into the draw box for the 3rd time and revealed the 3rd team. When he opened the slip, everyone burst into laughter. It was Munich 1860. This means that the Allianz Arena will host 2 DFB Pokal semi-finals on consecutive days, a rare occurrence in the history of the tournament. Chapter 48. Matches may be lost, but Lin Chu must not survive. As the DFB Pokal reached the semi-finals, Munich 1860 found themselves in a precarious 6th position in the 2nd division. They harbor hopes of promotion and clinching the DFB Pokal title. Yet there looms a significant possibility of ending up empty-handed. Regardless, the team's overall condition is on the rise. Particularly ahead of the 29th round of the 2nd division, the entire squad is imbued with an inexplicable excitement. This is solely due to their opponents, St. Pauli. The history between Lin Chu and St. Pauli is no secret in Germany. While it may not seem like a grave matter, the prowess of the journalist has transformed a simple narrative into a sensational saga. Evolving from indifference to resentment, and now to a narrative of resisting racial discrimination, becoming a viral meme across Germany. Every time Lin Chu shines, St. Pauli is dragged into the spotlight, and the sting of this meme is nearly as painful for them as a champagne shower is for Milan, or a trial for Ibrahimovic is for Wenger. For St. Pauli, the most dreadful outcome would be Lin Chu scoring yet again while they lose the match. The best scenario would be a victory for the team with Lin Chu scoring no goals, while the second best would be a draw or loss with Lin Chu again failing to score. In essence, they would rather forfeit 3 points than let Lin Chu find the net. An image caption: matches may be lost, but Lin Chu must not survive, swiftly circulated online. Go be fair, Lin Chu is not as furious about his predicament at St. Pauli as the public perceives. However, with the atmosphere escalating to such a degree, his nonchalance is somewhat untenable. For the first time, he tagged all his teammates in the first team group chat. "Hey everyone, I'd like to score a goal in tomorrow's match, if that's convenient." As soon as the message was sent, a flurry of responses erupted. Lauder's reaction was the most pronounced. "Say that again. How many do you want to score?" Barolfka quickly followed suit, and Lin Chu could almost feel his despair through the screen. "Dear Lin, I thought you were a man, a warrior, but clearly, I misjudged you. You only want to score one?" Karali, who has been mercilessly outperformed by Lin Chu in training, first sent an angry emoji, then said, "I'll look down on you if you don't score at least 3. Only Stahl's response was what Lin Chu wished to hear. "Don't worry, brother. I'll pass to you whenever I get the chance." Stoppelkamp shot him a disdainful emoji. From everyone's reactions, it was evident that they would rather believe that the team's unbeaten streak would be broken than think Lin Chu's scoring run would come to an end. This trust is not blind but has been built on repeated evidence. Lin Chu continued to engage with his teammates while checking the various records in the 2nd division, eager to identify any that he could potentially break. After changing Chen Tao's star card, his points reset to 0, and aside from a handful of training points, he only had 7 points from 7 goals, making the rewards for achieving special feats and breaking records all the more enticing. Most significant victory margin, May 23, 1980, Bielefeld 11-0 Arminia Hanover. Most goals in a single match. June 11, 1997, Kaiserslautern 7-6 Meppen. Single season personal scoring record. Horst Hrubesch, 41 goals in 35 matches. Fastest goal record. Sigurd. 8 seconds, personal consecutive goals record. Heinz Trottner, Theo Gries, Martin Dreyer. 8 matches. Lin Chu currently stands at 8 consecutive goals, tying with those 3 legends, making the upcoming match against St. Pauli not only a chance for revenge, but also an opportunity to break records. As for the single-season scoring record in the second division and the largest victory margin, as well as the most goals in a single match, these seem somewhat unrealistic. However, the fastest goal record piqued his interest. Glancing at his phone, Lin Chu privately messaged Stoppelkamp, sharing a screenshot of the fastest goal record on the other end. Stoppelkamp immediately grasped his intent, first sending a speechless emoji, then slowly typing out a string of ellipses. Lin Chu said, "Don't be speechless yet. Just tell me if there's a chance." Excellent. Various ideas instantly flooded Lin Chu's mind. We could first do this, then that, and finally this, and wouldn't that break the record? Stoppelkamp immediately objected. No, we should do that first, then this. No, it should go like this, then like that. The two engaged in a serious discussion, establishing a preliminary plan before pulling Lauter into the conversation, which sparked another round of brainstorming. Subsequently adding Byrolfka, the speedster, break 2 records in one match. Byrolfka initially thought they were insane but quickly became excited, suggesting they also break the single-match scoring record. Let us see if we can break the fastest record first. Lin Chu replied, 8 seconds? I can't even order a hot pot in less than 8 seconds. Hot pot? What is that? A type of delicacy. How exquisite. It's a beauty beyond your imagination, if you put it that way. I am no longer sleepy. Seeing the two spiral further into absurdity, Lauter quickly interjected, enough of that. Are we still discussing serious matters? Byrolfka scoffed. What is there to discuss? It's simple. As soon as the match starts, Lin rushes to the goal, and we pass the ball to him as quickly as possible. If he scores, it's a blessing from the heavens. If not, it just means he is to the offspring of a deity, but rather just a normal guy like us. Is there really any room for design in all this? What a sensible argument. It's almost as if it wasn't he said it all. The three engaged in lively discussion for a considerable time, and their overall strategy was quite similar to what Byrolfka proposed, a surprise attack. Whether they score depends on adaptability and, primarily, luck. In one match, teams can fight tooth and nail for 90 minutes without scoring, while they not only need to score but must do so within 8 seconds. This isn't even how one plays a game. Yet, despite this, the four of them earnestly devised several strategies, ultimately selecting one that didn't seem too fantastical. Whether it would work, however, would be determined the following day. Chapter 49. Clearly, I arrived first. April 12th. The 29th round of the second division commenced as scheduled. Despite a resounding defeat to league leaders Hertha Berlin in the previous round, Braunschweig has not abandoned their pursuit of the second division title, claiming a 3-1 victory over the second-to-last Sandhausen. Top scorer Kumbula scored twice, while the returning captain Krupke netted as a substitute. The KK duo has proven powerful, having combined for 28 goals so far this season. Hertha Berlin, held to a draw by Ingolstadt away, missed the opportunity to secure promotion 5 rounds early, narrowing their lead over Braunschweig to just 2 points. The battle for the promotion playoff is fierce, with third-placed Kaiserslautern held to a draw by relegation threatened out despite having a numerical advantage, while Cologne edged VfR Aalen 1-0 at home, both teams now on 51 points. Fifth-placed FSV Frankfurt was also held to a 1-1 draw at home by Duisburg, leading Munich 1860 by just 2 points despite having played one more match. On April 13, in Hamburg, the highly anticipated clash between Munich 1860 and St. Pauli was about to unfold. The pre-match press conference. A nearly exasperated Furzek resignedly broached the topic of Lin Chu. Undoubtedly, Lin is a genius player, a natural forward. We must admit that missing out on him is a tremendous regret, but that's football. One cannot possess all the best players simultaneously. Regardless of the unpleasantness that may have transpired between him and St. Pauli, those days are now behind us. Today, he stands as our adversary, and our objective is to silence him. Fortunately, we too possess our own super striker, and I firmly believe he is better suited for St. Pauli than Lin. The so-called super striker he refers to is the Lohnjinchik from Dortmund. With 15 league goals, he shares second place on the scoring chart with Roth. Thankfully, he has 2 more goals than Lin, though, regrettably, he achieved his 15 goals over 25 matches, while Lin managed 13 in just 8. Schmidt remarked with a smile, "Congratulations to St. Pauli for acquiring the player they desired, and thanks to their coach for allowing us to obtain what we wanted. As for silencing Lin, I doubt they will succeed." At Emler Stadium, every seat was occupied, with over 22,000 spectators eagerly awaiting the match in the players' tunnel. The St. Pauli players couldn't help but cast various strange and complicated glances at Lin. If it weren't for Anton Fink, that foolish pig, this lad would likely be one of us now in the Bundesliga. He scored 13 goals in 8 matches, leading Munich 1860 to 6 victories and 2 draws since his arrival, propelling them from 10th to 5th place. Meanwhile, St. Pauli slipped from 4th to 60th, unfortunate enough to find themselves right behind Munich 1860. Lin maintained a calm gaze ahead, his expression devoid of emotion, as if merely participating in an ordinary friendly match. Only Rott, Stupperkamp, and Borovka knew the storm brewing within him. As the players entered the field, Lin was met with a chorus of boos. He couldn't fathom why St. Pauli's fans would jeer at him. Was it a matter of destroying what they could not possess? Or some other nonsensical reason? It mattered little. Today, St. Pauli would serve as the instrument for him to break records, and he felt no particular sentiment beyond that. In the stands, not only Lin He, Mia, and Lin Yin were present, but even Vollmann and Hamel had arrived. Hamel glared at Anton Fink, seated on the bench, and nearly ground his teeth, exclaiming, "That clown! How does he still have the audacity to sit there?" Vollmann chuckled, "I too find it strange that St. Pauli opted to dismiss you while retaining him. It wasn't a dismissal. I resigned," Hamel corrected sternly. "The facts have proven I was right. Lin is a genius. It's all Fink's fault. Otherwise, Lin would be donning a St. Pauli jersey right now." No, Vollmann shook his head repeatedly. "Do not forget, I was the one who discovered Lin first. He is destined to be a part of Munich 1860. And the facts show he is a perfect fit for us." "Ha! You discovered him first? I arrived before you. Moreover, he attended St. Pauli's trial first. We were so close to acquiring him, but what was the outcome?" "The outcome was Fink botching everything. Oh, and also Furzek." Lin Yin secretly glanced at the two bickering like children before turning to Mia to wonder why that assistant coach at St. Pauli is still with the team. The assistant coach is essentially the head coach's man. As long as Furzek believes in him, he will naturally remain. What a bold face. As the match was about to commence, let us first examine the starting lineups. Both teams deployed a relatively balanced 4-4-2 formation. Munich's starting 11 remained largely unchanged, having achieved commendable results in the latter half of the league, with several players having made it into the league's best lineup, particularly goalkeeper Karali, midfielder Stupperkamp, and striker Lin. Goalkeeper 1 Gabor Karali, defenders 2 Furtz, 15, Malik Fadi, 4, Kaman, 3, Wojda Kowiak, midfielders 6 Dominic Starr, 8, Maximilian Niku, 7, Daniel Borovka, 10, Moritz Stupperkamp, forwards 11 Benjamin Rott, c. 9. Lin. St. Pauli has scored 37 goals and conceded 40, with statistics that are quite ordinary on both ends. Goalkeeper 1 Benedict Plaquet, defenders 5 Christoph Avalar, 16, Marcus Torrent, 20, Sebastian Schachtin, 24, Florian Moore, midfielders 7 Dennis Dobe, 8, Florian Bruns, 10, Christoph Buchtmann, 17, Fabian Boll, c. Forwards 9 Marius Ebers, 11, Daniel Ginchik. Ginchik is St. Pauli's biggest discovery this season. He emerged from Dortmund's youth academy, having won the Bundesliga championship in the 2010-11 season. But due to a lack of stable playing time with the Yellow Wall, he was loaned to Bochum, and this season, he found himself loaned to St. Pauli, where he has flourished, currently trailing Kumbala by 4 goals in the scoring charts. What transpired? Goal. The match had scarcely begun, and Munich 1860 had already scored. Chapter 50. 1 goal. 3 records for Lin to break the record for the fastest goal in the Bundesliga. There exists a vital prerequisite. Munich 1860 must kick off first. If the opposing team were to commence play, simply regaining possession could take more than 8 seconds. During the pre-match coin toss, Rott emerged victorious. As per tradition, the winner typically chooses the side, while the loser kicks off. However, according to the rules, the winner actually possesses greater leeway. Thus, Rott deviated from the customary approach and opted for the kickoff. The opposing captain, Fabian Boll, cast a puzzled glance at him, and the referee even inquired, "Are you certain?" "Indeed," Rot nodded. "I am certain. We shall kick off first." "Very well." Lin and Rot positioned themselves in the center circle, awaiting the whistle. Though they appeared relaxed, both their bodies were taut with anticipation. Behind them, Stuperkamp and Borovka, stationed as attacking midfielders and left-wingers, were similarly poised. Lin had not disclosed his intention to break the record to anyone else, partly out of concern that the more people involved, the more chaotic the situation might become, and partly due to the absurdity of the endeavor, fearing it would lead to embarrassment if it were to leak out later. With the whistle's sound, the match commenced. Lin passed the ball to Rot and immediately sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Florian Bruns, occupying the defensive midfielder's position, hesitated momentarily and did not immediately follow, instead maintaining his position at the center of his half. Sebastian Schachtan, positioned behind, reacted swiftly, moving in to provide tight marking. Upon seeing Schachtan approach, Lin instinctively slowed his pace, but as the opponent halted in tandem, he suddenly surged forward. Schachtan was taken aback. Although he couldn't decipher Lin's peculiar behavior, he hurried to keep up. However, his acceleration paled in comparison to Lin's, and after Lin deftly sidestepped him, he could no longer keep pace. Lin burst forth, his eyes set on surpassing the last defender, Marcus Torrent. The planned pass had yet to arrive, and he felt a twinge of urgency. That blasted Borovka, always boasting about his speed, had suddenly turned sluggish like a tortoise at a crucial moment. Each of their roles was critical, but given the deviation, Lin naturally deemed Borovka to be the least reliable link in the chain. Behind him, Rot, having regained possession, promptly passed back to Stuperkamp. Ginchik immediately lunged forward to apply pressure. At that moment, Borovka had already bolted into the opponent's half, approximately 20 meters from the halfway line. Stuperkamp executed a diagonal pass. The ball sliced through the field like a scalpel, arriving precisely at Borovka's feet. Borovka decelerated, controlling the ball while glancing towards the center. However, as ill luck would have it, Bruns, who should have been stationed centrally, blocked his route, severing his connection with Rot. Ahead of him, Avalar was also poised to intercept. With both the forward and right pathways on the verge of being sealed off in that fleeting moment, Borovka made a decisive choice. Unlike Stuperkamp and Rot, who might have opted to shake off the defender before deciding on the next step, he chose to pass immediately. Though his dribbling was subpar, his long passing was commendable. St. Pauli was indeed aware of his characteristics and had taken precautions, but they did not anticipate someone being so audacious as to deliver a cross into the box right at the onset of the match. The football arced gracefully, soaring towards St. Pauli's penalty area, yet Rot, Stuperkamp, and Borovka could only sigh in disappointment. Indeed, matters such as these were rarely so straightforward. The ball landed just in front of the penalty spot, perfectly positioned between center-back Torrent and goalkeeper Plaquette. Lin's eyes lit up. He couldn't comprehend why the ball approached from the side rather than rolling in from behind, yet he had to admit, this pass was 1,000 times better than they had planned. Praise Borovka. As long as Lin could bypass Torrent, the next instant would see him face-to-face with the goalkeeper, ready to unleash a powerful shot. Torrent, facing Lin directly, clearly saw the incoming ball and heard his teammates' various shouts. His mind went blank, and his instinctive reaction was not to quickly turn and clear the ball, but rather to extend his leg to the side, attempting to trip Lin. Given the current distance between him and Lin Chu, turning around to chase the ball was already futile. If he was not afraid of the red dot penalty, extending his foot would have been the optimal solution. Lin Chu, with his eyes fixed on the football ahead, was oblivious to the foot that suddenly reached out, and he was tripped unceremoniously. Before he could even utter a curse, he found himself sprawling forward. The plan had failed. Just as this thought emerged in the minds of the four, the football thudded against Lin Chu's head with a resounding bang. In the next moment, the ball ricocheted, tracing an odd parabola towards the goal. The recently charged-out Prike was startled and hastily reached out to intercept, but the football eluded his grasp, sailing into the net amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Lin Chu fell to the ground, begrudgingly slapping the grass, but in the next instant, the previously raucous stadium fell eerily silent, only to be gradually filled with an array of sounds. He was all too familiar with such reactions. Could it be a goal? Maintaining his prone position, Lin Chu cautiously lifted his head and, indeed, spotted the football nestled within the goal. Had it truly gone in? Oh my goodness. With both hands pushing against the ground, Lin Chu sprang to his feet and charged towards Borovka. Borovka, wide-eyed in disbelief, quickly collected himself and sprinted towards him as well. The goal was scored. Borovka delivered a cross from the wing, and Lin Chu successfully evaded the offside trap. Heading the ball into the net, 0-1. Munich 1860 secured a dream start? Who can explain what just transpired? Merely 7 seconds into the match, Lin Chu had breached St. Pauli's defenses. This was a new record. Ladies and gentlemen, a new record for the fastest goal in the Zweite Bundesliga has been established right before our eyes, as Lin Chu shattered the previous record held by Sigter since 2007. If memory serves me right, this is also the fastest goal in German professional football history. Moreover, let us not forget, this marks Lin Chu's 9th consecutive goal in the Zweite Bundesliga. Indeed, he has eclipsed the record of 8 consecutive matches held by Heinz Traut, Theo Gries, and Martin Driller, becoming the sole possessor of this honor. The accompanying Munich fans erupted into a frenzy, their cheers echoing through the air. After a brief period of incredulity and hushed whispers among St. Pauli fans, many of them slowly began to applaud. Lin Chu first embraced Borovka and was soon surrounded by his teammates. Due to Lin Chu's popularity, expressions like "oh my goodness" and "incredible" have spread like wildfire among the Munich 1860 squad. And now his ears were filled with exaggerated exclamations and distorted praises. "Oh my goodness, how did you do that? Absolutely amazing, brother. If I were Furzek, I'd be banging my head against the coach's bench right now. Should we thank Torrent? Ha ha ha, we did it. We did it. A new record. How did my pass turn out? Was it accurate? Was it fast? I told you. I should have assisted." Hearing Borovka's voice, everyone initially assumed he was referring to Lin Chu's consecutive goals record. And they did not think much of it until Lauder pointed out that this lad seemed to have achieved yet another astonishing feat, the fastest goal record. The fastest goal record has undoubtedly been shattered. 1 goal, 2 records. We have truly succeeded. Stoppelkamp had shed his aloof demeanor, and he pressed Lin Chu's head down, planting a hearty kiss on his forehead, declaring, "Incredible." Back home, the number of people following Lin Chu online was rapidly increasing. At the moment he scored, excitement surged through everyone. 7 seconds. My 50-meter sprint was only 7.3 seconds. Who knows how many meters Lin Chu covered in those 7 seconds? His speed didn't seem that impressive. Did it? It has nothing to do with speed. Walcott is fast, but can you ask him to score a goal in 7 seconds? Just calculate it yourself. The length of the pitch is between 90 to 120 meters. The penalty spot is 11 meters from the goal, which is the so-called 12 yards. This has nothing to do with speed. It primarily depends on that number 7's audacity in passing. Ha ha ha, did no one notice that Lin Chu was actually tripped? Bellaredi now realized he quite enjoyed commentating on Munich 1860's matches. Watching Lin Chu advance continuously gave him a sense of witnessing history. He hardly needed to look up statistics, as various data flowed from his lips effortlessly. The length of the Miller Stadium is a standard 100 meters. The distance from the halfway line to the penalty spot is about 39 meters, and Lin Chu covered nearly 40 meters in those 7 seconds. Before executing a coincidental header. Poor Torrent, at the moment he extended his foot, he must have been prepared to receive a red card and concede a penalty, but Lin Chu rejected the penalty and chose instead to shoot the ball into the net. One wonders if the referee would issue him a yellow card as compensation. After celebrating for a while, Lin Chu filtered out all the noise and opened the system. Congratulations on breaking the consecutive goals record in the Zweite Bundesliga, earning 30 achievement points. Congratulations on breaking the fastest goal record in the Zweite Bundesliga, earning 30 achievement points. Congratulations on breaking the fastest goal record in German professional football, earning 50 achievement points. Chapter 51. Running is never a fear. Those who are slow feel embarrassed. Upon seeing the system's historical message, Lin Chu's smile grew even more jubilant. 1 goal, 3 records. Previously, the reward for being the youngest player in the Zweite Bundesliga was 20 achievement points. The first hat trick also earned 20 points, the debut match reward was 30 achievement points, and the youngest goal scorer in the Zweite Bundesliga received 30 points. Now, both records in the Zweite Bundesliga yield 30 points. While the record for German professional leagues grants a full 50, time for a lottery. This time, I must draw a stamina monster. Even if I only get an Iron Man, I would accept it. The roulette appeared, the pointer spun rapidly, and then slowly came to a stop. pointing toward the 2 o'clock position. A white card flew out, and indeed, it was another familiar Chinese team jersey. Lin Chu had no time to complain and quickly glanced at the card. Well, there was no stamina monster, but there was a speed monster. The Windchaser, Chu Bo. He hurriedly looked at the speed section, and surprisingly, it still only rated it. The fastest player in football history should be the Windchild. Kanigia. If his speed is rated SSS, then Walcott would be at the SS level, while Robin, Owen, and others would be S-rated. Chu Bo being rated as seems plausible, but overall it still feels somewhat low. Unless Bolt decides to play football and raises the SSS cap even higher. While fending off his excited teammates, Lin Chu placed Chu Bo's star card in the speed section. Unexpectedly, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations to the host for collecting 6 ordinary star cards. System evaluation has improved. Achievement point acquisition mechanism has been adjusted. Huh? Lin Chu quickly pulled up the interface. Confrontation. Fan Zi, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. Goal sense, Li Jinyu, A. Shooting in the box, Yang Qin, A. Ball control, Chun Tao, A. Speed, Chu Bo, A. Evaluation, a main striker for a mid-table team in the top 5 leagues. As for the so-called mechanism adjustment, it has changed from awarding 1 achievement point per goal or assist to awarding 0.5 points to it. Can be anticipated that breaking records in the 2. Bundesliga will no longer yield such bountiful rewards, and there aren't many individual records left to break in the 2. Bundesliga. In other words, as his prowess grows, the 2. Bundesliga, being a lower-tier league, can no longer accommodate his remarkable presence, effectively quashing any thoughts he had of farming points in lower-level dungeons. On the sidelines, Furzek and Fink's faces had turned a shade akin to liver. Before the match, they had confidently claimed they would contain Lin Chu. What happened instead? A goal in 7 seconds. What made them even more restless was that after the home fans applauded Lin Chu, they surprisingly began to boo. If they could initially deceive themselves into thinking the boos were also directed at Lin Chu. As whispers of Fink's departure and Furzek's exit began to circulate, they realized the most challenging moments had arrived. In truth, it wasn't just the fans. The players harbored considerable resentment towards them as well. It wasn't that they longed for Lin Chu to become their teammate. Rather, they naturally perceived Lin Chu's outburst as a result of animosity. However, seeing even their own fans applaud Lin Chu ignited their fighting spirit. Fabian Boll and the referee exchanged odd glances towards Lauter. Like everyone else, they believed the 7-second goal was merely a coincidence and luck, but once they recalled Lauter's inexplicable decision to choose the kickoff, an unease settled in their hearts. When did professional football become this way? While we are still pondering how to please the goddess, you have already designed the pose and actually made it happen. Bella Reddy sighed again. They hardly wasted a single second. Lin's absolute speed may not be fast. At least for a forward, his speed is not top tier. Yet he shattered the fastest goal record in German football, which inevitably stirs envy for his luck and admiration for his innate goal-scoring talent. Torrent did not escape punishment, receiving a yellow card from the referee right in the face. He glared at Lin Chu through gritted teeth, then glowered at Schottern. In this match, Schottern was primarily responsible for defending Lin Chu. Had he not been so easily shaken off, he would not have become a mere backdrop. Alas, the predicament is dire. With a yellow card already in hand, many of his actions are curtailed, leaving him at a loss as to how to exact revenge. The match continues, and St. Pauli embarks on this contest burdened by a 0-1 deficit. The unfortunate news is that they fell behind merely 7 seconds into the game. Yet the silver lining is that they still have 90 minutes to chase and potentially overturn the score. St. Pauli harbors similar aspirations, but as the game progresses, they abruptly realize that the notions of catching up and reversing the tide seem rather implausible. Munich 1860 is relentless. Every player appears invigorated, running with abandon as if they are engaged in a Champions League final. St. Pauli's players cannot help but glance down at their jerseys. Indeed, it is St. Pauli, not Bayern Munich. After gaining the lead, Munich 1860 did not retreat into a defensive stance. Instead, they played with remarkable aggression. Moreover, Lin Chu's tally in the 2. Bundesliga has now reached 14 goals, narrowing the gap to just 1 goal behind the second-placed Kienchek and Roni. The ball once again finds its way into St. Pauli's half, and instinctively, everyone looks towards the penalty area, searching for Lin Chu's presence, only to find that he is not lingering near the box as usual, but has withdrawn to the periphery. Lin Chu has previously given the impression of being an opportunist. However, Schmidt has not employed him merely as a pure opportunist. Compared to many opportunistic forwards, Lin Chu does not possess absolute speed, yet his physicality is above average, which often leads Schmidt to position him in the penalty area for confrontations. Yet now, when an opportunity arises, Lin Chu inexplicably finds himself outside the box, a sign of diminished acuity. The fleeting chance slips away, and Stoppelkamp cannot afford to ponder long. He aims for the sole available passing lane and sends the ball forward with a precise through ball. Only after releasing it does he feel regret. He knows there is a gap, and he is certain Lin Chu can see it, yet both he and Lin Chu harbor their own critical flaws. He is a genuine talent, often relying on instinct during play, which serves as both his strength and weakness. True midfield maestros possess the ability to control the tempo seamlessly. In contrast, he can only release the ball without the capacity to retract it. Often regretting his decisions after making a pass, muttering curses at his teammates for failing to seize such promising opportunities. The so-called high-minded individuals often find themselves thus. Lin Chu's presence has afforded him a rare connection with a kindred spirit. As long as he instinctively delivers the ball to the most fitting location, Lin Chu will undoubtedly be there. Yet Lin Chu's most fatal flaw remains his lack of speed. He is aware of the optimal routes and recognizes the best options. But defenders are not blind. They will not simply stand idly by waiting for him to receive the ball and shoot. This instance is no different. Almost the moment Stoppelkamp delivers the ball between Torrent and Aveval. Both turn simultaneously, rushing toward the ball. Lin Chu, trailing them by a step, anticipates and accelerates towards the ball. Meanwhile, Shatin, who has been glued to Lin Chu's side, is slightly slow to react, though the difference is negligible. From the spectator's vantage point, the ball swiftly penetrates the defensive line, rolling into St. Pauli's penalty area, while Lin Chu exhibits an extraordinary awareness. Darting forward the instant Stoppelkamp makes the pass. Once he initiates his movement, three defenders pursue the ball. Aveval and Torrent lead, with Lin Chu in the center and Shatin trailing behind. Shatin does not even perceive this offensive maneuver as a threat until Lin Chu distances himself, at which point he stretches out his arm but fails to grasp Lin Chu's jersey. Aveval and Torrent also remain oblivious to the impending danger. In an instant, they find an unspoken understanding. Aveval slows his pace, intentionally or not veering towards Lin Chu's path to obstruct his advance, while Torrent sprints towards the ball. Everything appears to be in order, yet suddenly, urgent shouts from teammates and fans ring in their ears. "Watch out! He is coming! The number 9 is closing in! Quick, quick, quick! Block him!" Torrent cannot help but glance up, only to behold the goalkeeper's horrified visage. As for Aveval, he merely perceives a shadow racing past him, then feels Lin Chu surge ahead. Lin has caught up. His speed is astounding. It is unfathomable what kind of explosive power resides within his physique. To evade Aveval, Lin Chu even takes a curved route, maneuvering past him before angling toward the ball. Aveval attempts the same move as Shatin, reaching forward to tug at Lin Chu's shirt. Fortunately, he grazes the hem, but before he can secure a grip, Lin Chu has already surged past him. Torrent, catching a glimpse of movement in his peripheral vision, disregards everything else and immediately goes to ground, attempting a sliding tackle. His studs connect with the center of the ball, propelling it forward. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chu dashes past him, swiftly pursuing the ball. Pauli, who initially considered rushing to clear, quickly reassesses upon seeing Lin Chu's positioning. It would be more prudent to remain at the goal line and allow Lin Chu to either score or miss. Lin Chu evades Shatin, surpasses Aveval, and catches up to the ball. Torrent's reaction is impeccable, but Lin's speed transforms this offensive play into a sprinting contest, in which he emerges victorious by a substantial margin. Chapter 52. Are you perhaps training with another coach outside? 0-2. A start that no one anticipated. The three defenders are left in a state of shock. In such a scenario, it is clear that everyone has exerted their utmost effort, and there can be no claims of mere negligence allowing him to capitalize on a mistake. This essentially indicates that Lin Chu's speed indeed surpasses theirs by an entire tier. If it were a 50 or 100-meter dash, Lin Chu might only be a second faster, but in terms of distance, it translates to nearly 5 or 6 meters of advantage. While the most critical aspect of football lies in the acceleration within 30 or even 10 meters, it is sufficient for Lin Chu to reach the ball first by a full stride. In the 5th minute of the match, Lin Chu scores his second goal. Due to well-known circumstances, There was widespread speculation before the match that St. Pauli would deploy stringent defensive measures against Lin Chu. Online, there were even claims that St. Pauli would rather lose than allow Lin Chu to score, leading many to believe that his streak of consecutive goals would be forcibly halted in this game. Yet, the reality is that they were only partially correct. St. Pauli's defense against Lin Chu was indeed formidable. On that particular goal, he faced the challenge of 3 defenders. Yet the outcome was that Lin Chu not only scored early but netted 2 goals. Furthermore, we have every reason to believe that these 2 goals do not represent the pinnacle of his performance in this match. With 2 goals in 5 minutes, Lin Chu's tally has now equal Kinchek's, placing the 2 of them alongside Roni in second place on the scoring chart. Observing that silhouette, Kinchek feels utterly numb. At 17, he had just ascended to Borussia Dortmund's second team, only breaking into the first team at 20. Shortly before being loaned to Bochum. After returning from Bochum, he was cast aside to St. Pauli, where he finally experienced a breakthrough. At 22, with 15 goals in 25 matches in the 2 Bundesliga, he is hailed as a teenage prodigy. Not every player is a Rooney, making waves in the Premier League at 17. Nor is every player a Kak, donning the AC Milan jersey at 20. Thus, despite his convoluted journey, Kinchek's experiences and achievements are undoubtedly the envy of countless footballers worldwide. Yet now, his so-called breakthrough pales in comparison to Lin Chu, appearing almost juvenile, and his experiences seem trivial by contrast. At the tender age of 17, he stands as the leading scorer for a 2 Bundesliga team, having already ascended to the top 3 in the scoring rankings in his debut season, while shattering records for the youngest player to appear, the youngest scorer, the youngest player to achieve a hat-trick, the fastest goal, consecutive goals, and more. Kinchek, who had initially felt quite confident in himself, begrudgingly acknowledges his envy. To share an era with such a prodigy raises the question of whether it is a stroke of fortune or a lamentable fate. Many minds are racing, following records for consecutive goals and the fastest goal. Could a record for the quickest hat-trick be imminent? St. Pauli has already endured enough misfortune. If such a scenario unfolds, they will undoubtedly secure the most glaring entry in the annals of the 2 Bundesliga's dark history. Lin Chu spreads his arms, running across the grass as if soaring through the AI. In that moment of unrestrained sprinting, he truly felt as if he were flying. Among countless sports, those that can most vividly showcase human strength and speed invariably ignite the human spirit. Higher, stronger, faster. This is humanity's eternal aspiration to unearth its potential in an unwavering pursuit of self-transcendence. His teammates follow closely behind. Arriving at the away fan section. How can you run so fast? What did they do to you during the trial at St. Pauli that stimulated you so much? You little rascal, were you holding back all this time? Borovka shakes Lin Chu's body incessantly. How did you suddenly become so quick? Am I seeing things? He has an inkling that his moniker as Munich's little speedster may soon be at risk. However, why is that? Speed, while not entirely innate, is indeed a form of talent. If one has it, they have it. If not, they do not. Prior to this, Lin Chu had left his opponents in the dust, yet judging by his recent maneuvers, he appeared to be even swifter than before. After much contemplation, Borovka could only attribute this phenomenon to the possibility of performance-enhancing substances. However, setting aside whether Lin Chu, with his capabilities, could procure such a substance, was it truly worth utilizing it in a match of this nature? Lin Chu pushed him aside and shook his head, expressing, "I cannot say for certain. All I know is that my body was brimming with energy. And as I ran, I surged ahead of them." That was eloquent. Yet it conveys little, Borovka remarked, interpreting it as Lin Chu being influenced by the trials, with pent-up rage culminating in an explosive performance. Could it be possible, Lin Chu mused, feigning confusion, that I was always capable of running swiftly, but due to improper form, I could not fully realize my potential. With your guidance, I learned some techniques, which is why I have improved. Is that truly the case? Borovka's eyes widened with realization. Could it indeed be my contribution? Lin Chu nodded earnestly, affirming, "It could be seen that way." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Lin Chu encouraged, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "When others inquire, we shall present it as such." Borovka nodded emphatically. "Indeed." On the sidelines, Schmidt's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. "Do you have another coach outside? I've never seen you engage in this manner before." Meanwhile, Fink from the St. Pauli coaching bench jumped up, pointing at Lin Chu as he shouted at Wozzeck, "I told you, This kid is exceptionally fast. I wasn't he lying, was I? Who was the fool who claimed his speed was mediocre? If he had simply pretended to be a nonentity, perhaps the focus would have remained elsewhere. But now that he had revealed himself, all eyes were upon him like daggers. Vatsek's voice dripped with fury. You dare call others fools? Are you not the greater fool? Fink was already on edge. Chapter 53. A toast of champagne at halftime isn't excessive, is it? Within 5 minutes, Lin Chu had scored twice. It was evident he aimed to break the record for the fastest hat trick. Moreover, apart from the St. Pauli supporters, most fans were eager to witness such a spectacle. The St. Pauli players had merely served as a backdrop for the records of the fastest goal and consecutive goals. Which was already disheartening. Little did they know, Lin Chu was relentless, intent on further exploiting their misfortune. What made matters worse was that Munich 1860 showed no signs of letting up. Upon resuming the match, their offensive onslaught increased, seemingly determined to dismantle St. Pauli piece by piece. Consequently, St. Pauli was compelled to park the bus in their half, prioritizing defense over attack. This negative strategy naturally drew boos from the home crowd. Yet once they stabilized their formation, they began to mount an attack. In the 11th minute, Fabian Boll sent the ball into the right side of the Munich 1860 penalty area. Ebes struck the ball, threading it into the box. Kingsek controlled it, and with Carmen in defense, he unleashed a right-footed shot that sailed slightly over the Bard. At last, in the 11th minute, St. Pauli registered their first shot of the match. Despite only a single point separating the two teams on the standings, the disparity in their strengths was almost insurmountable. One could only hope for a thrilling contest, rather than the counterattack from Munich 1860 commenced anew. Lin Chu accelerate, further, shake off Shakhtin. A powerful strike. The valiant Torlant threw himself in front of the shot, absorbing the impact with his body. Torlant crouched on the ground, clutching his chest in apparent agony. Lin Chu's kick was thunderous. Had he not bravely intercepted it, the score could have been altered once more. Lin Chu was undeniably vibrant today, and the defenders appeared utterly helpless against him. With his keen instincts, elusive positioning, robust physique, and lightning speed, any defender who faced him would surely be left perplexed. In truth, Lin Chu had rushed this shot a bit. Had he feigned or played it more cunningly, the defender might not have been able to block it. Lauder approached, patting him on the back, advising, "Don't rush. Take your time." Lin Chu nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Shakhtin and Torlant exchanged glances, plotting their next move. Lin Chu, eager to score, was in a precarious mental state. A mere provocation could send him into a frenzy. Thus, the two began to incessantly annoy him with petty antics and taunts. Generally mild-mannered, Lin Chu could not tolerate being wronged. When pushed to the brink, he could erupt. In ancient times, he might have faced dire consequences for such provocations. However, the insults from foreign players often lacked the emotional weight of those back home. They felt rather innocuous to Lin Chu. Unlike in his homeland, where the offenses were laced with deeply personal barbs, capable of shattering one's defenses. With verbal jabs ineffective and physical confrontations unmanageable, the two resorted to foul play. As tensions escalated, Lin Chu's ire was ignited, and physical confrontations became more frequent. In the 21st minute, Borovka launched another long pass into the penalty area. Lin Chu kicked into high gear, but just as he was about to overtake his opponent, Shakhtin unexpectedly yanked his shirt from behind, pulling forcefully as Lin Chu surged past. Having faced Lin Chu's strength and impact many times, Shakhtin knew that such a tug wouldn't truly halt him, merely annoy him. Yet, at the moment of the pull, Lin Chu felt as if gripped by an overwhelming force. Tumbling backward, his right hand flailing in panic. Realizing the precarious situation, Shakhtin ducked, but it was too late. Thud. Ah! The first sound was Lin Chu's forearm striking Shakhtin's nose, followed by a scream of agony from Shakhtin. Borovka hurriedly sped down the field, launching a long pass into the box past Aveval, as Lin Chu made a run for it. Wait! Shakhtin tugged from behind, and Lin Chu fell to the ground. This was a malicious foul from behind. Shakhtin deserved a red card. But wait! Shakhtin crouched down, his nose bleeding. The referee quickly arrived on the scene, assessing Shakhtin's condition before calling for the team doctor, while also issuing him a yellow card. Shakhtin leapt to his feet, glaring furiously at the referee. "Are you blind? He struck me. with blood streaming from his hands and splattered across his nose and mouth. His fierce expression was quite terrifying. Yet the referee merely shook his head calmly. "No, all I saw was you pulling from behind." Shackton was eager to protest, but teammates rushed over, escorting him to the team doctor while another voiced their dissent to the referee. The home crowd erupted in deafening boos, but the referee remained resolute, patiently explaining to Fabian Boll, "Just because someone is injured doesn't mean they are in the right. That action of yours could have warranted a red card. Is that what you wish to see?" Having dismissed Boll, he approached Lin Chu. As a seasoned veteran, the referee was well aware of Lin Chu's tricks. He hesitated, contemplating whether to issue him a warning as well. Ultimately, he opted for a verbal admonition, cautioning, "Do not attempt any clever tricks under my watch. If you are genuinely harmed, the rules will protect you." Lin Chu nonchalantly brushed off non-existent dust from his backside, nodding absently, leaving it unclear whether he truly absorbed the advice. Although it appeared he was relieved, he understood that with Torlent's efforts, he would still have to make up for today's ordeal, as there was no escaping it. When physical prowess, speed, and awareness could not compete, how on earth could one defend against such a player? A talent like him participating in the second division was nothing short of a travesty. Munich 1860 was awarded a favorable free kick in the attacking third, and Stoppelkamp positioned himself at the spot. Would he take a direct shot? Everyone knew today was Lin Chu's day of vengeance, and the players of Munich 1860 actively sought to pass the ball to him. For such a set piece, everyone assumed Stoppelkamp would definitely deliver the ball to Lin Chu. Positioned behind the wall, near the left side of the goal, Torlent and Bruns flanked him closely. When the whistle blew, the ball indeed soared toward his position, yet instead of stopping it, he suddenly crouched down. Torlent and Bruns tightly sandwiched him between them. They contemplated various possibilities, even entertaining the idea of Lin Chu controlling the ball with his chest and executing a bicycle kick. However, they never anticipated that he would choose to crouch. Plykai spotted the ball soaring over the wall. However, he didn't immediately dive toward its trajectory, instead adjusting his stance while fixating on Lin Chu's silhouette, prepared to respond to his impending shot. Then, he witnessed that silhouette suddenly dip lower. As the ball flew over his head, Stoppelkamp took the free kick, successfully sending the ball over the wall, delivering it to goal. Stoppelkamp's direct free kick found the back of the net. He and Lin Chu had outwitted everyone. Lin Chu captured the attention of several opposing players. It was his clever feint that left the goalkeeper utterly unresponsive as the football soared into the net from the left side of the goal. Undoubtedly, Lin Chu's collaboration was vital. Yet without Stoppelkamp's exceptional free kick technique, this goal would not have materialized. After the ball flew over his head, Lin Chu quickly rose, turned around, initially believing he might seize an opportunity for a follow-up shot, only to be astonished as the ball nestled directly into the net. Incredible, was it not? He pivoted and hastened towards Stoppelkamp. The latter jogged to the sidelines, arms wide open, his expression still radiating an air of nonchalance. Lin Chu leaped onto his back, shaking him vigorously, and soon others rushed over, encircling them for a frenzied celebration. Furtzek sat despondently on the coaching bench, utterly disillusioned. The frenzied Lions of Munich were in a state of madness. Leading St. Pauli 3-0 before the first half had even reached its midpoint. If this trend continued, the match threatened to become a one-sided slaughter. The faces of the St. Pauli fans in the stands were filled with confusion. Was this truly their team? When did their defense become so utterly vulnerable? All eyes inevitably turned once more to Lin Chu. Although Stoppelkamp scored the goal, it was Lin Chu who crafted the free kick. And as Stoppelkamp took his shot, several St. Pauli defenders were misled by Lin Chu's movement. In truth, this goal could ultimately be attributed to Lin Chu's cunning, yet apart from a resigned sigh, the fans found themselves unable to conjure any feelings of animosity or hatred. Losing a match was one thing, but the notion that Lin Chu must be stopped had devolved into a joke. Thus, St. Pauli's objective shifted once more. They could not allow Lin Chu to achieve a hat trick. This was their final line in the sand. As the match resumed, the defensive treatment Lin Chu received intensified. Torrent and Shackton shadowed him closely, while Bruns lurked nearby, eyes keenly watching. Other St. Pauli defenders also positioned themselves around him, creating a veritable web that ensnared him the moment he gained possession. Though Lin Chu was effectively contained, opportunities for his teammates began to flourish. Pauli finally executed his first remarkable save of the day, narrowly managing to clutch the ball to his chest in the 34th minute. St. Pauli advanced their attack to the edge of the Munich 1860 box. Kinsek deftly maneuvered past Fati and calmly aimed for the bottom left corner of the goal. Corrali had already conceded, but in a moment of desperation, Fertzek lunged forward, deflecting the ball into the center of the box. Coman cleared it with a powerful kick, sending the football to midfield, where Niku headed it onward, and Lot controlled it before delivering a direct pass forward. Surrounded by defenders, Lin Chu chaotically directed the ball towards the right side of the penalty area, and astonishingly, it rolled free from the crowd, arriving at Stahler's feet. Stahler eyed the goal, preparing to shoot. Schmidt shook his head. If Stahler had taken a direct shot, he might have scored, but he always preferred to dawdle. Relishing the chance to dribble past everyone before attempting to score, Stahler squandered the opportunity to extend the lead, resulting in a throw-in for Munich 1860. Lin Chu found himself the focal point of multiple defenders. Yet rather than force his way through, he actively attracted their attention to create opportunities for his teammates' goal. Before the echoes of the word faded, Lin Chu delivered a splendid assist to Stahler. This was a masterful collaboration among three players. Wojtkowiak threw in the ball, and Stahler finally cleanly outmaneuvered Moore, then delivered a diagonal pass to Lin Chu. Without pausing to control it, Lin Chu deftly flicked the ball to the right side of the small box. And as Stahler surged forward, he executed a volley, sending the football once again into St. Pauli's net, 0-4. Stahler pointed at Lin Chu, a broad smile on his face as he ran towards him, raising his hands high for a resounding high five. Why didn't you shoot yourself? Because I'm unselfish. Nonsense. Borovka, arriving to celebrate, ruthlessly exposed the truth. He was clearly marked, with no space to shoot. You had space to shoot. Why didn't you score? How would I know if you didn't pass to me? Because you wouldn't score even if I did. How would you know if I don't pass? Enough, enough, Lot interjected, clapping his hands to regain their attention. This is a match. Let us be serious. I want to be serious too. Borovka pointed at the scoreboard, but I can't seem to take it seriously. Lot, staring at the 0-4 on the board, found himself momentarily speechless. He too was struggling to grasp the situation. When did we become this formidable? With the first half not yet concluded, trailing by 4 goals. St. Pauli had given up hope of a comeback. Resigned to their fate, they boldly pushed forward in the second half. Munich 1860, however, would not grant them an easy passage, immediately engaging in a counteroffensive. Both teams exchanged attacks, and it was expected that more goals would soon follow. However, after releasing their constraints, the players' shots lost their precision, and not a single goal was scored until the end of the first half. As the first half concluded, Munich 1860 unexpectedly led 4-0 away from home, with St. Perkamp scoring directly from a free kick, while Lin Chu contributed 2 goals and 1 assist, proving nearly unstoppable. As Lin Chu entered the locker room, Borovka sprayed champagne directly at him. The others immediately swarmed him, celebrating wildly. They were not merely celebrating the 4-0 lead, but rather the record Lin Chu had shattered. Prior to the match, they merely suspected he might break the record for consecutive goals in the second division. So Borovka had secretly brought champagne, and the club had even prepared a cake. Little did they expect that Lin Chu would not only break the record for consecutive goals, but also the record for the fastest goal. Thus, celebrating with champagne at halftime seemed entirely justified. Chapter 54. Full Throttle. The frenzied Lions. Some players achieve legendary status with a single spectacular goal in their careers, remaining unforgettable to fans long after retirement. How much more so for a record-breaking feat? Lin Chu was drenched in champagne and cream, while the others seemed intent on making their exuberance audible to the St. Pauli side, deliberately emitting exaggerated laughter and cheers. Schmidt stood by the goal, grinning as he watched their antics, refraining from intervening. During the 15-minute halftime, Munich 1860 celebrated for 10 minutes and then took 5 minutes to freshen up and change into new jerseys. Thus, when they re-emerged onto the field, everyone noticed not only had they donned fresh kits, but their heads were also damp. Did the players of Munich 1860 think the match was already over? The St. Pauli players were well aware of what transpired. Early celebrations? Halftime champagne? All right, let us play that way. After the second half commenced, St. Pauli resembled a completely different team, each player charging forward like a wild beast, fiercely contesting every ball. The Munich 1860 players had anticipated this scene during the champagne celebration, so they remained composed, opting not to engage in a reckless clash, but instead maintaining possession in the midfield, waiting for the right moment to strike on the counter. Fertzek expressed his satisfaction with the players' fighting spirit, and Schmidt found no faults in their performance. In the 47th minute, St. Perkamp carried the ball forward 15 meters, performing a series of feints to bypass Bruns, who, rather than retract his foot after being outmaneuvered, kicked St. Perkamp's calf. The whistle blew, and Bruns received a yellow card. St. Perkamp exited for treatment. While Borovka's free kick struck the wall, St. Pauli initiated a counterattack, but it was thwarted at midfield. Borovka's free kick had been blocked by the wall, presenting St. Pauli with a fleeting opportunity for a counter. Now it was 11 against 10. Niku executed a successful interception, delivering a brilliant long pass. The transition from defense to attack was rapid, and soon Munich 1860 launched their own counter. Niku intercepted the ball from Buchtermann and immediately sent a long pass forward. This pass was razor-sharp, landing perfectly in front of Birovikod. As Borovka received the ball, the nearest defender, Aveval, was still a good 3 meters away. Borovka had ample time and space to take a measured shot, yet unexpectedly opted for a diagonal through ball. The football sliced through the left side of St. Pauli's penalty area like a finely honed scalpel. Lin Chu, Lott, and Staller split into 3 paths, charging towards the St. Pauli goal. The St. Pauli defenders scrambled to respond, pivoting in disarray to keep up with the ball. Lin Chu swiftly emerged from the crowd, chasing the football and bearing down on the goalkeeper. The camera operator cleverly captured an overhead shot, allowing everyone to witness the entire process of Lin Chu securing this one-on-one opportunity. There was no elaborate maneuvering, merely a triumph of speed. He surged ahead of both opponents and teammates, overtaking the ball and bearing down on Pulik. Pulik spread his arms wide, striving to cover more ground, then lunged at Lin Chu. Lin Chu glanced towards the right side of the goal, feigning a shot. Pulik, predictably, fell for the ruse. Although he did not dive immediately, his body weight clearly shifted. In a flash, Lin Chu deftly nudged the ball to the left, evading Pulik, then smoothly pushed it into the net with his left foot as the football crossed the goal line for the 5th time. Lin Chu had outsmarted the goalkeeper, scoring with a precise push. 0-5, a hat trick, in the 20th goal of the season and the 16th in the TUDP Bundesliga. Lin Chu has surpassed both Jinkic and Longny, now standing alone in 2nd place on the scoring chart. He is merely 3 goals shy of the leader, Kumbala. Borovka assisted him in achieving a brace. This pass was both sudden and remarkably precise, slicing through the defense and finding its way behind the defenders. Today, it was not only Lin Chu who shone for Munich 1860. Other players also radiated their brilliance, which is precisely what fans and coaches yearn to witness. Lin Chu sprinted to the sidelines and collapsed onto the grass, gazing skyward. True to form, Borovka was the first to rush over, leaping onto him, exclaiming, "How will you thank me? Shouldn't it be you thanking me for providing you with 2 assists?" Before Borovka could retort, Lott made his way over, laughing, "Let's annihilate them. We are headed for the Bundesliga." Other teammates joined in, escalating the frenzy. Lin Chu regretted striking such a celebratory pose, nearly being crushed under the weight of their exuberance. The two embraced heartily. Following this goal, the palpable intensity of St. Pauli visibly waned. They seemed to surrender, their once fierce demeanor now appearing soft and ineffective in attack. Yet, the more aggressive they became, the stronger the backlash they faced. In the 60th minute, Stoperkamp calmly orchestrated an offensive from midfield. He showed no signs of retreat after just being fouled. Instead, as if deliberately provoking, he flicked the ball over Brun's head before skillfully nutmegging Fabian Boll. Boll, unable to tolerate the humiliation, committed another foul. Stoperkamp fell to the ground, and the referee promptly awarded a free kick against Boll, although this time he showed leniency by refraining from issuing a yellow card. Stoperkamp rose and glanced at the referee. Everyone expected him to protest, but instead, the two exchanged a quick word, and then he silently placed the ball before him and gently nudged it. "Quick, take the free kick." The St. Pauli players were losing their composure. Even the captain had lost his cool, which was not a favorable sign. Stoperkamp quickly took the free kick. Lott received the ball in midfield, distributing it to Stahl, who then made a horizontal pass into the center. Lin Chu controlled the ball without a turn. Stahl delivered a precise ball into the penalty area, but rather than charging forward, Lin Chu unexpectedly shielded the ball and pivoted, then swiftly sent it to the left side of the box. Borovka made a rapid run, darting toward the goal. Plaquet, resigned to fate, abandoned his post. Borowka drew back his bow and unleashed a powerful shot from close range. The football unerringly soaring into the upper right corner of the net. 0-6, a massacre. In Chapter 55, The Turning Point of Destiny, Lin Chu completed a hat trick and assisted Borowka's brace. Borowka scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists. Stahl and Stoperkamp each netted a goal, with Stoperkamp also contributing an assist. It appeared to be a multifaceted attack, yet every goal was intricately linked to Lin Chu, aside from directly scoring 3 and assisting 2 teammates. The free kick scored by Stoperkamp was also a result of Lin Chu's efforts. Thus, the defensive actions against Lin Chu intensified. Each of the 4 defenders and 1 defensive midfielder accrued a yellow card. Managing to stay on the pitch thus far, likely due to the home advantage and the referee's sympathy. Coach Schmidt, realizing that Lin Chu might soon need a wheelchair if he continued, hastily substituted him with Yais. Lin Chu, panting heavily, made his way to the sidelines. Having recently acquired a level speed, he now resembled someone who had suddenly come into wealth and squandered it carelessly, often preferring to resolve issues with his speed. However, the moment he exerted himself, his stamina plummeted, and by the 60th minute, he was utterly exhausted. Even if Schmidt hadn't substituted him, he could hardly have lasted much longer. The home crowd watched in silence as he left the pitch, many fans rising from their seats and departing prematurely. If one were to broaden the scope, in the 11 matches he had played this season, Munich 1860 remained undefeated, boasting a remarkable record of 9 victories and 2 draws. Yet, without his goals, Munich 1860 would have faced as many as 7 defeats. After Lin Chu's departure, St. Pauli's defense finally found relief. As if to prove they were not inept, they displayed remarkable prowess in the remaining half hour, repeatedly thwarting Munich 1860's advances, even finding the energy to assist in the attack, contributing to their offensive efforts. Unfortunately, St. Pauli was bereft of scoring luck today, failing to breach Munich's goal until the final whistle, resulting in a 0-6 defeat. This match significantly altered many destinies, marking what could be considered a watershed moment in the TUD Bundesliga this season, though the true turning point had already been established during the winter break. Indeed, it was the moment Lin Chu departed from St. Pauli's training base for the Kimmel training facility. On the scoring chart, Kumbula leads with 19 goals, while Lin Chu follows with 16, with Jinkic and Longni tied in 3rd place with 15 goals each. Kaiserslautern's Idrisu and Katba Sinogo rank 4th and 5th with 14 and 13 goals, respectively. With 5 matches remaining in the league, barring unforeseen circumstances, the top scorer will likely emerge from among these 6 players, with Kumbula and Lin Chu holding a distinct advantage. After the match, the players from both teams exchanged no words, thanking the fans before departing the pitch. The following day, St. Pauli's official website announced the dismissal of head coach Vsek, with youth team coach Roland Flabert stepping in as interim manager until the season's conclusion. If Lin Chu's performance in the DFB Pokal quarterfinals marked his first breakthrough into the limelight of German football, this match was his second occasion to astonish the entire nation, scoring in 11 consecutive matches and achieving a hat trick for the 3rd time in merely 3 months of his professional career. What truly catapulted him to fame was his record-breaking feat of the fastest goal in German professional football. While the previous record holder, Sigder, had not made much of a splash when he set the record, Lin Chu's circumstances, bolstered by various external factors, garnered astonishment from German football fans and even drew attention from foreign leagues. Beckenbauer remarked in his column for Bild, specifically discussing this match, or rather, Lin Chu. Undoubtedly, Munich 1860 delivered a spectacular performance. Their courage, unity, execution, and synergy were truly remarkable, and their proficiency in set pieces was formidable. Most critically, they possessed their very own superstar striker. I see in him all the traits of a perfect forward, an extraordinary sense of positioning, astute and elusive movement, calm and precise finishing, coupled with blistering speed. I am now filled with anticipation for this team. I hope to see them face Bayern Munich in the DFB Pokal final and wish to witness them on the Bundesliga stage next season. If they cannot achieve this, I hope they allow Lin Chu to depart, for he requires a greater platform. He is still young, yet possesses significant competitive prowess. He ought to compete in the top tier or the Super League, to participate in the Europa League and the Champions League, rather than squander his talent in a lower division. The earlier portions essentially comprise the conventional accolades directed at victors and promising young talents. Yet the latter part is particularly intriguing. Munich 1860 now faces 3 paramount tasks. First, reach the DFB Pokal final. Second, retain Lin Chu. And anyone with a functioning mind should recognize that the importance of the third task surpasses the first two. Beckenbauer's remark struck at the most sensitive point for everyone associated with Munich 1860. Had someone else made such statements, it might have elicited a chuckle, but coming from Beckenbauer, the implications are altogether different. Back in 1958, when Beckenbauer was with the Munich 06 youth team, it teetered on the brink of dissolution, yet he had already secured a new position with the renowned Lions, Munich 1860. However, during a match against the 1860 youth team, Beckenbauer clashed with an opposing player and received a resounding slap. The young Beckenbauer, incensed, subsequently joined the less illustrious Bayern Munich, thereby heralding a new era in German football. Beckenbauer once stated in an interview with Bavarian Broadcasting Corporation that his altercation with the young player from Munich 1860 was perhaps fated, but ultimately, he might owe a debt of gratitude for that slap. The player who delivered that fateful blow was named König, meaning king in German, yet today, few know of this king's legacy. Conversely, the football emperor birthed from that slap not only altered the fate of German football but also irrevocably reshaped the trajectories of both Bayern Munich and Munich 1860. As the president of the German Football Association, Neuendorf, remarked, Beckenbauer represents a turning point in German football, and for Munich 1860, that slap was also a pivotal moment in their destiny. Now, that pivotal moment has once again presented itself before them. This pivotal figure, known as Lin Chu, has quietly emerged from the barren land of Heidelberg, and in just 3 short months, he has become the most formidable weapon in the arsenal of Munich 1860. At present, all supporters of 1860 are firmly convinced that acquiring Lin Chu is akin to Bayern Munich's acquisition of Beckenbauer several decades ago. Retaining him is tantamount to securing the future. Chapter 56. Which door did God close for him? Beckenbauer's remarks have sparked concern within Munich 1860, yet they seem to serve as a wake-up call for other teams. Let it not be said that Munich 1860 is merely a second-division team. Even if they achieve promotion this season, they will still be but a newly promoted side. Does such a team truly merit a prodigious talent like Lin Chu? It is predictable that this summer, Lin Chu will undoubtedly be among the most sought-after players in the transfer market. Beckenbauer's assessment of Lin Chu aligns closely with the impressions held by numerous scouts and head coaches across the league. In terms of physical attributes, Lin Chu excels in duels and has now developed remarkable speed, exhibiting almost no weaknesses. Regarding talent, his instinct in front of goal, striking prowess, and mentality are visibly superior. Technically, his shooting and positional play are nightmares for all second-division defenders and goalkeepers. It can be said that he is a true natural-born striker, a veritable goal machine. However, soon someone emerged to offer a contrasting viewpoint. This individual is none other than another legend of German football. The renowned goal-scoring machine of the world stage. Gerd MLLer.in an interview with Kicker, Emler specifically shared his thoughts on Lin Chu.it is evident that Lin Chu is an exceptional forward. Yet he is not without flaws, as he lacks one crucial aspect of perfection: his heading ability. Let me clarify, I am not criticizing him. Rather, I am offering him advice as someone who has been in similar shoes. I see that he possesses a keen sense of awareness and exhibits tremendous explosiveness, which provides him with the essential foundation to become a master of heading. Should he develop this skill, he will truly become a perfect finisher. I look forward to his arrival in the Bundesliga, where he can break my records and, even more so, hope he emerges as the next generation's bomber. As these two titans exchanged words, Lin Chu's stature immediately soared. He had not anticipated such high-level attention would come his way so swiftly. Breaking several records in just 11 matches, he had climbed to second place on the scoring chart before the halfway mark of the season. All while maintaining a low profile. As for the words of the two legends, he took them to heart. With his burgeoning prowess, the various accolades he received in the second division had already halved. Thus it was certain he would advance to a higher league next season. As for his heading, he believed there would come a day when he would master it. While the two legends in Germany were stirred, the excitement in Huaxia was even more pronounced. Almost overnight, every media outlet remotely connected to football began reporting on Lin Chu. Aside from the recently concluded league matches, discussions predominantly centered around the upcoming German Cup semifinals. If all goes as expected, Bayern should comfortably defeat Wolfsburg to reach the finals, but the spotlight of this semi-final round rests with Munich 1860. Should Munich 1860 triumph over Freiburg and meet Bayern in the final, it would be an exhilarating scenario. If they were to win the Munich Derby and secure the club's third German Cup title, it would be monumental. After defeating St. Pauli, Schmidt granted the players a day of rest, resuming formal training on the third day. Once warm-ups concluded, Byrolfka pulled Lin Chu aside for a race, determined to settle the score. The coaches not only refrained from intervening but eagerly gathered around. Schmidt himself called the start, while others timed the event. Other players quickly congregated, eager to witness the contest. Byrolfka was recognized as the team's fastest runner, undefeated in the 100 meters, with a typical time fluctuating between 11.2 and 11.4 seconds, an impressive feat among non-professional sprinters. Lin Chu was also curious about his current speed. After the match, he had checked, and according to Baidu Baike, Chu Bo's 100-meter time was approximately 11.2 seconds. Since he had inherited Chu Bo's speed, he assumed his time would be comparable, on par with Byrolfka. Come on, Lin, let him see your rear. The stakes were set, with Lin at 2.0 and Byrolfka at 1.7. Isn't the 100 meters meaningless? Let us race over 30 meters instead. I have a feeling Lin will win. How is that possible? They've raced before. Byrolfka has always been a whole second faster than Lin. Do you grasp the significance of that? Byrolfka squatted down to retie his shoelaces before straightening up and turning to Lin Chu. All right, mate, let me see what you've got. Be prepared to be amazed by my jump. Lin Chu replied, bouncing in place twice. I feel as swift as the wind. Ha! You're a gust of wind? Then I'm a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing this, Byrolfka began to act foolishly. You know the Flash? Right, from now on, I'll call you that. Better win against me first before you claim that title. I wouldn't dare use it. Lin Chu thought that one must earn an S or SS rank to rightfully call oneself a Flash. Schmidt raised his hand to quiet the chattering players, signaling them not to disrupt the competitors. On your marks. Lin Chu and Byrolfka tightened their leg muscles, assuming their starting positions. 1, 2, 3. As Schmidt shouted the count and swiftly placed the whistle in his mouth. A sharp blast echoed. Lin Chu and Byrolfka shot off like arrows released from bows. The 100-meter dash is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating sports in the world, although it lasts but a fleeting 10 seconds. Even onlookers find themselves gripping their teeth, holding their breath, and following the figures on the track with rapt attention. Just a few strides into the race, Byrolfka realized not only had he failed to overtake Lin Chu, but it seemed that Lin had launched faster than he. He pushed himself to the limit, defiantly sprinting, finally managing to gain half a stride. This was more like it. Who could suddenly run so fast? Byrolfka secretly sighed in relief. While he valued his friendship with Lin Chu, he was not willing to part with the title of the fastest in the team so easily. Lin Chu's natural talent was already daunting enough. If he were to eliminate speed as a weak point, he truly wondered which door God had closed for him. Chapter 57. The terrifying Bayern in the first 30 meters, Lin Chu edged ahead, igniting a great surge of motivation in Byrolfka. From 30 to 50 meters, Byrolfka gradually caught up and even surpassed Lin, feeling triumphant. From 50 to 80 meters, Lin Chu again closed the gap, their positions nearly parallel. In the final 20 meters, Lin Chu accelerated further, ultimately surpassing Byrolfka to cross the finish line first. How is he so fast? Am I seeing things? Is that really Lin? Who the hell said Asians can't fly? He.s. even faster than Byrolfka? How fast? Surely under 11.5 seconds. The timers quickly compared notes. I have 11.3.11.2 here. I also clocked 11.2. Lin was roughly 0.1 seconds faster. With each person timing, the average was quickly calculated. Lin Chu at 11.2 seconds, Byrolfka at 11.3. If they were to wear sprinting spikes, use starting blocks, and employ electronic timing, both could likely improve their times by at least another 0.1 seconds. Let us go again, Byrolfka, with his stubborn temperament, insisted. This time, let us race with the ball. Are you sure? Lin Chu replied, his expression revealing his skepticism. Byrolfka's dribbling couldn't be deemed poor, yet it certainly didn't measure up to that of a professional player. Lin Chu, on the other hand, despite not being an exceptional dribbler, possessed remarkable ball control. These two attributes are inherently linked, one being a foundational trait, the other a specific application skill. Ball control is a talent that influences not just dribbling but also passing, shooting, and receiving. Once Lin Chu's ball control reached a certain level, it would signify a complete elevation of his overall ability. Dribbling, however, involves technique, muscle memory, and even situational response and imagination, essentially a distinction between hardware and software. In the simplest terms, with an A-level ball control, Lin Chu could execute most breakthrough maneuvers quite proficiently, yet compared to true dribbling masters, his techniques might appear somewhat rigid. But with consistent practice and real-game experience, he would undoubtedly master various dribbling skills, ultimately becoming a magician on the pitch. Of course, if he could acquire a Ronaldinho card to expedite the process, he would be more than amenable to that. Bajrovka, aware of his own limitations, quickly conceded, "All right, fine, I played the full match the day before yesterday, and I'm exhausted, I haven't fully recovered yet. Let us race another time." Now it was Lin Chu's turn to scowl. "You impressive, having played the entire match, with your stamina allowing you to run all day." Their playful banter concluded this amusing episode, yet the coaching staff regarded the outcome of this contest with the utmost seriousness. The distinction between a speedy forward and a slower one is akin to the difference between two entirely different species. With Lin Chu's remarkable speed, the entire team's tactics necessitate an adjustment. Unlike the fitness coach who incessantly mutters about the improbability of such feats, Schmidt's mind is racing with a plethora of new tactical schemes, more than a dozen. He has even swiftly overturned the meticulously crafted strategy for the DFB Pokal semi-final against Freiburg, opting instead for a fresh approach centered around rapid counterattacks. As April 15th arrives, all eyes across Germany are fixed on the Allianz Arena, where the DFB Pokal semi-finals are set to unfold on April 16th. Bayern Munich faces off against Wolfsburg, followed by Munich 1860 versus Freiburg on April 17th. The question looms: will the Munich duo defend their home honor and turn the DFB Pokal final into a Munich derby? Or will the two fortresses meet in the final? The outcome is imminent on match day. Not only the players of Munich 1860, but also the Freiburg players, who arrived a day early, gathered at the Allianz Arena to witness the clash between Bayern and Wolfsburg. In contrast to last weekend's 4-0 triumph over Nuremberg, Bayern made an astonishing 8 changes to their starting lineup for this match. This depth of talent sparked envy among the coaches of the other three teams. Bayern's form was nothing short of astonishing, creating threats from the outset. In the 17th minute, Shaqiri delivered a precise through ball from midfield, allowing Robben to penetrate the right side of the penalty area, where he deftly set up Mandzukic for an 8-meter shot into the top right corner of the net. 1-0'd. By the 35th minute, Shaqiri intercepted the ball on the left and made a diagonal run, quickly threading a pass to Robben, who successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the net from 9 meters out, 2-0. After the goal, Schmidt turned to glance at Lin Chu. This is precisely the type of goal he hopes to see from Lin tomorrow, a combination of speed and finishing finesse. Evading the offside trap is no trivial matter. Lin nodded in understanding. With a 2-goal lead, Bayern eased off slightly. In the 45th minute, Vieira crossed from the left to the right side of the penalty area, where Diego received the ball and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box into the top left corner, 1-2. The score then shifted to 3-1 in the 80th minute. Shaqiri executed a wall pass with Schweinsteiger near midfield, evading the offside trap and driving into the penalty area, drawing Benaglio out before laying it off for Gomez, who effortlessly tapped it into the empty net. 4-1. Just 3 minutes later, Schweinsteiger sent a direct pass down the right flank, allowing Gomez to evade the offside trap and surge into the central penalty area, where he shot into the bottom left corner. 5-1.3 minutes later, Schweinsteiger advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area before threading a pass to Gomez, who, demonstrating textbook precision in evading the offside, fired a low shot into the far corner of the net. With goals from Robben and Shaqiri, and Gomez netting a remarkable hat-trick within 6 minutes of coming on as a substitute, Bayern Munich decimated Wolfsburg 6-1 on their home turf, marking their 19th appearance in the DFB Pokal final. Their opponents will be determined from the match between Munich 1860 and Freiburg. The Munich players left the field before the referee's final whistle, their spirits heavy. This season, Bayern has been virtually unstoppable. Even if they manage to overcome Freiburg, can they truly defeat Bayern to claim the championship? Confusion filled their hearts. Chapter 58. Here we are, on April 17th. Once again at the Allianz Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Allianz Arena. Just last Saturday, Bayern Munich, having already secured the league title, took the field with ease, led by Ribéry in his first match as captain, triumphing 4-0 against their Bavarian rivals Nuremberg, achieving an impressive 12-match winning streak in the second half of the season, equaling the single-season victory record in the Bundesliga set by Bayern in 1972-73 and Dortmund in 2011-2012 with 25 wins. Yesterday, right here, Bayern Munich overwhelmed Wolfsburg 6-1, securing their spot in the DFB Pokal final. Thus far, Bayern Munich has claimed the DFB Super Cup and Bundesliga titles this season, and they are in the semi-finals of the Champions League as well as the DFB Pokal final. Today, the other DFB Pokal semi-final will take place, featuring the other host of the Allianz Arena, Munich 1860, against the rapidly ascending Freiburg. According to the rules, the DFB Pokal champion earns a spot in the next season's UEFA Europa League. However, since Bayern has already secured their place in the Champions League due to winning the league, even if they were to win the DFB Pokal, the Europa League qualification for next season would pass to the runner-up. This means that the victorious side today will not only advance to the DFB Pokal final, but also secure a place in next season's Europa League, as long as they are at the Allianz. Bayern remains the eternal protagonist. Even though today is a match featuring the little brother, the commentator cannot help but drone on about Bayern, much to the annoyance of Munich 1860 fans. Yet, upon hearing that a victory over Freiburg not only guarantees a spot in the final but also a place in the next season's Europa League, excitement returns to the crowd. Heaven help us, how long has it been since the German Lions played a serious European match? Freiburg finished only 12th in the last 2 seasons, but this season, they have surged to the top of the table and currently hold a firm 5th position in the Bundesliga, showcasing formidable strength. Meanwhile, their opponents, Munich 1860, are also in excellent form, having eliminated another Bundesliga giant, Stuttgart, in the quarterfinals, and boasting an impressive record of 9 wins and 2 draws in their last 11 matches, making them the biggest dark horse of this season's DFB Pokal. In the stands, many familiar faces can be seen, including Bayern's head coach Hanks and Captain Lahm, indicating their keen interest in the upcoming final. Oh, who is that? Guardiola. He has also appeared in the stands of the Allianz Arena. Back in January, Bayern Munich had announced Guardiola's appointment as head coach starting from July 1 with a 3-year contract. During Guardiola's half-year sabbatical, several top clubs in Europe courted him, yet he ultimately chose the Bundesliga's Bayern, which was somewhat unexpected. Guardiola will be the first Spanish coach in Bayern's history, and according to Spanish media reports, his pre-tax salary of €17 million per year will surpass Mourinho's, making him the highest-paid coach in the world. Guardiola actually arrived in Munich yesterday, intending to watch the Bayern vs. Wolfsburg match, but missed it due to a last-minute obligation, so he decided to attend today's match instead. After all, he is here now. He arrived early, but to his surprise, the stadium, which holds over 70,000 spectators, is nearly full. Germany's football attendance is usually commendable, but for a mere domestic cup match featuring teams that are not powerhouses, the turnout is unexpectedly high, which catches Guardiola off guard. As the camera focuses on him, his attention is drawn to a scene in the stands. Hundreds of fans wearing Munich 1860 jerseys are streaming in, proudly waving a massive lion flag, and wherever they go, they are met with applause and cheers from fellow supporters. It is clear that this is the passionate fan organization of Munich 1860. What astonishes Guardiola is that nearly all of these fans are clad in the number 9 jersey. He turns to his assistant, Planchet, and curiously asks, "Is the number 9 player their star?" Planchet, a video analyst responsible for gathering data and studying opponents, is an important member of Guardiola's team. He hasn't paid particular attention to Munich 1860, but given Lin Chu's recent rise to prominence, he conducted some research and gained considerable insight into the team. Planchet nods, affirming that for the fans of Munich 1860, Lin is their Messi. Messi. This name piques Guardiola's interest. In what regard? Playing style or role? Influence, Planchet replies. For Munich 1860, number 9 Lin Chu is the most pivotal player. The entire team can manage without any other player, but they cannot do without him. Guardiola intends to inquire further, but the players have begun to emerge onto the pitch. The stadium announcer begins to call out the names of the players. Our great leader, number 11, Benjamin. Lot, the heart of the lion, the initiator of attacks, number 10, Moritz. Stoppelkamp. As the home players make their way onto the field amid the cheers of the crowd, Guardiola continues to seek the elusive number 9 until suddenly the atmosphere in the stadium shifts. And he knows that Munich 1860's Messi is about to make his entrance. He has witnessed this scene countless times before. Whenever the team's brightest star is about to take the field, the audience seems to hold their breath, momentarily disregarding the preceding player, before erupting in a frenzy of applause. Just as he anticipated, when the stadium DJ announces the name, the home fans explode in a tsunami of cheers. The most talented forward in the world, seemingly born to score. Number 9, Lin Chu. Lin, Lin, Lin. Let us see another hat trick, Lin. Unleash your fury upon them. Guardiola promptly confirmed the target. An Asian player? Indeed. Blanchard had to raise his voice, adding that he was still nearly 6 months shy of turning 18.17. You say? By the time Messi was 17, he had already graced the pitch at Camp Nou. Yes, but for Lin to debut at Allianz Arena at the age of 17 sounds equally impressive. Doesn't he it? Certainly, yet it would be even better if he donned a Bayern jersey. Indeed, Kong glanced at the data on the podium. 11 matches, 20 goals, and a streak of consecutive scoring, aiding the team to an unbeaten record of 9 victories and 2 draws. He truly deserves the admiration and support of all Point One wonders if he can maintain this form today, Bella. Reddy unabashedly expressed his admiration for Lin Chu, pondering that if he could continue to score and help his team secure victory today, particularly by breaching Bayern's fanbase in the Munich Derby final, it would be hard to imagine what a sensational debut season would look like to surpass such a remarkable start to his career. Freiburg's coach, Streich, cast a brief gaze at Lin Chu before quickly averting his eyes. If all goes as expected, this young lad will undoubtedly remain their greatest threat today, should they manage to stifle Lin Chu. Then Munich 1860 would merely be an ordinary mid-table team in the second division, having exhausted all their luck by reaching the semi-finals in the stands. Several Bayern players regarded Lin Chu with curiosity. To be honest, they too hoped for a victory from Munich 1860 today. After all, triumphing over their arch-rivals in the derby to claim the title is far more thrilling than a mundane final. Lin Chu remained blissfully unaware of the attention he had garnered from so many prominent figures, diligently warming up as usual, yet even his mundane warm-up exercises consistently drew cheers from the fans. Freiburg essentially retained the starting lineup that triumphed over Hannover 96 with a score of 3-1 last Friday. Goalkeeper, 1, Baumann. Defenders, 24, Muisa, 2, Kelmash, 3, Diane, 25, Zorg. Midfielders, 28, Ginter, 23, Schuster, c. 17, Schmid, 40, D. Kalahuri. Forwards, 8, Rosenthal, 20, Cruz. This formation follows the conventional 4-4-2 setup, yet their 4 midfielders are arranged not in a diamond shape but rather as 2 defensive midfielders and 2 attacking midfielders. Of course, both Ginter and Schuster possess strong forward-driving abilities and should not be regarded merely as typical holding midfielders. Munich 1860 has made adjustments to their formation, abandoning the age-old 4-4-2 in favor of a rare 4-3-3. The goalkeeper remains number 1, Corrali, while the defenders are Foltz, Fati, Coman, and Fayek. In midfield, the right-winger stall has been omitted, leaving Niku, Stuperkamp, and Barovka. The 3 forwards are Lin Chu, Yais, and Captain Lot. Schmidt's decision to adopt a 3-forward formation was not a whim or solely due to Yais' recent explosive form, but rather a strategic response to Lin Chu's remarkable speed increased in this match. Lin Chu will not be the spearhead of the team but rather a shadow striker lurking behind Yais. As for Lot, although he is nominally a forward, his position will retreat behind Lin Chu, effectively taking over Stuperkamp's original role as an attacking midfielder, while Stuperkamp will shift slightly to the right to fill the void left by Stahl. Frankly speaking, Yais was not particularly keen on partnering with Lin Chu, for based on previous matches, Lin Chu not only refused to play the supporting role like Lot, but often found himself active within the penalty area, leading the team's frontline, characteristics that closely mirrored his own. Fortunately, Lin Chu has recently experienced a surge in speed, and even more delightfully, the coach has begun assigning him the role of a shadow striker. Yais felt that his second spring had finally arrived. Freiburg ranks 4th in the Bundesliga for goals scored this season, boasting one of the most potent attacks among all Bundesliga teams, while Munich 1860 has rarely deployed 3 forwards. Setting the stage for what could potentially be a goal fest, and of course, aside from the outcome, whether Lin Chu can maintain his form and score in his 12th consecutive match remains one of the most compelling storylines of the day. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Lin Chu took the kickoff, and the match officially commenced. Schmidt's directive for this match was to secure a goal as swiftly as possible to establish an advantage. Leading Lin Chu to forego any thoughts of conserving energy, he immediately began making extensive runs off the ball in the attacking third, throwing Freiburg's defense into disarray. Barovka seized the ball on the flank and immediately delivered a long pass. The football traced a curve, soaring behind the defenders, prompting Lin Chu to spring into action. Alas, he was hindered by 2 defenders on either side, preventing him from reaching full speed and missing his first opportunity to shoot. The home fans quickly erupted into boos, with Lot promptly pressuring the referee, though the referee was unlikely to award a penalty for such minor contact. Freiburg soon retaliated, yet they failed to create any significant threats, instead falling victim to a swift counterattack from Munich 1860. Stupperkamp seized the ball in the center and immediately played a through ball. Lin Chu took off the moment the pass was made, catching up to the ball before unleashing a powerful shot. He was still utilizing Yang Chen's shooting technique, which, as anyone familiar with Yang's shooting style knows, relies 30 on strength, 30 on accuracy, and the remaining 40 on luck. Today, however, luck was not on his side, as the ball barely grazed the crossbar, going out of play. Although he failed to score, the fans showered him with encouraging applause. Successful teams typically possess a well-honed set of attacking combinations, such as robbery or BBC, yet Munich 1860 lacked such a cohesive attacking unit, as Lin Chu seemed to have chemistry with every player in the midfield and forward positions. He was indeed the social butterfly among the forwards. He was exceptionally active. Guardiola stroked his chin. His speed and awareness were remarkable, and even his physical confrontations were surprisingly effective, although his technique left much to be desired. He was undoubtedly a pure striker. Indeed, Planchart nodded in agreement, stating that speaking of technique, the number 10 for 1860, what a beauty. Chapter 59. Lot first executed a 1-2 with Stupperkamp, arriving at the edge of the penalty area before lifting his gaze toward Yais. Not only the Freiburg players but even Yais himself believed he was about to pass to him, promptly stabilizing his footing and leaning against the defender, preparing to receive the ball. Little did he know that Lot suddenly executed a deft diagonal pass toward the right side of the goal. The ball slipped between Diane and Zorg, rolling toward the goal. Diane was bewildered. Who is he? Zorg reacted much faster. If memory served him correctly, Kelmash's primary duty today was to mark the opposing number 9. The current supernova of the second division. If all went as expected, it should be Kelmash who let him slip by, and indeed, that was the case. The moment Lot made the pass, Lin Chu surged forward, giving Kelmash no chance to react, gusting past Zorg like a breeze. This pass was commendable for its suddenness and subtlety, yet Freiburg's defensive line was positioned deep, and although Lot's ball made it through, it was on the verge of rolling out of play. Lin Chu had already hit top speed, just managing to reach the ball before it crossed the line. With no time or space for adjustment, he hurriedly swept the ball toward the goal in a rather awkward 0-degree angle shot. The football barely grazed the post, traveling parallel to the goal line before rolling past the net. Freiburg's goalkeeper, Baumann, quickly turned and dove, securely clutching the ball to his chest. The gasps from the stands immediately transformed into sighs of regret. Lot suddenly played a through ball, and Lin Chu seized the opportunity for a shot from a tight angle. Unfortunately, the angle for his shot was too narrow, and the goalkeeper easily claimed the ball, causing Munich 1860 to miss a dream start. Lot's pass was highly deceptive, yet as an exceptional predator in the box. Lin Chu had already surged forward before anyone else had the chance to react. Regrettably, Freiburg's defense was tight, leaving him little room for a shot. Lin Chu was remarkably active and had good chemistry with his teammates, but he was lacking a bit of luck. Startled, Freiburg played cautiously, not easily launching attacks but rather patiently organizing in midfield before gradually penetrating Munich 1860's defense. Conversely, Munich 1860 played aggressively, sending the ball into the penalty area at any opportunity, with Yais and Lin Chu alternating in their assaults on the goal, causing Freiburg considerable trouble. Unfortunately, Freiburg's 4 defenders maintained their focus and did not afford them any further chances, aided by Ginter and Schuster. The two holding midfielders, who were not easily drawn forward, effectively thwarting Munich's momentum. As the match progressed into the 20th minute, it was unexpected that Bundesliga's Freiburg played so conservatively while the second division's Munich 1860 launched fierce assaults. With the shot count reaching 1-4. And once again, it was Lot. With a deft pass from Borovka, the ball found Lin Chu, who then delivered a diagonal pass to Yais. Yais attempted a powerful shot. Unfortunately, the strike was too straightforward, and the goalkeeper managed to deflect it with his foot, while Diagon cleared the danger with a hefty kick. Suddenly, the right-back Muiza surged forward to receive a pass from Ginter. Rapidly advancing toward the defense of Munich 1860 up front, Rosenthal, Cruz, and Schmidt also accelerated, bursting into the penalty area of Munich 1860. The opposing fake was unable to intercept Muiza, and Niku rushed to cover. But as soon as he left the center, Muisa cleverly played a horizontal pass behind him. Freiburg's captain Schuster swiftly joined the attack, pushing the ball forward with a firm nudge before following closely. Freiburg's rapid counterattack. Schuster seized the ball in the center, racing toward the edge of Munich 1860's penalty area. A long-range shot. A magnificent feint. Schuster faked a shot, deceiving come on, and then executed a sudden, delicate lob. The home crowd collectively held their breath, their eyes anxiously tracking the trajectory of the ball as he arced gracefully toward the goal of Munich 1860. Coman rushed in, ready to head it clear, but just as the Munich fans began to exhale in relief, Cruz unexpectedly darted in, beating Coman to the ball with a powerful header. The ball flew to the left side of the goal, leaving Corrali utterly unresponsive. Schuster's exquisite lob, Cruz's header, goal, 0-1. Freiburg took the initiative, unexpectedly leading the match. Had anyone predicted before the match that Freiburg would score first, it would have seemed entirely plausible. However, after witnessing the first 20 minutes of play, no one would have anticipated that Freiburg, being thoroughly suppressed, would strike first. Freiburg, too, was taken aback by the ferocity of Munich 1860, who, after gaining an early lead, immediately began to adopt a defensive strategy. Lin Chu continued to make extensive off-the-ball runs in and around the penalty area, creating havoc for Freiburg's defenders. In truth, the most surprising aspect of this match was Munich's midfield. No one expected them to hold their own against a Bundesliga team, even taking the initiative at times. In football, control of the midfield often dictates the outcome of the game, and with a strong midfield presence, the forwards were presented with ample opportunities, prompting Freiburg to embrace a strategy of counterattacking play. Kermash closely shadowed Lin Chu, mirroring his every movement. When Lin Chu advanced, so did he, and when Lin Chu retreated, he followed suit. However, when Lin Chu veered to the right, Kermash lost track of him. Lin Chu had become the acknowledged key to assists, with half of Munich 1860's midfielders' assists this season credited to him. Thus, as Borowka surged down the left flank, his attention was invariably drawn to Lin Chu. The moment Lin Chu found a gap, he executed a precise long pass, sending the ball arcing toward Lin Chu's path. The coordination was remarkably intricate, prompting even the seasoned Guardiola to silently commend the play. Lin Chu's off-the-ball movement allowed him to shake off Kermash, and Borowka's long pass found its target. Zalger rushed to cover, while Diagne charged in from the other side. Could Lin Chu find the net? Lin Chu quickly caught up with the ball, but Zalger had already positioned himself in the way. He feigned a shot, but instead of shooting, he eased the pressure on his right foot, deftly nudging the ball to the right. Zalger, predictably, was fooled and tumbled past. Lin Chu had a feigned shot turned into a pass. There was space behind Zalger. He could shoot. After deceiving Zalger, Lin Chu found himself in open territory, and without hesitation, he struck the ball. The shot had sufficient power, but due to the brief delay from the earlier feint, the goalkeeper was afforded ample reaction time. With a leap, he managed to parry the ball away. Players from both sides surged toward the goal, leading to a chaotic scramble, but the ball was eventually cleared from the penalty area. Schmidt on the sidelines was beside himself with frustration, while Guardiola in the stands shook his head. Lin Chu's earlier dribble had indeed been impressive, but he would have preferred to see Lin Chu take a direct low shot rather than lure the defender away. After bypassing the defender, Yais had been left unmarked on the other side, and had Lin Chu been a touch more selfless, Yais would have almost certainly had a clear shot at an open goal. Still too young, Guardiola thought, shaking his bald head. Nevertheless, the talent was undeniable. Lin Chu once again showcased his exceptional awareness of positioning and ability to weave through the penalty area, but alas, the angle of his final shot was too straightforward, granting Baumann the opportunity to make a save. Despite trailing by a single goal, Munich's relentless offensive pressure suggested they might soon equalize. After successfully saving the shot, Baumann seized the chance to roar in triumph, casting a disgruntled glance at Kermash. "How many times? I've told you to stick to tight marking, and this is how you do it." Kermash felt the weight of his frustration but could only swallow it down. That lad's movement was just too slippery, and his speed was remarkable. If he was not careful for even a moment, he would vanish from sight. After narrowly escaping disaster, Freiburg's players were secretly relieved. But their comfort was short-lived as the relentless Munich 1860 surged forward once more. This time, Niku intercepted and sent a direct pass forward, with Stoplerkamp advancing the ball. Lot immediately drifted to the flanks, vacating the central area for him. Lin Chu immediately sprang into action, darting into the penalty area and executing a crossing run with Yais, once again shaking off Kermash. Unfortunately, this time Stopplerkamp failed to deliver the ball in time, succumbing to the pressure from Ginter and Schuster. The referee's whistle blew, awarding Munich 1860 a promising free kick in the attacking third. Stopplerkamp was brought down by Ginter, and while the foul was egregious, the referee opted not to issue a card. Munich's players and fans expressed their discontent, with Captain Lot engaging in dialogue with the referee. Stopplerkamp and Borovka stood over the ball, both possessing commendable free kick skills. And Stopplerkamp had even netted a direct free kick this season. Oh, Lin was approaching as well. Did he intend to take a shot too? The two players, who had been deliberating over who would take the kick, turned their curious gazes toward Lin Chu. Lin Chu approached them, asking who would take the shot. They shared a glance, and ultimately, Borovka lowered his gaze, with Stopplerkamp stating, "I will. Wait, I'll position myself on the right. But aim for the left side where there's space. Let us see if I can get a touch," Lin Chu whispered. "That defender tracking me seems a bit foolish. There should be an opportunity." Borovka couldn't help but pat him on the head. "Is it possible that it's not the opponent who is foolish, but rather that you've improved?" "Oh, that's true," Lin Chu nodded. "After all, I'm faster than you now." "We're equally fast," Borovka insisted, as Lin Chu turned to jog into the penalty area, positioning himself just a step behind the wall. Kermash hurriedly followed, blocking him from the goal. Come on, Fadi, Niku, and others gathered in front of the goal, towering over the ball and drawing the attention of the rest. The whistle blew, and Borovka and Stopplerkamp charged forward together, with Stopplerkamp eventually striking the ball. He took the free kick, and the ball soared over the wall. As the ball flew just above the wall, Lin Chu feigned a run toward the goal, but missed it entirely. Suddenly, he dashed toward the left side of the penalty area. The ball that had arched over the wall curved perfectly toward the left. Come On intended to leap in for a header, but upon looking up, he realized Lin Chu was nearly at the ball's landing spot. He quickly slammed on the brakes, inadvertently blocking the advancing Muiza behind him. As the ball descended, Lin Chu arrived, positioned sideways to the goal. With the ball falling directly in front of him, he faced a choice: to control the ball and adjust for a shot, or to execute a direct volley. However, Diagon was already closing in, and if he paused to control the ball, he might lose the chance to shoot. If he opted for a volley, it would have to be with his less dominant foot. In an instant, he made his decision. Stopplerkamp did not shoot directly. Instead, he passed the ball into the penalty area. Once again, Lin Chu seized the opportunity for the first touch. What would happen next? Beautiful. Lin Chu did not control the ball, nor did he execute the expected left-footed strike. Instead, he leaped high to meet the ball, extending his right leg and gently tapping it with the outside of his right foot. This shooting motion echoed the one that had marked his first career goal. Yet that shot had been a direct strike. While this was a deft backheeled flick, one showcased raw power, while the other revealed exquisite technique. A soft thud resonated as the ball soared again. The defenders, arriving too late, stretched their necks but failed to connect with the ball. The ball traced a short parabolic arc, landing in the corner of the goal. Baumann had been watching the ball all along and noted Lin Chu's run. He anticipated a direct shot from Lin Chu, but never expected such a delicate finish. He was braced for a powerful volley, but instead, the ball floated gently toward him. He could only reach out a hand toward the ball's trajectory. But not only did he fail to touch it, it appeared as if he was merely waving goodbye as the ball sailed into the net. 1-1. Chapter 60. Loyalty comes at a price. Lin Chu has scored again, executing a splendid volley. His posture is so relaxed, so graceful. It resembles a work of art. As Lin Chu lands, he dashes towards the sidelines, eyeing the stands. Several Bayern players exchange glances, then cast peculiar looks at the jubilant Emler. Lahm remarks, "Indeed, it seems that claiming this championship is not as effortless as one might think." Meanwhile, Hanks observes Lin Chu, pondering thoughtfully. The numbers 7, 9, 10, 11, the attacking players of 1860 are exceptionally talented. Outwardly, it appears they are playing with the number 10 as the focal point, yet nearly everyone seeks out the number 9 when in possession, indicating that ultimately, this point must be neutralized. Although the score stands at 1-1, the Bayern players have nearly concluded that their final adversary will indeed be this city rival. Competing on home turf, with momentum surging, the advantage on the field is unmistakable, and the scales of victory are decidedly tilting towards Munich 1860. Guardiola's gaze lingers on Lin Chu. The surprising choice of shot by Lin Chu evokes memories of a certain individual, an imposing figure renowned globally for his extraordinary strikes. With exceptional awareness, audacious ideas, he seems to possess an insatiable spirit. Bayern boasts a wealth of talent, and Guardiola certainly would not be swayed by a single goal from Lin Chu. However, out of professional habit, he cannot help but envision what role Lin Chu might play in his own team. Though he soon shakes his head dismissively in the 25th minute of the match, Munich 1860 finally breaches Freiburg's defenses. Once again, it is Lin Chu who finds the net. He and Stoppelkamp executed a perfectly synchronized free-kick play. These two not only form the best attacking duo in the Bundesliga, but also rank among the most efficient midfield partnerships in the DFB Pokal. This marks Lin Chu's consecutive 12th match with a goal, and the 21st he has scored for Munich 1860. This goal vividly showcases his awareness, speed, shooting technique, and creativity. It is nothing short of a masterpiece. The volley is one of the most exhilarating methods of scoring in football, and Lin Chu's execution is not only aesthetically pleasing but also ingeniously crafted, drawing forth waves of admiration. The Freiburg players glance at one another, seemingly in search of a scapegoat. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appears that each one bears some responsibility, and paradoxically, none at all. They performed their duties, yet the ball found its way into the net. What more could they do? Lin Chu stands at the sidelines, arms outstretched, eyes gently closed, chin raised, as teammates rush in, surrounding him. Witnessing this scene, all the fans of the team feel an unwavering conviction in their hearts. They are indeed on the brink of reaching the DFB Pokal final once more. After the equalizer, Freiburg finally unleashed the momentum of a Bundesliga team, launching a vigorous offensive immediately after the restart. Schmidt advanced down the flank, delivering a precise pass to Rosenthal, who forcefully shoved past Fati to unleash a powerful shot. Corrali, showcasing remarkable reflexes, executed a textbook dive to secure the ball. Munich 1860 refrained from launching a quick counterattack, instead opting to methodically build their offense from the wings. Following several passes, the ball reached midfield again. With Stoppelkamp pushing forward, Freiburg's midfielders converged upon him, intent on thwarting his advance. Yet Stoppelkamp remained composed, managing to release the ball. Borovka surged down the wing, delivering another long pass into the penalty area. Several Freiburg defenders stood ready, as Lin Chu and Yais simultaneously burst forth from either side, charging towards the goal. The ball landed near the net, where Diagon attempted to clear it with a header, sending it to an unoccupied space outside the penalty area. Lin Chu swiftly pivoted, the first to reach the ball, lifting it towards the goal. Yais, however, managed to position himself, gaining possession, but as the ball settled at his feet, he found himself surrounded by opponents. Unable to maneuver or shoot, he closed his eyes and launched a haphazard strike towards the goal. This shot went unnoticed by everyone, with Baumann failing to even prepare for a save. Yet, unexpectedly, the ball curved and struck the post, sending a shockwave through the Freiburg camp. Majiza hurriedly cleared the ball, but misjudged his kick, allowing it to fall at the edge of the penalty area. Niku suddenly made a run, unleashing a powerful shot, but the ball soared high over the goal line. The teams exchanged swift attacks, each creating opportunities yet failing to capitalize in the knockout stage, with the score tied. Neither side dared to play conservatively, resulting in an increasingly intense contest. In the 34th minute, Freiburg launched a rapid counterattack. Kalahuri threaded a pass through midfield, allowing Cruz to penetrate the penalty area, where he unleashed a fierce left-footed shot amidst the pressure of two defenders. In the anxious gaze of the home fans, the ball struck the side netting. 3 minutes later, Ginter advanced to assist, delivering a cross from the left. Cruz, resembling a younger Klose, skillfully evaded his marker and leapt high to head the ball. Just as the score seemed poised to change, the crossbar intervened, deflecting the ball away. Escaping disaster, Munich 1860 promptly retaliated. Lauter, evading Schuster, executed a clever through ball, allowing Lin Chu to break free from Kermash's grasp and surge forward with a clear shot on goal. However, before he could celebrate, the linesman's flag was raised. Both teams exchanged attacks, and the first half concluded with the score at 1-1 as they retreated to their respective dressing rooms. Inside the home team's locker room, spirits remained high, yet the unpredictable nature of football kept everyone on edge. Until victory was firmly secured, no one dared to feel completely at ease, especially given the current stalemate. Thus, all ears were attentive to the coach's instructions. We played quite well in the first half. Let's maintain this momentum in the second half, but we need to exhibit more patience. Louder, increase the pace of your passes, and I require you to enter the penalty area more often. We need to create an additional shooting threat. Moritz, Stoppelkamp, drift more towards the right flank, allowing Miku space in the center. Their defense is tightly compressed, making it challenging to create threats through the middle. In the second half, we'll focus on crossing from the wings. Lin, you never mind. Just do what you think will lead to a goal. As he concluded, a collective gaze turned towards Lin Chu, who simply nodded. He was acutely aware of his dependence on his teammates' passes to score. His ability to create opportunities solo was limited, so while the coach ostensibly granted him significant autonomy, in reality, he needed to strengthen his connections with his teammates. At times, he craved the ball, and when he had it, he desired speed. Now that he had speed, he longed for dribbling skills. After all, what man doesn't dream of orchestrating a solo run? The four defenders and dual defensive midfielders already formed a formidable barrier. And now even two attacking midfielders began to linger in the defensive half, transforming the penalty area into an impregnable fortress. Freiburg suddenly adopted a more conservative approach. What was the reasoning behind this? They were the visiting team, and even if they could drag the match into extra time, it would not benefit them. Was Strike contemplating a penalty shootout? Surely it wasn't time for that yet? Not only the commentators but also Hanks and Guardiola were left bewildered by Strike's tactics. Only Schmidt seemed to grasp the opposing strategy almost instantly. Was this an attempt to defend the score? Waiting for Lin Chu to tire before making a move? Surely, that must be it. Lin Chu could push himself to last perhaps 70 minutes. Once he departed, Munich 1860's attacking prowess would be nearly halved, allowing Freiburg to adjust their lineup and amplify their offensive threat. Schmidt shuddered at the thought and turned a glance at Strike on the opposing bench. Was it really this devious? Run, Lin, Schmidt urged anxiously. Your sole objective now is to score. Just one more goal, and your mission will be accomplished. Lin Chu regarded him incredulously. Boss, do you even hear what you're saying? Of course I want to score. Not that. Schmidt scrambled to articulate. You need to alter your approach. Don't fear exhausting your energy. Be more proactive in seeking opportunities. All right, I understand. Lin Chu, though still slightly confused, nodded in agreement. Excellent, go forth. The final is within reach. Bayern Munich awaits us, and so does the Europa League. Fools initiated the play. As Lauder received the ball, Lin Chu immediately dashed forward to offer support. Kermash hurriedly pursued, but Lin Chu suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards the penalty area. Kermash cursed under his breath, hastening to keep up, only to find Lin Chu changing direction once more as they entered the box. Not only Freiburg's players, but even his teammates were left in a state of bewilderment. Lin Chu darted around like a headless fly, seemingly able to penetrate any opening. How could they possibly deliver him the ball? Reluctantly, Lauder placed his trust in him, releasing the ball into a gap. His A-level instincts for goal scoring were not as pronounced, making it seem as though he could foresee the play. However, at the moment Lauder passed, Lin Chu indeed surged forward, albeit too far away to prevent a defender from clearing the ball from the penalty area. But this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing moments, Lin Chu exhibited relentless determination. Whenever the ball reached the attacking third, he ran tirelessly, leaving Kermash at a loss, compelling Freiburg to alter their defensive strategy to a zonal marking approach, hoping to completely stifle his efforts. The disruption caused by him led to a disarray in Freiburg's defense, resulting in an increasing number of opportunities for Munich 1860 in the 50th minute of the match. Borovka delivered another cross from the flank, sending the ball towards the goal. Lin Chu quickly sprang into action, leaping high to head the ball, but Dain unexpectedly collided with him, managing to clear it with a timely header. Borovka's long pass from the left found Dain, who successfully defended against Lin Chu, and the ball landed in the center of the penalty area. Yais took a shot. Dain's header inadvertently set the ball at Yais's feet. Yet he was surrounded by a sea of legs, leaving him with no opportunity to adjust, forcing him to take a hasty shot. Although struck in a rush, it had considerable power. However, the angle was slightly off. Baumann managed to touch the ball but failed to secure it, merely deflecting it back into the penalty area. By sheer misfortune, it fell right to the feet of a Munich 1860 player. Stoppelkamp, clearly unprepared, somehow managed to shield the ball while evading challenges from both sides before pushing it towards the lower right corner of the goal. The home crowd could hardly contain their cheers. But the goalpost once again stole the spotlight, deflecting the ball away. For the third time today, the goal at Allianz Arena proved its mettle, once more denying a goal. Munich 1860's relentless assault saw Freiburg, aided by the goalpost, barely holding their ground. Stoppelkamp, visibly frustrated, clutched his head in despair. Lin Chu approached him, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder. In the wake of this scare, Freiburg became increasingly cautious, nearly abandoning their offensive efforts, which drew jeers from the home supporters until the 63rd minute, when they finally launched a legitimate attack in the second half. After receiving the ball, Kalahuri executed an inward cut, leaving Niku off balance, and swiftly maneuvered towards the baseline. Meanwhile, Ginter sprinted into the penalty area, joining the two forwards in a charge towards the goal. The situation in Munich 1860's penalty area was now a tense 3-on-3, dangerous. Karali executed a world-class save, narrowly averting disaster for Munich 1860, and the stage was set for their counterattack. Fultz pointed forward, deftly flicking the ball with his toe. The ball sailed over Muiz's head, landing in front of Borovka. Fultz delivered an aerial pass to Borovka, who surged forward. Borovka, with his head down, sprinted 30 meters before slowing down upon encountering Schmidt's interception. Everyone anticipated another long pass into the box, with Lin Chu, Lot and Yais weaving towards the goal, awaiting a delivery, but Borovka unexpectedly executed a heavy flick to the right. Schmidt was not fooled by his clumsy feint, yet his feet failed to follow his mind. And by the time he attempted to intercept, Borovka had already slipped past. Simultaneously, Lin Chu pivoted and dashed towards the outskirts of the penalty area. Borovka glanced up hurriedly, launching the ball. "Oh no." Strake could not help but shout, urging him to keep up. Kelmash cursed under his breath, sprinting after Lin Chu. Lin Chu gazed at the ball, silently gauging the distance, then angled his body. As the ball descended, Lin Chu thrust his chest forward, tapping it onto the grass in front of him. The ball gently bounced, and Lin Chu executed a high-difficulty side volley. He struck it, yet misfired. His right foot failed to connect with the ball's center, instead grazing its lower portion, sending it awkwardly airborne. Kelmash rushed in, bracing to block the shot, only to find the ball levitating gently past his body towards the goal. Borovka, Lin Chu, Lot, and Yais immediately raised their left hands, signaling that the ball had struck Kelmash's left hand, but the referee remained unmoved, continuing to focus on the ball that had been kicked away. The ball lethargically drifted towards the far corner, with the goalkeeper too distant to make a save, left to plead that the ominous goal at Allianz Arena would lend its assistance once more. Whether by divine intervention or not, the ball indeed struck the goalpost. But this time, it was the inside of the post. For the second time, the ball found its way into Freiburg's net, once again courtesy of Munich's number 9, once again a product of Chinese craftsmanship. The goal was scored. It was Lin Chu. Once more, Lin Chu. Borovka, after breaking through on the flank, deftly lifted the ball into the center of the box, where Lin Chu, making a reverse run, controlled it on his chest before executing a delicate flick. The ball traced an unusual arc, striking the inside of the post and bouncing into the net. 2-1. Munich 1860 regained the lead. The entire Allianz Arena erupted as if it had exploded, with frenzied cheers and shouts resonating through the air. Yet, Kelmash, in a flurry, rushed towards the referee, repeatedly tapping his left hand, indicating that he had handled the ball. The crowd's jubilation instantly diminished. Everyone anxiously turned to the main referee, and even other Freiburg players rushed over, asserting that Kelmash had indeed handled the ball first and should receive a red card. They would accept a penalty if necessary. To their astonishment, the referee resolutely shook his head. The goal stood. 2-1. Kelmash was driven to the brink of madness. He had even resolved to sacrifice himself, only to find that the referee still sided with the home team. The players of Munich 1860 raced to the stands, celebrating wildly. Schmidt leaped in place, vigorously pumping his fist, then quickly spoke a few words to his assistant. The assistant hurried to the bench, calling two substitute players to action. Strake's eyelids twitched. What the hell? Are they really resorting to such tactics? Just as they took the lead, they were substituting two defenders. Munich 1860 made a substitution. Borovka and Yais were withdrawn, replaced by two defenders. Meaning Munich 1860 would adopt a 6-2-2 formation? Now it was Freiburg's fans who expressed their discontent through boos. To advance, they were willing to abandon all pretense, weren't they? However, the supporters of Munich 1860 took pride in it, offering even more fervent applause. They truly felt that the final was within their grasp. Lin Chu was engulfed by his teammates, leaving him no opportunity to display any celebratory gestures, yet the fans continued to chant his name with fervor. 12 matches, 22 goals, Blanchard exclaimed loudly in Guardiola's ear, a commendable statistic. Perhaps we should consider him. He truly is an impressive finisher. 12 matches, 22 goals? Guardiola confirmed in surprise, 17 years old? In professional matches, 12 matches, 22 goals? He was highly skeptical that this statistic included goals from youth or reserve team matches. Otherwise, it seemed too outrageous for a minor. Indeed, in the second division, 9 matches, 16 goals. In the DFB Cup, 3 matches, 6 goals. By the way, this was his first season. Strictly speaking, he joined Munich 1860 during the winter break, played 2 substitute appearances, then quickly became a starter, rapidly establishing himself as the team's top scorer. Guardiola's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered many prodigies, but none quite like this. If one could rationalize Lin Chu's goal-scoring rate in the second division, how could one explain today's match? The opponent was currently 5th in the Bundesliga, not some insignificant team, and it was evident that Freiburg regarded Lin Chu as their greatest threat. Yet he still managed to score twice amidst heavy scrutiny. His prowess was undoubtedly genuine, without any dilution. He took another look around at the frenzied crowd, considering the intense rivalry between Munich 1860 and Bayern Munich. Loyalty has its price. As long as the price is right, even Figo can transfer from Barcelona to Real Madrid. Blanchard couldn't help but chuckle, as it was common knowledge that the choice between Bayern Munich and Munich 1860 was obvious. Guardiola nodded and shook his head, unsure of what to make of it, though he had indeed begun to entertain certain thoughts. Chapter 61. Advancing to the final after regaining the lead, it was now Munich 1860's turn to employ some tricks. They substituted a forward and a midfielder, bringing in 2 defenders, while another defensive midfielder was warming up, ready to enter at any moment. Observing the bemused expressions on the faces of Bayern's coach and players on the screen, the Munich 1860 players felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet they rationalized it for the sake of victory. Freiburg, in response, introduced 3 attacking players in a final desperate push. Munich 1860 began to establish their defensive line from midfield, leaving Lin Chu alone up front to initiate counterattacks. Although they were being heavily pressured by Freiburg's offensive onslaught, they occasionally managed to counter with long passes to alleviate some of the pressure, preventing Freiburg from committing fully to the attack. The supporters of Munich 1860 had begun to pray for the match to conclude swiftly. In the 65th minute, Lin Chu was finally substituted, and the applause was thunderous. With Lin Chu off, Lot moved back to the front line, while Munich 1860 continued to prioritize solid defense and counterattacks, uncertain if they could endure the final 30 minutes. The players of Munich 1860 on the sidelines could hardly contain themselves any longer. One by one, they stood outside the substitute bench, anxiously observing the developments on the field. Only Lin Chu remained seated like a lifeless fish, drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled from the water. On the sidelines, Streich paced nervously, intermittently shouting instructions at the players on the field, while Schmidt sat quietly on the coaching bench, his face expressionless and seemingly calm, though the unconscious biting of his lip betrayed his inner turmoil. Time ticked away, and after a flurry of futile attacks from Freiburg, they suddenly regained their composure, beginning to orchestrate a series of short passes in an attempt to penetrate Munich's defense. This method, far more nerve-wracking than their previous, less effective strategy, left the Munich side feeling increasingly uneasy. Fortunately, the players remained disciplined, refraining from rash advances and instead resolutely blocking the goal, committing no errors. In the 70th minute, Rosenthal's shot was deflected. In the 74th minute, Kruz's header was seized by the goalkeeper. In the 81st minute, Ginter's long-range effort soared over the crossbar. In the 88th minute, Schuster's close-range attempt ricocheted off Coman's leg and went out of play. And in the 89th minute, a corner kick for Freiburg caused chaos in front of the Munich 1860 goal, with Kruz and Fati tumbling to the ground in their struggle. Freiburg's players immediately rushed to the referee, demanding a penalty, while Streich pressed the 4th official with urgency. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a cacophony of exclamations. Diving? Fraud. Get up. Foul. Red card. Penalty. Schmidt could no longer sit still, practically leaping to the sidelines, anxiously watching the referee. Lin Chu straightened his back, casting his gaze towards the penalty area. Schuster's shot was thwarted by Coman, resulting in a corner kick for Freiburg. Schmidt took charge of the corner, and as Cruz leaped to head the ball, he collided with Fati, both of them crashing to the ground. Could it be a penalty? The referee hesitated momentarily, but ultimately brought the whistle to his lips. Lot, sensing impending disaster, rushed over to snatch the whistle from him, but Kalahuri was quick, blocking Lot's path and pushing him aside. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the referee pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty! In the dying moments of the match, the referee awarded Freiburg a penalty kick. It took immense courage for the referee to make such a decision at this critical juncture, yet he resolutely indicated the penalty spot. Fati buried his face in his hands and sank to the ground, while it was now the Munich players who surged towards the referee, only to be obstructed by Freiburg's players, resulting in a shoving match within the penalty area of Munich 1860. After several more sharp whistles, the most agitated Coman, Niku, and Ginter were each shown a yellow card, finally restoring some semblance of calm. Lin Chu leaned back, heavily resting against his chair, releasing a long sigh. Borovka muttered angrily as he sat down beside him. Damn it! Is Fati a fool? How could he commit a foul at such a crucial moment? And that damn referee, how much did he take from Freiburg? Enough! Lin Chu's somber voice interjected. It's best to stand together with the others now. We can only trust Karalit. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, pulling Borovka up with him, and walked to the sidelines to join his teammates. The other players still wanted to approach Karalit to offer their support, but Lot pushed them away one by one, giving Karalit an encouraging glance. Karalit nodded firmly, adjusted his gloves, and positioned himself in front of the goal. Schuster placed the ball on the penalty spot. The Munich 1860 fans continued to hiss and shout, attempting to disrupt Schuster's focus. The whistle blew, and Schuster began his run, feigning a shot to the upper left corner. But just as he was about to strike the ball, he suddenly paused, then powerfully redirected his kick toward the lower right corner. Lin Chu felt his heart momentarily halt as he watched Karalit spring into action. Extending his hand to make a forceful save, firmly clutching the ball to his chest. Phew! Karalit saved the penalty. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Schuster attempted a feint, yet Karalit remained unfazed, as Freiburg squandered their best opportunity of the match. If Munich 1860 were to progress smoothly today, the greatest hero, aside from Lin Chu, would undoubtedly be the goalkeeper. Lin Chu finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. This sensation was more exhilarating than scoring a penalty or a one-on-one chance. Borovka, now in high spirits, laughed heartily, slapping Lin Chu's shoulder. Did you see that? I knew he could do it. Ha ha ha, victory is ours. No one can take it away. Lin Chu rubbed his face vigorously, honestly feeling that this experience was dreadful. What? Dreadful? Are you seeing things? Karalit saved the ball. I know. I mean the feeling of being unable to do anything at such a crucial moment, just watching from the sidelines. It's truly disheartening. Buddy, what are you thinking? Even a child knows that football is a team sport. Relying solely on oneself to decide the outcome of a match is one experience. Trusting your teammates and sharing glory is another. Remember, you are playing professional football, not a video game. The players beside you are your comrades in triumph and defeat, not emotionless NPCs. Besides, you've already done enough. If everything relied on you, what would be the point of our existence? I get it, just venting a little. Is it necessary to elaborate so much? Lin Chu shook his head, hoping there would be no more mishaps and that they could secure a smooth victory. On the field, Karalit rose, letting out a roar as the regular time had elapsed, with the referee indicating 7 minutes of stoppage time. Throughout those 7 minutes, the Allianz Arena was never silent for even a moment. In the 98th minute, as Coman launched the ball high into the air, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The game was over. Lin Chu scored twice. Karalit saved Freiburg's penalty in the final moments, and Munich 1860 narrowly progressed, triumphing 2-1 over Freiburg, reaching the DFB Pokal final for the first time in 49 years. The DFB Pokal final would feature the first ever Munich derby. In the history of Munich 1860, there have only been 3 championships, the Bundesliga title in 1966 and the DFB Pokal victories in 1942 and 1964, with the 1942 title marking the club's first major trophy. Now, they were poised to step onto the DFB Pokal final stage, competing against their city rivals, On June 1st at the Berlin Arena, Bayern Munich would face Munich 1860. Let us not miss it. Teammates rushed onto the field, embracing the players in jubilant celebration, while Lin Chu moved to the other side, opening his arms to share a hearty hug with Schmidt. The best decision I ever made was to answer Vollmann's call. Schmidt patted Lin Chu's back. You are my pride, kid. You are 1,000, 1,000,000 times better than I imagined. Lin Chu released his grip. We can win against Bayern Munich, right, boss? Schmidt, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He desperately wanted to tell Lin Chu, yes, we can, but the words stuck in his throat. After all, this was Bayern, who had just set a record by clinching the Bundesliga title and had recently trounced their last opponent 6-1 in the DFB Pokal. What could 1860 possibly bring against them? Soon, the players noticed the absence of two key figures in the celebratory crowd and rushed over to alleviate the awkwardness surrounding the old coach. They hesitated to touch Schmidt's frail limbs and instead seized Lin Chu, lifting him high into the air. For them, simply reaching the final felt like the greatest victory. Even the most demanding fans could not ask for more. In the VIP box, club general manager Duncan clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. The prize money for the DFB Pokal champion mounts to a staggering €4.54 million, while the runner-up will still receive €3.26 million, which would significantly ease the club's financial situation. Moreover, reaching the final opens the door to next season's Europa League, presenting yet another source of income. However, he was also faced with a pressing dilemma: how to persuade the board to retain Lin Chu, even if only for one more season. At the post-match press conference, Schmidt didn't even mention the contentious penalty decision at the end of the match. He merely praised the players' performance and even hypocritically commended Freiburg's efforts. As for Streich, he could only bitterly remark that Lin Chu's 2 goals had changed everything, leaving him with no further words. Chapter 62. The proper way to unleash the cheat code upon returning home. Lin Chu collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. This fatigue was not merely physical but also a tremendous mental strain. During the match, he had felt little, but now that he had truly relaxed, a wave of weariness surged from within, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Yet, once he lay down, sleep eluded him to die in the final. Bayern, to be candid, for Munich 1860, reaching the final of the DFB Pokal is an extraordinary achievement, far exceeding expectations. Both the club's executives and the ordinary fans have no further demands of them. Even the coach and teammates can sense that, at the moment they triumphed over Freiburg, a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Many individuals even exhibited an indifferent attitude, accepting the possibility of losing the final 0-10. For a team whose season investment is less than that of many others, advancing to the final is indeed a miracle, and they certainly deserve a respite, especially considering their opponent in the final is the formidable Bayern. Yet, Lin Chu remains dissatisfied. I've activated my cheat. Revisiting the system interface repeatedly, Lin Chu examined it once more. 6 blank cards, 37 honor points, 6 training points, a total of 49 available points for exchange. He still needed 51 points to draw. With 5 matches remaining in the season, the hope of clinching the Bundesliga championship was out of reach. Now, aside from continuing to score goals, provide assists, and train, he could only hope that being the top scorer in the Bundesliga would yield some tangible honor points to bolster his performance before the DFB Pokal final. Furthermore, there existed a loophole that could be exploited. Logically, the previous record for consecutive goals in the Bundesliga was 8 matches. After scoring in 9 consecutive matches, the record naturally became 9. If he were to score again in the next match, it should count as breaking his own newly established record. However, he wondered if the system would acknowledge this. Lost in a jumble of thoughts, Lin Chu drifted into slumber. The following day, both kicker and Bild awarded Lin Chu a perfect score of 1-2 goals, leading Munich 1860 back to the DFB Pokal final after nearly half a century. As one of the founding teams of the Bundesliga, Munich 1860 has been in a trough since descending to the second tier in the 2003-2004 season. This can be regarded as their only moment of glory in the past 9 years. Bayern's coach, Hanks, when asked about the DFB Pokal final, specifically mentioned Lin Chu. Watched the semi-final between Munich 1860 and Freiburg live. Both teams performed admirably, but Munich 1860 had the better fortune. I was particularly impressed by their forward, number 9, Lin Chu. He is still very young but possesses all the qualities expected of an excellent striker. Without a doubt, he will pose our greatest challenge in the final, but we are well prepared. Lahm, in an interview with Bild, also remarked on Lin Chu. using similar descriptors as the head coach. Lin is indeed a troublesome opponent. His movement is exceptionally clever, and his shooting is decisive. We must cut off his connection with teammates and block his shooting angles. Ideally, we should prevent him from even touching the ball. It will be challenging, but we believe we can accomplish it. Meanwhile, domestically, the impact of this match was just beginning to spread. Lin Chu's popularity in the country experienced its first genuine explosion, leading a modest team to the final against Bayern Munich. Initially, some fans, familiar with media antics, thought that leading the team was merely a sensationalized exaggeration, and that merely making a substitute appearance would be commendable. However, upon reading the news, they were astonished. 3 knockout matches. 6 goals. This is undoubtedly a case of single-handedly elevating the entire team. Not only major portals but even CCTV hastily acquired the broadcasting rights for the DFB Pokal final, establishing a special interview and live broadcast team. Preparing to cover the match over a month away, Bayern had already secured the DFB Supercup and Bundesliga titles. Should they win the Champions League next, and then lose to Lin Chu-led Munich 1860? The magnitude of such an upset would rival that of Shevchenko, who led Dynamo Kiev to sink Barcelona in their early days, wouldn't it? In 2013, smartphones had yet to be widely adopted, and social media was not as frenzied. So Lin Chu had no deep comprehension of his domestic popularity. The next day, he followed his routine and headed to the gym. Schmidt typically allows players half a day or a full day of rest after matches for recovery. However, Lin Chu preferred to train a bit the day after a game, having discovered that this timing yielded the best training results, the most immediate effect being an increase in training points earned. At his age, the improvement gained from mere training had become quite limited, as evidenced by the diminishing training points he received after each session. To continue advancing, he primarily relied on practical experience, which, for him, translated to accumulating honor points. Stoppelkamp was already training. The two exchanged casual greetings and then went about their respective routines. After finishing, Lin Chu checked the system and saw that he had only earned 2 training points. Prompting an immediate sigh of disappointment, Stoppelkamp, thinking he was contemplating the DFB Pokal final, also sighed and asked, "Do you think we have a chance to win?" Huh? Lin Chu paused, realizing he was referring to Bayern. Of course we do. In football, anything is possible. Enough with the platitudes. Do you have any concrete ideas, like last time when you broke the record for the fastest goal? Stoppelkamp shook his head. Design a strategy, steal a goal, then defend until the end of the match. What strategy could possibly work? Lin Chu suddenly halted mid-sentence. Stoppelkamp immediately raised his head, his eyes fixed on him. Are you onto something? Lin Chu, with a furrowed brow, pondered. What if I suddenly change my style? Stoppelkamp looked perplexed. Style? What style? Wasn't it said that my heading is poor? What if I suddenly became a heading expert? Then I could employ some psychological tactics to bait Lahm into marking me. Wait. Stoppelkamp interjected, struggling to keep up with his train of thought. Let's set Lahm aside for now. I just want to know, how can you suddenly become a heading expert? Lin Chu wore a cheeky expression, shaking his head as he replied, well, that's rather difficult to explain. After all, the world of geniuses is something mere mortals cannot comprehend. He certainly was not a heading expert, but Van Gee was. The system did not dictate that each card had to be fixed to a specific attribute. It was merely that adjustments could not be made during matches. By rearranging and combining, there were indeed many strategies available. The only uncertainty was whether these strategies would be effective against Bayern. Chapter 63. I yearned to improve after defeating Freiburg to reach the final of the DFB Pokal. Munich 1860 faced 2 consecutive crucial battles in the league. In the 30th round, they would challenge FSV Frankfurt away, followed by a home match against Cologne in the 31st round. One team ranked 6th, the other 4th, while Munich 1860 was positioned 5th, sandwiched between them. The disconcerting fact was that the points among the 3 teams were closely contested. FSV Frankfurt had 47 points, Munich 48 points, and Cologne 51 points. Additionally, third-ranked Kaiserslautern also possessed 51 points, with the top 2 spots already claimed. The battle for third place became particularly fierce. Currently, Kaiserslautern, Cologne, Munich 1860, and FSV Frankfurt held the best chances, with opportunities nearly equal among these 4 teams. Each of the remaining 5 matches in the league was crucial. But if Munich 1860 could defeat their 2 most direct competitors, Cologne and FSV Frankfurt, in head-to-head encounters, their chances of securing a playoff spot would significantly increase. Setting aside the dismal first half of the league season, focusing solely on the latter half, Munich 1860 had achieved victories in nearly all matches against teams ranked in the top 7, with the only loss being to Kaiserslautern, a match in which Lin Chu had not yet joined the team. It was well known that Munich 1860 with Lin Chu and without him were two entirely different entities. With great anticipation, the match finally commenced in the TUD Bundesliga. Each round typically consists of 9 matches played over 3 to 4 days. And Munich 1860's matches usually took place on the final day. Therefore, by the time they took the field, the outcomes of the other matches had nearly all been determined in the 30th round of the TUD Bundesliga. 7 matches had concluded. Hertha Berlin secured a 1-0 victory at home against the weaker side, Sandhausen, thereby locking in direct promotion 4 rounds early. This marked their 6th ascent to the Bundesliga, following their promotions in 1968, 1982, 1990, 1997, and 2011, as they prepared for their 31st season in the Bundesliga. Second-placed Eintracht Braunschweig drew 1-1 with Au, maintaining a 10-point lead over third-placed Kaiserslautern. A victory in their next match would also secure their promotion. Kaiserslautern had 54 points, Cologne 52 points, while Munich 1860 and FSV Frankfurt had played 1 match less, with 48 and 47 points respectively. It is worth noting that FSV Frankfurt is not the same team as the well-known Bundesliga Frankfurt. The relationship between the two is somewhat akin to that of Munich 1860 and FSV Frankfurt, where the names only share a portion of their daunting reputation. FSV Frankfurt only ascended to the TUD Bundesliga in the 2008-2009 season and had been teetering on the edge of relegation for the past 3 seasons, generally finishing between 13th and 15th place. However, this season, their performance has seen a remarkable turnaround. After 29 rounds, they still harbored hopes of promotion. However, should today's encounter fail to yield victory against Munich 1860, it is likely that this flicker of hope will dwindle to mere remnants. Both teams have fielded their strongest lineups, with Schmidt once again opting for a 4-3-3 formation. Apart from substituting Stahl for Borowka, the starting 11 remains nearly identical to that which faced Freiburg. Conversely, FSV Frankfurt has eschewed their customary 4-3-3 in favor of a more balanced 4-4-2 in the second division. It seems no team dares to adopt an offensive strategy when confronting Munich 1860. Yahis leads the attack, flanked by Lin Chu and Lot, as Munich 1860's formidable trident faces its second real test. The top scorer for FSV is their primary striker, number 9, Edmund Kaplani, yet the most menacing threats emanate from their wingers. Number 7, Tosin Tosinoglu, and number 14, Marcus Hofmeier. These two exhibit remarkable vigor, putting Munich 1860 on the back foot from the outset. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unstoppable Munich 1860 adopts a defensive counter-attacking strategy. Tosinoglu advances down the flank, and Furtz fails to halt him, crossing the ball into the box. Tosinoglu deftly maneuvers past Furtz and delivers a pass to the goal mouth. Before a minute has elapsed, Munich 1860's defense is in disarray. Kaplani makes a rapid run, preparing to shoot with his right foot, when Coman suddenly executes a fierce sliding tackle, narrowly diverting the ball to Niku. Niku clears the danger with a long kick to the midfield, allowing Munich 1860 to escape a close call. Regrettably, FSV Frankfurt almost secured a dream start, their wing play proving to be exceptionally sharp, compelling Munich 1860 to bolster their defensive flanks. Having barely initiated their first wave of attack, FSV Frankfurt caused chaos within Munich 1860's penalty area, undoubtedly creating an illusion that a goal was imminent. The reality, however, remained precarious, as although the ball was cleared, the threat to Munich 1860 had not been entirely alleviated. FSV's players swiftly regained possession in midfield and launched a second wave of offense. This time, the action unfolded down Hofmeier's right flank. His attributes mirror those of Stahl, while not the fastest. His technical prowess is exquisite, and he skillfully evaded Wojtkowiak's challenge, advancing towards Munich 1860's penalty area. Joined by 2 forwards, a 3-on-3 situation quickly materialized within Munich 1860's box. The strike came unexpectedly. Not only did Munich 1860's players fail to react, but even FSV Frankfurt's players were momentarily caught off guard. When the ball ricocheted off Coman's calf, remarkably, no one rushed to capitalize on the rebound, which otherwise would have surely found the back of the net. Given Corrali's oblivious stance, FSV Frankfurt squandered yet another opportunity. Hofmeier's powerful shot was thwarted by a defender, prompting a swift transition to Munich 1860's counterattack. Upon regaining possession, Stuperkamp and Stahl immediately surged forward, with Lot, Lin Chu, and Yahis converging like arrows. Now, it was FSV Frankfurt's defense that faced the alarm. Niku, receiving the ball in the backfield, glanced up before executing a long pass that lofted into the attacking zone. Lin Chu initially hesitated, conserving his pace until the ball sailed overhead, at which point he surged forward, successfully evading the offside trap. The defender, Gladeson, who had been keeping pace with him, suddenly realized Lin had been holding back, and in a panic, he reached out to grasp Lin's jersey, yanking him backward. Feeling the tug on his shirt, Lin Chu instinctively fought to break free, but just as he escaped the defender's grasp, another defender charged in from the side, executing a perilous sliding tackle aimed at the goalkeeper. The keeper rushed out to intercept the ball, yet Lin Chu remained undeterred, sprinting towards the sphere. Lin had successfully evaded the offside. But wait, the defender is pulling him down. What about the referee? No call. The goalkeeper has committed. Lin has not given up. Who will reach the ball first? The goalkeeper is marginally closer, yet Lin Chu suddenly lunges forward, attempting to direct the ball toward the goal, but alas, his effort lacked power, allowing the goalkeeper to effortlessly gather it. Although the immediate threat had been neutralized, the players of Munich 1860 surrounded the referee, clearly seeking redress for the earlier tugging incident. The defender had indeed committed a foul, yet due to the principle of advantage, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle at that moment, seemingly disinclined to issue a yellow card now. Ultimately, the primary issue lay in Lin Chu's naivety. Had he collapsed theatrically when being pulled, the defender would likely have been booked, and Munich 1860 awarded a penalty. It is perhaps only in such moments that we are reminded that Lin is still but a child. This being his inaugural season, having yet to grasp many of the unspoken rules and tricks of the trade that every professional athlete must navigate. Lot observed Lin Chu, wishing to impart a few diving techniques. Yet he refrained upon witnessing his bewildered expression. At T17, he is still at an age where being unyielding against an opponent's pull is a point of pride. Informing them to learn to fall and perform theatrics in the penalty area would likely lead them to deem you mad. On the sidelines, Schmidt merely shook his head in disappointment, opting not to comment on Lin Chu's actions. The match continued, and the momentary scare caused FSV Frankfurt to play more conservatively, their offensive momentum waning. Yet once they regained control, they resumed their vigorous assault on Munich 1860's defense. In the 12th minute, Tosanoglu advanced down the left flank, executing a 1-2 with a teammate before cutting into the box, unleashing a powerful shot that soared high into the stands. In the 15th minute, FSV Frankfurt orchestrated another dual-winged attack. Tosanoglu and Hofmeier nearly presented a perfect opportunity to their striker, yet he produced a desperate clearance-style shot, eliciting discontent from the home crowd. By the 20th minute, FSV's fullback surged forward, delivering a high-quality cross from near the byline, but Kaplani's header struck the crossbar, rebounding into Kaman's path for a clearance out of the penalty area. No one anticipated the match would unfold in such a lopsided manner. After 2 months of dominance, Munich 1860 finally displayed signs of fatigue, while FSV Frankfurt thrived on home turf with remarkable vigor. It was not until the 30th minute that Munich 1860 crafted their second threatening attack of the match. Furt successfully intercepted Tosanoglu, passing to the supporting Niku. Niku played a ball forward, and Stahl advanced along the flank, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders before delivering a lateral pass to Lot. Lin Chu and Yahis surged toward the goal, yet the opposing defenders swiftly closed in, tightly marking both players. Lot's diagonal pass reached the front, where Lin Chu created space for Yahis to take a shot, but unfortunately, the attempt flew directly into the goalkeeper's embrace. The swift transition of play saw FSV Frankfurt mounting another offensive. Once again, they targeted the flanks. Tosanoglu evaded a defender, reaching the edge of the penalty area. Feigning a shot, he deceived Kaman and suddenly laid the ball diagonally toward the edge of the penalty arc. The defensive midfielder, Gritz, surged forward, meeting the ball with a ferocious strike. Amid the jubilant roars of the home supporters, the ball nestled into the far corner. 1-0 goal. Gritz has put FSV Frankfurt ahead, as Munich 1860's defense ultimately crumbled under the relentless onslaught. The players of FSV Frankfurt erupted in wild celebration, inciting waves of cheers from the fans. Schmidt paced anxiously along the sidelines, momentarily at a loss for a viable strategy. Following their match against Freiburg, the once indomitable spirit of Munich 1860 seemed to have deflated. The players' performances were notably subpar, coinciding with FSV Frankfurt's euphoric momentum, resulting in a palpable sense of oppression for Munich 1860. Fortunately, FSV Frankfurt did not retreat into a defensive posture after taking the lead. Instead, they continued to press forward with vigor, and it was only due to the defenders of Munich 1860 remaining error-free that the scoreline held at 1-0 as the teams headed into halftime. Schmidt entered the locker room, having composed himself, and refrained from chastising his players for their lackluster performance, opting instead for a heartfelt appeal to rekindle their fighting spirit. "Gentlemen, children, have you had enough rest? I can accept defeat, even the collapse of an entire season's efforts at the final moment. I can even endure a scoreline of 4-0 or 5-0, but I cannot abide such a humiliating demise. We have been on the defensive for the entirety of these 45 minutes. Do you even understand what you are doing? There are 5 matches left. Oh, now 4.5. Are you truly willing to extinguish all the hopes of our fans in this manner?" Lot inhaled deeply, stepping into the center of the locker room, beckoning everyone to gather around him, forming a circle with their hands intertwined. "Lions, victory is ours," with the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the second half. FSV Frankfurt kicked off, continuing their advance down the flanks. Hofmeier and Heubach executed a wall pass, penetrating the penalty area and still advancing. Kaman executed a fierce sliding tackle, successfully regaining possession for Stupperkamp. Stoplerkamp leisurely dribbled the ball around the midfield. But after evading Gritz's pressing, he suddenly pivoted and flicked the ball. The football soared to the right flank, where Stahl, without any hesitation, expertly delivered a diagonal pass. The Frankfurt defenders had only just begun to react when the ball swiftly entered the penalty area. The goalkeeper rushed forward, but Lot deftly maneuvered around the defender and gently nudged the ball. The football slipped past the goalkeeper's feet, rolling towards the right side of the goal, seemingly destined to enter, when unexpectedly, a figure darted in at speed, crashing into the ball and the net. Munich 1860 launched a rapid counterattack. Stoplerkamp sought out Stahl, who then passed to Lot, who shot. Lot's goal was snatched away by a teammate. Lot stared in bewilderment at Lin Chu's back. Knowing Lin Chu as he did, he felt certain this was not a deliberate theft, but rather a consequence of running too fast to halt. However, in truth, he had overestimated Lin Chu. This was a goal that Lin Chu could have evaded had he wished, but contemplating the potential record-breaking reward, he decided to seize the moment. After all, he could always repay Lot later. Chapter 64. All that is desired. Congratulations on breaking the record for consecutive goals in the 2. Bundesliga, earning 20 honor points. Only 20? Lin Chu double-checked the notification, confirming the amount. Yet, the first time he had broken this record. The reward had been 30 points. It seemed that while the system acknowledged this method of record-breaking, it had significantly diminished the reward's weight. Nevertheless, the reward was still quite substantial, and Lin Chu accepted it with delight. Then donned a sheepish expression as he approached Lot. Lot said nothing, merely clapped him on the arm, even smiling. "Just 2 more, and you'll top the scoring chart." Kumbula had failed to score in this round, remaining at 19 goals, while Lin Chu, with this latest strike, had reached 17 league goals, rapidly closing in on Kumbula. Yet, he sensed that his form today was not quite optimal, making it unlikely he would catch up this match. The game continued. Munich 1860 saw a glimmer of hope, intensifying their offensive, while Frankfurt responded in kind. Lin Chu remained the focal point of defensive attention. Logically, given the defensive pressures he endured, opportunities for others should have increased significantly. Yet, today, the entire attacking line of Munich 1860 seemed collectively subdued, while their defense performed admirably, as FSV Frankfurt, fierce as wolves, had only managed a single goal in the first half. Schmidt regretted deploying the 4-3-3 formation. Making his first substitution by the 50th minute, the winger replaced a striker, but FSV Frankfurt initially paid little mind. Little did they know, once Borovka entered the fray, he made an immediate impact, ripping through Frankfurt's defense on his first touch, sending a long ball to Lin Chu's head. Lin Chu leapt forward, the football soaring toward the upper right corner of the goal, only to be thwarted by the goalkeeper's palm. Borovka delivered a cross. Lin Chu headed the ball, yet the goalkeeper executed a miraculous save, nearly allowing Munich 1860 to take the lead. Lin realized he needed to practice his heading. Borovka's delivery was impeccable, but Lin's effort was too straightforward. This was merely nitpicking. Lin Chu's heading skills were generally lacking, but this particular attempt, in terms of timing, angle, and force, was flawless. The miss was solely due to the goalkeeper's extraordinary performance. The commentator, perhaps influenced by Gerd Emmler, seemed to seize every opportunity to highlight Lin Chu's heading weaknesses, hinting at a touch of opportunistic sensationalism. Borowka was stunned, while the other Munich players were nearly in hysterics. Lot shook his head, kicking Borowka playfully. Look at the occasion. Not every gesture is meant to be taken seriously. The referee, somewhat flustered, nearly issued Lot a yellow card for his playful antics, but upon witnessing the jovial demeanor of the other Munich 1860 players and Lin Chu's amused expression, he realized he had overreacted. It seemed this was simply part of the team culture. After this brief interlude, Munich 1860 appeared revitalized. Not only had Borowka energized the left flank, but the previously lackluster right side began to come alive as well. Meanwhile, Frankfurt's wings, having flown tirelessly for much of the match, finally showed signs of fatigue, gradually falling silent. In the 59th minute, Stahl engaged in a series of wall passes with Stoppelkamp and Lot, driving the ball into the right side of the penalty area, feigning a cross to deceive the defender, before deftly cutting the ball toward the baseline. With a sudden burst of speed, he broke free and lofted the ball into the box. Lin Chu jumped with all his might, but unfortunately, he could not connect with the first touch. Niku surged forward, leaping high to redirect the ball toward the goal. Frankfurt's goalkeeper, Krant, seemed to possess an uncanny knack for thwarting headed attempts and, at a critical moment, managed to palm the ball away. The football fell into the penalty area, where Borowka, under defensive pressure, took a shot that grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Although the ball did not find the net, it unmistakably conveyed a message. The Lions of Munich 1860 had awakened. The Frankfurt coach recognized the urgency of the situation, hastily making adjustments from the sidelines. Their formation visibly retreated in response. Munich 1860, undeterred, soon launched another wave of attack. This time, it was again Borowka. Clearly, he had been itching to make his mark from the bench as he sprinted down the flank, nearly losing control of the ball before miraculously keeping it in play just before it crossed the line. Lot was first to arrive, but with no angle for a shot, he opted to pass the ball across. Lin Chu, tangled with two defenders, charged forward, attempting a sliding tackle, only to find Krant bravely lunging at the ball. As Lin Chu's cleats appeared poised to connect with the goalkeeper's face, he had no choice but to pull back. Krant, gathering the ball, stood up with a mixture of trepidation and gratitude, casting a thankful glance at Lin Chu. Some spectators spotted this moment, with cameras capturing the exchange. Lot passed, Lin attempted a shot. Wait, did Krant just block the ball with his face? Lin had halted his action. Krant should consider himself fortunate. Had Lin been any slower, he might have required a stretcher. Scattered applause erupted from nearby stands, gradually swelling into a chorus. Other Frankfurt fans mistakenly believed they were applauding the goalkeeper's heroics and joined in, the applause echoing throughout the stadium. After releasing the ball, Krant extended his hand to Lin Chu for a brief handshake, but soon regretted it. He harbored deep suspicions that Lin Chu was somehow cursed, despite feeling invincible moments before. As if he could save bullets fired by Barrett, after encountering Lin Chu, his goal was immediately compromised. In the 63rd minute, Borowka made another incisive run down the flank, delivering a cross nearly identical to the previous one. With Lin Chu and Lot poised to strike. This time, Lin Chu secured the first touch. Instead of shooting immediately, he deftly redirected the ball toward Lot, who was in a superior position, while also intending to repay the favor. Lot accepted the pass with a smile, calmly slotting the ball into the net. 1-2. Munich 1860 took the lead. However, Borowka was not pleased. What had initially been his assist was now nullified by Lin Chu's involvement. You're generous, taking my assist to repay your debt. Oh, well. Lin Chu's cross set Lot up for Munich 1860 to pull ahead. Yet, with approximately half an hour remaining in the match, opportunities still lingered, and the contest remained uncertain. Lin Chu and Lot's interplay had resulted in 30 league goals for Munich 1860 this season, propelling them into the top 5 of the scoring chart. Lot pointed at Lin Chu, approaching him for a hearty embrace. While Lin waved Borowka over to join the celebration, Borowka, muttering under his breath, strolled over, and after the festivities, leaned into Lin's ear, saying, "Remember, you owe me an assist." Lin Chu waved dismissively, boasting that he would repay him against Bayern one day. "You can pretend not to owe me. I won't hold it against you." Following the reversal of the scoreline, Schmidt continued to make tactical adjustments. Stahl was substituted off as Munich 1860 began to reinforce their defense. 2 minutes later, Lin Chu also exited the field as Munich 1860 parked the proverbial bus before their goal. FSV Frankfurt poured every ounce of effort into the match, yet until the referee's final whistle, they could not breach their opponent's defenses. Congratulations to Munich 1860 for securing 3 crucial points. Kaiserslautern, with 54 points, ranks third by a slender margin. Cologne follows closely with 52 points, maintaining the 4th position. After securing a victory, Munich 1860 has increased their tally to 51, placing them 5th. FSV Frankfurt remains 6th with 47 points, though this position is precarious, as teams behind them could easily catch up. Notably, in the upcoming round, Munich 1860 will face off against Cologne, a match whose outcome may prove decisive for the playoff spots. Following their recent defeat, FSV Frankfurt finds themselves in a vulnerable position, while Munich 1860 emerges as one of the frontrunners. Lin Chu has scored in 10 consecutive 2. Bundesliga matches, extending his own record, marking his 17th league goal, now just 2 behind the leader, Kumbula. If he maintains this momentum, he could indeed achieve the remarkable feat of becoming the top scorer at the halfway point. Grant made a point to seek out Lin Chu for a jersey exchange, expressing his gratitude in writing, detailing his initial perilous situation, his personal reflections, and ultimately proclaiming himself a fan of Lin Chu, supporting his pursuit of the league's golden boot. That moment, with Grant's studs mere centimeters from my eyes. I momentarily recalled that Czech had no disrespectful intentions. Czech has always been my idol, and I have long aspired to emulate him as a goalkeeper, though not with a masked IT. Is crucial to note that this is a pivotal moment for Lin's chase for the Golden Boot. Yet he willingly relinquished a precious goal. In truth, we later learned he could have scored a second, as he had assisted Lot, but selflessly opted to pass to a teammate in a better position. Listen, friends, I have never admired and respected a player as much as him. He will undoubtedly become a paragon of excellence, and I admit I have become his fan. This has certainly displeased the fans of Braunschweig. Although their promotion seems nearly assured, they have also resigned themselves to being out of the championship race, with the only connection to first place being the scoring charts. Moreover, Kumbula leads Lin Chu by a full 2 goals. Is this what they are fixated on? Normally, they would not dare utter such words, but with only 4 matches remaining in the season, a 2-goal advantage is substantial, isn't it? What infuriates them further is that various betting companies have adjusted the odds for the top scorer, with Lin Chu's odds now surpassing Kumbula's, making him the favorite. Kumbula promptly issued a bold proclamation. Top scorer? Of course, why not? I have held this position for most of the season, and I am confident I will secure the 2. Bundesliga Golden Boot. It is well deserved. Lin? He is undoubtedly a talented player, and considering his age, I can only imagine the heights he may reach in the future. But sorry, brother, glancing at the camera, the future is yours, but the present is mine. Perhaps you can try for the Bundesliga's top scorer next season. Laughs. Lin Chu remained remarkably composed, stating in an interview, "For me, the team's victory is paramount. While scoring to help the team win is undoubtedly the best experience. If I had to choose, leading Munich 1860 to victory is far more important than achieving 10 golden boots myself." The fans have long awaited this moment. It is time to end this prolonged anticipation. Such sentiments may sound disingenuous, but the fans revel in hearing them. Most importantly, the current situation for Munich 1860 is quite favorable. Although Lin Chu has yet to top the scoring charts and Munich 1860 has not ascended to 3rd, they undoubtedly possess the strongest momentum. Should Kumbula and Kaiserslautern falter, they could swiftly seize the opportunity to overtake them. We aim for both the top scorer title and the playoff spot. Chapter 65. The world truly is a grand stage. The top position in this season's Bundesliga has long been secured, with the 2nd and 3rd places also practically determined over a month before the season's conclusion. The battle for the 4th position, which grants access to next season's Champions League playoff, has been fiercely contested. In the 2. Bundesliga, Hertha Berlin clinched the championship 5 rounds early, while Braunschweig is just a step away from direct promotion. Yet the race for the playoff spot has seen several teams nearly lose their wits. Currently, Kaiserslautern, Cologne, and Munich 1860 appear to have the highest chances of claiming 3rd place. Initially, FSV Frankfurt was in the running, but their defeat to Munich 1860 in direct competition has shown signs of them falling behind. However, they have not been entirely ruled out. If Kaiserslautern stumbles and Munich 1860 and Cologne were to mutually weaken each other in their upcoming clash, Frankfurt could still find a path to redemption. Despite their loss to Munich 1860, they managed to secure a 3-1 victory over Dynamo Dresden in the subsequent 31st round, keeping pace with the chasing group. Meanwhile, Hertha Berlin, having already completed their promotion task, dramatically reversed a 3-2 deficit against St. Pauli, effectively eliminating the latter from the promotion race. In other highly anticipated matches, Kaiserslautern indeed fell short, losing 2-4 to Cottbus, granting opportunities to those trailing behind. Consequently, the upcoming match between Munich 1860 and Cologne has become even more critical that a victory for Cologne would see them overtake Kaiserslautern by a point into third. While a win for Munich 1860 would level their points with Kaiserslautern at 54, yet they would surpass them on goal difference, claiming third place. It is easy to imagine the intensity of motivation both teams will bring to this encounter. With Kaiserslautern's unexpected defeat to relegation-threatened Dynamo Dresden, the standings became even more dire, and both Munich 1860 and Cologne will undoubtedly give their all. Allianz Arena welcomed over 50,000 spectators today, with the number of fans watching the live broadcast surging. Lin Chu was the last to emerge onto the pitch, immediately eliciting a chorus of cheers. Munich 1860 deployed their customary 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, 1. Gabor Kiraly. Defenders, 2. FLZ. 15. Malik Fathi. 4. Kaman. 3. Wojtkowiak. Midfielders, 6. Dominic Strl. 8. Maximilian Nico. 7. Daniel Byroka. 10. Moritz Stoppelkamp. Forwards, 11. Benjamin Lott. C. 9. Lin Chu. Cologne fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, 1. Timo Horn. Defenders, 2. Miso Brechko. 3. Lucas K. Blier. 4. Christian Eichner. 5. Dominic Morrow. Midfielders, 8. Adam Matashik, 21. Sasha Bygok, 7. Adil Chihi, 13. Dino Pisano, 14. Jonas Hector. Forward, 22. Anthony Uja. Both teams wore solemn expressions, the air thick with palpable tension. Munich 1860 kicked off first. Lin Chu stepped into the center circle, adjusted his shin guards, and took a few practice steps before swiftly passing the ball to Lott and sprinting towards the opponent's penalty area. With the record for the fastest goal in German professional football hanging over him, no one dared let him roam freely. Defensive midfielder Matashik immediately shadowed him, while center-back Eichner closed in, both providing tight marking and denying him any space to receive the ball. Nevertheless, Nico received the ball and attempted a lofted pass towards the forward line. The ball soared toward the edge of the penalty area and bounced high. Lin Chu surged forward with accelerated speed. Eichner was momentarily left behind, but Matashik had kept pace. Though slightly lagging, he matched Lin Chu's speed, and as Lin Chu lifted his foot to strike, Matashik suddenly exerted pressure, causing Lin Chu to lose his balance on one foot. His shot, barely connecting with the ball, lacked power and was easily claimed by the goalkeeper. Lin Chu stumbled slightly but regained his footing amidst scattered applause from the sidelines, in the eyes of his fervent supporters. Even a fall could not tarnish his appeal. Munich 1860 managed to secure a shot on goal early in the match, but alas, Lin Chu's attempt lacked precision, and the home side missed the chance for a dream start. Anthony Uja collided with Kaman, resulting in the ball going out of play, and the referee awarded a corner to Cologne. Uja, Cologne's top scorer with over a dozen goals this season, has hovered around the 5th and 6th positions on the scoring charts. He looked skyward in frustration, muttering a few choice words, before turning to give a thumbs up to Bygok, who had provided the pass. Cologne's corner reached the goal area, where Pisano contested the ball, delivering a powerful header that sent it out for a goal kick to Munich 1860. Kiraly took the goal kick to midfield, and after a brief tussle, the ball quickly returned to Cologne's possession, brought forward by Bygok, who sent it into the penalty area. AS Uja prepared to strike. Kaman suddenly charged forward, decisively executing a sliding tackle to clear the ball from his path. Hector surged in for a follow-up shot, but his execution faltered, sending the ball crashing against the crossbar and out of play. Although they narrowly escaped disaster, the home fans and players were left on edge, particularly due to Kaman's frequent and reckless challenges within the penalty area, which instilled an unsettling atmosphere. The match swiftly progressed to the 10th minute. When Niku made a glaring error in the backfield, losing possession, KLN launched a counterattack, and Uja received a cross from a teammate, unleashing a right-footed shot from 26 meters out. Fortunately, Kiraly reacted swiftly, parrying the ball away with a single palm, deflecting it off the crossbar. Shortly after, KLN's corner from the left was cleared by Fatty, but Pisano, positioned in midfield, reorganized the attack, passing the ball to the right flank. Adil maneuvered the ball to the edge of the goal line before delivering a swift cross. Hector charged toward the goal, but Wojtkowiak quickly intervened, fortuitously blocking the attempt. Schmidt, though anxious internally, maintained an outward calm, standing on the sidelines with arms crossed, resembling a tranquil elder. His composed demeanor seemed to reassure both players and fans, alleviating some of the mounting tension. In stark contrast, KLN's head coach exhibited signs of agitation, incessantly shouting and expressing dissatisfaction with his players' performance, as if his own team were the one being trampled upon. KLN took the initiative, unleashing a suffocating offensive storm at the Allianz Arena. However, they could not afford to be complacent, as they faced the resilient Munich 1860, a team known for its tenacity and knack for snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in dire situations. KLN took a corner kick, a chance at goal. The right side corner was delivered, and 3M and Chin players rushed towards the near post to mark Uja, inadvertently leaving Pisano completely unmarked. Pisano executed a stunning volley, sending the ball hurtling toward the top left corner of the goal. Despite Corrali's best efforts to save it, he had already resigned himself to defeat, only to witness the ball curiously curve and collide with the post. This moment epitomized the first half. KLN's relentless assault was overwhelming yet ultimately fruitless. They bombarded the goal with an impressive 15 shots, yet none found the target. Some attempts soared high above the Allianz Arena, while others, despite their ferocity, were poorly executed passes that offered no advantage to teammates and merely gifted the ball back to defenders. In essence, KLN advanced with fervor, but seemed cursed upon nearing Munich 1860's penalty area, making errant decisions when a call for assistance was warranted, and overpassing when they ought to take the shot themselves. Munich 1860's fans oscillated between anxiety and joy as the second half commenced. Observers anticipated a resurgence from the seemingly dormant Munich 1860, but instead, they continued their first half approach. Their defensive strategy appeared limited to two methods, allowing opposing forwards to wreak havoc unchecked or swarming the ball carrier, resulting in widespread positional failures. KLN, undeterred, persisted with their relentless attacks, repeatedly grazing the goalposts, raising suspicions that Munich 1860's defense was merely a ploy to lure KLN into committing fully, only to counterattack at the opportune moment. Yet, fans waited in vain for a counterstrike from their team. It was not until Schmidt, unable to restrain himself, called Yais to the sidelines to substitute the fatigued Lin Chu that the tides began to turn. Stoplerkamp received the ball centrally, evading pressure with a spin before delivering a forward pass. Lauter, with his back to goal, laid it off for Borovka, who feigned a long pass but executed a wide-ranging crossfield ball instead. The ball traversed nearly half the pitch, landing at the feet of Stahl. With his right foot raised, he met the ball with the inside of his foot. Whether it was a misstep or intentional, the ball struck his foot and rolled into the penalty area. Lauter quickly surged forward, delivering another pass toward the goal. Lin Chu, having timed his run perfectly to evade the offside trap, launched himself at the ball. With less than 3 meters separating him from the goal and only the goalkeeper to beat, observers presumed his poised shot was merely a feint. The keeper, appearing unperturbed, advanced boldly, only to find Lin Chu's shot was a genuine attempt at close range. Fortunately, with a resounding thud, the ball sliced through the air, narrowly missing the goalkeeper and finding the back of the net. Goal. In the 68th minute, Munich 1860 finally broke the deadlock. It was Lin Chu again. He not only elevated his league goal tally to 18, but also set a new record for consecutive goals in the second division at 11 matches. Lin Chu raced toward the sidelines, sliding to his knees in celebration, shouting to the heavens. Just moments ago, he had appeared utterly exhausted, yet now he radiated vitality. The crowd erupted, chanting his name. Schmidt, visibly relieved, pumped his fist in triumph. It had been a hard-fought struggle. After being subdued for an entire hour, Munich 1860 seized a counterattack opportunity to score first, with Lin Chu unleashing a furious roar, venting his pent-up frustrations. Congratulations on breaking the record for consecutive goals in the second division. A reward of 10 honor points has been granted. Well, it seems they have diminished again. All my honor and training points have been converted into scores, totaling 81. If I can secure the league's top scorer title, I could make a significant leap and draw the 7th white card. After taking a 1-0 lead, Schmidt finally felt at ease substituting Lin Chu for a defensive midfielder to bolster their defense. However, no sooner had Lin Chu left the pitch than KLN equalized. Pisano delivered a lofted pass from the center, and Coman leapt to head it clear, but he overestimated his height and jumping ability. As the ball barely skimmed his head and sailed behind him, Uja darted in, calmly placing his shot, leaving Corrali helpless to do anything but watch the ball find the net. 1-1, following the equalizer. Both teams grew cautious, playing tentatively, and no further goals were scored until the final whistle. Reluctantly, both sides shook hands in a stalemate. The world indeed resembles a vast and chaotic stage, with Kaiserslautern stumbling and losing to the opportunistic Kappas, missing their chance to extend their lead. Meanwhile, München 1860 and KLN failed to capitalize, resulting in mutual damage as they continued to allow each other to occupy the third spot. At this critical juncture, each team seemed increasingly unreliable. The current situation dictates that anyone aspiring for that coveted playoff spot must not only perform well themselves but also rely on the missteps of others. The reality, however, is that while others falter, they too have stumbled. Only Lin Chu and FSV Frankfurt have maintained their resolve. The former, despite a dip in form, still managed to score, while the latter emerged as the only victorious team among the chasing pack this round. After 31 rounds, Kaiserslautern stands at 54 points, maintaining third place. KLN follows closely at 53 points, and fourth. München 1860 remains at 52 points, clinging to fifth, and FSV Frankfurt, with 50 points, barely keeping pace. 4 days later, the 32nd round of the league commenced. Expectations ran high for teams to rise from their failures and decisively overcome their opponents, yet what unfolded was a contest of futility among the teams. Kaiserslautern played to a goalless draw with FSV Frankfurt, securing just 1 point. KLN ended in a 2-2 stalemate with Bochum, marking 3 consecutive draws, and München 1860 suffered their first defeat, falling by a solitary goal to Union Berlin. Even more disheartening for München 1860 fans was Lin Chu's cessation of scoring. His streak of goals halted at 14 matches, comprising 11 in the second division and 3 in the cup. The only silver lining was that Kumbera remained silent, with his tally still at 19 goals, failing to extend his lead, and remaining vulnerable to Lin Chu's resurgence. Kaiserslautern holds 55 points, in third. KLN has 54 points. In fourth, and München 1860 remains at 52 points, in fifth. All 3 teams have lost the chance to secure a playoff spot early, especially KLN and München 1860, who must not only avoid mistakes but also win their remaining 2 matches while hoping for Kaiserslautern to falter. The only good news for them is that their final 2 opponents are teams languishing in the lower tier of the league, while Kaiserslautern faces the second-placed Brunswick and the enigmatic St. Pauli. The issue is that Brunswick has already secured second place and, with no hope of the title, may not field their strongest lineup to aid in thwarting Kaiserslautern. As for St. Pauli, following the change in management, they have not completely succumbed to mediocrity. However, their performances have been a curious mix of brilliance and despair. No one can ascertain whether the St. Pauli that appears before Kaiserslautern in the final round of the league will be the divine version or the ghostly one. Interestingly, both teams share a connection with Lin Chu. For instance, Eintracht Braunschweig's foremost striker, Kumbera, is currently in a fierce competition with Lin Chu for the league's Golden Boot, with only a solitary goal separating them. For Kumbera, scoring to assist his team in overcoming Kaiserslautern could potentially aid Lin Chu and his team in clinching the coveted third spot in the league. Conversely, failing to find the net might allow Lin Chu to catch up or even surpass him on the scoring chart. Chapter 66. The German Bundesliga's golden era. As the calendar turns to May, German football has emerged as the epicenter of the global footballing stage. In the UEFA Champions League semi-finals, Bayern Munich triumphed over Barcelona with resounding scores of 4-0 and 3-0, effectively eliminating the La Liga giants and securing their place in the Champions League final for the 3rd time in 4 years. This indicates that the upcoming final will feature 2 Bundesliga teams battling it out, set to take place on May 26 at Wembley Stadium in London. Regardless of the outcome, German football has already basked in success. In this context, even the attention towards the 2. Bundesliga has seen a slight uptick. On May 13, the penultimate round of the 2. Bundesliga commenced. The match involving 1860 Munich was scheduled to take place last. The entire squad gathered in the multimedia conference room to watch the live broadcast of the game between Kaiserslautern and Eintracht Braunschweig. The spotlight of the match predominantly rested on whether Kumbula could end his scoring drought and extend his lead over Lin Chu. However, in discussing the scoring chart, many overlooked a key player, Idrisu from Kaiserslautern. This player has quietly amassed 16 goals, stealthily trailing behind Kinzer and Longi, currently sitting fourth in the scoring rankings. With just 2 rounds remaining in the league and a mere 3 goals separating him from the top, he certainly harbors ambitions of securing the title of league's top scorer. Thus, this match held significant importance not only as a critical battle for Kaiserslautern, but also for him. As the match commenced, both strikers showcased commendable form, actively seeking opportunities in the attacking third. Unfortunately, the midfielders on both sides struggled to provide adequate support, and as the match drew to a close, the score remained deadlocked. Should the match end in a draw, 1860 Munich could begrudgingly accept it, for Kaiserslautern only led them by 3 points, leaving them with a chance. As the clock ticked down, Schmidt sighed and moved to the television, muting the sound before turning back to face the team, declaring, "From this second onward, forget about Kaiserslautern, forget about Cologne, focus on ourselves, and seize our destiny." In an effort to emphasize the determination to focus on their own performance, he picked up the remote and pressed the power button. Just as the screen went dark, everyone's piercing gazes turned toward him. Borovka exclaimed in a fit of urgency, rushing over to snatch the remote from his hand and hurriedly turning the television back on. Schmidt stood there, bewildered. The assistant coach cleared his throat and explained, "It seems a goal has been scored." "What?" Schmidt immediately turned to the screen. "Who scored?" "Kumbula." "Fantastic." In the 88th minute, Kumbula headed the ball into the net, giving Braunschweig a 1-goal lead. The assertion to forget about Kaiserslautern seemed to have slipped Schmidt's mind as he instinctively clenched his fists, eyes glued to the television screen. The collective breath of the team appeared to slow significantly. As time trickled away, tension mounted, and the final minutes devolved into a chorus of complaints aimed at the referee. "How long is the stoppage? What a joke. Is that a corner? Are you blind? Why isn't he blowing the whistle? Time's up. That wasn't a foul. Only a broken leg will suffice, right? Should we play until they score?" Lin Chu, however, refrained from joining in the complaints, fixated on the ticking clock, counting down the seconds. Kaiserslautern launched a final desperate assault on Braunschweig's goal, but the latter's defense held firm. At long last, the final whistle blew. Thanks to Kumbula's goal, Kaiserslautern suffered a narrow defeat, failing to secure the crucial 3 points. "Hail Braunschweig, hail Kumbula. My apologies, mate." "Thank you." "Kumbula," Lin Chu waved, now turning his focus to their own endeavors. Stahl suddenly interjected, "And let us not forget about Cologne." This remark plunged the room into silence. Unlike Kaiserslautern, Cologne's opponent this round was Ingolstadt, currently languishing in 13th place. Neither here nor there, with the entire team likely more concerned about their holiday plans than battling the red-eyed Cologne squad. And indeed, this was the case in the following day's match. Cologne effortlessly dispatched Ingolstadt with a 2-0 victory, overtaking Kaiserslautern and climbing to 3rd place. Cologne amassed 57 points, Kaiserslautern 55, while 1860 Munich, with 1 match in hand, stood at 52 points. Fortunately, their opponent this round was equally lackluster. Paderborn, positioned 12th in the league and even less motivated than Ingolstadt. The fans were confident that the team could handle Paderborn just as easily as Cologne dealt with Ingolstadt. Yet there remained an undercurrent of apprehension. Football, as anyone who has experienced it knows, is often devoid of reason. Absurd and illogical outcomes can transpire at any moment. As it happened, the events were unfolding in a manner that few wished to witness. On match day, while Paderborn did not completely capitulate, they certainly exhibited no intent to engage in a fierce contest with 1860 Munich, maintaining a standard defensive posture while their attacks appeared haphazard. Merely clocking in for work before clocking out. In stark contrast, 1860 Munich seemed possessed, their offensive play thriving with reckless abandon. 70 minutes into the match, the score remained 0-0. The tension was palpable. 1860 Munich could afford to play with greater patience. Their forwards were woefully lacking in converting opportunities. Lin Chu was still too young, faltering when the team required him most. Wait. Lin Chu has the ball in the box. He has bypassed the defender. Splendid. Lin Chu swiftly changed direction, nutmegging, weaving past 2. Dear. A penalty. In the 70th minute, Lin Chu was brought down by a defender in the box, and the referee awarded a penalty. Who said Lin Chu couldn't dribble? It seems his nutmeg enraged the defender, resulting in a retaliatory foul that brought him crashing to the ground. This penalty could alter everything. As the referee pointed to the penalty spot, Kaiserslautern and Cologne were abruptly removed from the conversation. Chapter 67. Thank you. Sister Paderborn received a red dot meal. Lauter did not squander the penalty earned by Lin Chu, converting it effortlessly, 1-0. For 1860 Munich. Achieving the first goal was the most challenging feat. And this match epitomized that struggle. Although Lin Chu was substituted shortly thereafter, 1860 Munich, buoyed by breaking the deadlock, grew increasingly emboldened, as if their shooting accuracy had suddenly returned. With Paderborn down to 10 men, their goal was besieged repeatedly. In the 73rd minute, Stopplerkamp received a long pass from Niku and deftly lobbed it into the net, making it 2-0. In the 80th minute, Borovka made a swift incursion into the box, connecting with Fultz's long ball to head it home. 3 minutes later, substitute Yais, who replaced Lin Chu, capitalized on a corner taken by Borovka, poking it into the net. 4-0. Not only did 1860 Munich secure a resounding victory, they matched Kaiserslautern's point total of 55, while significantly increasing their goal difference by 4. In terms of goal difference alone, they could even challenge Hertha Berlin, who had already clinched the title, thoroughly distancing themselves from Kaiserslautern and Cologne. The league standings were once again refreshed. Kaiserslautern, once comfortably in third, had plummeted to fifth, having drawn 2 and lost one of their last 3 matches, while Cologne surged to third place with the points earned from this round. Although 1860 Munich also triumphed over their opponent, they only surpassed Kaiserslautern on goal difference, placing them fourth. However, Cologne was merely 2 points ahead of 1860 Munich and Kaiserslautern, leaving the ultimate outcome to be revealed in the final round. The most favorable position now lay with Cologne. A victory in their last match would secure them the third spot in the league, the only team among the three with their fate in their own hands. Conversely, Kaiserslautern found themselves in a precarious position, trailing Cologne in points and lacking the goal difference to match 1860 Munich, meaning they needed to win while ensuring both 1860 Munich and Cologne did not gain any points to claim the third spot. Transforming from favorites to the team with the bleakest prospects. As for 1860 Munich, their situation was neither dire nor splendid. They simply needed to win and hope that Cologne either drew or lost to secure third place. A balance of effort and fate was required. As mid-May approached, various leagues were gearing up for their concluding matches. In the Bundesliga, the top 3 positions have long been secured by Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, and Bayer Leverkusen, with Schalke 04 also clinching 4th place a round early, earning a coveted spot in the Champions League playoffs. As the final round approaches, the focus has shifted solely to the relegation battle. However, apart from the ardent supporters of those struggling teams, few have an interest in watching matches involving the lower ranks. With several days remaining before the Champions League final and the DFB Pokal final, the dwindling allure of the Bundesliga has naturally led German fans to turn their gaze towards the 2. Bundesliga. A fierce contest looms between FC Köln, 1. FC Kaiserslautern, and TSV 1860 Munich, as they approach the climactic conclusion of the season. Meanwhile, Lin Chu finds himself enduring a 2-match goal drought, widening the gap to the top of the scoring chart to 2 goals. Surprisingly, a few jesters have eagerly emerged, spouting the same old rhetoric. Fortunately, such individuals are in the minority, and the prevailing sentiment remains supportive. Everyone experiences fluctuations in form. The Lions fans continue to harbor high hopes for him, while the coach and teammates have not lost faith, carefully tending to his emotions, which inadvertently exacerbates the pressure he feels. Lin Chu is not some reincarnated specter. Despite the grandeur of expectations, he is merely a young lad still finding his footing. Parents know the temperament of their offspring, and Lin He, during a roundabout conversation on the phone, cautiously advised him not to dwell too much on gains and losses, reminding him that he is, in fact, already a winner. However, neither sibling is particularly supportive. Lin Yin has outright gifted him a car. Although it boasts only 2 wheels, it is a high-end bicycle. This raises a question. Lin Chu pondered as he tapped the seat of his white giant bicycle. If it is indeed called a bicycle, why must one pedal with their feet? One must understand that many things in this world are often perceived in reverse, just as waiting at a red light is, in essence, waiting for a green light. A water dispenser is merely a water expeller. Firefighting is, fundamentally, about extinguishing flames. Consulting a doctor translates to being scrutinized by one. Sashimi consists of deceased fish. A meat sandwich is a bun enveloping meat. and air conditioning involves being blown by the machine, among others. Furthermore, if one day a girl proclaims her disdain for you, it may very well indicate her affection. Such reasoning is compelling, leaving me at a loss for a rebuttal. Why contest something that holds merit? With a determined tilt of her chin, Lin Yin declared, "Let's set off." The siblings, each on their own bicycle, burst forth from the KSE training facility. Despite having spent over half a season in Munich, Lin Shu had remained quite reclusive, confining his activities predominantly to the vicinity of the training base, venturing out only when family visited. He had yet to truly immerse himself in the vibrant football culture of the city. Guided by an experienced companion, they raced along, lacking a definitive destination, simply riding wherever the wind took them. Tio put it poetically, they were freewheeling in the direction of the breeze. In more colloquial terms, they were aimlessly meandering, momentarily shedding all thoughts related to football and matches, allowing themselves to be utterly liberated. Tio Lin Chu's bemusement. At the end of the day, his training points had inexplicably increased by 3. This indicated that his sister's method was indeed effective. Psychological training is training too. As dusk settled, he stealthily indulged in a can of fizzy drink, instantly achieving a sense of fulfillment in life. This was what living truly felt like. Exhaling deeply, he began to vent his frustrations. To hell with nutritious meals, to hell with training, to hell with the scoring charts, to hell with football. I want skewers. I want to play games, I want to drink soda. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Lin Yin raised her small hand. Who are you calling old man? You are my old man, right? Lin Shu retorted with a hint of annoyance, tossing the empty can into the trash and stretching his back in a satisfying manner. All right, I'm alive again. Thank you, sis. Chapter 68. Crossing that divide. The date has arrived. May 18th, and the 34th round of the 2. Bundesliga is set to commence. The German Football Association is known for its whimsical adjustments, and, having found a pretext, they synchronized the matches of KLN, TSV 1860 Munich, and Kaiserslautern to take place on the final day. Among the three, Kaiserslautern finds themselves in the most precarious position, yet it is the fans of their opponents, FC St. Pauli, who are the most discontented. Initially, Kaiserslautern was third in the standings, serving as a formidable obstacle that TSV 1860 Munich must surmount. Yet inexplicably, St. Pauli fans fervently hope their team can aid Lin Chu in overcoming Kaiserslautern. Perhaps they perceive it as a means of mending the club's relationship with Lin Chu, or perhaps they wish to fortify the bond between him and their club. Regardless, they are unwilling to let matters end with Lin Chu in this manner. Little did they know how woeful Kaiserslautern has become. Currently, TSV 1860 Munich must secure victory in the final round to clinch third place, while simply awaiting the outcome of KLN's match, without needing to concern themselves with Kaiserslautern's fate. In other words, even if they triumph over Kaiserslautern, it would not assist TSV 1860 in any way, forfeiting an opportunity to express their apologies to Lin Chu. Of course, KLN fans are not particularly elated either, as their situation has altered slightly. Their opponent, FC Erzgebirge, had been carefree in the previous 2 rounds, but now finds themselves perilously close to the relegation zone. Who knows what antics a team will resort to while fighting for survival? Comparatively, TSV 1860 Munich's opponents have been the most at ease. SC Preech NM Enster has achieved 11 wins, 12 draws, and 10 losses this season, currently sitting 9th in the league with 40 goals scored and 39 conceded, demonstrating a relatively balanced attack and defense. Today, they adopted a 4-3-3 offensive formation, seemingly eager to engage in a shootout with TSV 1860 Munich. Upon seeing the opposing formation, Schmidt felt reassured. He relished the prospect of a shootout. However, rather than matching their 3-forward setup, he opted to employ his favored 4-4-2 formation. Lin Chu continued to partner with Lott in the attack. Positioned at the center circle, ready to kick off, the Allianz Arena was once again packed to capacity. In the studio of German television's second channel, Bellaretti and Kahn provided commentary. They tirelessly reiterated Lin Chu's goal statistics for the season before subtly expressing their support for him. We are all aware that Lin's recent form has not been stellar. Once a scoring streak is interrupted, regaining form can prove challenging. However, anyone who has observed TSV 1860 Munich's last 2 matches can attest that his shooting technique has not significantly declined. It merely lacks a touch of luck. Lin Chu's goal drought is ostensibly indicative of a dip in form, but it is also tied to defenders becoming more familiar with and adapting to his style. One can trust that Lin Chu himself recognizes this fact, especially since he began attempting to dribble past defenders in the last match, which is a promising sign. We eagerly anticipate witnessing his evolution and progress. While it may be difficult, at least he has begun to strive for it. Hold on a moment, Bellaretti interjected somewhat impolitely. Are you implying that a 2-match goal drought constitutes a slump? Khan shrugged. Why not? For him, not scoring in 2 matches equates to a drought. Well, Bellaretti found it hard to discern whether Khan was being supportive or critical of Lin, and so he continued the conversation. As a forward, Lin is already quite well-rounded. It's hard to imagine the despair defenders would face if he were to refine his dribbling skills. Not to mention his heading ability, which also requires enhancement. Regardless, I still believe he will soon emerge from this slump. In this match, we anticipate witnessing a resurgent Lin Chu. I am confident he will score, catching up to or even surpassing Kumbula to claim the league's golden boot. Let us place a bet then, and I contend that the league's top scorer this season will be Kumbula, as he currently leads by 2 goals, making it no easy feat for Lin to overtake him. What if they both end up tied? Bellaretti smirked. I am suggesting that Lin will score twice in this match, bringing his tally to 20 goals, thus sharing the golden boot with Kumbula. Then, certainly, you would lose, Khan retorted shamelessly. This lad may not score at all, but once he does, he just can't stop. No. If both finish with 20 goals, the top scorer should be Lin, as he has not converted any penalties. Whereas Kumbula has netted 3. Your argument does hold some merit. In truth, both commentators are fulfilling a role. Various betting companies have adjusted the odds for the golden boot, with Lin Chu's chances of winning rising. Now nearly on par with Kumbula's, yet the fervor of the fans remains unquenched, and many have placed bets on the season's top scorer. Build has even initiated an online poll, revealing that among over 2,000 participants, 21 believe Lin Chu will only score once today, ultimately missing out on the golden boot by a single goal. 43 think he will score twice, sharing the title with Kumbula. Only 11 believe he will achieve a hat trick, surpassing Kumbula to claim sole possession of the top scorer's throne. Additionally, 19 think he will continue to go scoreless, while 6 are convinced he will net more than 3 goals. Lin Chu lowered his head in contemplation. Following the DFB Pokal semifinals, he accumulated 51 points, subsequently breaking the record for consecutive goals twice, earning rewards of 20 and 10 honor points respectively. Combined with goals, assists, and training points, his total currently stands at 94 points. Even if he fails to score in this match, he can still accumulate enough points to reach 100 through training before the DFB Pokal final, allowing him to draw another white card prior to facing Bayern. The white card represents an ordinary star, worth 100 points. The blue card signifies a top-tier star, costing 200. The purple card denotes a superstar, at 300. The orange card embodies a legendary figure, priced at 500. And the gold card symbolizes a king of an era, valued at 1,000. According to Lin Chu's own deductions, the differences in absolute strength between the purple, orange, and gold cards should not be excessively disparate. What separates them are merely factors such as data, honors, historical status, and emotional resonance. However, there exists a significant chasm between the blue and white cards. Crossing this divide is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate in a metaphorical sense. Chapter 69. The roar of the lion. The main lineup of 1860 Munich remains largely unchanged. Goalkeeper 1. Gabor Karaly. Defenders 2. Furtz, 15. Malik Fati, 4. Coman, 3. Wojciechowicz. Midfielders 6. Dominic Starr, 8. Maximilian Niku, 7. Daniel Borovka, 10. Moritz Stoppelkamp. Forwards 11. Benjamin Lott, c. 9. Lin Chu. This starting lineup has been fortunate, with no serious injuries or suspensions throughout the first half of the season. A remarkable stroke of luck for 1860 Munich. Aaron employs a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper 1. Daniel Bernhard. Defenders 4. Oliver Bart, 5. Jürgen Messmer, 6. Benjamin Hubner, 11. Enrico Valentini. Midfielders 8. Salim Ademir. 22. Michael Klosk, 7. Marco Haller. Forwards 9. Robert Leichleiter, 10. Marco Karamita, 18. Stanislaw Begheim. Facing an opponent whose overall strength and desire to win surpass their own, Aaron has made his intentions clear with such a formation, to engage in a free-spirited contest. They aim to create a lively atmosphere, welcoming a double-digit scoreline, and are eager to enjoy the game to its fullest. However, the more they loosen up, the more cautious 1860 Munich becomes as the match commenced. Aaron swiftly initiated an offensive, utilizing Haller to exploit the flanks and then delivering a low cross. Licklider made a direct run into the center, only to be thwarted by Come On, who seized the advantageous position, allowing Corrali to collect the ball without difficulty. Yet, after gaining possession, 1860 Munich did not rush into attack. Instead, they patiently organized play from the back, only to have Niku's passing intentions easily discerned by the opponent. Allowing Aaron to resume their offensive, the ball found its way to Karamida's feet, and under intense pressure, he attempted a long-range shot. Though wildly off-target, the attempt was nonetheless invigorating to behold. Inspired, Aaron's players began to play with increasing audacity. In the 6th minute, Aaron's fullback Valentini executed a dazzling series of dribbles, deftly bypassing both Borovka and Furtz. Observing his prowess, one could easily surmise why he donned the number 11 jersey. He resembled a lower-tier Carlos. It seemed he viewed Carlos as his aspiration, and after outmaneuvering Furtz, he unleashed a powerful strike at goal. Though forceful, it too went astray, soaring high above the net. With 2 missed opportunities, 1860 Munich dared not show any signs of complacency, prompting Aaron to swell with confidence. 3 minutes later, Valentini returned for another assault, once again outpacing Borovka. The latter, unaccustomed to such indignities, swiftly turned to pursue. The two engaged in a spirited duel of speed along the wing, culminating in Borovka, with Furtz's assistance, successfully regaining possession and launching a long pass towards Stoppelkamp. Stoppelkamp, with a keen eye for Lin Chu's positioning, sent a precise pass into the right flank. Lin Chu, making a diagonal run from the center, received the ball near the right edge of the penalty area, approximately half a meter from the line. Ademir quickly closed in, forcing him toward the sideline. Just as Starr was about to provide support, Aaron's other fullback, Oliver Bart, had already surged forward, blocking the passing lane between Lin Chu and Starr. Lin Chu glanced up for a moment before decisively flicking the ball sharply towards the baseline. Ademir reacted quickly, pursuing intently, but Lin Chu's sudden acceleration granted him a crucial step ahead, propelling him towards the baseline. The goalkeeper hastily repositioned to guard the near post while simultaneously signaling to intercept the 11. To everyone's astonishment, Lot had rapidly advanced from the center, poised to seize the opportunity for a shot should Lin Chu deliver the ball. Ademir, seizing the moment, abandoned his pursuit of Lin Chu and dashed toward Lot, obstructing the passing route between Lin Chu and Lot. Unbeknownst to Lin Chu, Lot's late run was in anticipation of the pass, yet even if he were aware, he remained undeterred. His focus was solely on the goal. Despite his trajectory veering approximately 3 meters from the right post, with the baseline looming nearby and the goalkeeper sealing off the angle, he resolutely struck the ball toward the net. The football traced a diagonal path, soaring from the right side towards the upper left corner of the goal. Lin Chu, having deftly evaded defenders, executed a sharp angle shot. The goalkeeper dove, but could not reach it. The ball grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips as it sailed into the net's far corner. Such a decisive strike, coupled with impeccable precision, goal. In the 10th minute of the match, Lin Chu opened the scoring for 1860 Munich once more. He finally broke his scoring drought, netting his 19th goal of the season in the 2. Bundesliga. At that moment, the Allianz Arena erupted, with nearly 70,000 fans rising in jubilant celebration. Lin Chu's name reverberated through the air. Lin Chu, Lin Chu, Lin Chu, Gioil. Lin Chu raced to the sidelines, fists clenched, muscles taut, and let out a triumphant roar toward the heavens. He had maneuvered past defenders in an incredibly confined space and, under nearly impossible angles, struck with ferocity. He had discovered the sole gap between the goalkeeper and the net, delivering a vicious shot that found its mark. This was a perfect amalgamation of speed, shooting prowess, and unshakable confidence. Aaron's players exchanged glances, and instead of retreating, they became emboldened. Unafraid of defeat, they displayed even greater wildness as they fell behind. As the match resumed, they launched a fervent offensive. Regrettably, while they brimmed with enthusiasm, they lacked effective control over the game and struggled with their final touches. Midfield conductor Stoppelkamp recognized an opportunity but refrained from engaging aggressively, opting instead for a prudent defensive counterattack in the 15th minute. After receiving a pass from Starr in the attacking third, Lin Chu was immediately confronted by a double team from Ademir and Hubner. He did not dwell on the ball but rather delicately flicked it over Ademir's head, landing squarely in the penalty area. Lot charged forward, but could not shake off the defender. Just as he thought he would miss another chance, he spotted a figure swiftly approaching from another direction. It dawned on him that this ball was not intended for him, but rather for Borovka. Borovka and Valentini transformed the match into a sprinting contest once more. Their speeds were closely matched, yet due to the synergy with Lin Chu, Borovka had already launched himself the moment Lin Chu made the pass, seizing the initiative. If Valentini wished to avoid employing underhanded tactics from behind, he could not prevent Borovka from claiming the ball. He hesitated momentarily, ultimately deeming it unworthy to resort to foul play in a match that bore little significance for his side, allowing Borovka to surge forward and attempt a volley. The 1860 fans could no longer contain their excitement, rising in cheers, yet Borovka's thunderous shot soared high over the bar. Lin Chu shielded his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone capable of such precise long passes could miss the target so egregiously. Borovka, equally frustrated, hung his head, feigning innocence as he scuffed the ground, as if to suggest that the uneven pitch had caused his miss. 1860 Munich began to build momentum. This was the exhilarating display the fans had longed to witness. When the lion roars, the creatures of the savannah tremble in response. The lion revealed its fangs and claws, yet Aaron refrained from engaging directly, continuing to provoke recklessly. In the 18th minute, Haller executed a clever 1-2 with Karamita along the wing, suddenly cutting into the penalty area, feigning a shot. Come on rushed to intercept, positioning himself to block with his back, only to be caught off guard as Haller deftly nudged the ball aside, creating an angle to shoot. Corrali, however, remained unfazed, steadfastly guarding his goal, and only lunged forward when Haller genuinely struck. The ball sped with great force, yet Corrali expertly parried it, directing it into the grass before him. The ball rebounded, and as Beghiam prepared to pounce for a follow-up, Furtz emerged from nowhere to clear it to Niku, who hastily booted it away, sparing 1860 Munich from danger. Aaron had once again orchestrated a threatening attack, and Corrali's quick reflexes enabled him to thwart this fierce strike. Although the ball did not find the net, Aaron was nonetheless invigorated, prompting them to engage in a more aggressive offensive strategy. In the 26th minute of the match, Aaron's number 22, Klosk, advanced the ball into the attacking third but found himself bereft of passing options and instead took a speculative shot at the goal. This time, Kaman successfully intervened, using his body to deflect the ball away. Niku regained possession but opted for a short pass instead of a long clearance, delivering the ball to the scarcely involved right-back Wojtkowiak. Wojtkowiak surged down the right flank, carrying the ball forward for 50 meters before executing a diagonal pass to Lot. Lot, with his back to Aaron's goal, received the ball and swiftly laid it off to the left. Borovka made a rapid run, delivering the ball into the box. The football soared towards the center of the penalty area, where Lin Chu awaited with bated breath. Lin Chu, similarly turned away from the goal, had the ever-persistent Admir closely shadowing him. Admir pressed his hand against Lin Chu's back, poised to intercept as Lin Chu received the ball, but unexpectedly, Lin Chu crouched low, allowing the football to sail over his head. All eyes quickly followed the trajectory of the ball, only to find Stahl already in position, expertly controlling it with his chest. Wojtkowiak, still on the right, passed to Lot, who made a quick turn and shifted the ball to the left. Borovka delivered a long pass, and Lin Chu skillfully let it slip through his legs, with Stahl now in possession on the right side of the penalty area. Stahl angled his body slightly, positioned at a 45-degree angle to the goal, ready to shoot. Both center-back Mersmer and left-back Barth rushed towards him, attempting to block his shot. Stahl lamented the missed opportunity as he transformed a volley into a delicate chip. The football traced a short parabolic arc, soaring over Mersmer's head and landing in the small box. Eyes once again shifted, instinctively seeking Lin Chu. Remarkably, Lin Chu did not rise but instead bent low to evade Admir. Charging towards the goal, his movements were swift and fluid, and as he ducked to avoid Borovka's pass, he instantly completed a turn and sprinted, leaving Admir looking foolish and bewildered. Faced with the descending football, Lin Chu hesitated not a moment. With a poised stance, he unleashed a volley. The football crossed the goal line before his hand could even grasp it, finding its way into the top left corner of the net, 2-0. Another goal. It was Lin Chu again, 2-0. Lin Chu had scored twice, helping Munich 1860 extend their lead. The current strategy of Munich 1860 was remarkably straightforward: defend and counterattack. Aaron's onslaught was fierce but prone to leaving vulnerabilities in their wake. Once their offense was halted, Munich 1860 was poised to seize excellent countering opportunities. Both of Munich 1860's goals had arisen in such a manner, leaving one to wonder if Aaron would timely adjust their tactics or continue their bold advance. Lin Chu dashed to the sidelines, bent his legs, and executed an extravagant long-distance slide on his knees, fists clenched, unleashing a powerful roar. The fans at Allianz Arena erupted, chanting his name once more. He was the youngest player and goal scorer in Munich 1860's history, having netted 26 goals in a mere half-season, with more surely to come. Goal number 20, Lin Chu truly achieved it. He equaled Kumbala on the scoring chart, ascending to the top position for the first time. Given his current form, it seemed that 20 goals might not be the limit. Chapter 70. We must ascend to the Bundesliga. Cologne led out 1-0. Cologne now held a 2-point advantage over Munich 1860. As long as they could secure a victory against Au, the outcome of the match between Munich 1860 and Aaron would bear no consequence on their playoff aspirations. Conversely, even a draw for Cologne would allow Munich 1860 to surpass them on goal difference should they win. Securing third place. Schmidt's mood was somewhat somber. The pitfalls left by his predecessor loomed large. Had they won even one more match or drawn another back then, his situation would not be so precarious now. Lin Chu had also learned from Borovka about Cologne's lead and could only sigh quietly. Now, all he could do was hope that Au would rise to the occasion and quickly equalize or even take the lead. With a 2-goal advantage, the outcome seemed largely settled, and the fans of Munich 1860 began to quietly rally for Au. Aaron, however, remained unfazed by these developments. With 2 goals down, they sensed the specter of defeat. Yet they did not retreat and continued to strive for a goal. For the team, an extra point carried little significance. Whether they finished 10th or 8th was inconsequential, but for the players personally, an additional goal or assist could greatly influence their standings. Munich 1860 was ultimately affected, as the players appeared to lose their spirit, each burdened with their own thoughts. They did not wish for Au to rise victoriously while they faltered, for that would be a tremendous embarrassment. One side brimming with ambition, the other disinterested. The scene was all too predictable. Aaron grew increasingly formidable. Were it not for the scoreline, they might have felt as though they were dominating Munich 1860. Fortunately, the players of Munich 1860 remained aware of the gravity of the situation, and although their fighting spirit had waned slightly, they did not commit any major errors, maintaining the 2-0 scoreline until halftime. They trudged into the locker room listless. The other 2 matches had also concluded their first halves. Kaiserslautern and Cologne both led 1-0. Should these scores hold until the end of their matches, Cologne would secure 60 points, firmly in third place, while both Munich 1860 and Kaiserslautern would remain at 58 points, with Munich 1860 holding on to fourth place by virtue of goal difference. In this scenario, no one could afford to lose, and all had to win, the difference being that Cologne needed only to win for themselves, whereas Munich 1860 needed to perform well while also keeping an eye on Cologne. Kaiserslautern faced the toughest task, needing to excel while hoping for both Cologne and Munich 1860 to falter in the second half. It could be said that Kaiserslautern's situation left them with only theoretical hopes, and they could be considered out of the race. Meanwhile, Munich 1860 could only silently cheer for Au. A draw would suffice. Lin Chu pondered whether to leave. Was there any mid to lower tier Bundesliga team that wasn't superior to his current team? He simply could not carry them. Damn, could Cologne still draw or win? I scored 7 and am still waiting. 5 have already been written off. If Lin Chu scores again, it would be a perfect ending. Schmidt suppressed his irritation, outlined the tactical approach for the second half, and added a couple of remarks. While ensuring victory, they would also seek to assist Lin in becoming the league's top scorer, and furthermore, any penalty kicks in the second half would be taken by him. The primary penalty taker for Munich 1860 was Lott, followed by Stoppelkamp. Given Lin Chu's formidable shooting skills, he certainly deserved a place in the lineup, yet penalty taking necessitated more than mere technique. Mindset and experience were equally paramount, and Lin Chu evidently still lacked in this regard. However, judging by the current trend, he would likely enter the penalty taker sequence by next season at the latest. According to unwritten rules, during special circumstances such as pursuing the Golden Boot, birthdays, or the birth of a player's child, teammates typically defer penalty duties, provided the match's significance is low or there is already a considerable advantage. Otherwise, it is rare to place such immense pressure on a young player. The stakes were too high. A mere child could not bear such a burden. Rest assured, boss, we will ensure he is well fed. Indeed, sharing the golden boot would be rather distasteful. We must help Lin score again. It seems our team is on the cusp of producing the first golden boot winner from the second Bundesliga. Right? I feel it is more accurate to say it is the first league golden boot. As they spoke, everyone cast envious glances towards Lin Chu. Truth be told, the disparities between individuals often exceed those between humans and dogs. At this moment, Lin Chu would certainly not dampen spirits by insisting that the team's victory was paramount. Instead, he expressed gratitude for everyone's support. Amid the fervent cheers of the fans, the second half of the match commenced. Aaron made no adjustments to their formation or lineup, and their tactics mirrored those of the first half. Their sole objective remained to score against them. Both teams exchanged blows in a lively contest. In the 49th minute, Stuppelkamp executed a rapid through ball during a counterattack, the football slicing through the defensive line and rolling behind the defenders. Lin Chu instantly surged forward, chasing the ball. The commentators' exclamations were cut short as the referee blew the whistle. Offside was the call. The offside was fairly evident. Lin Chu did not contest it, simply giving a thumbs up to the passing Stuppelkamp. Every time he received the ball, Lin Chu remained alert, prepared to dart forward at a moment's notice. But in his readiness, some defenders, caught off guard, remained stationary, leading to his offside position. After a brief scare, Aaron quickly retaliated. Karamita dropped back to collect the ball, and under Nika's pressure, he made a diagonal pass to the right. Klosk and Valentini executed a series of wall passes to shake off Furtz and Borovka, driving the ball into the right side of the penalty area. Leichleiter and Begheim darted toward the goal, with Coman and Fatty closely trailing. However, Fatty was a step slow, and Begheim had clearly surpassed him by half a body length. Klosk, quick-witted and agile, delivered a long pass into the box. Begheim seized the moment. Leaping to head the ball, the football sailed toward the right side of the goal, and Corrali, unable to make the save, could only watch as the ball nestled into the net. Klosk delivered a long pass down the flank, and Begheim headed the ball towards the goal. Aaron has finally scored 2-1. Just shortly after the second half commenced, Aaron's team has pulled one back. Munich 1860 must now concentrate. They cannot afford to be complacent, especially since Au has secured victory in another match. What is happening in the stands? Chaos has erupted at the Allianz Arena. At the moment Begheim scored, the raucous crowd fell silent for a brief moment. But as Begheim rushed to the front of the stands to celebrate exuberantly, the fans erupted in a chorus of gasps. The astonishment grew louder, nearly resonating throughout the entire stadium. Begheim was taken aback, thinking he might have inadvertently caused some trouble, only to realize, indeed, it was Aaron's supporters before him, not the home fans he had provoked. They were simply ecstatic. The players from Munich had already sensed the shift and quickly tuned in, with some unable to contain their eagerness, rushing to the sidelines to consult with the assistant coach. At last, they received the long-awaited good news. Au has equalized. Come on, Munich, victory. We are heading to the Bundesliga. Chapter 71. Can we speak a bit louder, as residents of Heidenheim? The disparity in overall strength between Aaron and Munich 1860 is negligible. The true difference lies in the midfield prowess of Stuppelkamp and the attacking brilliance of Lin Chu. Prior to this match, Aaron had scored 40 goals while conceding 39, whereas Munich 1860 netted 62 goals and allowed 4-1. In terms of goals conceded, the two teams are quite comparable, but in scoring, Aaron is simply left in the dust. In this match, Aaron's offensive line sought to assert themselves, attacking vigorously. Having scored once, they finally exhaled. Conversely, following Cologne's draw, the scales of victory had tilted in favor of Munich 1860. Yet Aaron found the net. Despite still holding a one-goal advantage, a profound sense of urgency permeated the ranks of Munich 1860, a goal. They must continue to score, without the need for Schmidt's directives. The players quickly aligned their thoughts, and as Lin Chu launched the ball, they immediately mounted a fierce assault on Aaron's territory. In the 59th minute, Borovka passed to the flank. Lin Chu made a decisive run but narrowly missed the target. In the 61st minute, Star cut in from the right and unleashed a left-footed shot, which the goalkeeper narrowly managed to save. By the 65th minute, Stuppelkamp, after a series of skillful maneuvers, delivered a sublime through ball, and Lin Chu and Lot teamed up for a strike. Lot feigned a shot, deceiving the defender with a shift in weight before suddenly redirecting the ball to the right, creating space, just as everyone presumed he would aim for the near corner. He instead deftly tapped the ball aside. Lin Chu followed up, effortlessly slotting it into the empty net. Point 3-1. After scoring, Lin Chu refrained from celebrating, first exchanging a high five with Lot, then checking on Cologne's situation. And upon learning the score was still 1-1, he relaxed and accepted his teammates' congratulations. In stark contrast to his composure, the reactions of others were far more fervent. Another goal, a hat trick, the fifth of his career. Lin Chu has now scored his 21st goal of the season in the second Bundesliga. Although other matches were still in progress, theoretically allowing others the opportunity to surpass him, it was clear to all that it was virtually impossible. The closest competitor, Kumbala, remained at 20 goals, while the third-place tie of Kinsek and Lanju halted at 18 goals. The only remaining challengers were Kaiserslautern-S Idrisu and Cologne-S Uja, with Idrisu at 17 goals and Uja at a mere 15. Expecting them to net 4 or more goals in under half an hour was indeed a tall order. As the league's top scorer at the halfway point, Lin Chu has undoubtedly achieved a remarkable feat. A miracle in the second Bundesliga, even within the annals of German professional football. After his hat trick, Lin Chu was substituted, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the match alongside the fans. Their focus had shifted away from the pitch, frequently glancing at the assistant coach, who held his phone, with expressions of concern. They were apprehensive of any sudden shifts in his demeanor. Time ticked away, though the dismay of Cologne and Kaiserslautern fans. The once fiery Aaron team now appeared subdued, seemingly content with their sole goal, as if they were merely waiting for the clock to run out. Both sides tacitly engaged in a leisurely style of play. As the match approached stoppage time, players from both teams hardly moved beyond simple passing, occasionally attempting half-hearted shots. The referee, likely weary of prolonging the match, blew the final whistle almost immediately after the added time commenced. The match concluded, and thanks to Lin Chu's hat trick, Munich 1860 triumphed over Aaron, securing their final league victory of the season. However, this was not the end of their campaign, as they were scheduled to face Bayern Munich in the DFB Pokal final at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin on the 1st of next month. Of course, should the scores remain unchanged in the other two matches, they would still wait. Another goal. The substitutes had already risen to their feet, briefly celebrating the victory before quieting down, only to hear the uproar from the stands. A goal and another one. A chill ran through everyone as they turned to the stands. The fans quickly chimed in, Kaiserslautern has scored again. That match had concluded as well, 2-0. Thankfully, it wasn't Cologne. A collective sigh of relief swept through. All three matches commenced simultaneously, but it seemed Cologne's contest was fiercely contested, as Munich's had concluded 3 minutes earlier. Lin Chu stood between St. Perkamp and Birovika. St. Perkamp wore his usual stoic expression, while Birovka clasped his hands in prayer, muttering, God bless, let us score 3 goals in stoppage time. 2 would suffice, or perhaps we could lend them Lin for a few minutes. What? Lin Chu's exclamation was directed at Birovka, while the latter's startled reaction was elicited by the sudden system notification. Congratulations! You have become the top scorer of the 2012 to 2013 season in the German second Bundesliga, earning 30 honor points. It was evident that the match involving Cologne had also concluded, and the system's speed was undoubtedly swifter than that of others. Soon enough, jubilant fans began to leap from their seats. It's over? 1-1. Cologne has equalized. Ha ha ha. We are champions. Wait. Something feels off. My heart is racing. No more talk. I'll buy a jersey tomorrow. A lifelong supporter of AO. The match between Cologne and AO had concluded as well, with both teams battling for 98 minutes, ultimately ending in a 1-1 draw. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded. Munich 1860, Kaiserslautern, and Cologne all finished with 58 points. The three teams had to rely on goal difference to determine their standings. Ultimately, Munich 1860 secured third place, Kaiserslautern fourth, and Cologne slipped to fifth. It was truly exhilarating. Until the very last second, Munich 1860 narrowly clinched a spot in the promotion playoffs for the Bundesliga. In 4 days, they would face off against the team in 16th place in the top tier. Everyone raced onto the field, celebrating wildly. Though there were playoffs to contend with, the long journey had finally revealed the finish line, and the exhilaration was palpable. Lin Chu shared high fives with his teammates, ultimately being embraced tightly by Lot, who patted his back. Thank you, brother. Lot expressed emotionally, thank you for choosing Munich 1860, for scoring so many goals, and for walking this path with us. How sentimental, Lin Chu teased. giving him a playful jab. "Hey, Captain, are you actually crying? Get lost? Wait, really? Is he crying? It's just a playoff match. Is it that serious? Ouch, boss, the captain just kicked me." With another playoff match ahead, the celebrations remain measured. However, that evening, the players ventured to a nightclub to unwind, though the underage ones could only partake in non-alcoholic beverages. For many, the 2012 to 2013 season had drawn to a close. It was time for vacations, transfers, and contract negotiations, but for others, the season was just entering its most critical phase. The Domestic Cup Final, Promotion Playoffs, UEFA Europa League Final, UEFA Champions League Final, and other decisive encounters loomed ahead. In the context of German football, if divided by city, Munich undoubtedly basked in glory this season. Yet this time, it was not solely Bayern Munich bringing honor to the city, but also Munich 1860, though finishing third in the second Bundesliga may not boast immense pride or glory. They had advanced to the DFB Pokal final and achieved an impressive unbeaten streak of 15 matches in the second half of the season, which was certainly worth celebrating. It was evident to those from other cities that the inhabitants of Munich were now speaking with greater confidence. Certainly, the devoted fans of Heidenheim can also be heard cheering loudly. Their team has only achieved a modest fifth place in the regional Liga, which is hardly something to boast about. What truly deserves celebration is a young talent who has emerged from their ranks, captivating the entire German football scene. Lin Chu's journey over the past 17 years has been thoroughly scrutinized. A mixed-race prodigy, an academic achiever, a strikingly handsome figure, a genius on the pitch, and an inspirational role model. These diverse labels coalesce to paint a picture of a promising star destined for greatness. The legendary tale of this small-town genius has only just begun, and it will undoubtedly continue. Hertha Berlin has claimed the Champions Trophy, while Lin Chu is poised to take home the coveted Golden Boot, symbolizing the league's top scorer. The stage is set, and the announcer is busy recounting his impressive statistics for the season, information that the audience is already well acquainted with. They are too engrossed in their own conversations to pay attention, and the atmosphere in the Allianz Arena is electric and lively. For the first time, Lin Chu feels a twinge of nerves. He ponders how to appear nonchalant about winning the top scorer award. Just as he contemplates this, his teammates shoot him death glares, and even Stoperkamp cannot resist delivering a playful kick to his backside. This boy is a curious mix of earnestness and mischief, often provoking others. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Chu ascends the stage to accept his trophy. The camera pans to the stands, where the expression on Kumbula's face is one of bittersweet irony. Since the start of the season, Kumbula has maintained the top spot on the scoring chart, holding firm until the very last round. Initially, when Lin Chu was scoring consecutively, many anticipated he would surpass Kumbula and claim the top scorer title. However, Lin Chu faced a two-match drought, allowing Kumbula to extend his tally to 20 goals. At that point, hopes for Lin Chu to secure the Golden Boot seemed dim, with the possibility of merely sharing the accolade with Kumbula. Unexpectedly, after a period of silence, Lin Chu exploded back onto the scene, netting a hat-trick in the final match, overtaking Kumbula to become the youngest top scorer in the history of German professional football. This is an extraordinary achievement at the tender age of 17. In just half a season, across 14 matches, he scored 21 goals, with 2 of those appearances as a substitute, and not a single penalty. The little cannon is indeed forged from steel, resembling a model of an Italian artillery piece, perfectly fitting in one's hand and weighing heavily. From a personal standpoint, Lin Chu has effectively concluded this season with remarkable success. He stands as the top scorer in the 2. Bundesliga, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to claim the title in the DFB Pokal as well. With such an impressive start to his career, he has already surpassed 99.9% of players in the annals of world football history. Yet for Munich 1860, there remain 2 significant hurdles to overcome for a truly fulfilling season. One is the promotion playoff, and the other is the DFB Pokal final against Bayern. The more immediate challenge is the playoff. According to regulations, their opponent will be the team finishing third from the bottom in the Bundesliga, but the competition for that position is fierce, rivaling the contest for third place in the 2. Bundesliga. Until the final round, both Hoffenheim and newly promoted Düsseldorf were still battling to escape the relegation zone, each fervently vying for that playoff spot. From the current outlook, Düsseldorf seems to hold the advantage, with German media even proclaiming that only a miracle could save Hoffenheim from relegation. However, no one anticipated that a miracle might indeed be on the horizon. On the afternoon of May 18th, In the final round of the Bundesliga, Hoffenheim faced the formidable Borussia Dortmund, who were significantly stronger at ASA final warm-up before the Champions League final. Dortmund fielded nearly their strongest lineup. Hoffenheim found themselves under pressure throughout the match and fell behind early. But a reckless challenge from Hummels in the 77th minute altered the course of the game. While other teams began to slip into vacation mode, Bayern, Dortmund, Hoffenheim, and Munich 1860 were all engaged in intense preparations. Like Heidenheim, Hoffenheim is also a small town with a population of only a few thousand. They previously lacked a home ground until 2000, when SAP founder Dietmar Hopp began investing heavily, subsequently attracting renowned coaches and players, leading to 2 consecutive promotions to the Bundesliga within 2 years. On May 23, the players of Munich 1860 arrived at Hoffenheim's Rhein-Neckar Arena in Sinsheim. For this match, Hoffenheim's coach Gisdol made only one adjustment to the starting lineup that triumphed 2-1 against Dortmund the previous weekend. Teschke replaced Oakes, with the former taking up the left-back position and Johnson moving forward to play as a left midfielder. The lineup was as follows: goalkeeper, 30, Castells; defenders, 2 Beck, C. 12, Abraham, 29, Westermann, 4, Teschke; midfielders, 42, Polanski, 6, Rudy, 23, Salahovic, 16, F. Johnson; forwards, 22, Firmino, 31, Volland. Munich 1860 deployed their customary 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, 1 Gabor Kiraly; defenders, 2 Firth, 15, Malik Fati, 4, Kamen, 3, Wojtkowiak; midfielders, 6 Dominik Stahl, 8, Maximilian Nicku, 7, Daniel Bajrovka, 10, Moritz Stoperkamp; forwards, 11 Benjamin Lott, C. 9, Lin Chu. Hoffenheim's top scorer is Firmino, wearing number 22, yet he has failed to reach even 10 league goals this season. In contrast, Munich 1860's Lin Chu has achieved the remarkable feat of being the league's top scorer in just half a season, suggesting that Munich 1860 holds a distinct advantage in terms of offensive firepower. Chapter 73, Devilish Efficiency. This season, Hoffenheim was eliminated in the first round of the DFB Pokal by Berlin's Union, losing 4-0, thus they have primarily participated in Bundesliga matches. Over 34 Bundesliga matches, they managed to score only 42 goals while conceding 67. Conversely, Munich 1860 has played 34 league matches and 5 cup matches, scoring a total of 71 goals and conceding 44. The statistical advantage for Munich 1860 is clear, even though the two teams compete in different leagues. Their scoring and conceding records offer little in the way of meaningful comparison. Nonetheless, it is evident that Hoffenheim's defense is quite poor, while Munich 1860's attacking prowess stands out remarkably. Moreover, Hoffenheim's goals are spread among various players, whereas Munich 1860 exhibits a pronounced dependency on star players. Out of the 71 goals, Lin Chu alone accounts for 27. Thus, for Hoffenheim, effectively limiting Lin Chu is undoubtedly the crucial factor. Hoffenheim kicks off. As the referee's whistle blows, Lin Chu and Lott immediately charge towards Hoffenheim's defense. The ball swiftly travels through the midfield and reaches goalkeeper Castells, who hesitates in his decision-making. Perhaps he fancied himself as Neuer, for instead of passing the ball promptly, he attempts to toy with Lin Chu. However, Lin Chu's speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he is already at the goal. Terrified, Castells kicks the ball away, but in his haste, he misdirects it straight to Bajrovka. What frustrates Schmidt is that Bajrovka fails to control the ball and instead opts for a hasty shot. Timing-wise, his choice is not misguided, but accuracy is sorely lacking. The ball sails over both Lin Chu and Castells' heads, racing out of bounds. Castells has faltered. The ball did not travel far and lands at Bajrovka's feet. Bajrovka takes a long-range shot from the left. A spectacular clearance. Hoffenheim's fans should be grateful to Bajrovka. Realizing his blunder, Bajrovka covers his face in shame, unable to face anyone. In contrast, Hoffenheim appears overly cautious. Even their own fans can no longer bear to watch. As the cheers for support dwindle significantly, Hoffenheim plays with great caution. The disparity in player valuations is staggering, with Hoffenheim's starting 11 worth nearly 5 times that of Munich 1860, yet in direct competition, Munich 1860 emerges as the formidable side. Nicku successfully intercepts the ball, and Munich presses forward again. After stealing the ball from Johnson, Nicku immediately passes it to Stoperkamp, who releases a quick through ball down the middle. This pass, however, lacks observation and is instinctive, yet he knows Lin Chu will respond. AS anticipated. The moment the pass is made, Lin Chu pivots and darts forward. The defender, Bransky, reacts swiftly, turning to keep pace with him. Bransky is robust, tall, and possesses a long stride, appearing anything but cumbersome. Lin Chu instinctively realizes he cannot treat him like just another clumsy giant, but to his surprise, he finds that Bransky is not far behind in speed. In fact, he is nearly equivalent to 0.95 of Bairovka's speed. With the advantage of timing, Lin Chu manages to make contact with the ball first, but as he does, Bransky's impressive height and rapid approach force him to the side. Thus, even in terms of strength, it has become a near-equal contest. This matter has taken an intriguing turn. To speak candidly, when it comes to one-on-one confrontations, Polanski is indeed one of the most formidable opponents Lin Chu has encountered since his debut. However, this individual does not possess significant renown in the Bundesliga, which suggests that despite his commendable speed and physicality, he likely harbors critical flaws in other areas. Moreover, Hoffenheim's considerable number of conceded goals indirectly implies that their other defensive players might be quite porous. Polanski, too, must have been taken aback. Lin Chu's physique is not particularly slender, yet given his age, he has not fully matured. He can at best be described as robust. Standing beside Polanski, he appeared to be a full size smaller. Yet surprisingly, in their recent physical encounter, he did not yield an inch. How astonishing! Such tenacity at such a young age. Both players felt a jolt within, yet neither wasted a moment. Though Lin Chu was momentarily pushed aside, he maintained control of the ball, firmly shielding it in front of him, effectively keeping Polanski at bay. Suddenly, he deftly pulled the ball towards the penalty area and surged forward. Polanski quickly pursued, incessantly using his shoulder to jostle Lin Chu, attempting to restrict his space. Despite being knocked off balance, Lin Chu, steady as a rock, resolutely pressed into the box. Abraham approached him head-on, but refrained from making a tackle within the box, instead positioning himself in front of Lin Chu. Preparing for a coordinated effort with Polanski to reclaim the ball, Lin Chu found it increasingly challenging to contend solely with Polanski and chose not to overexert himself. Instead, he swiftly nudged the ball to his right. "Watch out for Lot. Don't let him receive the ball," came the frantic cries from Hoffenheim players. Lot raced in, but he too was shadowed by a defender, barely managing to seize the ball without being able to shoot directly. Yet, his intent was not to score. With a quick flick of his toe, he redirected the ball behind Abraham. After passing, Lin Chu dashed past Abraham just as he was about to turn, only to be met with a sudden, forceful impact. Lin Chu and Lot executed a wall pass, bypassing Polanski and Abraham collided. Castells charged out, and Lin Chu was poised to seize the opportunity. Regrettably, Castells was a step quicker, clearing the ball from the box. And Hoffenheim narrowly escaped disaster. The Hoffenheim players collectively exhaled in relief, while Lin Chu merely shook his head in disappointment, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He exchanged a knowing nod with Lot before leisurely retreating. Unbeknownst to them, their nonchalant demeanor sent shivers down the spines of Hoffenheim players. At one point, they even entertained the absurd notion that perhaps they were indeed more suited for the Bundesliga than their opponents. Captain Beck was compelled to raise his voice, urging his teammates to muster their spirits. Hoffenheim finally began to organize an offensive. Rudi directed a header to the forward, Salahovi. In Hoffenheim, Salahovi plays a role akin to that of Stoppelkamp in Munich 1860. Upon receiving the ball, he quickly scanned the positioning of his teammates before swiftly passing to Vorl Indiart. As Vorl Ender received the ball, he was confronted by the pressure of Wojciechowski and Niku. Yet he did not hastily offload it. Instead, he controlled it at his feet, waiting for Firmino to shake off Coman before unleashing a long pass. Corrali decisively advanced, but with the goalkeeper ahead and a defender behind. Firmino had no time to adjust, so he could only strike the descending ball awkwardly. Aiming to evade Corrali, he deliberately directed it towards the left side of the goal, yet misjudged the force, sending the ball narrowly past the post. Vorl Ender's long pass reached the front, and Firmino attempted a volley, but alas, he missed by mere centimeters. Hoffenheim finally mounted a counterattack. The home crowd felt a surge of hope, immediately showering their team with enthusiastic applause. Corrali took the goal kick. Rather than launching a long ball to the midfield, he delivered a diagonal pass to the wing, finding Furtz. Furtz advanced with the ball but was intercepted by Johnson at midfield. In his attempt to break through, He lost the ball out of play. Stoppelkamp made a timely run, and Lot promptly passed to him. After a swift 1-2 exchange, Stoppelkamp released the ball, continuing to seek Lin Chu. Lin Chu, obstructed by Polanski, could not execute a clever offside play and instead leaned to receive the ball amid the interference. Just as Abraham intended to join Polanski in defense, he noticed Lin Chu had not merely stopped the ball at his feet. Instead, he flicked it with the inside of his right toe towards the right flank. Stahl controlled it with his chest but did not wait for it to settle. Instead, he struck it forcefully with the instep, sending the ball flying into the box. Immediately after passing, Lin Chu sprinted towards the goal, closely pursued by Polanski. Castells, witnessing Stahl's pass, initially thought it was directed towards Lin Chu, but upon realizing Lin Chu's distance, he quickly understood his misjudgment. Just as he was about to seize the ball, he caught a glimpse of a shadow racing towards him, accompanied by shouts from his teammates. "Watch out for number 7. Don T. Rush out." With no time to hesitate, Castells opted to continue his advance. As the ball descended, that figure surged forward, leaping high to meet it, straining every muscle to extend his right hand for a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Castells deflected the ball, but he too was knocked to the ground by Borovka. Before Hoffenheim's fans could regain their composure, they beheld Lin Chu racing towards the point where the ball would land. Striking it with great force, the ball sailed past Castells and into the net. Lin Chu did not celebrate. Instead, he glanced at the referee. Stahl's pass found its way to the front, and Castells managed to parry the ball with one hand just before Borovka could head it in. But the ball fell right at Lin Chu's feet, who struck it mid-air into the goal. Whether this goal would stand depended on the referee's ruling. Borovka collided with the goalkeeper first, rendering the goal invalid. Castells staggered to his feet, while Borovka, visibly displeased, rushed towards the referee. Lin Chu, initially intending to voice his grievances, was startled and hurried to intercept him, signaling Lot to converse with the referee. The decision had been rendered, and persuading the referee to overturn it was clearly futile, yet they could at least apply some pressure for future calls. All right, don't be upset," Lin Chu soothed Borovka like a child. "Just run a bit faster next time." Lin Chu understood Borovka well. One could critique his skills, but not his speed, lest he genuinely take offense. "What are you standing there for? That should have been your goal." "Dante, you see I'm helping you?" I know, but it's really unnecessary." Lin Chu felt a tinge of gratitude, giving his shoulder a pat. "Soon, we'll combine forces and score openly," leaving them speechless. The notion of combining forces sounded rather absurd when translated, leaving Borovka puzzled as to whether he understood, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right, if we score one less, so be it." Hoffenheim had already been rattled by Munich 1860's relentless onslaught, and this incident made them even more cautious. The coach was in a frenzy. This was not his tactical plan. Rather, the players on the field were genuinely intimidated. If they were struggling in their home ground, how could they possibly fare at Allianz? He had no choice but to frantically issue instructions, urging his players to attack boldly. However, the issue was not that the players were unwilling to attack, nor was it that the opponent's defense was impenetrable. Rather, it was that their midfield and forward line were so formidable, suffocating them. Today, Stoppelkamp, Lot, Borovka, Stahl, and Lin Chu were all in excellent form. Although they had yet to break the deadlock, everyone felt quite good and confident that they would soon score. Stoppelkamp once again skillfully evaded Rudy's grasp, delivering a diagonal pass to Stahl. Stahl swiftly executed a bicycle kick, shaking off Teskey before sending the ball into the box. Lin Chu, with his back to the goal, smoothly laid the ball off. Lot also released the ball, sending it towards the left flank near the byline. Borovka sprinted in, managing to reach the ball just before it crossed the boundary, and with a powerful left-footed strike, sent it towards the goal. The forward players of Munich 1860 quickly combined in the attacking third, Borovka crossing. Lin Chu failed to connect with the first ball. Niku! Everyone was captivated by the dizzying sequence of quick passes, unaware that Niku had surged in from behind, racing towards the goal, leaping high for a header. Lot dashed in for a follow-up shot, but Abraham positioned himself expertly, using his thigh to deflect the ball. However, as the ball flew away, Lin Chu, Lot, and Stahl simultaneously raised their hands, a handball. It struck number 12's hand. A penalty. It wasn't a handball. My hand didn't leave my body. I didn't touch the ball. The three rushed towards the referee, who, however, raised his hand in a blocking gesture and pressed down on his earpiece. From his angle, he had not witnessed the incident involving Abraham and could only seek assistance from the linesman. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the referee, who soon shook his head at Lin Chu and the others, indicating no handball had occurred. The referee had made a grave error. He had denied Munich 1860 a penalty. After just several minutes, the referee had become the focal point of the match. Initially, he disallowed a goal from Lin Chu, and now he has overlooked a penalty for Munich 1860. This is utterly amateurish. It's absurd. Why not just award Hoffenheim the victory directly? Borovka is amused, incessantly whispering in Lin Chu's ear. Did you see that? Didn't I tell you? This bastard must have taken money from Hoppa. Lin Chu is equally disgusted. From an outsider's perspective, one might casually assert that erroneous judgments are part and parcel of football. But for those involved, especially the victims, all that remains is a frustrated exclamation. The emotions of the Munich crowd are palpably affected, their actions growing increasingly animated. In the 31st minute of the match, Niku received the first yellow card for a reckless challenge on Salahovic. 2 minutes later, Teske, in an overly aggressive defensive maneuver, brought Borovka down. While Borovka himself was unperturbed, Lin Chu erupted, shoving Teske to the ground. The referee hurried over, issuing yellow cards to both Teske and Lin Chu. In the 40th minute, Stuppelkamp executed a delicate through ball, and Lin Chu, spotting the only gap, was about to make a surging run when Polanski yanked him down. Fortunately, Lott was quick enough to intervene, or else Polanski would have faced dire consequences. The referee, however, did not pursue any further action against him, merely brandishing a yellow card at Polanski. Yet the home fans were unsatisfied, chanting accusations of murder and brutality with fervor. The referee's decision shifted the tide completely. Munich 1860 had previously held the upper hand, yet they were clearly rattled by the earlier decision, their emotions running high. Leading to a disorganized offensive strategy, the players needed to compose themselves, especially the more seasoned ones, who not only had to stabilize their own emotions but also soothe the younger players, particularly Lin Chu. His career has just begun, and he will undoubtedly face more such situations in the future. He must learn to adapt. Munich 1860 earned a free kick in the attacking third. Stuppelkamp and Borovka positioned themselves at the penalty spot, while Lin Chu and Lott lurked on either side of the wall. The referee's whistle. Borovka struck the ball. It arced beautifully, circumventing the wall with a noticeable drop. The curvature and velocity of the shot were impeccable. Yet the angle was too straight, sending the ball almost directly into the center of the goal. The goalkeeper, Castells, didn't even need to move, comfortably crouching down and extending his hands to collect the ball. That was indeed Castells' intention. However, as he crouched, reaching out for the incoming ball, he heard his teammates' urgent shouts. Watch out! Hold him! Don't let him through! Tackle him! Charge! Castells realized he was in trouble. In that split second, he had caught a glimpse of the elusive Lin Chu, but it was too late for a save. Polanski attempted to grab him, but unfortunately, he failed. Just as Castells was about to secure the ball, Lin Chu dashed in, lightly leaping and gently tapping it with the inside of his right foot. With a soft thud, the ball found its way into the upper left corner. 0-1 goal. Once again, it was Lin Chu to the rescue. The synergy between Borovka and Lin Chu was simply unparalleled. As Borovka passed, Lin Chu skillfully evaded his marker, precisely aligning with the ball's trajectory, and impeccably slotted it home. After scoring, Lin Chu did not immediately celebrate. Instead, he stood still, gazing at the referee, as if to inquire, "Surely this goal stands?" The referee, infuriated, nearly ground his teeth before blowing his whistle and signaling for a restart at the center circle. The goal was valid, and the home team resumed play. Only then did Lin Chu sprint away, preparing to dash to the sidelines when he suddenly lowered his body, bending his legs, and slid onto the ground, an astonishing display of efficiency. He seemed to be born for scoring. It is likely that even Borovka hadn't anticipated the ball would take such a trajectory and ultimately arrive at that spot. Yet Lin Chu, as if foreseeing the moment, dashed forward just as the ball cleared the wall, striking it at the most opportune time. This is what one might call the instinct of a predator in front of the goal. A terrifying awareness. His teammates surged towards him, Borovka exuberantly embracing him, repeatedly exclaiming, "Come on, how was that pass?" Just as he finished speaking, he was met with disdainful glares from everyone. "What are you showing off for?" We all know each other? Yet Lin Chu nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the pass as exceptional, deeming it perhaps the best assist of Borovka's career. On the sidelines, Schmidt clenched his fists, unable to contain himself as he unleashed a flurry of boxing moves. To be honest, this goal arrived later than he had anticipated, but the moment the ball entered the net, he felt all the waiting was worthwhile. However, after the excitement subsided, concern began to creep in. Given Lin Chu's current momentum, it was inconceivable that he would remain with Munich 1860. His greatest hope was to lead the team into the Bundesliga, allowing Lin Chu to stay for another season. He dared not dream of Bundesliga championships, but if they could reach the Champions League. Just the thought made Schmidt tremble with excitement. Lot shared similar sentiments. Munich 1860's current lineup would likely struggle in the Bundesliga, particularly in defense and depth. Practical experience had shown that, in terms of attacking prowess, their starting lineup could easily compete with mid-table Bundesliga teams. However, all of this hinged on Lin Chu staying. With Lin Chu's demonstrated talent, it is likely that many Bundesliga teams would covet him, and considering his potential, even Bayern might be tempted. This summer, the transfer market in Germany would undoubtedly erupt in a frenzy over Lin Chu. Could Munich 1860 truly safeguard this rare gem amidst the onslaught? Chapter 74. A hard-fought victory. Once the match resumed, Hoffenheim exhibited a markedly more aggressive approach. Failing to secure a victory at home, or at least a draw, would leave them desperate when they moved to away games, truly hoping for divine intervention to blind the referees. Hoffenheim, contrary to their outward appearance, was not as feeble as they seemed. They were momentarily intimidated by Munich 1860's onslaught at the start, but their resilience had allowed them to escape the relegation zone at the last moment. Munich 1860 sensed their shift in momentum and chose not to retaliate hastily, instead opting to tighten their defensive line. To prevent Hoffenheim from gaining momentum, their defensive actions grew increasingly robust. The seemingly mild-mannered Staller soon earned himself a yellow card for a fierce tackle, granting Hoffenheim a free kick in midfield. Salahovic took the kick, sending the ball into the attacking zone, where Johnson headed it to Firmino. Firmino swiftly changed direction, eluding Coman, and after creating an angle, he unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the upper left corner of the goal, seemingly destined to score, but fortunately, Pauli was quick to react, leaping and deflecting the ball away. The ball struck Fadi's foot, nearly finding its way into the net, but fortune favored him today, as it merely struck the post and rolled out of play. Firmino's seamless combination of dribbling and shooting was thwarted by the goalkeeper's unwavering focus, who blocked the attempt. The ball ricocheted off a defender, nearly resulting in an own goal. Observing Hoffenheim's corner kick, the corner was taken, Coman outjumped Volder to clear with a header, and the ball fell outside the penalty area, prompting Munich 1860 to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted during a wall pass interplay between Stuppelkamp and Niku. As they entered the dressing room, everyone was exhilarated. Although the Bundesliga playoff did not consider away goals, strategically speaking, securing a draw away from home would still be a favorable outcome. Now, with a one-goal lead at halftime and controlling the game, they had every reason to feel optimistic. Even with minor hiccups, spirits remained high. The Bundesliga was tantalizingly close. Every professional player yearns for a chance in one of the top 5 leagues, and despite Schmidt's numerous admonitions, everyone was still a bit caught up in the excitement. However, the second half began with a harsh blow. The referee unhesitatingly brandished a yellow card in Nika's direction. 2 yellows turned into a red, leaving Munich 1860 with only 10 players. The Munich players were left in shock at this turn of events, while Schmidt took a moment to process before rushing to protest with the 4th official on the field. The Munich players immediately surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation, but alas, the referee remained unmoved, and Munich 1860 was forced to contend with one less player. Once again, the referee made a controversial decision, this time detrimental to Munich 1860. Regardless, the situation began to tilt in Hoffenheim's favor, playing at home with a numerical advantage. If they could not secure a win under these circumstances, then perhaps Hoffenheim truly had no place in the Bundesliga. Schmidt made an urgent substitution. Lin Chu stood alone at the forefront, facing Hoffenheim's entire defensive line. Schmidt was compelled to utilize one of his substitutions, bringing on Gregory Marcos to replace Staller. Gregorios Makos is a Greek player who transferred to 1860 Munich from AEK Athens this season. Unlike the defensively robust Niku, Makos embodies a more technical style as a defensive midfielder. However, he has already proven to be the most suitable candidate from the bench at 1860 Munich. Hoffenheim, sensing a glimmer of hope, adopted a more aggressive approach, yet their offensive efficiency today was decidedly lackluster, as their advances faltered just before the edge of the penalty area, only to be countered by 1860 Munich. Becker moved in to intercept, and Stoppelkamp quickly released the ball to Lot. Lot, with a swift touch, redirected the ball to the left flank. Borowka surged forward, charging toward the baseline. As soon as he received the ball, Lin Chu found himself ensnared in a web of defenders within the penalty area. Unsure of how to position himself, Borowka, glancing up, decided to take matters into his own hands and boldly dribbled into the box. This unexpected move caught Hoffenheim's players off guard. While Star favored cutting inside, Borowka primarily relied on long passes from the flanks. Teschke, surrounded by teammates near Lin Chu, could only step forward to intercept, creating a slight gap in the encirclement. Lin Chu, akin to the Monkey King, finally toppling the five-finger mountain, nimbly escaped, causing chaos in Hoffenheim's penalty area. Others rushed to assist, further complicating the situation within Hoffenheim's defensive zone. Instead of attempting to bypass Teschke, Borowka skillfully flicked the ball over Teschke's head, landing it in the center of the small box. Lin Chu leaped with determination, but simultaneously, Polanski and Abraham also jumped alongside him. Borowka's flick was indeed impressive, and the ball landed squarely on Lin Chu's head. The issue arose when Lin Chu intended to direct the ball toward the goal. Yet upon landing, the ball veered to his left. Just as Abraham prepared to clear the ball, Lot swiftly surged forward, striking the ball before Abraham could make contact. With a resounding thud, the ball sped toward the left side of the goal. Castells, too surprised by Lin Chu's poor header, nearly managed to save it, but by the time the ball flew toward him, he was left motionless, watching helplessly as it found the back of the net. 0-2. Goal, Borowka's flick, Lin Chu's header, and Lot's strike have widened 1860 Munich's lead. The coordination among the forwards was exquisitely harmonious, with hardly a single superfluous pass exchanged. After helping to open the scoring, Lin Chu provided a crucial assist. Could he be the divine savior sent to rescue 1860 Munich? While only Borowka realized that Lin Chu's contribution was more of a fortunate accident, others assumed it was a deliberate assist to Lot. Lot deliberately pointed at him, running over to celebrate together. Lin Chu raised his hands high, delivering a hearty slap to Lot, and they embraced. Lot excitedly exclaimed, "What a beautiful pass!" Borowka disdainfully remarked once Lot finished his showboating. "I am serious, you should practice your heading. Even my grandma could have scored that one." "Then let's bring your grandma tomorrow. I'd like to see how she heads the ball." Forget I said anything. Schmidt finally felt at ease. He made no further adjustments to the lineup, but 1860 Munich's tactics evolved once again. Initially, they were on the offensive, but after Niku was sent off, they shifted to a defensive counterattack. Now, with a 2-0 lead, they opted for an all-out defensive strategy. Hoffenheim, in a frenzy, made 3 substitutions, adopting a 3-3-4 formation. 4 forwards relentlessly assaulted 1860 Munich's defense. The two sides engaged in an intense struggle in 1860 Munich's half. But no matter how hard Hoffenheim tried, they could not breach 1860 Munich's defenses. In the 65th minute, Lin Chu was substituted. While his stamina could have allowed him to continue for a few more minutes, he was already carrying a yellow card, and with the opponent's increasingly aggressive tactics, 1860 Munich could not afford to risk his injury. Schmidt was practically timing him to ensure he made it to the bench. Hoffenheim continued their relentless attempts, eliciting a sense of frustration among the fans, who wondered why they hadn't performed better earlier. Time ticked away, and Hoffenheim remained ineffective in front of goal. Just as the match seemed destined to conclude at 0-2, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Firmino carried the ball from the left side of the penalty arc into 1860 Munich's box. Both Fatty and Furtz quickly hurried to intercept him. However, the Brazilian swiftly passed the ball before darting toward the goal. The receiving Salahovic flicked the ball toward him with his toes. Firmino leaped forward, attempting to control the ball with his chest, but while still airborne, he was knocked to the ground. Beep! The sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee once again became the center of attention. Firmino lay on the ground, and the referee pointed to the penalty spot. The moment the referee's finger indicated the penalty spot, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited. The players of 1860 Munich immediately surged toward the referee, and Schmidt rushed to the fourth official's side. The old man could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of colorful language. Lot felt equally frustrated, yet as captain, he could only step in to shield the referee from his teammates. calming them one by one. Schmidt, however, was not so fortunate. It was unclear what unsavory words he uttered, but Lin Chu could vaguely hear him lamenting whether his eyes were merely for decoration and insinuating something about Hoppa's wife. The referee stormed toward the sidelines, brandishing a red card in front of him. Schmidt was sent to the stands. Would this be the turning point of the match? A penalty, playing with one less man, and the head coach ejected from the sidelines? Had it not been for the substantial lead they had built earlier, 1860 Munich might not even know how to cry in this situation. In their last Bundesliga match, Hoffenheim had reversed their fate against Dortmund thanks to two crucial penalties, and now in the playoffs, they once again benefited from a penalty, undoubtedly stirring considerable controversy. The pressure mounted once more on Pauli, who had previously demonstrated the ability to save penalty kicks this season. Would he manage to replicate such heroics again? Salahovic placed the ball on the penalty spot, slowly retreating and then standing firm. Pauli positioned himself at the center of the goal, bracing for the impending strike. The murmurs of the home crowd gradually subsided as they anxiously observed the two players. The whistle blew, and Salahovic charged forward. Striking toward the lower left corner, Pauli leaped, but unfortunately misjudged the direction. 1-2. Hoffenheim had pulled one back. The crowd erupted in cheers, continuously chanting, both to rally their home team and to apply pressure on the visitors. 1860 Munich sluggishly restarted the game, while Hoffenheim initiated a final frenzy. Even the defenders had surged into the attacking half, relentlessly assaulting 1860 Munich's goal. As the regular time elapsed, Hoffenheim still failed to secure a second goal. However, the referee granted an extended 8 minutes of stoppage time, providing them with another opportunity. It could be said that the referee had done his utmost, yet unfortunately, Hoffenheim proved unworthy of such chances. As stoppage time ticked away, they still could not breach Pauli's defenses. With Furland's long-range shot being parried by Pauli, the 8 minutes of added time drew to a close, yet the referee did not blow the final whistle. Instead, he awarded Hoffenheim one last corner kick. This was truly the final opportunity, with even Hoffenheim's goalkeeper rushing into 1860 Munich's box. The corner was taken, and indeed, Castells made contact with the ball. He powerfully flicked it toward the goal. At this critical moment, Pauli transformed into a formidable presence, leaping high and securing the ball firmly in his grasp. Chapter 75. How to alleviate worries? Only with external assistance. Thanks to Lin Chu's goal and assist, 1860 Munich narrowly secured a victory away from home. This match garnered some attention domestically in Germany, but most fans were currently focused on the Champions League final. It was a footballing celebration in Germany and a redemptive battle for Robin. With his goal and assist, Bayern Munich triumphed 2-1 over Dortmund on the evening of May 25, securing their fifth Champions League title in history, following their victories in 1974, 1975, 1976, and 2001, thus compensating for their past disappointments of finishing as runners-up twice in the last 3 seasons. Robin, once criticized for missing 2 critical penalties last season, stole the spotlight with all the applause and cheers. Having already claimed the German Super Cup, Bundesliga, and Champions League, Bayern needed only to defeat 1860 Munich in the upcoming DFB Pokal final to cap off a perfect season and reach the pinnacle of their club's history. Lin Chu watched the match live at Lott's home, accompanied by Borowka and Stoppelkamp. As they observed the jubilant Bayern players on the podium, a heavy silence enveloped them. In the same city, within the same stadium. While others celebrated their Champions League victory and treble triumph, they were merely struggling to secure promotion to the top tier. Let us keep pushing, everyone. Lott broke the silence, asserting that one day, they too would stand on that stage. His voice trailed off, revealing that even he had little faith in that statement. The 3 of them possessed considerable talent in the second division, yet none could be deemed top tier. Their ascent to the Bundesliga was nothing short of fortunate. Their gazes subtly shifted toward Lin Chu. Among our group, this young man seems to be the only one with genuine prospects of standing upon that podium. As for the rest of us, simply managing to participate in a Champions League match would suffice to justify our careers. Stoppelkamp shook his head, as if attempting to shake off those unrealistic fantasies from his mind. He then patted Lin Chu on the shoulder and suddenly posed a question that preoccupied everyone's thoughts. Will you still be here next season? Lin Chu was caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry. Lauder and Borowka immediately turned their anxious gazes towards him, fearing a negative response. Lin Chu shook his head, acknowledging that several teams had indeed been in contact. But he had yet to make a decision. If the team could ascend to the Bundesliga and bolster the lineup, he would likely remain. His current abilities were undoubtedly sufficient for the Bundesliga, but replicating his dominance in the second tier would not be as straightforward, let alone securing a position as a main striker or focal point at a prestigious club. He still needed to enhance his skills, aiming for at least a few S ratings on his attributes before contemplating a move to a top-tier team. Borowka's curiosity ignited anew as he pressed for details. Which teams are interested in you? Most of the negotiations are being handled by my father. In Germany, I could practically choose any team, while a few foreign clubs have shown interest, though their allure and sincerity leave much to be desired. Borowka's expression became peculiar. Does that include Bayern Munich? Lin Chu replied ambiguously, suggesting that their interest was not particularly strong. Borowka sought to delve deeper, but Lauter interjected. Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund certainly do not have a position for you. Joining would merely place you among reserve talents. It would be challenging for you to secure consistent playing time in both the league and European competitions. As for other clubs, transferring there would hold little significance. Thus, from a friend's perspective, unless Bayern Munich or Dortmund promised a starting position, preferably detailed in the contract, it would be wise to refrain from a transfer. He added, at the very least, do not consider moving once this season concludes. Stoppelkamp patted him on the shoulder once more, advising him not to rush. He still had plenty of time. If he could replicate his current second-tier statistics in the Bundesliga, all teams would eagerly seek his signature. I understand, Lin Chu nodded, acknowledging that defeating Hoffenheim should pose little challenge, with Bayern Munich truly being formidable. Bayern is already strong, but this season they have reached an almost surreal level of dominance, displaying a historic prowess. With 3 titles secured, the only thing standing between them and perfection is the DFB Pokal, where they will undoubtedly face a fiercely motivated Bayern. What can we do? We give our all. Borowka replied nonchalantly. Winning would be ideal, but losing is not entirely unexpected. What expressions are those? Surely, you do not genuinely hope to win, Lin Chu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Do you play to lose? Of course not. But the issue lies in the fact that it is Bayern. What of Bayern? Is this your first day playing football? Does strength guarantee victory? That is not my point. Lauter pondered thoughtfully, noting that Bayern had only lost 3 matches this season, one in the league to Bayer Leverkusen, another in the Champions League to Arsenal, both of which held little relevance. Perhaps we should analyze their third defeat against Bate Borisov, a team often regarded as the weakest in the group. Borowka, witnessing Lin Chu and Stoppelkamp deep in thought, nearly burst into laughter. Shouldn't this be the coach's responsibility? What are you two even analyzing? Stoppelkamp waved his hand dismissively. Coaches devise tactics, while we need to. What is it we need to study? How to score, Lin Chu exhaled slowly, to penetrate Bayern's defenses. However, rather than discovering viable strategies, they found themselves increasingly despondent. Bayern this season appeared almost invincible. One could observe Chelsea's intimidating physicality, witness Real Madrid's explosive speed, and perceive Inter Milan's stringent defense all within their play. With world-class stars occupying every line of their formation, both in defense and attack, their tactical prowess was nothing short of impeccable. Faced with such a Bayern, what hope is there? Lin Chu shook his head, resigning himself to the notion of relying on sheer luck. After securing the top scorer title in the second tier, his points had now reached 124, allowing him to draw a 7th white card. Yet against Bayern, even drawing countless white cards would be futile, unless he could immediately blanket his attribute list with orange cards. He should abandon any lofty dreams of unparalleled glory. The best he could hope for was accumulating enough points to draw a blue card, perhaps enabling him to resort to some clever tricks. Chapter 76. How can we lose? I wish to write a book. Bayern held a grand parade to celebrate their championship victory, transforming Munich into a jubilant sea of revelry, with throngs of people celebrating in every nook and cranny. On this day, the fans of Munich 1860 found themselves humbled, enviously watching the jubilant Bayern players and supporters, fantasizing about the day they might supplant them. Adding to their frustration and helplessness, reports from Bild indicated that Bayern was already preparing for a celebratory event for their potential quadruple victory, with posters proclaiming their 4 title aspirations plastered across numerous locations. Bayern's general manager, Sammer, expressed unwavering confidence, declaring that the DFB Pokal was merely a stepping stone. Bayern's ambition was to capture the German Super Cup, Bundesliga, Champions League, DFB Pokal, UEFA Super Cup, and FIFA Club World Cup titles, thereby replicating Barcelona's illustrious sextuple achievement. From the perspective of Munich 1860, such an attitude was exceedingly arrogant and utterly detestable. Yet, they lacked the courage to vocally condemn their rivals, resorting instead to silently cheering for their own team through the club's official website. The Kramers training facility. While Bayern Munich paraded through the city with 3 championship trophies, they continued their training. Such rhetoric had long ceased to resonate with seasoned veterans. Only a naive youth like Lin Chu would take it to heart, immersing himself fully in the training. The upcoming matches featured both Bayern and Munich 1860. No one anticipated that by season's end, it would be their crosstown rivals who would capture a share of the spotlight from Bayern. The Bayern squad did not regard the match with much seriousness. Even the coaching staff hardly considered Munich 1860 a threat. Even Hanks, despite his extensive preparations, harbored a belief that Munich 1860 would pose little challenge. On May 27, Hoffenheim visited Allianz Arena. This marked their second encounter at this venue this season. The first had resulted in a humiliating 5-0 defeat at the hands of Bayern. Yet today, facing Munich 1860, they felt an eerily similar pressure. It must be a misconception. Some Hoffenheim players repeatedly reassured themselves. They looked up to see the Allianz Arena, with a capacity exceeding 70,000, completely filled with fans waving Munich 1860 flags and donning their jerseys. They naively assumed that the intense psychological pressure they felt stemmed from these fervent supporters. Munich 1860 could not possibly exude such a powerful aura. Lions? More like sickly cats. Due to a red card suspension in the previous match, Munich 1860's head coach, Mr. Schmidt, could only observe from the stands. Surprisingly, he opted for an uncharacteristic 4-3-3 formation rather than the usual 4-4-2, with a 1-goal lead. And knowing that a draw would suffice for advancement, Schmidt had chosen an attacking setup. Yais replaced the suspended Niku in the starting lineup. Goalkeeper, 1 Gabor Karaly, defenders, 2 Firth, 15, Malik Fathi, 4, Kaman, 3, Wojciechowicz, midfielders, 6 Dominic Stahl, 10, Moritz Doppelkamp, 7, Daniel Borowka, forwards, 11 Benjamin Lauter, c. 9, Lin Chu, 36, Yais. 4 Hoffenheim, the recovered Weiss replaced Rudy, forming a double pivot with Polanski. Goalkeeper, 30, Castells, defenders, 2 Beck, c. 12, Abraham, 29, Westgo, 4, Teske. Midfielders, 42, Polanski, 17, Weiss, 23, Salahovic, 16, F. Johnson. Forwards, 22, Firmino, 31, Froland. Hoffenheim had no path of retreat left. Observing Schmidt's demeanor at the pre-match press conference, coupled with Munich 1860's formation, it was highly likely they would launch a full-scale attack. Thus, we had every reason to anticipate an exhilarating offensive showdown. A veritable goal fest, Hoffenheim commenced the match. The ball soared toward the goal, and Kaman accurately anticipated its trajectory, powerfully heading it down to Stoppelkamp's feet. Stoppelkamp advanced with the ball into midfield and made a diagonal pass to Lauter. Lauter feigned to receive the ball, but as it approached his feet, he abruptly lifted his foot, allowing it to roll smoothly past him. Stoppelkamp's diagonal pass reached Lauter, who deftly let it slip through to Bayrov. Borowka struck the ball. Borowka executed a long pass down the left flank, but upon the ball reaching his feet, he cunningly opted for a low, diagonal through ball. The football sliced through Hoffenheim's defense. Appearing behind the defenders, Lin Chu and Yais propelled themselves forward in a powerful sprint. Polanski and Weiss reacted swiftly, positioning themselves on either side of Lin Chu, hastily closing in to impede his advance. Yet, Lin Chu suddenly extended his hand, wedging himself between them, then forcefully pushed them apart, creating a path and charging ahead. A chill ran down Polanski's spine as he quickly grasped Lin Chu's jersey, yanking him back with great force. Lin Chu's body momentarily halted, his upper body leaning back under the strain, but he did not succumb to the pull. Instead, he exerted even more strength to break free. Polanski felt a sudden lightness in his grip as Lin Chu's jersey slipped from his hands. Lin Chu burst through the 2 defenders' blockade, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Castells rushed out, but goal. Lin Chu unleashed a close-range shot with his right foot, and Castells failed to thwart the ball, making it 1-0, with an aggregate score of 3-1. The match had barely begun, and Hoffenheim suffered another blow. It was Lin Chu again, once more Lin Chu, in the second minute of the match. The score stood at 1-0. It was as if the Allianz Arena were rigged with tons of TNT, suddenly detonated, unleashing a deafening roar of cheers from all corners. Lin Chu sprinted towards the sidelines, ready to strip off his jersey in exuberance. Lot, realizing the potential folly, could only wave frantically at Borovka, but astonishingly, Borovka understood the gesture, rushing over to firmly restrain Lin Chu's restless hands, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want a card for that?" Lin Chu snapped back to reality, only then realizing he had dashed into the corner flag area. Feeling an overwhelming surge of energy, he kicked the corner flag with force and then let out a primal, unintelligible roar towards the stands. Borovka leaped onto his back, shaking his shoulders vigorously, declaring, "I truly believe you can blast Bayern Munich's goal." Lin Chu hastily shook him off, retorting, "Keep your boasting to yourself, don't drag me into it." Soon, other teammates rushed over, engulfing them. Hoffenheim's coach, Gisdol, wore a grim expression. He never imagined that Munich 1860 would not only refrain from parking the bus, but would instead adopt an aggressive attacking style. He was unaware that this was a counteraction to the unfavorable officiating they had endured in the previous match, or if it was genuine confidence. Regardless, the facts spoke for themselves. They evidently possessed such prowess. A dismissive attitude towards Hoffenheim. Domestic fans were naturally thrilled. Especially when Lin Chu's close-up appeared on the screen again, the crowd's emotions surged to a fever pitch. Indeed, he was single-handedly propelling the team towards promotion. When did Hoffenheim become so weak? Keep going, score a million more. Bayern Munich's premature celebration of their quadruple title only fueled their anger and disgust, but it did not hinder them from celebrating their team's promotion success in advance. The match resumed, and Hoffenheim, now trailing, had to intensify their offensive efforts, nearly resorting to a self-destructive style of play. In the 4th minute, Becker received a diagonal pass from a teammate and surged down the flank, delivering a long ball into the penalty area. Flandre, intercepting before Coman could clear, executed a volley, but alas, it lacked precision, directly landing in the goalkeeper's grasp. What was Corrali doing? After securing the ball, Corrali dashed to the edge of the penalty area and forcefully threw it out. His intention was to initiate a quick counterattack for his teammates, but instead, he threw it directly to the opponent. Salahovic, caught off guard by the unexpected opportunity, failed to control the ball, but in a frantic attempt, he inadvertently kicked it towards Firmino. By sheer happenstance, a brilliant pass. Firmino, far more composed, did not rush a shot at the rolling ball. Instead, he deftly nudged it to the right, evading Fadi's interception, then took a step forward, calmly slotting the ball home once he had adequate shooting space. Wojciech Kowal arrived from the flank, sliding in quickly, but still could not prevent the ball from entering the net. 1-1 goal. A grievous error by the Munich goalkeeper allowed Firmino to seize the opportunity, equalizing the score. With less than 5 minutes into the match, the score had already reached a 1-1 draw. The total goals scored by both sides now stood at a mere 1. Firmino rushed into the goal to retrieve the ball, hastily returning to midfield. Munich 1860 showed no intention of delaying, and the match continued promptly. This goal significantly boosted Hoffenheim's morale, and upon resuming, they played with renewed vigor. Schmidt was finally paying the price for his arrogance. Firmino! He deftly changed direction, slipping past Fadi's challenge, and immediately took a sharp angled shot. The home fans could no longer contain their despair, and Schmidt in the stands could not help but unleash a torrent of German expletives, only to be shocked when Firmino inexplicably missed the target. Firmino nearly netted a second goal, but astonishingly, after evading the defender, he inexplicably blasted the ball over the bar. Although the ball did not find the net, Hoffenheim's spirits were notably uplifted, sensing that their opponents were merely bluffing. However, when Munich 1860 swiftly retaliated, they began to feel a sense of trepidation. The two sides exchanged blows, relishing the back-and-forth action. In the 12th minute, Stahl aggressively cut inside from the right, launching a shot that struck the side netting, momentarily leading the home fans to shout in excitement, only to realize their emotions had been wasted. In the 16th minute, Salahovic and Teske executed a 1-2 to breach Borovka's defense, sending a flicked ball towards the goal. Today, an active Firmino attempted to forcefully break through amid the pressure from Fadi and Coman, but was ultimately brought down by Coman. Hoffenheim's players immediately surrounded the referee in agitation, yet the official made no call, merely gesturing for play to continue. Munich 1860 initiated a counterattack. Borovka received the ball on the left, executing a sweeping cross-field pass that reached Stahl's feet. Stahl and Lin Chu executed a clever wall pass in the penalty area, then sent the ball back to Lin Chu. Lin Chu, bearing down on goal while fending off Polanski's interference, attempted a shot. Just as the ball seemed destined to slip beneath Castells, he swiftly dove down, astonishingly sitting on the ball, narrowly preventing it from crossing the line. It was Hoffenheim's turn to attack, yet they once again returned empty-handed. After 2 goals in the first 4 minutes, everyone expected the nets to bulge again soon. However, as 30 minutes passed, despite both sides attacking with fervor, the score remained at 2. If the first half concluded at 1-1, Munich 1860 would need to adjust in the second half. Let's take a look at this play. Yais and Lin Chu exchanged positions, and Stuppelkamp launched the ball from a stationary position. Stuppelkamp lifted the ball at the edge of the penalty area, sending it soaring over Westergaard's head towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu, with his back to the goal, leaned against Abraham, while Polanski pressed against him, stretching his neck to powerfully redirect the incoming ball to the side. Stahl darted into the penalty area, controlling the ball with his chest, preparing to shoot. Teskey quickly extended his leg to block him, but soon realized he had been deceived. The ball did not escape, but instead rolled to Yais's feet. Yais, startled by the sudden arrival of the ball, clumsily attempted a shot, sending the ball away, yet he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before anyone could laugh, they were astonished to see the ball slip past the goalkeeper's fingertips and roll into the net. Goal! Yais has scored. Munich 1860 has struck again, now leading 4-2 in aggregate. Both sides played with remarkable openness, nearly averaging a goal every 10 minutes. It was a stroke of divine mercy. This was Yais's first goal since returning from injury. He rushed to the sidelines, kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Schmidt in the stands clapped vigorously. It was settled. After finally leveling the score, Hoffenheim found themselves trailing again, and their spirits began to wane. As the match resumed, their fighting spirit was not as strong as at the beginning. Meanwhile, Munich 1860 seemed to grow increasingly emboldened. Lott timed his insertion perfectly, his shot exuding confidence and decisiveness, but alas, it lacked precision, striking a defender's leg and sailing out for a corner. Munich 1860 began to dominate the match, nearly extending their lead. Lott's shot narrowly missed, and they earned a corner. Coman and Fati, both towering players, surged into Hoffenheim's penalty area, prepared to contest the aerial ball, but unexpectedly, it was the shortest player, Stahl, who managed to head it. Stahl, renowned for his footwork, matched Lin Chu's heading prowess, and after a powerful header, he only managed to direct it towards the goal. This effort hardly qualified as a shot, and everyone presumed Hoffenheim could easily clear it. However, Westergaard's outstretched foot failed to make contact with the ball, and the goalkeeper, distracted by the commotion, could not react in time. The ball lethargically rolled into the net. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment before erupting into ecstatic cheers. Another goal, the fourth one. Munich 1860 has completely gone berserk, 3-1, with an aggregate score of 5-2. Hoffenheim's hopes of relegation survival now exist only in theory. If they can retain this attacking line and make some reinforcements to their defense and squad depth, Munich 1860 might indeed achieve remarkable results in the Bundesliga. Stahl paused momentarily before rushing out to celebrate. Lin Chu and Borovka share a relatively good relationship and their on-field chemistry is palpable. Thus the left flank of Munich 1860 is thriving, overshadowing his own relatively quiet performance. Should the team ascend to the Bundesliga and begin to recruit new players, the right flank might just need some adjustments. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, fortune finally smiled upon him. The fans in attendance were utterly delighted. Goodness, is it really this intense? Is Hoffenheim truly facing relegation? The goal is sealed tight. No more goals, please. How can we lose like this? I feel compelled to write a book. Chapter 77, Top-Tier Stars. After the 3-1 score, the first half swiftly came to an end. Hoffenheim had essentially been sentenced to death. In the home team's locker room, laughter and joy echoed. Lions victorious, Bundesliga. I am genuinely going to the Bundesliga. My goodness, has anyone calculated the bonuses? Guys, dare to score 3 more. I bet my wife that there will definitely be goals in this match. What happens if we lose, and if we win? If we lose, I'll buy a bag. If we win, unlocking new knowledge. New knowledge? What new knowledge? Minors, don't ask. You'll know when the time is right. Amidst the jubilant cheers and the despondent clouds of sorrow, the second half finally commenced. The Munich 1860 fans in the stands incessantly sang, celebrating the team's successful promotion. Everyone applauded Schmidt, expressing gratitude for the contributions he made to the team. Both teams made substitutions, and formations were adjusted. Jais was substituted off, and a defensive midfielder came on. Hoffenheim replaced Weiss with a forward for a final push, yet it was still Munich 1860 who dominated the attack on the field. In the 47th minute, Starl delivered a diagonal pass to the center. Stuppelkamp briefly controlled it before passing to Lot. Of the three forwards, two had already scored, and Lot certainly wished to join in the excitement. Therefore, faced with the open Lin Chu, the Lions captain uncharacteristically chose to disregard him and took a shot himself. Although the distance was considerable, the quality of the shot was exceptional as the ball soared toward the corner. Lot could barely contain his urge to celebrate, yet the ball once again revealed its capricious nature. Starl's earlier, almost dainty header found the net, while his theoretically perfect shot was heroically saved by the goalkeeper. Is it just me they target? The typically composed Lot began to show signs of frustration. The goalkeeper executed a world-class save, allowing Hoffenheim to escape disaster. Let us see their counterattack. Becker received the goalkeeper's pass and advanced along the wing. Faced with Borovka's lackluster defense, he opted not to pass to the teammate making a forward run but chose to take on the defender himself. However, it seemed both captains were under a curse today. Although Borovka had been deceived by his feint, he made a fundamental error. He passed by, leaving the ball stranded behind. Borovka shot him a puzzled glance, quickly nudged the ball forward, and charged ahead. With one less defensive midfielder, the opposing fullback stood behind him, questioning his existence. Borovka had never encountered such a liberating moment. The path ahead was clear, and he merely needed to push the ball forward and pursue it vigorously. Borovka advanced down the left, and another opportunity for Munich 1860 emerged. Lot and Lin Chu had arrived in front of the goal, while Stuppelkamp and Starl entered the penalty area, granting Munich 1860 a numerical advantage. His intention was to create space for Borovka through off-the-ball movement, not realizing that Borovka, seeing his eagerness, assumed he wanted to score again. This lad immediately abandoned his own shooting intent and selflessly passed the ball. Lin Chu, flailing and running in confusion, had no idea how the ball had inexplicably found its way to him. He hurriedly adjusted his footing, just as he was about to shoot, when Polanski rushed in and collided with him. Balancing on one foot, Lin Chu could hardly withstand his immense force and tumbled to the ground. The entire crowd erupted with boos, coinciding with the referee's whistle. Polanski had brought Lin Chu down in the penalty area. As expected, a red card and a penalty. 1860 had effectively sealed the match. Polanski didn't even glance at the referee, turning to exit the pitch, clearly aware of his fate as he committed the foul. His collision carried a hint of frustration. Although Lin Chu felt he would be fine, he was still substituted to be examined by the team doctor. On the field, Lot confidently converted the penalty, extinguishing all suspense. Lot could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. Born in 1981, he was just months shy of turning 32, an undeniable veteran in a domain where 30 is often considered past prime. Lot had also scored. The Youth Academy product Lot was not the captain of his youth team. Standing 1.79 meters tall and weighing 74 kilograms, he held no advantage in a German football landscape populated by towering figures. Fortunately, his agile positioning and exquisite shooting compensated for his physical shortcomings, allowing Lot to flourish and make his Bundesliga debut for Munich 1860 in the 2001-02 season, i.e. the 2002-03 season. As Max and Suk faced aging and injuries, Lot and another domestic forward, Schrott, stepped up, collectively scoring 27 goals for the team, thus being hailed as the new dream strike partnership of the Bundesliga. Back then, his potential seemed boundless. Everyone believed he would become Germany's next prolific striker. Yet fate had other plans, as he has only represented the national team 5 times, never participating in a World Cup or European Championship. The 2003-2004 season saw Munich 1860 face relegation, and Lot transferred to Hamburg for a fee of €4.1 million, later being loaned to Stuttgart, and after the loan period ended in 2007. He transferred to Hannover 96 for a meager €400,000. After receiving basic treatment, Lin Chu stood at the sidelines, joining everyone in applauding Lot. Lot looked up and sprinted towards him. The two embraced tightly. "What to say, Captain? You ought to thank yourself first." Lin Chu patted him firmly on the back. "You are our pride." "Nonsense pride." Lot scoffed through tears. "It's a miracle it's not a disgrace." Lin Chu had initially wanted to return to the field to revel a bit more, but the coaches dared not let him back in, promptly making a substitution in the 55th minute. Lin Chu was also substituted off. 4 days later, Munich 1860 would compete against Bayern Munich for the DFB Pokal, and they could not afford to lose Lin Chu to injury. The applause, which had gradually diminished, erupted once more. Hoffenheim's players did not rush, but calmly observed the scene. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has given up. They only wished for the match to conclude swiftly, to escape this torment. 2 matches, 2 goals, 1 assist, and a created penalty. Lin Chu once again proved to be the pivotal figure for Munich 1860. Next season, we will surely see his presence in the Bundesliga, provided Munich 1860 can retain him, or another Bundesliga team can acquire him. Since their miraculous promotion to the Bundesliga in the 2008-2009 season, Hoffenheim has consistently performed admirably, astonishingly clinching the half-season championship in their inaugural season and finishing 7th at season's end. Back then, everyone believed this dark horse would make a significant impact in the Bundesliga, infusing it with new vigor. Yet who could have foreseen their descent to 11th place in the following season, with subsequent seasons spent languishing around that position? If they maintained that level, they would be considered a mid-table Bundesliga team. However, the season began with numerous challenges, and they now face relegation. Hoffenheim's journey is indeed quite storied. A small-town team with a wealthy owner, rising through the ranks in just a few years, overpowering the major clubs, embodying the essence of an underdog gaining favor with a wealthy benefactor, especially for someone like Lin Chu, who also hails from a small-town team. Hoffenheim represents an aspirational model, earning a substantial fanbase worldwide. While everyone rejoiced for Munich 1860 and Lin Chu, there was also a tinge of regret. As the match resumed, Hoffenheim attempted to mount an offensive, but it was merely for show. Munich 1860 did not trouble them, opting for a more straightforward defensive approach, maintaining the score until the match's conclusion. The sound of the final whistle, countless fans surged onto the pitch. Lin Chu was startled, turning to dash towards the players' tunnel. The stadium erupted as if an earthquake had struck, with a cacophony of voices, and the ground and walls seemed to tremble. Moments later, teammates gradually made their way in, each looking more disheveled than the last. Most were disarrayed. Those in better shape managed to retain a complete jersey or pair of shorts, while the worst off were left with only their undergarments. Yet every individual was elated. Prior to this moment, the most remarkable and realistic dream they had harbored was to achieve some success while playing for Munich 1860, with hopes of being noticed by a Bundesliga team, thus earning the chance to compete in the top tier of German football. Now, they have indeed ascended to the Bundesliga, but it is a triumph they have personally fought to attain. The emotional disparity between the two scenarios is immense. This team is not lacking in seasoned veterans like Lauter, who were born in Munich and honed their skills at the Comir training camp. Many of them are now overwhelmed with emotion. Frankly speaking, Lin Chu struggles to comprehend that sentiment, yet he cannot help but be moved by their fervor. Every individual with a passion for football understands that it is a sport fraught with challenges, warmth, brutality, camaraderie, animosity, loyalty, betrayal, faith, genius, and madness. At just 17 years old, Lin Chu remains as blank as a canvas, but one day he too will be filled with these experiences. The celebration is wild, with many coming forth to shake his hand and embrace him. Everyone is aware of the journey that has led to this moment. The most direct statistic reveals that Lin Chu's 21 goals have secured 9 victories for the team, contributing to a total of 27 points. They are still able to enter the locker room, but for Schmidt, who was already in the stands, it is a different story. Fortunately, the fans show understanding towards him as an elder, refraining from any excessive actions. When the old man reappears before everyone, he remains intact. The 2012 to 2013 Bundesliga and TUD Bundesliga seasons have now concluded. The 2 direct relegation spots in the Bundesliga have been claimed by Düsseldorf and FRTH, both of whom are newly promoted teams this year. Hertha Berlin, Braunschweig, and Munich 1860 have successfully secured their promotions, and next season they will compete in one of the most prestigious leagues on this planet. After the celebrations, Lin Chu finally has the opportunity to review the system rewards. Congratulations, your team has successfully been promoted, and you played a decisive role in this achievement, earning 30 honor points. With 430 points accumulated, he is just 46 points shy of the blue card, but by the next day, that deficit is covered. with some points to spare. Congratulations, you have been selected for the 2012 to 2013 Bundesliga Best 11, earning 20 honor points. Congratulations, you have been named the 2012 to 2013 Bundesliga Player of the Year, earning 30 honor points. Congratulations, you have been awarded the 2012 to 2013 Bundesliga Best Newcomer, earning 30 honor points. With the honor points secured, Lin Chu promptly converts them into points and summons the roulette. After some contemplation, he decides to take a shower and change into clean clothes first. Once refreshed, with no conditions for incense and prayer, he simply offers a salute to the heavens before beginning the lottery. After 200 points are deducted, the entire roulette suddenly turns blue. The pointer begins to spin rapidly, ultimately coming to a gradual stop at the 11 o'clock position. Almost touching the 12 o'clock mark, Lin Chu's eyes shine with excitement. After so many attempts, he has begun to glean some insights. For instance, the position where the pointer halts, on the surface, the star cards of the same color share the same level. Yet there exists considerable variance between cards of the same level. In simpler terms, cards closer to the 12 o'clock position are more formidable. For example, the card of Fan Zi is positioned at just past 11 o'clock on the white roulette, indicating that the veteran fan is indeed among the elite of ordinary stars, inching ever closer to the realm of top-tier stars. Now, his first blue card is also at just past 11 o'clock, very near to 12 o'clock. This signifies that the individual drawn is already on the cusp of becoming a superstar, represented by the purple card. Such a person should possess the strength akin to a purple card. Yet perhaps personal honors and statistics have influenced the final assessment. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, the first blue card of his life flies forth and comes to rest before him. Lin Chu recognizes the figure on the card even before fully examining it. So it is you. Chapter 78. World-class below-the-neck Mario Balotelli, at 15 years old, made his debut for Limezane in the Liga Pro, setting a historic record for Italian professional leagues. At 17, he officially appeared for Inter Milan's first team, scoring 20 league goals and 2 Champions League goals over 3 seasons, winning 1 Coppa Italia, 3 Serie A titles, and 1 Champions League title. At 20, he transferred to Manchester City for 28 million, netting 23 league goals and 5 in European competitions, along with 1 FA Cup and 1 Premier League title. This February, he joined AC Milan for 20 million. Scoring 12 goals in 13 matches this season, strength, S, shooting, S, ball control, S, dribbling, S. In addition, a plethora of ratings, making him virtually an all-around offensive powerhouse. While Lin Chu contemplated how to utilize this card, the system notification popped up again. Congratulations, host, on your first draw of a blue card. The card synthesis feature has now been unlocked. Please check it. Card synthesis rules. 2 lower-tier cards can randomly synthesize into 1 higher-tier card. Excellent. 2 white cards can synthesize into 1 blue card. What Lin Chu currently needs to enhance are his stamina, jumping, and heading abilities. All 3 attributes of Fan Zi are rated A, but since physical confrontations are often more crucial, Lin Chu has consistently placed Fan Zi's card in the confrontation category. Now with Balotelli, Lin Chu can replace him and adapt as necessary, and of course, that's the plan. But gazing at the S-rated ball control, dribbling, and shooting, Lin Chu finds himself salivating. After all, cards are lifeless, while people are not. Various card combinations can yield an array of tactical possibilities, and whenever the chance arises, he will undoubtedly experiment with them. As for the synthesis function, every card holds significant value now, so he will have to wait until later when he is more affluent to try it out. Points, 34. Confrontation, Balotelli, S, ball control, Chuntao, A. Speed, Chu Bo, A. Heading, Fan Zi, A. Shooting, Yang Qin, A. Goal-scoring instinct, Li Jinyu, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. Overall assessment, seems to have the makings of a skilled player. Regarding the system's evaluation, Lin Chu has grown indifferent. After each upgrade, what he craves most is to jump into a real match and test the effectiveness of the newly acquired cards. Fortunately, he does not have to wait long. After finishing the match against Hoffenheim on the 27th, he must compete in the DFB Pokal final on the 1st. The 2 teams arrive in Berlin on the 29th, with Bayern first acclimating to the venue on the 30th, and Munich 1860 arriving on the 31st. Schmidt, looking deeply troubled, clearly has not yet devised a strategy, while Lin Chu, along with Stoppelkamp, Lauter, and Borovka, have been brainstorming how to outsmart Bayern. Meanwhile, Other players are joyous, evidently still reveling in the elation of their promotion. Faced with the soaring Bayern, their primary aim is to avoid a humiliating defeat, so they indulge in food, drink, and merriment, even bringing their joviality onto the training ground. Schmidt, unable to bear it any longer, promptly organizes an internal scrimmage. Lin Chu gestures to Borovka, signaling him to deliver more high balls. High balls? Borovka looks at him skeptically, evaluating him from head to toe. Can you handle it? Why not try and see? Lin Chu responds. His heading attribute has improved, but his accompanying jumping ability is still only rated C. Standing at 1.81 meters, he finds himself at a disadvantage against towering defenders, so he cannot yet be considered a true heading expert. However, heading is not solely about aerial bombardment. There are many techniques involved. Coupled with keen instincts and superior positioning, an A-rated heading ability should still yield significant impact. Once the training match commenced, Borovka indeed sent a high ball. Schmidt watched from the sidelines frowning, while some players began to jeer. Borovka, that's too high. Haha, are you trying to make Lin head it? How ridiculous a mistake. How many laps do you want to run? Previously, Borovka's long passes were aimed in front of Lin Chu, suitable for volleying or stopping the ball before shooting, but this ball was aimed directly at Lin Chu's head. Lin Chu still knows the basic heading techniques, so the defenders dared not allow him a free opportunity, charging forward to prepare for a header clearance. Unexpectedly, Lin Chu was significantly quicker. Leaping up, he flicked his head, and the football arced towards the corner of the goal. The goalkeeper was caught completely off guard, clearly astonished that Lin Chu could produce such a header. Beautiful Lin, that header was impressive. How come it looked so polished? Lin Chu touched his forehead. Despite executing the same fundamental heading motion, it felt far smoother and more effortless than before, and the football obediently followed the trajectory he had envisioned. If an A-rated heading is at this level, one can only imagine what lies beyond. Could it be that the likes of Bierhoff, Klinsmann, and Klose had the ball with more ferocity than many use their feet or even hands? However, as the match progressed, the expressions of everyone began to shift. Another header, yet another header. Since the main players and substitutes were divided into two teams, the disparity was stark. Borovka's side could practically pass the ball however they pleased, and influenced by him. Stoppelkamp and Stahl also wanted to see just how far Lin Chu could take it, so they too delivered high balls to him. The result was that not only did Lin Chu connect with most of them, but he also sent a significant number into the net. More importantly, his movements were remarkably adept. There was no hint of clumsiness associated with a novice in heading. Has he been secretly practicing? This is excessive, isn't it? A bit exaggerated, perhaps? Schmidt quickly lost his composure. Without waiting for the scrimmage to conclude, he called Lin Chu over and, after some contemplation, summoned Stoppelkamp, Borovka, and several other attackers to join him. He first posed the question that everyone was eager to know. When would you be able to score with your head? Lin Chu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I've always been able to head the ball. However, what I mean by heading isn't merely knowing how to use one's head to strike the ball. Rather, it refers to the ability to execute a threatening shot with one's head. Schmidt shot him a fierce glare, reminiscent of what you just did. Faced with the disapproving gazes of others, Lin Chu hastily offered a premeditated excuse. If I were to say that I watched an entire night of highlight reels showcasing headed goals and then suddenly acquired the skill, you would surely believe me, right? Do you think we believe you? I don't care whether you believe me or not. The fact remains that I can do it now. So what? Go ahead, bite me, oh dear. Hold him down. All right. Schmidt waved his hands repeatedly to halt their antics. If that's the case, perhaps we could indeed offer Bayern Munich a sliver of surprise, albeit the opportunity may only arise once or twice. Indeed, we must extend our gratitude to Gerd Müller, Lauter blinked. Now the entire nation of Germany is aware that Lin cannot head the ball, Lin Chu stubbornly asserted. It's not that I can't. I just lack proficiency. But that doesn't matter, Starr interjected, furrowing his brow in concern. Bayern Munich's two defenders, Van Buyten at 1.96 meters and Boateng at 1.92 meters, render it nearly impossible for Lin to seize an opportunity to contest a header against them, even if he were skilled. Thus, we must strive to create an illusion, convincing them that Lin's head is merely for show, Schmidt remarked. Look for an opportunity to evade their defense, and at that moment, it will surely be Lahm coming to cover. Time your passes wisely and deliver high balls to Lin. I could comprehend the latter part, but what does it mean that my head is just for show? It means exactly what you think it does, Schmidt replied. You'd better be able to deceive Neuer as well. He's a tough opponent to handle. This is, aside from our standard tactics, the only idea we've managed to concoct these days that possesses even a hint of a surprise element. Although we're uncertain of its efficacy, at least it provides some solace, preventing us from feeling as if we're awaiting judgment as we did earlier. With our minds set, the next step is to become thoroughly familiar with our strategies, ensuring that we do not squander any opportunities when they arise. Amidst the intense preparations, the day of the match swiftly approached. At the pre-match press conference, Hanks maintained a notably low profile, refraining from making any declarations about Bayern's inevitable victory. Nonetheless, he subtly conveyed the confidence and authority befitting a reigning UEFA Champions League champion. Munich 1860 is a formidable team that has displayed exceptional form this season. However, we too have performed admirably this year. It will undoubtedly be a challenging match, and the best team will emerge victorious if all goes according to plan. This final match will mark Hanks's last as Bayern's head coach. Thus, Schmidt had no inclination to engage in a verbal sparring match with the opposition, instead humbly acknowledging that Bayern is indeed the most successful team in European football this season. With the league title and the UEFA Champions League trophy, there is simply no team more successful than they are. Of course, the journalists were far less amicable than the two coaches. Although both teams hail from the same city, the Munich media struggled to find their rivals, yet that did not deter them from stirring the pot. Coach Schmidt, hello. I am a reporter from the Munich Evening News.as local adversaries. Bayern Munich has secured 2 prestigious titles, while your team is relying on playoffs for promotion. What are your thoughts on this? Do you truly believe you and your team can defeat Bayern to claim the DFB Pokal? Coach Schmidt, greetings. I am a reporter from Huaxia Television Sports Channel. Will you continue to devise tactics centered around Lin Chu for this match? What role does he play in your team? A friend from Huaxia. Hello, I have always emphasized that Lin is a crucial member of our team, making significant contributions. Eagerly anticipate his performance in the match. As for tactical matters, everyone will see soon enough. Hanks, this is from Kicker. After this match, you will be stepping down from your position as head coach of Bayern Munich. Dio, you have anything to say to your successor? Guardiola? Pep is excellent. We have had very friendly exchanges. I believe his choice to join Bayern Munich is mutually beneficial, and I look forward to his performance. All right, friends, the press conference concludes here. Thank you all. While there was no palpable tension at the conference, the fans of both teams were far less cordial. In the world of football, the relationships between local teams are rarely amicable. It is almost always a case of wishing the other side ill. While the rivalry between Bayern and Munich 1860 may not be as extreme, it certainly isn't harmonious either. CCTV dedicated considerable coverage to recounting the history of animosity between the two teams, building anticipation for this match. Thanks to the existence of Bayern Munich and Munich 1860, the city has undoubtedly established itself as Germany's premier football hub. If one includes Munich 1860's sole Bundesliga title from the 1965-66 season, the city has nearly matched the total number of national championships held by other cities combined. The disparity in strength between the two teams is immense. Bayern has virtually dominated the Bundesliga and has claimed both the League and UEFA Champions League titles this year, emerging as the biggest winner in European football, while Munich 1860 languishes in the second division, with promotion reliant on sheer luck. Yet, even so, Munich remains a city of dichotomy, half sea and half flame, with the rivalry between red and blue woven throughout its fabric. From 1902 to the present, the Red Bayern and the Blue 1860 have contested 204 Munich derbies, the second most frequent derby in Germany, trailing only the Franconian derby between Nuremberg and FRTH. Throughout the 1960s, 1860 and Bayern were evenly matched in competition, but upon entering the 1970s, the youthful Beckenbauer and Gerd Müller led Bayern to a trio of consecutive Bundesliga titles and a trio of Champions League victories. While 1860 became a yo-yo team, even plummeting to the third tier at one point on June 1. The two teams from Munich are set to face off. In terms of strength, Bayern Munich undoubtedly holds the upper hand, but the allure of football lies in its unpredictability. Furthermore, derbies have always defied conventional reasoning, so we have every reason to anticipate a spectacular clash akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Bayern Munich certainly has ample cause to look down upon Munich 1860, and the enmity between the two is far from the media's portrayal of it as a mere breeze. The notion of being arch-rivals is not a figment of Munich 1860's imagination. Rather, a multitude of historical conflicts has unfolded. Slaps, insults, red cards, etc. were almost commonplace in past Munich derbies. The current Bayern president, Rummenigge, was once mocked by Munich 1860 striker Hofeditz as a pink pig after missing a penalty, leading to a swift slap in retaliation and a red card. Such tales are the stuff of legends among fans. The animosity between the two fan bases flared up before the match, with 1860 supporters claiming Bayern had drained Germany of its lifeblood to win the Champions League, while Bayern fans boldly proclaimed the scoreline of 6-1 on match day. Despite being at a neutral venue, Munich 1860 found themselves in the visitors' dressing room. It is well known that the home and away dressing rooms are worlds apart, undoubtedly deepening the frustration among 1860's players. All right, lads, the enemy is formidable, almost undoubtedly one of the best teams in the world, but our fans have not conceded defeat, nor should we. They say they will beat us 6-1. What do you say? No, that would only make us a greater laughingstock. Lauter also stood up, passionately declaring, I have served this team for many years. Since I was little, I have worn the 1860 jersey. However, I regret to say that I have never won a championship here. Today is the closest I have ever been to lifting a trophy. I don't know how you all feel, but for me, this championship is even more important than my life. If possible, I would trade everything for today's victory. Everyone rose, gathering around him. Don't worry, Captain, we can win. We will fight to beat the Champions League winners. Charge. Once their emotions were stirred, they exited the dressing room and entered the players' tunnel. There, they encountered the composed Bayern players, Neuer, Lahm, Robben, Ribery. Though they play in the same national league, these individuals are those whom the former self could never hope to reach. And now they stand side by side, ready to compete. Lin Chu remained at the back of the group, standing next to Bayern's starting center forward, Gomez. Bayern's top scorer this season is actually Mandzukic, wearing the number 9 jersey. But he sat on the bench today. Of course, Gomez is no slouch either. He has netted 11 goals in the Bundesliga this season, ranking 12th on the scoring list. Furthermore, he just scored a hat trick in the semifinals of the DFB Pokal, currently sitting third in the cup scoring ranks, just 2 goals shy of Lin Chu, making him Lin's most significant threat. The two individuals exchanged a brief glance and slightly nodded, thereafter refraining from any further communication. Instead, it was Emler, standing before Gomez, who cast a curious glance towards Lin Chu, extending a hand in greeting, and cheerfully inquired, Hey, mate, are you truly only 17 years old? Indeed, there's no deception in that. Came the reply, Well, at 17 I was still in the youth team. So one more question. How proficient are you at table tennis? I'm fairly decent, but my father is the real expert. Perhaps we could have a friendly match sometime. I have a table at our training facility, and I'm the best player on our team. You? Immediately, a Bayern player shot him a disdainful look. The best? Lahm quickly glanced over, using his gaze to admonish Emler to cease his frivolous chatter. This is a derby match. Let's take it seriously. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the sports channel. I'm Hiwei, reporting live from the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, where we are set to bring you the live broadcast of the 2012 to 2013 DFB Pokal final. This marks the 205th Munich derby, and in the previous 204 encounters, Bayern Munich has secured victory in 104 matches, holding a slight edge. The most recent official match between the two sides dates back to February 27, 2008, during the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal, coinciding with Bayern's 108th birthday. Despite 1860 being a mid-table team in the second division at that time, Bayern found the match exceedingly challenging, embodying nearly all the elements of a derby: 3 red cards, controversial decisions, and a dramatic penalty in the 122nd minute. This illustrates that while strength is undeniably significant in a derby, it is ultimately the will, fighting spirit, and form that are the decisive factors. Many players who participated in that match are also present in the starting lineup today, including Ribery, Van Buyten, Borovka, and Lahm, all of whom were part of that encounter. Coincidentally, in that season, after defeating Munich 1860, Bayern faced Wolfsburg in the semifinals, triumphing 2-0, ultimately winning the final against Borussia Dortmund, thus claiming their 14th DFB Pokal title. This season, Bayern is even more formidable, having once again vanquished Wolfsburg in the semifinals, with a staggering score of 6-1. Conversely, the journey from Munich 1860 to reach the final has been considerably more arduous, relying heavily on Lin Chu's extraordinary performance. Today, in every conceivable aspect, Munich 1860 is the underdog. Yet in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. It is believed that at this crucial moment, The Munich Lions will reveal their fangs and present us with a thrilling showdown. Should Bayern Munich emerge victorious today, they will become the first club in the history of German football to secure the league title, cup victory, and UEFA Champions League title, thus achieving the illustrious treble, joining the ranks of Celtic, Ajax, PSV Eindhoven, Manchester United, Barcelona, and Inter Milan as the seventh European club to accomplish this remarkable feat. It is anticipated that the players will exert themselves to the fullest, aiding the 68-year-old Hinks in concluding his coaching career at Bayern in the most splendid manner. The players have taken to the field: goalkeeper 1. Neuer, defenders 21. Lahm, C. 17. J. Boateng 5. Van Buyten 27. Alaba, midfielders 8. Javi Martinez 31. Schweinsteiger 10. Robben 25. T. Immler 7. Ribéry, forward 33. Gomez. For Munich 1860, they have opted for their most frequently utilized 4-4-2 formation this season. Goalkeeper 1. Gabor Kiraly, defenders 2. Furs 15. Malik Fati 4. Coman 3. Wojtkowiak, midfielders 6. Dominik Stahl 8. Maximilian Niku 7. Daniel Borowka 10. Moritz Doppelkamp, forwards 11. Benjamin Lott, C. 9. Lin Chu. Several legendary figures from European football are present at the sidelines, including Bayern Munich icons Beckenbauer, Gerd Müller, and Kahn, alongside former Munich 1860 player Davor Uker. This marks Lin Chu's second visit to this stadium. His previous visit was for a league match against the tabletoppers Hertha Berlin, in which Munich 1860 triumphed 3-2, and he notably achieved his second career hat trick. Thus, this place can be considered his lucky ground. Chapter 79. Who can draw the sword and charge forth? Practical experience has demonstrated that 1860's defensive line is only of mid-tier quality in the second division. Yet their midfield organization, progression, and scoring capabilities in the attacking third are on par with any team. Hence, Hink's strategic focus for this match is not on dismantling 1860's defense, but rather on stifling their midfield organization and neutralizing the threat posed by the forward Lin Chu. As for 1860, it goes without saying that they will adopt a defensive counterattack strategy, and the primary element of counterattacking is speed. Thus, Bayern Munich initially sought to curtail Borowka's pace, ensuring that Munich 1860 could not gain momentum. However, to their surprise, Munich 1860 commenced the match primarily through the center. Stahl received a diagonal pass from Niku and engaged in a series of 1-2s with the advancing Wojtkowiak, before suddenly shifting the ball sideways to Stoppelkamp. Stoppelkamp promptly relayed the pass, and Borowka aggressively pushed the ball forward, sprinting after it. Yet, his previously unmatched speed was destined to falter today, for he was matched against Robben. Robben, a renowned left-footed player, is capable of playing on both flanks. Having predominantly played on the left earlier in his career, but primarily operates as an inverted winger at Bayern. Borowka sought to leverage his speed, but he would find it elusive. The two famed speedsters began their pursuit, and Lin Chu, observing from the front line, paused to witness their duel. Borowka took an early lead, but within a mere 10 meters, Robben had already caught up to him. Borowka attempted to execute a sudden stop and change of direction, but Robben anticipated his move, extending his foot to intercept the ball just in time. The applause of Bayern fans erupted from the sidelines. Lin Chu shook his head. Borowka's speed was comparable to his own, so he too was likely an A-level player, while Robben, without a doubt, was on an S-level trajectory. Beside him, Boateng chuckled. Comparing speed with Robben? You truly have some nerve. The ball, having been nudged away from Borowka, found its way to Lahm. Bayern swiftly transitioned into an offensive move, with Lin Chu and Lott pressing forward. He did not linger on the ball but quickly passed it to Javi Martinez. Javi immediately advanced the ball, finding Müller. Müller delivered a swift pass, and the ball rolled rapidly behind Wojtkowiak. Schweinsteiger had long been poised for action, racing in to intercept the ball. Munich 1860's offensive initiative was thwarted. While Bayern Munich launched a rapid counterattack, Müllers diagonal pass tore through the defense, Schweinsteiger received the ball behind the defenders, and Gomez surged towards the goal, ready to receive the pass. Schweinsteiger glanced towards the penalty area, feigning a cross. Coman hurriedly approached, extending his foot to intercept, but the moment his foot extended halfway, he realized he had been deceived. Schweinsteiger had indeed passed the ball, but not to the center. Instead, he executed a subtle tap, feeding it to Ribéry, who had swiftly entered the penalty area. Fati could only leave Gomez to Furs as he rushed towards Ribéry. Ribéry feigned a shot, but upon contact with the ball, he suddenly flicked it to the right. Fati did not fall for the ruse, firmly establishing his balance, and swiftly extended his foot to block the ball. It was not that Ribéry's feint lacked authenticity. Rather, everyone was acutely aware that he would not simply shoot directly. Fati had merely made a fortunate guess. This is the downside of famous stars. Their characteristics are scrutinized under a microscope, leaving defenders well aware of their tendencies to, of course. The prowess of a superstar lies in the fact that even when you know precisely what they intend to do, you are still powerless to stop them, much like Robin. The entire world knows he will cut inside, yet they cannot prevent it. Thus, if given another opportunity, even with the knowledge that Ribéry would feign a shot before passing, Fati could not guarantee he could intercept it again. Ribéry was presented with a shooting opportunity, yet unfortunately failed to capitalize. In the last Munich derby, he had scored the decisive goal, leading Bayern Munich to victory over Munich 1860. And he remained highly active today. Munich 1860 must swiftly discover a method to contain him. The ball was taken by Wojtkowiak, but Schweinsteiger immediately charged forward, and amidst the tussle, the ball went out of play. Alaba quickly executed the throw-in, with Ribéry, his back to Niku, lifting his foot to flick the ball to Schweinsteiger before swiftly turning to dart into the penalty area. Schweinsteiger lifted his right foot, executing a juggling motion to send the ball ahead of him. Fati was determined to confront Ribéry, rushing in to head the ball away just before he could receive it. Niku dashed towards the ball's landing point. Just as he was about to chest it down, a figure emerged as if descending from the heavens, swiftly intercepting the ball with a gentle nod, and then quickly executing a through pass. Ribéry and Schweinsteiger engaged in a wall pass, but Fati read their passing route, intercepting the ball. Thomas Müller. He surged in from the side, threading a pass into the penalty area, and Gomez was poised to shoot. In the anxious gaze of the entire Munich 1860 squad, Gomez swiftly advanced, lifting his foot to strike. Come on, alarmed, hurriedly slid to the ground, extending his foot to block the shot. The football struck his foot, veering off course and rolling towards the lower left corner of the goal. The entire stadium of fans had already leapt to their feet, yet in that fleeting moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena for a full second. As the ball seemed destined to nestle into the net, Corrali suddenly made a lateral dive, clutching the ball tightly to his chest. The spectators had anticipated this, and Munich 1860 was certainly mentally prepared for their current predicament. It was destined to be a challenging match. Bayern quickly regrouped, as the ball found its way to Robin. The hearts of the visiting fans began to race uncontrollably. Borufka, already less adept at defense, was easily bypassed by Robin, who left him in despair as he failed to catch up. Füllkrug rushed in to assist. He cautiously blocked Robin's cutting path, but when Robin swiftly nudged the ball inward, Füllkrug's intercepting foot failed to make contact. Robin followed up with a decisive strike aimed at the far corner. The sound of two thuds echoed, one from Robin's left foot connecting with the ball, the other from the football colliding with Coman's back. Gomez surged forward for a follow-up shot, but Fati reacted even quicker, clearing the ball with a powerful kick. He was equally startled, exerting every ounce of strength into that clearance, while Bayern's fans sighed in disappointment, only to see the ball soar into their own penalty area. Lin Chu sprang into action as the ball flew above him, sprinting towards the landing spot. Boateng had been monitoring the ball's trajectory, nearly keeping pace with Lin Chu. As it appeared Lin Chu would overtake him, he quickly shouldered into him. Given Lin Chu's stature, Boateng feared his force might send him sprawling. So he tempered his impact, only to be astonished at Lin Chu's unwavering balance. Such strength! Boateng was taken aback and promptly increased his intensity. Lin Chu finally felt the pressure, his speed forced to dwindle as he braced against Boateng's onslaught. Fortunately, he had upgraded his capabilities, otherwise, he might not have withstood the challenge. Since Bayern's Champions League triumph, Boateng's value and popularity had skyrocketed, with even some Bayern fans impulsively branding him the world's best defender. They had presumed he would easily handle Lin Chu, yet Lin Chu managed to seize the ball under his defense. However, under Boateng's mounting pressure, Lin Chu had no time for adjustments and hastily took a shot. Although he didn't fully connect with power, shooting from such close range still seemed promising. To his surprise, a pair of large hands swooped in. Neuer had charged forward. The ball had scarcely left Lin Chu's foot before it found its way into Neuer's grasp. Neuer lived up to his reputation, thwarting Lin Chu's attempt. Munich 1860 finally executed their first threatening attack. After a moment of shock, Bayern slightly reined in their aggression, yet they still firmly maintained control of the match. Nevertheless, Munich 1860 was not entirely on the defensive, occasionally launching heart-stopping counterattacks against the Southern Giants. The game swiftly approached the 20th minute, when Schweinsteiger made a diagonal pass to the flank. Robben received it, deftly controlling and maneuvering into the penalty area, then evading a defender to create a shooting angle for a powerful strike. Corrali had no time to react, surrendering with his hands raised, but the goalpost at Berlin's Olympic Stadium, steadfast in its defense, repelled the ball. Bayern had squandered their best scoring opportunity since the match commenced. In the 23rd minute, Javi Martinez intercepted successfully, and Bayern surged forward once more. Lahm received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, taking a few steps forward before unleashing a shot. This time, Corrali finally reacted, narrowly deflecting the ball out for a corner. As the corner was taken, Gomez successfully contested for a header, but the ball soared over the crossbar. 6 minutes later, Bayern was presented with another prime scoring opportunity. Robben delivered a curved cross from the right, and Ribéry dashed forward, marking the first connection between Robben and Ribéry throughout the match. Fathi once again rushed in to intercept, but this time Ribéry opted against his usual feigned shot, decisively executing a volley. The ball soared towards the right side of the goal, seemingly destined to cross the goal line. Yet Coman suddenly sprang forward, almost on the goal line, to block it. Robben delivered a long pass, and Ribéry shot without taking a touch, but a defender cleared the ball off the line, allowing Munich 1860 to evade yet another peril. The two defenders of Munich 1860 put forth an outstanding performance today. Bayern Munich had unleashed their full offensive might, having already attempted 8 shots without breaching 1860's defenses. On the sidelines, Hanks shook his head in disappointment. Thus far, the situation remained within his control, yet the team's struggle to score was somewhat unexpected. On the other hand, Schmidt was equally dissatisfied. Half an hour had elapsed, and the overall scenario aligned with his expectations. 1860 was under siege by Bayern, but he had not anticipated the resilience of his own defense nor the lackluster performance of the attack. The ball found its way to Stoppelkamp's feet. Stoppelkamp was technically gifted, ranking among the elite in the second division, even excelling against Bundesliga teams like Freiburg and Stuttgart. However, today against Bayern, his pride in dribbling and organization seemed diminished, and he had yet to deliver a standout performance. After receiving the ball, Javi Martinez casually glanced at Borufka, noting Lahm had marked him, before calmly advancing towards Stoppelkamp. Stoppelkamp also cast a glance towards Borufka, but as he raised his head, his foot discreetly and swiftly propelled the ball diagonally towards the right flank. Stahl suddenly burst into action, receiving the ball on the wing. Alaba rushed forward to apply pressure, prompting Stahl to quickly pass towards the goal. The remaining outcome relied on fate, but the execution depended on Lin Chu. This time, Lin Chu exhibited superlative awareness and instinct, sprinting towards the goal before Stahl even made the pass. Boateng reacted swiftly, closely trailing him. Van Buyten also approached rapidly from the other side, and Neuer, eyeing the situation, hastily retreated to secure his position before the goal. The ball rolled directly in front of Lin Chu, who, realizing he could not reach it in time, fell forward, extending his right foot for a sliding tackle. Van Buyten mirrored the action, sliding in from the left. Both players made contact in succession. More precisely, Lin Chu succeeded in executing a sliding shot first, but the ball was immediately deflected away by Van Buyten's intervention. Lott, who had been virtually invisible in this match, rushed in for a follow-up. But Neuer was a step ahead, clearing the ball to midfield. Stoppelkamp delivered a brilliant pass to the right flank, where Stahl laid it across the goal, and Lin Chu slid in for a shot. Van Buyten, with a dangerous sliding block, he thwarted Lin Chu's attempt, and Munich 1860 missed yet another golden opportunity. Stahl, frustrated, held his head and kicked at the turf. This play was strictly his fault, due to his reluctance to confront Alaba directly. He had released the ball too hastily. Bayern Munich launched a rapid counterattack. Martinez headed the ball to Ribéry. Ribéry slowed down, evading Wojtkowiak before suddenly accelerating, then sliding the ball across the goal from the left flank of the penalty area. This pass was almost identical to Stahl's earlier attempt, yet the timing and trajectory were far more precise, allowing Gomez to simply take 2 steps forward to receive it. He even had time for a feint. deceiving come on before calmly pushing the ball into the lower left corner. The Bayern fans erupted, unable to contain their excitement, cheers rising to their lips, only for Pauli to astoundingly deflect the ball away. Just when everyone thought it was a certain goal, another red figure emerged, deftly redirecting the ball with the inside of his right foot. The football swiftly rolled into the lower right corner of the goal, leaving Pauli powerless. 1-0. Goal. Thomas Müller, truly the finest spatial reader of this era, Pauli executed a world-class save, denying Gomez's certain goal, but Müller ensured that no opportunity for regret arose again, precisely tracking the ball's trajectory, ultimately sending it into the net of 1860.1-0. In the 36th minute, Bayern Munich finally took the lead. Munich 1860's defense had performed admirably, yet Bayern's relentless assault proved too formidable. It is worth noting that this attacking line not only instilled fear across the Bundesliga, but had also wreaked havoc across Europe, amassing a staggering 29 goals in 10 matches to claim the coveted trophy. Frankly, Munich 1860 could take pride in having held out until now before conceding. In the stands, Bayern's executives were all smiles, engaging in lighthearted discussions regarding Müller's goal. Müller dashed to the sidelines, quickly enveloped by his teammates in jubilant celebration. Both remained silent, for the strength of their opponents rendered them speechless. Approaching the center circle, Lot patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't lose heart. There's still plenty of time left in the match, and we have our chances." Lin Chu nodded in silence, resting the ball beneath his foot as he awaited the game to resume. The match continued, with Bayern unsatisfied with a mere one-goal lead, relentlessly launching assaults against Munich 1860's defense. Robben and Ribery remained their sharpest blades. 2 players executed incisive breakthroughs along the flanks, throwing the 1860 defense into disarray. Stoppelkamp and Lauter were soon compelled to retreat to the midfield to assist in defense, yet they barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Although their positioning was not as deep as Lin Chu's, they had already strayed far from the penalty area, prompting the fans, including Lin's cousin, to wish to reprimand him. As the match approached the 40th minute, Munich 1860 finally seized a counterattack opportunity. Lin Chu turned sideways, guiding the ball toward Bayern's direction, then unleashed his full speed in a frantic sprint. Boateng was completely outpaced for the first time, and just as Lin Chu was about to penetrate the penalty area for a clear shot, Martinez suddenly lunged in from the side. Lin Chu was caught off guard and brought down to the ground. With a sharp whistle, the referee Grever rushed over, issuing Martinez a yellow card and granting 1860 a promising free kick. Martinez did not protest, though he mumbled a few words under his breath, casting a dissatisfied glance at Boateng, likely frustrated that he was being outmaneuvered by a young upstart and had to pay the price of a yellow card to rectify the situation. Boateng felt somewhat awkward, his gaze toward Lin Chu filled with trepidation. He had indeed become a bit complacent. After all, Bayern had been dominating 1860, and with the first half nearing its conclusion, he couldn't help but lose focus for just a moment. In that fleeting instant, the ball arrived and Lin Chu, ever aware, realized it was too late to intercept. Boateng, seasoned and well-acquainted with top-tier forwards, considered Lin Chu's talent merely commendable, sufficient to catch his eye but not to astonish him. Yet, contemplating Lin Chu's age, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had squandered decades of his life. Stoppelkamp and Byrolka positioned themselves before the ball, discussing how to execute the play, while Lin Chu took his place behind the right edge of the wall. Boateng, lingering ominously, positioned himself once more between Lin Chu and the goal. After 40 minutes of tussling, this was their first unreserved physical confrontation. The more they grappled, the more Boateng's anxiety grew. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to budge Lin Chu. How had he achieved such physique? Was it the rumored Chinese martial arts? Their struggle seemed to suggest that any lapse in concentration could lead to a goal or squander a golden opportunity. Yet, unexpectedly, Stoppelkamp blasted the ball against the crossbar, rendering the two grapplers, flushed and panting, like fools. They exchanged glances, both itching to voice their thoughts, but considering the circumstances, they restrained themselves, truth be told, despite the fervor with which the media stoked the rivalry, almost wishing for a brawl between the teams. The players on both sides no longer harbored the deep-seated animosity of previous generations. Bayern merely regarded 1860 with disdain, preferring to view Dortmund as their true nemesis rather than considering their local rivals as mortal enemies, fearing such acknowledgement would diminish their own stature. As for Munich 1860, It felt as though there were still insurmountable barriers separating them from Bayern, and merely managing to avoid feelings of inferiority in their presence was an accomplishment in itself. Neuer launched a goal kick, and Bayern continued their relentless pursuit. With only a few minutes left in the first half, they seemed determined to secure their advantage decisively, playing with increased aggression. Yet Munich 1860 appeared to be roused. Mounting a staunch resistance and managing to engage in back-and-forth exchanges, in the 41st minute, Ribery crossed from the left. Gomez swiftly surged in for a shot that soared just over the bar. A minute later, 1860 initiated an attack from the flank, by Rolka delivering a cross from near the byline. Lin Chu and Boateng leaped to contest it, but the ball was headed away by Boateng to Van Buyten, prompting Bayern's counterattack. Robben transformed into a whirlwind on the right, embarking on a long run before executing his signature cut inside, only to send the ball into the stands. Stoppelkamp received the goal kick from Corrali and was brought down by Schweinsteiger as he evaded him. The referee's whistle sounded again, awarding Munich 1860 a set piece. They obtained a free kick in their own half. With stoppage time factored in, approximately 5 minutes remained in the first half, and the score still stood at 1-0. With Bayern Munich temporarily in the lead thanks to Müller's goal, Stoppelkamp took the free kick, launching it directly to the near post. The foul had occurred in 1860's half, and everyone expected a slow build-up. Yet Stoppelkamp opted for a direct and forceful delivery into Bayern's penalty area. Schmidt was left flabbergasted. It was correct to aim for a high ball, but not in such a manner. Did they truly believe Lin Chu was a deity? Lin Chu raised his head to track the ball, swiftly gauging its descent, yet he only surged forward as it began to fall. Boateng made a futile attempt to hold him back before sprinting after him. Without a moment's hesitation, Neuer dashed out, racing toward the approaching ball. The football descended, landing between Lin Chu and Neuer. Van Buyten and Lahm rushed in, joined by Boateng behind and Neuer in front, encircling Lin Chu. Spectators experienced a long-forgotten thrill as the scene unfolded. Surrounded by Bayern players, Lin Chu pressed forward, and the ball fell from above, imbuing the moment with a sense of tragic grandeur. If only this shot could find the net. The distance suggested the ball was closer to Neuer, yet given Lin Chu's speed, it was possible they could both reach it simultaneously. Tension gripped everyone's throats. Such instances demand not only skill but also a stroke of luck. If one could merely connect, a fluke could result in a goal. The ball was about to touch the ground, and Lin Chu had yet to make contact, realizing he might have to wait for the rebound to devise a plan. By then, Bayern's players would likely have completed their encirclement, leaving him with no opportunity to shoot. Just as Hanks began to feel assured, Lin Chu suddenly leaped forward in a full sprint, a spectacular diving header. Neuer, also sprinting forward, felt a jolt in his heart, halting his steps, instinctively spreading his arms wide. Lin Chu propelled himself forward, his body nearly parallel to the ground, and thrust his forehead forward with great force. With a resounding thud, he connected with the center of the ball. The descending football immediately altered its trajectory, slicing through the air toward the goal. Neuer's right hand shot upward in a desperate attempt to intercept. But it was all in vain. Lin Chu's diving header. The ball found the net. What a magnificent header! Hiwei leaped up in excitement. Lin Chu seemed to soar, executing a commanding header that sent the ball into the net of Bayern Munich. 1-1. Just as the first half was drawing to a close, Munich 1860 miraculously equalized. Goal. Lin, with an unexpected diving header, breached Bayern Munich's defenses. I declare, the finest goal in the history of the German Cup has been born. Who dares claim Lin Chu cannot head the ball? As Bellaredi inquired, the camera meaningfully focused on Gerd Emmler at the sidelines, seemingly conveying that it was he, this old man, who had asserted Lin Chu's limitations in heading. Gerd Emmler, who had scored countless headers in his lifetime, was taken aback at this moment, not merely because it was Lin Chu who scored, but due to the sheer impact and visual spectacle of the header. Hiwei quickly rifled through his mental database, recalling a similar moment. Lin Chu's header bore an uncanny resemblance to Fan Zi's astonishing diving header in 1995 during the Jia match between Shanghai Shenhua and Sichuan Quanjian. In that match, Fan Zi also leaped, his body parallel to the ground, executing a breathtaking header that pierced the opponent's net. A goal hailed as the most spectacular header in Jia League history. Bar none, now, in distant Germany, in the storied German Cup, under the watchful gaze of thousands during a pivotal match against the Champions League holders, Lin Chu had astonishingly replicated this iconic header. Lin Chu crashed to the ground but quickly sprang back up, racing toward the sidelines. Equalizing the score was typically not cause for celebration according to his character, yet at the moment the ball crossed the line, his mind went blank and an overwhelming surge of emotion erupted within him. Such a goal, even if scored in a friendly match, would warrant exuberant praise, much less in a final. Imagine if Carlos's historic free kick had occurred not during a Four Nation Invitational but in a final. One could fathom Lin Chu's current elation. He clenched his fists, bent his body low, driving his knees into the grass, gliding toward the sidelines like a glider. 3 deep grooves marked the ground behind him. Amidst the heavy pressure, as the ball descended, Lin Chu launched himself, firmly connecting with it. The astonished expressions on Boateng's face and Neuer's frantic gaze seemed to freeze at that moment, serving as the perfect backdrop. It was simply magnificent. Ha ha ha, who dares say Lin Chu only preys on weak opponents? He laughed, declaring, "Does this not constitute a mastery of headers?" The classic three-stripe slide had made a triumphant return. My goodness. I never expected Lin Chu to possess such remarkable prowess. That third stripe is indeed profoundly deep. To clarify, the 2 stripes are a result of the knees sliding out, whereas the third stripe, contrary to popular belief that it was Lin Chu's doing, was actually caused by a toe hook. Now, a question arises. If it was the toe that made the hook, why is there only 1 stripe? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is something to ask Newton. Newton might retort, "This is not my concern." Then perhaps we should consult Lu Sun. Chapter 80. An unexpected turnaround. Players from Munich 1860 began to slide down to their knees around Lin Chu, a group of them embracing each other with fervent excitement. Various exclamations of admiration erupted from their lips. After much effort, Lin Chu finally extricated himself from the throng and waved to his parents and sister in the stands. It became evident to everyone that, indeed, he was still just a young Elodie at such moments. Others are typically expressing affection towards their wives and children or blowing kisses to their girlfriends, yet here was Lin Chu, a minor, proudly showcasing his achievements to his parents, his face practically begging for praise. The camera conveniently shifted, presenting the 3 of them to the audience. After much effort expended in commenting on that goal, Hiwei was tired and decided to change the subject, introducing Lin Chu's family, his parents and sister. Lin Chu's father, Lin He, is of Chinese descent, while his mother, Mia, is German, making him a blend of both cultures. The family has resided in Heidenheim until Lin Chu was discovered by a scout. Although Lin Chu had garnered some fame among domestic fans, the influence of the 2nd Division in Germany is limited, and few truly pay attention. Many merely know of his existence and name, with little knowledge of his background or experiences. Why does that young lady look so much like my long-lost girlfriend? Don't say that. I'm determined to pursue Lin Chu as my brother-in-law. Don't stop me. I'm heading to Germany tomorrow to propose. Whoever's urine is yellow. Business is here. Such beauty in this family is absolutely astonishing. As the discussion swirled, a keen-eyed spectator seemed to spot a familiar face in the stands. Unfortunately, their remarks failed to draw attention. Am I seeing things? It looks like Mendez. He was not mistaken. Mendez truly appeared in the stands. Not only Mendez, but also renowned agents like Struth and Raiola were present. The 17-year-old top scorer of the 2nd Division is certainly someone they could not overlook. These agents had already been in contact with Lin He multiple times, making numerous promises in their bid to sign Lin Chu, yet this father-son duo remained steadfastly unyielding. With that goal, everyone's spirits were further ignited. If previously, Lin Chu had a deficiency in heading ability, now even that shortcoming had been rectified. Following Lin Chu's equalizing goal, the first half concluded swiftly, both teams entering the locker room with a score of 1-1. Schmidt was satisfied with the score but dissatisfied with the process. Maintaining a grim expression, "You have disappointed me," as he spoke. Lin Chu raised his hand, looking quite aggrieved and pointing at himself. All right, except for you." Schmidt shook his head in resignation. "Yet you could have performed even better. 1 goal is not your limit. Based on your usual standards, we should be leading 3-1 by now." Yes. Lin Chu nodded repeatedly. My fault. The serious atmosphere that Schmidt had painstakingly cultivated was effectively shattered by this mischievous youth, prompting him to soften his tone. "Gentlemen, we are facing Bayern Munich, the Bundesliga champions, the Champions League champions. It is understandable to find it challenging, even to lose. but I hope you can exhibit some grit. Remember, this is a derby, a final. Many of you surprised me today by displaying greater fighting spirit than usual, yet some of you disappointed me by shrinking under pressure. Lauder and Stoppelkamp hung their heads in shame. Stoppelkamp had performed decently, though not at his peak, while Lauder merely existed on the field. Logically, he should have been the most excited and passionate player, yet performance is often a mysterious thing. It cannot simply be summoned by emotional fervor or a desire to fight. Some players thrive under pressure, while others cower. Lauder likely belongs to the latter category. His character suggests a certain weakness, which is a significant reason for his decline from a nationally celebrated future star to his current state. After evaluating the players' performances, Schmidt began outlining the tactics for the second half. Unsurprisingly, it would be a strategy of solid defense and counterattack. He even contemplated substituting Lauder for a defensive midfielder, but out of respect for his captain, he temporarily shelved that idea. As for Imler, there was nothing much to say. It was merely a routine rebound that even his grandmother could have scored. However, Lin Chu's goal was worthy of acclaim. Its importance, difficulty, and aesthetic appeal were unparalleled. Almost everyone was discussing Lin Chu, including the big names. Beckenbauer smiled at Gerd Imler. The label of not being able to head the ball attached to Lin Chu was certainly a gift from him. You don't suppose he deliberately headed the ball in because he knew you were watching, do you? Gerd Imler's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to salvage his dignity. It was indeed a beautiful header, but it was not a typical goal. It was a spontaneous moment of inspiration. Well, it's akin to scoring with a backheel. One cannot simply become a backheel expert because of one successful attempt. Everyone understood this logic. It was just an amusing opportunity to tease him, yet Imler seemed genuinely perturbed and refrained from prolonging the banter. In a private box, Hassan Ismaik, the theoretical owner of Munich 1860, displayed no overt joy, instead adopting a contemplative demeanor. In 2004, Munich 1860 was relegated from the Bundesliga to the second division, and this venerable club with a history of over a century began its decline, its financial condition remaining precarious. Had it not been for their local rivals, Bayern, stepping in to rescue them by purchasing half of the Allianz Arena for €11 million, they would have faced forced relegation to the regional league due to severe debt in the 2005-06 season. However, simply buying half of the stadium addressed only the immediate crisis. By 2011, 1860 was once again on the brink of bankruptcy, requiring around €8 million to avert disaster. At that moment, a Jordanian businessman named Hassan Ismaik arrived with substantial funds, investing €18 million to acquire 60 of Munich 1860 shares, not only revitalizing the club, but also transforming it into one of the wealthiest clubs in the second division. Yet, Ismaik could not become the true controller of Munich 1860. As per the regulations of the German Football League, he legally held only 49 of the voting rights. Furthermore, the atmosphere surrounding Munich 1860 was rife with animosity toward Ismaik. From the outset, they appreciated his money but not the man himself. Particularly, the fans harbored resentment, wishing for him to be as far removed as possible. Whenever 1860 played, Ismaik would easily spot banners and signs opposing him in the stands, and even philanthropic gestures supporting local clubs would elicit strong disapproval from Hoffenheim fans, let alone from a perceived opportunist from the Middle East. This was a well-known scenario in German football. Over the years, Ismaik had encountered significant hostility and resistance, with various club presidents openly opposing him, resulting in a fierce divide between factions. Ismaik had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to genuinely win over the fans and become the club's true ruler. Now, observing the meteoric rise of Lin Chu, he recognized that opportunity had finally arrived. Surely, every fan of Munich 1860 would adore Lin Chu, right? If he could draw Lin Chu into his fold, wouldn't that resolve everything? The astute businessman would not recklessly approach Lin Chu with offers of money or gifts. He beckoned his assistant closer. "Does Lin still lack an agent?" "No," replied the assistant in black stockings. "His father currently handles all his off-field affairs." "Let us find a role for his father within the club." Ismaik contemplated, then scheduled a time. "I need to speak with him." "All right, you're free tomorrow from 3 to 5. Then let us meet tomorrow evening. It seems Easterners prefer to discuss matters over dinner? More accurately, over drinks. Then let us arrange dinner for tomorrow night. But you already have an engagement tomorrow evening. Cancel it, understood." Similar dialogues unfolded in numerous other locations. Apart from Bayern Munich, which has ample resources and a keen interest in Lin Chu, Even Borussia Dortmund has begun to closely monitor his performances in every match. At the tender age of 17, he has already claimed the top scorer title in the first half of the Bundesliga, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to emerge as the leading scorer in the DFB Pokal despite having participated in only half of the matches. Now, he has even managed to score against Bayern, the behemoth of German football, further affirming his capability to perform under pressure. Such an extraordinary talent, who wouldn't desire to have him on their roster? Mendes feels as though a million ants are crawling beneath him. Unable to sit still, he had been keeping an eye on Lin Chu for quite some time, but this was his first opportunity to witness Lin's match in person. The moment Lin soared into the air and headed the ball into the net, he knew he was witnessing a prodigious talent that one would regret missing for at least a decade. I must secure his signature. He should be playing for Inter Milan, Manchester United, Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich, rather than squander his time here. His assistant interjected, "We need to expedite our efforts. I've received word that Struths has already begun contacting Lin Chu. This is Germany, after all, his home turf." He realized he had spoken unnecessarily. Although Struths may not possess the international stature of Mendes or Raiola, within Germany, he is akin to the Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi of the agent realm. Superstars of German football such as Kroos, Zhu, Reyes, and H. Weeds are all under his representation. It is impossible for him not to have taken notice of Lin Chu. Attempting to poach a player from his backyard is no less challenging than today's cousin rivalry for the championship. While the elite have their own agendas, ordinary fans are solely focused on the match. Amidst the anxious anticipation, the second half finally commenced. Although the score was level, Bayern Munich held absolute dominance on the field, boasting 68 possession and nearly 10 more shots on goal than their opponents. 1860 Munich. Beep. The match is underway. Initially thought to be a foregone conclusion, the first half saw a series of misfortunes. And after finally scoring, they were met with an equalizer from a stunning strike. Eager to secure their victory, Bayern immediately launched an attack as the second half began. Once again, the ball was passed to the right wing, where Robben surged forward with remarkable speed. Despite Borowka's valiant efforts, he was unable to intercept him, and Effelkrug was deftly evaded as well. Robben dashed 30 meters with the ball, and just as everyone anticipated an inward cut to shoot, he unexpectedly directed the ball towards the byline and delivered a cross. Gomez and Schweinsteiger rushed in, each marking an opponent. All four players leapt high, stretching their necks, yet none managed to make contact with the ball. Just as the thought of Robben cutting in crossed Gomez and Schweinsteiger's minds, a chorus of alarmed shouts erupted from the 1860 players. "Watch behind you! Imler, stop him!" The two turned to see Imler, like a specter, suddenly appearing behind the ball, powerfully heading it. Not only the 1860 players but even those from Bayern were taken aback. His header was both swift and precise, but regrettably, it flew directly toward the center of the goal. Leaving Král no time to react as the ball landed in his arms, Imler lay on the ground, blinked, and then rolled back to his feet. Lin Chu had observed Imler's entire movement from the front. He believed his own positioning and awareness were already impressive, but in comparison to Imler, they seemed quite juvenile. After a momentary scare, 1860 Munich played with increased caution. Had it not been for the early stage of the match, Schmidt would have relished the opportunity to deploy a 10-0-0 formation to drag the game into a penalty shootout. Bayern intensified their attacking efforts. To keep them in check, the 1860 players had to ramp up their defensive intensity, and the match began to take on the essence of a derby. Robben remained the most dynamic player, swift and agile, primarily employing practical skills, as he deftly maneuvered past Borowka and Effelkrug's attempts to block him, only to be brought down by Nicholas just before entering the penalty area. The individual prowess of Bayern Munich's players was undeniable, especially the combination of Alaba, Ribéry, and Robben, who treated the flanks as their own hallways. Though they still lacked the ability to seize opportunities, Hiwei's remarks trailed off. If they had a Lin Chu in their forward line, one wonders how much more effective they might be. Currently, Bayern's main strikers are Mandzukic and Gomez, neither of whom can be deemed top-tier, which explains Bayern's frequent interest in Lewandowski. Although Lin Chu has yet to fully prove himself, he has already exhibited the potential of a top striker. With an upper limit that remains immeasurable, and a lower limit that at least places him within the top 5 on the Bundesliga scoring charts. Naturally, Bayern fans yearn for Lin Chu to don their jersey immediately, but due to the fierce rivalry between 1860 and Bayern, coupled with the deeply ingrained loyalty among fans, There is a reluctance to see Lin become a perceived traitor. Amidst the complex emotions, Ribery positioned himself over the ball. Bayern boasts several adept free-kick specialists, including Ribery, Alaba, and Schweinsteiger, among whom Ribery often takes the right-sided set pieces, despite playing as a left winger. This position is quite precarious. In 1860 Munich prudently arranged their wall. Boateng, ever the shadow, approached closely. Lin Chu sized him up, thinking, "Isn't he wasting his height by not forming part of the wall?" Boateng replied seriously, "My primary task in this match is to defend against you. Everything else takes a back seat, as long as you're satisfied." Lin Chu replied indifferently, "Though you think he will shoot or pass." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chu suddenly dashed towards Bayern's half. Almost simultaneously, Ribery struck the ball directly into the wall. Kramen, clutching his chest where he had been hit, forcefully cleared the ball forward, as the ball landed at his feet. Lin Chu was about to control it when Boateng yanked him back. Ribery's free kick was taken directly. The ball struck the wall, and Kramen launched it forward to Lin Chu. Boateng tugged on him. Boateng failed to restrain Lin Chu, who stubbornly attempted to break free from his grip and surge forward, only to be intercepted by Lahm, who blocked his path and directed the ball towards their own goal. Neuer halted the ball. The referee blew the whistle and simultaneously pointed toward Bayern Munich's goal. Boateng's blatant pulling action had impeded Lin Chu's counterattack. Surprisingly, no card was issued. Munich 1860 was awarded a free kick opportunity. They had previously opened the scoring through such a set piece in the first half, and one wonders if this chance could yield further success. Having learned from past experiences, Bayern approached this theoretically non-threatening free kick with trepidation. Unsurprisingly, Lin Chu found himself surrounded. Aside from his close bodyguard Boateng, who remained steadfast, Javi Martinez and Schweinsteiger also positioned themselves nearby, effectively sealing off all potential running lanes. The penalty area for Bayern appeared chaotic. Nicholas could not distinguish one from another, mindlessly lofting the ball toward the goal. The ball soared high, heading in the direction of the net, leaving everyone momentarily uncertain if it was a pass or a shot. In response to such a ball, Neuer treated it as a shot and decisively opted to advance. As the ball descended, numerous players surged forward, leaping to contest it. Just as Kramen was about to make contact with the ball, Neuer suddenly leapt from the crowd, powerfully deflecting it with one hand, almost brushing it away from Kramen's head. The ball fell into the penalty area, where the closest player, Staller, rushed in, but Alaba was quick to arrive and obstruct him. Staller fell to the ground, attempting a sliding shot. The ball arced toward the goal, as Neuer landed. He hastily sprinted toward the right side of the net, leaping once more just as the ball was about to cross the line, deflecting it out for a corner. Neuer blocked it and Staller's follow-up shot. Neuer. Once again Neuer. He deflected the ball over the crossbar with one hand, granting Munich 1860 a corner kick. A chorus of regretful sighs emerged. Relying on open play to defeat Bayern is indeed a tall order for 1860. Set pieces are arguably their best opportunity, yet with Neuer, the German wall, in goal, even set pieces pose a formidable challenge to Bayern's net. Lin Chu positioned himself centrally in the small box, facing the goal, while Boateng cautiously shadowed him. Borovka took the corner kick, targeting the near post. Just as Lahm prepared to intervene, a figure suddenly darted toward the ball, bending low to meet it. The glaring number 9 on the opponent's jersey flashed past, and Lahm swiftly leapt, yet the ball soared over his head. The corner was taken, near post, with no one contesting. Lin Chu, a magnificent diving header. At the moment Lin Chu connected with the ball, Gerd Müller nearly leapt out of his seat. It's over. They've been caught off guard. This lad not only excels at heading but also possesses remarkable heading technique. Although Lin Chu's header flew over the crossbar and ultimately settled on the netting above the goal, it at least instilled a sense of threat in Bayern, prompting them to be more cautious in their subsequent attacks. However, as they slowed their pace, 1860 immediately seized the opportunity. Borovka. A splendid combination. Munich 1860 continued their advance down the left flank. Borovka deftly maneuvered past Lahm and then forcefully outpaced Javi Martinez. Lin Chu swiftly turned around, racing alongside Borovka, one along the flank and the other through the center, both charging towards the Bayern Munich goal in parallel. Boateng closely followed, urgently calling for others to come and assist, but unexpectedly, Lin Chu suddenly halted, allowing him to pass. Strangely, Lin Chu's abrupt stop appeared completely unanticipated. Yet Borowka seemed to have foreseen it, as Boateng was flung off balance by inertia just as the pass arrived. As Lin Chu was about to control the ball, he heard Lot's shout, "Let!" A spark ignited within him, and he swiftly lifted his foot, letting the ball slip past. Borowka deftly maneuvered past two defenders. His speed was astonishing, and another opportunity arose for Munich 1860. Lin Chu halted, shaking off Boateng, while Borowka immediately delivered a lateral pass. Lin Chu. What a splendid dummy. Just as Lin Chu let the ball glide past him, Lam slid in from the side, intercepting it just in front of him. It was evident that had he shot directly earlier, there was a significant chance the ball would have been blocked by the defenders. Meanwhile, Lot, who had quietly trailed him, found himself unmarked, with only Van Buyten swiftly positioning himself in front. Yet Lot seemed oblivious to him. As the ball arrived at Lin Chu's feet, he decisively took a shot. The football zipped past Van Buyten's legs, hurtling towards the lower right corner of the goal. Neuer, his attention largely on Lin Chu, found it too late to react. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, the ball struck the inside of the post and ricocheted into the net. Munich 1860 had taken the lead. Goal. Munich 1860 had scored again. Lot, Captain Lot, the Lot who had been virtually invisible for most of the match. He courageously emerged at the moment the team needed a goal the most. 1-2. Munich 1860 astonishingly surpassed Bayern Munich. Lot, staring in disbelief at the ball, only rushed toward the sidelines after confirming it had indeed crossed the line. He executed a move almost identical to Lin Chu's, sliding onto his knees in celebration, albeit with only 2 stripes. The team converged around him, celebrating exuberantly. The 1860 fans went wild, leaping and cheering with unrestrained joy. Schmidt clenched his fists and waved repeatedly, then glanced toward the bench, preparing to make tactical adjustments. Borowka skillfully maneuvered past his marker and dashed forward, then delivered a precise pass. Right here. It seemed Lin Chu signaled him. Then suddenly came to a halt. They must have coordinated this. Lin Chu's sudden stop shook off the closely marking Boateng, while Borowka perfectly timed his pass, allowing Lin Chu to cleverly let it through. Setting up Lot's shot, Lot trembled with excitement, feeling as if his entire football career had been leading to this moment, defeating Bayern and claiming the championship. This was once a dream too audacious to entertain. Yet now it was becoming a reality. He tightly embraced Lin Chu, his eyes glistening with emotion. We can win, can't we? We will be champions, right? Yes, we are ahead. We can win. Lin Chu firmly patted his shoulder. The championship will be ours. With the lead established, Munich 1860 could now confidently adopt a defensive formation. Even if they were to field 10 defenders, no one would mock them now. Lot, who had just scored the critical goal, was substituted, and Munich 1860 shifted to a 4-2-3-1 formation. With 30 minutes remaining, plus stoppage time, Munich 1860 needed to endure just a few more minutes to secure the 3rd DFB Pokal trophy in the club's history. It was utterly unexpected. Bayern Munich had bombarded them for most of the match, yet now found themselves trailing Munich 1860. Chapter 81. Once again, the youth draws the bow. Unafraid of time and tempest, Bayern was thrown into a frenzy. Hanks immediately made substitutions. Mandzukic entered, while Martinez exited. Sacrificing even the sole defensive midfielder, they shifted to a 4-3-1-2. Mandzukic and Gomez formed a twin strike force, with Müller lurking behind, resembling a shadow striker or a half number 9. Ribéry and Robben, while nominally wingers, played more like 2 forwards when the action commenced. This meant Bayern effectively fielded nearly 5 forwards, a complete rampage. Even Dortmund had never managed to push Bayern to this extent in a Champions League final. Yet Munich 1860 had accomplished it. The jubilant fans of Munich 1860, upon witnessing this shift, found their celebrations stifled. Could their flimsy defense withstand the onslaught of a Bayern in a frenzy? Mandzukic took the throw-in. Schweinsteiger quickly delivered the ball to the flank. Robben received it, poised to take off, but Borowka charged in with a flying tackle, prompting him to slam the brakes. Borowka, taking both man and ball, soared out of bounds, earning applause from the opposing fans. Both sides were asserting their determination, signaling that this match was far from over. The throw-in was executed, and Robben received the ball once more. This time, he skillfully maneuvered past Borowka. Sprinting down the familiar right flank, Robben, with incredible speed, utilized a nearly identical move to avenge Lahm, leaving Borowka unable to halt him even for a second. Effelkrug and Niku combined to pressure. But Robin decisively threaded a pass. Mandzukic surged forward, unleashing a right-footed volley. Coman managed a timely deflection, sending the ball out of play. Robin again, a feigned pass. Cutting inside, shooting, still a feint. This time, he genuinely aimed for goal. Alas, it soared high above. Stoppelkamp's direct pass to Lin Chu was intercepted, triggering a counterattack from Bayern Munich. Gomez and Fati contested a header, with Fati directing the ball away. Although they had failed to convert 3 consecutive opportunities, it did not diminish the admiration for Bayern's wingers. With speed, skill, offense, and defense, they epitomized a perfect flank that every coach dreams of. Yet the absurdity of the situation struck them. A team of such caliber was now trailing. And to a squad like 1860, whose strength and market value paled in comparison to Bayern's. Munich 1860 had utterly lost their composure, being pressed back into their half. Bayern continued their assault, with Robin nearly replicating Lin Chu's earlier goal. Rib reweaved past Wojtkowiak and Grigoris Marcos, who had replaced Lot, before delivering a long ball into the box. Gomez contested for it, but instead of directing it towards goal, he headed it across to the other side. At that moment, Robin, like a sleek Ferrari, surged in, leaping for a header. The ball struck his head and flew toward the goal. The Bayern fans could only hope that the sudden angle would catch the goalkeeper off guard. Yet reality dashed their hopes. Corrali not only reacted swiftly but also denied them a second chance, securely cradling the ball. Hank sighed heavily, gazing skyward. The most frustrating scenario in football is to dominate possession and pressure yet fail to score. Habitually, he began contemplating which players to acquire that summer to remedy these shortcomings, only to remember that he would soon be departing from the team, leaving its future beyond his concern, and his spirits dwindled. But since this was to be his final match, surely they could muster some effort. Bayern Munich squandered yet another golden opportunity. Though Munich 1860's defense was tenacious, Bayern Munich consistently created chances, yet their attackers' ability to convert was woefully inadequate. In this regard, Munich 1860 was the polar opposite. With limited shooting opportunities, they stood ahead, showcasing an efficiency that Bayern Munich sorely needed. While Munich 1860 had once again withstood Bayern's relentless assault, relying solely on defense would likely not suffice to see them through to the end of the match. They needed to apply some pressure on Bayern offensively. Just as this thought crossed their minds, an attack from 1860 emerged. Corrali threw the ball to Staller, who hesitated before passing it back to Niku in the backfield. Then relayed it to Marcos. Marcos launched a ball from deep in his half. The football swiftly soared into Bayern's territory, with Lin Chu pivoting and sprinting forward. Boateng and Van Buyten flanked him, managing to restrain his ascent, but Lin Chu still muscled through, directing the ball toward the left flank. Borowka raced forward once more, but as he received the ball, Lahm arrived beside him, extending his leg to intercept and reclaim possession. Both teams began rushing back toward Bayern's half, only to quickly pivot back into 1860's penalty area. Lahm, observing the chaotic scene ahead, was uncertain whom to pass to, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Borowka attempted to reclaim the ball, but Lahm deftly maneuvered past him with a couple of swift touches. Lahm advanced towards the penalty area, shooting. Just as Lahm entered the box, he lifted his foot to strike. But before him loomed a throng of bodies. A shot could easily ricochet off one of his teammates. Thus, everyone anticipated this to be a feigned motion, one that couldn't be more transparent. Yet unbeknownst to them, he genuinely unleashed a shot. Bang! Hiss! The football soared, striking Gomez's shin, triggering chaos in front of the goal. This was precisely the pandemonium Lahm had sought. Given the current state of 1860 Munich in 1860, relying on a conventional offensive strategy to breach their defense seems exceedingly challenging. It would be far more prudent to create chaos in front of the goal and see if we can seize an opportunity amidst the turmoil. Quick shot. Pass it over. Clear it. Kick it out. The ball, after several exchanges, was ultimately prodded by Mandzukic with the tip of his foot. Corrali remained focused, but amidst the crowd at the goal, the ball bounced erratically. By the time he noticed it rolling towards the goal, it was too late for him to make a save. In the despairing gazes of the 1860 Munich players, the ball crossed the goal line. 2-2. Goal. In the 72nd minute of the match, Bayern Munich finally equalized, bringing both teams back to the starting line. After Lahm intercepted, he shot, causing chaos in front of the goal, and the substitute Mandzukic sealed the deal. As Bayern Munich's relentless offensive effort bore fruit once more, Hank's substitutions had an immediate impact. Mandzukic should have come on much earlier. Mandzukic wished to rush to the sidelines to celebrate, but Robin had already dashed into the goal to retrieve the ball. The players of 1860 instinctively glanced towards Schmidt on the sidelines. After making a gesture, he looked at Lin Chu. Although no words were exchanged, Lin Chu understood he was inquiring whether he could still endure. Having preserved his stamina intentionally, Lin Chu felt capable today, and thus nodded resolutely. Schmidt felt a slight relief. Engaging in a direct confrontation was out of the question. Their only hope lay in dragging the match to a penalty shootout and then gambling on fate. However, despite this plan, he couldn't help but entertain a flicker of hope. For instance, scoring another goal before the regular time concluded. The audacity of such a wish stemmed naturally from Lin Chu's presence. This young man not only possessed talent and potential but also seemed to carry a touch of luck. Conversely, Bayern had no intention of settling for a penalty shootout. They immediately launched into an even more frenzied attack. Robin transformed once again into a solo force, weaving through defenders. Neither Matza nor Furtz could thwart his cutting in, but fortunately, Niku arrived just in time, executing a fierce tackle that prevented Robin's shot. Robin fell to the ground, clutching his foot and rolling in agony, soon to be carried off on a stretcher. Booing erupted from the stands, and Bayern players quickly surrounded the referee to seek an explanation. The referee blew his whistle and issued a yellow card to Niku to calm the players down. Nika's intervention to stop Robin cost him a yellow card, but Bayern Munich was awarded a favorable free kick. This time, it was Schweinsteiger to take the shot. The whistle blew, and the ball was in play. The football traced a beautiful arc, successfully bypassing the wall, yet it veered away from the far post. In the 78th minute, Borovka aggressively challenged Lahm on the flank, resulting in a sliding tackle that sent the ball out of bounds. Although Lahm initially touched the ball, he inadvertently grazed Borovka's foot, causing him to tumble. The referee deemed no foul on Lahm, which infuriated Borovka, prompting him to seek retribution, only for his teammates to restrain him. The atmosphere on the field grew tense, with both sides becoming increasingly frantic, leading to more intense duels. Marcos took the throw-in, and Borovka executed a long pass to the right, where Stahl showed remarkable control. He got past. Stahl skillfully maneuvered past Alaba's defense, and Van Buyten rushed over, quickly passing to Lin Chu. Everyone leapt to their feet. Stahl broke through Alaba, engaging in a 1-2 with Lin Chu, leaving Van Buyten behind. Neuer charged out just in time for a sliding tackle. Stahl fell to the ground. Could it be a penalty? Stahl was brought down with both ball and body, and Lin Chu dashed in for a follow-up shot, but Van Buyten intervened, clearing the ball out of the box. Lin Chu and Stahl immediately looked at the referee, but the referee had already pursued the ball's direction, ignoring them entirely. Did it touch you? Useless. Lin Chu shook his head. Boateng was not comparable to the defenders of the second division, granting him virtually no opportunity. Assisting Stahl in that wall pass was already the limit of his contribution in this attack. Bayern Munich exerted immense pressure on 1860 Munich in their offense, while defensively. Let us observe this play. Schweinsteiger and Mandzukic executed a short pass combination, and it was Lahm again, driving towards the baseline, but Coman's clearance was mishandled, and Gomez inexplicably missed. As the match reached the 82nd minute, the players' stamina began to wane, leading to an increase in errors. Hanks glanced at the clock and made his second substitution. Shaqiri entered, Ribéry exited. Ribéry's performance today had been adequate, neither brilliant nor disastrous. Casting a shadow against Robin's earlier exploits, Shaqiri's introduction was a direct response. Facing 1860's compact defense, Bayern could only hope to create openings through dribbling. Schmidt, noticing the opponent's maneuvers, contemplated his counterplay, but after glancing at the motley crew on his bench, he ultimately had to relent. Shaqiri adeptly dribbled past Niku and, when confronted by Coman's defense, feigned a 1-2 with Müller. Just as Müller was prepared to receive the ball, Shaqiri abruptly diverted it to the right, attempting to maneuver past Coman. Coman, who had been tormented by Gomez, Müller, and Mandzukic throughout the match, was already breathless and failed to respond to Shaqiri's feint, or rather, his mind registered the move, but his feet lagged behind. Shaqiri cast a flirtatious glance at Coman, and when he truly executed his change of direction, Coman's right leg lunged out erratically, fortuitously poking the ball away. The football rolled towards Stoppelkamp. XXXX. Boateng cursed vehemently in German, hastily chasing after it, Lahm reacted swiftly, rushing in from the flank for support. Yet both were a step too late. Stoppelkamp faced the goal, offering little observation, and as the ball arrived at his feet, he flicked it sharply out of the box. The ball landed just 5 meters in front of Lin Chu. Aside from Boateng directly behind him and Lahm to the side, no other players surrounded him. He pressed down on the accelerator, resembling a famished cheetah finally spotting its prey. Lunging towards the ball, Coman intercepted Shaqiri's pass, and Stoppelkamp lobbed the ball over the top. Lin Chu, he was still in his half. And he was onside. Securing the ball meant a clear shot on goal. All spectators rose to their feet. Bayern could only place their hopes on Boateng and Lahm. Catch up, foul, pull him down, make a tackle. What are you waiting for? Though they shouted enthusiastically, they all knew that the two had already exhausted their chances to foul. Now, they could only wish for Lin Chu to slip or suddenly pause to contemplate life. They could almost envision the young man, like a gale, pursuing the football, then single-handedly navigating half the field to confront Neuer. Only Gerd Müller glanced at Neuer's position, suddenly feeling a spark of inspiration. Lin Chu raised his head to observe the ball, intending to control it with his chest, only to spot a familiar figure. Neuer? Perfect timing. He too seemed to be running out of steam. Lin Chu abruptly slowed down. Boateng was overjoyed. Lahm also gradually came to a halt, keenly watching that silhouette as the ball descended. He swung his right leg back, striking it with force. Once again, the young man drew back his bow, unafraid of time or wind. Chapter 82. The moment of triumph, he did not regret venturing so far from the goal. Rather, he was confident he could block the ball before it reached the net. Yet before they could reach a conclusion, the ball soared into the box, heading towards the goal. Just as Neuer's foot landed on the edge of the small box, the ball flew over his head. In that instant, he wished he were Jordan, capable of soaring from the free throw line. Lin Chu shot from deep in his own half. How could Neuer come out so well? Because he is Neuer. Could he catch up? Amidst the shouts of various commentators, Neuer leaped with all his might, his right hand extending to its limit, attempting to slap the ball away. Yet he failed to touch even a single hair. In the desperate gazes of Bayern fans worldwide, the ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and sailed into the net. 2-3. 1860 Munich had once again taken the lead. Neuer tumbled into the net, the ball striking him squarely on the head. In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from commanding to utterly disheveled. Neuer had failed to make contact with the ball. 2-3. Lin Chu scored twice. And 1860 Munich had pulled ahead once more. It was simply unbelievable. In the 85th minute of the match, just moments ago, Bayern Munich was probing for opportunities in 1860's penalty area, and now the ball lay in Bayern's net. With around 10 minutes left in the match, was a miracle truly about to unfold? Wait, 64 meters. This seems to be the record for the longest goal in the DFB Pokal. On October 28, 2010, in the second round of the DFB Pokal, the underdog Koblenz eliminated the then second division champions, Hertha Berlin. A miraculous moment occurred in the 60th minute when Hertha Berlin pushed forward, and a Koblenz player successfully tackled in midfield, leading the ball to Stahler. Stahel unleashed a powerful strike from his own half, sending the ball soaring over the length of the pitch and beyond the grasp of the goalkeeper, Sena, as it nestled into the net, setting a record for the longest goal in the history of the German Cup at that time. After precise calculations, it was determined that Stahel's shot had traveled an astonishing distance of 61 meters. The match itself garnered little attention, with a mere 7,015 spectators witnessing that remarkable goal. However, now, in the final of the German Cup, under the watchful eyes of millions of fans worldwide, and at a moment when Bayern Munich was striving for an unprecedented treble, Lin Chu has elevated that record by a full 3 meters. Lin Chu jogged to the sidelines, arms outstretched, chin slightly raised, gazing skyward. His teammates approached from behind, but instead of rushing towards him as they typically would, they halted in unison, casting complex glances at that familiar silhouette. The sunlight bathed him in a divine glow, instilling a fleeting desire to worship, though this impulse was quickly suppressed, save for Borovka, who took action. He ran to Lin Chu's side, knelt on one knee, and theatrically placed Lin's right foot on his knee, pretending to wipe it. After allowing him a couple of wipes, Lin Chu lowered his foot and pulled him up. Embracing him warmly in Munich, every goal ignited jubilation among the fans, presenting a stark contrast of emotions within the same city. When Lin Chu scored again, the supporters of 1860 felt a pang of bitterness rising from their feet. Spreading throughout their bodies in countless homes and taverns, cheers erupted in waves. Lin, he has truly done it. Ha ha ha, down with Bayern. We are the kings of Munich. Hey, weren't you just cheering loudly downstairs? Why the sudden silence? Hang in there, lads, the championship is beckoning us. The Bayern fans fell into a hushed silence. Perhaps we should consider signing him. Indeed, he deserves to wear the Bayern jersey. Forget it. We might as well sign Lewandowski. Look at Guardiola. The giant screen within the Allianz Arena also broadcasted the match live, dividing the seating into home and away sections. The moment Neuer hung his proud head in despair. The red was thoroughly overshadowed by blue. Damn Neuer. I knew this day would come. Ha! What does Neuer have to do with it? Even if he hadn't come so far out, Lin would still have had a one-on-one opportunity. The outcome would have been the same, just a different method of scoring. Oh, my foot. You haven't watched 1860 play, have you? That lad is completely out of gas. He can't sprint that far, or else Lam would have blown him away. Too cocky, not taking it seriously at all. They deserve to lose. There's still time, still opportunities. God bless, don't take away our chance at the treble. Schmidt trembled with excitement. He's 60 years old, with over 20 years in coaching. His honor roll remained devoid of accolades. This was the closest he had ever come to a championship trophy. He could hardly believe his eyes, staring at the scoreboard repeatedly until he was convinced that his team had taken the lead once more. Boss. His assistant coach anxiously shook him. What should we do next? Substitute. Schmidt snapped back to reality. Substitute. Immediately defend. Hold on to the score. Who to substitute? He had intended to say he certainly noticed that Lin Chu was out of steam. Leaving him on the field would merely serve as a mascot. Yet, even as a mere mascot, Lin's presence would keep Bayern Munich on edge. He glanced at the bench, gritted his teeth, and used up the last two substitution slots. Borovka and Staller were replaced by two defenders. The front line was left with only Lin Chu and Stoppelkamp, a 6-2-2 formation. The Bayern fans in attendance immediately began to boo loudly, while on the other side of the Allianz Arena, Bayern supporters echoed their disdain. The Hat Uncle fans grasped their shields tightly, praying for the match to conclude swiftly lest the situation spiral out of control. Bayern Munich still had one substitution left, but Hanks chose not to utilize it. The lineup on the field was already his strongest offensive formation. There was no possibility of conjuring up new tactics with another change. He could only place his faith in his players. Having already clinched the Champions League, he couldn't fathom that a mere German Cup would pose a greater challenge than the illustrious big-eared trophy. The referee granted a brief reprieve to the 1860 players before stepping in to resume the match. As Lin Chu reached the halfway line, he heard Schmidt's urgent shout. He immediately halted, standing in the center of his half. Boateng, who had been sprinting towards the 1860 penalty area, was forced to reluctantly stop. Neuer, who was instinctively moving out, also halted in front of the goal. Bayern threw everything they had at 1860's goal in a final assault. Yet, as seconds ticked away, they remained unable to breach their opponent's steel defense. The referee allowed for an extensive 7 minutes of stoppage time, during which Bayern unleashed 5 frantic shots, yet still to no avail. The atmosphere within the Olympic Stadium felt as if it had crystallized. Finally, beep, 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 the match concluded. This season, the third-place team in the Bundesliga, Munich 1860, astonishingly triumphed over the Bundesliga champions, Bayern Munich, 2-3, a tightly contested scoreline. It can be said that had Bayern possessed slightly superior finishing ability or a touch more luck, the outcome would have been entirely different. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs. Consequently, Munich 1860 not only earned the title of German Cup champions, securing their place in the next season's Europa League, but they will also vie against Bayern Munich for the German Super Cup at the beginning of the next season. Thus, Bayern will have a chance for revenge in 2 months, but for them, even if they were to defeat Munich 1860 1,000 times, it would not assuage the pain of this defeat. For this loss denied them the opportunity to become the first German club to achieve a treble. Congratulations to Munich 1860, who, after half a century, have once again claimed the German Cup trophy. They have waited far too long for this day. The lion has finally awakened, letting out a long overdue roar. Congratulations to Lin Chu, who, in his inaugural season, more accurately, half a season, has not only clinched the German Cup but also secured the title of top scorer. It is unimaginable what his goal tally would be if he successfully matured into his peak, completing a full season. Perhaps Gerd Müller's long-standing record for the most goals in a single Bundesliga season is destined to be shattered by him. The camera then shifted to Gerd Müller. As a legend of Bayern Munich, he could only wear a grim expression while observing the dejected Bayern players. The final step towards the treble, deemed the easiest, had indeed gone awry. Bayern's players sat dejectedly on the grass, still bewildered by how they had lost. Their worst-case scenario had merely been to face extra time, which was already an overestimation of Munich 1860. Hanks, arms crossed, stared blankly at the field. This was meant to be his crowning season, and this match was supposed to be his grand farewell. Yet, what happened? A loss. To an unknown who had never even coached a top-tier team. He couldn't help but become emotional. AT68, Hanks was on the brink of achieving everything. Yet the gods never allow anyone's life to be truly perfect. A slight flaw in a flawless white jade. A broken arm of Cupid, the old coach's farewell battle, though filled with regrets, is yet another form of beauty. If only Lin Chu could hear this. Otherwise, he would surely give him a kick to the forehead. Regretful beauty? Beauty, my foot. He was already being tightly embraced by Lot and Borovka, with Borovka laughing maniacally while Lot was overcome with tears. Hank's imperfections were his perfections, from a princely figure to a leader. He had given nearly everything to this team, yet brought fans disappointment time and again. A championship? It had only existed in dreams. This is the captain of Munich 1860, Lot, who rose through the youth ranks of 1860, made his debut here, gained fame here, and ultimately had everything ruined by frequent injuries. Yet today, everything culminated in the best outcome. The 32-year-old Lot and 17-year-old Lin Chu combined for 3 of the team's goals. This is not an ending, but merely a beginning. Altogether, they rushed towards Schmidt. Lin Chu was the first to act, and everyone joined in lifting him high into the air. Schmidt floated momentarily before being set down. Then he embraced Lin Chu once more, unable to articulate his excitement. Lin Chu gently patted him on the back. After 20 years of coaching, he finally tasted the sweetness of victory. Lin Chu could hardly find the words to describe it. The Bayern Munich players, after expressing their despair, departed quietly, while the Munich 1860 players, led by Lot, expressed their gratitude to the fans before heading to the media area. Those who could access the sidelines for interviews were undoubtedly major media outlets or those with good relations with 1860. CC Wei should belong to the former, with He Wei representing a conspicuous Asian face. He was the first to thrust the microphone towards Lin Chu, saying, "Lin Chu, hello. I'm a reporter from CCTV Sports Channel. First and foremost, congratulations to you and your team on winning the DFB Pokal. Many fans across the country are watching you on their televisions right now. At this very moment, do you have anything you would like to say to them?" Upon finishing, he suddenly felt a wave of nervousness, fearing that Lin Chu might respond in German with an apologetic, "I'm sorry. What are you saying?" Fortunately, Lin Chu immediately flashed a radiant smile at the camera and spoke fluently in Mandarin. "Thank you all for your attention and support. I hope I have not let you down." He Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could continue, others interjected. "Lin, hello? I am a reporter from the Munich Daily. Did you ever consider before the match that you could defeat the formidable Bayern Munich?" The reporter smiled wryly. "Sorry." He Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, he had already arranged a special interview with Lin Chu through Munich 1860. Yet nothing could compare to this live scene on the sidelines. Lin Chu had anticipated the usual questions about his feelings at the moment, whether he had thought he could score, or whether he believed in their victory. But He Wei's opening was refreshingly different. "As far as I know, today seems to be your mother's birthday. Given your outstanding performance, could this be related?" "It has some bearing," Lin Chu replied, glancing at him in surprise. Taken aback by his meticulous preparation, "I really wanted to win a championship as a birthday gift for my mother." "Then congratulations. You achieved it. I am sure your mother is immensely proud of you." He Wei remarked with a smile. "Likewise, our domestic fans are also proud of you." "Thank you all. I will continue to strive for excellence," he continued. "All right, there will be a trophy presentation shortly, so we won't disturb Lin Chu any further." Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates had already commenced their wild celebrations. Some were completely naked, while others had tossed their jerseys atop their heads, singing the team anthem of 1860 with exuberance. As Lin Chu entered, champagne was sprayed from the hands of Borovka and Furtz. He did not flinch. Instead, He closed his eyes and opened his arms, welcoming the champagne shower with unrestrained joy. Mate, has anyone ever told you that you are the most extraordinary forward on this planet? Lin, did you see Neuer's expression? He looked like he was about to cry from your kicks, bro. Kick me? Tell me I'm not dreaming. Wait, you really kicked, huh? A group of players danced and laughed, creating a chaotic scene in the locker room, until the assistant coach entered to urge them to wash up and prepare for the upcoming awards ceremony. Lin Chu turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to cascade down from his head, gradually calming his heated mind. The system had pinged him several times, but he had not had the chance to check. Now, at last, he had the time to see what notifications he had received. Congratulations on breaking the record for the longest goal in the DFB Pokal, earning 20 honor points. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer of the DFB Pokal for the 2012 to 2013 season, earning 30 honor points. Congratulations on your team winning the DFB Pokal for the 2012 to 2013 season, where your contribution was pivotal, earning 50 honor points. Congratulations on achieving your first championship in your career, unlocking a new achievement, first championship, earning 66 honor points. 66 points? System, are you being cheeky? Lin Chu chuckled briefly before realizing something. Wait a minute. If there's an achievement for my first career championship, then why wasn't there one for my first golden boot? Doggone system, did you swallow my rewards? Looking at the rather peculiar 66 honor points, Lin Chu harbored grave doubts that this was some form of compensation. After drawing Balotelli, he had 34 points remaining. With 2 goals in this match, he gained 2 more, and following this round of additions, his points skyrocketed to 202. Another blue card. To be honest, among this wave of rewards, only being the top scorer of the DFB Pokal was expected. The longest goal record was an accidental achievement. The championship reward was something he had hoped for but thought unlikely. While the first championship was purely a delightful surprise, he had originally believed that the second blue card would not come until around the midpoint of the next season. But this unexpected first championship achievement had brought it to fruition directly. I'll save it for a lucky day to draw on the field. The stage had been set. The domestic cup champions from various countries may not hold the same prestige as the champions of top leagues. Yet they are often among the oldest events in each country's history, serving as the best stage for royal displays of prominence. The FA Cup in England, the Copa del Rey in Spain, and others follow this tradition, typically having royal family members present to award the trophies. The DFB Pokal follows a similar pattern. Although they lack a royal family, they have the federal president, who serves a role akin to that of royalty. Accompanied by the president of the German Football Association, the two first presented the runners-up medals to the players and coaches of Bayern Munich. The Bayern players ascended the stage with solemn expressions, removing their medals immediately after the ceremony, allowing the stage to be occupied by Munich 1860. Now, may I present the champions? Amidst the heart-wrenching cheers of the fans, the players of 1860 took turns to ascend the podium. Lin Chu's age remained an unavoidable hurdle. The 17-year-old Lin Chu and the 60-year-old Schmidt were both making their debut on the podium. The former had only recently embarked on his professional career, while the latter had devoted 20 years to coaching, having never even placed second. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Chu and Schmidt. Nearly every member of this team shared a similar experience. Each player unlocked the achievement for their first championship. After the mascot helped him put on the medal, the most exhilarating moment of lifting the trophy had finally arrived. Lauder took the trophy and moved to the front of the team, suddenly turning and calling out, "Where's Lin Chu?" "Right here." "Quickly, pull him over." Lin Chu, somewhat reluctantly, stepped forward to stand beside Lauder, flanking the trophy. 1, 2, 3. "We are the champions." As confetti fell and fireworks erupted, Lin Chu and Lauder raised the trophy high. 2012 to 2013 DFB Pokal champions, Munich 1860. The streets of Munich were once again filled with jubilant crowds. Even if it was merely the DFB Pokal, they would surely celebrate to the point of madness, especially given that it was won after defeating Bayern. Bayern fans, disgruntled, took to the streets as well. It goes without saying that the night in Munich was destined to be filled with the sound of police sirens. The Olympic Stadium. Lin Chu took the stage for the second time, receiving the top scorer trophy from the mascot. The best scorer trophy in German football is almost always a little cannon. This one was no exception. Family members of the players began to descend from the stands to celebrate with the team. Lin Chu hung the medal around Mia's neck and placed the little cannon in her hands, saying, "Happy birthday, Mom." Old Lin wore a benevolent smile as he watched this scene with satisfaction, pondering the fact that he hadn't celebrated his birthday in decades. He began to wonder when his birthday was, and whether there would be any finals or award ceremonies on that day. Leading the team to a successful promotion to the Bundesliga and ultimately claiming the DFB Pokal was a team achievement. Compared to Bayern Munich's championships in the Bundesliga and the Champions League, this accomplishment was certainly trivial, at best a minor success. Yet for him personally, this half-season had been immensely fruitful. The records of being the top scorer in the two Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal, the youngest player to appear in the two Bundesliga, the youngest scorer, the fastest goal, the longest consecutive goals, and the longest goal in the DFB Pokal. All of these accolades had his name echoing throughout Germany. Just the beginning alone was a pinnacle that many players could only dream of reaching in their lifetimes. Of course, the greatest rewards lay hidden in places that others could never see. 3 ordinary player cards, 1 top-tier player card, and over 200 points for drawing. Everything was just beginning. Chapter 84, the second blue card on June 3, 2013, the 25th day of the 4th lunar month. It was auspicious for weddings, travel, cleaning, moving, matchmaking, engagement, prayer, consecration, breaking ground, seeking children, while it was deemed inappropriate for business openings, buying cars, or starting a fire. Lin Chu stared at the lunar calendar, lost in contemplation. So, was today suitable for a draw or not? Whatever, he summoned the system roulette, spending 200 points as the dull wheel transformed into a mysterious blue, emanating a blue glow. The pointer spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Lin Chu furrowed his brow slightly. The pointer rested at around the 10:30 mark, indicating that the character he had drawn, be it a gentleman or lady, should be of a high caliber among first-tier players. Though not at the absolute pinnacle, however, as the card flew out and hovered before him, any dissatisfaction born from greed dissipated instantly. The Dutch hunter, Huntelaar. Though he had joined the traditional Dutch powerhouse PSV Eindhoven early in his career, Huntelaar had never been favored by his former club, consistently being loaned out to smaller teams. Despite maintaining an impressive goal-scoring rate, he never garnered attention from PSV and was thus compelled to transfer to Heerenveen. Here, Huntelaar finally experienced the first highlight of his career, quickly catching the eye of another Dutch giant, Ajax. He regained the opportunity to play for a top-tier club, solidifying his core position in the new team and boasting nearly a goal per match, ultimately securing the Eredivisie Golden Boot. The subsequent events are well known to all. Joining Real Madrid to replace Van Nistelrooy, he initially made a stunning impact in La Liga with a record of 6 goals in 5 matches. In hindsight, this proved to be a misstep. Consequently, Huntelaar was compelled to change clubs once again, donning the jersey of Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga. He finally found his rhythm, netting an impressive 29 goals in the 2011-12 season, which earned him the coveted title of top scorer for that campaign. While Huntelaar may not have enjoyed the same level of fame as his compatriots Van Persie, Robben, and Sneijder, his prowess and renown undoubtedly classify him as a world-class striker. For Lin Chu, the most significant aspect is that this gentleman has previously clinched the title of Bundesliga's top scorer, indicating that his style is well suited to the league, with no signs of incompatibility. It is said that there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names, and from his monikers, one can glean certain qualities of this Dutch marksman. The hunter, Van Nistelrooy 2. Shooting. S. Positioning. S. Instinct. Est. An unequivocal pure striker. He can be considered an enhanced version of Lin Chu, truly deserving of being a dual top scorer in both the Eredivisie and Bundesliga. Thus, the attributes interface is due for an update. Ball control, Balotelli, S. Shooting, Huntelaar, S. Strength, Fanzi, A. Stamina, Yangchen, A. Speed, Chubo, A. Dribbling, Chuntao, A. Goal-scoring instinct, Li Jinyu, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. Overall assessment. It appears quite impressive. Enhanced ball control, shooting, dribbling, and stamina. While slightly diminishing physical confrontation and heading abilities, the rest remains largely unchanged, yet his prowess has at least doubled. S-level ball control combined with an A-level dribbling in the Bundesliga. Even if it does not place him among the elite, he would certainly rank in the top tier of strikers. With S-level shooting and near S-level physical confrontation capabilities, contending for the Bundesliga's top scorer this season seems plausible. However, whether he can make an impact in the Bundesliga depends on the club's willingness to invest. A significant summer reinforcement is essential, or any efforts to secure blue cards would be futile. As he further solidifies his position, the entire city of Munich is enveloped in jubilation. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, still the same river. Merely a DFB Pokal title does not suffice to overturn the fortunes of 1860 Munich or shift the balance from Bayern to them. Yet a championship is a championship, especially one at the expense of a bitter rival. Coupled with their return to the Bundesliga and a successful run in the Europa League, a grand celebration is undoubtedly in order. Consequently, both factions in Munich are in a celebratory mood, albeit for different reasons. Bayern revels in their Champions League triumph and a long-awaited league title, while 1860 celebrates their third DFB Pokal championship after nearly half a century. The city finds itself in a state of interwoven celebrations, yet paradoxically, the factions are not mutually inclusive but rather fiercely competitive. The municipal government had no choice but to compromise, staggering the parade times. Bayern on the 2nd and 3rd, while 1860 would parade on the 4th. Naturally, Bayern fans look down upon the DFB Pokal title, but the fact that it was achieved at their expense and disrupted their grand ambition of a treble is particularly galling, leading to a sense of mockery during their celebrations, as if someone were always grinning and asking them, "How can you celebrate after losing to a team like 1860? In contrast, it is 1860, merely parading for a DFB Pokal title, who should be the subject of ridicule, yet they feel no such pressure. On the float, individuals take turns hoisting the DFB Pokal trophy, which appears somewhat modest, prompting Lin Chu's two smaller cannons to be brought in for show. Along the route, fans fervently chant his name. Initially, Lin Chu feels somewhat restrained, but cannot resist the enthusiasm of his companion, Borovka, who is exuberantly shouting, nearly losing his voice. He pulls Lin Chu beside him, thrusts a microphone into his hand, and urges, "Come on, mate, say something to the crowd." Lin Chu struggles to find the right words, loudly declare that the DFB Pokal champion is Munich 1860, the Lions 1860. Borovka, exasperated, snatches the microphone back, placing a hand on Lin Chu's shoulder while addressing the fans with fervor. "Tell me, who is the best striker in the world?" "Lin, Lin. Excellent. Now, who is the second most handsome man in the world?" "Lin. Ha. Sure. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, mate? Now that's a celebration." Borovka excitedly pats his shoulder. "Don't you realize how incredible you are? In half a season, 31 goals, 2 top scorer titles. If I were you, I'd be floating on air." Chapter 85. Lin Chu's ambitions. Lin Chu's popularity is soaring in both Germany and China. You folks watching the Bundesliga are so tight-lipped, I didn't even know such a figure existed until now. Why math isn't great? Can someone calculate this for me? Bayern beat Barca 7-0. My cousin beat Bayern 3-2. So how much did my cousin beat Barca by? 7-0? I heard withdrawing results in a 0-3 loss, right? Finally, he's about to play in the Bundesliga. I can't even imagine what it would be like if he joined Dortmund. One Lewandowski is already formidable, but if you add Lin Chu, they might really topple Bayern. So, is Lin Chu staying or going? The question of Lin Chu's future is on the minds of nearly all Munich 1860 fans. The German transfer market has updated its data, reflecting players' transfer values after a season of hard work. Some have faced setbacks, seeing their values plummet, while others have skyrocketed, notably the Premier League MVP, the illustrious Bale. According to the German transfer market, Bale's value has soared from 40 million at the beginning of the year to 80 million, ranking third after Messi and Ronaldo, who are valued at 100 million. Iniesta follows in fourth at 70 million, with Rooney at 65 million, and others like Falcao and Cavani rounding out the list, all valued above 50 million. Surprisingly, there isn't a single German player in sight. Nor any Bundesliga players. The most expensive player is Neuer, who transferred from Schalke 04 to Bayern in 2011 for 30 million, and even after winning the Champions League, his value has only risen to 45 million. A Champions League winner with such a modest valuation is largely due to the aging of stars like Robben and Ribery, as well as the Bundesliga's reputation for prudent financial management. Unlike the extravagant spending in La Liga and the Premier League, Bundesliga clubs are known for their fiscal responsibility, which has affected player valuations. The historical transfer record in the Bundesliga was set by Javi Martinez, who moved from Athletic Bilbao to Bayern for 40 million last year, a figure that doesn't even place him among the top 15 in the Premier League or La Liga. This raises significant questions about the Bundesliga's competitiveness among Europe's top leagues. Yet the tangible success in the Champions League underscores the Bundesliga's achievements, attributed to Germany's exceptional youth training programs. It is this robust system that continually supplies talent to the national team, and the sound financial practices of Bundesliga clubs ensure their fiscal health, unlike other leagues burdened by massive deficits reliant on external investment. This situation has led to Lin Chu's valuation being far lower than fans anticipated, at merely 8 million. While the German transfer market valuation does not equate to actual market value, historical trends suggest that actual transfer fees are generally in line with those estimates. Therefore, Lin Chu's true market value likely hovers between 6 million and 10 million. For a 17-year-old player, that is quite commendable, especially considering that last season in the Bundesliga, only the record transfer of 40 million for Martinez, 11.8 million for Shaqiri, and 13 million for Van der Vaart exceeded the 10 million mark. If Lin Chu were to transfer this summer and Bayern refrained from significant purchases, he might even secure the title of record transfer. Acquired for 100,000 half a season ago and potentially sold for 8 million now, all the underhanded dealers across Europe would be left in awe. Yet, in light of the shock he has brought to fans, many feel this is a mere bargain. This has left 1860 Munich fans in a state of constant anxiety, as if they might awaken to news of Lin Chu's transfer at any moment. No one knows their psychological threshold, however, considering Lin Chu's buyout clause is only 5 million. Anyone genuinely interested in him would likely first attempt to negotiate with the player personally. Yet, compared to the prospect of a transfer, Lin Chu's immediate priority remains finding a reliable agent. Navigating the complexities of the industry is daunting for someone like Lin He, a technical specialist in his company, even if he holds a leadership position. Engaging with the high-powered figures of the football world is a tall order for him. They have numerous options, but after establishing certain criteria, only 3 choices remain. The internationally renowned Mendes, Raiola, and the local tycoon Struss met with Lin Chu and Lin He in succession. The first to meet was Mendes. As Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho continued to bask in their glory, Mendes's standing in the industry rose correspondingly. With his clients like De Gea, Falcao, Di Maria, Nani, Pepe, and Marcelo all increasing their market value, Mendes had firmly established himself as one of the most famous agents worldwide. His personal visit showcased his earnestness, and one could glean much about his character from his ability to secure Ronaldo and Mourinho. Passionate, confident, and capable of providing emotional value, he could also come across as somewhat ostentatious. He habitually seized the initiative with his opening remarks. "So, Lin, where do you aspire to go? Or rather, which club is your dream? Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Juventus, or perhaps Real Madrid and Barcelona? Just give me a name, and I shall handle the rest." Lin He and Lin Chu exchanged glances. Lin Chu shrugged. "My dream club, is Heidenheim." "Well, that's quite a sentimental answer. I believe I understand the kind of person you are now. First and foremost, I think we can easily reach a consensus. As long as you possess ambition and a desire to become the best player in the world, you will certainly be unable to play for Heidenheim now or for a long time to come, for it can never fulfill your aspirations." "How eloquent." Lin Chu smiled brightly. "You've struck a chord with me." "Excellent. Now, let me elaborate on the role I can play in this process and how I can assist you." "Wait," Lin Chu interjected. "Did you just mention the Ballon d'Or?" "Indeed, the Ballon d'Or. Trust me, you will become a player of that caliber, akin to Cristiano." Then the question arises. Lin Chu leaned forward, locking eyes with him. "If one day I find myself competing with Cristiano for the Ballon d'Or, who will you support?" Mendes was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chu's question before bursting into laughter. "Lin, you are only 17. Cristiano is 28. There's an 11-year gap between you. In the world of football, that's almost 2 generations. You cannot possibly compete directly." "Well, that's hard to say, but I believe he can maintain peak form for at least 5 more years." Mendes responded, pride evident in his eyes. "Herein lies the contradiction," Lin He remarked, spreading his hands in exasperation. "This arrogant brat claims he will compete for the Ballon d'Or within 3 years. Now it was Mendes's turn to display a look of disbelief. He gazed at Lin Chu, only to find him utterly serious. He thought he was audacious, but here was someone even more audacious. "All I can say is, I admire your confidence." Mendes carefully chose his words. "You remind me of Mourinho. As for your question, if that day truly arrives," he momentarily placed himself in that scenario, unable to find a resolution, and could only raise his hands and surrender. "I'm sorry, but we can only address that when the day comes." "All right, I believe I understand." Lin Chu stood up, extending his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Mendes." Mendes also rose and shook his hand. Reluctantly making one last attempt, Lin, I must emphasize once more. I believe you can become a Ballon d'Or level player, but 20 years old is truly too hasty. He nearly expressed that Lin Chu was being foolish in this regard. Lin he stood on the same side. The notion of winning the Ballon d'Or within 3 years, in the eyes of the elder, was a quintessential case of aiming too high. But young people, aren't they all like this? With nothing to their name yet harboring grand ambitions. They can't help but become lofty after achieving a bit of success. A few setbacks will do them good. They can be educated gradually later. Lin he thought helplessly. Lin Chu observed the baffled expressions on their faces without displaying any signs of dissatisfaction. In truth, he agreed with their sentiments in both life and work. Being grounded is paramount, and he himself was not the type to be rash or impatient. Yet, to become the youngest Ballon d'Or winner at 20. Is it truly aiming too high? Who are the youngest Ballon d'Or winners in history? Cristiano at 23, George Best, Owen, and Messi at 22, Ronaldo at 21. Why can't I, with my exceptional talent, achieve this at 20? Chapter 86. You will gain nothing. It cannot be denied that Mendes possesses a certain charisma and is adept at persuasion. But if there ever comes a day when Lin Chu must contend with Cristiano for significant honors, both emotionally and rationally, he would side with Cristiano, rendering Mendes essentially irrelevant. The father and son then met with Raiola. In terms of status, the inflexible, portly man was on par with Mendes, but his reputation was vastly inferior. If European club presidents and general managers were to vote for the most disliked agent, Raiola would undoubtedly top the list. Greedy, cunning, ruthless, and utterly self-serving. Of course, that was from the club's perspective. From the player's standpoint, Raiola was nearly impeccable. How could a man who managed to sign Ibrahimovic and Balotelli be anything less than extraordinary? Thus, Lin Chu was indeed looking forward to this meeting. In stark contrast to Mendes, Raiola's demeanor was intimidating, instantly revealing he was no pushover. Even though Lin Chu was the client he desperately wanted to sign, Raiola couldn't even muster a smile, opting instead to dive straight into the main topic after a serious handshake. I have a fondness for young talent, Balotelli, Pogba, and you, Lin. I see the future in you all, the future of football. This opening line caught both Lin he and Lin Chu slightly off guard. After all, the marquee names under Raiola's management were not the currently flourishing Balotelli and the emerging Pogba, but rather the legendary Nedved and Ibrahimovic. By sidelining these two living legends and choosing to highlight Balotelli and Pogba, he clearly intended to showcase his prowess in discovering young talent. First, can you share your thoughts on your future? Raiola asked, arms crossed and eyes piercing into Lin Chu. Lin Chu dismissed the pressure he was attempting to exert. I don't have a specific plan. Therefore, I would prefer to hear your thoughts. A lucrative contract, Raiola declared emphatically. At the very least, a contract from a top 10 Bundesliga club. 1860 Munich cannot offer such a level of contract. 1860 Munich? Raiola exclaimed, shock evident on his face as he looked at Lin Chu as if he were observing a prehistoric creature. No, no, no. Trust me, Borussia Dortmund. That is your best choice? Lin Chu was about to speak when Lin he gestured for him to hold off, then turned to Raiola. What is the reasoning? Lewandowski's contract is about to expire, and to my knowledge, he does not intend to renew with Dortmund. Do you know what that means? Dortmund needs a forward. You could become the next Lewandowski, and you don't have to wait until next year. If you join now, Klopp will surely arrange for you to gradually take over Lewandowski's position. No one likes a traitor. Lewandowski is breaking the hearts of Dortmund fans, and you could swiftly replace him in their affections. His annual salary is 1.5 million euros, 5 times your current pay, but if he were to join as a free agent, Bayern would offer him a salary in the millions. You could soon elevate yourself to Lewandowski's level, so I have confidence in negotiating a deal exceeding 5 million for you. At 17, earning 5 million annually, how many players in football history can claim that? Of course, if your goal is Bayern Munich, I can negotiate that as well, but Guardiola is not a coach who employs forwards, so I would advise against that. Lin he nodded subtly. It must be said that despite having only interacted for a few short minutes, Raiola's impression indeed aligned with external rumors. Everything revolved around profit. One word. Making money? Of course, in life, who isn't out to make money? There was no conflict there, but to Lin he, Raiola seemed to have the phrase immediate gain etched on his face, making it challenging for both parties to find common ground. In this regard, Lin Chu was attuned to his father's sentiments. They exchanged glances, and Lin Chu stated, What if I decide to remain with 1860 Munich? Then you must be mad, Raiola replied, regarding the pair with a peculiar expression. You don't believe that just because 1860 Munich won the DFB Pokal, they possessed the strength to compete with Bayern? Do you? We're not that naive, but if a transfer were to occur, we're not currently considering Bundesliga clubs, as I do not wish to become adversaries with 1860 Munich. Yet your current reputation cannot sway foreign giants. Raiola said, exasperated. Trust me, transferring to Bayern or Dortmund is your optimal choice. If you're concerned about the feelings of 1860 Munich's fans, then exclude Bayern and go to Dortmund. Linschu nodded, acknowledging his understanding. I will consider it seriously. However, he still could not comprehend where he fell short. Very well, let us clarify the matter at hand. Our point of contention lies in your insistence on remaining with Munich 1860. Does it not? No, the divergence stems from my genuine fondness for the Euro, yet it is not the entirety of my world, at least not within the realm of football is it love? Or perhaps loyalty? Apologies, Lin He chuckled and shrugged. In our household, he is the one in charge now. He excels at Tai Chi. You will come to regret this. You are unaware of what you are missing, Raiola lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. You could have achieved everything, but at Munich 1860, you shall attain nothing. Chapter 87. Dimensional Strike. The disagreement between Lin Chu and Raiola was certainly not as simplistic as merely contemplating the next step. But rather, it was rooted in Lin Chu's enduring belief in the principle that a gentleman acquires wealth through righteous means. Even in a transfer, he hopes for an amicable parting with his former club, whereas Raiola's approach, driven purely by financial gain, stirring up storms and even antagonizing clubs, is something he cannot abide. Football can embody both faith and ideals, as well as being a game and a business. It all depends on one's perspective. If given the chance, most individuals would surely prefer to find a comfortable balance, considering practical benefits, public perception, and personal sentiments, rather than disregarding everything for the sake of gain. With differing worldviews, further discussion would merely be a futile exchange of words. Thus, Raiola ultimately left behind a note, tinged with regret and sarcasm, stating, I await your good news. Having consecutively turned down two formidable agents, Lin He could not help but feel a sense of incredulity regarding his son's apparent oblivion to the situation. He even contemplated resigning to take on the role of agent himself. Yet he ultimately endured and met the last agent, Walker Struss. In comparison to Mendes and Raiola, Struss was markedly more discreet, yet he was emblematic of those who quietly amassed wealth. Like many South American stars, Mendes, Raiola, and others, Struss hailed from humble beginnings, forging a name for himself through sheer audacity, altering his fate and embodying the spirit of a rogue hero. However, Struss's journey was different. He initially established himself in the sports goods industry, cultivating extensive connections before venturing into the realm of agency, where he swiftly became a prominent figure, with numerous German internationals under his representation. He appeared somewhat fatigued, rubbing his face before apologetically stating, I just left Rummenigge's office. And if your next destination is Bayern Munich, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to assist, as I just had a heated argument with him. Oh? Lin Chu inquired. Curious. In the German football scene, to dare offend the president of Bayern is indeed a rare feat. It concerns Tony's situation. Tony Kroos, Struss sighed, shaking his head. He is the finest midfielder and has made immense contributions to Bayern's success. Yet he has not received commensurate treatment. Lin Chu's curiosity ignited, prompting him to ask for further details. Struss, however, evaded divulging too much regarding Tony's privacy, simply asserting, You need only know that I will never allow my players to suffer unjustly. Now, let us discuss you. If I am not mistaken, you are likely to remain with Munich 1860 for 1 or 2 more seasons. What leads you to that conclusion? There are numerous clubs interested in me. 1860 holds no distinct advantage. No, the advantages of 1860 are substantial, Struss countered, shaking his head. Here, you are revered as a deity by the fans. The coach will center the team around you, even going so far as to confront the owner on your behalf. Your teammates would go to great lengths for you, something no other club can offer. That seems exaggerated, Lin Chu replied, shaking his head. Munich 1860 lacks competitiveness in the Bundesliga, and my feelings for them do not reach that level. Struss smiled, opting not to pursue that line of conversation, instead casting a curious glance at Lin He. He had anticipated that his adversary today would be Lin He, yet unexpectedly, it was Lin Chu himself. Lin He seemed to perceive Struss's thoughts, shrugging and stating, "I am merely here to offer suggestions. The decision ultimately lies with him." Very well understood. Struss then turned back to Lin on him. My recommendation is to spend another season at Munich 1860. As long as you can achieve something in the Bundesliga and the Europa League, I believe everyone will vie for your attention. What constitutes achieving something? The top 5 in the Bundesliga and the Europa League scoring charts? Indeed, Struss affirmed. Naturally, if you can secure team success, such as reaching the semi-finals of the Europa League and finishing within the top 10 in the Bundesliga, that would be even better. However, this requires effort from the club. If they remain unwilling to increase investment upon your arrival in the Bundesliga, it may be wise to consider a transfer sooner rather than later. The top 5. I possess enough confidence for that. As for other plans, my advice is to focus primarily on enhancing your competitive prowess over the next couple of years and pursue high-quality commercial endorsements. However, given your age, the options in this domain are limited. After all, one cannot expect a minor to endorse luxury sports cars or high-end watches, can one? Lin Chu glanced at Lin He, ultimately nodding in agreement. A smile spread across Lin He's face, indicating that they could now delve into more detailed discussions. Struss quietly exhaled in relief. With Struss essentially confirmed, Lin Chu passed the reins to Lin He and indulged in leisure activities. Of course, his idea of leisure was not akin to his teammates gallivanting across the globe, but rather staying home to play video games. Who would have thought, dear family, that even after half a year since the release of the Pandaren Mystery, his level remained stagnant at 70? Strangely enough, after an extraordinary season, the game suddenly lost its allure. Previously, he would have been glued to his desk, yet now he found himself devoid of the immersive experience he once cherished. Initially, his parents doted on him, but within a week, they began to express their disdain. On the first day at home, he was greeted by an enthusiastic mother. 3 days later, a placid mother, and a week after that, a terrifying mother. Late nights brought scolding, late mornings brought scolding, staying home brought scolding, and going out to play also brought scolding. Though he was no longer a player for Heidenheim, it was still feasible for him to practice at their training ground through Greilich's connections. Greilich remained the head coach of Heidenheim's youth team, and with Lin Chu's rising fame, his standing had also ascended. Heidenheim had long fought in lower-tier leagues and had never produced any remarkable stars. Lin Chu was, in fact, the only player to have achieved significant recognition in Germany. At such a young age, he had become a local legend of Heidenheim. Despite having dominated the entire Bundesliga, the players of Heidenheim were somewhat resentful of him, finding it difficult to reconcile the image of a formidable top scorer on television with the memory of the inexperienced youth they once knew. Those who had witnessed you in your infancy often found it hard to accept your ascension to greatness. Most Bundesliga teams commenced their new seasons in early August, with the first matches typically being the DFB Pokal. However, as the reigning DFB Pokal champions, Munich 1860 would face Bayern Munich in the German Super Cup on July 27th. Consequently, with the pre-season warm-up matches, players were expected to return by mid-July. Lin Chu had roughly half a month left to rest, and he initially anticipated a solitary period of intensive training. To his surprise, upon arriving at the training ground, he discovered an unexpected level of activity during what should have been a quiet off-season. Greilich chuckled wryly, "Don't look at me. I had no idea it would turn out this way." "Very well, what shall we do next? I assume you wouldn't mind having additional practice partners, would you?" Lin Chu gazed at the eager faces around him. "Additional partners? How about a scrimmage?" Greilich suggested mischievously. "To be honest, I, too, am curious to see how far you've come. I am curious as well. Since acquiring Huntelaar, I haven't tested his prowess yet. Now is the perfect opportunity to assess it." "All right, everyone disperse." Greilich clapped his hands. "Warm up first, and we will discuss afterward." "Coach, I want to team up with Lin." Hurry. I want to test the shooting skills of the golden boot of the two." Bundesliga. Everyone was eager and enthusiastic, quickly completing their warm-up as Greilich promptly divided them into 2 teams. Lin Chu led a group of younger players, while the opposition comprised 3 adult team members along with another group of youngsters. And the match commenced. Initially, everyone assumed there would be a noticeable disparity. At most, it would be a golden player against a group of bronzes battling 3 silvers alongside another group of bronzes. However, once the match began, what unfolded was a scene of a lone king sweeping through the ranks. Greilich had been closely monitoring Lin Chu's performance and was confident he had witnessed it all. Yet when he saw Lin Chu deftly maneuver past 3 defenders to score, his eyes widened in surprise. The defenders and goalkeeper on the opposing side were left bewildered, wondering what sins they had committed to endure such punishment. And they had willingly subjected themselves to it. Lin Chu had no intention of holding back, unleashing his full might from the outset. The exhilarating sensation of a high-level player decimating a novice village surged within him. Soon, the training ground echoed with cries of despair. Boss, it's time for a substitution. Boss, I just remembered my golden retriever is about to give birth. Is it too late to request a leave of absence? Do not let him shoot. Can this really go on? What is the greatest sense of achievement in playing football? Successfully defending, scoring goals, and effortlessly dribbling past opponents. Half an hour has passed, and everyone has become too apathetic to keep track of the score. In their minds, it's just a continuous cycle of retrieving and restarting the ball. Gerlich could no longer bear to watch and swiftly blew the whistle to halt the match. I had anticipated a dimensional reduction attack. But I never expected it to be such an extreme one. Chapter 88. Bold ideas. Lin Chu's training in Heidenheim had not yielded favorable results. After 3 days, he had only accumulated 2 training points. With a spark of inspiration, he removed all the star cards he had equipped, and upon resuming training, he indeed gained points at a significantly faster rate. However, a new dilemma arose. The purpose of training is twofold. On one hand, to acquire training points, and on the other, to harmonize the various cards, adapting to their unique characteristics to unleash their full potential. After deep contemplation, Lin Chu had another epiphany. The reason he was obtaining so few points during training was primarily due to the inadequate skill level of his sparring partners, which prevented him from pushing himself to that critical threshold, thereby diminishing the training's effectiveness. If he could find a formidable practice partner or coach. Without further ado, Lin Chu promptly contacted Struis and assigned him his first task. Struis chuckled upon hearing it. Under different circumstances, he might have felt a twinge of annoyance, but now it just so happened that Tony was about to begin his training. Perhaps they could train together. On April 3 RD, Kroos was injured during Bayern's 2-0 victory over Juventus in the Champions League. Post-match diagnosis revealed 2 torn muscle fibers in his left adductor, resulting in him being sidelined for the rest of the season. Now that he had just recovered, he was preparing to resume ball training. Tony Kroos? Lin Chu couldn't help but laugh. Are you suggesting I train with a Bayern Munich player? So, you don't find that intriguing? Well, it does sound quite appealing. Should I go to him, or will he come to me? In the past, I would have recommended you go to him, but now, I suggest he comes to you, Struis replied, somewhat irritated about his contract renewal, suggesting that a trip to your little town might be a refreshing change. All right, but he'll be disappointed since there's hardly anything fun in this godforsaken place. Ha ha ha, I've been there, and I couldn't disagree more. Without delay, Struis reached out to Kroos. Kroos wasn't particularly happy at Bayern. In fact, he felt quite oppressed. Missing out on the Champions League final and the German Cup final had further dampened his spirits. Yet he was determined to prove himself in the upcoming season. Upon hearing he could change his environment and train alongside the top scorer from the second division, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. The next day, he zoomed into Heidenheim in his little sports car, knocking on Lin Chu's door. Hello? Kroos blinked at the sight of the young man before him, clad in a Red Bull's tank top with the number 23. Wearing flip-flops and munching on a chicken wing. Hello, Tony, welcome to Heidenheim. Kroos shrugged it off, but his nose involuntarily twitched. What is that aroma? So enticing. You've arrived just in time. Lin Chu stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Today is Indulgence Day. You might want to try my mother's cooking. Her cola chicken wings are her specialty. Indulgence Day? Kroos raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I'm here to train. He pointed at the food in Lin Chu's mouth. Not for that. Then you will miss out, as I only have this day once a month. Lin He and Mia emerged from the kitchen, both donned in aprons, causing Kroos to momentarily stare in surprise. I forgot to mention, my mother's cola chicken wings are her specialty, but she only has that one dish, most of the time. It's my father who cooks. Hello, Tony, please have a seat. It will be ready shortly. All right, thank you. Most foreigners have difficulty appreciating authentic Chinese cuisine, but Lin He, having lived here for many years and delighting in culinary experimentation, had developed a style of German-Chinese fusion that perfectly suited the local palate. The aroma alone had Kroos drooling uncontrollably. Though he was disciplined, he often indulged in barbecues with friends, and now he chose to follow his heart, enjoying the meal even more than Lin Chu. Delicious. Lin Chu shot him a disdainful glance, mockingly saying, "Oh, dear Tony, have you forgotten why you came here? You should stick to boiled chicken breast. This was specifically prepared for you." Cruz disdainfully eyed the nutritional meal intended for him. "I've made up my mind. Today is also my indulgence day. After all, I only get one of these a month, I must say. The genius who invented Indulgence Day deserves a medal. Go ahead, eat up. The more you consume now, the more you'll suffer this afternoon. I'll gladly endure whatever punishment comes my way." "Huh? What is this? You'd be better off not knowing. Now that you mention it, perhaps I should remain ignorant." Cruz was not alone. He had brought his personal trainer along, who would arrive shortly. Once settled, they commenced training. Cruz, still playing as an attacking midfielder, found training alongside Lin Chu, a forward, far superior to solitary practice. As for Lin Chu, he finally grasped what true top-tier midfielders were like. In comparison, players like Stoperkamp were utterly unremarkable. Little did he know, beside him, Aquan wore a cool demeanor, yet internally, he was equally astounded. As the two immersed themselves in rigorous training, the summer transfer market had quietly opened, marking the beginning of a series of unremarkable yet intense battles. Last season, Bayern Munich claimed the double crown, and their esteemed coach Hank subsequently announced his retirement. Just yesterday, on July 1 ST, the Southern Stars welcomed their already confirmed new coach, Guardiola, who had once architected Barcelona's treble-winning dynasty. In a press conference held at the Allianz Arena, Guardiola was officially introduced as Bayern's head coach, attended by over 240 reporters from 11 different countries. Dortmund officially announced the transfer of their talented midfielder Mario Götze to Bayern Munich. Götze's contract with Dortmund expired on June 30, 2016, but the agreement stipulated that any club offering $37 million in the summer of 2013 could acquire him, which Bayern eagerly exploited. Although Götze was a product of Dortmund's youth academy, he was born in Memmingen, roughly 120 kilometers from Munich, and only moved to the Ruhr area at the age of 6 to follow his father, who had taken a teaching position at the University of Dortmund. In previous interviews, Götze had publicly acknowledged being a Bayern fan. Bayern announced Gomez's transfer to Fiorentina, reportedly for $20 million. The Italian giants Inter Milan announced via their official website that they had signed Argentine forward Icardi from Sampdoria in a co-ownership deal and welcomed the 20-year-old La Masia alumnus to the Nerazzurri. La Liga club Barcelona officially announced the transfer of forward Villa to Atletico Madrid. Paris Saint-Germain held a press conference to announce the signing of Uruguayan striker Cavani from Serie A side Napoli. With a 5-year contract, Cavani's transfer fee of $64 million surpassed the previous record set by Falcao when he moved from Atletico Madrid to Monaco, making it the most expensive transfer of the year thus far. Fans of 1860 Munich anxiously scoured transfer news, fearful of encountering Lin Chu's name. Their relief came as the season's start drew nearer, and the transfer news proliferated, but Lin Chu's name remained conspicuously absent. However, their concern persisted since the club had yet to announce any news regarding Lin Chu's contract renewal. Having been with the club for only half a season, it was certainly premature for contract discussions. But given his performance last season, it would be somewhat absurd if he remained on a rookie contract. 1860 Munich was not inactive. Rather, they faced a formidable opponent. Lin Chu officially signed with Struis, who would represent him in all agent matters. Struis, not much easier to deal with than Raiola, immediately proposed a contract with a staggering annual salary in the millions, demanding a 3-year deal. Duncan was infuriated and promptly expelled him from his office, only for news of Struis's visit to Dortmund to emerge the following day. While he publicly claimed it was to handle the follow-up terms of Götze's contract, the paranoid Duncan nearly lost his composure and could only suppress his disgust to make a phone call. 1 million. No more. Smack. Beep beep beep. Huh? Damn. Duncan fought the urge to smash his phone and forced himself to remain calm. Honestly, he lacked experience in negotiating with such top-tier agents, but he understood that it would not be an easy endeavor. Certainly, everyone is aware that a sum of 10 million and 1 million is unattainable. However, should two individuals inadvertently escalate matters, the chasm between exorbitant demands and the necessity of repayment becomes exceedingly exaggerated. They are left with no choice but to persist in their performance, ultimately expected to settle around 3 million. Whether it skews left or right hinges upon the outcome of their negotiations. Yet it fundamentally aligns with the current standing of a star player from a mid-tier Bundesliga team that, of course, aside from a lucrative salary, persuading Lin Chu to remain will necessitate the demonstration of considerable ambition. Fortunately, the principal owner, Ismac, has pledged an intensified recruitment effort this season, and with emotional ties involving Lauter, Stoppelkamp, and Borovka, retaining Lin Chu should pose no problem. In addition, Schmidt has joined the ranks of those advocating for him. Lauter, being somewhat advanced in age at 32, will gradually be transitioned to a substitute role this season. Thus, a new striker will be sought to partner with in the midfield. The attacking combination of Stoppelkamp, Starl, and Borovka is more than capable of thriving in the Bundesliga, and in my vision, they will remain pivotal players. However, concerning the defensive midfield, Nika's abilities may fall short of fulfilling the sweeping responsibilities. The backline also requires the addition of 1 or 2 defenders. The club has already promised me around 20 million for new signings, and I firmly believe that our new season in the Bundesliga will yield significant results. 20 million? Lin Chu questioned skeptically, do they truly possess such funds? To his knowledge, the financial state of Munich 1860 has consistently been rather bleak, often resorting to robbing Peter to pay Paul, appearing impoverished from head to toe. Hardly the image of a club capable of disbursing 20 million. In the world of football, those rare magnates who invest out of sheer love are few and far between. When a club is willing to throw around 20 million, one can rest assured that they are reaping profits exceeding that figure. It is worth noting that last season, the bottom-ranked FRTH in the Bundesliga generated over 10 million from broadcasting revenue alone. Not to mention various sponsorships, advertising fees, and ticket sales. As long as they refrain from self-sabotage, the likelihood of incurring losses is minimal, and of course, high revenue is relative. Compared to the Premier League, the Bundesliga is but a younger sibling. As even Bayern, the league's top earner in broadcasting revenues, falls short of Sunderland. The mismanagement at Munich 1860 stems partly from internal divisions within the club, with owner Ismek lacking absolute authority and unwilling to invest. A situation reminiscent of Arsenal, where wealthy owners fail to commit funds. Moreover, the club's poor competitive performance results in minimal bonuses and sponsorships, hardly enough to entice. Yet this year promises to be different. With the German Cup title secured, European competitions in play, and a return to the Bundesliga imminent, financial gains are on the horizon. As long as Ismek isn't intent on making a quick exit, he should understand what needs to be done. This suggests that the season holds some promise. Lin Chu signaled to Schmidt, inquiring about the club's objectives. Surely, it cannot just be about survival. Survival is merely the baseline expectation. The secondary goal is to secure a spot in next season's Europa League, with the ultimate aim being the Champions League, alongside reaching the semi-finals of the German Cup and the quarter-finals of the Europa League. Such ambitious aspirations indeed. The club's highest objectives are the Champions League qualification, the German Cup semi-finals, and the Europa League quarter-finals, while Lin Chu has set his own modest goal, the Bundesliga and Europa League Golden Boots. Given his current prowess, it is undoubtedly a tall order, yet should the team continue to strengthen and his abilities progress steadily, this modest goal may not be entirely unattainable. As for the German Cup, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is unlikely to be a starter, perhaps even sidelined in the early stages. However, if Munich 1860 can indeed advance to the quarterfinals this season, the notion of 3 golden boots does not seem far-fetched. Chapter 89. The ultimate support. Amid the eager anticipation of the fans, Munich 1860 has finally completed its first signing, a purchase of Firmino from Hoffenheim for €6 million. Firmino transferred from the Tondes team to Hoffenheim in 2011 for a fee of €4 million. Over 3 seasons with Hoffenheim, he made 74 appearances, scoring 15 goals and providing 8 assists. While this scoring rate cannot be termed particularly efficient, Schmidt's interest in him does not stem from his goal tally, but rather from his assist capabilities. The objective of this acquisition is clear: to provide Lin Chu with a capable partner. Firmino possesses the ability to break through, pass, shoot, and even defend. His performance in last season's Bundesliga playoffs left a lasting impression on Schmidt, prompting him to act swiftly at the first opportunity this season. In a parallel universe devoid of Lin Chu's influence, last season would have seen Kaiserslautern secure 3rd place in the Bundesliga too, only to lose to Hoffenheim in the promotion playoffs, allowing Firmino to continue his Bundesliga journey and subsequently explode onto the scene with 16 goals and 11 assists, paving the way for a lucrative transfer to Liverpool. However, in this reality, Hoffenheim has been relegated by Lin Chu's Munich 1860, and Firmino is understandably reluctant to accept this fate. Upon receiving Schmidt's olive branch, he eagerly seized the opportunity. After all, relegated teams often turn into player markets, while promoted teams embark on significant acquisitions, a common practice across leagues. Hoffenheim's fans are sufficiently prepared for this eventuality, Yet the only aspect that infuriates them is that Munich 1860, having just relegated them, is now poaching their players, which feels rather distasteful. Is this not merely taking advantage of the vulnerable? The fans of Munich 1860 are not entirely pleased with this signing either. After all, Firmino currently plays the role of an ordinary player in the Bundesliga and may struggle to even secure a spot in the top 20 forwards in the league. However, since the purchase has been made, they must reluctantly make do. Following this, a considerable clearance sale ensued. The focus of the transformation is the defensive line. Adhering to the principle of achieving great things with modest expenditures, Schmidt directly sought players from last season's best Bundesliga 2 lineup. Another $4 million was spent, bringing in Bruno, a right-back from Cologne, and Munich, a central defender from Kaiserslautern. All three transactions proceeded smoothly, leaving only the defensive midfield position remaining in Schmidt's planned reinforcements. According to the budget provided by the club, he currently has a substantial sum of $10 million at his disposal. However, Schmidt finds himself in a predicament. This price range is somewhat ambiguous, seeming suitable for various players yet lacking a clear standout option. He must deploy his scouting team to search the globe for suitable candidates. With over a month remaining before the summer transfer window closes, there is no need for haste. Meanwhile, Lin Chu and Kroos' specialized training has reached its conclusion. Both are left with a sense of unfinished business, and even the trainer feels an impulse to bind these two together and throw them onto the pitch for a match point. One plays in midfield while the other takes on the forward role. Initially, their coordination was somewhat awkward, but as training progressed, the collision of genius and mediocrity finally sparked intense synergy. "Why don't you join our team?" Lin Chu encouraged. "After all, your situation at Bayern Munich is akin to imprisonment." Without a moment's hesitation, Kroos shook his head. While he has a strained relationship with Bayern's higher-ups, Guardiola values him highly and has promised significant playing time this season. Moreover, Munich 1860, being a newly promoted team, holds little allure for him. "We'll see how it goes. My contract expires next year. You probably won't be at 1860 for long either, right? At most, you'll stay for one more season." After Lin Chu's remark, Kroos glanced at him, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. With the same agent, a simultaneous transfer could indeed lead to the possibility of becoming teammates. However, before that, they must first face each other as rivals. On July 27, the German Super Cup, Bayern Munich versus Munich 1860. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are both expected to start, and that match will be a true test of wills. Schmidt introduced the new members to the team and sent a few overweight players to seek the fitness coach. Then commenced the first training session of the new season. Borowka gestured dismissively at Firmino's position, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Why did we bring him here?" He harbored no personal grudge against Firmino. Rather, it was common knowledge that the team would not invest $6 million merely for a mascot. Firmino would undoubtedly be utilized, which consequently encroaches upon Lauter's position. Lauter, now at 32, is considered advanced in age. While everyone acknowledges the inevitability of this day, when it arrives, those close to him often experience emotional turmoil. "That guy's quite skilled. I faced off against him last season," Carmen remarked, suggesting that the trade should not be viewed as a loss. Lin Chu, unsure of what to say, could only offer a reassuring pat on Lauter's shoulder. Lauter smiled in return. "No worries, my starting position is not so easily claimed." Firmino could sense the scrutiny directed at him and felt somewhat bewildered. He understood why Munich 1860 had acquired him and recognized his role in Schmidt's plans, to assist Lin Chu. As a forward, he should have exhibited more ambition and resistance. However, the reality is that he has not played strictly as a forward. He has traversed from the backline to midfield and onto the front line. In the attacking role, he does not solely embody the archetype of a ruthless finisher, and he is not averse to playing a supporting role. This predicament left him feeling somewhat aggrieved, casting a glance at Lin Chu that even carried a hint of melancholy, leaving Lin Chu equally perplexed. This bewildering complexity of emotions, which left me utterly perplexed, lingered for several days, only beginning to dissipate after Firmino gradually showcased his prowess and earned the recognition of all. The club invited several teams for warm-up matches, all of whom were familiar adversaries. Among them were last season's Bundesliga 2 champions, Hertha Berlin, as well as Hoffenheim, the team I had personally relegated to the second division, and Stuttgart, the opponent from the German Cup semi-finals. The results yielded 1 victory, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, neither particularly good nor bad. Chapter 90. Wenger's presence, the professor's discerning selection, on June 27, 2013, at the Allianz Arena in Munich. As the opening match of the new Bundesliga season, The German Super Cup has always garnered significant attention, especially as this year's edition featured an unprecedented Munich derby, igniting the fervor of countless fans. Although Guardiola had only been at the helm of Bayern for less than a month, he had already led the team to a resounding 5-1 victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach, claiming the Telekom Cup. And just 3 days prior, secured the Heineken Cup with a 2-0 triumph over Barcelona. However, these two encounters were merely of a friendly nature, relegating the trophies to mere embellishments in Bayern's trophy cabinet. Today's match marked his first official game in charge of Bayern. Despite being labeled a city derby, the disparity in strength meant that Bayern fans harbored more disdain for their perennial disruptors. Borussia Dortmund, then for 1860 Munich in the face of such a pronounced power gap, the so-called city derby was little more than a hollow gimmick. Yet, today's match bore a different significance. After all, just over a month ago, Munich 1860 had toppled the mighty Bayern, shattering their dreams of a treble. This animosity stirred even greater emotions among Bayern's supporters than that directed at their so-called city rivals. For Bayern, the Super Cup was not merely the new coach's first official match or the season's curtain raiser. It was a quest for vengeance, a chance to reclaim their honor. Never before had Bayern anticipated a German Super Cup with such zeal, not only to vanquish 1860 and provide Guardiola's Bayern career with a promising start to the season, but also to proclaim to all who the true monarch of Munich really is. Although the Allianz Arena was shared, today's match was nominally Bayern's home game, and thus they naturally received the lion's share of the ticket allocation, resulting in a predominantly Bayern supporting crowd. The players of Munich 1860 experienced the sensation of being the away team for the first time in the Allianz Arena. Sitting in the unfamiliar away dressing room, their expressions were somewhat grave. Bayern's determination was palpable. They were intent on winning this match, while the mood among Munich 1860's players was rather subdued, primarily due to a lack of confidence. Even after defeating Bayern last season to claim the DFB Pokal, few believed they could be genuine contenders against them, and even fewer considered the two teams to be of the same caliber, including the players themselves. Schmidt offered numerous words of encouragement, but they only slightly ignited their fighting spirit. Even he did not truly believe they could triumph today. Bayern Munich's formidable pressure during this period was overwhelming. One could not expect them to falter in the same manner twice. If there was any glimmer of hope, it might stem from the fact that the opposing team had just undergone a managerial change, and the coach and players had yet to fully integrate Dades for their own side. He could not help but glance at Lin Chu. This young player was the only one worth pinning hopes on. He was not blind. He could clearly see Lin Chu's progress. Although it was indeed a time for growth, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary transformation. For professional players, by the age of 17 or 18, their skills are generally well-defined, with their improvement largely arising from increased match experience, mindset, tactical understanding, and teamwork. In terms of individual prowess, the most one might achieve is learning a couple of new dribbling moves or developing a few more abdominal muscles. A qualitative leap was rare. Yet, Lin Chu was different. The transition from a breakthrough forward or a speedster to a prolific scorer is not uncommon, but the reverse seemed almost unheard of. Lin Chu himself did not feel this deeply. Having experienced the power of S-level attributes, he felt his A-level dribbling was hardly noteworthy. What he termed progress was simply a shift in style. As for his combat effectiveness, it had perhaps only risen from 80 to around 85, not particularly significant. Not particularly significant. The players entered the tunnel. Lin Chu and Kroos raised their palms, firmly shook hands, and embraced, patting each other on the shoulder. Lin Chu smiled and asked, "Will you instinctively pass the ball to me later?" "What are you thinking?" Kroos replied. "I'm a professional player. That's exactly why I say so." After all, professional players have the strongest muscle memory. Onlookers watched the jovial exchange between the two, bemused by how these seemingly unrelated individuals had suddenly come together. Some imaginative souls could not resist the fanciful thought. Was Kroos considering a move to 1860, or was Lin Chu on his way to Bayern Munich? Amidst the players' whimsical musings, they proceeded onto the pitch under the referee's guidance. Cheers and shouts erupted in waves. First, let us examine the starting lineups. They employed a 4-5-1 formation, or more accurately, a 4-1-4-1 setup. Goalkeeper, 22, Stark. Defenders, 21 Lam, C, 5, Van Buyten, 17, J. Boateng, 27, Alaba. Midfielders, 6, Thiago, 10, Robin, 25, Thomas Müller, 39, Toni Kroos, 11, Shaqiri, Forward, 9. Mandzukic. Munich 1860, on the other hand, retained their customary 4-4-2. Newly signed Firmino and Bruno were seated on the bench, while Munich featured in the starting lineup. Goalkeeper, 1. Gabor Kiraly. Defenders, 2. Fools, 16. Munich, 4. Come on, 3. Wojtkowiak. Midfielders, 6. Dominik Stahl, 8. Maximilian Nico, 7. Daniel Bajrovka, 10. Moritz Stoppelkamp. Forwards, 11. Benjamin Lott, c. 9. Lin Chu. The camera pans slowly over the players, stopping briefly at Guardiola, Robben, Mandzukic, Schmidt, and Lin Chu, as if to indicate that these individuals were pivotal to the match. Bayern kicked off. Was Guardiola attempting to transform Bayern into Barcelona? Indeed, it appeared to have evolved into a Bayern I scarcely recognized. It is often said that changing coaches is akin to changing knives. After Bayern Munich appointed a new head coach, a shift in style was inevitable, especially given that their new manager is one of the most distinctive tacticians in contemporary football. Such a transformation was anticipated, yet whether it would yield positive or negative results would require the crucible of competition to determine. Today's match undoubtedly provided the perfect opportunity to witness whether Guardiola's Bayern would dazzle the world or lead Bayern Munich into a decline. We awaited the outcome with bated breath. The ball was passed back and forth in a measured manner before suddenly accelerating, swiftly traversing to the side of 1860's penalty area. Robben made a rapid advance down the right flank, skillfully controlling the ball at his feet. Bajrovka and Fools hurried to close in on him. Robben adeptly evaded Bajrovka's challenge and, just before Fools arrived, sent a low pass into the center. The ball reached the middle, where Coman immediately rushed forward to block it, but Mandzukic was also making a rapid advance, leading to a heavy collision that sent both players tumbling to the ground. Müller, ever the opportunist, suddenly emerged from behind the ball, gently nudging it towards the lower right corner. Robben advanced with the ball, executing a stunning breakthrough, a horizontal pass to the center. Müller shot. Oh, it was blocked. Kiraly had given up hope of salvaging the situation. Yet Munich unexpectedly dashed forward, executing a spectacular sliding tackle to deflect the ball out of bounds. Munich, the centre-back who had just joined Munich 1860 this month, had won Schmidt's favor after only 3 friendly matches, earning a place in the starting lineup, and he did not disappoint, making a crucial goal-line clearance on his very first touch. Kiraly approached, extending his hand to help Munich up, followed by a heartfelt embrace of gratitude. However, Nico and Fools surrounded Müller, berating him vehemently. Didn't you see someone was injured? Are you aiming at the goal, you idiot? Have you no sense of ethics? How could you play like that? Before Müller could defend himself, other Bayern players rushed over, some even appealing to the referee. It was your player who fouled. That was a penalty. He brought down Mandzukic. It should have been a red card. The referee repeatedly shook his head, signaling for everyone to disperse. The confrontation persisted for nearly 2 minutes before the match could resume. Compared to the DFB Pokal final, this encounter was far more heated. Now, that was a derby. From this offensive, it was evident that Guardiola's transformation of Bayern Munich was indeed having a significant impact. The corner was taken, and Boateng's header went over the bar. Kiraly took the goal kick, and it was now Munich 1860's turn. Stoppelkamp received the ball in midfield and delivered a direct lob pass to just in front of Bayern's penalty area. Lin Chu immediately sprinted towards the goal, while Lott positioned himself to receive the ball, preparing to deliver a through pass. The Bayern fans in attendance were visibly alarmed, but Van Buyten quickly intervened, intercepting the ball just before Lott could reach it, sending it out towards the sidelines. Wojtkowiak ran up to the ball and flicked it over. After Star skillfully controlled the ball, he seamlessly cut inside and forcefully swept it towards the goal before Thiago could intercept. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Chu has the ball. Munich 1860 launched an attack from the right flank as Lin Chu received Star's pass inside the penalty area. With unwavering determination, Lin Chu set his sights on the lower right corner of the goal, swiftly raising his right foot. Although Boateng's mind had already issued a command to refrain from advancing, his body still involuntarily leaned to one side. Boateng remained planted on the spot, yet his upper body was deceived. Lin Chu seized the moment and deftly flicked the ball with his toes. The football soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc resembling a rainbow, gliding towards the upper left corner of the goal. Goal, indeed, squandered opportunities must face consequences. Just as Müller missed a golden chance, Lin Chu capitalized on an unlikely opportunity to score. 0-1. Bayern Munich finds themselves trailing at their home ground. Lin Chu's feint deceived Boateng, allowing him a narrow angle to execute a clever lob into the net. Truly, skill breeds audacity. No one anticipated his sudden lob to the far corner, yet he executed it flawlessly, and it found its mark. This marks Lin Chu's third goal against Bayern Munich. The Bayern fans fell into silence, while the 1860 supporters leapt into the air, fervently chanting Lin Chu's name. Just minutes into the match, to be leading against Bayern? Frankly, they felt satisfied merely to have a chance to win against Bayern's Fury, hoping only to avoid a humiliating defeat. This was a match where the home team believed in their assured victory, while the visitors resigned themselves to inevitable loss. However, it appeared that 1860 might not be without hope. The camera poignantly focused on Guardiola, who stood by the sidelines momentarily dazed before beckoning Lahm over. Animatedly discussing strategy, Lin Chu darted to the sidelines, arms outstretched, gazing skyward with a smile in a VIP box. An elderly gentleman from London watched Lin Chu with keen interest. "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is," replied the chief scout from Arsenal with a grin. "Do you think he is the one you've been searching for? Originally, he should have been valued around 10 million euros, but now, after this goal, perhaps it will require 15 million for a substitute. Is that not exorbitant? Then let's consider Plan B. Secure him now, loan him to Munich 1860 for a year, and bring him to the Emirates next year? That doesn't seem implausible." Schmidt stood calmly at the sidelines, offering a measured applause. Defeating Bayern is no easy feat, yet Guardiola's comprehensive reforms had left the players struggling to adapt, presenting an opportunity for his side. Thus, he assessed that the odds were roughly even. With Lin Chu's breakthrough goal, the chances of victory had at least shifted to a 50-50 proposition. The focal point of this match lay precisely here. Most were not particularly concerned about which side would ultimately claim the Super Cup, but rather what style of football Bayern, under Guardiola, would showcase. As it stands, new elements are evident, yet the overarching theme remains reminiscent of his Barcelona days. In the studio of CCTV 5, director Zhang chuckled before commencing his analysis. It was apparent that Bayern Munich's defense emphasized pressing in the front line, causing their defensive line to advance significantly. Although they lacked Habib and Messi, they retained the formidable wing talents of Robben and Ribéry, thus allowing Guardiola to empower the wingers to break through and express their creativity freely. Guardiola himself seemed indifferent to the outcome of this match. Prior to coaching Bayern, he had invested considerable time studying German football. While others speculated on how he would infuse Barcelona's essence into Bayern, he focused more on preventing the swift counterattacks characteristic of German teams. Judging by this conceded goal, they evidently had much work ahead. In this respect, Munich 1860 performed admirably. Their two wings, though not as renowned as Bayern's, showcased distinct qualities. Baruka on the left was swift with excellent long passing, while Starr on the right excelled in dribbling, capable of cutting inside to shoot or delivering swift passes. Their combination resembled a left curving sword and a right long sword, in the center. Stoppelkamp exhibited the flair of a classical playmaker. While not top-tier in every aspect, he exceeded average standards, making their midfield at least above average in the Bundesliga. Most notably was Lin Chu on the front line. Last season, Guardiola viewed him merely as a point-scoring machine, heavily reliant on off-the-ball movement and teammates' assists, rarely allowing the ball to linger at his feet. However, in this match, it was evident that the young talent had developed commendable ball control and evasion skills. Should this trend continue, he might soon master Bayern's hallmark technique, the wall pass. Before joining Bayern, Guardiola believed that studying Dortmund was sufficient, perhaps also dedicating some thought to Schalke 04, Bayer Leverkusen, and Borussia Mönchengladbach. Yet now it appeared that he must add this struggling neighbor to the list. Astonishingly, scoring 3 goals against Bayern in 2 matches. It would be unreasonable not to consider potential acquisitions, his cousin aiming to replace Mönchengladbach as Bayern's new nemesis. Who will awaken me? I can't believe I'm starting to fantasize about the Bundesliga title. Amidst the various musings, Bayern Munich resumed play. Lin Chu swiftly darted into Bayern's half. With his dribbling prowess on display, he was no longer content to merely linger behind the opponent's last line of defense, but actively retreated to collaborate with his teammates. Having laid the groundwork through 3 warm-up matches, the team had largely accepted this transformation, leaving no room for adaptation concerns. Van Buyten moved to intercept, but Lin Chu suddenly accelerated into the penalty area. AS Cruz arrived to challenge. He executed a deft diagonal pass towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu received the ball, turning to the left flank. Baruka swiftly cut into the penalty area, and although Lam hastened his short strides in pursuit, he lagged 2 positions behind. Thiago rushed over urgently, attempting to intercept the passing lane, only to hear Cruz shout, "Feint!" This exclamation left everyone perplexed, yet the next moment, they understood the meaning of the feint. Lin Chu angled his body, facing the left, and after receiving the ball, he feigned a pass to Baruka. Should the ball reach him, Baruka could instantly strike from a diagonal angle, prompting Thiago's hasty advance to intercept. Even the goalkeeper Stark involuntarily leaned in anticipation of Baruka's powerful shot. Positioned between Lin Chu and the goal, Boateng refrained from acting rashly. Yet when Lin Chu pretended to pass and then deftly nudged the ball backward with the outside of his foot, Boateng was unable to keep pace. By the time Lin Chu turned and prepared to shoot, Boateng rushed in for a desperate block. Initially, Lin Chu intended to execute a feint shot to evade Boateng before shooting, but the forceful turn had left him slightly off balance, compelling him to take a shot before hitting the ground. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the football grazed Boateng's calf before rebounding towards the goal. The goalkeeper, nearly petrified, was fortunate that Boateng's intervention allowed him to secure the ball just in time. Lin Chu spun and shot. Alas, it was just a fraction off. Boateng reacted swiftly. Had it been a more ordinary defender, that shot might have found the net. Now it was Bayern Munich's turn. Stark hurled the ball with force to Cruz. Without lifting his head, Cruz delivered a precise pass to Robben. Robben took off down the wing. Nico dashed forward to intercept, unceremoniously sliding in. Robben deftly nudged the ball forward, then accelerated, narrowly evading the tackle. Mandzukic surged into the penalty area at full speed, while Shaqiri sprinted on the other side. But both were a step slower than Robben. Coman faced Mandzukic, while Wojtkowiak prepared for Shaqiri, and Munich alongside Furtz charged towards Robben. They steadied their balance and retreated slowly. Robben feigned a move towards the baseline before sharply cutting the ball to the left. Cutting inside. Once again, he cut inside. Wojtkowiak was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground. Munich attempted to intercept, yet the football narrowly slipped past his outstretched toes. A portion of the goal now lay before him, and Robben, poised and ready, lifted his foot to shoot. Corrali lunged forward, extending his arms towards the ball, but it was too late. Robben charged down the wing, eluding Niku with astonishing speed. Cutting inside, he evaded 2 defenders. Goal! In the 13th minute, Bayern Munich equalized the score. The little flying man Robben surged down the wing, reaching the edge of Munich 1860's penalty area, and executed a trademark cut inside, creating shooting space to unleash a spectacular long-range effort that breached Munich 1860's goal. 1-1. Both teams returned to level ground. The entire world is aware that Robben is likely to cut inside, yet they still fail to intercept him. At the moment Robben took his shot, Lin Chu had already arrived at the edge of Bayern's penalty area, clearly observing the entire process of his inward maneuver. To be honest, he was filled with envy at that moment. Robben's cut-in move is not particularly difficult. One might say anyone could do it, but none can replicate it with his level of finesse. Even if Lin Chu were to possess Robben's speed and explosiveness right now, he could not guarantee he would cut inside as effortlessly as Robben does. Fortunately, I have my own advantages. Robben's speed and dribbling are undoubtedly of exceptional quality, and his performance is certainly that of a top-tier star. Whether he can ascend to the status of a superstar remains to be seen. As he is only 29 years old, it is too early to draw definitive conclusions. Who knows, he might lead Bayern to a sextuple next year and guide the Netherlands to a World Cup triumph, propelling him toward the title of the King of the Century. After celebrating, the match resumed. Munich 1860 did not harbor strong ambitions regarding the German Super Cup. Rather, they seemed to embody a spirit of the underdog ready to triumph. Now, with momentum on their side, they were undeterred by whether their opponents were the Southern Giants or the Northern Titans. They were determined to press on. Lin Chu was in phenomenal form, once again creating space through a brilliant off-the-ball run and receiving Lott's pass. Unfortunately, Boateng displayed the qualities of a top defender, swiftly closing in and blocking his shooting angle. Lin Chu attempted to evade him, but failing to do so, he had no choice but to pass the ball diagonally to the left. Finally, Borovka received his pass and struck the ball immediately. Stark, having learned from a previous encounter, was prepared to make a save, but unexpectedly, he fortuitously secured the ball tightly in his grasp. Borowka lifted his head, expressing his frustration with an exclamation in German. Bayern quickly retaliated, but their offensive ended when Mandzukic brought down an airplane flying over the Allianz Arena. The match transformed into a frenetic exchange of attacks, with both sides relentlessly countering each other. In the 22nd minute, Bayern Munich executed a brilliant combination in the center, ultimately advancing the ball into the attacking third through a series of triangular passes. Robben cut inside once more and unleashed a spectacular shot at the goal. He felt his form was explosive today. This shot was even more impressive than his previous one, and he must go in. Robben thought to himself, unconsciously clenching his fist. The ball flew toward what could be considered the deadliest corner of the goal, not only swift and forceful but also spinning dramatically on the sidelines. Schmidt and the fans of Munich 1860 clutched their heads in despair, and Guardiola's eyes widened in anticipation of celebration. Yet, to their astonishment, Corrali seemingly activated a cheat mode, diving acrobatically to deflect the ball away with a single hand. Robben was exceptionally active today, and here he came again with another unanswerable cut-in. Shoot! Corrali. A world-class save. If one were to rate all of Robben's actions prior as nearly perfect, almost deserving a score of 99, then Corrali's save could easily receive a perfect 100. Corrali sprang to his feet, tearing at his shirt and letting out a roar. Defenders rushed to congratulate him with high fives, while Lin Chu and Lot also applauded his efforts. Robben, hands on hips, looked on in disbelief at the goal of Munich 1860. Kroos quickly took the corner kick, and Borowka cleared it with a header. Lin Chu received the ball outside the penalty area, feigning a sprint forward. Boateng immediately extended his foot to intercept, but Lin Chu suddenly halted, changed direction, and deftly maneuvered past him. Just as he was about to take off for a shot, Lahm lunged in with a fierce, sliding tackle. Bringing him down, beep! The sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee rushed to the scene, but Lahm had already found himself surrounded by 1860 players. Other Bayern players hurried over, and the teams became entangled once more. Kroos extended his hand to help Lin Chu up, asking if he was all right. I'm fine. Lin Chu replied, moving his right foot, which had been tackled. That was quite fierce. What made you so aggressive? But after training together, Kroos had to reassess his opinion. Initially, he merely acknowledged Lin Chu's talent, without a clear understanding of his combat prowess. It was only today, witnessing Lin Chu leave Boateng in utter disarray and forcing opponents to resort to desperate tackles, that he realized the caliber of the prodigy he had befriended. Chapter 92. We can win. Munich 1860 earned a free kick in their own half, and Corrali sent a long ball to the left side of the field. As Borowka received the ball, he faced a double team from Robben and Lahm. Fortunately, Fürth quickly came to his aid, and he passed the ball onward. Instead of stopping the ball, Fürth struck it directly toward the goal. The football traced an arc, leaving everyone uncertain whether it was meant as a pass or a shot. Regardless, it appeared to be heading toward the upper left corner of the goal, yet it seemed poised to drop just in front of the goal line. Everyone immediately searched for Lin Chu's figure, particularly the players and fans of Bayern Munich. During their last encounter, one of Lin Chu's most striking impressions had been his prowess in heading. So when this perilous pass emerged, they feared he might suddenly appear to powerfully head the ball into the net. Their concerns were not unfounded, as the ball indeed began to descend ominously before the goal. Lin Chu appeared just in front of the ball, but this time Boateng did not follow him. Instead, he stood back, looking at the assistant referee while raising his right hand to signal that Lin Chu was offside. Lin Chu was also aware of his offside position, yet confronted with the descending ball, he leapt and forcefully headed it toward the goal. Stark attempted to make a save, but unfortunately, he was too late. Merely watching as the ball found the net before turning to the referee with a pleading look, the referee hesitated for a moment before blowing the whistle, and the assistant referee's flag was raised high. Offside was called, and the goal was disallowed. Lin Chu fell to the ground, forcefully patting the grass in frustration. He had removed a card from Fan Z's repertoire, scoring that header entirely on his own merit. Yet the sense of accomplishment surged only to be crushed by the referee's whistle, replaced by a feeling of helplessness, as if he could only be seen as worthless without a cheat. Fürth sent a long ball toward the goal, and Lin Chu leapt for a header, aiming for a second goal. Offside? Was that truly offside? Boateng let out a sigh of relief. Others thought he had intentionally set a trap for Lin Chu. But in reality, he had simply reacted a beat too slowly. Lin Chu also sighed, pushing himself up from the ground. Forget it, having cheats is also a form of talent. After the momentary scare, Bayern played more cautiously. If Bayern wanted to slow down, then we shall hasten our pace. Thus, when Bayern attempted to control the game with their somewhat clumsy passing, Munich 1860 grew increasingly impatient. Playing fast against slow always made the quicker side appear more spirited. And soon they garnered the support of neutral fans. In the 34th minute, Borovka and Stoppelkamp executed a wall pass to bypass Robin, charging alone into Bayern's penalty area. Lahm rushed over to intercept, but Borovka suddenly flicked the ball sharply to his side and accelerated. Borovka, with the ball on the left flank, surged past Lahm with blistering speed. Lahm failed to position himself effectively, and Borovka cut inside. Hesitating for a moment, remembering his yellow card, Lahm ultimately refrained from making a challenge from behind, gritting his teeth as he pursued closely from behind. Alaba, Boateng, and Van Buyten all rushed toward Lin Chu. As a result, not only did space open up beside Lot and Stahl, but Borovka also found a clear path ahead. Although Bayern's defenders quickly adjusted, with Van Buyten turning to block Borovka and Alaba and Boateng continuing to mark Lin Chu. They did not anticipate that Borovka would suddenly take a shot. He had already entered the penalty area, the goal was within his range, and there was ample space before him. Shooting was only natural. However, everyone had grown accustomed to the connection between him and Lin Chu, so when he approached the goal with the ball, they instinctively assumed he would pass to Lin Chu. Van Buyten lunged in, attempting to block the ball with his body, but was still a step too late. The ball hurtled toward the right side of the goal, seemingly destined to score, but Stark's reflexes kicked in. It appeared as if he had foreseen the shot. He shifted slightly before Borovka's attempt and immediately dove to parry the ball away with both hands. Borovka kicked the grass in frustration. He had faced the relentless pressure from the extraordinary Robin and the steadfast Lahm, almost suffocating under their dominance. Such a golden opportunity was indeed rare, yet he squandered it. Lin Chu could only pat him on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement not to be disheartened. Stark had made yet another spectacular save, thwarting Borovka's shot. The goalkeeper's activity underscored the intensity of both teams' offensive efforts, as they unleashed their firepower without reservation. Just minutes into the match, Lin Chu had opened the scoring for Munich 1860, marking his first official goal of the season, as well as the club's. Following that, Robin exploded onto the scene, showcasing his dazzling individual skills on the flank and subsequently equalizing for Bayern with a stunning cut-in shot. The two sides then engaged in a thrilling offensive battle, yet both goalkeepers exhibited remarkable performances, making exceptional saves. We hope that both teams can enhance their attacking efficiency in the second half, delivering an even more captivating match for us in the away team's locker room. Compared to before the match began, everyone was now filled with fighting spirit. Regardless of the reasons, it is evident that Bayern seems to lack the formidable strength they exhibited during the DFB Pokal final. Their mindset has naturally shifted from how could we possibly win, to it appears that we might actually win. Schmidt has also adjusted his tactics, transitioning from a conservative counter-attacking style to an all-out offensive approach. In truth, by the end of the first half, the situation had spiraled out of control. The defensive counterattacks of Munich 1860 had become utterly ineffective, and everyone was already immersed in the exhilarating notion that they could compete evenly with Bayern. Schmidt's tactical changes were merely a response to the prevailing circumstances, in the home team's locker room. Guardiola fell into deep contemplation after outlining the tactics for the second half. To this day, he does not believe he has made any significant errors. If one were to argue otherwise, it would merely be a matter of underestimating Lin Chu. Yet, this underestimation exists solely in thought. In action, he has still arranged for the top-tier defender Boateng to closely monitor Lin Chu, even devising targeted strategies according to Lin's characteristics. Aside from the extreme measure of outright injuring him, the treatment he has received is nearly the highest level possible. He muttered a few words in Spanish, which could be roughly translated to, "This feels a bit eerie. Every reform must endure growing pains." Although Bayern possesses the most luxurious squad in the Bundesliga, a hasty shift in style is bound to face hurdles, so he anticipated the initial slump. However, today they were up against Munich 1860, a local rival and the thief who had stolen their glory by depriving them of the DFB Pokal championship. From the club's higher-ups to the average fans, there was a collective yearning for a resounding victory to cleanse the shame from the end of last season. Thus, the pressure on Guardiola was immense. He anxiously advised Thiago and Lahm to enhance their defensive support for Lin Chu. He was not worried about the team's offense, based on the trend of the first half, as long as Munich 1860 did not park a bus in front of their goal. Scoring for Bayern was merely a matter of time. His concern lay with the team's defense, especially regarding Chu.in football, talent, physicality, technique, and experience all play crucial roles. Chu, aside from lacking in experience, excels in every other aspect and is undoubtedly a top-tier player among his peers. However, when compared outside of age brackets, he could only be considered exceptional at best. Yet, astonishingly, he has a knack for scoring. Shaking his head, Guardiola resolutely cast Chu from his mind and exited the locker room. As the second half commenced, Bayern's supporters erupted with tremendous cheers. Clearly, they found the 1-1 draw from the first half unacceptable in their view. The defeat in the DFB Pokal final stemmed from carelessness, underestimation, and a stroke of luck for the opponent. This match was meant to be a merciless revenge by their own team. What on earth is a 1-1 score? Our fury remains unquenched, and yet you dare to stoke the flames? The players shared the same sentiments as the fans. Thus, as the second half began, Bayern surged towards the 1860 territory. Possession play? What possession? Let's win first and worry about the rest later. In the 49th minute, Borowka once again combined with Stoppelkamp, breaking through Lahm's interception and delivering a cross near the byline. Chu's heading ability was inconsistent. He was unsure of the situation, but knew to pass the ball whenever opportunities arose. The right flank for Bayern, equivalent to the left flank of 1860, became the main battleground for both sides. Borowka launched another long pass into the box. Boateng, towering over Chu, headed the ball clear as Lot and Van Buyten contested for it. Lot took a shot. Unfortunately, the angle was too straightforward. Bayern counterattacked. Ronaldo deftly maneuvered past Furs with a nutmeg, cutting inside. But this time he couldn't get through. It was now 1860's turn to counterattack. All the teams in the Bundesliga observing this match were left bewildered. They could not ascertain whether Bayern had faltered or if Munich 1860 had suddenly risen to the occasion. What unfolded before their eyes was far from the expected clash between the reigning league champions and a newly promoted team. If 1860 had discovered the right tactics to counter Bayern, others might have learned from it, but the issue lay in their strategy being merely a head-on confrontation with Bayern. The last team to display such stubbornness was Borussia Dortmund, who had joyously clinched both the Bundesliga and Champions League runners-up last season. In the blink of an eye, the match reached the 65th minute, and Munich 1860 made their first substitution. Lot was replaced by Firmino. Chapter 93, the young man in fine clothes and gallant steed, who was the king at Allianz. Munich 1860 made consecutive substitutions. Firmino took Lot's place, while Bruno replaced right-back Wojtkowiak. Consequently, all three new signings from the transfer window were now on the field. Both substitutions were positional, with no significant tactical adjustments. Lot had been a lethal forward, but as age caught up with him, his position gradually shifted further back, and he had now transformed into a sort of second striker or even a playmaker. Generally operating near the penalty area, Firmino, taking his place, was assigned similar responsibilities, but his range of movement was noticeably greater than Lot's, as he could be seen across nearly the entire half. However, this fellow made a surprising impact as soon as he stepped onto the pitch. A throw-in for Bayern Munich. Alaba tossed the ball to Shaqiri, who skillfully navigated past Nico. Firmino, a splendid tackle. As Shaqiri evaded Nico, Firmino executed a perfectly timed slide tackle that intercepted the ball. Munich 1860 countered, but the ball found its way to Stoppelkamp's feet. Instead of hurriedly initiating an attack, Stoppelkamp controlled the ball, waiting for his teammates in the attacking line to position themselves before gradually organizing the play. Guardiola's expression stiffened. Using possession play against possession play? Stoppelkamp calmly shielded the ball from Thiago's pressure before delivering a low, precise pass to Chu. Chu received the ball and turned, once again facing Boateng in a one-on-one situation. He feigned with an outside of the foot flick to deceive Boateng's weight, but instead of pushing the ball outwards, he swiftly utilized his inside foot to pull the ball back to the left, of course. One cannot expect such a simple feint to outmaneuver Boateng. The primary goal was to create space to advance and then utilize speed to escape. However, Boateng was not slow either, though momentarily fooled. He quickly closed in, persistently applying pressure on Chu. Chu accelerated to top speed, but just as he entered the penalty area, he suddenly slammed on the brakes and played a diagonal pass to the right. Alaba rushed forward to intercept Staller, but Staller did not attempt to control the ball. Instead, he quickly played it forward. Unbeknownst to anyone, Firmino had already surged up, but rather than stopping the ball, he effortlessly chipped it towards the goal. The ball traced a parabolic arc, soaring over the heads of the crowd, landing between the goalkeeper and the defenders. Lin Chu, having failed to break past Boateng, distributed the ball to the right. What a marvelous chip. Look at Lin Chu. Boateng intentionally created an offside trap, but Lin Chu was not fooled. He deliberately slowed down before launching his run. Lam, in a panic, dashed over to provide cover. He disregarded his existing yellow card and began to slide tackle from 4 to 5 meters away. Lin Chu caught the glimpse of Lam's flying tackle out of the corner of his eye, but he also noticed the advancing goalkeeper. There was no time for contemplation. Everything had to be instinctual. First, he lightly tapped the ball with his toe, nudging it past Lam, and then leaped to avoid his reckless challenge. This brief delay allowed the goalkeeper to close in. Right foot raised, left foot planted for balance. Just as he was about to push the shot into the far corner, a sudden force from behind yanked him down. Guardiola, anxiously watching everything unfold, instinctively clutched his head in despair, while Schmidt leaped up in excitement. And Wenger in the box could not help but lightly clap his hands. Everyone turned to the referee. Without hesitation, the referee blew the whistle the moment Lin Chu fell, simultaneously reaching for his pocket. Lin Chu had successfully evaded the offside trap, bypassing Lam, and was now one-on-one. Boateng had pulled Lin Chu down from behind. A penalty kick. Without a doubt, a penalty kick. The referee blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. Boateng was set to receive a card. What color would it be? Lam hurriedly approached, pressing the referee's hand, repeatedly suggesting that awarding a penalty was sufficient, and there was no need to issue a card. Bayern's players and fans anxiously watched the referee at a foul from behind in the penalty area would certainly warrant a card, but whether it was yellow or red depended largely on the referee. Everyone believed he might show Bayern some leniency, but to their surprise, he brushed aside Lam's hand and resolutely displayed a red card in front of Boateng. Boateng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the red card before him. His reaction had been instinctual, yet tinged with a sense of desperation. Granting a penalty kick was already painful enough, and now he faced the added burden of a red card. The Bayern fans erupted with discontent, booing and hurling insults, while Guardiola rushed to the fourth official, desperately attempting to explain, but to no avail. Lin Chu was helped up by Stoppelkamp. The two shared a hearty embrace before Lin Chu made his way to Firmino. Exchanging a high five. "Beautiful pass," Lin Chu exclaimed. "You too," Firmino shouted, his voice cracking with excitement. "Put it in. Could it be? Were they truly on the verge of victory? Was I really going to win against Bayern Munich in my first match with Munich 1860? Lin Chu placed the ball on the penalty spot. Lauter remained the primary penalty taker, but the secondary penalty taker had now become him. Bayern's players continued to protest, but their efforts proved futile. Boateng left the field in a huff. The Bayern fans incessantly jeered and howled, attempting to unsettle Lin Chu. To be honest, Lin Chu felt quite nervous. With his head bowed, he could distinctly feel his heart racing, and the cacophony around him made him somewhat agitated, forcing him to take deep breaths to calm himself as the whistle blew. He lifted his gaze, furtively glanced towards the goal, then lowered his eyes, took a few steps back, and struck the ball. Stark noticed his hurried glance, but could not discern whether it was a mere feint or a genuine intention to shoot in that direction. In a moment of desperation, he lunged toward the lower left corner, but he missed entirely. Lin Chu took the penalty he had earned himself, a delicate push, and the ball found the net. 1-2, Munich 1860 regained the lead. Lin Chu scored again. He exemplified the notion of rising to the occasion. In 2 encounters with Bayern, he had already netted 4 goals. If this continued, he would soon become the highest scorer against Bayern. Words fail to encapsulate his brilliance. The very player who could not be thwarted even by the combined efforts of Boateng and Lam was merely a 17-year-old who had yet to complete his first year in professional football. I cannot fathom what might transpire as he continues to grow. By the time he reaches 27, will there be anyone capable of stopping him on this planet? Lin Chu jogged to the sidelines, assumed a martial stance, and with both hands made a series of boxing motions, each punch seemingly striking the face of Bayern Munich, rendering the entire Allianz Arena nearly silent. The reason it was nearly silent was due to the ecstatic Munich 1860 fans who had succumbed to euphoria. Lin, take them down. Champion 1860. His teammates rushed from behind to high-five him in celebration. Cruz gazed at Lin Chu, encircled by the players of Munich 1860, feeling a surge of admiration. This young lad truly seemed born to score. The newly signed Firmino quickly integrated into the team. His interception created a counterattack opportunity, and it was his deft pass that earned Lin Chu this penalty. Had it not been for Boateng's foul from behind, he might have already secured his first assist since joining 1860. The camera shifted to Schmidt, seemingly conveying that the old coach possessed a keen eye for talent. Last year he brought in Lin Chu, and this year he added Firmino, both seamlessly fitting into the squad. Guardiola was left with no choice but to accept reality and made his first substitution. Dante came on for the underwhelming Emler. Schmidt intended to replace a forward to bolster defensive strength, but since Firmino had just entered, he could not be substituted immediately, and replacing Lin Chu would be nothing short of ludicrous. After Lin Chu celebrated, the match resumed. Trailing by a goal and down to 10 men, Bayern Munich was cornered. At this juncture, even at the risk of conceding another goal, they had no choice but to press forward. Compared to the time before Boateng's dismissal, Bayern was merely missing Emler, who had been playing like a ghost today. His presence or absence made little difference. Bayern's offense remained unaffected, and in their eagerness to equalize, their attacking momentum appeared even stronger. Meanwhile, Munich 1860, having regained the lead, became apprehensive, playing cautiously despite facing a Bayern team reduced to 10 men. Yet, they too had their own concerns. The newly signed Bruno, eager to prove himself after witnessing the impressive performances of Szymanek and Firmino, frequently charged forward. This player possessed a somewhat reckless nature. Schmidt had recognized his offensive potential when signing him, but now, as the team needed to consolidate, his incessant forward forays were somewhat problematic. Schmidt planned to call him over during the next stoppage to offer some guidance. But suddenly, the dynamics of the game shifted. Shaqiri's shot was blocked, and the ball was cleared by Coman to midfield. Stoppelkamp out-jumped Thiago to head the ball to Firmino. After a slight adjustment, Firmino launched a long pass toward the right flank. Initially intended for Starl, the pass was intercepted as Starl and Alaba became entangled, neither able to reach the ball. Alaba cursed under his breath and rushed to block, but as soon as he left, Bruno quickly passed the ball to Starl in a moment of indecision. Starl sent the ball into the penalty area. Bruno floored the accelerator, dashed into the box, quickly glanced at the goal, and assumed a shooting position. Van Buyten hurried forward to block, but the anticipated powerful strike never came. Inside the box, Bruno feigned a shot and made a subtle pass. With a gentle nudge from his instep, he directed the ball to Lin Chu. Dante positioned himself between Lin Chu and the goal, forcefully shoving him away. Lin Chu, side on to the goal, leaned against Dante without attempting to receive the ball, instead pointing off to the side. Many noticed for the first time that Bajralka had surged into the box. Making a run towards the goal, Lahm was closely trailing him, but struggling to keep pace. It appeared he might soon be left behind. Dante, trusting his teammate, refrained from blindly offering help, yet his focus inevitably drifted. That slight distraction proved costly. Although Lin Chu gestured to direct Bajralka to receive the ball, he unexpectedly stepped towards the oncoming football and lightly flicked it with his heel. Dante realized something was amiss, feeling the tension build as he drew his legs together, but it was too late. He only caught a fleeting shadow darting past his feet, and when he turned around, he could only see Stark's bewildered expression. Not just him, even the players of Munich 1860 were taken aback by Lin's audacious maneuver. A backheeled nutmeg. Surely, that was beyond the expected skill level. Chapter 94. The second crown goal. 1-3. A hat trick. Lin Chu, with a magical backheeled nutmeg, outwitted Dante, and with ease, slotted the ball past the advancing goalkeeper, giving Munich 1860 a 2-goal lead. The home crowd fell into silence once more. After Boateng's dismissal, their hopes for victory had waned. Yet they anticipated a fierce counterattack, fighting valiantly despite the odds, rather than conceding another goal. Guardiola stood on the sidelines, unconsciously biting his lip. According to the latest transfer market data, the total value of the Bayern players on the field was around 300 million. Excluding those like Neuer and Ribery who were not playing. Otherwise, Bayern's starting lineup would be valued at nearly 400 million. He felt indifferent about this, but for most Bundesliga teams, outside of a few exceptions, 300 million was akin to a fairy tale, particularly for Munich 1860, whose total valuation stood at a mere 30 million, bolstered by Lin Chu's contribution of 8 million. Thus, Bayern's player valuations were 10 times that of their opponents. Yet the score on the field was 1-3. This discrepancy was not merely a matter of strength. Even if Munich 1860 were to trounce Bayern 10-0 today, any coach would still unhesitatingly choose Bayern Munich. Yet the stark reality was that Bayern Munich teetered on the brink of defeat. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Chu. Was he the one bridging the gap of 270 million? The thought made Guardiola nearly chuckled eye in the VIP box. Wenger was similarly fixated on Lin Chu. Who was his agent? Struth, Arsenal's chief scout, spoke up. Walker Struth, it's him. Wenger was well aware of this individual, and his head began to throb. Yet another formidable opponent. We must face him, no matter how challenging, replied Lawley with a shrug. If Wenger remained unmoved by this, he would cease to be Wenger. Indeed, with a furrowed brow, Wenger sensed he was about to miss something vital. Perhaps he should reach out to him on the sidelines. Lin Chu once more sprinted to the edge of the field, arms wide open, gazing skyward. The Bayern players behind him were enveloped in silence. While the away fans erupted in jubilation, yet he still had the leisure to ponder trivial matters, such as perhaps it was time to devise a signature celebration. The arrival of his teammates interrupted his daydreaming. Bajralfka was the first to dash to him from behind, giving him a hearty shove before opening his arms for a robust embrace. Others quickly joined in, surrounding him, leaving only 3 new signings. Lacking experience, on the periphery, inundated with the exuberant cheers of incredible and so awesome, in a mix of broken Chinese. Yet at that moment, all anxiety dissipated, and the trio even entertained a fleeting fantasy of perhaps contending for the Bundesliga championship. Dante was left utterly dumbfounded as the years gradually passed. His position was slowly being supplanted by Boateng. Witnessing Boateng being mercilessly tormented by Lin Chu, he found himself secretly cheering for the latter. Little did he expect that upon taking the field himself, the young man would prove to be even more relentless. With a market value hovering around 10 million, Lin Chu's prowess had seemingly cost him at least 3 million after their encounter. As the match reached the 73rd minute, the fans of Munich 1860 were astonished to see Lin Chu still brimming with vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. When compared to the inexplicable attributes of ball control, instinct, and football intelligence, physical fitness and strength were arguably the most straightforward to develop, yet they always required a process. Just 2 months prior, Lin Chu could barely last 60 minutes, yet now, he was still lively and vigorous well into the 70s. A twinge of sympathy arose among the onlookers. How much hardship must this child have endured during the break to achieve such fitness? His teammates shared the same sentiments, with some who had rushed out to revel after the season ended feeling a profound sense of shame. He was so hard on himself, it was only fitting that he found success. Only Cruz seemed oblivious to Lin Chu's prior disposition, or else he would undoubtedly have scoffed at them. Bayern Munich made another substitution, bringing on Luis Gustavo for Thiago, as Guardiola prepared for a final push. Munich 1860 still had 1 substitution left, yet Schmidt chose not to adjust the lineup. However, the team noticeably tightened their defensive line. During this phase, Lin Chu gradually became a spectator, while Firmino shone brightly. No1 anticipated his defensive capabilities to be so formidable, nearly qualifying him as a halfback. His relentless efforts in defense repeatedly rescued Munich 1860 from peril. However, the good fortune was short-lived. In stoppage time, Bayern managed to penetrate with a sharp midfield attack, ultimately resulting in Cruz's signature long-range shot that altered the score to 2-3. Sensing hope, Bayern erupted in fervor, and the referee granted an extended 8 minutes of stoppage time. Yet, the united front of Munich 1860 maintained their lead until the final whistle. At last, the sound of 3 sharp whistles echoed, signaling the end of the match. Bayern's players either slumped despondently to the ground or stood in a daze, gazing at the familiar pitch, seemingly unable to accept the reality of their defeat. 2 matches, 2 championships, lost to the same team. Their eyes inevitably gravitated towards the young number 9 on the opposing side, or rather, they had lost to a single individual. Lin Chu's close-up graced the screen. Congratulations to Lin Chu for achieving his 6th career hat trick. Under his leadership, Munich 1860 triumphed over the formidable Bayern Munich, securing the club's inaugural German Super Cup championship in the final match of the 2012-2013 season. It was his brace that helped Munich 1860 overcome Bayern Munich, setting a promising tone for his first professional season. Now, in the opening match of the 2013-2014 season, His hat trick once again propelled Munich 1860 to victory over Bayern, igniting countless imaginations. Both Guardiola and Schmidt were making their debuts in the German Super Cup. However, for Bayern Munich, this marked their 9th appearance in the event, having claimed victory 5 times, while Munich 1860 had previously won the Bundesliga. Their championship triumph dated back to the distant year of 1966, with the German Super Cup only established in 1977, making this their first participation and victory. Schmidt was hoisted high by the jubilant crowd. The old man was truly bewildered by the sudden wave of joy. After 2 decades of coaching without even a whiff of a championship, who could have predicted that a casual transfer last year would lead to 2 titles? Although the German Super Cup might be considered the least prestigious among available trophies, any championship is still a championship, especially one that not only entails defeating Bayern but also fills a historical void for the club, rendering it all the more precious. However, no amount of value could quell Lin Chu's disdain. Congratulations, you have secured the 2013 to 2014 German Super Cup championship and played a pivotal role in the victory, earning you 10 honor points. Congratulations, you have been named the best player of the 2013 to 2014 German Super Cup, awarding you an additional 5 honor points in total, a mere 15 honor points, which would surely seem inadequate to anyone else. Furthermore, this event was notably frugal, as the championship players received no medals, only a trophy, and the best scorer received no recognition, save for a bottle of champagne awarded to the best player. Without surprise, Lin Chu was the unequivocal choice, cradling the match ball in one hand while holding the champagne in the other as he entered the locker room. Disdainful as he may be, he finally secured his 2nd championship in his career, which felt rather satisfying. Chapter 95, Wenger. Shall I return next year? Wenger and Lori departed the Allianz Arena before the match concluded. Lori, ever decisive, promptly dialed Struss's number. Upon hearing that Wenger was present, Struss was taken aback, and the 3 quickly arranged to meet at a discreet CAF. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved straight into the matter at hand. They remained confident in Arsenal's allure to young talents, dismissing any alternative plans as they intended to bring Lin Chu to the Emirates this summer. I watched the match. Lin's performance was outstanding. He embodies the type of young talent I have been seeking. Wenger asserted confidently, I can guarantee him a position in my squad. Struss, however, was not easily swayed, emphasizing a starting position. Wenger replied ambiguously, it's not out of the question, I mean. Something written into the contract, Struss stated, fixing his gaze on the illustrious figure before him, who boasted at least 30 starts across the Premier League and Champions League combined. Wenger laughed incredulously. Impossible. Lori quickly interjected. We still have Giroud, Bindner, Podolski, and many other young talents as capable as Lin. He will have to compete with them, but we believe that with his skill, he can secure a starting position. Struss shook his head. I'm afraid I can only trust what is written in the contract. I cannot allow my player to venture from Germany to England based on mere verbal assurances, especially considering he is only 17. I can hardly fathom his potential. Indeed, 17. Lori sighed. You should know that when it comes to nurturing young players, no one is more qualified than us. Struss nodded in agreement. That is precisely why I am here today. I recognize that when it comes to utilizing young talent, the esteemed professor is unparalleled in European football. However, to be frank, I do not wish for Lin to move to a major club like Arsenal at such an early stage. Such environments are far too complex. It is not merely about playing well, and Lin is clearly not yet prepared. Rest assured, as I mentioned, we are professionals in dealing with young players, Lori assured him. We will provide him with the best protection. Struss shook his head again. I reiterate, what Lin needs most now is playing time. So, although it sounded somewhat greedy, we require a starting forward position. Wenger and Lori exchanged glances. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Lori reluctantly proposed an alternative. Let us first acquire Lin, then loan him back to Munich 1860 for a year, and after that, before he could finish, Struss displayed an incredulous expression, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Undeniably, compared to Munich 1860, Arsenal wielded a significant allure, and Wenger and Lori were justified in suggesting to purchase Lin now and loan him out for a year. From Arsenal's perspective, it was a gamble, as no one could guarantee what Lin Chu would be like in a year. After all, there were countless examples of players who dazzled only to fade away shortly thereafter. They were offering Lin Chu a safety net, a sincere promise from a major club to an unknown player. Yet from Struss's viewpoint, it was nothing short of a joke. A year from now, I can assure you, Arsenal will be in no position to make any claims. The idea of securing a place now for future investment was akin to competing with all the giants of the 5 major leagues. If it were anyone else, even recognized prodigies like Zhu, Balotelli, or Pogba, Struss would not dare entertain such confidence. But when it came to Lin Chu, he was resolute. He shook his head. I'm sorry. But if that's the case, I believe we have no need to continue this discussion. Wenger and Laurie were taken aback by how quickly the conversation had soured. Yet they, too, faced their own constraints, as their budget was limited. This was, in fact, the crux of their disagreement. Wenger and Laurie were well aware of Lin Chu's potential. Otherwise, they would not have sought to acquire him immediately after just one match, knowing that a year from now, Lin Chu might command a significantly higher price. This year, the club has indeed shown remarkable generosity, but the Arsenal fans have waited too long. They are now in urgent need of an influential superstar to anchor the team. The prospect of acquiring a marquee player for tens of millions, followed by an additional 10 million or so for Lin Chu, is simply beyond their means. Thus, the best course of action would be to persuade Lin Chu to join voluntarily and subsequently utilize a buyout clause to secure him at a lower cost. However, this plan appears overly ambitious, and it is hard to believe that an astute strategist like Struss would be oblivious to such intentions. Wenger, undeterred, remarked, I believe it would be prudent to inquire about the player's own perspective. He possesses confidence in his allure. A young lad of 17 or 18 should be manageable. Struss chuckled and promptly dialed Lin Chu's number. Lin Chu was still celebrating in the locker room when he received the call, initially thinking it was a congratulatory gesture. Walker, my father is hosting a celebration party at home tomorrow. You must come, and be sure to bring Tony along. You're responsible for dragging him over. I'll definitely be there, but as for Tony, you might as well kill me, Struss replied with a wry smile. I'm calling you regarding another matter. You should find a more private place to talk. Lin Chu was about to seek a quieter corner, but the locker room was filled with exuberance. Leaving no sanctuary, he settled for saying, Go ahead. I can hear you. All right, Struss glanced at the professor beside him. Wenger is sitting right next to me. Lin Chu was taken aback. Wenger? What party? Wenger? As Bylovka's voice rang out, the entire locker room fell into a hush, as if a contagion of silence had swept through. Whispers filled the air, and all eyes turned towards Lin Chu. He glanced around, then stood up and exited the locker room. Indeed, it is Wenger, Struss affirmed. He wishes to invite you to join Arsenal. I believe we have discussed a similar topic before. Lin Chu replied, Yes, I have spoken with them, but regrettably, we have not reached a consensus. Then let them come back in a year. That's precisely what I suggested. Struss looked at Wenger, his expression conveying, You heard that too? Wenger interjected, May I speak with him directly? Of course. Struss handed over the phone. Hello, Lin. This is Arsene Wenger. Leaning against the wall, Lin Chu replied, Hello, Professor, I just watched the match live. I must say, that was an impressive hat trick. Wenger chuckled. Guardiola must have appreciated the gift you presented him. Yes, I noticed. He seemed rather displeased. Ha ha. But to be candid, the most captivating matches in the Bundesliga are against Bayern Munich. If even they cannot contain you, would you be interested in conquering a more challenging league? To be frank, not at the moment, Lin Chu replied. Can I take that as a rejection? Wenger probed. I have great respect for you and admire your style of football. But what I desire most right now is ample playing time and many goals, Lin Chu emphasized. Then come to Arsenal, and you will receive what you deserve, Wenger encouraged. Are you familiar with Fabregas? Of course. Then you should know he became Arsenal's captain at just 21. Wenger stated earnestly, So nothing is impossible. As long as you have talent, you will find room to shine here. Age has never been an issue for me. I trust in my abilities and am not afraid of competition, but moving to London now would mean sacrificing a great deal. I am not prepared for that. His notion of preparation involved honing his skills in the Bundesliga for another year before venturing into other leagues. However, to Wenger and Struss, it sounded more like a reluctance to leave his parents' side due to his youth, leaving Wenger momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he continued, Then we have another proposal. We could sign a transfer agreement now, allowing you to become a part of Arsenal, while you continue to play on loan for Munich 1860. He spoke, perhaps sensing the ethical implications of persuading a young player, or struck by Struss's knowing smile. His voice trailed off. Lin Chu smiled. Why don't we revisit this in a year? Very well, Wenger conceded. We shall agree on that. In a year, I will bring you to Arsenal. Lin Chu could only respond with a nonchalant heh. Before ending the call, upon returning to the locker room, he was met with an unexpected silence. What caused this sudden quietude? Lin Chu scanned the room. Has something happened that dampens your spirits? Speak up. Let me bring some cheer. Bylovka approached him, playfully gripping his neck, whispering, Arsenal? Lin Chu swatted his arm away. Uh-huh. The visible disappointment on the faces of his teammates was unmistakable. Wenger, Arsenal. How many could turn down such an invitation? Lauder patted his shoulder. Did you speak with the boss? Lin Chu chuckled at the absurdity. About what? About your potential move to Arsenal. Who said I was moving to Arsenal? You just... Lauder quickly connected the dots. You turned it down? Yeah, Lin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Let us keep celebrating. We won the championship, so why be so quiet? What, don't you like it? Bylovka exclaimed, rushing over to ruffle his hair. Stoppelkamp seized Lin Chu's champagne bottle, pouring it over his head, and the locker room erupted back into a lively cacophony. At the post-match press conference, Guardiola found himself in the hot seat. He admitted that the match had slipped from his control, and Bayern had not performed to their potential. A reporter, with ulterior motives, brought up Lin Chu, asking, Were you surprised by his hat trick? The question was cleverly designed to segue into the red card incident, hoping Guardiola would deem Lin's second goal a controversial mistake. However, Guardiola remained unfazed, laughing and responding, I was indeed surprised. Dio, you know why? The reporters looked perplexed. You all should know, I was once a professional player too. But in my 11-year career, I only scored 11 goals. Guardiola's expression was one of resignation. And Lin has 5 goals in just 2 matches. He is a natural goal-scoring machine. Failing to effectively contain him was the primary reason for our defeat today. While it is true that he scored only 11 goals in 11 years, he was a defensive midfielder, and no one would hold that against him. In fact, his candid self-deprecation won him considerable favor, somewhat mitigating the adverse effects of the initial defeat. As for the future, there is plenty of time ahead. The two teams will face each other at least twice more in league play this season, providing ample opportunities for retribution. Chapter 96. Awaiting the future. Following the German Super Cup, the new season officially commenced. The first event was the opening round of the DFB-Pokal. In an apparent display of vengeance, Bayern decimated Schwarzwey Raiden 8-0 away, granting Guardiola his first official victory with the club. The formidable squad, not to be outdone, saw the sister team, featuring mostly substitutes, triumph 5-0 against the lower-tier side, FC Oman Fijsak. Other strong teams also advanced smoothly, with no significant upsets. Next came the league, and at this juncture, the fans of Munich 1860 finally received the news they had been eagerly anticipating. Lin Chu had extended his contract with the club until 2016, with a pre-tax salary of €300,000. This not only made him the highest earner within the team, but also positioned him within the second tier of salaries across the Bundesliga. However, the salary structure in the Bundesliga is notoriously uneven, with the elite players earning in the millions, while the next tier, including Roy Keane, Robert Lewandowski, and Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, only garnering between €3 to €5 million, a considerable disparity. Of course, Bayern remains the sole club capable of offering such lucrative salaries, with reports indicating that the total wage bill for the new season reached an astonishing €150 million. It is worth noting that this figure accounts solely for the salaries of players on Bayern's roster and does not include the nearly 450 staff members who collectively earn an additional €50 million. Thus, Bayern Munich's annual personnel wage expenditure hovers near €200 million. Interestingly, the highest-paid individual at Bayern is not a star player like Ribéry, Zidane, or Robben, but rather the head coach, Guardiola. Various media outlets report that Guardiola's pre-tax salary at Bayern has reached €17 million, making him not only the highest-paid coach in the Bundesliga, but also the highest in the world. Among players, the highest earner at Bayern is Ribéry, with an annual salary of €12 million. Also the top wage in the Bundesliga. Bayern's total salary of €150 million marks a record for the club, which has been dubbed the most expensive Bayern in history by Bild. However, when compared to other elite clubs, Bayern's wages rank towards the bottom. According to reports from Spanish media, it was noted that as early as the last season, Real Madrid's total annual salary had already surpassed €200 million, with Cristiano Ronaldo alone earning a staggering €21 million. Following the team's acquisition of strong reinforcements this summer, their salary figures are bound to escalate further. Thus, while Munich 1860 has offered a club record annual salary of €3 million, It still pales in comparison to the financial might of the Giants, making Lin Chu merely a minor player in the presence of those illustrious stars. Unexpectedly, Lin Chu's contract renewal triggered a chain reaction. Initially, Borussia Dortmund had considered replacing Robert Lewandowski with Lin Chu, but with his renewal at Munich 1860, they were left to continue their negotiations with the Polish striker, hoping he would sign a new contract. Furthermore, Klaus-Jan Huntelaar, whose contract also has just 1 year remaining, saw Lin Chu, a fledgling talent, securing €3 million and felt discontented with the modest salary offered by the club, immediately demanding €8 million. This is merely a reflection of the influence on top-tier players. The impact on those lower down the ladder is even more pronounced. Particularly within Munich 1860, while everyone acknowledged Lin Chu's rightful claim to the top salary, it did not prevent them from demanding the club to loosen its purse strings, plunging the entire organization into a state of turmoil. During the transfer market period, the team had just achieved promotion. And even if players themselves remained compliant, their agents would fervently advocate for their interests. To be fair, although factionalism and petty intrigues are not absent within Munich 1860, Lin Chu had not been deeply affected by these dynamics since his arrival. He primarily needed to maintain his form and perform well on the pitch. However, this time he could distinctly sense that the atmosphere in the locker room was amiss. Each player seemed burdened with their own concerns, leading to a rise in selfishness during matches as they all strived to showcase their individual talents. The team's performance consequently suffered, lacking the relentless drive that characterized the previous season in the first round of the Bundesliga. Facing Nuremberg at home, the match concluded with a score that remained a stalemate. In the post-match media ratings, Lin Chu received the lowest score since joining the club, 4 points. During the second round, away against Hamburg, Lin Chu finally exploded with remarkable scoring ability, netting a goal in each half. Yet, the team's defense was chaotic, conceding 3 goals in quick succession, resulting in a 2-3 defeat. In the third round, facing Freiburg at home, Lin Chu had to exit early due to injury. Although Stoppelkamp opened the scoring in the 40th minute, the team failed to hold onto the 1-0 lead, conceding 2 goals within 5 minutes, leading to a second consecutive defeat for Munich 1860. After 3 matches, the team had only managed a draw and 2 losses, earning a mere point. Not only were Munich 1860 fans frustrated, but even Bayern supporters were left exasperated. We lost to such a team? And twice. For the fans of 1860, the only silver lining was that Lin Chu's injury was not severe, allowing him to return for the next match against Stuttgart, a team that had not won in 3 rounds. The two teams had recently faced off in the semi-finals of the German Cup, now finding themselves in similar predicaments. However, before the match against Stuttgart, there was another significant matter capturing everyone's attention: the draw for the UEFA Europa League group stage. Similar to the Champions League, the Europa League's group stage comprised 48 teams categorized into 4 tiers based on their performance in European competitions over the past 5 years. Each tier would yield 1 team to form a group, while clubs from the same league would be kept apart. The 12 groups would engage in a double round-robin format, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the knockout stage alongside the 8 third-place teams from the Champions League, making a total of 32 teams for the draw. The fates of several notable teams diverged sharply. Valencia would face the English club Swansea. Sevilla was set to clash with Bundesliga side Freiburg, while French giants Lyon would go head-to-head with Real Betis. Meanwhile, powerhouses like Tottenham and Lazio drew relatively weaker opponents, ensuring a smooth path to advancement. Munich 1860, lacking any significant European competition points, was predictably placed in the 4th tier. At the draw ceremony, Schmidt appeared almost transparent, failing to secure a single close-up until Munich 1860 was drawn into Group I, at which point the broadcaster begrudgingly provided him with a shot. Yet, this close-up bore an air of sympathy, as the group included not just last season's Portuguese Cup champions Vitória Guimarães, but also 2 renowned European teams, La Liga's Real Betis and Ligue 1's Lyon. A palpable sense of despair engulfed 1860. With an opening streak of 3 winless matches, they plummeted to the bottom of the league table, and now faced a daunting group in European competition. With hopes of advancement appearing exceedingly slim, it felt as though all their luck had been exhausted following the German Super Cup, leaving a trail of misfortune in its wake. Lin Chu watched the draw live at Lott's home. Accompanied by Borowka, Firmino, and Stoppelkamp. Lott's sense of belonging to Munich 1860 was palpable. Despite knowing Firmino was his direct competitor, he acknowledged the latter's prowess and offered assistance in integrating into their small group. Exemplifying the spirit of camaraderie, the living room was steeped in gloom. This season's Europa League boasted numerous formidable opponents, but only two groups truly qualified as groups of death, and they were unfortunate enough to draw one of them. Just when despair was setting in, Lot clapped his hands to garner attention, suggesting that Betis could be competitive and might vie for advancement alongside Lyon. Why not forego the Europa League and focus on the DFB Pokal instead? That seems more promising, Borovka mumbled, only to receive a chorus of incredulous glances. Abandon the European competition to pursue domestic cup glory? Are you out of your mind? Lot countered, do you know how much the Europa League prize money is? I don't know, but I do know it's only 15 of the Champions League. This statement rendered everyone silent. The Champions League, the dream of every player. Firmino mused, I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to play in the Champions League. Nothing is impossible, Lot encouraged. Before last season, we never imagined we would have the opportunity to play in the Europa League. Stoppelkamp, not participating in their discussion, nudged Lin Chu with his toe, inquiring about his injury. Lin Chu, after reviewing the draw results, opened his system interface. Since joining the Bundesliga, the reward for scoring in a league match had finally reverted to an honor point. Now, combined with training points and the rewards from the German Super Cup, he had accumulated a total of 83 points. According to his plan, he still aimed to gather 200 points before drawing a blue card. However, this injury had made him acutely aware of the importance of injury resistance. His injury resistance was not high, rated only at C. While he was not at the level of being injury-prone, he certainly lacked resilience, particularly after arriving in the Bundesliga, where competition would inevitably be fiercer. The impending European matches would lead to a denser schedule and heightened intensity, thereby increasing his risk of injury. The system categorized all attributes into three main categories: physique, technique, and talent, if inspiration is the most critical attribute within the talent category. Then injury resistance is the one that requires the most enhancement within the physique category. Unfortunately, he had never encountered a severe injury, leading him to adopt a somewhat complacent attitude, neglecting to strengthen this attribute. Regrettably, among all the cards he possessed, few boasted high injury resistance. Many were quite fragile, with only Balotelli possessing a relatively strong resistance. Yet, he hesitated to part with an S-level sense of touch in the midst of his indecision. Stoppelkamp posed another question, drawing the attention of the others. Lin Chu raised his right foot, assuring them, I'm fine. I should be able to play against Stuttgart, although the boss intends for me to come off the bench. If all goes smoothly, I might not even need to play. Smoothly, my foot? Borovka retorted. Do you really believe we could go 3 goals down in the first half? As August drew to a close, the summer transfer window was nearing its conclusion, and those agitating for raises and transfers had nearly exhausted their efforts. Following the customary last-minute frenzy of the summer transfer market, numerous high-profile deals finally settled in these last few days. Beyond previously noted transfers such as Zhu to Bayern and Cavani to Paris Saint-Germain, the most shocking move was undoubtedly Gareth Bale's transfer to Real Madrid, with transfer fees rumored to have surpassed the 100 million mark, undeniably setting a new record. All these developments were of little consequence to Lin Chu. While Munich and the Allianz Arena were indeed significant landmarks in the global football landscape, they were primarily associated with Bayern Munich. Aside from their own supporters, few cared about the fate of the other team in the city, and naturally, no one would pay attention to Lin Chu's potential transfer or salary. Among the hundreds of thousands of professional players worldwide, he could only be considered a budding talent at this stage. Only time would tell. Chapter 97. From 2 to 3, the advantage is mine. As September arrived, the 4th round of the Bundesliga commenced as scheduled. Due to their participation in the UEFA Super Cup, Bayern Munich's match was held 2 days earlier. Despite leading and appearing dominant, the Southern Giants were held to a draw by Freiburg, halting their winning streak at the start of the new season, which also brought an end to Ribéry's record of winning 18 consecutive Bundesliga appearances. Shortly thereafter, Mainz 05 suffered a 1-4 defeat against Hannover 96, while Bayer Leverkusen fell 0-2 to Schalke 04. Both teams ending their winning streaks as well. Borussia Dortmund, buoyed by the historic signing of Henrik Mkhitaryan, triumphed with a 2-1 away victory over Eintracht Frankfurt, securing a flawless 12 points from 4 matches, thus standing out as the only unbeaten team in the Bundesliga after 4 rounds. On the same day, 1860 Munich ventured once more to the Mercedes-Benz Arena to challenge Stuttgart. Stuttgart commenced their season with 3 consecutive defeats, leading to the dismissal of head coach Alexander Zorniger. New manager Thomas Schneider was hastily appointed, marking his debut match in charge. Both teams had yet to register a victory in the league this season. And statistically, their performances displayed minimal disparity. 1860 Munich had suffered 2 losses and secured 1 draw, netting 3 goals while conceding 5. Stuttgart, on the other hand, faced 3 defeats, scoring 3 goals and conceding 6. The last encounter between these two teams took place in the semi-finals of the DFB Pokal last season, where 1860 Munich, propelled by a hat-trick from Lin Chao, edged out Stuttgart with a 4-3 victory, advancing to the final. Thus, this match presented Stuttgart with an opportunity for retribution. 1860 Munich adopted their customary 4-4-2 formation. Their top scorer, Lin Chao, had recently battled injury concerns, yet fortunately, the issue was not severe, allowing him to be included in the squad. Although to err on the side of caution, head coach Schmidt opted to start him on the bench. The lineup consisted of goalkeeper Gabor Kiraly, defenders Fürth, Simunek, Kaman, and Bruno, midfielders Dominik Stahl, Maximilian Nickiu, Daniel Bayerofka, and Moritz Stoppelkamp, and forwards Firmino and Benjamin Lott. Stuttgart deployed a 3-forward formation, exhibiting a fervent desire for victory. Thomas Schneider, making significant adjustments to the starting lineup for his Bundesliga debut, replaced Lecky with Gotoku Sakai, shifted Schwab to central defense, and included Leitner, Maxim, and Timo Werner in place of Harnik, Kagawa, and the suspended Traore. The Stuttgart lineup featured goalkeeper Ulrich, defenders Sakai, Schwab, Rudiger, and Boca, midfielders Gentner, Quaster, Leitner, Maxim, and Timo Werner, and forward Ibisevic. Both head coaches expressed resolute intentions to secure victory, as they truly had no alternative. This match was destined to be an offensive showdown. As the match commenced, 1860 Munich kicked off. As expected, both teams launched immediate and fervent attacks. In the 3rd minute, the home side created the first threat. Stoppelkamp, after receiving a short pass from Lott, executed a sudden through ball that afforded Firmino a shooting opportunity. Unfortunately, he was slightly sluggish, and as he attempted to shoot, a defender intervened, resulting in the goalkeeper narrowly seizing the ball. 3 minutes later, Stuttgart retaliated, but their forward shooting technique was lacking, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Both head coaches shared a mutual frustration, seemingly ensnared in a cycle of dominance without reward. Fortunately, the first goal arrived swiftly. In the 10th minute, Stuttgart executed a throw-in. The ball was tossed into the periphery of the penalty area, and the receiver did not pause to control it but instead headed it directly into the box. Kaman made a blunder, allowing the ball to pass over him. Ibisevic, positioned behind, controlled it with his chest and unleashed a shot towards the right side of the goal. Kiraly, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as the ball found the net. 1-0. This was merely the beginning. In the 12th minute, Leitner quickly took a free kick on the left flank, with Maxim making a run into the left side of the penalty area to deliver a cross, which Rudiger tapped in from the center of the 6-yard box. 2-0. In the 19th minute, Maxim delivered a corner from the left, and Ibisevic headed it in from 6 meters out at the near post. 3-0. Within 20 minutes, trailing by 3 goals, 1860 Munich appeared to be facing an inevitable defeat. However, the players soon reignited hope with a goal. In the 25th minute, Bayerofka threaded a pass through the left flank. Lott crossed it in the penalty area, and Stahl, after controlling the ball at the edge of the box, struck with his left foot. The ball sailed past Ulrich's fingertips and nestled into the right side of the net. 3-1, and 1860 Munich was back in contention. Yet, merely 2 minutes later, Werner sped down the left flank, evading Fürth's defense and crossing the ball. Kiraly misjudged his attempt to intercept, allowing Ibisevic to head it into the empty net from 6 meters out. 4-1. Ibisevic completed his hat-trick, and Werner became the youngest assist provider in Bundesliga history, transforming the Mercedes-Benz Arena into a jubilant sea of celebration. The scoreline of 4-1 remained intact until the stoppage time of the first half, just as Stuttgart's fans could no longer contain their joy in prematurely celebrating victory. The score shifted once more. Stoppelkamp delivered a through ball. Firmino flicked it on with his head, and Bruno, making a rapid run from the right side of the backline, executed a volley that marked his debut goal for 1860 Munich, altering the score to 2-4. The first half concluded with 6 goals, averaging a goal every 8 minutes, as both teams were utterly in frenzy. This match was not only an offensive battle but also a goal fest. Not only the players on the field and the spectators, but even Lin Chao on the bench felt a surge of anticipation. As the second half commenced, both teams continued their frenzied exchanges. In the 50th minute, Schmidt finally made a decisive move, bringing Lin Chao onto the pitch. He and Lot exchanged a quick high-five before Lin dashed onto the field. Lin Chao had finally entered the fray. This season, he had already netted 5 goals, 3 of which were from a hat trick against Bayern in the German Super Cup, with only 2 goals in the Bundesliga to his name thus far. Despite trailing by 3 goals, the spirits of 1860 Munich had dwindled, but with Lin Chao's entrance, a renewed sense of belief surged through the team. 40 minutes left, that was ample time. They could bridge the gap from 2 to 3, and the advantage was theirs. Chapter 98. When paths cross, the extraordinary prevails. The Stuttgart players were well aware of Lin Chao's prowess, and with stoppage time still remaining, they had at least 45 minutes to contend with a potential hat-trick from him. Why again? Because with only a half to play, Lin had withdrawn Yang Chun from physical exertion, transitioning him to long-range shots, and now his attributes were as follows. Ball control, Balotelli, S. Shooting in the box, Huntelaar, S. Long range, Yang Chun, A. Strength, Fanzi, A. Dribbling, Chun Tao, A. Speed, Chu Bo, A. Positioning, Wu Lei, A. Goal-scoring instinct, Li Jinyu, A. The Stuttgart players' gaze was predominantly fixed on Lin Chao. With defenders on high alert, bracing themselves for the possibility of his explosive entrance, Rudiger promptly positioned himself beside him, marking him closely. Although Lin Chao's strength rating was merely A, it was exceedingly close to S. However, in his tussles with Rudiger, he found himself slightly outmatched, revealing that the imposing figure of the Black Giant was indeed formidable. Fortunately, Lin's style was not one of brute force. As the match resumed, he commenced a wide-ranging movement, deftly evading the larger defender. The ball traversed through 1860 Munich's backline with a series of simple passes before Niku delivered a pass to Stoppelkamp. After controlling the ball, Stoppelkamp executed a sudden, long pass to the right side of the penalty area. The agile Stahl deftly controlled the ball, glanced at the penalty area, and even gestured for Firmino to adjust his run. However, as a defender attempted to intercept, he deftly maneuvered the ball and swiftly sped towards the baseline. Lin Chao made a rapid stop and then quickly accelerated, evading Rudiger by half a body length and charging towards the back post of the goal. Firmino was a step slow but soon reached the front post. Stahl effortlessly lifted the ball for a cross. Compared to his previous feints, the quality of this cross was somewhat lacking. Firmino extended his right foot but failed to make contact, leaving him to wonder if the ball was intended for Lin Chao. Just as Lin Chao prepared to shoot, Ulrich had already committed to leaving his goal, extending his arms forward to deflect the ball into the penalty area. A defender cleared the ball with a powerful kick, allowing Stuttgart to escape a perilous situation. Stoppelkamp maneuvered in midfield, skillfully orchestrating play, and Stahl sent in a cross from the baseline. Unfortunately, it was overhit, and the goalkeeper managed to defuse the danger. Stahl, frustrated, kicked at the turf and gestured an apology to Firmino. His long passing abilities were indeed lacking. Had it been Bayerovka delivering that cross, the outcome might have been different. Yet, Bayerovka was having a dismal day, failing to shine even once, prompting Schmidt to consider substituting him. However, he still held out hope that Lin Chao's presence might rekindle Bayerovka's form, hence granting him a few more minutes on the pitch. Stuttgart's counterattack faltered, as Simunek intercepted the ball at the edge of the penalty area and relayed it to Bruno. Bruno surged down the right flank for 30 meters before finally passing it centrally. Firmino released the ball, shifting it to the left, where Bayerovka awaited. Gotoku Sakai immediately closed in to apply pressure. In contrast to Stahl's finesse, Bayerovka's technique was rather crude. Nonetheless, he compensated with speed. He provided Sakai no time to react, and as the ball approached him, he thrust it forward with vigor, then elongated his strides, charging ahead with fervor. Sakai Takamitsu instantly pivoted to pursue the ball, yet rather than deeming Bayerovka's maneuver as merely a dribble, it could be more aptly described as a pass, one intended for his future self. 5 seconds hence, Bayerovka, forcefully accelerating, caught up to the football. Although Sakai Takamitsu immediately slammed on the brakes in a desperate bid to intercept, he ultimately brushed past the ball. It must be said that even the teammates who shared the pitch with Bayerovka were left in awe by this extraordinary display. Utilizing his speed, Bayerovka evaded Sakai Takamitsu. While Firmino surged forward from the center, a stunning sudden stop, Bayerovka controlled the ball on the left flank, poised to cut inside. Wait. He passed to Lin Chu. Lin Chu, momentarily entangled by Rudiger, was unable to dart into the penalty area right away and had only just reached the edge of the box. Unexpectedly, Borovka delivered a precise diagonal pass, positioning the ball directly in front of him. Rudiger, employing an awkward running style, was chasing nearby, frantically shouting, "Don't let him in!" The other Stuttgart players could only silently scoff. "Isn't that your job?" Nevertheless, despite their grumbling, they were compelled to intercept. Boca swiftly closed in. Being inside the penalty area, he refrained from recklessly sliding in, instead opting for a leg interception. Borovka's diagonal pass reached the edge of the box, and Lin Chu advanced rapidly, aiming to penetrate the long-range shot. Just when everyone anticipated Lin Chu to take on the defense, he unexpectedly unleashed a shot instead. A strike from outside the box is, of course, not a foul, but notably, this player had seldom attempted long-range shots. Analyzing Lin Chu's scoring methods across the Bundesliga, DFB Pokal, along with playoffs and the DFL Super Cup, he had netted a total of 36 goals. All within the penalty area, predominantly with his right foot, with only a handful of left-footed efforts and headers. His specialization is remarkably pronounced. He is undeniably the quintessential king of the box. Now, unexpectedly launching a shot from distance. It led many to believe he was merely startled by Rudiger, eager to dispose of the ball. Yet upon glancing at Rudiger's distressed expression, that seemed unlikely. The football soared over Boca's calf. Yang Chen's long-range shots are characterized by one defining trait: sheer power. As for accuracy, that is left to fate. However, Lin Chu had merely adopted Yang Chen's technique for long-range shooting. His touch and strength were significantly superior, naturally elevating the overall quality of the strike. The ball exhibited almost no spin, tracing a minimal arc as it flew into the upper right corner of the goal. The ball found its mark. Lin Chu struck a sudden arrow from the outskirts of the penalty area, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. 4-3. On the sidelines, Thomas Schneider was left in disbelief. Initially skeptical, he could no longer deny the reality. The shadow of the peach blossom fell, the divine sword flew, its blades cold light piercing through the realms. Lin Chu scored his third goal in the Bundesliga, marking the 24th goal by a Chinese player in the league. The last player to score in the Bundesliga, who also played for 1860 Munich, was Xiao Jiai, who, over 67 appearances in the Bundesliga, managed to score only 4 goals, with just one for 1860 Munich. Currently, the player with the most goals in the Bundesliga is Yang Chen, who, in 64 matches, has netted 16 times. Coach Zhang, speaking of Lin Chu's long-range shot, it does bear some resemblance to Yang Chen's, doesn't it? Indeed, Yang Chen's long-range shots are characterized by their tremendous power, and Lin Chu's strike certainly echoes Yang Chen's style, though it was executed with greater spontaneity, almost devoid of preparatory movements. Yes, it was often said that Lin Chu lacked heading ability, long-range shooting, and free-kick prowess, yet now he has demonstrated capabilities in both heading and long-range shooting. One wonders if he might reveal a free-kick mastery someday. That's hard to say. Lin Chu refrained from celebrating, swiftly retrieving the ball from the net to resume play. The sprint, the shot. One could almost feel the force as if he intended to shatter the football. The swiftness of his pace, the ethereal finesse of his technique, and the exhilarating aesthetics of violence. This is the ultimate allure of football. Ibisevic positioned himself in the center circle, yet prior to the kickoff, he couldn't resist glancing at Lin Chu once more. Of course, I am not lacking either. Ibisevic silently clenched his fist, a surge of indomitable spirit igniting within. He was indeed in fine form today, having completed a hat-trick in the first half, but he was torn between elation and frustration, as this marked only his third career hat-trick after so many years, while this young lad had already accomplished 6 in less than a full season. Ibisevic, brimming with ambition, yearned to make another impact. Yet unfortunately, Coach Schneider was hesitant. With the score shifting from 4-2 to 4-3, he feared that continued recklessness would squander the 3 points at stake in his debut Bundesliga match, after scoring 4 goals in the first half. How could this not be the quintessential narrative of a leading man? Yet, this was the scenario unfolding before him. Schneider was on the verge of a breakdown, anxiously gesturing from the sidelines for his players to tighten their defensive lines. As one falters, the other gains. 1860 Munich swiftly seized absolute control. However, they did not rush into a frenzied attack, but instead methodically organized their play in the midfield. Slowly advancing, Stuttgart's defense was a formidable fortress. making it challenging to execute effective attacks through conventional tactics. Once the forwards ventured within, they were often engulfed in a sea of defenders. Lin Chu, opting to withdraw, began to play a guerrilla role from the periphery. Having just experienced his long-range prowess, Stuttgart dared not allow him the freedom to roam outside. Not only was Rudiger drawn out, but Hente also positioned himself nearby to defend, ready to join Rudiger in a double team. By single-handedly occupying two of the opponent's defensive stalwarts, Lin Chu significantly increased the opportunities for his teammates. The Stuttgart fans in the stands were filled with anxiety and frustration. Although they had suffered a loss last season, that had been a genuine upset, with a clear disparity in strength between the two sides. How had 1860 Munich become so formidable this season? Remarkably, they had not undergone many personnel changes. The entire team seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. It was incomprehensible. Both teams now found themselves nearly concentrated in Stuttgart's half, with 1860 Munich's onslaught resembling a tidal wave, poised to equalize at any moment. Stuttgart had only played a half of good football, yet now found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Based on the first half, they possessed the absolute capability to engage in a shootout with 1860 Munich, but faced with the opponent's relentless pressure, Schneider opted for a conservative approach. Regardless of the final outcome, he would undoubtedly face criticism. Schmidt's substitutions changed everything. The moment Lin Chu stepped onto the field, 1860 Munich transformed as if it were an entirely different team. He was the soul of this squad. Yet, the soul of the team was not performing particularly soulfully, having gone a full 10 minutes without touching the ball, relying solely on agile off-the-ball movement to create space and opportunities for his teammates. Conversely, others thrived spectacularly. In the 66th minute, Stoppelkamp and Stahl executed a wall pass on the right side of the penalty area, seizing a sliver of space before immediately shooting, delivering a cunning ground shot. The ball quickly rolled towards the lower left corner of the goal, prompting Schneider on the sidelines to nearly kneel in fright. Fortunately, Ulrich was swift and agile, managing to dive and parry the shot with one hand just in the nick of time. Borovka took the ensuing corner. Kaman headed it back, and Himunek, overpowering Schwab, attempted a header, but the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. In the 69th minute, Borovka, receiving a pass from Stahl, also attempted a long-range shot from the outskirts. But the ball ricocheted off a defender. Bruno's follow-up attempt went slightly wide. In the 72nd minute, Stoppelkamp received the ball directly in front of the penalty area, intending to follow suit with a shot. But out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lin Chu charging into the box, prompting an instinctive flick of the ball over to him. Lin Chu, who had been maneuvering with Rudiger just moments before, suddenly pivoted and sprinted into the penalty area. Rudiger barely had time to commit a foul, but fortunately, Hente rushed in, extending a leg to intercept Lin Chu's path. As Stoppelkamp's pass descended, Lin Chu had no time to adjust and unleashed a shot. The ball first struck Hente's calf, deflecting towards the goal. Generally speaking, goalkeepers dread such deflected shots, yet, fortuitously, the synergy between Lin Chu and Stoppelkamp was seamless. From receiving the ball, positioning, passing, to shooting, the two executed their actions with virtually no pause, leaving Ulrich bewildered, standing still without making any attempt to save. When Hente's deflection redirected the ball, it fortuitously sailed right toward Ulrich's position. Instinctively, Ulrich's right foot intercepted the shot, remarkably managing to parry it. However, before he could exhale in relief, a blue figure emerged before the ball, deftly nudging it into the net. Stoppelkamp's lofted pass, Lin Chu's volley. The ball struck a defender. Ulrich blocked it. Firmino's follow-up found the back of the net. 4-4. The score is now tied at 4-4. 1860 Munich has truly equalized. Congratulations to Firmino, who has finally opened his scoring account with 1860 Munich. Stuttgart's players attempted to protest to the referee, claiming Firmino was offside. But the referee remained unmoved, blowing the whistle and pointing the ball towards the center circle. Everyone rushed to Firmino, offering their congratulations, before swiftly retrieving the ball to the center circle, urging Stuttgart to commence play promptly. During the 4-2 match, merely achieving an equalizer felt like a blessing, yet upon actually leveling the score, I couldn't shake the feeling that if victory remained elusive, my feet were utterly wasted. The players of Stuttgart appeared ensnared in confusion, presenting a stark contrast to their dominant performance in the first half. Coach Zhang chuckled softly and began his analysis. The drawbacks of the new coach's hasty ascension became evident. It was manageable when the team was in the lead. allowing the players to take charge. But once the team fell behind, the new manager's lack of control over the squad's dynamics was glaringly exposed. In this light, 1860 Munich might indeed snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, achieving an impressive comeback. Furthermore, Coach Schmidt's discerning eye is truly remarkable. Last season he discovered Lin Chu, and this season, Firmino, significantly elevating the team's competitive prowess. Amidst mounting pressure, Stuttgart faced internal turmoil. A point is still a point, is it not? As for Schneider, who even cares what he has to say? Ibisevic initiated a fast break for Stuttgart. Maxim distributed the ball to the flank, and Werner, after receiving it, deftly maneuvered past Bruno to deliver a cross. Ibisevic surged forward from the center, but Coman was quick to intercept and clear the ball. Niku launched a powerful header from outside the penalty area, sending the ball soaring halfway across the pitch. Landing once again at Stuppelkamp's feet, he glanced toward the left flank, where Borowka was charging ahead, completely unmarked. However, just as everyone anticipated a long pass towards Borowka, Stuppelkamp executed a precise ground pass with his right foot. Lin Chu, sprinting with determination, saw the ball rolling towards him. A surge of joy filled him as he silently praised Stuppelkamp, then gently nudged the ball forward to his right front, drawing back like a bow. He prepared to strike. Rudiger, cursing under his breath, attempted to block with his body, but Lin Chu's right foot didn't crash into the ball. Instead, it deftly flicked the ball to the right, darting into the penalty area. Stuppelkamp's midfield pass found Lin Chu at the edge of the box, and with another shot, a stunning feint, Rudiger was left behind as Lin Chu stormed into the penalty area. Schwab intended to intercept Firmino but now had no choice but to confront Lin Chu on the opposite side. Sakai also abandoned his pursuit of the increasingly close Borowka, turning instead to engage Lin Chu. At this moment, Borowka was directly to Lin Chu's left, while Firmino and Starl were behind him, yet he had no intention of passing. He charged straight towards Schwab and Sakai. The three of them, on divergent paths, converged in the center of the Mercedes-Benz Arena's penalty area, forming a collision reminiscent of the iconic logo. Both Sakai and Schwab lunged simultaneously, attempting to obstruct Lin Chu's advance. Unfazed, Lin Chu maintained his speed, his feet moving in a blur, and like a magician, he slipped through the narrow gap between the two defenders. A spectacular nutmeg. Lin Chu had passed them, with a dazzling display. Lin Chu evaded three opponents, finding himself with a golden opportunity. Ulrich rushed out. After outmaneuvering Sakai and Schwab, Lin Chu spotted the advancing Ulrich. If he were equipped with Yang Chen's shooting skill card, he might have taken a direct shot, but with Huntelaar's card in play, he decided to finesse the moment. Slowing slightly, he flicked the ball up with his toes, sending it arcing gracefully over Ulrich's head, marking the fifth goal into Stuttgart's net. Chapter 99. Europa League debut opportunist, king of the box, poacher. These are the established perceptions of Lin Chu. Yet in this match, first with a powerful long-range shot from outside the box, followed by a breathtaking lob after dribbling past three defenders, he astonished all who were familiar with his play. Is this really the Lin Chu we know? The biggest joke of the year. Lin Chu can't dribble. Wait, isn't he's supposed to be weak in aerial duels? Has he just now gotten internet at home? Lin Chu's dribbling skills are commendable, as even Boateng can attest. Let me share a secret. Being able to dribble and successfully maneuver past three players are entirely different concepts. In light of such a scene, I can only express my feelings through poetry. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. After watching the ball find the back of the net, Lin Chu immediately turned and sprinted towards the sidelines, where his teammates rushed to him. Borowka tackled him to the ground, and they all piled on. A cacophony of celebration ensued. A goal of artistic merit. A feigned shot that turned into a brilliant dribble past Rudiger, followed by the lob that pierced through the defenses of Sakai and Schwab, ultimately finding its way past Ulrich's grasp. Lin Chu had once again scored twice, propelling Munich 1860 ahead. The score fluctuated like a roller coaster. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, then 4-3, 4-4, and finally 4-5. Alas, they celebrated too soon. After Lin Chu's arrival, Munich 1860 mounted a stunning comeback, scoring 3 consecutive goals. Lin Chu, grumbling as he pushed his teammates aside, stood up and playfully smacked Borowka on the head, saying, "You've messed up my $3 million hairstyle." Borowka looked at him, bewildered by his disheveled hair. How did this hairstyle get ruined? To be fair, Borovka ruffled Lin Chu's hair again, saying, "You look better with your messy bangs." "You don't understand," Lin Chu replied, shaking his head solemnly. "A tough guy should have short hair." Laughter erupted among the group. Isn't a buzz cut more appropriate? Shouldn't it be a shaved head? Oh, has he now adopted a tough guy persona? On one side, there was laughter, while on the other, despair loomed as the match progressed. Not only Stuttgart fans but even neutral spectators hoped to see Stuttgart rise again, equalizing or even surpassing the score. Such a match would surely be etched in history. Unfortunately, the deity of goals had declared that he had had enough fun today, and regardless of Stuttgart's relentless efforts, they could not breach the formidable defense of their opponents. The match concluded with a score of 4-5. Stuttgart suffered their fourth consecutive defeat, while Munich 1860 secured their first victory of the season. Everyone believed that brighter days lay ahead. Lin Chu had intended to exchange jerseys with Ibisevic, but was unexpectedly approached by Timo Werner instead. Werner extended his hand for a handshake, then somewhat shyly asked, "Lin, hello, may I have your jersey?" "Of course." After exchanging jerseys, Lin Chu couldn't help but notice Werner's youthful face and curiously inquired, "By the way, how old are you?" 17 years and 180 days. Werner replied that "I'm 7 months younger than you." This was Lin Chu's first encounter with someone younger than himself since beginning his professional career. What a pity. You had a chance to break the record for the youngest goal scorer in the Bundesliga. Currently, the youngest goal scorer is Sahin, who set the record in 2005 at 17 years and 82 days. Werner missed that mark by a bit.as for Lin Chu, being born in 1995, on the same day as the Republic. He was almost named Lin Guoqing by his grandfather, thus he too was far from that record. Unquestionably, this match was deemed the most thrilling encounter of the round in the voting for the Bundesliga's fourth-round player of the match. Ibisevic, who scored a hat-trick, narrowly edged out Lin Chu for the award. However, both players were included in the best 11, sharing the spotlight on the front line. Next came the international break, with all eyes turning toward the World Cup qualifiers. Yet, most players from Munich 1860 were German, and none were selected for the national team. As for Lin Chu, best not to mention it. The German team still largely revolved around Bayern players, easily dispatching the Faroe Islands with a 3-0 victory. Just one step away from qualification. The scandal involving Terry and Bridges' affair with a teammate's wife had stirred considerable controversy in the Premier League, and a similar incident unfolded in the Bundesliga involving former Tottenham star Van der Vaart and Bullerhaus. Van der Vaart not only caused his Dutch teammate Bullerhaus' marriage to crumble, but also successfully pursued a relationship with Bullerhaus' wife. The female lead of this affair, Sabia, was not only the wife of the renowned Dutch player Bullerhaus, but also a close friend of Van der Vaart's ex-wife, Sylvia. Earlier this year, Van der Vaart's marriage to Sylvia fell apart, with the media attributing it primarily to their constant separation. During this emotional crisis, Van der Vaart found solace in Sabia, leading them to become a couple. As for the unfortunate Bullerhaus, when questioned about the situation, he merely expressed his sorrow to the media, saying, "I have nothing to say. In truth, Bullerhaus' sentiments must resonate with Bridge, as both were victims of infidelity, uniting these former Chelsea players in shared misfortune. All that remains for everyone is to treat this as mere gossip over meals, with the only lesson being to exercise caution when joining Chelsea." After all, coupled with last year's De Bruyne incident, this marks the third occurrence for Chelsea, which indeed raises suspicions about whether there is an issue with the feng shui at Stamford Bridge. Munich 1860, stationed at the Allianz Arena, is set to face the challenge posed by Borussia Mönchengladbach. The fifth and sixth rounds of the Bundesliga are merely a week apart, yet there is also the first match of the Europa League in between, which has led Schmidt to adopt a somewhat cautious approach. Lin Chu and Stoppelkamp, along with Borovka, were substituted after approximately 60 minutes of play, while Munich 1860 secured a straightforward 2-0 victory over their opponents thanks to goals from Coman and Stahl, marking the second league win of the season. Finally, the exhilarating time for European competition has arrived. In Group I's opening round, La Liga's Real Betis will host French giants Lyon, while Munich 1860 will face off against Portuguese powerhouse Guimarães ES. This marks Munich 1860's return to the European stage after a 12-year hiatus, and the enthusiasm of the fans is palpable. Munich 1860 previously reached the final of the European Cup Winners' Cup in 1865 and advanced to the third round of the UEFA Cup in 2001. Leaving behind their only traces in European competitions. Guimarães ES, on the other hand, is a formidable team in the Portuguese Primeira Liga, ranking just below the traditional top three, with their significant breakthrough in European competition occurring during the 1986-87 UEFA Cup, where they reached the quarterfinals. Ironically, they were defeated by Mönchengladbach from West Germany with an aggregate score of 5-2 at that stage, and just 3 days prior, Mönchengladbach had lost to their current adversary, creating an intriguing cyclical connection through time. The Europa League evolved from the renowned UEFA Cup, having been renamed in the 2009-2010 season. The inaugural champion was Atletico Madrid, followed by Porto in the subsequent year, with Atletico Madrid again claiming the title the following year, while Chelsea triumphed last year. Munich 1860's trophy cabinet is rather barren. Even with the unanticipated inclusion of Lin Chu, they have managed to gather only 5 trophies, of which only 1 Bundesliga title is commendable. The rest are inconspicuous German Cup and Super Cup titles. Thus, their yearning for the Europa League is profoundly strong. The league is lengthy, necessitating stability and depth in the squad. Yet cup competitions are rife with unpredictability, often giving rise to dark horses. Despite the slim chances of clinching the title, every step forward yields substantial financial rewards, naturally garnering keen interest from all involved. The fans are thrilled, and the players even more so. All members of both teams, including the coaches, are experiencing European competition for the first time. Yet Schmidt must maintain an air of seasoned professionalism, constantly motivating everyone. Due to Lin Chu's influence, domestic media attention on this match has even surpassed that of the Champions League. CCTV has specially invited former Munich 1860 player Xiao Jia to commentate alongside Hiwei for this match. Xiao Jia briefly shared his experiences at Munich 1860, emphasizing how remarkable and arduous Lin Chu's achievements are today before proceeding to predict the match outcome. Guimar ES's courage to adopt a 4-3-3 formation away from home is commendable. But those who followed the previous round of the Bundesliga should know that Munich 1860 now fears nothing more than an open contest. Hiwei interjected, asking for a score prediction. Xiao Jia displayed unwavering confidence in his former club, 4-1 or 3-0. Guimar ES finished 4th in the Primeira Liga last season, which is not classified among the top 5 leagues, roughly positioned between the Bundesliga and the 2. Bundesliga. Munich 1860, on the other hand, concluded last season in 3rd place in the 2. Bundesliga, indicating that the disparity in strength between the two sides is not particularly vast. In terms of player valuations, the two teams are also quite comparable, making Xiao Jia's prediction heavily influenced by personal sentiment. Hiwei refrained from commenting on his prediction and instead posed a new question. Regarding Lin Chu, do you think he can score in his European debut? Absolutely, Xiao Jia asserted emphatically, and perhaps more than one. I concurred, noting that Guimar ES's defense would find it challenging to withstand Lin Chu's onslaught, and Hiwei agreed. Alright, the match is about to commence. Fans can predict the match result as indicated at the bottom of the screen. Those who answer correctly stand a chance to win a signed jersey from Lin Chu. The players from both teams entered the field. The Allianz Arena was once again filled to capacity, with many Asian faces in the stands. These were not only Chinese residing in various parts of Germany, but also numerous fans who had traveled from China specifically to witness Lin Chu's performance. Lin He, Mia, and Lin Yin were also present, though they did not occupy seats in the stands, but instead entered a VIP box, accompanied by Struess and Kroos. Mia couldn't help but fantasize, wondering if Lin Chu could lead 1860 to win the Europa League. Would he deserve a dedicated page in the family tree? Lin He couldn't help but facepalm, utterly defeated by his silly daughter-in-law's imagination. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's difficult, unless he leads the Chinese national team to a World Cup victory." Mia looked visibly dejected. "So that means there will never be a chance." Lin Yin interjected, "What about the Ballon d'Or? That should be feasible, right?" Struess remarked, "I don't quite understand what you mean by a family tree. But if Lin truly leads Munich 1860 to win the Europa League, he will undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of 1860's history, becoming the club's greatest legend." He quickly added, "Oh, my apologies. He has already made his mark in 1860's history, but clearly, he can forge even more illustrious records." Kroos chuckled. If he were at Bayern Munich, he could compete for the Golden Boy Award this year. Unintentionally, Struess's mind began racing. The 40-man shortlist for the Golden Boy Award is expected to be announced around late October, with the final results revealed in early December. Given Lin Chu's performance last season, the likelihood of him being shortlisted is quite high, though the probability of winning is less certain. However, if he could deliver an explosive performance over the next 3 months, Struis quickly ran through the list of popular candidates in his mind. Pogba, Varane, Januzic, Draxler, Chamberlain. Perhaps he does have a chance to be wide December. The Bundesliga will likely have progressed to around the 12th or 13th round, and the Europa League will also be in the midst of its group stage. So if the stats are impressive enough, he could indeed contend for it. Just as his mind wandered, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, a brief introduction of both teams' lineups. Munich 1860 retains a four-defender formation, a diamond midfield, and two forwards, goalkeeper, 1 Gabor Kiraly, defenders, 2 Furtz, 16, Skimanek, 4, Coman, 3, Bruno, midfielders, 6 Dominik Stahl, 8, Maximilian Niku, 7, Daniel Barovka, 10, Moritz Stoppelkamp, forwards, 11 Benjamin Lott, c. 9, Lin Chu. Guaymar ES, conversely, adopts a highly offensive 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, 1, Douglas, defenders, 23, Korea, 53, Matthias, 5, Rocha, 15, Oliveira, midfielders, 11, Anger, 6, Moreno, 28, Ender Santos, forwards, 22, Mazu, 33, Malona, 16, playing. Chapter 100. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but also dares to attack us. Guaymar ES kicks off, launching an aggressive attack right from the start. The ball is passed to the edge of the penalty area, where Niku executes a fierce tackle to disrupt the play. Recovering the ball for Bruno. Mazu immediately charges forward, but Bruno skillfully shields the ball, evading him before lofting a pass over the top. After controlling the ball, Stahl advances along the right flank. His pace is average, yet he possesses remarkable agility and speed, deftly maneuvering past Guaymar ES's left-back Korea with a quick twist of his waist, decisively cutting inside. Lin Chu observes attentively as he moves, fully aware of Stahl's every action. Truth be told, since Lin joined Munich 1860, or rather since the club was promoted to the Bundesliga, Stahl has been the only player, apart from Lin, who has shown rapid improvement. As Stahl cuts into the penalty area, he glances up to assess the goal. This is not a feigned action. He genuinely intends to take a shot himself. Unfortunately, the defense and goalkeeper are well positioned, leaving him with no angle to shoot. He can only slightly raise his right foot, feigning a cross. The central defender Rocha, who rushed in to intercept, falls for the ruse and quickly positions himself to block. Impressive, Lin Chu silently praises, sprinting forward. Matthias immediately follows suit. To Lin Chu's surprise, Matthias proves to be quite quick. Despite pushing himself to the limit, he fails to shake him off. Fortunately, Matthias's physicality is somewhat lacking, allowing Lin Chu to nudge him aside, forcing him to trail behind. Stahl continues to keep an eye on Lin Chu's positioning, and as soon as Lin creates space, he sweeps the ball towards the goal area. Stahl navigates past 2 defenders, delivering a cross in front of the goal. Lin Chu darts forward to seize the opportunity. Matthias has become a figure of despair, as the coach and fans of Guaymar ES can only look anxiously towards the fullback, Korea, hoping he can arrive before Lin Chu takes his shot. Just as Lin Chu initiated his shooting motion, Korea appeared, instinctively extending his foot to intercept. He had contemplated the possibility that Lin Chu's shot was a feint. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take a gamble, for the initiative was not in his hands. Ultimately, he lost this wager. Lin Chu deftly flicked the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, leaving Korea entirely outmaneuvered. The ball reached his left foot, and without time to adjust, he unleashed a powerful strike. However, as soon as his foot made contact with the ball, he inwardly lamented his misfortune. He had mishit it. The left foot was not his dominant foot, and in his haste, he failed to strike the ball correctly, causing it to roll harmlessly along the grass towards the right side of the goal rather than soaring into the air. Such a shot could easily be saved by any youth team goalkeeper. Yet, fortuitously, his previous feigned right-footed shot not only deceived Korea but also left the goalkeeper, Douglas, off balance. The commentator from German television's second channel, Bellaretti, had been prepared for this moment, and before the ball even crossed the goal line, he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Goal! It's in!" In the 3rd minute of the match, Lin Chu scored his first goal in European competition. In the studio of CCTV 5, Hiwei was so exhilarated he nearly leapt from his seat. Lin Chu had outmaneuvered the defender and tricked the goalkeeper, effortlessly pushing the ball into the bottom right corner of the net, marking the beginning of his goal tally in the UEFA Europa League. Unfortunately, Esch Youth would later lose to Vince Bills by a total score of 5-1, thereby missing out on this season's UEFA Europa League group stage. Otherwise, we might have witnessed the inaugural Chinese derby in the Europa League. Strictly speaking, neither Liu Chao nor Wang Chu officially contested the Europa League, making Lin Chu the first Chinese player to score in this prestigious tournament. Yet, I believe this is merely the beginning. In the years to come, we shall undoubtedly see more Chinese players gracing this historic competition. Lin Chu had not sought out this information, but the system suddenly awarded him 10 honor points, revealing to him that he had inadvertently broken a record once again. With this in mind, remaining outside of German nationality actually offers considerable benefits, as it would allow for an abundance of records to be set, such as being the first Chinese player to score in the Europa League, the Champions League, the UEFA Super Cup, and so forth, as well as being the Asian player with the most goals in European competitions. When calculated, this represents a significant accumulation of points. The entire Allianz Arena erupted in jubilation. Lin Chu ran towards the sidelines, facing the stands, arms outstretched, embracing the adulation of the crowd. Almost everyone was chanting his name. Through the lens of CCTV, countless fans of Munich 1860 could be seen cheering wildly, screaming and shouting, though the specifics of their chants were not entirely discernible. However, in the stadium, it was clear that this group of Germans was loudly encouraging Lin Chu with a peculiar intonation, shouting, "Go, Lin Chu!" Awesome! This had evolved into a distinct culture of support at the Allianz Arena, and a phenomenon of contagious enthusiasm had emerged, as many German fans assumed that all Asians possessed the same spirit, fervently cheering for their own players of Asian descent. The likes of Uchida Atsudo and Sun Heung-min were not spared from this in the media area of Munich 1860. Chinese journalists celebrated exuberantly, with many unable to contain their excitement, embracing one another. "I told you, Lin Chu would definitely score. At this rate, he could easily net a hat trick, right? Scoring on his debut, he is undoubtedly a player for the big occasions." Guemar ES had not anticipated that a newly promoted Bundesliga team could be so formidable, and their momentum was significantly dampened. Coach Enrique's expression darkened considerably. AS, the darkest horse in this season's Europa League's most challenging group, Real Betis and Lyon were undoubtedly the prime favorites for advancement. For Guemar ES and Munich 1860 to secure a qualifying spot, they must amass sufficient points from their two encounters, which is why Enrique recklessly adopted an attacking posture in the opponent's stadium. Little did he know, the match began with a shocking blow. Most critically, Enrique's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the pitch, focusing on the number 9, who was being celebrated by his teammates. Based on the previous goal, his defenders appeared utterly helpless against him, and therein lay the true terror. Although there is no concept of away goals in the group stage, if teams finish with the same points, goal difference becomes paramount. Under the pressure of giants Real Betis and Lyon, every point and every goal conceded must be meticulously calculated, for they genuinely feared being overwhelmed. From a fan's perspective, there was an undeniable desire to witness the team launch an all-out assault, striving for goals to quickly equalize or even take the lead. However, from a coach's standpoint, this necessitated a greater investment of troops and energy at the front lines, leaving the defense increasingly vulnerable. Enrique's expression grew grave as he pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Gritting his teeth, he approached the sidelines and gestured to his players. "Attack!" Guemar ES continued to play aggressively, but I believe they had fallen into a misconception, namely, that within this group, Real Betis and Lyon posed the greatest threat. Thus, they were intent on snatching points from Munich 1860, yet they seemed to overlook that. Despite Munich 1860 being a newly promoted team, they had astonishingly defeated Bayern Munich twice in 3 months, clinching both the DFB Pokal and the DFB Super Cup. It is important to note that these victories did not stem from Bayern strategically conceding, underestimating their opponents, or being plagued by injuries. The DFB Pokal Championship was the final piece in Bayern's quest for a treble, and they entered the decisive battle at the Berlin Olympic Stadium with unwavering determination, only to suffer a shocking defeat to Munich 1860. When it came to the DFB Super Cup, the Bundesliga champions approached the match with a burning desire for revenge against Munich 1860, but similarly stumbled against their city rivals. These two matches clearly illustrate that the true strength of Munich 1860 should not be underestimated. Their attacking lineup, centered around Stoppelkamp, with Starl and Borovka as wings, Lott or Firmino as support, and Lin Chu as the spearhead. Let us take a look at this play. Marlona suddenly unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box. Stoppelkamp sent a long pass, and Lin Chu nearly struck from the same position, but unfortunately, his shot sailed just over the crossbar. Wei was actually giving Lin Chu some grace, for that miss was not merely a slight overage but rather by at least 2 meters. Yet, even with such a glaring error, the fans of 1860 still offered him a resounding ovation. Lot gently patted him on the back, urging him to remain calm and composed. Lin Chu nodded in acknowledgement. He was not anxious. He only shot when he saw an opportunity. However, this moment seemed to confuse the Guimar players, who assumed Lin Chu was panicking. Although they were unsure what he was anxious about, they speculated that perhaps he had kicked it poorly or sent it astray. Consequently, the defenders began to engage in petty antics, aiming to unsettle him. Experience has shown that this approach is often the most effective against so-called prodigies who have found early success. If one cannot outplay you technically, they will seek to undermine your mentality. Moreno and Matthias committed intentional fouls against Lin Chu in succession, and they did not hesitate to hurl some trash talk his way. Lin Chu's temperament was generally mild, yet he harbored a fiery spirit, albeit well concealed most of the time. Even someone as affable as Zidane can lose his cool when provoked, let alone a young man brimming with passion. Moreno swiftly paid the price for his transgressions. In the 8th minute, Lin Chu again received a pass from the back line, but as he accelerated forward, Moreno suddenly reached out and yanked on the hem of his jersey with considerable force. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. Bang! Lin Chu's right hand inadvertently struck Moreno's nose with precision. A cry of agony escaped from Moreno's lips. Fultz delivered a diagonal pass to Lin Chu, who advanced with the ball. Oh! Lin Chu was brought down by Moreno. Guimar had clearly intensified their physical play, and that action warranted a card. Huh? As Lin Chu fell backward, it seemed he accidentally struck Moreno's nose, and Moreno appeared in considerable pain. Lin Chu had actually shown restraint. Otherwise, he could have broken Moreno's nose. But even as it stood, it was enough to cause him significant distress. Moreno knelt on the ground, clutching his nose with his right hand, and blood soon began to seep from between his fingers. Lin Chu sat on the grass, propping himself up with his hands, looking innocently at the referee rushing over. He pulled me from behind. Surely a red card is not too much to ask? The referee shot him a meaningful glance, shaking his head in silence, then gestured for the team doctor to come and escort Moreno off the field, all while brandishing a yellow card in the direction of Breno. Moreno was fuming, suddenly standing up, dropping his hands, and thrusting his nose directly in front of the referee's face. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Moreno shouted, pointing at his own nostrils, his expression twisted in rage. "He hit me. I am the victim. He should be the one to receive a card. He does not deserve to be on the field." Their teammates quickly gathered around, first shielding them from each other, then pushing them together. Lauder pulled Lin Chu aside, first discreetly giving him a thumbs up, then solemnly stating, "Well, it's time for the old man's lesson. You can fight, and even when you do, we will rush in alongside you. But if your aim is to achieve victory or claim the championship, you must learn to control your emotions. Responding to violence with violence may feel gratifying, yet the aftermath could yield consequences you may not be able to bear." Lin Chu looked at him with a pitiful expression, feeling wronged, as if to say, "I am the victim here. Enough of that." Lauder shook his head in resignation. "Regardless, well done." Though he spoke those words, he was aware that he would soon have a headache over what was to come. Indeed, after the match resumed, the actions of the players from Guimar grew increasingly brutal. Previously, their aggression was directed solely at Lin Chu, but now the entire team seemed to have descended into a frenzied state. In the 12th minute, Borovka sprinted down the flank with the ball, and Andres Santos executed a vicious sliding tackle, taking both him and the ball out of play. The referee unhesitatingly brandished a yellow card at Santos. Soon, Santos faced retaliation from 1860. In the 15th minute, Oliveira successfully cleared the ball, sending it towards midfield, where Santos and Stoppelkamp leapt to contest it. Stoppelkamp failed to connect with the ball, but his right elbow crashed into Santos's neck. The stretcher was called for the 3rd time to carry Santos off. While Stoppelkamp earned himself a yellow card as well. 2 minutes later, Stoppelkamp received the ball in midfield and intercharged at him aggressively. Sensing trouble, Stoppelkamp quickly passed to evade the challenge, yet Ender feigned a lack of braking and collided directly into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee issued the fourth yellow card of the match, summoning both team captains for a stern warning, insisting they keep their teammates in check in a mere 10 minutes. The referee had shown 4 yellow cards. This was merely a routine group match, devoid of any historical grudges, yet the pursuit of victory incited fierce conflict. The camera artfully zoomed in on Lin Chu, as if to suggest, this is the culprit. It's all his doing. Lauder soon approached the referee, exclaiming loudly, "Take it easy, don't leave anyone crippled." Lin Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the standard really that low? Not your concern. Lauder glared at him fiercely. Focus on scoring. What, do you look down on me? Lin Chu retorted. I can fight too, you know. Lauder swiftly smacked him on the back of the head, silencing him instantly. That fierce captain was quite intimidating. However, Gimar-es soon realized that without engaging physically, they seemed destined to be on the receiving end against 1860 in the 29th minute. After receiving the ball on the right side of the penalty area, Stuppelkamp executed a diagonal pass. Lin Chu, bearing the weight of Matthias's pressure, lifted his foot to shoot, but as the ball approached, he deliberately let it pass, then dashed towards the goal. Lauder sent the ball forward with a swift kick, simultaneously making a quick run into the box. Rocha and Moreno swiftly converged on him, while Douglas in front was itching to act. Had it not been for Lauder charging in from another direction, he undoubtedly would have rushed out without hesitation to sandwich Lin Chu in a four-way trap. With unwavering determination, Lin Chu fixed his gaze ahead and made a pushing motion with his right foot. Moreno, taken by surprise, attempted to intercept with his foot, but Lin Chu refrained from shooting, instead executing a sharp lateral pass. The ball slipped between the unsuspecting Matthias's legs and arrived at Lauder's feet. With a gentle nudge, Lauder easily found the back of the net. 2-0. He ran to the sidelines, turned around, and pointed at Lin Chu. Lin Chu approached, raising his hands high, and they met with a resounding clap. Lauder laughed. Why not take the shot yourself? It was for you. Lin Chu shook his head sagely. I must admit, you score too infrequently. What would you do without me? Lauder scoffed, to articulate a lack of shooting angle so selflessly. You must be the first. No, in my perspective, there are angles everywhere. Lin Chu sighed. Forget it. Why am I even explaining this to you? You wouldn't understand the world of a genius. After all, you lack a system. Lauder was uncertain whether to believe his whimsical words, yet he embraced Lin Chu once more in gratitude. Following Firmino's arrival, his position as a starter would gradually be supplanted, and every minute on the field had become invaluable. With each goal becoming increasingly elusive, Lin Chu assisted in the goal, and Munich 1860 led by 2 at home. Trailing by 2 goals at halftime while playing away, Gimar-es found themselves in a dire predicament. While being 2 goals down was not the end of the world, Gimar-es was now being pressed hard, with victory appearing nearly impossible. Should they abandon all caution and boldly attack, or play conservatively to minimize losses? The coaching staff found themselves in a dilemma, yet ultimately decided to engage in an all-out attack. Given the format of Group I, goal difference held little significance. It was better to take a chance. Perhaps a miracle might unfold. Munich 1860, of course, would not relent, and both teams continued to engage in a fierce offensive battle. Gimar-es indeed fought valiantly, yet their midfield was somewhat lackluster, failing to provide robust support for the forwards. Meanwhile, Munich 1860 grew increasingly proficient, repeatedly creating threats. In the 34th minute, Bruno advanced with the ball, executing a 1-2 with Stuppelkamp before launching a long pass towards the goal. Lin Chu, sprinting forward, leaped to head the ball, but only managed to graze it with his scalp, failing to convert. In the 39th minute, Niku intercepted the ball in midfield and distributed it to the left flank. Borovka made a quick run, delivering a cross from near the goal line. Rocha headed the ball away, only for it to land right in front of Stuppelkamp. Stuppelkamp unleashed a volley, but a defender blocked it with his body. 4 minutes later, Munich 1860 surged again. Lauder received a pass from Stuppelkamp outside the penalty area, deftly maneuvered past a defender, and charged into the box. Lin Chu immediately made a diagonal run towards the goal, with Matthias hastily following suit, while Rocha converged from the other side. Simultaneously, Borovka made a diagonal run from the left, astonishingly unmarked. Amidst the wails of the away fans, Lauder executed a precise diagonal pass right to Borovka. In full stride, Borovka unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into the corner of the net. 3-0. Borovka's explosive strike found the back of the net, thanks to Lin Chu's off-the-ball movement that drew two central defenders away, and Lauter's clever evasion leading to the assist. With speed, skill, and teamwork, Munich 1860's attacking line unleashed a terrifying potency, effortlessly dismantling GMRES's defense. Lauter and Lin Chu raced towards Borovka, embracing tightly together. The GMRES players wore expressions of bewilderment, each face seemingly asking, "Who am I? Where is this? What am I doing here?" Borovka was the type to boldly take risks when given a chance, and with the score at 3-0, today winning them 6-0 wouldn't be an overreach. Would it? No need to shout so loudly. We can hear you, Lin Chu responded. They've already given up. 6-0 is too conservative. You can boast even more than I can. GMRES had indeed begun to exhibit signs of surrender. Their counterattacks were feeble, and their defense appeared disinterested. Thankfully, the first half drew to a close quickly after the 3-0 score. Otherwise, they might have faced an even greater defeat heading into halftime. The atmosphere was starkly different in the two locker rooms. The home team could hardly contain their eagerness to celebrate victory, and not popping champagne was their final act of courtesy. As the second half commenced, Munich 1860 showed no signs of easing off, continuing their relentless assault on GMRES's territory. In the 50th minute, Stoppelkamp orchestrated the attack calmly from midfield. Lin Chu and Lauter quickly exchanged positions, one moving outward from the penalty area, while the other made an inside run. Just as Lin Chu shook off Matthias, Stoppelkamp's pass arrived. He received the ball, took a couple of adjustments, and lifted his foot to strike. This time, he made solid contact, the ball hurtling towards the center of the goal like a cannonball. Douglas, initially startled, soon realized it was an easy catch, barely needing to shift from his spot to secure it. Aside from his hands feeling a bit sore, he faced no significant challenge. GMRES initiated an offensive from the back. Oliveira advanced with the ball, passing to Ander, who then attempted another pass but faltered. Munich 1860 seized the opportunity for a counterattack. The ball was transferred to the right flank, where Stoppelkamp skillfully broke through the opponent's defense. Delivering a diagonal pass towards the penalty area, Lin Chu, with his stubborn temperament flaring up, was determined to score from long range, immediately taking a powerful shot. This time, the ball struck a defender and ricocheted away. Although Stoppelkamp and Lauter felt exasperated, they could only indulge their own player. The duo executed a wall pass to evade the defense before sending a delightful pass his way. Stoppelkamp and Lauter combined, and Lauter delivered a clever lob to the left side of the penalty arc, where Lin Chu received the ball. Once again, a powerful strike. A splendid nutmeg. Lin Chu expertly controlled the ball with his chest, feigning a shot as the ball descended. However, just as Matthias attempted to block, he delicately flicked the ball over Matthias's head. While Matthias turned, he made sure to position himself to thwart Lin Chu's advance. But a sudden, immense force struck his shoulder, sending him sprawling. Lin Chu surged into the penalty area, gently nudging the ball to a halt before readjusting and striking again. Rocha, undeterred by danger, charged forward to intercept. Had Lin Chu truly unleashed a shot, it might have sent Rocha on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Fortunately, Lin Chu maintained his ruse, swiftly altering his direction to evade Rocha. With a taut bow drawn, he unleashed a powerful shot to the left. Douglas reacted instantly, launching himself in an attempt to save. But the strike was not only swift and fierce, but also angled with remarkable precision. He barely grazed the ball, helplessly watching it sail into the net. 4-0. Another goal. Lin Chu has netted a brace, and Munich 1860 leads decisively. In stark contrast to their tumultuous league encounters, Munich 1860 commenced their Europa League campaign with remarkable ease, utterly dismantling their opponents. Lin Chu sprinted to the sidelines, leaping high to execute a soaring dragon punch with his right hand. Upon landing, he immediately turned, arms wide open to embrace his teammates who came rushing toward him. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, prematurely celebrating a victory that had been a decade in the making. The players of GMRES exchanged glances, their focus now far removed from tactics. They merely sought to escape the scene. Yet, following the restart, they attempted an offensive surge, almost finding success. Santos broke through on the flank and delivered a cross to the center, where Malona struck. The ball thudded against the crossbar with a resounding bang. Malonga's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area struck the crossbar. What a pity. This may have been their best chance of the entire match. Malona cradled his head in despair, spitting contemptuously at the ground. Though the ball did not find the net, Guimaraes' spirit surged, suddenly feeling invigorated. Unbeknownst to them, that shot had only incensed Munich 1860. The adversaries would not concede but dared to fire back at our forces. Gilardi cleared the goal kick, and Nika's header found Stippelkamp in midfield. Lauder distributed the ball to the left flank. Furtz, receiving the ball, skillfully flicked it over to deliver an exquisitely timed lob. After securing the ball, Borovka glanced inward but saw no sign of Lin Chu. Turning around, he discovered that the lad was still lingering outside the penalty area. Was he aiming for a long-range strike? Shaking his head, he swiftly passed the ball. Only then did Lin Chu accelerate forward, but Moreno and Matthias relentlessly pursued him. Although he initially sidestepped Moreno, the swift-footed Matthias seized the opportunity and poked the ball away. Moreno rushed to reclaim it, only to be met by Stahl, who charged in from the right with a fierce, sliding tackle. Moreno, instinctively retreating, narrowly evaded. Stahl made contact with the ball, which rolled just 3 meters outside the Guimaraes penalty area. Elated, Lin Chu surged past Matthias and unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball rocketed like a cannonball through the penalty area, darting toward the top right corner of the goal. Douglas leaped in vain. It was beyond his reach, landing with a resounding thud against the inside of the post before ricocheting into the net. 5-0. Goal. A hat trick. Another hat trick. This marks Lin Chu's 7th hat trick in his career. Can you fathom this? It is only his 2nd season. In the 2. Bundesliga, DFB Pokal, DFL Supercup, and Europa League, he has achieved hat tricks across all competitions. Lin Chu dashed toward the sidelines, shedding his jersey mid-stride, and executed a long-distance slide. While he reveled in his glory, the fans watched with bated breath. Is he foolish enough to perform a slide on the slippery Allianz pitch, risking his knees? Ha ha ha, you simply don't understand. The Allianz is dubbed the vegetable patch not for poor turf quality but for its excessive slickness, making it perfect for a slide. Let us discuss the state of the grass later. Who can explain how he maintains his complexion? Playing in the sun and wind, how does his skin remain so fair? Indeed, my roommate has been dead for 3 days, yet his skin pales in comparison. What a pity! It would be such a waste if he didn't try cupping. Yes, and his legs, such a shame not to ride a tricycle. In the VIP box, Kroos lightly clapped his hands and glanced at Struis, remarking that the Europa League is too small a stage for Lin Chu. The Champions League is where he truly belongs. No rush, Struis calmly applauded. It won't be long now. Following his hat trick, Lin Chu was quickly substituted for Firmino, yet Munich 1860, leading by 5 goals, remained unsatisfied and continued to intensify their offensive. Guimaraes intensified their defensive efforts, with Moreno soon receiving a 2nd yellow card, becoming the first unfortunate soul to be sent off. With a long journey ahead, trailing 0-5, playing with 10 men, they could only hope for mercy. Yet the relentless onslaught from Munich continued unabated. In the 82nd minute, Santos fouled Stahl, earning a 2nd yellow card, leaving Guimaraes down 2 men and conceding a prime free kick. Stippelkamp and Borovka stood over the ball, but as the whistle blew, only Stippelkamp surged forward. With his right foot, he curled the ball into a perfect arc, bypassing the wall and heading toward the right side of the goal. Douglas made the right read, diving toward the ball. But alas, he could not reach it. The ball flew into the net. 6-0. A devastating slaughter. Chapter 101. A chance to revel. Munich 1860 triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory over Guimaraes, while in another match, Real Betis played to a 0-0 draw against Lyon. Following the first round, 1860 claimed the top spot in their group. As the only player to score a hat trick this round, Lin Chu ascended to the top of the scoring charts. Of course, the most significant rewards for him lay within the system. Congratulations, you are the first Chinese player in history to score in the Europa League, earning 10 honor points. Congratulations, you are the first Chinese player to achieve a hat trick in the Europa League, earning 5 honor points. Congratulations, you are the first Asian player to score a hat trick in the Europa League, earning 15 honor points. A total of 30 points for this match, combined with the remaining 83 points, brings his tally to over 100 once more. Should he continue to accumulate points until reaching 200 before drawing a blue card? Or should he use them now to draw a white card to enhance his injury resistance? Lin Chu hesitated. To be frank, No professional athlete is immune to injury, especially those who can be considered stars, as they have all faced injury challenges. Yet, some individuals manage to sustain remarkably long careers with minimal significant injuries, recovering swiftly even when they do experience setbacks. The thought of players like Baggio, Owen, and Ronaldo, who were rendered shadows of their former selves at a young age, filled Lin Chu with unease, as a player who relies heavily on his physical prowess. The greatest threat to his career is undoubtedly injury, particularly given his lamentably low injury resistance, which places him in the fragile category. Continuing down this path could lead to his downfall, hence he decided to spend 100 points for his 9th draw. The dull roulette appeared, and as 100 points were deducted, the wheel transformed to a white hue, its pointer beginning to whirl wildly. Under Lin Chu's command, the pointer gradually slowed, finally halting at approximately 3 o'clock. A card flew from the center of the wheel, landing before him, revealing its occupant. This time, the system did not grant him a remarkable player known for injury resistance, but instead presented him with an unexpected figure. Lin Chu's expression turned peculiar. How DePeo, with commendable attributes in shooting, speed, intuition, and positioning as a forward, he possesses a well-rounded skill set. Yet these attributes hold little relevance for Lin Chu at present. Useless yet regrettable. A mere trinket. With no other options, Lin Chu glanced at his card collection, contemplating testing the card fusion feature. After sifting through his options, he ultimately selected Yang Chen. The primary utility of Yang Chen's card currently lay in stamina, which, when compared to injury resistance, certainly ranked lower in importance, rendering it less regrettable to part with. With a whispered incantation, Tianlingling, Dilliling, the cards of How DePeo and Yang Chen overlapped, melting into a cascade of white light. Ultimately merging together, a card gradually took shape amidst the white glow, evolving into a mysterious blue hue. The player depicted became increasingly clear. Lin Chu anxiously scrutinized the face, the contours, hairstyle, and features. What a joke! Initially, Lin Chu thought he was mistaken, but as the visage fully materialized, he was forced to accept the reality. How could it be you, Guardiola? The former Barcelona player and current Bayern coach. Lin Chu was indeed curious and promptly examined his attributes. To his surprise, this individual proved quite formidable. Setting aside other secondary attributes, as a midfielder, his primary traits were exceptionally strong. Short pass, S. Long pass, S. Vision, S. Teamwork, S. Naturally, there was also Lin Chu's most pressing concern. Injury resistance, S. Considering the enhancement brought by the team's performance, it certainly places him among the foremost elite players. Like many others, Lin Chu is only familiar with his accomplishments as a coach, having not paid particular attention to his experiences during his playing days. Save for knowing he retired at the age of 35, which is relatively long-lived in the realm of professional football, attesting to his S-class injury resilience. Thus, Lin Chu now possesses 3 attributes of S-class caliber: ball control, Balotelli, S. Finishing in the box, Huntelaar, S. Injury resilience, Guardiola, S. The sight of that dazzling S in injury resilience instills a profound sense of security. Finally, he can indulge without worry. The first match of the Europa League has concluded, and the league matches are looming, with only a 3-day interval. Nevertheless, Schmidt has granted the team a day of rest. Coincidentally, Struss has matters to discuss with him, but his dilapidated dormitory is evidently unsuitable for a meeting, and it would be inconvenient outdoors. Ultimately, they arrange to meet at Kroos's residence. This fellow is still unmarried but has a girlfriend and a young son. The two became acquainted in 2008 when Kroos, then a player, missed considerable academic commitments, leading to Jessica, a diligent scholar, taking on the role of his tutor, and through their interactions, they eventually became romantically involved. Lin Chu could only exclaim, they truly know how to enjoy life. In contrast to the England WAGs, who revel in ostentation, the German footballers' partners appear harmonious on the surface, yet beneath lies a mess of complexities. Kroos's relationship is comparatively normal. Struss's A8 smoothly glided into the villa's parking lot, where Kroos, cradling a little one, greeted them alongside Jessica. Aquan currently earns approximately €4.5 million annually at Bayern, which is not an outrageous sum compared to Lin Chu's earnings, yet their living conditions are worlds apart. Due to his status as a minor and reluctance to stay with fan families, Lin Chu has been residing in the player dormitory of 1860 Munich. Although it is a single room, it hardly reflects his $3 million annual salary. Aquan's abode, on the other hand, is impressive, boasting hundreds of square meters of luxury, complete with a swimming pool and a private cinema, leaving Lin Chu utterly envious. Struss chuckled, saying, "You'll soon be able to move out of the dormitory. Let me know what kind of house you desire, and I'll arrange it for you. So you can move in directly," Lin Chu replied. "Just follow his example," Jessica added with a smile. "Why not move nearby and be our neighbors? This area seems to have a significant number of Bayern players." Lin Chu shook his head repeatedly, deeming it too perilous. "Are you afraid to?" Aquan teased. "Aren't you brave on the field?" Struss laughed. "We still need to exercise caution, especially since Lin is about to become the player with the most goals against Bayern." After a brief tour, Lin Chu and Struss entered Aquan's study, closing the door to discuss business. "Nike and Adidas both wish to sign you," Struss stated earnestly. "Which do you prefer?" Chapter 102. Soaring forward, of course. There are more than just these two companies vying for Lin Chu's signature, but compared to others, the swoosh and the three stripes undoubtedly possess the most strength. To Struss's surprise, Lin Chu's face revealed no sign of excitement. Instead, he frowned, pondering whether this was happening too rapidly. "Too fast?" Struss inquired, perplexed. "I mean my status?" Lin Chu struggled to find a term that encapsulated his thoughts, feeling that perhaps it was premature to secure a significant contract with either of those companies. "Buddy, do you have a misunderstanding of your own worth?" Struss gazed at him oddly. "Take a good look. Is there any young talent in Germany more popular than you right now? You don't think the market researchers at Nike and Adidas are blind, do you?" Lin Chu was left speechless. A considerable information gap existed between them. He was aware of his extraordinary potential, recognizing that for him, the Bundesliga and the Europa League were merely the initial steps of his journey. The second division was akin to taking his first steps, while the Bundesliga signified his emergence. As for endorsements, shouldn't those be considered only after achieving widespread acclaim? However, others are not oblivious. Business-minded individuals understand the importance of investing in the future. "Take a look at this," Struss said, handing him a newspaper, European and American Sports Market. The front page featured this year's rankings of sports stars' advertising revenues. Federer topped the list with $68 million, followed by Kobe at $66 million and LeBron at $64 million. Following them were Woods at $62 million and golfer Blaze at $59 million, with the sixth position occupied by footballers Messi at $57 million, Beckham at $55 million, and Ronaldo at $51 million. These three were the only football stars in the top 10. The figures reflected various sources of advertising revenue, but undoubtedly, footwear sponsorship constituted the bulk of it. It could be said that these individuals earned more annually from sponsors than from their clubs. Lin Chu set the newspaper down. "What terms are they offering?" "Both are quite similar. 5 years for $8 million. Buyout?" "Yes, a buyout." Struss nodded. "You can refer to Jitsu, who signed a 10-year deal, potentially earning $15 million from Nike over that period." "Jitsu?" Lin Chu chuckled. "Isn't he embroiled in controversy over this matter?" "Yes," Struss replied with a sigh. "It was a misunderstanding. Jitsu was Bayern's first signing this year, and the club placed significant importance on him, organizing a grand welcome ceremony. However, he stirred up a storm by wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with a large Nike logo at the event. Nike was Jitsu's personal sponsor, while Adidas not only sponsored Bayern but also held a 9.1% stake in the club. The relationship between these two companies is well known. According to the contract, Bayern players may wear Nike footwear, but they are expected to don Adidas apparel in public settings. Jitsu's action could be deemed rather thoughtless. Naturally, Adidas was furious, yet Jitsu later claimed it was a request from Nike, which Nike denied, ultimately leaving the consequences for the player to bear. Lin Chu brought up this incident to ascertain the truth. Was it Jitsu's own folly, or was it indeed a demand from Nike? If it was Jitsu's own misstep, then there was nothing to discuss. However, if it were truly a requirement from Nike that they later shifted blame onto the player, then signing with them would be ill-advised. Struss shook his head. "It was Jitsu's own issue. 5 years at $8 million is certainly unacceptable," Lin Chu remarked. "Let's negotiate further." "There's no rush, I can see that," Struss chuckled. "I have 2 proposals. Point 1 is indeed a buyout, but the duration is shortened to 3 years at the same $8 million. The other is still 5 years, but the amount is raised to between $10 and $12 million. There's also a progressive model, starting lower and increasing annually, but essentially within this range. Is there a performance-based agreement, like scoring a certain number of goals in a season for a specific level of sponsorship?" Lin Chu inquired. Struss paused for a moment. "We can discuss that, but are you sure?" I am absolutely certain, Lin Chu stated confidently. I will only grow stronger from here on out. I am unequivocally certain of that. All right, I think I understand your intent, Struss said, absent-mindedly tapping his knee. I'll have someone draft a proposal as soon as possible, and then we can discuss it. Sounds good, by the way. If the terms from Nike and Adidas are essentially similar. Do you have a personal preference? Not particularly. I've worn both brand shoes, and they are quite similar. Then there's no issue. Cruz thought their discussion would take a long time, yet it concluded rather swiftly. He had a rough idea of what they were discussing and curiously asked. Which one? Lin Chu replied. Which one would you prefer I join? Obviously, Cruz rolled his eyes. You should wear Adidas like me. Cruz joined Adidas during his time at Bayer Leverkusen, where he wore the Predators. The famous Falcon series. Later, when Adidas launched the Adipure series, Cruz became one of the key endorsers. Currently, he sports the Adipure 11 Pro, recently released this year, but due to his fondness for the 2009 stud plate, Adidas specially crafted a version of the 2009 studs for him. Lin Chu had no particular preference in this regard, as Aquan was deeply enamored with his choice, even going so far as to wash his shoes personally after matches, which is quite unique in the world of football. While it is said that the Premier League schedule is the most grueling, they manage to maintain a dense schedule during Christmas, whereas other leagues, even with a Christmas break, commence and conclude around the same time as the Premier League, making their schedules hardly more lenient. Fortunately, the Bundesliga only comprises 18 teams. Otherwise, it would be even more challenging. Riding the momentum of a 6-0 victory against Guemar ES, Munich 1860 headed to the northern German city of Wolfsburg to challenge the Wolves at the Volkswagen Arena, having already dealt with Mercedes. They initially believed that Volkswagen would be easier, but to their surprise, today's Wolfsburg proved to be quite formidable. As the match commenced, both sides immediately engaged in aggressive pressing, resulting in a balanced contest. In the 15th minute, Ju Zija's misdirected header in the defensive zone gifted a golden opportunity to Stahl, who seized the moment, dribbling into the penalty area and deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper before slotting the ball into the empty net. Making the score 0-1, this slender lead was maintained until the impending conclusion of the first half, when Wolfsburg's defender Tresch, after bypassing Furtz, delivered a cross in front of goal. Schaefer capitalized on this, scoring at the near post to equalize at 1-1. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, Borovka's long pass from the left found Firmino, who headed the ball cleverly into the path of Lin Chu. Successfully evading the offside trap, Lin found himself one-on-one with the advancing goalkeeper. With remarkable composure, he maneuvered around his opponent and scored, bringing the tally to 1-2, thus restoring Munich 1860's lead. Lin continued to display his excellent form, having recently netted a hat-trick in the Europa League and now contributing to the league with 5 goals, temporarily placing him atop the Bundesliga scoring chart. Subsequently, the match descended into a stalemate, with both sides exerting every effort but failing to find the net again, concluding the game with a score of 1-2. However, this encounter was not in the Bundesliga but rather in the second round of the DFB Pokal. Munich 1860 had opted to rest Lin and Stoppelkamp, and despite dominating the match from the outset against Koppes, they were unable to break the deadlock after 90 minutes, leading to extra time. At this juncture, Schmidt introduced Lin and Stoppelkamp. Upon their entrance, the tide shifted. In the 95th minute, Stahl's breakthrough resulted in a foul by the opponents, granting a free kick opportunity on the right flank. Borovka delivered a long ball into the box, where Stoppelkamp, surprisingly, headed in the goal, giving Munich 1860 a 1-0 lead. In the 103rd minute, Stoppelkamp, after advancing centrally, executed a precise through ball to Firmino, who skillfully evaded the sliding tackle of Berna and passed to Lin. With his right foot, Lin deftly lifted the ball over the onrushing Almer, extending the score to 2-0. In the 117th minute, Lin received a long pass from Borovka on the left flank, and without hesitation, struck the ball on the volley, sending it soaring into the net from the left side of the goal, resulting in a 3-0 scoreline. With 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw in the league, they currently sit in 11th place. However, they have triumphed in both DFB Pokal matches, advancing to the round of 16, and in the Europa League, they achieved a resounding 6-goal victory, temporarily placing them at the top of their group. Lin has amassed 5 goals and 1 assist in the Bundesliga, 3 goals and 1 assist in the Europa League, and 2 goals in the DFB Pokal, not forgetting his hat-trick in the German Super Cup at the season's outset. He has evolved from being Germany's most promising young star into the nation's most coveted forward, in ancient times. This would equate to a transition from a prodigy to a genius. Yet, the true test looms ahead. As Munich 1860 is about to embark on a grueling fixture schedule, on September 28, they will face Schalke 04 at home in the 6th round of the Bundesliga. On October 4, they will challenge Real Betis away in the 2nd round of the Europa League. And on October 8, they will confront Mainz 05 away in the 7th round of the Bundesliga. Of the three opponents, Schalke 04, last season's Bundesliga 4th-place team and a traditional powerhouse, presents a formidable challenge. Unlike Stuttgart and other so-called traditional strong teams that fluctuate, Schalke has maintained stability, posing a threat each season, even if seizing the title from Bayern and Dortmund proves elusive. Real Betis, a traditional La Liga stronghold, finished 7th last season and is also considered a contender for the Europa League title this season. Mainz 05 appears to be the most manageable opponent. Although they began the season with 3 consecutive victories, they quickly followed with 4 straight defeats, leaving their current form unpredictable. The domestic fans are particularly focused on the match against Schalke 04, not only due to their status as a strong team, but also because of their player, Uchida Atsuto. Unlike other role players, Uchida is a key starter for Schalke, and his duel with Lin constitutes all the significant elements of an Asian derby. Both countries' media have invested considerable effort in promoting this match. And while Uchida himself remains cautious, the Sakura media has issued bold statements, suggesting confidence in their representation against the world. The Tokyo Sports newspaper dedicated substantial coverage to the characteristics of Lin and Uchida, ultimately concluding, albeit without substantial analysis, that Uchida would undoubtedly be able to stifle Lin. The Sports Weekly countered with data, but comparisons between a forward and a defender are inherently challenging, leading to a somewhat chaotic discourse. There are no historical grievances between the two teams, yet such trivial matters have ignited heated exchanges among fans online. While Munich 1860 may be perceived as somewhat impoverished, they do not lack in spirit. Schalke 04 can only rely on Bayern to provoke them, with lowbrow taunts like, "Munich has 2 teams? Sorry, I only know Bayern Munich. Munich 1860? Who are you?" In contrast, Munich 1860's fans have resorted to Dortmund's tactics. Schalke 04? Have you even predicted the score? Schalke 0, Munich 4? No wonder you're called Schalke 04.in Chapter 103. Both sides are missing key players. For Munich 1860, Stoppelkamp's absence due to injury leads coach Schmidt to experiment with placing Captain Lott in the attacking midfield position. Munich 1860 remains in a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper: 1. Corrali. Defenders: 2. Furtz, 16. Jimenez, 4. Coman, 3. Bruno. Midfielders: 8. Niku, 6. Stahl, 7. Borovka, 11. Lott, C. Forwards: 13. Firmino, 9. Lin Chu. Schalke 04 adopts a similar 2-striker formation, with the recovered Boateng playing as a false 9 alongside Huntelaar up front. Schalloy is rested in preparation for the Champions League next week, and Hegel, who played right back in the cup match, replaces Neustadt as a defensive midfielder, while Uchida resumes his position on the right flank. Goalkeeper: 34. Hildebrand. Defenders: 22. Uchida, 4. H. Weeds, C. 32. Modip, 15. Ogo. Midfielders: 12. Hegel, 17. Farfan, 11. Clemens, 10. Draxler. Forwards: 9K. P. Boateng, 25. Huntelaar. This Boateng is the brother of the one from Bayern, with distinct roles in attack and defense. Yet given Bayern's previous dominance over 1860, it feels somewhat like the elder brother is confronting the younger sibling. Of course, Lin is most familiar with Huntelaar, having thoroughly analyzed the latter's attributes, almost as if he were bare before him, and even having his own shooting metrics displayed alongside Huntelaar's star card, making it impossible not to be familiar. Huntelaar has noticed Lin's covert observations, mistakenly thinking Lin idolizes him, leading him to feel somewhat elevated. Perhaps after the match, he could exchange jerseys and offer some words of encouragement. One cannot deny the futility of such thoughts. Lin would be foolish to idolize him. It must be said that while Huntelaar's shooting technique is impressive, he lacks distinctive personal flair. He is neither as whimsical as the great Van Persie nor as passionate as Batistuta. He is, in a word, reliable. When combined with the prowess of other star players, his efficiency is astonishing, even leaving Huntelaar himself in awe. While the two play the same position and are naturally compared, the German media's focus is not solely on Lin versus Huntelaar or Lin versus Uchida, but rather on Lin and Draxler. Currently, the most talked about newcomer in the Bundesliga is Lin, but 2 years ago, that title belonged to Draxler. On January 15, 2011, Draxler made his professional debut, becoming the youngest player to represent Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga at the age of 17 years and 117 days. In the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal on January 25. He came on as a substitute in the 116th minute and scored the decisive goal just 3 minutes later, thus becoming the youngest goalscorer in DFB Pokal history. In the final, Draxler contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, leading Schalke 04 to a resounding 5-0 victory over Duisburg and securing the championship. Both players have gained fame at a young age through the DFB Pokal, making them natural subjects for comparison. Lin and Draxler are both strong contenders for this year's Golden Boy Award. Lin shone brightly in the DFB Pokal last season, playing a pivotal role in Munich 1860's championship victory, and showcased his talent with a hat-trick in the German Super Cup against Bayern Munich at the season's start. Draxler, last season, made 30 Bundesliga appearances, scoring 10 goals and providing 4 assists, helping his team secure a coveted Champions League spot with remarkable performances. Today marks the first time the two will compete on the same stage. Who will emerge superior? Let us await the outcome. Schalke 04 takes the first kick. As the whistle blows, Firmino and Lin immediately charge towards the defenses of the small mining town. The ball reaches Draxler's feet, and Lin quickly pivots to confront him. Draxler, initially inclined to engage in a direct confrontation, suddenly feels a wave of trepidation upon seeing Lin's advance, prompting him to hastily redirect the ball. The intensity. Why is it so fierce? Lin's visage possesses a deceptive quality. Embodying sunshine, warmth, and genteel charm, he seems to radiate an aura of amiability. Yet, once on the pitch, he exudes a starkly different energy, one that is both uncanny and perilous. At the outset, when one could only rely on positioning and shooting skills to make a living, such a temperament was not particularly evident. At that time, he resembled more of a timid shadow, resorting to stealthy ambushes. However, now that he has scored more goals, a fierce aura has been cultivated within him, and he exudes a certain dominance, coupled with an assortment of chaotic star cards enhancing his prowess. He seems to radiate a remarkable brilliance, as if the phrase "I am a master" were inscribed upon his visage. This sense of pressure is not unfamiliar to Draxler, yet he could hardly fathom that he would one day experience it here against Lin Chu. Haha, the much-anticipated first clash between Lin and Draxler has swiftly arrived. Draxler passes the ball to Farfan, who advances down the flank. Farfan, with his rapid speed and deft technique, poses a formidable threat, embodying a combination of ribery and rally, thereby exerting significant pressure on the Munich 1860 defense. Nico is compelled to execute a risky sliding tackle to intercept the ball, initiating a counterattack from Munich 1860. Lin Chu meanders around the outskirts of the penalty area, with Hegeler closely shadowing him, never leaving his side. Really quickly sends the ball over, and Lin Chu adeptly shields it with his foot, forcefully pushing Hegeler aside before charging towards the penalty area. Hegeler, undeterred, persists in his pursuit, incessantly tugging and jostling, refusing to grant Lin Chu an easy passage. Generally, after such a series of maneuvers, over 90% of forwards would capitulate, either being compelled to pass the ball immediately or at least forced to veer towards the sidelines. Yet, Lin Chu remains as steady as an old dog, resolutely enduring Hegeler's various attempts at disruption and entering the penalty area. Weeds hastily approaches to intercept, but he dares not slide tackle within the box. Instead bracing himself to block Lin Chu's path, preparing for a two-pronged attack with Hegeler. Lin Chu wastes no time entangling with them. The moment Weeds arrives in front of him, he swiftly passes the ball aside and accelerates past Weeds. Firmino rushes forward, intending to deliver a diagonal pass to Lin Chu, but unexpectedly, Matip cunningly retreats 2 steps away from Lin Chu, leaving him in an offside position. Uchida promptly arrives before Firmino to thwart his attempt to shoot. Voices from Lin Chu and Lot arrive simultaneously. Lin Chu shouts, "Get past him and shoot," while Lot's voice echoes from behind, "Back heel." At this moment, it is not merely a matter of whose advice to heed, but rather a question of character. Faced with alternative options, Firmino instinctively reacts to Lot's call, backheeling the ball backwards before sidestepping. A thud resounds as Lot unleashes a shot. Heilbrand executes a world-class save. Heilbrand, as if possessing foresight, dives just as Lot strikes, securely parrying the ball away. Lin Chu rushes in for a follow-up shot, but Weeds intervenes, clearing the ball from the penalty area. Now it is Schalke 04's turn to launch a counterattack. Clemens and Draxler engage in a quick 1-2, followed by a diagonal pass to Farfan. Farfan cuts in from the wing, delivering a short pass to Boateng. Boateng swiftly executes a bicycle kick, evading come on. Before suddenly striking, Corrali responds with remarkable speed, but he has little time to react. Although he touches the ball, he cannot prevent it from ricocheting off the post. Schalke 04's counterattack is rapid. Boateng receives the pass from Farfan, evades the defense, and shoots. Oh no! The post. Just barely. Huntelaar. Before Munich 1860 can celebrate, Huntelaar suddenly appears in front of the ball, effortlessly tapping it in with his right foot. However, he too cannot revel in his success. For the assistant referee's flag is raised. Offside. The goal is disallowed. Huntelaar throws up his hands in discontent, casting a disgruntled glance at the panting referee approaching. Offside. Their counterattack was executed with such speed that the referee, who had just been at the opposite end of the field, struggled to keep up, and upon reaching the halfway mark, the ball was already in the net. Thus, he chose to trust his assistant without hesitation. Firmly dismissing the goal, the moment of Boateng's shot, Huntelaar had indeed edged ahead of Munich, rendering the referee's decision correct. Just act decisively. Corrali clears the ball, but instead of sending it long to the midfield, he passes it to Bruno. The two execute a quick combination, successfully navigating past Farfan and Uchita's entanglement, culminating in Bruno delivering a cross from the flank. Weeds outjumps Lin Chu to head the ball clear, while Hegeler sends it to midfield. Just as Clemens settles the ball, Munich suddenly charges in, poking the ball to Borovka. Borovka controls the ball, glancing up before launching a long pass down the central lane. Firmino stands just outside the penalty area, facing away from the goal, preparing to chest the ball down, but Lin Chu's voice rings out once more. Behind you. Startled, he quickly crouches down, attempting to let the ball pass, only for it to strike his head and rebound behind him. Initially thinking he had blundered, he is pleasantly surprised as Lin Chu exclaims, "Nice." Borovka sends a long pass down the wing, and Firmino cleverly flicks it with his head. The ball sailing over Hegeler's head, and Lin Chu's opportunity. Weeds, with his vast experience, intercepts the ball. After the ball ricochets off Firmino's head, it just clears Hegeler, and Lin Chu immediately pivots to sprint towards it, only to find Weeds already discerning the impending danger, rushing forward to claim the ball. Lin Chu. Weeds stumbles aside, then swiftly realizes and collapses to the ground, but at that moment, Lin Chu deftly taps the ball in with his toe, sending it into the bottom right corner of the goal. Lin Chu scores with a deft touch. Weeds instantly leaps up, charging towards the referee, claiming a foul. "He knocked me down, it was a foul." Lin Chu knows that his actions were merely a standard physical contest, certainly not a foul, but given the context of the penalty area, he is uncertain how the referee will rule. Nonetheless, he must not show any hesitation. So he dashes off to celebrate first. The referee, ignoring Weeds' protests, blows the whistle and points towards the center circle. The goal stands. In the 9th minute of the match, Lin Chu scores, giving Munich 1860 a 1-0 lead at home. Wow, it's evident he hasn't trained at La Masia. This is astonishing. Who would have thought Lin Chu could exert such strength? If this is a foul, then what is football even for? In the VIP box above Allianz Arena, Struss first smiles at Lin Chu, surrounded by his teammates celebrating, before turning to a middle-aged man beside him. "So, Mr. Peard, do you still believe he is worth only €1.6 million per year?" Peard lightly claps, then shakes his head. "A splendid goal indeed. But is that all there is to it? Our offer has always been fair. Honestly, even €8 million over 5 years seems extravagant. Nike has never made such a ludicrous offer for any young player. Then what do you propose?" "I'm sorry, we have discussed it, and we are not interested in that scheme you suggested." Peard shrugs. "However, from my personal perspective, I genuinely admire this young man, and I sincerely hope we can reach a consensus." "Well, I suppose I understand Nike's intentions now." Struss is also aware that reaching an agreement so swiftly is unlikely. And with Nike's involvement, Adidas is still a contender, so there is no rush. The two settle in to continue watching the match. The dynamics gradually shift to Schalke 04 dominating, with Munich 1860 on the defensive. Various nerve-wracking scenes leave the fans on edge, and Lin Chu feels an ominous premonition rising within him. Munich 1860's defense is not particularly robust. If they were to resort to desperate defending or face a weaker opponent, it might be manageable. However, against a formidable team like Schalke 04, being continuously on the back foot, conceding a goal seems inevitable. Just as he contemplates this, the team's defense is breached. Farfan successfully bulldozes past Nico, delivering a diagonal pass to Draxler. Draxler receives the ball, executing a splendid lobbed pass. Boateng successfully evades the offside trap, yet hesitates. What? Boateng is brought down by Corrali, and the referee awards a penalty. Draxler's deft pass has torn through Munich 1860's defense. But when Boateng found himself one-on-one, he did not shoot immediately but attempted to dribble past Corrali. Corrali had already committed when Draxler made the pass, rushing towards Boateng the moment he gained possession. Boateng deftly deflects the ball to evade the tackle, yet he tumbles to the ground. It is now Munich 1860's players who voice their protests, but of course, such objections are futile. In the 25th minute, Schalke 04 is awarded a penalty. Huntelaar steps up to take it and scores. 1-1, Schalke 04 has equalized. Huntelaar does not celebrate but instead runs to retrieve the ball from the net. The match resumes promptly. The score was equalized, and it was time for Munich 1860 to unleash their fury. Hegel found himself compelled to extinguish the flames of chaos, with the primary defense against Lin Chu shifting to H. Weeds. In the 32nd minute of the match, Starl surged down the right flank, delivering a diagonal pass to Lin Chu just outside the penalty area. The moment Lin Chu received the ball, H. Weeds charged at him with ferocity. Lin Chu had previously experienced the intensity of such confrontations. This collision seemed to be a full-force assault, prepared for both players to tumble to the ground. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chu opted not to engage physically this time, but rather to rely on his finesse. Almost as soon as H. Weeds lunged, Lin Chu deftly pulled the ball slightly back and then, with the inner side of his right foot, gently nudged it in the direction of his approaching opponent. It was a delicate nutmeg. Matip and Uchida rushed in tandem to intercept. Instead of forcing his way through, Lin Chu suddenly struck, aiming for the upper right corner of the goal with a powerful flick. The ball soared, but rather than finding the net, it struck Uchida's forearm. Beep! A sharp whistle pierced the air, as the referee once again stole the spotlight. Lin Chu had executed a nutmeg, entered the penalty area, and unleashed a shot. The ball had struck Uchida's left hand, and the referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot once more. A second penalty. Uchida had committed a handball foul, granting Munich 1860 another penalty kick. Uchida clutched his head in despair and approached the referee, pleading, "Sir, please allow me to defend my case." The referee shook his head, stating, "I saw it clearly. This was an obvious handball. He did it on purpose. He definitely aimed to kick the ball onto my hand. Yet, the ball undeniably made contact with your hand. Did it not?" Uchida was left speechless. Meanwhile, Borovka had also grabbed Lin Chu by the nape of his neck. "You rascal, tell me, was that deliberate?" "What do you mean, deliberate?" Lin Chu exclaimed with wide eyes, feigning innocence. "Watch out, or I might accuse you of defamation." His teammates exchanged knowing glances, while the Schalke 04 players regarded him with a peculiar mixture of disdain and trepidation.